Han Luan was thoroughly satisfied with the duck feast, but his mind was still preoccupied with his wife and children at home. With supplies scarce and meat extremely difficult to obtain, even for an engineer like himself, the extra ration coupons he received each month were barely enough to make ends meet. He had many children, and his wife was unemployed, so they relied entirely on his salary to make ends meet. Fortunately, his wife had a Beijing household registration and received a monthly food ration, which barely kept the family from going hungry. Han Luan knew very well that buying grain was extremely difficult now, and high-priced grain could drain most of his salary. His assistant's wife and children were all from rural areas and did not have grain rations, so they could only rely on high-priced grain to get by, making their lives exceptionally difficult. He looked at the meat in front of him and wanted to take it home for his wife and children to try, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Li Fuxing saw through Han Luan's intentions and knew he wanted some meat. Lunch was very lavish. Old Mrs. Li stewed more than 5 caddies of duck and added vermicelli, which the 4 of them ate clean. After finishing his meal, Han Luan leaned back in his chair, not wanting to move. Grandma Li was very pleased to see him eating so heartily. The Li family had plenty of resources and didn't concern themselves with whether their guests ate a few more bites. After the meal, the old lady cleared the table and even chased away Li Fuxing, who wanted to help. In her eyes, her grandson was destined for great things and shouldn't be held back by such trivial matters. After a short rest, Han Luan got up to say goodbye to Li Fuxing because of an urgent matter at the institute in the afternoon. Li Fuxing wanted him to stay for dinner, since the reservoir and hydroelectric generator projects both needed Han Luan's help. Li Fuxing didn't want the manpower and financial resources invested in the village to go to waste, and he didn't want the newly united villagers to fall apart because of the project's failure. Han Luan frankly admitted that he was tied up with official duties and could not stay. Seeing that he was indeed busy, Li Fuxing did not insist that he stay, but only told him to drive carefully. Just as Han Luan turned to leave, Li Fuxing suddenly called him back, went into the kitchen, and brought out 1 kilogram of pork belly and a duck, insisting that he take them home. Han Luan was about to refuse, but then remembered his assistant who was running out of food, and could only sigh and ask, "Fuxing, can this meat be exchanged for grain?" His own family didn't have much food, and he didn't dare use his family's rations to help others. Besides, 1 or 2 acts of assistance wouldn't solve the assistant's family's fundamental problems. Li Fuxing readily agreed, saying he could get about 50 kilograms of coarse grain. He deliberately avoided mentioning that he could get large quantities of grain to avoid causing himself trouble. Han Luan was filled with gratitude and immediately inquired about the price of grain. Li Fuxing replied, "Millet and sorghum, these kinds of coarse grains, are 3 cents a pound." This price was far lower than the black market price, and Han Luan was stunned. Currently, there were poor harvests in various regions, and the price of coarse grains had already doubled, and it wasn't even guaranteed that they could be bought. Li Fuxing reminded him, "Brother Han, this matter must not be spread. No one else can know except for the few of us." Han Luan immediately and solemnly promised that he would never tell anyone. The assistant could afford the 0.3 yuan per 0.5 kilograms of grain with his own salary. He wouldn't need to borrow any more money. Han Luan then asked when the food supplies would be ready. Li Fuxing replied that it would be ready by tonight, and that he planned to send someone to deliver them directly to Han Luan's home. He didn't know Han Luan's assistant, nor did he know the assistant's character, so he naturally wouldn't risk delivering it directly. Delivering it to Han Luan's house was the safest option. Han Luan gave the address, number 73, a courtyard house south of the Research Institute. The 2 houses weren't far apart, but there were security patrols at night, so caution was necessary. Meanwhile, Wang Jinpeng from Wangjia village led some villagers to the commune to repair waterways, and 15 of the positions originally belonged to Lijia village. The registration for these positions was all done by villagers from Lijiazwang. After arriving at the construction site, everyone ate breakfast first. However, there were too many people working on the waterway this time, and each person received significantly less food. Breakfast at the commune consisted of only 2 cornbread buns and a bowl of millet porridge, barely enough to fill their stomachs. But Wangjia village was already experiencing food shortages, so the villagers felt content. They were glad they had drawn a spot in the commune, thinking it would definitely be more worthwhile than going to Lijiazhuang. Only Wang Jinpeng wondered why Wang Quan and Wang Chun would rather go to Lijiazhuang. After half a day of strenuous physical labor, everyone was exhausted and dizzy. Some people had originally planned to save the cornbread to take home, but in the end, they had no choice but to eat it all. At lunchtime, everyone rushed to the commune canteen to line up. Lunch consisted of 2 steamed buns, 2 cornbreads, and a vegetable dish. The dish was completely devoid of oil, but even so, everyone ate their fill. However, this amount of food was just enough to fill their stomachs, and there was no way to save any to take home. Meanwhile, the villagers of Wangjia village who were working in Lijiazhuang were also at dinner time. Wangzhou approached the brigade leader, wanting to take dinner home for his wife and children. He saved some of his food rations every morning and evening, intending to take them home with his dinner. The brigade leader readily agreed, saying that the workers' food rations were rationed per person, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. Wangzhe packed the food and hurried home. It was a fairly convenient trip from Lijiazhuang to Wangjiakan, taking about 40 minutes on foot and 10 minutes by bike. When he arrived home, he saw his wife and children sharing a small piece of cornbread, and his heart ached. His wife, seeing him return, even tried to give him the rest of the cornbread. Wangzhe quickly stopped her, opened the lunchbox, and found steamed buns, cornbread, and stir-fried vegetables with oil on them. His wife was stunned, thinking he hadn't eaten all day and had saved all his food rations. Wangzhe quickly explained that he ate his fill at all 3 meals, and that the food in Lijiazhuang was good, with even oil residue for lunch, much better than in the village. The wife was shocked. In Wangjia village, this kind of food was only available during festivals. The daughter stared at the white steamed buns, her mouth watering. Wangzhe gently urged his daughter to eat slowly so she wouldn't choke. Watching his daughter take big bites of the steamed bun, a long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. The wife was reluctant to eat the oily dishes, wanting to save them for her husband who was doing heavy work. Wangzhe picked up the food and fed it to her, urging her to eat with him. After the family of 3 finished their dinner, laughter filled the house, a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, most of the villagers working in Lijiazhuang took their dinner home to share with their families. Those who worked in the commune didn't bring back a single piece of food. Wang Jinpeng led everyone back to the village exhausted. A day's hard work had nearly drained them dry. The commune supervisors were strict. Anyone who slacked off would be reprimanded. Even though the food was decent, some people were so exhausted they almost fainted. Upon returning home, villagers' relatives asked expectantly if he had brought back any good food. The man, exhausted and annoyed, simply said that breaking stones at the commune was too tiring, and the grain was barely enough for himself. The family members were instantly filled with disappointment and regret. They had drawn the quota for Lijiazhuang village, but voluntarily switched to the commune with someone else. Now, seeing others bring back steamed buns and juicy dishes, while they returned empty-handed, their hearts were filled with bitterness. They swapped their spots with Wang Quan and even signed an agreement in front of the party secretary, leaving their fingerprints on it in black and white. Now it's too late to back out. The child saw others eating steamed buns and cried, wanting some too. But the family's food was running low, and they could only get a little cornbread at each meal. He often woke up hungry in the middle of the night and could only drink cold water to tide him over. The man was skeptical when his wife told him that the treatment in Lijiazhuang was better. He didn't believe that they could provide enough food there and even have people bring grain home. His wife sighed and told him that the whole village knew about it. Almost everyone who worked in Lijiazhuang brought back food. She added that breakfast in Lijiazhuang consisted of 4 cornbread buns, and the dishes even had oil. The treatment was much better than in the commune. The man was stunned, finally realizing the vast difference in power between the two sides. But he refused to admit defeat and immediately went out to find other villagers to get the full story. Many villagers working in the commune went out to inquire and quickly confirmed the wife's statement. They then regretted their earlier scramble for commune quotas and their disdain for Lijiazhuang. Now they realized the enormity of their mistake. The disappointment was too great, and no one was willing to admit they had chosen the wrong path. Some comforted themselves by saying that Lijiazhuang was just putting on a show on the first day of construction and could never last long. Some people even asserted that even if Lijiazwang had a bumper harvest after paying the grain tax, there wouldn't be much left over, making it impossible for them to continue providing such good treatment to people from other villages. A group of regretful villagers quickly approached the village secretary, begging to switch their work quotas and go to Lijiazwang instead. The village secretary was furious and slammed his fist on the table, directly scolding them for being fickle. The quotas had already been reported and registered. They couldn't just change them as they pleased. The village secretary's furious appearance frightened everyone into slinking home, and no one dared to say another word. But some people were still unwilling to give up and turned to Wang Quan, shamelessly trying to back out and get back the commune quota that was originally theirs. Wang Quan sneered on the spot, took out the agreement signed and stamped by both parties, and said, "If you want to renege, we'll find the party secretary and the clan elders to judge." The man stared intently at the agreement, his heart aching with regret, but he dared not cause any more trouble. Everyone in the village knew that the food rations in Lijiazwang were fixed and rationed, not some temporary welfare. He feared the village rules, the clan elders, and even more so, the contempt of the entire village. He could only suppress his resentment and silently turn away. The man was still unwilling to give up, thinking he would find another opportunity later. But at the current rate of food depletion, his family's reserves wouldn't last until the new year. There was still some unharvested corn in the village, but that little bit of grain was just a drop in the bucket and couldn't solve the family's food shortage problem at all. Meanwhile, Han Luan returned home with the pork belly and duck that Li Fuxing had given him. The family hadn't had meat in a long time, and his wife and children were overjoyed to see it. Before, they had thought rural life was hard, but now, seeing this rare delicacy, they couldn't utter a single word of complaint. Han Luan didn't want to take Li Fuxing's favor for nothing. His salary wasn't low, and he had enough ration coupons, but he couldn't buy meat, so he decided to go to Li's village the next day to make up the money for the meat. He also told his family not to underestimate rural areas anymore. Lijiazwang is developing very well now. They've even fenced off mountain forests for chicken farming and mushroom cultivation, making it far superior to ordinary villages. The wife was secretly pleased to hear this, and only thought about maintaining a good relationship with Li Fuxing. As long as the relationship continued, the children might be able to eat eggs more often to supplement their health. As night deepened, Li Fuxing summoned Gu Chengkai and Lu Qingyuan to his home. Over 50 kilograms of millet were laid out in the courtyard, waiting for the two to take it away. This scene might have startled others, but Gu Chengkai and Lu Qingyuan were already used to it. They had even seen large quantities of meat. 50 kilograms of millet was hardly unusual. Li Fuxing instructed them to deliver the millet to courtyard number 75 south of the Research Institute and personally hand it to Han Luan, maintaining a respectful attitude throughout. He thought highly of Han Luan, the young engineer, and didn't want to ruin their relationship over something so trivial. In engineering, personal connections can sometimes be more valuable than food. Lu Qingyuan asked curiously, "Brother Fuxing, is this person very important?" Li Fuxing nodded and said that Han Luan was a promising engineer and worth befriending. Upon hearing the word engineer, Lu Qingyuan was immediately taken aback. He had never been in close contact with such a person before, so he naturally dared not be careless. Gu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the delivery distance wasn't far. Otherwise, carrying over 100 pounds of millet all the way there would have been exhausting. Wanting to save some effort, Lu Qingyuan asked Li Fuxing to borrow his bicycle. He had money and a ticket, but he couldn't get a spot to buy a bicycle, which left him with a lingering sense of regret. Without hesitation, Li Fuxing tossed him the car keys. Watching the two leave, he secretly planned to get them bicycles later. Borrowing bikes all the time is inconvenient and can delay deliveries. However, bicycle tickets are scarce, and the black market price is high, so getting one isn't easy. The two men worked together to load the millet onto the back seat and tied it tightly with a rope. Lu Qingyuan rode in front, while Gu Cheng followed behind, carefully watching the load of grain. In less than 20 minutes, the two arrived at their target courtyard house. Having been involved in private transactions for many years, they dared not enter rashly and first sent Gu Cheng to knock on the door to test the waters. The courtyard gate opened, and a young man came out. Gu Cheng explained that he had come to see Han Luan, and the man immediately understood, saying that he was Han Luan and already knew they had come to deliver grain. Gu Cheng was startled, not expecting Han Luan to become an engineer at such a young age. He also understood why Li Fuxing had specifically instructed them to be polite. He immediately sent the pre-arranged meow signal, indicating that Lu Qingyuan could come out. Only then did Lu Qingyuan emerge from the shadows, pushing a bicycle loaded with millet. Han Luan was secretly shocked when he saw the more than 50 kilograms of millet. Li Fuxing's ability was even greater than he had imagined. He had managed to procure so much scarce food in just half a day. The courtyard house had a high threshold, making it impossible to push a bicycle inside. The three of them worked together. Han Luan held the front of the bicycle, while Lu Qingyuan and Gu Cheng lifted the back, struggling to get the grain into the courtyard. Han Luan led the two to his front door and was about to let them carry the grain inside when his wife and mother, hearing the commotion, came out. Upon seeing so much grain, the old woman's first reaction wasn't joy, but worry that her son was in trouble. In those days, grain was a sensitive issue. A slight mishap could lead to disaster. Han Luan quickly explained that the grain was purchased on behalf of Qin Junjie, and its origin was legitimate. The old lady was relieved to hear this. Gu Cheng and Lu Qingyuan worked quickly, moving all the millet into the house in just a few minutes. After finishing, the two prepared to leave. Han Luan quickly stopped them, handed them a pack of Dakium and cigarettes, and thanked them for making the trip so late at night. Lu Qingyuan graciously accepted the cigarette, thanked him, and then quickly left with Gu Cheng. Han Luan, observing this, had an even better impression of Lu Qingyuan. In this way, he didn't owe anyone a favor for nothing, and he felt much better. Lu Qingyuan's acceptance of the favor actually made the relationship between the two parties seem very natural. After leaving the residential area, Gu Chengkai immediately asked Lu Qingyuan why he accepted cigarettes and whether he was not afraid of disobeying Li Fuxing's instructions. Lu Qingyuan explained that accepting the cigarettes wasn't about taking advantage, but about not leaving Han Luan feeling indebted. It's about maintaining proper boundaries and saving face for the other party. After listening, Gu Cheng suddenly realized that this was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it would make Han Luan feel at ease and prevent the relationship from being affected by interpersonal barriers. Meanwhile, inside the Han family's house, the old lady urged Han Luan to quickly deliver the grain to Qin Junjie, so it wouldn't stay at home for too long. If the neighbors saw this, someone would definitely come to borrow or buy grain. Agreeing wouldn't work, but refusing would offend people and only bring trouble. Han Luan understood this. No matter how much grain he had, he couldn't afford to be bothered by his neighbors. He immediately decided to personally call Qin Junjie to come and move the grain. Not long after, Han Luan arrived at Qin Junjie's house. Qin Junjie, seeing him arrive so late at night, looked puzzled and quickly invited him inside. The house was sparsely furnished, with old and loose furniture. The only bicycle the family had originally owned had long ago been sold by Qin Junjie to buy food. Qin Junjie's salary wasn't too low, but he still lived frugally. He had many children, and his wife, being a rural resident, didn't have a grain ration and had to buy grain at high prices. Unfortunately, a drought struck, causing grain prices to skyrocket. His meager salary was barely enough for his family to survive. Life wasn't just difficult, they were being pushed into a corner. His wife originally wanted to take the children back to the countryside to escape the famine, but the disaster was even worse there, so she had to give up the idea. The family has managed to survive until now entirely thanks to Qin Junjie, saving one meal a day at the company cafeteria for lunch, squeezing out every last bite. Han Luan looked at him and said with a smile, "Junjie, I got you some food. You'd better thank me properly this time." Qin Junjie wasn't immediately happy. Instead, his face was full of worry. He was afraid that Han Luan might break the rules and do something illegal in order to help him. Seeing the worry on Qin Junjie's face, Han Luan quickly explained that the grain had been purchased with Li Fuxing's help. Qin Junjie breathed a sigh of relief and instantly guessed that the other party was the highly renowned purchasing manager of the steel rolling mill. Li Fuxing had an excellent reputation at the research institute. He always managed to procure scarce food and meat, and he was also skilled at research and development to generate revenue, and help the country earn foreign exchange. In those days, foreign exchange was precious, so people like him were naturally highly valued. Qin Junjie quickly asked how much grain they had bought. Han Lun didn't hide anything from him and said directly that there were more than 50 kilograms of millet, enough for his family to last for 1 or 2 months if they ate it sparingly. Qin Junjie was both happy and worried. He was happy that his family finally had enough food to fall back on, but worried because the price of grain was too high and he was really short of money, so he could only propose to pay back the money in installments. Seeing his reaction, Han Lun stated the price directly, 3 cents a pound. Qin Junjie was stunned. This price was much lower than the black market price. It wasn't about buying grain anymore. It was about saving a life. The two quickly arrived at Han Lun's house. Qin Junjie's eyes instantly reddened when he saw the room full of millet. As the head of the family, he saw his wife and children going hungry every day, yet he was powerless to change it. This frustration was suffocating him. Han Lun interrupted his reverie and urged him to hurry up and move the grain. The two of them worked for more than half an hour and finally moved all the millet to Qin Junjie's house. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Lun said goodbye and went home to rest. He had to go to Lijiazwang the next day to check on the project and also to reimburse Li Fuxing for the meat money. The noise of moving the grain woke Qin Junjie's wife, Huang Jiahui. Looking at the room full of millet, she asked, puzzled, where it came from. Qin Junjie told her with a smile that all of these were millet, and the crisis of running out of food at home was finally resolved. From now on, the family would not have to go hungry every day. Huang Jiahui was overjoyed, but being very sensible, she didn't ask about the source of the food. In those days, obtaining food was already difficult enough, and asking too many questions would only make things worse. The next morning, Han Lun took the money and meat coupons and headed to Lijiazwang to settle the debt for the meat he owed the day before. He walked around the village but didn't see Li Fuxing. When the old party secretary and the village head saw Han Lun arrive, they immediately went to greet him warmly. Han Lun briefly said that he had eaten breakfast and then asked where Li Fuxing had gone. Neither of them knew, only that Li Fuxing had a formal job and wasn't necessarily in the village often. Han Lun then inquired about the progress of the reservoir construction. His biggest concern was that the villagers, lacking construction knowledge, might alter the plans without authorization, ultimately ruining all the previous work. The team leader immediately reassured him, saying that the villagers were all following his plan and no one dared to make any changes. Li Fuxing had repeatedly emphasized that professional engineering projects should never be given arbitrary instructions. Han Lun was relieved and decided to go to the construction site on the back mountain to check it out himself. The three of them had just started walking towards the back mountain when a gunshot suddenly rang out, startling everyone into a state of alert. The captain made a decisive decision. He ordered the old party secretary to escort Han Lun back to the village for safety, while he went to investigate the situation alone. Whether it was wild animals or enemy agents, someone with Han Lun's technical skills couldn't be allowed to get into trouble. The old party secretary immediately led Han Lun back, while the brigade leader took a shortcut to the scene of the gunshot. 6 or 7 minutes later, he arrived at the scene and found that all the villagers were beaming with joy. The captain was puzzled and quickly asked what had happened. Li Jian explained that they had just encountered a wild boar, and for construction safety, he shot and killed it. The villagers all praised Li Jian's marksmanship. After he returned from military service, his marksmanship was among the best in the village. Apart from the battalion commander, who had also served in the army, no one could outmark him. The brigade leader breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that it was just a wild boar. As long as it wasn't enemy agents, that was good. Otherwise, the village's few hunting rifles wouldn't be enough to withstand a real attack. He immediately arranged for Li Jian to stay behind and keep watch to prevent any more wild animals from approaching. The other villagers continued construction, while he took 2 people to transport the wild boar back to the village. The migrant workers from Wangjia village looked at the large wild boar with envy in their eyes. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time and were hoping the canteen would give them some wild boar meat to satisfy their cravings. The brigade leader urged everyone to focus on their work, then led the wild boar back to the village. Upon seeing him return, The old village secretary immediately pressed him for the cause of the gunshot, fearing something had gone wrong with the reservoir project. The brigade leader explained with a smile that the villagers had simply killed a wild boar, and there was no danger whatsoever. The old party secretary was completely relieved upon hearing this, and even felt it was an unexpected delight. The village hadn't hunted any large wild game in a long time. The old party secretary immediately arranged for half a wild boar to be sent to the canteen as an extra meal for the workers, and the other half to be kept for Li Fuxing and Han Luan. The brigade leader led his men to take the wild boar to the canteen, while the old party secretary accompanied Han Luan to the construction site on the back mountain with the blueprints. Han Luan attached great importance to the dam's foundation geology. Even if the reservoir wasn't large, if there were problems with the foundation, the consequences would be unbearable for the village. Upon arriving at the construction site, Han Luan spread out the blueprints, compared them with the site location, and instructed the villagers to dig at the designated locations to first investigate the foundation conditions. The villagers encountered a layer of rock after digging for a short time and had to switch to picks and shovels to break through. Han Luan squatted to the side, carefully examining the soil and rock structure. After inspecting the area, he determined that the geology met the requirements for building a reservoir dam. He then asked the village if they had any explosives or detonators. Shallow rock layers would slow down construction, and manual clearing alone would be too time-consuming. If blasting could be used, it would not only save labor, but also allow the rubble to be recycled for dam construction. The former village party secretary frankly admitted that the village lacked detonators and explosives, so they had to apply to the commune for them. The reservoir was a project supported by the commune, and the commune should have helped allocate the resources. Han Luan nodded in agreement and instructed them to apply for as many applications as possible. The province needed to conserve manpower, but not to skimp on necessary materials. After briefly explaining the construction details, the sun grew increasingly intense, and everyone quickly asked Han Luan to rest in the shade. On the other side, villager Li Dali worked while reflecting on his situation. He had always wanted to go to the city to work as a laborer, but each opportunity had been missed due to unforeseen circumstances. Many young people in the village have become workers, but he remains in the village. He is still unwilling to give up, thinking about saving money to buy a job in the city and marry a city woman. Li Dali is usually well off and generous, often sharing his treasured cigarettes with the villagers he works with, so he is very popular in the village. Some people, envious of the wild boar meat they had brought, urged Li Dali to secretly go hunting in the mountains, hoping to get lucky. Li Dali, however, was cautious and refused on the spot. If he led people up the mountain without permission and something happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. Just as everyone was chatting, Li Fuxing arrived at the construction site with hawthorn water with added sugar and told everyone to stop work and rest and drink some water to cool off. A group of villagers, drenched in sweat, immediately put down their tools and gathered around. After working hard all day, they were hot and exhausted, their throats practically parched. The village women were responsible for distributing hawthorn juice and maintaining order in the queue, sending anyone who cut in line back immediately. Supplies were scarce, and there weren't enough bowls and utensils, so everyone had to take turns. At that time, no one was too picky. Being able to drink a sip of sweet and sour water was already a treat. The hawthorn juice with added sugar was sweet and sour, and the villagers were pleasantly surprised after drinking it. The people of Wangjia village were especially grateful that they had come to Lijiazwang. The treatment here was far better than in the commune. While everyone was resting, Li Fuxing discussed the application for detonators with the old party secretary. He hadn't found his own channels yet, so he could only apply through the commune first. If he can't get it from the commune either, he'll go back to the city and try to find a way through his connections. The reservoir project can't stop. This step must be resolved as soon as possible. Li Fuxing warmly invited Han Luan to have another bowl of hawthorn water, but Han Luan politely declined with a smile. He had originally planned to return to the city at noon, but he couldn't resist the urging of the old party secretary and others to stay, so he finally agreed to stay for lunch. The villagers of Wangjia village were all looking forward to getting their share of wild boar meat at noon. If it were their village, they would never let outsiders have a chance to eat wild boar. Only Li Jiazwang was so generous as to let migrant workers share the meat. As everyone entered the canteen, they were immediately delighted. Today at lunchtime, there was a new dish, braised pork with vermicelli, so flavorful and juicy. The aroma alone seemed to wash away all the fatigue from their work. The reason this dish was so generous was thanks to Li Fuxing's prior preparation of peanut oil. The villagers, having worked intensively for days, were desperately lacking in oil and nutrients, and this meal provided just the right amount. Looking at the food, Wang Zhe, Wang Quan, and the others felt nothing but relief. They were so glad they hadn't been transferred to the commune. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such good food now. Those who had previously mocked them for choosing the wrong spot were now proven wrong. Those who stayed in Li Jiazwang to work were all eating their fill, increasingly convinced that they had made the right bet. After finishing lunch, Han Lun was preparing to return to the city when the old party secretary hurriedly brought him a wild boar hind leg to thank him for helping the village build the reservoir. Han Lun initially declined, but couldn't resist the old party secretary's enthusiasm, so he solemnly accepted it and promised to oversee the entire project and ensure that no safety issues would arise with the reservoir. Han Lun accepted the pork and rode his bicycle back to the city. The old party secretary then gave another pork hock to Li Fuxing. Everyone in the village understood that Li Jiazwang's success today was entirely due to Li Fuxing's support. Li Fuxing initially wanted to decline, but old Master Li persuaded him to accept it. He explained that social interactions shouldn't be one-sided. Only through reciprocity can relationships last. After listening, Li Fuxing suddenly understood and finally accepted the gift. The village wasn't giving him a piece of meat, but rather acknowledging his efforts. Just as everyone was chatting, Li Dali rushed over. The old party secretary could tell at a glance that something was wrong, so he pulled him aside and asked him what was going on. Li Dali frankly admitted that he was going to the city that afternoon. He wanted to use the money he had saved over the years, plus some borrowed money, to buy a formal job in the city. Becoming a worker in the city had been Li Dali's obsession for many years. The old village secretary knew he couldn't dissuade him, and was only worried that he would be swindled if he went to the city with a large sum of money. The old party secretary then told him to ask Li Fuxing for help. Li Fuxing had connections in the city, and with his help, buying a job would be much more secure. Li Dali didn't want to keep bothering Li Fuxing, so he thought he'd try his luck first, and only ask for help if he was truly desperate. The old party secretary knew his temperament, and could only compromise, telling him not to be stubborn and to always go to Li Fuxing if he encountered any problems. The old party secretary then gave Li Dali a letter of introduction to go to the city. Li Dali was overjoyed and immediately set off for Beiping. The journey to the city would take more than 2 hours on foot, and he planned to finish his business as quickly as possible that afternoon. If all else failed, he would stay with a fellow villager to save on a night's lodging. Upon arriving in Beiping, Li Dali went straight to the steel rolling mill, which offered the best pay. In his eyes, working as a steel rolling mill worker was the only truly respectable job. But all the workers were at work, and there was hardly anyone at the factory gate. He wandered around outside for a long time, still unsure where to begin. Only then did he realize how reckless he had been to come to the city to buy a job based solely on enthusiasm. If only he had listened to the old party secretary and gone to find Li Fuxing. But he was already there, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the security guard about buying a job. His directness made the guard look at him strangely. Fortunately, Li Dali was an honest man, and after offering him a cigarette, the gatekeeper quietly gave him some pointers. A permanent position couldn't be bought with money. It required connections within the factory or connections through the local street office. Upon hearing this, Li Dali's hope was rekindled. He had fellow villagers at the steel rolling mill, and he was also a familiar face at the street office due to years of giving gifts. In order not to trouble Li Fuxing, he immediately decided to go to the street office to inquire and see if there were any positions available for transfer. Soon, Li Dali arrived at the neighborhood office. The security guard and staff there all recognized him, as he often came to deliver gifts and ask for favors. But the guard told him that Director Chun had just gone out. Li Dali was stunned. His enthusiasm vanished instantly. He decided to cut to the chase and directly told the security guard that he wanted to buy a vacant job. The guard thought for a moment, then pointed him to an office and told him to go directly to Officer Wang. Job transfers didn't necessarily have to wait for Director Chen. Purchasing a job privately is possible as long as there's a middleman to facilitate it. In this day and age, many people transfer their available job openings due to family emergencies or age-related issues. Li Dali quickly thanked him and followed the directions to the office, knocking on the door. The clerk inside, Wang, greeted him warmly and asked what he wanted. Li Dali didn't mince words and directly said he wanted to buy a permanent job that was being offered for sale. Wang was slightly surprised, but still agreed to help him look into it. Permanent positions are in high demand right now. Not only are the salaries high, but the number of openings is also extremely limited. A moment later, Officer Wang told him that there were only 5 apprentice positions left. 1 in the fertilizer plant, 1 in the timber plant, 1 in the soy sauce plant, 1 in the instant noodle plant, and 1 in the garment plant. The steel rolling mill, which Li Dali wanted most, had no vacancies. His heart sank instantly, and he couldn't suppress his disappointment. The 5 positions also had different salaries. The instant noodle factory was the most expensive, at 500 yuan. The timber factory was the cheapest, at 300 yuan. The other 3 were all 400 yuan. Only then did Li Dali truly understand how valuable a formal job really was. He recalled that Li Fuxing had once offered 10 positions at an instant noodle factory, worth a full 5,000 yuan. At that moment, he was even more shocked by Li Fuxing's wealth and connections. The things he desperately wanted to buy seemed to be arranged by Li Fuxing with ease. Li Dali was in a state of confusion and could only say that he would think about it when he got back. Wang, the clerk, wasn't angry. He just reminded him that the spots were limited and that if he hesitated too long, someone else would buy them. Li Dali promised to come back and give a reply the next day, and then left the neighborhood office. Little did he know that he had already been targeted by 2 strangers. Since it was a rare opportunity to go to the city, Li Dali didn't immediately return to the village. Instead, he wanted to stroll around the city for a while. In the past, he had only gone to the city to deliver meat and run errands, and had never really explored Beiping. As he walked into an alley, he suddenly noticed 2 shadowy figures lurking around, seemingly doing something shady. Li Dali's first thought was that he might have run into enemy agents. If he reported them and earned merit, he might even get a reward. He immediately followed them cautiously, unaware that the 2 had already figured out his thoughts and were deliberately setting a trap to lure him in. The 2 idlers had overheard his conversation with the gatekeeper earlier. Knowing that he was eager to buy a job at the steel rolling mill and seeing that he was a simple rural youth, they had wicked ideas. They planned to stage a scheme to swindle his money and then quietly run away. Li Dali thought he had found an opportunity, but in reality, he had already stepped into a trap. In the alley, a young man pretended to negotiate the sale of a job with a middle-aged man, offering 600 yuan for a spot at a steel rolling mill. The middle-aged man immediately refused, saying that 700 yuan was his bottom line. If it weren't for his advanced age and the fact that he was moving to live with his children, he would never have given up such a coveted job. The 2 men seemed very familiar with the prices of jobs in the city, and their stories sounded plausible, though only half-truths. In reality, they had no jobs at all. They were just trying to lure Li Dali into a trap. After feigning haggling, the young man left, pretending to be helpless. The whole process seemed genuine, all to convince Li Dali, who was hiding in the shadows. Li Dali had initially hoped to earn merit, but was somewhat disappointed upon discovering it was merely a job exchange. However, the next second, he remembered his original purpose for coming to the city. The job at the steel rolling mill was right in front of him. How could he not be tempted? Even though he felt it was too much of a coincidence, he was still drawn to the opportunity. He suppressed his doubts and decided to go forward and fight for the job. After the young man had walked away, Li Dali quickly caught up with the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man saw him approach and a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. He knew that this young man from the countryside would ultimately succumb to the allure of a permanent job. Li Dali politely approached the middle-aged man to strike up a conversation, but the man deliberately feigned wariness. Li Dali quickly offered him a cigarette and lit it, confessing that he had overheard the conversation and wanted to take over the job at the steel rolling mill. The middle-aged man sized him up and asked him hesitantly if he wanted to buy a job. Li Dali nodded and admitted that he had brought a total of 700 yuan with him to the city, most of which he had borrowed from his hunting companions. He was determined to get the job at the steel rolling mill, but he could tell the other party was in a hurry to sell, so he tried to take the opportunity to lower the price. Knowing the market price was 700, he still quoted 650. To gain the upper hand, he deliberately mentioned that there were ordinary positions at the neighborhood office offering 300 yuan a month. The implication was clear. If they couldn't reach an agreement, he would go and buy something else. The middle-aged man immediately feigned reluctance, remaining silent for a while before seemingly gritting his teeth and giving in. 660. I can't go any lower. He then deliberately slowed his pace, pretending to leave, giving Li Dali time to hesitate. Li Dali, recalling the many opportunities he had missed in the past, suddenly felt a surge of determination. He didn't want to miss out on the steel mill job again, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally agreed to pay 660 yuan. The middle-aged man suppressed his excitement and immediately said he could do it now. The two arrived near the neighborhood office. The middle-aged man suggested that he go inside first to complete the formalities, while Li Dali waited outside. He said that privately purchasing positions was illegal, and that going in together would easily expose them. He further explained that the transfer would be handled in the name of a relative, and the transaction would take place right in front of the street office, so there would be no problems. After listening, Li Dali's doubts gradually subsided. In fact, the middle-aged man had already prepared a fake agreement, just waiting to swindle money and run away. He was a frequent visitor to the neighborhood committee office, with a long history of bad behavior. The security guard recognized him, but didn't stop him. After he went inside, he found the clerk and pretended to want to get a letter of introduction for going out to make his way in the world. The clerk was already annoyed with him and didn't bother to argue, so he quickly filled out the form and sent him away. The middle-aged man carefully tucked the letter of introduction into his pocket, then produced the fake agreement and calmly walked out of the sub-district office. Li Dali watched him leave the office building and completely lowered his guard. The two made the transaction on the spot. Li Dali carefully counted out 660 yuan, handed over all his savings, and also accepted the seemingly legitimate job transfer agreement. He examined it several times, but found no flaws, and was filled with excitement. It was already getting dark, and walking back to the village at night would be dangerous, so he decided to stay in the city for the night. He planned to borrow Li Fuxing's bicycle again the next day to go back to the village, pack his belongings, and from then on, he would be a steel mill worker. Filled with joy, Li Dali quickly arrived at Li Fuxing's house. Everyone in the yard knew him and didn't stop him. They let him in directly. Li Fuxing was quite surprised to see him arrive late at night, and immediately asked him what brought him here. Li Dali excitedly told him that he had bought a job at the steel rolling mill and even showed him the agreement. Li Fuxing knew that Li Dali had almost emptied his savings and incurred debt for this job, so he took the agreement to help him check it out. But he only glanced at it and noticed that the seal was wrong. His face immediately darkened, and he told Li Dali directly, "You've been cheated." Li Dali was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He couldn't understand why. Even though he had been cautious enough, he had still fallen into the trap. Under Li Fuxing's persistent questioning, Li Dali recounted the entire process of purchasing the job. Li Fuxing quickly pieced together the events and concluded that he had already been targeted by scammers when he inquired about jobs at the steel rolling mill gate. The other party first eavesdropped on his needs, then deliberately acted to lure him in. The so-called steel mill job was a complete scam from beginning to end. Without delay, Li Fuxing immediately pulled Li Dali to the street office. Once the swindler left Beiping, it would be very difficult to recover the 660 yuan. Li Dali was both anxious and regretful, as most of the money was borrowed. The thought of possibly losing everything caused him to completely break down and burst into tears on the spot. The two quickly arrived at the street office, where the security guard greeted them warmly. Li Fuxing, without bothering with pleasantries, said he had urgent business with Director Chen and rushed into the office with Li Dali. Fortunately, Director Chen hadn't left work yet. Seeing the two looking flustered, she immediately asked what had happened. Li Fuxing quickly explained that Li Dali had been swindled out of several hundred yuan of his hard-earned money by someone using a fake steel rolling mill job agreement. Director Chin's expression changed upon hearing this. Several hundred yuan was no small sum, and if this kind of case escalated, the neighborhood committee would also be implicated. She immediately prepared to take people to the police station to report the case. However, Li Fuxing reminded her that since the swindler could get into the neighborhood office, he was probably a familiar face there. Director Chin's face instantly darkened, and he led the two men quickly into the staff office. The staff members who were about to leave work all stopped when they saw the director's serious expression. Director Chin asked everyone in the room if anyone had come to process a job transfer agreement 20 minutes earlier. Everyone said no. At this moment, Officer Li suddenly remembered that Chen Xiaodao, the street urchin, had just come by and only obtained a letter of introduction for going out to make his way in the world. Director Chen immediately confirmed that the swindler was Chen Xiaodao. She was so angry that she rebuked him on the spot, saying that this person was getting bolder and bolder, daring to swindle such a large sum of money. She immediately arranged for Officer Li to accompany Li Fuxing and Li Dali to the police station to report the case, insisting on immediately taking people to arrest them. Li Fuxing and Li Dali followed Officer Li to the police station. The two places were very close, only a 5 or 6 minute walk apart. Officer Li explained the details of the fraud, noting the large sum of money involved, which immediately drew the attention of the police station. Chief Liao personally led a team to Chen Xiaodao's residence to make the arrest. Worried that the other party might resort to desperate measures, Chief Liao had the officers prepare their equipment in advance. Upon arriving at their destination, the officers kicked open the door. Chen Xiaodao and his accomplice Yang Hao were resting in bed. They had already bought train tickets for the next morning, planning to flee Beiping after swindling money. They thought their plan was foolproof, but they never expected the door to be kicked open suddenly. Chen Xiaodao was about to get angry when he looked up and saw the armed police officer, and instantly raised his hands in fright. He immediately protested his innocence, saying that he had been behaving himself recently and had not committed any wrongdoing. But Director Liao, a former soldier, despised such opportunistic and wicked people. Director Liao immediately exposed his swindle of 660 yuan. Chen Xiaodao and Yang Hao turned pale and began to tremble. Even so, Chen Xiaodao still tried to argue. Director Liao directly ordered Officer Li, Li Fuxing, and Li Dali, who were outside the door, to come in for a confrontation. Upon seeing the victim, the two con artists instantly collapsed onto the bed, unable to utter another word. The scam was exposed too quickly. They had no time to escape. Chief Liao ordered the two men to be brought back to the station for interrogation. The amount of money was enormous, enough to warrant a heavy sentence. At the same time, Chief Liao also had a plan in mind. He could use this case to get to know the influential Li Fuxing and build a closer relationship. Seeing that the suspects had been apprehended, Officer Li returned to the sub-district office to report. If the two had escaped, he too would have been held responsible. Li Fuxing and Li Dali followed Chief Liao back to the police station to give their statements. Chief Liao patiently reassured them, saying that the money they had been scammed out of would be returned after the case was closed. Li Dali finally felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. Most of that money was dead. If it were truly gone, he didn't know how long it would take to pay it off by hunting and farming alone. Director Liao kindly reminded him to be more cautious in the future and not to easily trust strangers. Li Dali nodded repeatedly. This experience of being scammed had taught him a harsh lesson. Li Fuxing looked at him, feeling utterly helpless. He clearly had legitimate jobs to choose from, and Li Fuxing could have helped him, but he insisted on taking the better job at the steel mill, almost losing everything in the end. Li Fuxing couldn't help but scold him a few times, then told him to find his fellow villager, Li Dawei, to stay the night. Director Liao took the opportunity to curry favor with Li Fuxing, smiling and saying that the two would be friends from now on, and that he could come to Li Fuxing for help anytime he needed it. The two hit it off immediately, and their relationship quickly grew closer. Li Fuxing then shared many advanced criminal investigation methods, leaving Chief Liao and the officer speechless. A police officer, curious, wanted to ask Li Fuxing about a cold case at the station. He was stopped by his colleague as soon as he spoke, fearing he might offend Li Fuxing. Director Liao, however, didn't seem to care and let him speak directly. He also wanted to see if Li Fuxing's novel deduction method could actually be applied to real cases. Based on the clues gathered by the police, Li Fuxing analyzed them step by step and quickly figured out the criminal's movements. But the next second, he suddenly overturned his previous judgment. He filled in the crucial details the police had overlooked, concluding that the target was not an ordinary criminal, but an armed enemy agent. They were likely to operate near the West Gate tonight. The officers present fell silent instantly. Although Chief Liao didn't completely believe in this deduction, catching enemy agents would be a great achievement, and there was no harm in going on patrols and setting up surveillance. He immediately ordered all personnel to be fully equipped and to immediately proceed to the western part of the city for patrol. It was better to be safe than sorry. They couldn't afford to miss any clues about enemy agents. Li Fuxing did not participate in the police operation and subsequently returned to the courtyard house. As soon as he entered, he gave Li Dali a severe scolding. Seeing Li Dali's regretful and fearful expression, Li Fuxing finally softened and agreed to help him find a reliable factory job. Li Dali thanked him profusely. Feeling so ashamed, he couldn't lift his head. He knew that if word got back to the village, he would be laughed at for a long time. But this lesson also made him realize that taking shortcuts and going the long way around will only lead him into a trap. Late that night, a representative from the local police station visited Li Fuxing to express their gratitude, confirming that his judgment was entirely correct. The police had successfully apprehended the armed enemy agent and seized top-secret documents on the spot. Only then were the officers truly convinced and filled with admiration for Li Fuxing's analytical abilities. The visitor also conveyed Director Liao's invitation, hoping that Li Fuxing would come to the police station the next day. However, Li Fuxing did not want to take credit for the case and politely declined, choosing to rest at home. The following day, the police station prioritized handling major cases involving enemy agents, and the fraud case involving Chen Xiaodao and Yang Hao had to be temporarily put on hold. Li Dali, however, wasn't in a hurry. The swindlers had already been caught, and the money would be recovered sooner or later. At least he wouldn't lose everything. The truth couldn't be hidden forever. News of his being scammed when buying a job quickly spread throughout Lijiazwang. When he got home, Li Dali was severely reprimanded by his parents. They also took all the remaining money from him, fearing he might act impulsively again and cause further trouble. After learning the inside story, the villagers were all amazed, never expecting that Li Dali, who seemed so ordinary, had saved so much money. Even after deducting the borrowed portion, his own savings already exceeded the wealth of most farmers in the village. The old party secretary also seriously criticized him, saying that if Li Fuxing hadn't acted quickly, this huge sum of money, which an ordinary farmer could never save in a lifetime, would probably have been completely lost. Li Dali publicly admitted his mistake and promised to be more reliable and steady in the future and never trust strangers again. This experience made him realize that he had a reliable connection with Li Fuxing, but he still insisted on being clever and was incredibly stupid. Li Fuxing knew that the steel rolling mill was going to hold an awards ceremony today, so he set off for the factory early in the morning. The factory awards prizes at every commendation meeting and improves the canteen food, so the workers are all beaming with joy. This conference requires the participation of all members. No absences are permitted except in special circumstances. Anyone who dares to be absent will be deemed to be out of touch with reality. Both new and veteran workers were present. The new employees were curious about who would be honored, but the veteran employees already knew perfectly well who it was. This conference was specifically held for Li Fuxing. The rice cooker he developed brought impressive profits to the factory and also opened up international export markets. After the workers had assembled, Director Lin was very satisfied with their spirits and went up on stage to speak. He summarized the factory's recent achievements and encouraged all employees to remain humble and continue to work diligently. Afterwards, several factory leaders took turns speaking, and the meeting lasted for nearly an hour and a half. As a section chief, Li Fuxing had his own seat and didn't have to stand like the ordinary workers. Most of the workers in the audience listened attentively, while some whispered among themselves, envying Li Fuxing's rapid promotion. Not long after joining the company, he had already received numerous commendations and become a section chief, making him the most dazzling new backbone in the factory. Zhang Yuan, who joined the factory at the same time as Li Fuxing, stood in the crowd, his feelings extremely complicated. He and Li Fuxing had the same educational background and joined the company at the same time, but now the gap between them was so large that he could not catch up. He was still an ordinary worker, with no chance of promotion. Li Fuxing, on the other hand, was already sitting on the stage, becoming the object of everyone's admiration. After the leader finished speaking, in order not to delay production, Director Lin shortened the process, called on everyone to applaud, and invited Li Fuxing to the stage to receive the award. Applause erupted instantly, with Li Fuxing's close colleagues clapping the loudest, genuinely happy for him. Director Lin publicly praised Li Fuxing for his dedication to research and development, which resulted in the successful mass production and hot sales of the rice cooker, opening up the export market for the steel rolling mill. Looking at Li Fuxing on the stage, Li Dawei felt extremely proud. Who would have thought that a young man from a village would become a hero of the entire factory? Factory Director Lin then announced the rewards, and what the workers envied most was an electric rice cooker produced in the factory and exclusively for export. These rice cookers aren't sold in the factory. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy one. As soon as the award was announced, the workers below the stage all had envious eyes that lit up. In addition, Li Fuxing received a 50 yuan bonus and a batch of scarce receipts, the value of which was equivalent to a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Li Fuxing calmly took the stage and spoke, offering only polite and respectful words of thanks to the leaders and his colleagues. His manners were impeccable, and there was not a single fault to be found. He originally intended to say a few words, but in this day and age, one must be careful with their words. The more successful one is, the less one can afford to be perfunctory. After the commendation ceremony, Director Lin called him into his office alone. Li Fuxing guessed that there was probably another reward given privately. He knocked on the door and entered the house. Director Lin warmly welcomed him and thanked him for developing the rice cooker, which allowed him to make a great impression on his superiors. Then, Director Lin took out a special benefit prepared by the factory, saying that it was an exclusive reward that was different from the public awards. Li Fuxing was taken aback when he accepted the gift. This private prize was quite substantial, containing 2 valuable job opportunities and a complete set of receipts for wedding-related items. With these official receipts, he wouldn't have to worry about being investigated when purchasing supplies in the future, and he could also avoid many risks associated with private transactions. Factory Director Lin said that this award is worthy of his contributions, and he hopes that he will continue to focus on research and development and achieve even greater success for the factory. Li Fuxing nodded solemnly, exchanged a few brief pleasantries, and then left the factory director's office. In order to go back to the village to harvest ripe vegetables, he planned to apply for a factory truck, so he went to the purchasing department. He knocked on Section Chief Li's office door. Li Wenbin saw him and jokingly teased the newly promoted section chief. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Fuxing got straight to the point. He wanted to apply for a spare truck so he could go back to Lijiazwang to collect vegetables the next day. Li Wenbin was unsure of the specific schedule, so he simply wrote a vehicle usage permit and told him to go to the driver's team to make the arrangements himself. Li Fuxing thanked him and left. Li Wenbin watched his retreating figure, his eyes full of admiration. Who wouldn't like someone as capable and tactful as him? Li Fuxing arrived at the driver's section and saw Jiang Tao taking a nap in his chair. He greeted him politely, handed him the permit, and asked if there were any free rides tomorrow. Jiang Tao remarked that Li Fuxing had just won a major award, yet he remained so down-to-earth and without any airs. He told Li Fuxing that the factory did have some idle trucks, but all the full-time drivers were booked for tomorrow and no one could accompany them. Upon hearing that there was a car available, Li Fuxing immediately stated that he could drive alone and did not need a driver. Jiang Tao then remembered that he could drive and was quite skilled at it. He laughed and said that he had a bad memory, and then took him to the parking area. There were 2 unused trucks in the parking area, and Jiang Tao told him to choose whichever he wanted. Li Fuxing chose the newer one and then asked if he could drive it away earlier that night. It's against the rules to leave the bus early, but Jiang Tao made an exception and agreed. After all, Li Fuxing had just made a great contribution, and no one would complain about this small favor. Li Fuxing quickly thanked him and handed him a pack of Dakium and cigarettes. Jiang Tao accepted them with a smile, his attitude even more enthusiastic than before. Afterwards, Li Fuxing drove his truck out of the steel rolling mill. The gatekeeper, seeing that he was a meritorious employee of the factory, didn't ask any questions and let him through directly. He originally planned to go straight back to the courtyard house, but halfway there he suddenly remembered that Director Chun had helped him many times before. So Li Fuxing took out milk and canned goods from his backpack, preparing to pay a visit and properly thank Director Chun for his help during this period. Chapter 213. The revival has arrived, and it's the standard of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Upon arriving at the sub-district office, Li Fuxing saw Director Chun preparing to leave and quickly called out, "Aunt Chun." Director Chun looked up when he heard the sound and was surprised to see Li Fuxing driving a truck. He exclaimed, "Fuxing, you can drive a truck? It's just driving, it's not that difficult." "Aunt Chun, where are you going?" Li Fuxing asked. Director Chun said with a smile, "Some things arrived at the processing plant. I'll arrange for someone to move them." Then, she suddenly realized that there was a laborer right in front of her, and a truck too, so she didn't need to do anything but unload the load. Li Fuxing smiled and said, "Then I'll go with Aunt Chun." "Okay, then I'll trouble you to make the trip to Fuxing." Director Chun nodded with a smile. Director Li led the remaining staff onto the truck, with Aunt Chun naturally sitting in the passenger seat, while the rest had to stay in the back of the truck. "It's fortunate that there's no such thing as overloading now, otherwise I probably would have been restrained on the spot." Aunt Chun had ridden in cars before, but this was her first time riding in a truck. The other staff members were even more unfamiliar with it, as it was their first time riding in one, and they all found it very novel. Unlike in later generations, sitting in the back of a truck was not considered shameful. Taking a car is so convenient. What used to be a 20-minute walk only took 6 or 7 minutes by car. Li Fuxing parked the car, and the staff reluctantly got out. It usually took them so long to walk, but this time it only took so little. They hadn't even had a chance to sit down properly. Then everyone saw a large pile of things on the open ground. All sorts of things. Director Chun said, "Comrades, let's get to work." Thanks to Li Fuxing who came to help in his truck, otherwise it would probably have taken until midnight to move all this stuff. Upon hearing Director Chun's words, the staff immediately began working, and Li Fuxing also got out of the car to help. Director Chun said, "Fuxing, you don't need to do anything. Just helping us move things is enough." "Aunt Chun, don't be so formal. I have something to give you later," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Director Chun didn't say anything more. Having one more person to do the work meant they could finish it a little earlier. Everyone worked together to load a batch of goods onto the truck, which was now full. There was no other option but to make another trip. Li Fuxing made 2 trips back and forth to help deliver the goods, and by nearly 8 p.m., they had finally delivered everything to the processing plant. Everyone was exhausted. They already didn't get much oil or fat in their diet, and suddenly having to do such heavy work was too much for many people to handle. Director Chun said, "Everyone has worked hard tonight. The cafeteria has prepared the food. We can just go and eat. This meal is free." Moreover, some meat was specially added to the meal so that everyone could have some oil and flavor, but Director Chun didn't say it directly, wanting to give them a little surprise. Li Fuxing said, "Aunt Chun, I'll head back now. I just exerted myself quite a bit, and my stomach has been growling for a while now. I need to have a big meal to replenish it when I get back." "Why go back? Just eat at Auntie's house," Director Chun said. Li Fuxing had helped her a lot, and it would be inconsiderate of her not to even treat him to a meal. Li Fuxing didn't refuse anymore. When he lived in the city, he rarely cooked for himself, so he wouldn't refuse a meal if he could mooch one. After that, he drove away with Director Chun. Fortunately, the roads here are relatively easy to navigate, and Director Chun's courtyard is not located in a deep alley. If the roads were too narrow in the inner alley, he wouldn't be able to drive it with his skill level. Soon, they arrived at Director Chun's house. The sound of the truck attracted a crowd of onlookers, especially children. When they saw the truck, they stared wide-eyed with curiosity. Trucks are rarely seen, and now they could get so close to them. Some of the bolder ones even reached out to touch it. The adults looked at the driver in the truck with envy. Li Fuxing did not stop the crowd from watching, and even reached out to touch it. The quality of trucks nowadays is excellent, and people are generally very sensible and know how to prioritize. Most importantly, no one would dare to deliberately damage something as important as a truck. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Fuxing, carrying the prepared milk and canned goods, walked home with Director Chen. Upon seeing the milk, Director Chen was overjoyed. She would naturally refuse anything else, but she couldn't refuse milk and milk powder, otherwise she would go hungry. When Zhou Xiangyang saw his mother bring Li Fuxing back, he quickly went to the kitchen and asked his wife to add a dish to the menu. Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, I'm bothering you again." He then handed over the milk and canned goods. Upon seeing the milk, Zhou Xiangyang quickly said, "Fuxing, thank you so much. We still have some milk powder, and you've brought milk again." Even though the whole family were leading cadres, it was still very difficult to obtain milk powder and milk, two very precious items. "Tell me when you're almost done eating. I have some sources for milk powder and milk," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Zhou Xiangyang didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Fuxing, from now on, your nephew's meals will depend on you." "What are you saying? Your own son relies on Fuxing." Director Chen glanced at his son, who spoke so casually. Zhou Xiangyang burst into laughter. "When you're at home, you don't need to be so formal, especially since Fuxing isn't an outsider, so you don't need to speak so formally. That's a must. I'll take care of my nephew's milk powder and milk from now on," Li Fuxing said, patting his chest. He only says this to people he's very close to. As the group sat chatting, Director Chen brought up the topic of contract manufacturers. She spoke at length, explaining that this was the first time the sub-district office had undertaken such a project, and they had no experience whatsoever, so they were afraid of messing it up. So many people are watching, and the district leaders also want to see the results. If it works well and can solve the employment problem, it will likely be widely adopted. 20 minutes later, Zhou Xiangyang's wife called out, "Dinner's ready." This dinner was quite elaborate, with 4 dishes and a soup. In these days, it's considered very good. Many ordinary families don't even get to eat this kind of meal during the Lunar New Year. After finishing his meal, Li Fuxing noticed it was getting late and said, "Aunt Chen, Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, it's getting late. I have to go to Lijiazwang to buy vegetables tomorrow, so I'm going home." Zhou Xiangyang didn't try to keep him any longer and handed the prepared things to Li Fuxing. "Fuxing, I know you don't lack anything, but you have to accept these things." The package contained some sausages and a few oranges that he had prepared. It's probably the most presentable thing in the house. He went to great lengths to get some oranges, in particular. "Okay, then I'll accept it, Brother Zhou." Li Fuxing smiled and took the things without further hesitation. Even though these things weren't much to him, oranges were still very precious in Beiping City, and you couldn't get them without strong connections. The current transportation capacity is not strong, so this fruit has to be sent from the south. Chapter 214. Riding in a truck to the commune, my back was straightened. The first thing Li Fuxing did after waking up the next morning was to buy items from Pinduoduo's flash sale section. Today's offer included 10 roast geese and 10 caddies of salad oil. However, in addition to this, he also found animal feed on Pinduoduo. The moment he saw the feed, he thought of the chickens raised in Lijiazwang. Although chickens fed with commercial feed don't taste very good, they grow fast. These days, as long as they grow big, what does it matter if they taste good or not? Li Fuxing doesn't like the taste of salad oil. But in this day and age, any edible oil is very precious, and nobody cares about quality. Li Fuxing planned to take it back to the village. The village is currently undertaking a major construction project, and we can't afford to lack opportunities for profit. After washing up and having a quick breakfast, Li Fuxing got into his truck and headed towards Lijiazwang. At this moment, under the arrangement of the old party secretary, the vegetables that need to be picked in Lijiazwang have been picked and are just waiting for Li Fuxing to arrive so that they can be loaded onto the truck. Li Fuxing did not keep the villagers of Lijiazwang waiting for long and soon returned home. Upon seeing the truck, Li Jian shouted, "Fuxing is back." The people around him were startled by his shout. "Jian, is it really necessary to shout like that? I've been working on the reservoir for the past few days, and I was already exhausted. Today I got up early to pick vegetables, and after delivering them, I have to go back to working on the reservoir. Who says otherwise?" I managed to doze off for a bit, and your yell woke me right up, another villager said irritably. Li Jian said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. Before the villagers could even react, Li Fuxing had already parked the car. He said with a smile, everyone has worked hard, let's load the rest of the truck. Since he drove himself this time without bringing an accountant, the villagers of Lijiazwang had to weigh the goods themselves, so there was no need to worry about shortchanging them. We're loading the truck soon. After we finish here, we still have to go repair the reservoir, the old party secretary said loudly. Oh right, there's some oil and feed in the carriage. Let's all unload it together. The oil will be shared between the village school and the village canteen, and the feed is for feeding the chickens, Li Fuxing said. The old party secretary and the others were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Right now, we're doing heavy physical labor, and what we're short of most is oil and fat. Many villagers were hearing about animal feed for the first time. Get to work quickly, the old party secretary said. He would keep track of all this money, and when the village prospered in the future, he would give it all to Li Fuxing. Fuxing, how much feed should we give the chickens at once? The old party secretary asked. It's hard to say, you can decide for yourselves. Feeding them this stuff will make the chickens grow faster, Li Fuxing said. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary and the others immediately looked at the feed, their eyes widening in surprise. This feed that makes chickens grow faster must be a good thing. They're currently figuring out how to shorten the chicken raising time, and Fuxing sent this back. The villagers quickly began unloading the truck, carrying the oil and feed down. The old party secretary arranged for someone to bring feed and follow him to the chicken farm. The remaining villagers then began loading vegetables onto the truck. With more people, the work gets done faster. In just over an hour, the villagers had loaded all the vegetables onto the truck. Seeing this, Li Fuxing said, then I'll deliver the vegetables to the steel rolling mill first. Fuxing, don't rush off. Can you give me a ride to the commune? The brigade leader asked. Li Fuxing nodded. Of course, that's no problem. But do you have something to do at the commune, Captain? I'm going to apply for some detonators or explosives. Engineer Han said that using detonators will make our work much faster, the team leader said. Li Fuxing said, okay, get in the car and let's go. Going to the commune was on the way, and even if it wasn't, the brigade leader had spoken, so I would have agreed. The captain quickly got into the truck. Riding in this truck was something to brag about for a long time. In Beiping, only major factories like the steel rolling mill could afford to have a truck. It takes at least an hour and a half to walk from Lijiazwang to the commune, and 40 to 50 minutes to ride a bicycle, but it only takes about 20 minutes by car. After coming to a complete stop, the captain reluctantly got out of the car. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, his back straightened even more involuntarily, as if something was supporting him. The people in the commune were quite surprised to see the truck full of vegetables. Usually, apart from delivery trucks, almost no trucks would come by, let alone one with someone getting off. Everyone thought a leader had arrived and rushed to greet him, only to find out that the person who came was actually the brigade leader of Lijiazwang. Even in their commune, there were no trucks, only a few somewhat dilapidated tractors. In rural areas, tractors are already considered very powerful. Communes with a large number of tractors speak with more authority and have a more arrogant demeanor. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, the captain immediately strode forward with his head held high, feeling particularly proud. The commune secretary himself came out and asked, Captain Li, your Lijiazwang actually has truck drivers? The commune also needs to transport goods on weekdays. If we can get on good terms with the truck drivers, it will be much more convenient in the future. The captain, of course, knew exactly what he could and could not agree to. He said, Secretary, this truck driver is Li Fuxing from our village. When the commune secretary heard the name Li Fuxing, he was slightly taken aback. Of course, he had heard of Li Fuxing. He said, I didn't expect Comrade Li Fuxing to be so versatile. He can even drive a truck. All right, what brings you here today? Did they come here specifically to load it up? The brigade leader then remembered his purpose and quickly said, Secretary, our village is currently building a reservoir, and we were thinking of applying for some detonators. Do you think that's possible? In those days, the control over things like gunpowder wasn't particularly strict, and applications were generally approved if there was no enmity between the parties. The commune secretary nodded. Okay, go and write up the application, and I'll approve it for you. He knew that Lijiazwang was going to build a reservoir, which was no small matter. If a village is willing to build a reservoir on its own, the commune will definitely support it, because it is a good thing for the country and the people. In addition, he also heard that Lijiazwang had acquired a small generator. It's good to have talented people around. That capable person, there's no need to guess, it's of course Li Fuxing. Therefore, the commune secretary was happy to give Lijiazwang this face, which was also a way of giving Li Fuxing face. If it were someone else, they certainly wouldn't receive such good treatment. Even though applying for detonators isn't difficult, it would be impossible to get them on the same day. The captain was somewhat surprised, but he immediately understood that it was because of Fuxing. Looking at it this way, it was quite wise of Fuxing to bring him over. Okay, thank you very much, secretary, the captain said with a smile. Subsequently, the captain obtained the detonator very easily. Meanwhile, the villagers of Lijiazwang sent half of their salad oil to the school. Chapter 215, Director Liao's Olive Branch. Upon seeing so much oil delivered, Li Zhiguang and his wife were overjoyed and couldn't help but praise their 21st brother for taking such good care of the school, ensuring that the school never lacked anything. The children at the school right now are probably eating the best food in the village. However, this does not include Li Fuxing's family. Students are so lucky to have good food and clothes, and they only need to focus on their studies. They have Li Fuxing to help take care of them. This much oil is enough for the school to eat for a long time, Li Zhiguang's wife said with a smile. They and the village canteen each received half. The school cafeteria has now added another helper, so she's not as tired as before. She can manage on her own, but it's always good to have someone help her. You can discuss the school cafeteria matter with your third sister-in-law, Li Zhiguang said. Now he only needs to focus on teaching and doesn't need to worry about anything else. In the evenings, he would sometimes teach the villagers to read, which was also something he needed to do, but he didn't feel tired at all. Li Fuxing delivered the vegetables back to the steel mill in no time. After weighing them, he received the purchase money, a total of more than 200 yuan. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Mingxian walked over quickly and greeted Li Fuxing. Fuxing, are you free today? Come to my house for dinner. Zhou Mingxian smiled broadly. He really stole the show at this commendation meeting. To be precise, it was his two sons who stole the show, and they were praised and rewarded by the factory once again. They were rewarded with a rice cooker. This is a great reward. It's true that their factory produces rice cookers, but they're for export to earn foreign exchange. It's very difficult to buy them domestically even with money. It's no exaggeration to say that rice cookers have now become a new must-have item. He brought the rice cooker home yesterday, which caused a sensation in the yard. The neighbors all rushed to his house to see the rice cooker. It was indeed very novel. Among the dozens of courtyards around, only his family had a rice cooker, and none of the neighbors had ever seen one before. Moreover, this was a reward received by their two sons, which made them very proud. That's why he thought of inviting Li Fuxing to his home for a meal to express his gratitude. Although the idea for the rice cooker came from his children, they did not participate in the design and production process. The person who played the biggest role in this was undoubtedly Li Fuxing. Uncle Zhou, what's the occasion today? Li Fuxing asked with a smile. Zhou Mingxian laughed loudly. Today is a really great day. Li Fuxing said, Okay, I'll go later. Oh, by the way, Uncle Zhou, do you have time these next few days? Need to show a movie? I'm available anytime. When do you plan to show it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxian knew that he was being asked to show a movie. If it were someone else, he would have pretended to be busy. In the next few days, I'll do it. The villagers are working very hard repairing the reservoir every day, so they need to relax a bit. Okay, then I'll go over tonight. Zhou Mingxian said very readily. At noon, Li Fuxing took some meat and went to Zhou Mingxuan's house. Right now, meat is extremely scarce, and ordinary people may not be able to eat it for several months. Fuxing, you're too kind. You've come all this way. Why did you bring anything? Please sit down and have some water, Zhou Mingxian quickly said. The meal was all prepared, and they were just waiting for Li Fuxing to arrive. The lunch was also very lavish. Projectionists never lack food. There's a pot of clear fish soup, a bowl of pickled vegetables and cured meat, 2 kinds of green vegetables, and white rice. The white rice is still keeping warm in the rice cooker. The rice cooker is placed in the most conspicuous place in the house, as if afraid that others will not see it. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and white rice. What kind of conditions are these? Let alone people in the countryside. Even city dwellers don't get to eat a meal like this during the Spring Festival. Zhou Mingxian really spared no expense in entertaining Li Fuxing. The Zhou brothers, Zhou Huawen and Zhou Huowu, came over to greet Li Fuxing. They are quite famous at school now. Almost the entire school knew that they had come up with the idea of a rice cooker, and they were praised and rewarded. How can you not be envious? The teachers' attitudes toward the 2 brothers have improved considerably. Study hard and strive to realize your ideas. Li Fuxing patted the 2 brothers on the shoulders, encouraging them. This greatly excited the Zhou brothers, Zhou Huawen and Zhou Huowu, who both wanted to come up with an invention immediately. Let's eat, Zhou Mingxian said. He opened a bottle of good wine that had been stored at home for a long time, but he hadn't been willing to drink it. Li Fuxing and Zhou Mingxian had a few drinks. The 2 chatted while eating. Because Zhou Mingxian often went to the countryside to show movies, he traveled to many places and heard a lot of stories, so the conversation was quite pleasant. After the meal, Li Fuxing thanked him and left. In the afternoon, Li Dali arrived. The police station closed the case this morning, and I can get the money back now. Li Fuxing then took Li Dali to the police station and got back the money Li Dali had been scammed out of. Li Dali immediately handed it over to Li Fuxing, as he had already asked Uncle 21 to help him find a job, and he felt more at ease giving the money back as soon as possible. Okay, go back and wait for my news, Li Fuxing said. Okay. Li Dali didn't say much. He figured he could just listen to Uncle 21. Director Liao clearly had something to say to Li Fuxing. Fuxing, we really owe you a lot this time. The higher-ups are currently discussing the theory you proposed, Director Liao said. That theory is truly astonishing. It's astonishing that they were able to deduce so many details about the case. Li Fuxing said with a smile. I was just saying that casually, Director Liao. Don't be modest. Experts have been studying it these past few days, and the theory you proposed is practical and feasible. It's a very effective method for solving cases. Who knows, it might even become a major method for solving cases in the future. At that time, Fuxing will become famous in the criminal investigation field. Hey Fuxing, would you like to come work for our station? I can help you get a position. You won't have to go out on calls most of the time. You can just provide theoretical support from the back. There won't be any danger. Chief Liao extended an olive branch to Li Fuxing. He really wanted to recruit Li Fuxing to provide them with theoretical analysis, just like before, which could greatly improve their efficiency in solving cases. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing gave a wry smile. He quickly said, Director Liao, such professional matters should be left to professionals. There must be people in Beiping who are more proficient in psychological analysis than I am. It would be better for you to invite them. I will call these people psychological analysts for now. They can analyze the psychology of criminals through various clues. In addition, to improve the efficiency of solving cases, we can also increase the number of portrait artists, Li Fuxing added. A portrait artist? Director Liao was taken aback. However, he was not surprised, as the history of portrait painters in my country is very long. Director Liao felt that now that there are cameras, portrait artists are no longer necessary. Chapter 216. The Li family village doesn't lack food for us. Director Liao, don't underestimate portrait artists. The really skilled ones can draw a person's portrait based on someone's description, and they can even draw what someone will look like as an adult based on a childhood photo, Li Fuxing said. Director Liao was stunned for a moment again. He has been in the industry for over 10 years, so he knows that some exceptionally talented people can draw a portrait based solely on other people's descriptions. This is the first time I've ever heard of someone drawing what someone would look like as an adult based on childhood photos. So he was a little surprised. Such a thing is true? That's natural. Such things have been passed down in our country since ancient times. It just depends on whether Director Liao can find such a capable person. I think it's worth trying your luck at an art school. Director Liao was clearly tempted. He nodded upon hearing this and did not extend another invitation to Li Fuxing. I went there with a try-it-out mentality. The other person has a regular job now, and he's even a leader, so the chances of him coming to my side are extremely slim. Since Li Fuxing has already clearly refused, there's no need to bring it up again, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. After chatting for a while longer and sharing some new information with the police officers, Li Fuxing left with the reward given to him by the police station. Yes, Li Fuxing helped with that matter before, so the police station gave him a reward. But Li Fuxing didn't care much. All he received were supplies, which were the least of his needs. As soon as you enter the courtyard, you see Li Dali bragging to Li Dawei. Li Fuxing felt extremely helpless. This guy is cursed with bad luck. Every time you see him, he encounters all sorts of bizarre and unlucky things. However, he can make the people around him very lucky. Those who went hunting with him in the mountains have not encountered anything too dangerous so far, and they have never returned empty-handed. However, Li Dali has always been unlucky, though nothing fatal. Over time, the young men in the village all became willing to hunt with him. You've been bragging too much. Go home, pack your things, and go to work at the steel rolling mill in a few days, Li Fuxing said. Li Dali was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then grinned from ear to ear. Uncle 21, really? I'm so happy. He had always wanted to work in a steel rolling mill and become a proud worker. Li Fuxing laughed and said, Go find Dawei in 2 days and have him help you with the procedures. I'm too lazy to go. The leaders of the steel rolling mill knew very well that Li Dawei was his nephew, and they usually asked Li Dawei to deliver messages for them. Because of this, even though Li Dawei was just a purchasing agent from the countryside, the people in the factory still treated him very politely. Okay, thank you, Uncle 21. Li Dali's voice trembled with excitement. Uncle 21, where has Dali been assigned? Li Dawei asked. When Li Dali heard that it was about him, he became nervous. Even within the same factory, the workload, wages, and benefits vary between different jobs. Workers responsible for handling materials in the production workshop and warehouse are the most overworked, especially those who handle materials. However, this job only requires physical strength and does not require any special skills. I have a good relationship with Jiang, the foreman of the driver's team. I've told him that Dali will go with him to learn to drive and will stay in the driver's team afterward, Li Fuxing said. He had already planned it out. He needed someone he knew who could drive so he wouldn't have to do everything himself. Li Dali was stunned. The same applies to Li Dawei. In this day and age, being a driver is the dream job for countless people. None of them expected that Uncle 21 would be so generous as to directly assign them the position of driver. After obtaining the detonators from Lijiazwang, Han Luan called on a friend for help. Detonation is a highly dangerous activity and must be carried out by professionals. This friend was also an engineer, and naturally, he was a specialist in blasting. Currently, the requirements for blasting are very low. If the blasting is successful and there are no casualties, it is considered quite qualified. Han Luan himself is a civil engineering major. In order to catch up with the schedule, he often used detonators for blasting. It was because of this that he gradually became acquainted with this friend. Ho Qingran asked in confusion, Old Han, what are you doing going to the countryside? The country is currently undertaking a major construction project, and civil engineers are in high demand. Unless they are on a mission, the chances of them going to rural areas are extremely slim. The country's current demand for talent is so urgent that it must be used where it is most needed. A friend asked me to help, and I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. But after getting to know them for a while, I found that the villagers of Lijiazwang are all very nice, Han Luan said. Whenever I went to the site, the Li family would treat me with the highest courtesy. Not only would I be able to eat meat at every meal, but they would also often give me gifts. Ho Qingran nodded. That's how it is. In China, favors are not easy to repay. Therefore, if someone asks for help, most people will agree unless they are truly unable to do so, provided it does not harm their own interests. Before long, the two arrived at Li family village. Sure enough, the captain's figure could be seen waiting in the distance. Han Luan said, Captain, you don't have to wait for me every time. I know how to get to the back mountain. This is my friend Ho Qingran, an engineer specializing in blasting. Every time I come to Lijiazwang, there's always someone waiting for me at the village entrance, either the brigade leader or the old party secretary. I feel a little embarrassed. All right, I won't wait next time. The captain laughed heartily. By the way, Engineer Han and Engineer Ho, Have you had breakfast? If not, I'll take you to the village canteen for a bite. We absolutely cannot let the engineers go hungry. Otherwise, the old party secretary and Li Fuxing will have a falling out. Han Lun didn't stand on ceremony and said, I got up early today to travel and didn't have time to eat. He was already quite familiar with the people of Lijiazwang, so there was no need for formalities. He had also seen that the villagers ate quite well, about the same as his assistant, and sometimes even better. Old Han, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ho Qingran whispered to Han Lun. He had heard that most people in the countryside were starving and about to die. Were they really going to go and fight with the villagers for food? Besides, they didn't need it. Han Lun said, Old Ho, don't worry, Li family village won't lack food for us. Afterwards, the captain took the two of them to the canteen, where they got 2 bowls of corn porridge, a few pancakes, and a small dish of pickled vegetables made with lettuce. After seeing the food, Ho Qingran believed what Han Lun had said. The bowl of corn porridge in front of him was quite thick. Even many families in the city wouldn't dare to eat it like that. If they finished it, they would have to buy expensive grains. Han Lun had already gotten used to this kind of food. The lunch we had at Li Fuxing's house was truly delicious. But he didn't tell Ho Qingran that he wanted to see the other person's surprised expression, just like when he first went to Li Fuxing's house for dinner. The two ate quickly, as they still had to keep up with the project's progress. Chapter 217. The captain blushed, embarrassed. As soon as the 3 arrived at the back mountain, Ho Qingran looked at the villagers who were working. They were not emaciated from hunger, but rather quite robust. It seemed that old Han had not lied to him. He had also visited rural areas, where the villagers were mostly emaciated, as if a strong wind could blow them away. Han Lun took out the blueprints and began to tell Ho Qingran his requirements. The two had already worked together countless times, and Ho Qingran easily understood Han Lun's request. Then, she observed her surroundings, squatted down to examine the soil, and began to calculate on the draft paper. Han Lun and the captain did not speak or disturb them. They stood silently to the side and waited. At the same time, the brigade leader also sent back the villagers who wanted to come and watch the excitement, fearing that they would disturb Ho Qingran's work. After about 10 minutes, Ho Qingran finally put down her pen, stretched, and realized that she was getting dizzy from standing hunched over for so long. If she hadn't eaten breakfast earlier, she would probably be dizzy by now. Han Lun said with a smile, Old Ho, why is your back so weak? Why don't you go see a doctor and get some medicine to help you? He happened to hear that there was a doctor in Lijiazwang who often came to provide free medical consultations. What are you saying? Your back is useless. Let you try. You're no match for me. Ho Qingran said, glaring at him. A man's waist is the most sensitive area. You can say he's bad at anything else, but you absolutely cannot say anything about this area. After calculating, Ho Qingran instructed, Captain, the locations marked on my map all require the placement of detonators, at least 40 centimeters in diameter. Upon hearing this, the captain summoned several experienced men and said, Jining, you lead the men to start burying from the east, and I'll lead the men to bury from the west. I really wouldn't feel at ease without Li Jining watching over me. Okay. Li Jining nodded in agreement. Even though I wasn't an artilleryman in the army, burying detonators was a relatively easy task for me. The two then each took 2 or 3 people to start burying the explosives. The number of detonators used this time was enormous, and it was estimated that it would take quite a while to bury them. Han Lun and Ho Qingran had been discussing and trying their best to perfect the plan in order to prevent any unexpected problems. Nearly an hour later, the captain and the others finally managed to bury the detonator and connect the fuse. The captain said, Engineer Ho, we have buried all the detonators according to the locations you marked. After the villagers are evacuated, we can detonate them. Then he shouted to the villagers, Everyone go somewhere far away. No one is allowed to come back until I tell you to. He was terrified of something going wrong. Detonators are no joke. Getting blown up can leave you crippled at best, and in more serious cases, you could lose your life. Soon, under the brigade leader's arrangement, the villagers all evacuated the scene. After Ho Qingran saw that all the villagers had left and reached a safe distance, he began to detonate the explosives. Once the fuse was lit, the explosives burned forward along the predetermined path. Soon, the booming sounds of explosions began to echo one after another. Although the villagers were mentally prepared, they were still startled by the loud noise and covered their ears. The captain and the others remained calm. They had never been afraid on the battlefield, let alone in such a small situation. Just then, they suddenly discovered that one of the detonators buried at a marker point had not been detonated. Who laid these spots? Ho Qingren frowned slightly. The captain and Li Jining exchanged a glance. This was probably the area the captain was responsible for burying. I'm in charge of setting this up, the captain said. I never expected to stumble over such a trivial matter. I've completely lost face. This is my turn to take over. I'll go over there right away, Li Dadu said, preparing to run over. The captain immediately grabbed him and yelled, You little brat, do you want to die? If you rush over there now, what if the detonator explodes? What he said is not impossible. At present, the country's various projects are in their initial stages, and the quality control is not very strict. Li Dadu was immediately filled with lingering fear, and at the same time, the long-absent sound of an explosion rang out. Everyone present was startled. The detonator that hadn't exploded before had now detonated again. A fine layer of cold sweat seeped from Li Dadu's forehead. If the captain hadn't pulled him up just now, he would be finished by now. Captain, thank you, he said, his voice trembling. With this little incident, no one will likely go to watch the spectacle out of curiosity anymore. After that, no further accidents occurred, and the detonators continued to explode in an orderly manner, and soon all of them exploded successfully. The brigade leader arranged for the villagers to start working and move all the blasted rocks away. Since there was no machinery to help, they could only do it by manpower. Some particularly large rocks required several people to push them away together. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. The villagers put down their tools and went to the canteen for lunch. Ho Qingren was about to follow the group to the canteen when Han Lun stopped him. Old Ho, let's eat somewhere else. Ever since he ate at Li Fuxing's house, he hasn't been able to enjoy his own meals. Ho Qingren had some doubts, but she still followed Han Lun and soon arrived at Li Fuxing's house. When Grandpa Li saw Han Lun and Ho Qingren, he smiled and said, Engineer Han is here. The meal is almost ready. You've come at just the right time. Ho Qingren was shocked to see that old Master Li looked so healthy. If the food was bad, he wouldn't look so healthy. This Li family village is much better than I imagined. Otherwise, how could it be so grand? Who exactly is behind the scenes helping the Li family village develop? Grandpa Li, you can just call me Xiao Han. This is Ho Qingren. You can call him Xiao Ho, Han Lun said with a smile. All right, Xiao Han and Xiao Ho, sit down and rest for a while. We'll start eating now. Old Master Li nodded. Ho Qingren walked into the house, which was similar to an ordinary villager's home, but much cleaner. The canned food and milk on the table contrasted sharply with the surrounding environment. Where could you find a family like this nowadays? Both of these items are very valuable, yet they were just casually placed on the table. If it were me, I would definitely put them away carefully, afraid that others would see them. Just then, Li Fuxing's grandmother brought over 2 cups of tea and said, Have some tea and rest for a while. The food will be ready soon. Han Lun was already used to the enthusiasm of Li Fuxing's family, so he remained calm. He wouldn't suffer any loss, so he could just enjoy it. Ho Qingren was shocked to see that it was green tea, as tea leaves are very rare these days. He couldn't help but look forward to lunch, which seemed to be a big meal. A short while later, Li Fuxing's grandmother announced, Dinner is ready. Han Lun and Ho Qingren immediately went to the table to see what was served for lunch. Grandpa Li stewed a lot of the wild boar meat that the village had given him, but with the weather so hot now, it just won't keep. Chapter 218. Willing to do even the job of carrying manure. The old party secretary had given us a leg to lean on all at once, so this time we only stewed about 1/3 of it and hung the rest in the kitchen to make cured meat. It's not that they didn't want to put them out to dry, but that would be too conspicuous. Even if most of the villagers wouldn't say anything, there would inevitably be a few jealous ones who couldn't stand seeing others doing well. It wouldn't be worth it if they caused trouble for Li Fuxing. When Ho Qingren saw the dishes on the table, his eyes widened. His family didn't lack food, but they were very short of meat and eggs. They could only eat them a few times a month at most, and that was only because he was an engineer, so he received more meat coupons. The amount of meat in this one lunch alone is probably equivalent to several meals at home. Seeing Ho Ching Ran standing there in a daze, Old Master Li couldn't help but ask, "Young Ho, is this dish not to your liking?" "Old Master Li, he's just overwhelmed by all this meat. How could he not like it?" Han Luan said with a smile. These days, how could meat not suit one's taste? Even if the meat is a little spoiled, as long as it still looks edible, one can't bear to throw it away. Ho Ching Ran, whose thoughts had been exposed, smiled somewhat embarrassedly. No, this is exactly what I like. The processing plant in the neighborhood will soon be able to hire employees, so the neighborhood office conducted a survey of all the residents in the area to take care of those particularly unemployed people and give them priority in finding jobs. In reality, the subdistrict office simply doesn't have enough funds to assist those in need. Giving them priority in employment and solving their job problems is the only thing the subdistrict office can do. Through investigation, the subdistrict office learned that many families in the area did not even reach the minimum subsistence level. For example, one family in courtyard number 65 did not have a single person with a regular job. Their only source of income was odd jobs, so the average living expenses per person in the family were far below the standard level. In this situation, it would be a miracle if no one died, let alone have enough to eat. The price of food has reached an alarming level, and the black market has grown exponentially. Director Chen called Officer Li to his office. After closing the door, Officer Li stood somewhat nervously in front of Director Chen. He wondered if he had done something wrong recently, but apart from the Li Dali incident, he hadn't done anything else wrong. Besides, that incident wasn't his fault. If he was punished by Director Chen because of this, he would be wronged. Director Chen said, "Xiao Li, I have a very important task for you to do. The list of impoverished households compiled by the subdistrict office is right in front of you. They are really on the verge of not being able to survive, but our subdistrict office doesn't have the resources to help them anymore. Therefore, I want to send you to the site to hold a donation event. If it works well, it will alleviate our immediate crisis. If it doesn't, we'll think of another way. The country is currently facing significant challenges, and it's simply impossible to provide comprehensive care for every struggling family." Upon hearing this, Officer Li breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, Director, I'll take care of it right away." "Wait a minute." Director Chen suddenly called out to Officer Li. Officer Li turned around, looking puzzled. "What's wrong, Director? Is there something else?" Director Chen instructed, "Remember this, donations are voluntary. You must not use moral blackmail or force people to donate." She feared that someone might use morality as a pretext to coerce others into donating money, citing examples of this in other neighborhoods where neighbors were pressured into donating within days. Donations should, of course, be based on the principle of voluntariness, and it's simply not something a single courtyard house can handle. Besides, that man, using his status as an elder, was engaging in extortion and kidnapping, and anyone who didn't donate was isolated by the people in the courtyard. The matter gradually escalated and eventually reached the attention of the district, resulting in a severe reprimand from the leaders of the entire street. Having learned from past mistakes, Director Chen naturally took notice. They were determined that such a thing could not be allowed to happen in their neighborhood. "I understand, Director, please don't worry." Officer Li nodded in agreement. Then he turned and left. Li Dawei lived in courtyard number 65. As soon as Officer Li entered the courtyard, he found the three stewards and explained his purpose to them. He repeatedly instructed them that they should not resort to moral blackmail. He had come up with a solution: anonymous donations. He planned to give each household a small packet, where those who wanted to donate would put their money in, and those who did not would leave it empty. They would then hand it all over together. In this way, no one will know about those who didn't donate, and they won't be morally blackmailed. "Officer Li, don't worry. We'll gather everyone together right away." The three elderly men then immediately notified all the residents that they were preparing to hold a general meeting for the entire compound. Li Dawei, who was also a resident of the compound, naturally received the notification as well. He wasn't particularly interested in donations. He came from a rural background, and his family wasn't well off. Right now, with Uncle 21 taking care of him, things were a bit better. He He had to pay back his wages to his 21st uncle. He bought his job with his father's pension, but his sister's job was bought with her wages. Therefore, they are not exactly well off. But as a member of the courtyard house, he felt he should donate something. After thinking for a long time, he put 1 yuan and 50 cents into the small paper bag. After hearing the announcement, the other residents quietly put money into small paper bags. However, whether they actually put it in or not, no one knows. The residents all felt this was a good method, and those who didn't donate wouldn't feel embarrassed. Li Dawei also felt that this method was very good. The families in need who received the donations expressed their gratitude together. Whether or not money was donated, their families were equally grateful. While the residents were donating money, the second uncle of number 65 courtyard said, "Just now, Officer Li mentioned something else. The factory run by our street office has started recruiting. Anyone who is old enough and unemployed can apply. The chances of getting a job this time are very high." The residents were very happy to hear this. There are several unemployed young people in the courtyard right now, which is great. Everyone was eagerly anticipating being assigned a job. Even something as simple as shoveling manure would be acceptable, given the current severe labor shortage and the large number of unemployed people. "Second uncle, when does registration start?" someone asked loudly. At this point, no one objected to the donation. If they could get a job, donating $1 or $2 wouldn't be a bad thing. "This job is worth several hundred. Everyone can register tomorrow," said the second uncle. In fact, Uncle Air also has an unemployed daughter. The neighborhood committee arranged for construction teams and contract manufacturers. The residents of the neighborhood all knew about it, and everyone was eagerly anticipating it. Some people even went to work for free to help with the construction. They hope these 2 projects can be completed quickly so they can get back to work as soon as possible. The donation was successfully completed amidst the laughter of the residents. Chapter 219. The Villagers' Envy, just right for fate. Then, in front of everyone, the 3 managers took the small paper bags out of the box and began to open them. Some cost a few cents, while others cost several dollars. The biggest donor was Uncle San, who donated 15 yuan. However, this was an anonymous donation, so apart from Uncle San himself, no one else knew who donated the 15 yuan. The donation drive organized by number 65 courtyard this time collected a total of more than 70 yuan. The 3 stewards handed all the money to the male head of the household. "Thank you so much, everyone," Uncle Air said. "Hi Z, your family should really thank our neighborhood committee. This donation drive was organized by the neighborhood committee. Thank you for reminding me, Uncle. I understand." On the other hand, after learning that he was about to start working at the steel rolling mill, Li Dali rushed back to his village to try and make up for it. He had been humiliated by being cheated last time, and he wanted to get his revenge. "I really need to straighten my back this time." Whenever he thinks about becoming a truck driver and receiving envy and praise from those around him, he can't help but grin foolishly. "I don't even feel tired when walking, and I can even jog for a while occasionally." Sometimes he would run and laugh at the same time, looking just like a fool. This left passers-by dumbfounded, and they all avoided him. After running and fretting back to Lijiazwang, Li Dali rushed home to tell his family the good news, and also to tell the people who lent him the money that he would pay it back gradually after he started working. When Li Dali's father saw his son walk into the house with a silly grin, he knew something good had happened and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you laughing like that?" His father is his father. Li Dali immediately understood what his father wanted to do by sticking his butt out. "Dad, you're amazing. I'll soon be a worker at the steel rolling mill," Li Dali said with a smile. Li Dali's father asked, "Was it your 21st uncle who helped you? If it weren't for the Fuxing gang, they would have to be on guard. It would mean that their foolish son had probably been scammed again." A few hundred yuan was an astronomical sum for their family. He might not be able to pay it back even if he spent the rest of his life on it. In that case, their foolish son could forget about getting married. What family would be willing to marry their daughter to someone who owes so much debt? That's no different from pushing their daughter into a fire pit. If their son can't find a wife, their family line will end. He felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about it. If things didn't work out, he might as well persuade his son to stay in the village. If you work honestly and occasionally go hunting, you can earn a lot of money every year, but it is certain that hunting will become increasingly difficult in the future. "Dad, This time it was Uncle 21 who helped me. He even arranged for me to join the driver training class. After I learn to drive, I'll be a truck driver, Lee Dolly said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Lee Dolly's father froze on the spot. In this day and age, drivers were highly sought after. He quickly asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. I can't joke about something like this, can I?" Lee Dolly said. "If someone lies about this, it will be exposed immediately. We only need to ask Li Fuxing to find out the truth." Lee Dolly's father nodded, laughed a few times, and said, "Good, good. Our family is about to turn our lives around. You'd better listen to your 21st uncle while you're in the city. Becoming a licensed truck driver is extremely difficult, and Lee Dolly would never have had this opportunity in his life if it weren't for Li Fuxing's help. This also shows that Li Fuxing's strength in the steel rolling mill is truly outstanding. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely listen to Uncle 21, Lee Dolly said, patting his chest. Lee Dolly continued, "Dad, I'll go talk to someone about it." "Okay." Lee Dolly's father nodded. He knew his son's personality very well, so he didn't stop him at all. Lee Dolly was riding high, walking with an air of self-importance. However, since it was lunchtime and there was no one at the construction site of the reservoir behind the mountain, he went to the home of his hunting partner first. Even if you're trying to show off, you should still tell them what the money was used for. Lee Dolly first went to Lee Datu's house. Upon seeing Lee Datu, he said, "Datu, I probably won't be able to pay you back anytime soon." Lee Datu looked up and saw Lee Dolly. He thought Lee Dolly had come to return the money, but upon hearing his words, he realized he had misunderstood. "You haven't given up on buying a job yet?" Lee Datu asked. Honestly, he feels that the village is developing better and better now, so there is no need to go to the city to buy a job. If it were before, when the village was not developing, the city would definitely be better, at least he could make a living. But ever since Li Fuxing started helping the village has been developing better and better, with all kinds of projects flourishing. Now they've even started building a reservoir. Even the commune doesn't have as many industries as their village. Lee Dolly said with a smile, "That's right, but Uncle 21 has already made arrangements for me. He's letting me learn to drive at the steel rolling mill. After I've learned, I'll be a truck driver." As soon as he finished speaking, he deliberately raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Upon hearing this, Lee Datu's eyes widened immediately. "Dolly, you're not lying to me, are you?" He sighed inwardly, thinking that Lee Dolly was really lucky. Even though there were some minor setbacks in his previous attempts to buy jobs, he eventually became a truck driver. Of course it's genuine. I wouldn't use this to lie to anyone. Uncle 21 told me to go report over tomorrow. Lee Dolly grinned. "I need to tell the other person that I'll pay back the money later." After saying that, he turned and left to go to his other friends' homes to tell them about it. Soon, the news that Lee Dolly had become a truck driver apprentice spread throughout Lijiazwang. As expected, this made the young people in the village extremely envious. Inside Zhao family village, village chief Zhao and others are having a meeting. "All the money we made from selling vegetables is here. Let's all give some suggestions on how to use it," said village chief Zhao. "We need to figure out exactly where to spend the money we earn." "They've all been split up?" someone asked. In fact, the villagers are very happy to receive the money, and they work diligently for this reason. This is also a way to maximize the villagers' enthusiasm. If everyone ends up not getting a single penny and all the money goes to the village collective, then they certainly won't put in much effort in the future. Although the collective belongs to everyone and all villagers have a share, since the money isn't in their own hands, they don't really feel anything about it. Then how should it be divided? By household or by population? Someone asked from the side. This is also a difficult decision to make. If it's divided by population, those with fewer people will be unhappy, but if it's divided by household, those with more people will object. We should take some out and distribute it to ensure everyone's enthusiasm for work. The rest can be used by the village to do other things, buy some grain to store, so we can eat it, and who knows, we might even be able to feed the livestock in the future, someone suggested. If there is no distinction at all, it will indeed dampen the villagers' enthusiasm for work. Chapter 220, Getting Up Early to Queue. But if everything is divided up, the village will be unable to continue developing. If something unexpected happens, the village will have no ability to withstand risks, and just like before, people will starve to death. If the village had stored enough grain, that situation certainly wouldn't have happened. Their idea of storing grain came from Li Jiazwang, and this suggestion naturally originated from Li Fuxing. Yes, Li Fuxing suggested to the old party secretary and others that Li Jiazwang should store more grain so that even if there were a major famine, the village could still have enough to eat. The old party secretary and others all agreed with this viewpoint, so they took out some money from the village and asked Li Fuxing to help buy grain. They understood very well that storing grain was very important, and their experience over the past 2 years had further solidified their resolve to do so. Having food in hand gives us peace of mind. Li Fuxing couldn't help but think of future generations, where countries stockpiled large amounts of grain to resist major famines, and this was done all over the country. Does anyone have a different opinion? Village Chief Zhao asked. He really wanted to implement this plan. Following Li Jiazwang's lead was definitely the right thing to do. However, this was a big deal that cost money, so he had to hold a meeting to discuss it. We can't let it become a one-man show. All right. Upon hearing this, everyone present understood that the village chief approved of this method. However, this method is indeed good. Storing more food will never lead to any mistakes. Therefore, everyone nodded in agreement, and no one raised any objections. All right, everyone agrees. Let's divide the money we earn into 3 parts. 1 for dividends, 1 for buying grain, and 1 for saving as a reserve fund in case we need it in case we don't have it later. Village Chief Zhao had already planned it out. Someone then asked, Village Chief, how will we distribute the profits? This problem is indeed difficult to solve. But Village Chief Zhao had already thought it through. He said, it is divided according to the number of laborers each household contributes. 1 person contributes 1 share, and 2 people contribute 2 shares. The method used by Village Chief Zhao was clearly based on distribution according to work, but he just didn't say it outright. We were living in the commune era, where everyone worked and ate together, and there was no concept of distribution according to work. No one objected to this. This division is perfect. No one can find fault with it. Shouldn't those who don't work be given a share? Otherwise, what will those who do the hard work think? I agree. They sold a total of 850 yuan worth of goods in Zhao family village. Each of them contributed 280 yuan, 1 portion for profit sharing, 1 portion to buy grain, and the remainder for the village's future use. Their village has only about 90 households in total, and each household can get about 3 pieces. That's not a small amount. The money earned from growing vegetables isn't a one-time thing. There's more to come. How much money do you earn from working in the fields? Growing vegetables is much more lucrative than earning work points. Therefore, these $3 should be enough to get by with the villagers. All right, now that it's settled, let's gather everyone together to divide the money, said Village Chief Zhao. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone rushed out to deliver the notice. Before long, the villagers flocked over, all smiling happily. They all knew that the village was going to distribute money, so some of them didn't even have time to eat before rushing over. All right, everyone quiet down. I'm about to announce the village's decision, said Village Chief Zhao. The villagers immediately fell silent. If anyone were to speak now, they would surely get slapped twice to keep quiet. After the scene quieted down, Village Chief Zhao announced the village's decision. Subsequently, Village Chief Zhao arranged for a representative from each household to come forward and receive their share of the profits. 3 yuan is not much in the city, but it is not a small amount in the countryside. The villagers couldn't help but be happy at the thought that the riverbed would continue to produce vegetables, and they couldn't help but discuss how to grow them even better when they received their money. When it comes to farmers, the topic naturally revolves around farming. Not to mention right now, everyone's enthusiasm is running high. The villagers all agreed to the village's decision to use some of their money to buy grain. They understood the importance of grain, and no one wanted to go hungry. The feeling was unbearable. The next day, Li Dali got up very early. He had stayed with Li Dawei the night before, and he was quite sensible enough to know that he couldn't go to Li Fuxing's place to stay again. Dawei, look at yourself, so lazy. Is this how a worker should behave? Li Dawei glanced out the window, and, seeing that it was still dark, said, Li Dali, are you out of your mind? Why are you up so early? The factory isn't even open yet. But he heard a commotion outside the window and couldn't sleep anymore. So he got up, washed up, and prepared to go out and see what was going on. Soon, Li Dawei left the courtyard and suddenly saw a long queue in front of him, with no end in sight. "Comrade, what's going on here? Why is there such a long queue?" Li Dawei asked. The young man said, "Comrade, didn't you know that the neighborhood committee's processing plant started accepting applications today? Because the neighborhood office and residents have been promoting the news extensively, it has already spread throughout the neighborhood. There are many unemployed people in the neighborhood, and it is quite difficult to find a job right now. Even casual jobs are hard to find, with more people than available work. As a result, many people get up early in the morning to queue up, afraid that if they are late, they will miss their turn. Such a job is worth several $100s. "Oh, is that so? I've heard about it, but I work at a steel rolling mill, so I didn't pay much attention to it," Li Dawei said. The young man felt a pang of envy. The steel rolling mill was a well-known large factory in Beiping, with excellent benefits and treatment, which the processing plant could not compare to. Once Li Dawei learned the reason, he stopped paying attention. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him, so why bother with such trivial matters? Li Dawei, who was following behind, heard everything clearly. He was so grateful that his uncle 21 had arranged for him to work in the steel rolling mill. Otherwise, who knows what would have become of him? A young man in front of me sighed and said, "I got up early enough, but I still ended up at the back of the line. I don't even know if there will be any jobs left when it's my turn. I came to queue before dawn, but I still didn't get to the front," another young man said. There are quite a few people like the two of them. Some even came to queue up right after having dinner the night before, which is why they were able to be at the front of the line. Just then, someone shouted, "Li Haoyan, you're in line too? Su Li, why can't I join the queue? You're meddling in too much of my business." Li Haoyan said irritably. The two lived in the same courtyard and neither of them had a job, but Su Li would take on any work that came his way, no matter how dirty or tiring it was. He even carried manure. He knew his family was poor and that if he didn't have work, he would go hungry. Su Li knew that Li Haoyan was a street thug and was afraid of getting beaten up or losing her job at the processing plant because of trouble he caused, so she lowered her head and admitted defeat. "No, I just asked casually." Chapter 221, Ingredients Matter. Li Haoyan was a notorious street urchin in the neighborhood. He stopped going to school after junior high and had no connections to find a job. He would occasionally do odd jobs to earn some money, and then hang out with a bunch of shady friends. After a while, he stopped even doing odd jobs. But his parents watched as their son grew older year by year, yet still had no formal job and couldn't find a wife. So when they learned that the local government's factory was hiring, they urged their son to sign up and give it a try. Unexpectedly, Li Haoyan had no intention of signing up. He said that he was doing very well now and didn't need to go to work. He could just ask his parents for money and get by for a while. Upon hearing his son's words, Li Haoyan's father angrily grabbed a broom from the house and glared at him, asking, "Are you going or not?" "Of course I'm not going," Li Haoyan said, sticking his neck out. "If you work, you'll be subject to someone's control." He hasn't been to work for so long and just wanders around the streets every day. There's no way he'd want to work. Li Haoyan's father also had a fiery temper, and he took action without saying a word. He quickly beat Li Haoyan until he was running all over the place, shouting, "Dad, am I your own son? If you beat me to death, no one will take care of you when you get old. How can we expect anything from someone like you?" Li Haoyan's father said angrily. "If I were still young, I would definitely want to create a new account." Originally, his eldest son was sensible and filial, but he was left behind on the battlefield forever, and it was because of this that Li Haoyan came into being. He earned his job at the cost of his eldest son's life. He had originally planned to work for a few more years before letting Li Haoyan take over, but it's clear that he's no better than a piece of trash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip a little more. If he didn't beat this brat into a bad habit today, how would he manage him in the future? Li Haoyan never expected his father to hit him so hard today. If the beating continued, he would be badly injured, if not killed. So he quickly begged for mercy. "Dad, please stop hitting me. I'll do what you say and go register. If I ever hear that you're hanging out with those good-for-nothings again, I'll break your legs," Li Haoyan's father said. Li Haoyan understood that his father wasn't just making empty threats this time, so he honestly said, "Dad, don't worry. I won't hang out with them anymore. All right, a man has to keep his word. If you can do it, your mother and I will ask someone to find you a wife. Li Haoyan's father also knew that he had to use both kindness and severity to get things done. Besides, her son is getting on in years, and she was already married at his age. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Haoyan immediately felt hopeful. He also wanted to get married, so he could have someone to share a warm bed with. Dad, are you serious? Li Haoyan asked. Li Haoyan's father nodded. Your old man hasn't lied to you, has he? He also longed to have a grandson. His colleagues of similar age already had grandsons who could run and jump, which made him extremely envious. But he couldn't do anything about it, since his son was always out partying and no girl had taken a liking to him. Okay, I'll get up early tomorrow and queue up. I'll definitely be able to do it, Li Haoyan said confidently. Right now, all he wants is to get to work as soon as possible so that his father can find him a wife through connections. I had planned to go out with my friends tonight, but now I suddenly have no interest at all. No friend can compare to a wife. Seeing his son so confident, Li Haoyan's father couldn't bear to discourage him and nodded in agreement. Soon it was getting light. Director Chen led the staff of the street office to the processing plant. Tables and chairs had already been prepared at the entrance, and the staff sat down at a table for each of them. Looking at the seemingly endless queue in front of them, Director Chun and the street officials remained unusually calm. They had long expected this scene. It's a job opportunity that can be obtained without spending any money, so everyone will definitely flock to it. Even queuing up a few days in advance is no problem, let alone arriving a night early. Director Chen stepped forward and announced loudly, Everyone, please be quiet. We'll proceed to the front table in the order of our queue to register with the staff. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will be disqualified from admission. Those in the group who had ulterior motives became quiet after hearing Director Chen's words, afraid that if they really angered the people in the street office, they would lose their job opportunities. That would be a losing proposition. After that, the people in line began to walk to the table in the order of their queue and register their personal information. In this era, things that needed to be registered were not like those in later generations, where people wanted to explain everything that had happened since birth. Currently, registration only requires filling in your name, background, and other information. Yes, the ingredients are very important. Because there is little information to fill in, the registration process is quick. In addition, the street staff are very skilled at this process, so it is not difficult at all. Each person can complete the registration in about 1 minute on average. While this may not solve all the employment problems, it can at least solve more than half of them. According to the established plan, we intend to recruit 400 people this time. If we recruit more than that, we won't make any money. At that time, we won't have money to pay salaries, so it will be useless even if we recruit everyone. However, the construction team mainly recruited men. It is true that women can hold up half the sky, but they are still not as strong as men. The construction team happened to do physical labor, and at most they would recruit a few women to do some delicate work. Honestly, Director Chun was very happy that it could solve the employment problem for 400 people at once. Everything must be done step by step. There is no such thing as instant success. If the processing industry can develop, and the steel rolling mill and instant noodle factory can provide some work, it will be no problem to support several hundred people. Both factories employ tens of thousands of people, so there's no need to worry about running out of work. Besides, there are many more factories in Beiping, and by seeking opportunities elsewhere, we can solve some of the employment problems. Just then, an argument broke out in the crowd, attracting the attention of those around. There were two people arguing, and they had even started pushing each other. Seeing this, Director Chun frowned and shouted, "What are you two trying to do?" This processing plant is her key to future promotions, and she absolutely cannot afford to have any accidents happen to it. Upon hearing Director Chen's words, the two men fell silent, and each took a few steps back. They then blamed each other. It's all his fault. Both of them are now filled with regret, fearing that this rare opportunity will slip away. Tell me the truth, what exactly happened? There are so many people watching here. If you don't tell the truth, you too know the consequences, Director Chun said with a stern face. The two men were quite intimidated by Director Chen's imposing manner and stammered out the whole story. The two of them were originally queuing up obediently, but when they saw that Officer Lee was in charge of registration in the queue next to them, they both wanted to go there. The reason is obvious to everyone. Officer Lee is young, beautiful, and single, so both of them have developed feelings for her. Chapter 222. On my first day at the factory, I actually received a military overcoat. Marrying a neighborhood committee member is not only a source of pride, but it will also be very beneficial for one's future career. Upon hearing this, the people nearby began to murmur, "Look at those two, still dreaming. Who says otherwise? How could Secretary Lee possibly be interested in people like them? We're much better off," someone said shamelessly. The people around him looked disgusted and took a few steps back to keep their distance from him, lest they be included in the shameless group. After listening to what the two said, Director Chun was both amused and exasperated. Xiaoli was indeed very beautiful. She sighed and said, "I'll let you off this time since this is your first offense. But if there's a next time, I won't be so lenient." "Thank you so much, Director Chun. We will definitely learn from this experience," the two men quickly said. Afterwards, they went to register their information with other officers, and very coincidentally, they did not choose Officer Lee, for fear of being accused of being a toad trying to eat swan meat. After that minor mishap, nothing else happened, and the registration process went smoothly. People these days are still very honest and simple. Things like cutting in line are almost never seen. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Dawei left a little early because he still had to take Li Dali to report for duty. Li Dali urged, "Dawei, you're going too slow. Can you hurry up? If it weren't for the fact that I had to wait for the steel rolling mill to open, I would have gone there long ago. I'm so anxious right now. After all, it's a job I've been wanting for a long time, and it's a truck driver job." "Okay, I'll walk faster, don't rush me." Li Dawei shrugged. Looking at Li Dali now, he sees himself as he was when he first joined the company. He was just as excited on his first day, but after working there for a while, he lost that passion. The two then walked quickly toward the steel rolling mill, but Li Dali kept urging Li Dawei to hurry up. Fortunately, Li Dawei has a good temper. Otherwise he would have abandoned Li Dali long ago. He can manage to urge him a few times, but who can stand it if he keeps nagging in his ear? Seeing that Li Dali wasn't wearing a work uniform and was a stranger, the security guard stopped the two of them with great vigilance. "Who are you? What brings you to our factory?" "Hello, comrade. He's a new worker at our factory. I'm bringing him here to register." "Here's his letter of introduction," Li Dawei said, handing over the letter. The gatekeeper took the letter of introduction, looked at it carefully, and only allowed the two people to enter the factory after finding no problems. Li Dali was like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, looking at everything in the steel rolling mill with great curiosity. She would often catch Li Dawei asking all sorts of questions, mostly about the rules and regulations of the steel rolling mill, fearing that if she violated them, she would be fired and lose the job she had worked so hard to get. Li Dawei told Li Dali everything truthfully, sharing all that he knew. After all, they were from the same village, and it was Uncle 21 who had arranged for them to come in. It was only right that they looked after each other and not let Uncle 21 down. Li Dawei then led Li Dali to the personnel department and said to the staff, "Hello, Officer Zhang. This is a worker who has come to report for duty. Could you please help him with the paperwork?" He then handed over the letter of introduction and the employment notice together. When Officer Zhang took the two items and saw that they belonged to a truck driver, he took them even more seriously. The young man who had come to report for duty was not old, but he was a truck driver. He might need his help in the future, so he smiled and said, "Welcome to our factory. Write your name here." Li Dali nodded and carefully wrote his name in that place, stroke by stroke. This was the first time in his life that he had written so seriously. Officer Zhang has filled it out. "Okay, please sit down and wait a moment. I need to ask the leader to sign it again," said Officer Zhang. Seeing that he would have to wait a while, Li Dawei said, "Dali, I'm going to work now." "Okay, go ahead and get busy," Li Dali said. "I should be able to handle the rest myself. Even if I encounter something I don't understand, I can ask someone else." Drivers are different from other workers. Other workers have 8 job grades, but drivers only have 5. At the same time, the difficulty of promotion between each job grade is also quite high. In terms of salary, the highest ranking driver may not be as good as the highest ranking worker, but the driver's benefits are very good, which cannot be compared with other jobs. Before long, the head of the personnel department also came over. If it were someone else coming to handle the procedures, of course, the head of the personnel department would not be disturbed. But Li Dali was arranged to enter the factory by Li Fuxing, so it would definitely be right to maintain good relations with him. The section chief said with a smile. Comrade Li Dali has achieved so much at such a young age. His future is limitless. Section chief, you're too kind. I'll need your help in the future. Li Dali was very sensible. Then, he took out the Dakiamin cigarettes that he had been carrying in his pocket for a long time, lit one for the section chief, and placed the rest on the table with very smooth movements. Seeing how sensible Li Dali was, the section chief couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The person he needed to cultivate a good relationship with was Li Fuxing, not Li Dali. In other words, Li Dali, who wasn't a formal driver yet, was not suitable. Xiaozhong, you go with Comrade Dali to collect the things, the section chief said. Officer Zhang nodded. Okay, section chief. The section chief had other things to attend to and naturally couldn't accompany Li Dali, but if it were Li Fuxing who came, that would be a different story. Officer Zhang led Li Dali to the warehouse to collect the items. There weren't many, just work clothes, cups, wash basins, and the like. However, since Li Dali was the driver, he received an extra military overcoat compared to the other workers. In this day and age, military overcoats are highly sought-after items. You can't get one unless you have strong connections. Only steel mills with large enough scale can get a few. Li Dali never expected that he would receive so many things on his first day of work. He couldn't even remember the last time he had worn new clothes, let alone a military overcoat. If he wore it out, he would be very proud. After collecting the items, Officer Zhang took Li Dali to the driver's section, where the section leader, Jiang Tao, happened to be there. Officer Zhang said, Squad Leader Jiang, this is Li Dali, the new recruit. Okay. Jiang Tao sized up Li Dali. This was the kid Li Fuxing had arranged to learn to drive with him. But I still need to see what Li Dali's temperament is like. I won't take on an ungrateful apprentice, even if Li Fuxing has given me instructions. The master-disciple relationship in this era was very close, a stark contrast to the coldness and indifference of later generations. I'll hand the person over to Squad Leader Jiang and head back now, Officer Zhang said. Jiang Tao nodded. Okay, thank you for making the trip, Officer Zhang. Li Dali then handed Jiang Tao a Dakiamin cigarette, lit it for him, and said with a smile, Master, what should I do now? He knew absolutely nothing about driving, so he had to take the initiative to ask for advice. Chapter 223. Unable to turn the steering wheel. You can ride with me for a while and learn how to repair cars. You can't become a good driver if you don't know these basic skills, Jiang Tao said. Learning to drive is quite simple, but repairing a car is very difficult. As a truck driver, you have to travel to various places, and you will inevitably encounter various emergencies on the road. Cars will also develop various problems, and may even break down in remote places. Therefore, repairing cars is a common occurrence, and a car can be driven for many years. Moreover, the quality of cars these days isn't that great, and accidents can happen if you're not careful, making driving a dangerous profession. Li Dali quickly said, I'll be troubling Master Jiang from now on. Once you become a qualified driver, you can own your own truck. But until you achieve that goal, just follow me and learn, Jiang Tao said. Then, he led Li Dali to his truck, a brand new truck, which showed that Jiang Tao cherished it very much. Jiang Tao certainly wouldn't let Li Dali touch the truck directly. The trucks used for driving lessons are all relatively old. If Li Fuxing were here, he would definitely complain about this Yellow River truck. The quality of Yellow River trucks is indeed poor, and their reputation is also very bad. Because of the rush to meet production targets, some of the blueprints were not carefully reviewed, which resulted in some parts of the car being substandard, and the overall quality of the car was not good. Ultimately, the truck was sent back to the factory for more than 20 days of retuning before it was finally free of so many minor problems. It's best to admire it from afar, not up close. This phrase perfectly describes the Yellow River freight truck. Li Dali was puzzled and asked, Master Jiang, why are these trucks different? This one of mine is a Yellow River truck. The others are all Jiefeng brand. You just need to understand that the Yellow River truck is currently the largest model in China, with a load capacity twice that of the Jiefeng brand. Jiang Tao revealed a smug smile. He added, moreover, the cab of the Yellow River truck is much larger, with an area that is the size of a bed larger than that of the Jiefeng truck, so you can lie down and rest when you are tired. In terms of both load capacity and size, Jiefeng trucks are no match for Huanghe trucks. But that's normal. If the Yellow River truck couldn't compete with the Jiefeng truck, there would be no need to design and produce it. Li Dali then asked, Master Jiang, may I get in the car to take a look? This was the first time I had ever observed a truck at such close range, and even been able to touch it. In the past, I would never have dared to dream of such a thing. No problem. Even if you don't tell me, I'll have to let you figure it out yourself in the future. Jiang Tao nodded. He took out his keys from his pocket, opened the car door, and let Li Dali sit in the driver's seat, saying, try turning the steering wheel. The Yellow River truck is also much heavier than the Jiefeng truck, which is one of the few drawbacks for Jiang Tao, who is not very familiar with this truck. After that, when he drove the Yellow River truck, his grain ration would be a little more than when he drove the Jiefeng truck. Although it was only 4 or 5 kilograms more, it was still quite a lot. In this day and age, being a driver is a highly skilled profession, and therefore the pay is quite good. Filled with excitement, Li Dali sat in the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and began to turn the steering wheel. But to his embarrassment, he couldn't turn the steering wheel at all. He glanced at Jiang Tao and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Jiang Tao knew that people who were handling trucks for the first time were afraid to use too much force, as if the truck would break if they used too much force, so he said, trucks are very sturdy, so you can use your strength without worry. Upon hearing this, Li Dali secretly exerted force in his hands, but he could only barely turn the steering wheel. Unlike others who drove effortlessly, he also drove much slower than them. Jiang Tao said, you're not very strong, kid. You'll need to practice more. I'm going to deliver some goods later. Come with me and see how I drive. Li Dali's turning speed is so slow, he'll probably be done for if he encounters a series of curves. Li Dali is in a rather awkward situation. He comes from the countryside and doesn't have enough strength. He also underestimated the difficulty of driving a truck. If it weren't for Uncle 21's help in providing food to the village so that they could have enough to eat, their strength would probably be even less, and they probably wouldn't have been able to turn the steering wheel at all. Jiang Tao waved his hand. Get out of the car, I'll lead you to load the goods. Li Dali nodded, somewhat reluctantly leaving the driver's seat and taking the passenger seat. Jiang Tao sat in the driver's seat, started the truck with the hand crank, and then drove towards the factory gate. The security guard gave it a cursory look and then let us through. After leaving the steel mill and driving along the main road, there were hardly any people on the road. There were very few bicycles, let alone cars. Since it was within the city of Beiping, the roads were in very good condition. Pedestrians would quickly move away from the trucks, afraid of interfering with their missions. After driving for more than 50 minutes, Jiang Tao parked the car at a slaughterhouse. Sir, we're from the steel rolling mill to load meat. Here's the order form, Jiang Tao said, handing the form to the old man. Their steel mill is currently one of the top in the country, so they have a fixed monthly meat quota. The gatekeeper took the form, looked at it carefully, and seeing that there were no problems, waved his hand and said, Okay, the form is fine, go in. The old man opened the door and let Jiang Tao and the other man in. Jiang Tao nodded to the old man, then drove into the slaughterhouse. He had been there many times before, so he didn't need to ask any questions. He quickly arrived at the location and waited to load the meat. Unsure how long he would have to wait, Jiang Tao simply turned off the car. He continued, Dali, in the future, if you encounter a situation where you don't know how long you'll have to wait, just turn off the engine. Diesel fuel is quite precious these days, so every little bit saved counts. Okay, I'll remember that, Master Jiang. Li Dali nodded. Soon, a slaughterhouse worker came over and went straight to the truck. He said, You two have worked hard. Have a smoke and take a break. We're a bit busy right now, so it will probably take about 40 minutes to load the meat. It's nothing hard. It's what I should do, Jiang Tao said with a smile. The man who gave Li Dali and Jiang Taoyan the gifts was neatly dressed, wore a pair of scholarly glasses, and had the air of a learned man. he was clearly not an ordinary worker. This young man didn't just give you 1 or 2 cigarettes. He gave you 2 whole packs of Dakiaman cigarettes. And inside the 2 packs, there was something else, but you couldn't tell what it was. Jiang Tao was clearly not new to this kind of thing, and he took it without any embarrassment. Li Dali was very surprised. Why did the slaughterhouse have to fawn over them, the drivers? How is that possible? In this day and age, having food and meat is the most important thing. The young man breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Tao accept the gift. Chapter 224. He who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. He who takes another's money is bound to. He then said, "One of our trucks has broken down. Could you two help us make a trip and deliver it to the east side of Beiping?" Once you've accepted something, it's hard to refuse other people's requests. It's always been this way. If you take a benefit and don't do anything in return, that's definitely not acceptable. Jiang Tao thought for a moment. The east side of Beiping was not close to the steel mill. If he went to deliver it, it would take more than 30 minutes to walk there. But he had just glanced at the contents of the 2 packages of Dakiaman meat. It was a meat ration coupon for 0.5 kilograms. Once you've got something in your hands, why would you take it out again? He then said, "Since you've said so, comrade, then we'll help you out. After all, we're all fellow workers." Upon hearing this, the young man smiled, relieved that the troublesome matter was finally resolved. He nodded and said, "Yes, workers should help each other." Meanwhile, Li Fuxing took 2 roast chickens back to the village and placed them in the kitchen after arriving home. The 2 elderly people in the family have gotten used to it and are eating better these days. Their complexions have become visibly rosy, which is noticeably different from the other villagers. Fortunately, the Li family village was very united. Otherwise, the difference in their appearance alone would have led to them being reported. Fei Fei, this little girl, is now fair-skinned and chubby, and incredibly cute, thanks to the abundance of milk powder. She's even started crawling now. Wang Hua followed beside her, watching her and playing with her. The 2 sisters were getting along very well at the moment, but no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Grandpa Li isn't home. He must have gone for a stroll in the village. Grandma Li listened to the radio while mending clothes. Actually, given their resources, they could just get a new one made. There's no need for repairs. They even still have the most popular Dacron material. But Mrs. Li was used to being frugal her whole life. She still has to feed the livestock in a little while. Yes, Li Fuxing's grandmother recently raised some chickens, ducks, and geese. The family is eating better and better, and there are often leftovers. Even with livestock, they don't waste food. Besides, as people get older, they need to have something to do, otherwise they'll be too bored. "Fuxing, the party secretary said the chickens really like the feed you brought back," said Grandma Li. "Okay." Li Fuxing knew that his grandmother wanted a little something. He said, "Okay, Grandma, I'll bring some home in a few days." Grandma Li smiled and said, "We don't need too much." She heard that eating that stuff would make chickens grow faster, so she wanted to try it. Actually, Li Fuxing was somewhat reluctant, as chickens fed with feed simply don't taste as good as free-range chickens, but since his grandmother wanted to do it, he would let her have her way. "Grandma, where did Grandpa go?" Li Fuxing asked. Grandma Li said, "He's always wandering around outside these days. Right now, he's probably out watching someone else do some work." "Okay, I'll go take a look too." Grandma Li smiled and nodded. "Okay, go ahead." The old man was just lounging around, while her grandson was instructing others on how to do their work. The nature of their actions was different. Li Fuxing soon arrived at the place his grandmother had mentioned. The old party secretary and others stood to the side. "Has the revival begun?" Everyone greeted them with smiles. Li Fuxing took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to each of the men. "Why are you digging a cellar now?" Li Fuxing asked. Before he transmigrated here, he was from the south and had rarely seen a cellar since he was a child, so he found it quite novel. Li Fuxing knew that using cellars to store grain was the simplest method. Ever since he proposed storing grain, the village has started preparations and attached great importance to it, with the old party secretary personally in charge. It's better to dig it up as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very difficult to dig when it gets cold and the soil freezes, the old party secretary said. In addition, the sooner it's dug, the sooner it can be used. The village gave Li Fuxing some money and asked him to help buy grain, so that they could have enough grain stored up before winter came. Fuxing, please bring more potatoes and sweet potatoes to the village, a villager said. Even if these things aren't for human consumption, they can be used to feed livestock. The old party secretary snorted and said, there's no need to remind Fuxing of this anymore. Li Fuxing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, everyone. I'm making the contact, and it should be back soon. Before that, you'd better finish digging the cellar. Storing grain in a cellar can greatly extend its storage time. Li Fuxing looked around but didn't see his grandfather, so he asked, has anyone seen my grandfather? They were just here a moment ago, the old party secretary said. One villager said, it seems that uncle went to look for someone. Li Fuxing was taken aback. Had he gone to find someone? It seems like they're planning to dig a cellar, the villager continued. Those present then realized what was happening. Li Fuxing's family had so much grain that they definitely needed a cellar to store it. Your family should also dig a cellar, the old party secretary said to Li Fuxing. Oh right, Fuxing, there's one more thing. Do you still have that feed? It's quite useful, the old party secretary added. Li Fuxing said, okay, I'll go back and ask together. He had seen it on Pinduoduo before, and the price wasn't expensive. In fact, it was quite cheap. At that price, Li Fuxing felt it would be better to just buy sweet potatoes or potatoes. That's why Li Fuxing answered, I'll ask, instead of immediately agreeing with the old party secretary. What he didn't know was that the animal feed sold on Pinduoduo was much more nutritious than sweet potatoes. It sounded a bit unbelievable, but it was indeed true. Li Fuxing watched the villagers work for a while, then got bored. The cellar dug in the village was rather simple and small in scale. Regarding the revival, there's one more thing. What's the matter? Li Fuxing asked. The old party secretary said, the people from Zhao village want to learn from us how to store grain, and they asked me to ask you if you could help them buy some. Let me ask, Li Fuxing said, sticking to his usual excuse. The next day, Li Fuxing went to work at the steel rolling mill, which was a rare occurrence. As soon as he arrived at his office, someone ran up to him and said, Section Chief Li, the section chief wants you to go to his office. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing was somewhat puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go. Soon, he went to Li Wenbin's office and knocked on the door. Even though she and Li Wenbin had a good relationship in private, she still had to be mindful of etiquette in the factory and couldn't afford to make any mistakes in such small details. Please come in. Li Fuxing pushed open the door and walked in, smiling. Section Chief Li, what brings you here today? You rascal, here's the thing. Director Lin wants to give you something to do, and you can't refuse, Li Wenbin said. Li Fuxing glanced at Li Wenbin, who had a serious expression on his face, and also stopped smiling, asking, Section Chief, what exactly does the factory director want to assign me? Why are you being so mysterious? Tell me about it first, and let me see if I can actually do it. Chapter 225, Going Among the Masses. If you're capable, then of course you can. If you're not, then I'm sorry. Li Wenbin said, the leaders in the ministry are planning to establish a factory in Haijin that specializes in producing rice cookers, and they want to arrange for you to go there as a technical consultant. Hearing this, Li Fuxing's curiosity was answered, and he said, this matter is being handled so mysteriously. I was wondering if something extraordinary had happened. Business trips are quite nice these days, because you need a letter of introduction from your employer to go out, otherwise you can't move an inch. It's a good opportunity to go out and see the world, just like taking a vacation. Fuxing, this is definitely a good thing for you, but Director Lin was very reluctant to let you go at first. However, the pressure from above was too great, so he had no choice but to agree. He told me to tell you not to be swayed by the conditions offered by Haijin. You must come back. You can make any demands you have. He also had some selfish motives. He didn't want to lose Li Fuxing, such a capable subordinate. With Li Fuxing around, he never had to worry about failing to complete the procurement tasks. The other departments in the purchasing department were not so lucky to have such a capable subordinate as Li Fuxing, so they were all very envious. The section chiefs tried several times to borrow Li Fuxing to help, but that could only fool the young people who had just started working. Li Wenbin, an experienced purchasing agent, knew that once the loan was made, it would inevitably be lost. Li Fuxing was speechless. His grandparents were in Beiping, so why was he staying in Haijin? Section Chief Li, Could you please tell Director Lin that my family is all in Beiping and I am determined to come back? Furthermore, the housing prices in Beiping will be much higher than in Haijin in the future. For now, all I need to do is wait patiently until the spring breeze arrives. Then I can finally make my move. Hearing Li Fuxing's words, Li Wenbin was relieved, but he certainly couldn't say it out loud. He continued, "With your words, Director Lin can rest assured." "When are you leaving? How am I supposed to get there?" Li Fuxing asked. "I hope I don't have to travel by truck. That would be too uncomfortable. These days, trucks offer absolutely no comfort. Sitting in one for too long is like torture, leaving you with aches and pains all over your body." Even though Haijin and Beiping are not far apart, there are no highways now, and the roads are not easy to travel. It would take at least a day to get there. Squad leader Jiang from the driver's team is going to Haijin to pick up some things, and he'll take you with him. Li Wenbin's words were a heavy blow to Li Fuxing. Li Wenbin then added, "We'll be leaving in a day. Just pack up at home tomorrow." Jiang Tao's primary task was to deliver Li Fuxing there. Hauling things was just a side job. Li Fuxing never expected that he would actually be asked to travel in a truck, but thankfully, it was squad leader Jiang driving, and there was a place to lie down behind the driver's seat in his new truck, so it shouldn't be too uncomfortable. All right then. Li Fuxing nodded. Before going to Haijin, he had to go back to Lijiazwang to tell his grandparents, otherwise they would probably be worried to death. He also had to check on how the cellar was being dug. After leaving Li Wenbin's office, Li Fuxing didn't even go back to his own room. He just left. He rode his bicycle towards Lijiazwang. When I got home, I saw my grandfather arranging for people to work and teaching them how to dig a cellar. When Grandpa Li saw Li Fuxing return home, he didn't even bother to assign chores to others and quickly asked, "Fuxing is back. Have you eaten? If not, quickly ask your grandma to make something." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Grandpa, I've already eaten." He would never let himself go hungry. "Okay, I'll have your grandma make you something delicious later," said Grandpa Li. Li Fuxing asked, "Grandpa, how's the cellar project going?" "We've only just started. It'll probably take a whole day to get it done," said Grandpa Li. Li Fuxing nodded. He knew nothing about digging cellars, so he could just look at it and move on. But he couldn't forget his business. He then said, "Grandpa, I'm going to Haijin on a business trip the day after tomorrow. I don't know how long I'll be there yet, so I'm letting you know in advance." "Why did you suddenly go on a business trip?" Old Master Li asked. Li Fuxing said, "That's right, they're planning to build a rice cooker factory in Haijin, and the leadership has assigned me to be a technical consultant there. This isn't something that needs to be kept secret. There's no problem telling my family." When Grandpa Li heard Li Fuxing's words, he chuckled. This was great news. It showed that the higher-ups valued his grandson very much. Otherwise, why would they have sent him to Haijin to oversee the new factory? "Okay, that's good, but you have to be careful when you're out there by yourself. This is something that will make me look good." His grandson's return to the village has brought him so much pride. Everyone in Lijiazwang envies him and praises his good fortune. Li Fuxing said, "Grandpa, I'll have someone send some things back tonight. You can eat as much as you like. Your grandson can afford it." Li Fuxing is incredibly generous to his family and those around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Lijiazwang. He wants to unite Lijiazwang and make the villagers work together as one. Only by coming from the masses and going back to the masses can we remain invincible. "My dear grandson, there are still quite a few things you brought back before. Don't send them back anymore," Grandpa Li said in a low voice. It's as if they're afraid of others hearing that there's something in their house. Even if the villagers don't dare to say it to their faces, who knows if they'll gossip behind their backs? And if they happen to run into an impulsive person who might report them in a moment of anger, that would be terrible. He wasn't afraid of being reported, but he was afraid of affecting Li Fuxing. If that happened, he would be guilty of a grave sin and wouldn't have the face to meet his ancestors in the afterlife. Actually, he was more worried about outsiders, since there were many villagers from Wangjia village in Lijiazwang right now. Li Fuxing said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He knew his grandfather was worried about trouble caused by people from other villages, but he had already made preparations. If anything happened, the old party secretary knew what to do. Seeing Li Fuxing's confidence, Old Master Li felt both helpless and very gratified. With such a filial and obedient grandson, he could die without regrets. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to whatever you say, my dear grandson." Before long, it was time to eat. Grandma Li Fuxing's meal was quite good. It would have been even better if there hadn't been any outsiders around. But for the people who helped dig the cellar, lunch was quite a feast. A plate of stir-fried spinach, a plate of sausage stir-fried with garlic sprouts, and some stewed wild boar. The workers, seeing such a sumptuous lunch, all swallowed hard. But as long as Grandpa Li Fuxing didn't give the word, they dared not come to eat, no matter how tempted they were. Grandpa Li said, "Everyone, let's start eating." Chapter 226. One Step to Success, Phoenix Brand Bicycle. They're here to help dig a cellar for their family, so they need to be well fed. Upon hearing what Grandpa Li said, the group quickly picked up their chopsticks. The first dish everyone picked was stewed wild boar. At present, no one is starving, but the opportunity to eat meat on weekdays is still quite rare. It's good enough if there's a little bit of oil. "Eat as much as you want, don't be shy," Li Fuxing said. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, the group began to hug each other with gusto. It felt so good to eat meat like crazy. We even used the soup to dip our steamed buns in, not wanting to waste a single drop. Before long, the villagers who had helped dig the cellar were quite full and were resting against the back of their chairs. Suddenly, Li Jian let out a very loud burp, startling everyone. Li Jian blushed and scratched his head, saying, "Well, I ate too fast just now." After saying that, he started to hold his breath, but how could he possibly hold it in? Li Jian started burping one after another without stopping. Everyone burst into laughter, and someone joked, "Jian, I've told you to eat less and eat slowly, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. You're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you?" They couldn't even win the meat fight against Li Jian earlier, so now they naturally have to make a good laugh at him. "I ate too much. Burp. You guys ate a lot too. Burp," Li Jian said while burping. Li Fuxing suddenly remembered a method he had seen before and said, "Uncle Jian, I suddenly remembered a way to stop your hiccups. Do you want to try it?" "What can I do, hiccup?" Li Jian asked quickly. Li Fuxing said with a smile, "It means sticking your butt out and then drinking 6 mouthfuls of water, but you can't swallow the water directly. You have to hold it in your mouth for 30 seconds. Everyone laughed when they heard Li Fuxing's words. "Hiccup, Fuxing, will your method work?" Li Jian asked. "If it really works, I'll give it a try, even if it's embarrassing." "Jian, why don't you try it and see if it's real or fake? Even if it's fake, you won't lose out, right?" someone advised. "That's right. Uncle 21 is definitely not the kind of person who would lie to you." Li Dajian chuckled. Li Jian had no choice but to give it a try. He quickly poured himself a glass of water, then stuck his buttocks up, took a big gulp, held it in his mouth for 30 seconds, and swallowed it in one go. He did this 6 times, which made everyone burst into laughter. After trying it for the first time, Li Jian was already thinking of giving up, but then he thought that since he had already embarrassed himself, it wouldn't make a difference if he did it a few more times, so he persevered. Li Fuxing laughed along with them. Seeing Li Fuxing smile, Li Jian quickly asked, "Fuxing, are you just kidding me?" "Uncle Jian, you don't burp anymore. Would lying to you have had this effect?" Li Fuxing shrugged. Li Jian then realized that he had indeed stopped hiccuping, and quickly put on a smiling face. "Thank you so much, Fuxing. This method is so effective, it cured my hiccups in one go." "That's good," Li Fuxing said with a smile. If Li Jian knew that this action would be effective after just one time, his reaction would probably be quite intense. Everyone was somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected this method to actually work, and they all kept it in mind. If we have the chance to use it in the future, we might even be able to put it into practice. We know that this method was proposed by Li Fuxing, and it was only a few of them who came up with it. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li were very happy. They thought their good grandson was really amazing. They are happy to hear anything that praises their grandson. After resting for about half an hour, Li Jian and the others continued working. Although the cellar was not large, it was still quite a lot of work to dig. Li Fuxing said, "Grandpa, I'll ask Qing Yuan to bring the things back later." He needed to go back to the courtyard house to pack his things before heading to hygiene. At the same time, I need to tell Qing Yuan and the others that if they sell out their goods these days, They should take a break until I return. These days, Qing Yuan and his gang have helped me make a lot of money on the black market. You can never earn enough money, but you also need time to rest. Actually, his motivation to make money was to upgrade Pinduoduo. Yes, Pinduoduo can still be upgraded. Li Fuxing is very much looking forward to seeing what surprises Pinduoduo will bring him with its next upgrade. Right now, everything is very complete. If we upgrade it to the next level, we might have all kinds of weapons and ammunition. Just thinking about it is exciting. Li Fuxing rode his bicycle back to the courtyard house, parked it, and walked to the supply and marketing cooperative. There weren't many people buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative, just a few scattered individuals. The rest were a few sales clerks, all chatting together, making quite a commotion. A customer wanted to buy something but found the counter empty, so he called out, "Someone wants to buy something?" A saleswoman in her 40s heard the noise and said irritably, "What are you yelling for? Come on over." He then slowly walked toward the counter. The customer dared not say anything more, fearing that he would be harassed by the salesperson. These days, salespeople are quite assertive, and it's common for them to argue with people. With this attitude, they would have been fired countless times in later generations, but right now the main selling point is the contrast. The salespeople are gods, and customers have to be mindful of their moods. Li Fuxing went straight to the bicycle shop. This is arguably the most prominent location in the supply and marketing cooperative, since bicycles are the most expensive item here, and few people can afford to buy them normally. Several brand new bicycles were placed here, their reflections almost blinding. Currently, very few people have access to bicycles. Li Fuxing had read some articles in his previous life that described bicycles as being on par with luxury cars in later generations. He wanted to say that it was not that exaggerated at all. Just in Beiping alone, there were quite a few people with bicycles, far more than the number of luxury cars in later generations. As expected, there were no salespeople at the bicycle counter either. Li Fuxing sighed and shouted, "Anyone here? I need to buy a car." A sales clerk in his 30s strolled over and asked, "Do you have bicycle tickets?" "Yes," Li Fuxing said. He could easily buy it at a department store. Unfortunately, there were too many people there, and he didn't want to squeeze in. Moreover, if it's just a bicycle, the supply and marketing cooperative will suffice. There's no need to travel a long distance to get one. He took out his bicycle ticket and handed it to the salesperson. The sales clerk glanced through them, and seeing no problems, said, "Golden Deer is 120 yuan, Forever is 140 yuan, and Phoenix is 160 yuan. Which one would you like?" Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "The Phoenix one. Since you're going to buy it all at once anyway, it's better to go straight for the best option." Phoenix bicycles are arguably the best brand of this era. Upon hearing this, the salesperson found a Phoenix bicycle and said to Li Fuxing, "Try riding it. If there are no problems, then pay." Li Fuxing glanced at it twice and said, "This is it." Chapter 227. Don't stop Qing Yuan when he comes to the village in the future. The salesperson had never seen such a direct and straightforward customer before. "This is a bicycle worth 160 yuan. Most people will carefully inspect such large items before purchasing them." The salesperson said, "Aren't you going to check it? Once it leaves the supply and marketing cooperative, it's no longer our business." Li Fuxing smiled and said, "No need. As long as it's roughly the same, there's no problem." The sales clerk's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "Comrade, where do you work?" "It's a reward from the factory," Li Fuxing replied casually. He doesn't want to be too high profile. After hearing what he said, the salesperson didn't ask any more questions. Li Fuxing then counted the money and gave it to the sales clerk. After receiving the money, the salesperson gave Li Fuxing a receipt, which was crucial because without it, the transaction could not be registered at the police station. After receiving the receipt, Li Fuxing rode his bicycle directly to the police station, where he unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, Chief Liao. Upon seeing that it was Li Fuxing, Director Liao smiled and said, "Comrade Fuxing, is there something you need to do at our station?" "It's nothing serious. I just bought a bicycle and came here to get it stamped," Li Fuxing said. Director Liao looked somewhat disappointed and said, "Oh, is that it? I was wondering what problem we had encountered. If you need anything in the future, just come and find me." I was hoping to discuss crime-solving methods with Li Fuxing again, but it seems I won't have the chance today. After Li Fuxing stamped the document, he left, as he had other things to do. Afterwards, he called Qing Yuan to come back to the courtyard together, saying that since he bought this new bicycle, it was somehow related to them. Qing Yuan followed Li Fuxing the whole way, unaware that Li Fuxing had already changed to a new bicycle. After arriving at the courtyard house, Li Fuxing called Gu Chenkai over as well. Qing Yuan asked in confusion, "What exactly is Fuxing? Why are you being so mysterious?" Normally, Li Fuxing wouldn't wake them both up together unless there was something wrong. Gu Chen was also curious. Could something big have happened? But since Qing Yuan had already asked, he didn't say anything more. Li Fuxing said, "Qing Yuan, didn't you say you wanted a bicycle? I bought a new one today, so you two can keep the old one." He left the bicycle to them, and left it to them to decide how they wanted to use it. Qing Yuan's eyes widened, and he asked with a smile, "Fuxing, are you kidding me?" He also had bicycle tickets, but he didn't dare to buy them, just like having a lot of money but not daring to spend it openly, for fear of being reported. "The bicycle voucher is a reward from the factory, no problem. I have to go on a business trip to Hygiene soon. If you sell out the goods, you can take a break for a while, and we'll talk again when I get back," Li Fuxing instructed. He then added, "By the way, come with me back to Lijiazwang tonight to deliver some things." Both of them nodded in agreement, without any objection. If they have something, they sell it on the black market. If they run out, they rest. This life was so good that even the gods couldn't change it, so they didn't register at the processing plant under the jurisdiction of the neighborhood committee. The neighborhood committee staff had told them about it, but the two of them still didn't go. Soon it got dark, and Qing Yuan got ready to accompany Li Fuxing to deliver the goods. This time there was quite a lot of stuff. The baskets on the back of both bicycles were full. Gu Cheng originally wanted to go with them, but there were no seats available. In the end, Qing Yuan was luckier and drew the winning lot. The lottery method was relatively fair, so Gu Cheng was completely convinced. Soon, the two left the courtyard and headed towards Li family village. The moon is very bright tonight, and we can see the road clearly even at night. Besides, the two of them have a lamp, so there shouldn't be any problem. The only concern is that someone might jump out and rob them. Fortunately, it wasn't too late at night, and the area around Beiping wasn't too chaotic. But Li Fuxing had also made preparations. He had gotten a pistol, which he now kept in his Pinduoduo backpack. After riding for a long time, the two finally arrived at Lijiazwang. Just as they were about to enter the village, a voice came from beside them. "Comrades, is there something you need in our village?" Currently, domestic public security management is not particularly good, so some villages arrange for villagers to stand guard at the village entrance to prevent people with bad intentions from breaking into the village. Li Fuxing said, "It's me." Hearing the sound, Li Jian leaned closer to look and said with a smile, "Fuxing is back." Then he glared at the villager who had asked the question, "How can you be so blind? Get out of the way." The villager said, "The light is a bit too bright. I can't see clearly." Besides, Li Fuxing had always returned alone before, but today there was another person, so he felt it couldn't be Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing said with a smile, "He's quite dedicated." Li Jian immediately put the gun away. If it were to accidentally discharge and injure Li Fuxing, it would be a grave offense. Li Fuxing held a very high position in Lijiazwang. They depended on him for food and development. Li Fuxing gave him a pack of Dakium and cigarettes, and then, without lingering, took Qing Yuan home. Soon, the two entered the village. Li Jian followed and asked, "Fuxing, why are you back so late today?" "I need to deliver some things to my grandparents. I have to go on a business trip, and I don't know when I'll be back." He thought for a moment, and then said, "This man next to me is Lu Qingyuan, my good buddy. Everyone has met him. If he comes to the village in the future, don't stop him." "Okay, I'll tell someone else," Li Jian said. If it were anyone else, they would never have agreed so readily, but Li Fuxing was different. The village is able to have enough to eat now entirely thanks to Li Fuxing. If anyone dares to harm Li Fuxing, they will fight to the death. Li Fuxing thanked him and, without saying anything more, led Qing Yuan home. Li Jian and the others were very envious when they saw the basket on the back of the bicycle. It must contain some really good stuff. Knowing that Li Fuxing would be delivering things home tonight, Mr. and Mrs. Li stayed up and sat in the courtyard waiting for him. As soon as he saw the light approaching, Grandpa Li knew that his beloved grandson had returned. He rushed over to help. Li Fuxing said, "Grandpa, you can rest. There's not much stuff. The two of us can handle it." Afterwards, he and Lu Qingyuan carried the shopping baskets home. Since everything was in the basket, you wouldn't know what it was unless you took it out. Soon, both baskets were carried into the house. Grandpa Li took everything out. There are 5 caddies of wheat flour, 5 caddies of sausage, 20 caddies of rice, and 5 cured ducks. There was also a bag of eggs, but this time, because we were more careful, none of the eggs got broken. This pile of food, especially meat, would be a year's worth for an average family. These days, many families can't even eat meat a few times a year. My dear grandson, you've brought back so much stuff, we can't possibly eat it all. If someone saw all this stuff, they'd definitely be envious. Chapter 228. If I had even a tenth of Uncle 21's intelligence, I'd be ready to fly. Grandpa, this isn't much. When Brother Han and his family come over for dinner, we should treat them well. Besides, Feifei has finished half of her formula, so it's good to have some extra, Li Fuxing said. After listening, Grandpa Li felt that his grandson made a lot of sense. Han Luan often came over for meals, and it wouldn't do to not entertain him well. From now on, we must be more frugal. With so much stuff, you could marry several wives in the countryside. Right now, there are very few people in the city who can provide so many supplies. There is a severe shortage of supplies. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. It was too late, so the two didn't go back to the courtyard house. Instead, they stayed there until the next morning before returning to the city. After resting for a day, Li Fuxing had prepared his things. He had prepared quite a lot of things so that he could be more comfortable on the road. He had already arranged with Jiang Tao to pick him up when he set off. Soon, Jiang Tao arrived in his truck, but there was an acquaintance with him. Who else could it be but Li Dali? Li Dali quickly helped carry the things. Uncle 21, let me help you carry them. He was able to get a job as a driver at the steel mill thanks to Uncle 21's help, so he still needs to have this much insight. Dali, are you coming too? Li Fuxing asked. Li Dali nodded. Yes, Master Jiang told me to go out with the truck more often so I can get familiar with the operation and the route. Jiang Tao hadn't initially planned to take him along, but he couldn't resist his persistent requests and had no choice but to agree. Seeing that Li Fuxing had brought so much stuff, Jiang Tao laughed and said, Section Chiefly, you've brought so much stuff. It looks like you're going on a trip. Hey, isn't this my first business trip? I was thinking of bringing more things, especially since I don't know how long I'll be there. It's better to be prepared, Li Fuxing said with a smile. He also packed a lot of food and drinks in his Pinduoduo backpack, and Pinduoduo also has many delicious foods from later generations. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. But this time he can't just go out on his own. He can't just take things out of Pinduoduo's backpack without permission. If someone sees him doing that, it'll be a problem. Jiang Tao stopped joking, since many people would do the same thing as Li Fuxing. Nowadays, too many people have never traveled far from home, so when they do go out, they want to bring as much as possible with them. The first time he went to a distant place, he did the same thing, bringing a big bag of steamed buns, thinking he would eat them if he got hungry on the way. Back then, he also made quite a few jokes. Honestly, he's not afraid of anything except his car breaking down on the road. If it breaks down in a secluded place, that would be a real problem. And if you don't know how to fix it, it could make things even worse. I hope everything goes smoothly on this trip. Li Dali was the most excited of the three. It was his first time going to such a far place. Jiang Tao drove very fast and soon drove out of Beiping City. As soon as they left Beiping, Jiang Tao stopped the car. Li Dali asked in confusion, Master Jiang, why did you suddenly stop the car? The truck was fine, and none of the three of them needed to use the restroom or anything. So why did it suddenly stop? Jiang Tao said, This is your first lesson. When we drive long distances, we have to stop as soon as we leave the city and cover the license plate with a cloth. First, it can ward off evil spirits, and second, it will prevent those who are jealous of you from reporting us. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing thought to himself, Wow, where did they learn this method from? In later times, it would be considered as deliberately obscuring the license plate. Nowadays, no traffic police check license plates, so using this method would pose absolutely no problem. Dali, you must study this carefully, it's very useful. Jiang Tao laughed and said, Section Chief Li really knows how to drive a truck. He understood it right away. A long-haul truck trip can earn a lot of extra money, which often attracts jealousy. Adhering to the principle of better to avoid trouble than to cause trouble, this method came about. I don't know who spread it, but it just became popular among truck drivers. After using this method, I was rarely reported. Okay, Uncle 21. Li Dali nodded and wrote down all of these words. Jiang Tao quickly covered the license plates in front and behind him, and then continued driving. Soon, they saw a man in uniform standing by the roadside. He looked to be in his 40s, carrying a large bag and with a cigarette in his mouth. Upon hearing the truck, the man immediately ran to the middle of the road and waved his hands vigorously so that the driver could see him. Li Dali asked, Master Jiang, what should we do in this situation? Should we stop? If they're highway robbers, it could be a disaster. As he spoke, a nervous expression appeared on his face. Before going to hygiene, he had heard many stories of highway robbery from his seniors, so now he assumed that anyone blocking his way was a highway robber. Dali, don't be too nervous. This guy is probably just looking for a ride. That's another way for truck drivers to earn extra money, Li Fuxing said. This is similar to ride-sharing in later generations, except that ride-sharing in later generations is more comfortable and safer. However, in the beginning, the management of ride-sharing was not very strict, which led to many tragedies. However, as regulations have become increasingly stringent, such incidents have become less frequent. Jiang Tao said with some surprise, Section Chief Li, you're amazing. You can analyze the situation at a glance. If Dali were half as good as you, he would learn how to drive a truck in no time. Don't even mention half. If I had 10% of Uncle 21, I'd be overjoyed, Li Dali said. When he was still in the village, all he knew was that Uncle 21 could get his hands on grain. It wasn't until he entered the steel rolling mill that he realized his Uncle 21's greatest strength wasn't in grain production, but in his brilliant mind, which led to the invention of so many things and earned the country a lot of foreign exchange. All the people he knew, even if they were all put together, couldn't compare to Li Fuxing. Jiang Tao nodded in agreement. That's right. If my brat had even a tenth of Section Chief Li's intelligence, I would be satisfied if he got into a vocational school. If you can get into a vocational high school now, you can be assigned a job, and you can even become a cadre in the future. These days, getting into a vocational high school is rarer than getting into university. A short while later, Jiang Tao parked his car about 20 centimeters away from the man. This startled the man, who was already prepared to run away. He had done similar things before, but those truck drivers always stopped long beforehand, unlike this truck which only stopped when it was right in front of him. After realizing what was happening, the man immediately ran to the driver's side, pulled a pack of Dakium cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it to him. Hello, comrade. Are you going to Xiananyu village? Jiang Tao rolled down the car window, picked up the large front door, and said, We'll just pass by, but we won't go in. They usually memorize the villages they will pass through on the way. Knowing how to navigate is also an essential skill for drivers, and it is very crucial. Li Fuxing thought to himself. No wonder he was able to become the class monitor. He could remember all the places he passed along the way. Chapter 229. If only there were highway service stations. Upon hearing this, the man was overjoyed. Passing through was enough, and the distance to the village wouldn't be far either. He continued, That's fine. How much will the fare be? He had been waiting here for a long time, and had encountered quite a few trucks, but none of them passed through Xiananyu village. This made him think about going back to Beiping to the train station to see if there were any tickets left for hygiene. If I wait any longer, I'll probably miss my nephew's wedding. Xiananyu village isn't exactly close to here. It's 40 cents inside the vehicle and 20 cents in the sidecar. Jiang Tao quoted the prices. After saying that, he realized that he wasn't going out alone this time, and quickly said, There's no room in the car, only in the carriages. There are already 3 people in the driver's cab, almost filling it up, and they also need to chat on the way. It wouldn't be good to have any more people. Can I sit in the car? I'll pay 80 cents, the man said. He had taken the train before and knew the pain of sitting in the carriage. After the journey, his whole body felt like it was falling apart. He earned a good monthly salary and didn't need the extra 8 cents. Li Dali was shocked when he heard the man's price. At market prices, 80 cents had considerable purchasing power. However, it required coupons, and even then, there was no guarantee of getting it. If it were before, when he was still earning work points in the countryside, it would have taken him a long time to earn those 80 cents. But now he can earn them in just one trip. No wonder everyone says truck drivers have it good. Jiang Tao did not change his mind and said, "You can only sit in the carriage. It costs 2 cents. If you want to sit, you pay and get on the train. If you don't want to sit, I'll drive off." The man had no choice but to nod, unsure when he would catch the next bus to Xiananyu village. "Okay, I'll take the bus." After saying that, he handed the money to Jiang Tao. After taking the money, Jiang Tao placed it directly into a small wooden box next to him. The man climbed into the carriage, sat down, and said, "Comrade, let's go." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao continued driving. Li Dali asked in a low voice, "Judging from that man's appearance, he seems to be a leader. Are we all right?" He felt that only leaders could wear uniforms. Workers wore work clothes, and ordinary people's clothes would have patches on them. The current social trend advocated thrift, and clothes were patched again and again. So what if he's a leader? As long as he's not our leader, it's fine. Besides, he doesn't even know which factory we're from, and there's nowhere to report him, Jiang Tao said. That's why the license plate number is covered. Li Dali nodded, feeling that what Jiang Tao said made a lot of sense, and he was no longer so scared. Just now he was afraid that if his boss reported him, he would lose the job he had worked so hard to get. The three then chatted casually as the truck continued its smooth journey. Not long after, Li Dali's stomach started rumbling, which made him blush instantly. Although he now works in a steel rolling mill, he rarely eats breakfast in order to save money. This is a habit he developed in the village, where most people don't eat breakfast. Jiang Tao smiled and said, "I brought some steamed buns with me. Let's eat some to tide us over first. When we get to hygiene, we'll go out to eat at a restaurant." Normally, he would bring his own food, mostly cornbread or similar items. Even though he received a fair amount of white flour each month, he was reluctant to eat it. He would either save it to make dumplings for holidays or exchange it for coarse grains. Hearing Li Dali's stomach growl, Li Fuxing also felt a little hungry. He laughed and said, "Let's eat what I brought together." Then, he took out 3 large steamed buns from his bag. Jiang Tao and Li Dali both swallowed hard when they smelled the aroma of meat. Section chiefly, "You brought meat buns?" Jiang Tao was a little surprised. Why would you bring something like that out with you? That's a bit too extravagant. Even though he was a truck driver, he couldn't bear to eat like that. "I eat meat sparingly on ordinary days, only a few times a month, and each time I only cut a small piece, just enough to get the flavor. The meat ration is so small that most people save it to eat during the Lunar New Year." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Yes, doesn't squad leader Jiang like it?" Then everyone received one. Without waiting for Jiang Tao and Li Dali, Li Fuxing started eating by himself, saying as he ate, "It's just that it's been sitting out for a while, so it's not as fragrant as when it's fresh out of the pot." Li Dali and Jiang Tao were speechless. They were on a business trip, and they were already grateful to have a bite to eat. Why did they want something hot? Li Fuxing began to miss the highway service stations of his later years. It was true that the prices there were a bit expensive, but at least he could get a hot meal. If there weren't other people around, he would have bought a hot duck leg from his backpack and eaten it. Jiang Tao and his companion couldn't resist and started eating heartily, finishing the palm-sized meat buns in just a few bites. Even though she was still a little hungry, she felt embarrassed to look at Li Fuxing again. Meat-filled buns were so expensive. She was already very happy to be able to eat one. Li Fuxing didn't care whether they felt embarrassed or not, and handed them 2 more steamed buns. "One isn't enough. Come on, have another one. I still had some left in my bag, but I couldn't eat them all at once." This time, neither Li Dali nor Jiang Tao made any excuses and took the food to eat heartily. The road is currently very smooth, and Jiang Tao can drive it with one hand. After finishing his meal in a few bites, Jiang Tao still felt unsatisfied, so he took out the steamed buns he had brought with him. Driving a truck is very physically demanding, so he tends to eat more. Jiang Tao said, "Section chiefly, I brought some steamed buns from home. Please have a few, don't mind." Li Fuxing smiled and nodded, and without being polite, picked one up and ate it. "Dali, you eat too," Jiang Tao said to Li Dali. After that, the truck broke down several times on the road, and the problems with this Yellow River brand truck became obvious, which made Jiang Tao a little angry. It looks good, but can't be driven. What a waste of his praise for the car. It was already dark when we arrived in Haijin. The man who hitchhiked on the road has already gotten off at Zainanyu village. Li Fuxing and his group went directly to the factory that produced the rice cookers. Hello, comrade. We are from Beiping Steel Rolling Mill. This is Comrade Li Fuxing, who was sent by the higher-ups to guide production. Jiang Tao walked over and spoke to the other party, while offering him a cigarette. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper opened the gate without hesitation and let them in. The factory manager had given instructions long ago that experts from Beiping would be coming today, and that they should be careful and report back as soon as possible after letting people in. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. Please come in. I will go and report to the factory leaders right away. After saying that, he hurried off to report. Jiang Tao and Li Dali did not go inside. They simply dropped Li Fuxing off at his destination, as they had other matters to attend to. Before long, the factory leaders arrived in droves. Hello, Comrade Li Fuxing. Welcome to our factory for guidance. Director Fu said warmly, shaking hands with Li Fuxing. They had never met Li Fuxing, but they had heard of him and knew that he was a talented young man who had invented many things that were beneficial to the people and the country. Chapter 230, Exclusive Benefits for Truck Drivers. Such talent is highly sought after everywhere. Moreover, their rice cooker factory was built because of someone else's invention, so how could they dare to mistreat them? Afterwards, the deputy factory director introduced the factory leaders who were following behind him one by one. Li Fuxing shook hands with each of them and exchanged pleasantries with them. Let's go to the canteen for lunch and chat. It's getting late, so we can talk about work tomorrow, said Director Fu. They had already discussed what dishes to serve. All right, since we're on Director Fu's turf, we'll naturally listen to Director Fu, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Okay. The factory director and other leaders were much more at ease, as the young expert seemed quite kind. They had initially feared that such a young expert would be arrogant, but they were surprised to find him to be so approachable. When everyone arrived at the canteen, since they were all leaders, they certainly wouldn't be eating communal meals. They had to be served individual meals, with several meat dishes alone, making it a very high-level reception. After the meal, Director Fu arranged accommodations for Li Fuxing. Jiang Tao led Li Dali directly to the dock, where the fishermen had caught a wide variety of fresh seafood. However, due to the relatively backward refrigeration technology at present, seafood can only be preserved with ice, but this cannot be maintained for a long time. Therefore, seafood is very rare in Beiping City, even though the two cities are not far apart and are right next to each other. When the dock manager saw the truck arrive, he asked, Comrades, what brings you here? Hello, we're from the Beiping Steel Rolling Mill, here to bring a batch of seafood, Jiang Tao said. He also offered her a cigarette. In such an unfamiliar place, it's quite important to get along well with the administrator. The administrator didn't stand on ceremony, took a cigarette, lit it, and said, Since you're from the steel rolling mill, please come in. Is this your first time here? Only with this cigarette would he ask that extra question. Jiang Tao said, Yes, this is my first time here. The administrator then said to someone next to him, Xiao Wang, you accompany the comrades from the steel rolling mill to load the truck. Okay. The man nodded. Led by Xiao Wang, Jiang Tao and Li Dali drove to the loading area, where many other trucks were waiting. Jiang Tao had anticipated this scene. He knew that trucks from other places would come to load the goods, but he didn't know whether loading here would be fast or slow. If it was too slow, they probably wouldn't arrive until late at night. Xiao Wang said, Comrade, you must line up, otherwise the workers won't load your goods. Li Dali said, Master Jiang, you take a break first. I'll wait in line. I'll call you when it's our turn. After driving for so long, Mr. Jiang must be exhausted and sleepy by now. Truck drivers have it pretty tough. It may look glamorous on the surface, but they often don't eat or sleep well and might even encounter robbers, which could be life-threatening. Jiang Tao nodded. Okay, be careful. He was clearly exhausted. He started snoring soon after lying down. Li Dali didn't have a watch, so he naturally didn't know how long he had been queuing. He kept dozing off, and if he hadn't been forcing himself to stay awake, he probably would have fallen asleep long ago. People nowadays go to bed very early, so they get sleepy very early. The same goes for Lidali. In those days, apart from some specific jobs, most jobs did not have night shifts, unlike in later generations when many factories had to work 2 shifts to keep up with production schedules. Not knowing what time it was, Lidali called out to Jiang Tao, "Master Jiang, it's our turn now." Jiang Tao was still a little confused. "It's our turn." He rubbed his eyes hard, which made him feel a little more awake. Then, under the workers' instructions, he parked the truck in the designated loading area. Jiang Tao then got off the bus, thinking he would talk to the workers and buy some for his family to try. In addition, their driver's team has an unwritten rule. Whoever drives the truck to transport goods must bring some back with them, and the driver's team will share it. Lidali originally wanted to go along, but he was so sleepy that he couldn't keep his eyes open, so he fell asleep in the passenger seat. Jiang Tao first took out a pack of cigarettes and said, "Gentlemen, have a smoke and take a break." The workers were used to this, so they naturally took the cigarettes and lit them. Jiang Tao asked, "Master, can I buy some seafood myself?" He knew that these kinds of things were often unplanned and could be bought without tickets. This was exactly what the workers expected. One of them, who was in charge, said, "Sure, it depends on what you want to buy. Pick one yourself, and then we'll calculate the price." In those days, seafood in coastal areas was very cheap. Jiang Tao nodded his thanks and then began to select seafood. All kinds of seafood were mixed together at the dock, and due to limited fishing technology, the harvest was not plentiful each time. He quickly selected a lot of sea fish, each weighing more than 1 or 2 pounds. "I've chosen a master. Could you please do my calculations?" Jiang Tao said. The worker glanced at the items casually and said, "These are all cheap items, no need for tickets. Just give us 3 yuan, and we'll carry them up to your cart." Actually, the fish is not as expensive as the ice. The tickets that the workers collect are almost entirely for the ice. Jiang Tao was delighted and immediately nodded. There must have been dozens of kilograms of such a large quantity of sea fish, and they only paid 3 yuan. No problem. Having driven a truck for years, he naturally understood social etiquette. While giving him the money, he also handed over 2 packs of Dakium cigarettes. Just then, he caught sight of something he had never seen before out of the corner of his eye and asked, "Master, what is this?" He was a man of considerable experience, yet he had never seen anything like this before. The worker said, "Scallops, I'll give you some if you want. These things don't keep well, you have to eat them quickly." Out of respect for Dakium, the worker offered an explanation. Jiang Tao thought to himself, "It's still meat, it would be a waste not to use it." "Okay, thank you, master. Don't mention it. If you need to load goods again in the future, just look for me," the worker said. "Especially those purchased privately." "Okay, I'll have to trouble you." Li Fuxing slept soundly until dawn. It's good to be young. You don't suffer from insomnia. In his previous life, he was tormented by insomnia quite a bit. After getting up and washing up, he left the guest house. He suddenly froze. He didn't have a bicycle. Was he supposed to walk all the way to the rice cooker factory? Last night, he was brought here by a car arranged by Director Fu. It would take more than an hour to walk from here to the rice cooker factory, so he had to go to the factory and tell Director Fu. He had just stepped out of the guest house when a car was parked at the entrance, and a man standing next to it looked very much like the driver who had brought him back the night before. Upon seeing Li Fuxing, the man quickly said, "Expertly, Director Fu arranged for me to come and pick you up and take you to the factory. You can just call me Xiao Wu. I will be your personal driver from now on." Chapter 231, Guiding Questions. Li Fuxing was taken aback when he heard this. In this day and age, only a few high-ranking leaders could afford to be chauffeured around in cars. Nowadays, cars are not only a means of transportation, but also a symbol of status and position. Moreover, the brand of a car can indicate the rank of the person riding in it. In front of me was a Shanghai-branded sedan. These days, cars from this brand aren't something just anyone can afford to ride in. How could a rice cooker factory get its hands on a vehicle like this? Li Fuxing had a question mark in his mind. However, judging from this car, the leaders of the rice cooker factory still value him very much. This can also be seen from the environment of the guest house where he stayed last night. In fact, There is a guest house next to the rice cooker factory, but the factory leaders still arranged for him to stay in this one with better conditions. They even arranged for a car to pick them up and drop them off. That's really thoughtful. No need to be so polite, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Hey, it's all part of the job. If you hadn't invented the rice cooker, our factory wouldn't have been able to be established. The thousands of workers in their rice cooker factory all got their jobs because of Li Fuxing. Xiao Wu opened the car door and waited for Li Fuxing to get in before closing the door, then got in himself and drove Li Fuxing to the rice cooker factory. Li Fuxing asked, Comrade Xiao Wu, tell me your name? He didn't know how long he would be staying here, so he would have to spend a lot of time with people during this period. Knowing their names was essential. He couldn't keep calling them Little Wu. They're all older than him. Expertly, my name is Wu Xiaodong, Wu Xiaodong said. Li Fuxing said with a smile, from now on, we'll be spending every day together. How about this? I'll call you Brother Xiaodong, and you can just call me Fuxing. He always felt a bit strange when others called him an expert. The word expert is not considered a good word in later generations, so he didn't have a good impression of it. Okay, then I'll call you Fuxing. Seeing Li Fuxing's serious expression, Wu Xiaodong immediately nodded in agreement. Moreover, while Li Fuxing is indeed an expert, he himself is not particularly bad. Although there are more car drivers than truck drivers, he is still a driver. Moreover, he works close to the leader, and if he is noticed by the leader, he can be promoted overnight. Before long, the car arrived at the rice cooker factory. After driving into the factory, they saw that the deputy factory director was already waiting by the roadside with a group of people. As soon as Li Fuxing got out of the car, the deputy factory director stepped forward to greet him. Comrade Fuxing, how did you sleep last night? Did you get used to it? That guest house was the best accommodation they could offer. They couldn't very well put Li Fuxing in the factory. He was there to provide guidance, not to work. I slept well and got used to it. I have to thank the factory for their thoughtful preparations, Li Fuxing said. Director Fu, please just call me by my name from now on. Even though it's still not as good as home, it's already pretty good for now. I hope you get used to it. Director Fu nodded, relieved that Li Fuxing might not be used to it, and he really wouldn't be able to help him. Moreover, allowing someone to call you by your name directly implies a sense of closeness. Come on, we'll go with you to take a look at the factory. If you think there's anything that needs to be corrected or improved, just tell us. Li Fuxing said, Okay, thank you for your help, Director Fu and all the leaders. You're too kind, huh? A workshop foreman immediately strode forward and led the way for everyone. Even compared to a steel rolling mill, their rice cooker factory isn't much smaller. The country still attaches great importance to projects that earn foreign exchange, and rice cookers have already proven to have a broad market abroad. The rice cooker factory has a total of 5 workshops, and there is a possibility of further expansion in the future. Entering the first workshop, Li Fuxing carefully observed and tried to find some problems. In this era, the workers were in good spirits, but because they had been starving for a long time, almost none of them were fat, which was the exact opposite of later generations. In later generations, people may have a poor mental state, but they can eat very well and have money in their hands. They can eat whatever they want, unlike now, where you have to get coupons to buy anything. After careful observation, Li Fuxing did find some problems. The materials in the workshop were placed too casually, and if you were not careful, they could easily be bumped and knocked over. Also, some machine oil was spilled on the floor and had not been cleaned up. If you are not careful, you may fall. Factory Director Fu asked, Fuxing, how's our workshop? The machines displayed here are all very advanced in China. Other factories don't receive this kind of treatment. Currently, many factories in China are using outdated foreign machines, and the important parts have been replaced many times, changing hands countless times. This shows that the government highly values rice cooker factories and has high expectations for them. Most of the machines in the factory are new. Only some key machines are somewhat old. It's great. The workers are in very good spirits, Li Fuxing said. The workers in the workshop all looked at Li Fuxing with some curiosity. I never expected that the expert sent from above would be so young, looking no more than 20 years old. Is this expert really that capable, given his young age? A worker asked in a low voice. Another worker next to him said, I don't know if he's capable or not, but he's definitely more capable than you. Otherwise, why would they have sent him? Do you think the higher-ups are so easy to fool? I've heard that the rice cooker we produce was invented by this young expert, said a worker in his 40s. Afterwards, Li Fuxing followed the factory director and others to inspect the remaining workshops one by one, and found that they all had considerable problems, some of which were even quite serious. As Director Fu watched Li Fuxing's brows furrow more and more, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Could it be that something was wrong with the workshop? Fuxing, just tell me what the problem is in the workshop. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, I noticed that the sealing strip on the rice cooker doesn't seem to be made of rubber. I can't tell the specific material either. This is definitely not good. When heated at high temperatures, it will produce an unpleasant smell, which will affect the rice. If you use it for a long time, it will definitely be bad for your health. The material of the sealing strip is crucial, as it affects its lifespan and the health of consumers. Of course, it could also be due to the country's current technological backwardness, making it unable to produce anything of high quality. Factory Director Fu nodded. There is indeed a problem, but we can't find a substitute right now. We are trying to find a solution as soon as possible. There seems to be a material called silicone rubber abroad, and I heard that it's now being produced domestically as well, Li Fuxing said. Is this a real or fake revival? Director Fu's eyes widened. It's probably true, but I've only heard about it from others. Director Fu, you can apply to the higher-ups. If it's true, they should approve it for you. Li Fuxing's tone was uncertain. Director Fu and the others were quite happy. The person who invented the rice cooker was truly extraordinary. He had solved their major problem in a short period of time. Chapter 232. 5 out of 6 dishes are meat dishes. At this moment, a section chief from the rice cooker factory asked, expertly, I have a question for you. Could the power of the rice cooker be increased a bit? It seems that the rice would cook faster that way. After Li Fuxing handed the rice cooker over to the state also arranged for someone to start researching it, hoping to get inspiration from it, so that they could develop other things and earn more foreign exchange for the country. That's not the case. The power of a rice cooker cannot be too high, because if it is, it will generate a lot of heat, which could cause a short circuit and pose a fire risk, Li Fuxing said. Li Fuxing then added, high power can cook rice faster, but we cannot put the cart before the horse and blindly pursue speed at the expense of safety. Earning foreign exchange is not something that can be done overnight. We must first establish a good reputation in the foreign market. In this way, when foreigners see our country's products, they will have a good impression and our products will be remembered. In future generations, no one will be surprised when domestically produced goods are mentioned. Whenever my country enters any industry, the prices in that industry will be driven down. The crowd applauded, surprised that Li Fuxing's ideas were so far-sighted. Only when more and more young people like Fuxing, who have ideals and abilities, will our country become better and better, Director Fu remarked. Li Fuxing said, Director Fu, you flatter me. I am just an ordinary person. There are countless people in our country who are more capable than me. They are the future of our country. Compared to the geniuses in the country, he is still far behind. He is just a transmigrator from the future and has more knowledge in his mind. If I give my memories to those people, they are very likely to turn all the technology in my memories into reality, or they may even develop it into something better. In the process of revitalization, humility is a good thing, but sometimes we can't be too humble, said Director Fu. If you are too humble, you will be bullied by others, and your credit may be stolen. Afterwards, everyone went to the conference room. The head of the research department who had asked the question called over his subordinates and asked them to consult Li Fuxing on the problems they encountered in their daily work, so as to improve their work efficiency. Director Fu was very happy to see this scene. He even wanted to call everyone in the factory over and, while Li Fuxing was still there, to solve the problems they were facing. He felt his idea was excellent, but before implementing it, he needed to consult Li Fuxing. If he made a decision without asking, it might upset Li Fuxing, and he might not teach him his true skills, which would be troublesome. Director Fu and some other factory leaders had other matters to attend to, so they left the research department staff to accompany them and took their leave. However, while ostensibly accompanying them, their true purpose was to have these people work with Li Fuxing to resolve the problem. Thus, the remaining people in the meeting room began a heated discussion. Everyone had different ideas, and they often argued fiercely, spitting as they spoke, their faces flushed with anger. But their goal was the same: to make the product better and contribute to the country. Most people don't care about whether they have made any contributions. They are happy as long as they can help the country, and they won't have any complaints even if they don't make any contributions in the end. For example, the project that the country is currently researching in the West has brought together almost all of the country's top scientists, and the whole nation is tightening its belt to provide research and development funding for the project. To ensure that these scientists could eat well, the instructors reduced their own meals to the bare minimum, just like ordinary people. At the same time, in order to save money, they even stopped eating meat, just so that the scientists could have a little more to eat, since mental work requires nutrition. Suddenly, the conference room door was opened, and Director Fu strode in. In order to conduct research, you must also eat well. If people don't eat, they can't do anything. Afterwards, Director Fu took Li Fuxing and others to the canteen. There was no need to queue at all, and the canteen's head chef cooked a special meal for Li Fuxing. The head chef received a promise from the factory leaders that if the food suited the expert's taste, the expert would be allowed to stay at the factory and would be promoted. Therefore, he did everything he could to help. After Li Fuxing and the others sat down in the private room, the head of the logistics department immediately said, "Chef Liu, please serve the dishes." Master Liu was personally recruited by the factory director from a large hotel. The factory director put in a lot of effort back then. Chef Liu used all his skills to prepare this meal, making a total of 6 dishes, 5 of which were meat dishes. Before long, the cafeteria staff began serving the dishes. Chef Liu did not come along. Unless the customers called, the chefs usually stayed in the back kitchen waiting, depending on whether there was enough food or whether more dishes were needed. Soon, all 6 dishes were served. Director Fu said, "Fuxing, pick up your chopsticks and try our hygiene cuisine. Lao Bao San is a famous dish in hygiene. Have a taste." Li Fuxing didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. A master chef is a master chef. This dish looks incredibly appetizing. Li Fuxing said, "The texture is very rich, the cooking time is just right, and it tastes delicious." "I didn't expect you, Fuxing, to be such a gourmet," Director Fu said with a smile. Li Fuxing chuckled. "Master did well. I was just telling the truth. The other dishes were also quite good. He usually only cooks because he has good ingredients. The taste is just passable." Li Fuxing was a little disappointed because he didn't get to eat the Tianjin-style fried dough twists he had been longing for. Factory Director Fu naturally noticed the expression on Li Fuxing's face and asked, "Fuxing, is there anything you're dissatisfied with about the dishes?" "No, the food was delicious. I just feel it's a bit of a pity that I didn't get to try authentic Tianjin-style fried dough twists," Li Fuxing said. "Hey, I thought it was something important. If you want some, I'll have Chef Liu make some." Director Fu laughed. It was just a twisted dough stick. He ate plenty of them all the time, so he didn't find it particularly special. The logistics director immediately went to find Master Liu. "Master Liu, Expert Li would like to try our Tianjin-style fried dough twists." "Okay, I'll get right on it," Master Liu replied. "Even though I had some doubts in my mind, why should I eat fried dough twists when I've cooked so many delicious dishes since the boss said so? I'll just do as he says." Unless someone is mentally unstable, who would dare to offend their boss? Even in this day and age, while a boss may not have the power to fire a worker, they can still make things difficult for you occasionally. Master Liu started kneading the dough, and soon the twisted dough sticks were ready to be fried in oil. It doesn't need to be fried for too long, about 10 minutes. Master Liu arranged the fried dough twists on a plate and said, "All right, take it over." Chapter 233. The well-deserved reputation of the fried dough twists. "Okay, Mr. Liu," a staff member replied. Then, carrying the fried dough twists, he quickly walked towards the private room. Inside the private room, Li Fuxing and his group were discussing ways to improve the rice cooker. Even though he wasn't very familiar with the relevant knowledge, he could still offer his opinions based on his experiences from later generations. Although Li Fuxing himself didn't think much of it, the staff in the research department were enlightened by his words. They racked their brains, but couldn't think of any way to improve the product, but Li Fuxing just casually said it. The head of the research department said seriously, "Fuxing, why don't you just stay and become the head of the research department? I'll be your assistant. He was speaking his truest thoughts. He knew very well that Li Fuxing was more capable than him. The fact that he could become the head of the research department was because there was no one else available. All the capable people had been transferred to the West. Factory Director Fu never expected Section Chief Chen to say that. Although he and several factory leaders had discussed giving Li Fuxing a section chief position in order to retain him, Section Chief Chen's initiative was indeed a surprise to them. Judging from the expressions on the faces of everyone in the research department, it was easy to see that Li Fuxing was indeed very capable. Otherwise, the people in the research department would not have been so convinced of his abilities, and Section Chief Chen would have been prepared to give up his position. However, he could not and would not agree to Section Chief Chen's actions, as it would affect team unity. They found a better place for Li Fuxing. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a staff member walked in carrying a fried dough twist. Li Fuxing quickly seized the opportunity to change the subject. Let's eat the fried dough twists first. I can't wait any longer. He wasn't lying. He genuinely wanted to try Tianjin's fried dough twists. All right, let's listen to Fuxing and continue eating. Director Fu echoed, knowing that this matter needed to be discussed in detail and couldn't be rushed. Li Fuxing then picked up a twisted dough stick and put it in his mouth. The crispy and sweet taste instantly filled his mouth, and it was indeed different from twisted dough sticks from other places. Its crispiness alone surpasses that of other twisted dough sticks by a wide margin. Li Fuxing couldn't help but praise. As expected, Tianjin's fried dough twists are indeed delicious. Factory Director Fu said with a smile, since it suits your taste, I'll have Chef Lu make a lot more later. You have to eat well. He was just thinking about how to keep Li Fuxing with him when this method came to him on its own. It seems that starting with food would be a pretty good choice. Okay, thank you in advance, Director Fu, Li Fuxing said. Li Fuxing ate 4 or 5 pieces until he couldn't eat anymore. Then he stopped eating and patted his stomach with his hand, realizing that the food was already down to his throat. After dinner, the research team pulled Li Fuxing aside again to discuss the matter. They didn't know how long Li Fuxing would stay at the rice cooker factory, so they were racing against time, practically wanting to be by Li Fuxing's side every moment, hoping to get some inspiration to improve the rice cooker or develop some derivative products. Unlike some others, Li Fuxing was not afraid that teaching his apprentices would cause him to starve. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't understand many of the technologies from later generations, he would have wanted to share them all to help his country develop better. The group returned to the conference room, sat down at the table, and began the next round of discussions. Li Fuxing didn't find it tedious at all. On the contrary, he was very happy to participate. He felt a great sense of accomplishment if the discussions could help the country's development. Section Chief Chen and the research staff discussed with Li Fuxing for a long time, even forgetting the passage of time. While everyone was taking a break to drink some water, the meeting room door was opened. Zhang Hang, the director of Workshop 1, strode in and said hurriedly, Section Chief Chen, one of the machines in our workshop is malfunctioning. Could you please send someone to take a look? One of the research department's tasks is to maintain the normal operation of the factory's machinery. Xiao Wang, go to Workshop 1 and check on Director Zhang, Section Chief Chen said. This is, after all, their research department's primary responsibility, and they cannot forget it just because they are discussing matters with Li Fuxing. A young man, about the same age as Li Fuxing but very thin, stood up and said, Okay, Section Chief, I'll be right there. He's done machine maintenance countless times. Although he can't fix all the machines, he can fix the vast majority without any problem. He's currently focused on fixing it quickly so he can come back and ask for advice. He could learn a lot of new knowledge from Li Fuxing, and he was unwilling to miss this hard-won opportunity. Xiao Wang's departure did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd at all. They continued to chatter on and on. About 40 minutes passed, and Xiao Wang still hadn't returned, so Section Chief Chen started to feel uneasy. Just as I was about to go and take a look, Xiao Wang hurriedly pushed the door open, panting, and said, Section Chief, I can't fix that machine. You'd better go there yourself. Section Chief Chen nodded upon hearing this, and just as he stood up from his seat, Li Fuxing spoke up. I think we should go take a look together, and also take a break. What do you say? He had been sitting on the wooden chair for a long time, and his buttocks and back were a little sore. The chairs nowadays were far less comfortable than those in later years. They were only good for sitting for a short while. Section Chief Chen felt that this made sense. Li Fuxing was a very easygoing expert, so it would be really excessive if he couldn't even fulfill this small request. The experts who came earlier all looked up at people with disdain, unwilling to explain anything or discuss anything further. If the experts come from the Russians in the north, they are even more arrogant. They demand to eat and dress well, and when maintaining the machines, they want the site cleared so that no one can watch or disturb them. Trying to steal some technology from them is extremely difficult. After Section Chief Chen gave his approval, everyone in the meeting room rushed into Workshop 1. Director Zhang was dumbfounded when he saw the large group of people arriving. Could it be that the machine has malfunctioned so badly that everyone in the research department needs to be mobilized? If a malfunction prevents the completion of production tasks, all the workers in his workshop will have their bonuses deducted, and he himself will inevitably be severely criticized by his superiors. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward and asked, Section Chief Chen, can this machine still be repaired? Director Zhang, please don't worry about this. We will do our best to fix it and get it fixed as soon as possible, said Section Chief Chen. Then, led by Xiao Wang, the group walked to the malfunctioning machine. As soon as they turned it on, they could hear that there was something wrong with the sound. Section Chief Chen, isn't the machine making a strange sound? Li Fuxing asked. Section Chief Chen thought for a moment and said, something is definitely not right. There must be a problem with some part of the transmission. I didn't expect that Expert Li would have such a deep understanding of the machine. Chapter 234, Selfless Contribution. Everyone strives for national development. The solution to this problem is not complicated. First, check all the transmission-related parts to see if the abnormal noise is caused by wear. If so, replace the parts. While disassembling the machine, Section Chief Chen did not forget to explain it to everyone in the research department. The research staff listened attentively. Such opportunities for hands-on demonstrations are quite rare. These opportunities are only available for some major issues. Otherwise, they would just work on it amongst themselves without anyone being able to explain it. This situation is precisely why they can only handle simple problems. They have no experience with anything more complex. There's nothing we can do about it. These days, machines are very valuable, and we can't let a novice take them apart. At most, we can explain the relevant knowledge to them so they can understand, which is why many repair workers don't have much opportunity for hands-on practice. It didn't take long for Section Chief Chen to disassemble the machine and see the problem. Sure enough, a part was worn out, which caused the abnormal sound. Director Zhang, please have Engineer Zhao make this part as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang immediately ran to find Engineer Zhao. Engineer Zhao is one of the few senior workers in their rice cooker factory. There are very few skilled workers nowadays, and each one is treated like a treasure by the factory. Even the factory leaders speak to them very politely. As soon as Director Zhang saw Engineer Zhao, he quickly handed him the part and said, Engineer Zhao, please make this part quickly. Section Chief Chen in the research department needs it urgently. No problem, Director Zhang. This part isn't too complicated, but it does require a high degree of precision. Please allow me a moment to work on it, said Engineer Zhao, after examining the part. He was very confident that he could make any part based on the blueprints or the original, unless it was a non-existent part. Several workers gathered around to watch the spectacle, and many others, hoping to learn some skills, also came over. After all, a promotion would bring a raise in wages and a higher social status, so they had to seize every opportunity. Seeing this, Engineer Zhao did not chase the person away. He would patiently teach anyone who asked him for advice. His ideological awareness was quite high. He knew that the more skilled workers there were, the faster the country would develop. Director Zhang waited anxiously to the side, and soon more than 40 minutes passed. Director Zhang, it's done. Engineer Zhao handed the parts to Director Zhang. Great. As expected of Engineer Zhao, he produced such a fine part in one go, Director Zhang said with a smile. Li Fuxing asked, Section Chief Chen, do we have many problems with this machine? Seeing how skillfully he had solved the problem, he figured it must have been done many times. Section Chief Chen sighed and said, That's true. Due to various reasons, our machines are very prone to malfunction. But we're doing relatively well here. The machines aren't that old. Due to outdated technology, the precision of the machines is very low, making it difficult to produce high-precision parts. At the same time, there are also significant design problems, which have led to some structural imbalances and make the structure prone to various issues. Section Chief Chen voiced all his concerns at once. Li Fuxing nodded, as he was well aware of the current gap between China and the world. Even machines that have been phased out abroad are still much more advanced than those produced domestically. But there's nothing we can do about it. China doesn't lack talent. What it lacks is an industrial base. Right now, China's industrial capacity is shockingly low. After hearing what Section Chief Chen said, everyone pursed their lips and remained silent. Just then, Director Zhang hurriedly returned with the finished parts and said, "Section Chief Chen, the parts are finished." Section Chief Chen took the part, measured it, and exclaimed, "Engineer Zhao is really amazing. The part he made is exactly the same. The more refined the parts, the better they will be to use." Then, Section Chief Chen began the installation. He deliberately slowed down the installation speed so that the research staff could see it clearly. Everyone in the research department knew that this was a rare opportunity, so they listened very attentively. Before long, the machine was assembled. Section Chief Chen restarted the machine and, seeing that the abnormal sound had disappeared, said, "Director Zhang, the machine is fixed." "Thank you so much, Section Chief Chen," Director Zhang quickly said. Fortunately, the machine wasn't too critical. Otherwise, the entire workshop would have had to shut down and wait. In that case, the workshop director in charge of production would have been held responsible, since the production task had been delayed. Section Chief Chen waved his hand. "Director Zhang, you don't need to be so polite. It's just my job." Xiao Wang, standing nearby, was very envious and said, "I wonder when I'll be as good as Section Chief Chen." A worker next to him said, "You should calm down and learn diligently. This skill takes time to develop. You think you can just eat shit? Do you start dreaming before it gets dark? Xiao Wang, study hard from now on, and you'll surpass me sooner or later. I have high hopes for you," Section Chief Chen encouraged. Even though he knew it was just to encourage himself, Xiao Wang still felt very motivated and full of energy. Li Fuxing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. As expected of young people, they get excited over just one sentence. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be a problem for Xiao Wang to cultivate a few acres of land. "Fuxing, do you have any suggestions?" Section Chief Wang asked, noticing Li Fuxing's ambiguous smile. Could it be that he's had an inspiration? Through the past day or two of communication, he has come to understand Li Fuxing and values Li Fuxing's ideas very much. "It's nothing, I just thought of some other things." "All right, safety is a big deal. I feel we need to emphasize the importance of safety. Otherwise, if a safety accident happens, it will not only affect production tasks, but also pose a great threat to the lives of our workers," Li Fuxing said. Afterwards, Li Fuxing talked about the safety precautions for production in the workshop in the future. These things would be commonplace in later generations, essential knowledge that workers would need to learn. But in this day and age, they are things that workers have never even heard of. At first, Section Chief Chen and Director Zhang didn't think it was important, but the more they listened, the more shocked they became. Director Zhang, in particular, treated him like a precious treasure. After listening to the rest, he simply took out his notebook and wrote it down, summarizing everything Li Fuxing had said. "Revival, speak slowly," he said with a smile, his pen not writing that fast. Li Fuxing nodded and slowed down his speech. After speaking for 7 or 8 minutes, Li Fuxing felt he had run out of things to say. "All right, that's enough," he said with a smile. Director Zhang handed him the notebook. "Fuxing, do you see if there's anything that needs to be added?" Chapter 235 Workshop Renovation, Improved Production Efficiency. He felt that if he reported all these safety precautions to his superiors, it would be a great achievement. Barring unforeseen circumstances, these safety precautions will likely be adopted by many factories. Li Fuxing took the notebook and read it carefully. Compared with what he had said, one thing was missing. He said, "The working environment in the workshop is not good right now. The hygiene conditions are very poor. If the workers work in this environment for a long time, their bodies will eventually break down. He just mentioned that, but Director Zhang didn't write it down. Most workers nowadays are the breadwinners of their families, and often they are pushing their bodies to the limit. If this continues, many minor ailments will turn into serious illnesses. After listening, Section Chief Chun and the others felt that it made a lot of sense, so they continued to write it down in their notebooks. Revival, is there any hope left? He felt that Li Fuxing was like an onion. Once you peeled one layer, there was always another. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, I feel that with so many machines in the factory, the research department led by Section Chief Chen might not be able to handle it all. Fuxing, what does too busy to handle mean? Section Chief Chen didn't quite understand for a moment. What I mean is, there are too many machines in the factory. Why don't we have Xiao Wang and the others teach the workers in the workshop how to repair them? That way, the workers can maintain the machines more often, which will reduce the possibility of problems and improve work efficiency, Li Fuxing said. Upon hearing this, Section Chief Chen immediately understood it was indeed true. Young people are young people, they have so many good ideas. He said, okay, I'll listen to Fuxing. Have Xiao Wang and the others teach the workshop workers how to maintain the machines. At this moment, Director Zhang questioned, won't this affect the production schedule? His top priority now is to ensure the completion of production tasks in the workshop, so that he and the workers can receive their bonuses. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Section Chief Chen was at a loss. Director Zhang was right. This would inevitably affect the production schedule. Director Zhang was in charge of production, so he certainly wouldn't agree to it. How about we schedule it for Saturday? It won't take too long, probably less than an hour. This way, we can ensure the normal progress of production while also maintaining the machines, Li Fuxing said. It's simply a matter of finding a middle ground, allowing both sides to compromise so that both can accept it. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, Section Chief Chun and Director Zhang both nodded, indicating that they could accept it. That's fine. As long as it doesn't affect production, I have no objections, Director Zhang said. Moreover, if the machine is always malfunctioning, it will also affect the production tasks, so it is always best to maintain the machine well. Fuxing, let's go see the factory director, said Section Chief Chen, pulling Li Fuxing up. This matter is quite crucial. Currently, too many factories lack this awareness. Workers only know how to produce and do not maintain the machines. If this method is adopted, so many machines in the country can be maintained, which would be a great thing for the country. In this way, we don't need to buy so many machines, and we can save foreign exchange and use it more effectively. Li Fuxing followed Section Chief Chen. Soon, the two arrived at the factory director's office. Section Chief Chen was so anxious that he didn't even knock before pushing the door open and walking in. Just as Director Fu was about to glare, he saw Li Fuxing and Section Chief Chen and immediately swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Is that Fuxing and Xiao Chen? They came to see me about something. If you're in such a hurry, you must have something very important to say. Could it be that Fuxing has a new inspiration? Director Fu, Fuxing just talked to us about safety precautions in the workshop. I feel they are very important, and we need to hold a meeting to discuss them, said Section Chief Chen. The deputy factory director was very puzzled. He didn't even know the specifics of the meeting, so how could he hold it? The details needed to be made clearer. It's like this. Section Chief Chen quickly explained the situation. The more Director Fu listened, the more surprised he became. He also understood the importance of the matter and nodded, saying, okay, I will immediately convene a meeting of the factory leaders to discuss it. Xiaoli, come here for a moment. When Xiaoli heard the factory manager call him, he quickly pushed open the door and went inside, asking, Factory manager, what's the matter? Immediately notify the factory leaders to go to the conference room for a meeting right now, said the deputy factory director. Hearing this, Xiaoli nodded. Okay, I'll go and issue the notice right away. After saying that, he turned and left. There were quite a few leaders in the factory, so it would take some time to issue a notice. It's not as convenient as it will be in later years when you can send notifications with a mobile phone. Now, you need to send them out one by manpower. Factory Director Fu then said, Fuxing, you and Xiao Chen remember to prepare the notes, and see if there's anything else we need to add. We'll need them for the meeting later. Li Fuxing nodded to Section Chief Chen. Section Chief Chen naturally wanted to make the safety precautions as comprehensive as possible, as this would increase the likelihood of their widespread adoption. His worries were somewhat unnecessary. Any leader who wasn't stupid would understand how important these safety and rest arrangements were and would never stand in his way. Most likely, he would work with the factory leaders to further improve these arrangements. Only in this way can they claim credit for the safety precautions. A short while later, Xiao Li returned. Director Fu, the notice has been issued. Factory Director Fu said, Okay, Fuxing Xiao Chun, let's go to the conference room. We can't keep people waiting. The factory leaders who received the notice were all a bit confused. It was almost time to get off work, so what kind of meeting was this? Can't you come to open it tomorrow morning? However, since it was the deputy factory manager who issued the notice, they could only complain in private and dared not openly express their opinions. Soon, Director Fu led Li Fuxing and Section Chief Chun into the conference room. Upon seeing the arrival of the deputy factory director, the meeting room fell silent. The deputy factory director then said, Comrade Li Fuxing, who came to our factory to guide our work, recently raised some safety precautions. Let's all take turns reading them and share our thoughts. Upon hearing this, the factory leaders began to pass around the notebook, and everyone who saw it showed a surprised expression. After reading it, they began to vote by raising their hands, and without a doubt, the factory leaders passed it unanimously. When Section Chief Chen saw that it had finally been approved, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was so afraid that such a good suggestion would not be approved. Factory Director Fu said, If everyone has no objections, we will renovate all 5 workshops. However, we will definitely not have enough manpower, so we can only take turns, starting with Workshop 1. In the following days, the workers in Workshop 1 carried out their production work in accordance with safety guidelines. At first, they were indeed a little unaccustomed to it, but as time went on, they began to feel the benefits. Previously, everyone left their things lying around, which was very inconvenient. Now that there are designated places to put things, it's much more convenient to use them. Chapter 236. Keep Comrade Fuxing here. He'll promote you to director. The workshop is much cleaner overall, and the environment has been greatly improved. It was just that cleaning was quite difficult at the beginning, but after that, it was enough to keep it clean every day, so it wasn't so tiring. The factory director and other leaders visited the workshop and expressed their satisfaction. They felt that the workers' demeanor had improved in the clean environment. From this perspective, the rectification was very successful, and everyone deserves credit, which is practically a free gift and very rewarding. The factory leaders were increasingly satisfied with Li Fuxing. Such a capable employee was quite rare, so they all wanted to keep him on, as it would be beneficial for both the factory and themselves. They all ran to Director Fu and told him their thoughts. Factory Director Fu himself also very much hopes to keep Li Fuxing. He is currently arranging for Chef Lu to cook different dishes for Li Fuxing every day, hoping to win him over by capturing his taste buds. Compared to steel rolling mills, their biggest advantage is that they specialize in exports, which means they offer better benefits and compensation. The steel mill was, after all, the largest factory in Beiping, and it had an inherent advantage in terms of location and size. The resources available right now must be provided to Beiping City first. After thinking for a long time, the only thing he could offer was the cuisine of hygiene. Apart from that, he had no idea what else to offer. Li Fuxing has been having a great time these past few days. He was a bit busy at first, but now the research staff are too busy to come and discuss issues with him. His daily task now is to go to the workshop, and, if he finds any problems or has any good ideas, he can tell the factory leaders. Today, while Li Fuxing was wandering around the factory, he saw some people delivering food to the canteen, and driven by curiosity, he went over to investigate. Upon entering the cafeteria, he saw that all the food had been sent to the cold storage. When the section chief in charge of the canteen saw Li Fuxing coming over, he quickly greeted him with a smile. Expertly, you're here? It's not lunchtime yet. If you're hungry, I'll ask Chef Lu to make you something to eat first. Right now, Li Fuxing is the factory's treasure, so of course they have to treat him well. Li Fuxing waved his hand. No need. I'm not hungry. I'm just curious about what was delivered. He's now the purchasing manager at the steel rolling mill, and his instinct is to take some of the supplies home whenever he sees them. If it were seafood, He could certainly bring some back for his grandparents to try. Although Pinduoduo sells everything, it always feels a bit out of place to suddenly pull it out. Bringing it back from hygiene, after all, means it has a source. Upon hearing this, the head of the canteen felt relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't anything serious. Expertly, just come and take a look. It's nothing rare. After saying that, he casually opened a box, inside which were neatly arranged yellow croakers. When Li Fuxing saw it, his eyes widened immediately. I never expected there to be so many yellow croakers. Moreover, many of them are quite large, and in later generations, they would be quite valuable. Seeing that Li Fuxing seemed very interested in the fish, the canteen manager smiled and said, "Expert Li, would you be interested in going out to sea with a fishing boat to fish?" He climbed to the position of head of the canteen, so his ability to read people's expressions is definitely top-notch. He had relatives who worked in fishing, so he was used to seafood, but he never expected that seafood was so rare in Beiping. Moreover, it would also be a good opportunity to get closer to Li Fuxing. If Li Fuxing is treated well, the factory leaders might be pleased and give him a promotion. If he doesn't seek a breakthrough soon, he'll most likely remain in his position as the head of the cafeteria until retirement. If the head of the canteen is promoted again, he will become the deputy director of the logistics department. Although it is only half a rank difference, the scenery between the two is worlds apart. The deputy director has more power and better treatment. Upon hearing what the canteen manager said, Li Fuxing immediately became interested, but he still had to be polite. "Manager Zhu, wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? I'm here in hygiene to provide guidance, not for eating, drinking, or having fun." Section Chief Zhu said, "What's the trouble? Tomorrow is a rest day. I'll talk to my relative and ask him to take you, Expert Li, out to sea for fishing." Li Fuxing stopped being polite and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I won't refuse anymore. Section Chief Zhu, you don't need to be so polite with me. From now on, don't call me expert, just call me Fuxing." Since they've already said that, it would seem a bit pretentious for him to refuse. Besides, he really wanted to try fishing at sea and taste some fresh seafood. When Section Chief Zhu saw that Li Fuxing had agreed, he was very happy and said, "Then it's settled. We'll meet at the dock first thing tomorrow morning." "Okay, then I'll trouble Section Chief Zhu," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Li Fuxing didn't stay any longer, because Section Chief Zhu still had to oversee the warehousing, and he had that much insight. After finishing his work, Section Chief Zhu immediately went to Director Fu's office. As Director Fu's man, he was obligated to report such matters. He knocked on the door. "Please come in." Only after receiving permission did he push open the door and go inside. When Director Fu saw that it was Section Chief Zhu, he was a little suspicious. Normally, Zhu wouldn't come to his office unless it was something important. "Section Chief Zhu, what can I do for you?" "Factory manager, I've made an appointment with Expert Li. We'll go out to sea to fish together tomorrow." "Excellent. Well done. When we go to sea, tell Expert Li about our factory's strengths and try to persuade him to stay. Let him name his terms, as long as they're not too unreasonable. We can agree to them," said Director Fu. He thought for a moment and then added, "You must be very careful. If Li Fuxing were to have an accident while providing guidance at their factory, the responsibility would be enormous, and he wouldn't be able to escape it. He might even lose his position as factory director, let alone get promoted." Section Chief Zhu said, "Don't worry, factory director. I will do my best to ensure Expert Li's safety." The deputy factory manager nodded. "Old Zhu, if this matter is successfully resolved, then your position as the head of the canteen will need to be promoted," Director Fu said calmly. Making grand promises is one of the essential skills for every leader. Upon hearing this, Section Chief Zhu's face clearly showed excitement. "Thank you, factory director. I will definitely do my best." He knew the factory valued Li Fuxing, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. Keeping Li Fuxing meant a promotion. Li Fuxing was truly his lucky star. The next morning, Section Chief Zhu arrived early downstairs at the guest house to wait for Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing was inevitably excited because it was his first time going out to sea to fish, and he didn't fall asleep until very late last night. But he still forced himself to get up early despite being sleepy, just so he wouldn't miss his fishing trip. After washing up, he walked out of the guest house and immediately saw Wu Xiaodong and Section Chief Zhu waiting there. Chapter 237, Newbie Bonus. Brother Xiaodong, Section Chief Zhu, you're here so early. Have you finished eating? Li Fuxing asked. This is the most classic greeting among Chinese people, asking if you've eaten when you meet someone. It's considered a signature way to greet someone. We ate, the two said together. They were both treated well and didn't lack food. Afterwards, Wu Xiaodong drove Li Fuxing and Section Chief Zhu to the dock. Section Chief Zhu rarely rode in a car. Even though he was a leader, his rank was not high, so he didn't have a car and hadn't ridden in one many times. He didn't want to lose face in front of Li Fuxing, so he didn't look around like other first-time car passengers, nor did he touch things indiscriminately. The distance between the pier and the guest house wasn't far. It only took about 20 minutes to get there. When Section Chief Zhu got out of the car, he was a little reluctant to leave. The road that usually seemed so far had passed in the blink of an eye by car today. He hadn't had enough of the ride yet. Upon arriving at the dock, Section Chief Zhu led Li Fuxing and Wu Xiaodong to his cousin's fishing boat. The fishing boats used now are still made of wood, and they are not very big, only able to seat about 7 or 8 people. A middle-aged man with tan skin came over and said, "Cousin, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to arrive." The reason he was able to quickly dispose of the seafood he caught was thanks to his cousin, who was the head of the canteen. Every time he goes out to sea to fish, he never has to worry about selling his catch. His connections are the envy of many fishermen, who all try to get in touch with him hoping to sell some of their catch as well. Today was the first time his cousin had asked him to do something, and in order to do it well, he simply stopped working for a day and took Li Fuxing out to sea to experience fishing. However, his fishing boat was not large and could only fish in coastal waters. If he were to go to the open sea, his little wooden boat wouldn't be able to withstand it. Who knows? A big wave might come, and then the boat would be destroyed and everyone would die. Li Fuxing was very much looking forward to it, so he was the first to board the ship. Section Chief Zhu said, "This is Li Fuxing, an expert. This is Master Wu Xiaodong, our factory leader's personal driver. This is my cousin, Zhu Donglin." Upon hearing this, Zhu Donglin was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected that these two individuals were quite distinguished. Being an expert was not something an ordinary person could do, and having a dedicated driver was certainly remarkable, even if it wasn't extremely rare. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were all very impressive figures. Zhu Donglin became somewhat cautious. "Hello, both of you." "Hello." Li Fuxing greeted him with a smile. "Can we set sail now?" He was getting impatient. In his future life, he was just an ordinary person who never had the chance to experience fishing at sea. He could count on one hand the number of times he had seen the sea, and seafood was not something he could eat often. His wallet wasn't thick enough. Zhu Donglin nodded quickly. "Any time is fine. We'll set sail right away." After saying that, he immediately directed the crew to get to work. With the efforts of the crew, the fishing boat soon left the dock and headed out to sea. Looking at the azure sea, Li Fuxing's mood immediately improved. Fortunately, he didn't get seasick. Wu Xiaodong and Section Chief Zhu were in trouble. At first, nothing was wrong, but after the ship left the dock, they started to feel unwell. Wu Xiaodong was in better condition. He only felt a little dizzy and was able to hold on without vomiting. But Section Chief Zhu was in trouble. He was a local of hygiene, but he had never been to sea before, so he didn't know that he would get seasick. If he had known he would get seasick, he would never have gone out to sea with them. Looking at the two pale-faced men, Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised that he himself did not experience seasickness. He had even bought seasickness medicine from Pinduoduo, but now he couldn't use it. However, he didn't dare to give it to Wu Xiaodong and Section Chief Zhu, as he couldn't explain where the medicine came from. To avoid trouble, he could only silently apologize. Seeing Section Chief Zhu vomiting violently by the side of the boat, Wu Xiaodong almost couldn't hold back either. He quickly turned away to avoid looking, otherwise he would definitely have vomited too. Vomiting, like yawning, is contagious. Section Chief Zhu, why don't you close your eyes and rest for a bit? Drink some hot water. It'll make you feel better, Li Fuxing said. Hot water in China is a panacea. No matter where you feel unwell, you can drink some. Zhu Donglin echoed. Cousin, expertly is right. This method does have some effect. Many people in their line of work get seasick, but after a while, they get used to it. Section Chief Zhu nodded after hearing this. Okay, I'll give it a try. He took the hot water Zhu Donglin gave him and drank it in small sips. Because the wooden boat was not very spacious, there was nowhere for him to rest, so he had to find a relatively clean spot to lie down. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt better after lying down, and soon he fell asleep. Li Fuxing asked Wu Xiaodong, "Brother Xiaodong, why don't you lie down and rest too?" Wu Xiaodong had been thinking of holding on a little longer, but after a wave hit, he immediately gagged twice, and then said obediently, "Okay, I'll go take a nap too." He lay half reclined on the side of the boat, closing his eyes to rest. Li Fuxing felt it was a pity that he hadn't brought a fishing rod with him. Otherwise, he could have fished directly and passed the time. He asked, "Comrade, do we have any fishing rods on our boat?" Zhu Donglin quickly replied, "Yes, I'll get it right away." He hurried to the place where the fishing gear was kept, where there were not only fishing rods, but also fishing nets and other fishing tools. Aside from fishing boats, these are the most expensive items, especially fishing nets, which are quite expensive. Therefore, they are usually repaired and used until they can no longer be repaired before being replaced with new ones. Actually, there were no fishing rods on the boat originally, but my cousin told me that Expert Li was going to experience fishing, so he brought two with him, and unexpectedly, they actually came in handy. Not long after, Zhu Donglin returned with a fishing rod and some bait. However, the bait was made from shellfish caught from the sea and had been sitting for several days, so the taste was indescribable. But without these baits, you can't fish. Although Li Fuxing had never fished in his previous life, he had watched a lot of videos and learned a thing or two. He baited the hook, adjusted the float, and then cast the line. This fishing rod is the most basic type. It's just a rod with a fishing line attached and a hook on it. Unlike later generations, where you can get any equipment as long as you have money. Since Cory isn't that advanced right now, we can only make do with what we have. It's available on Pinduoduo, and I even gave it as a gift before, but it's really not easy to sell it right now. Whether it was the bonus from fishing for the first time, or because there were so many fish around, Li Fuxing caught a fish shortly after casting his line. Using techniques learned from later generations, Li Fuxing precisely hooked the fish. It seems that what I learned online is still useful. After all, it's based on someone's many years of experience, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Chapter 238. How could we let Expert Li do this job? Li Fuxing tested the strength and became somewhat worried about whether the fishing rod could withstand the pressure. The fish that landed wasn't small, and to prevent the rod from snapping, Li Fuxing had to play it to wear it down before he could reel it in smoothly. Otherwise, the rod, which wasn't very stiff, would definitely break. After playing it for more than 10 minutes, Li Fuxing finally exhausted the fish's energy and lifted it up with a single pull. Li Fuxing was surprised to catch a large yellow croaker on his first fishing trip. It looked to weigh 3 or 4 pounds. He was very happy to have caught one right away. "Wow, Li is amazing." Zhu Donglin clapped his hands in admiration. "Hey, it's all just good luck. I don't usually fish. Never fished much. That makes you even more impressive." Li Fuxing planned to get a lot of seafood. His Pinduoduo backpack could hold a lot of it, as time was frozen inside. Whatever was put in would be exactly the same when it was taken out, and it could be stored until seafood was extremely expensive in the future. With his confidence growing, Li Fuxing kept casting his line, not wanting to waste even a tiny bit of time. But his luck wasn't as good after that. He caught fish that he didn't really want to eat. Regardless, he did experience the joy of fishing. After more than 40 minutes, they arrived at their target location for the fishing trip. Although it took quite a while, the distance the boat traveled was not very far. Zhu Donglin chose this place because it looked like there were schools of fish. Unlike in later generations, we can't simply turn on radar or similar equipment to pinpoint the location of schools of fish nowadays. In those days, finding schools of fish relied solely on the captain's experience. However, marine resources are now very abundant, unlike in later generations, where overfishing has driven many species to the brink of extinction. Zhu Donglin instructed the crew to furl the sails, and then they would have to row the boat manually. The crew threw down the wooden anchor. Steel was so expensive these days, they certainly wouldn't use it for anchors. Their little wooden boat was fine even without an anchor. After the boat stopped, Wu Xiaodong slowly opened his eyes. After resting for nearly an hour, he felt much better, although he was still slightly dizzy. Once Li Fuxing reached the spot, he reluctantly packed up his fishing rod. He also wanted to try fishing himself, so he couldn't continue. Zhu Donglin asked, "Expertly, I see there are schools of fish here. Shall we set our nets here?" Today's trip out to sea is to let Li Fuxing experience fishing, so we definitely need to consult Li Fuxing's opinion first. Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Captain Zhu is the expert in this area. You can just do whatever you want. He's just going along for the experience. He certainly wouldn't give orders to the professionals. After all, everyone has their own area of expertise, and if he did, it would probably only annoy others." Zhu Donglin was surprised that Li Fuxing was so easy to talk to. He had always thought that experts were arrogant and wouldn't listen to others. "Okay, let's log off here then." After saying that, he and the crew got to work together. Li Fuxing also volunteered to help, because if you don't do the preparatory work, you can't have a complete fishing experience. "Expertly, we can handle this little task. You just need to direct from the sidelines," Zhu Donglin said with a smile. Fishing is a very difficult task, relying entirely on manpower. Unlike later times, when everything is mechanized and automated, from preparation to casting and hauling in the nets, manpower is basically not needed. However, fishing right now is purely physical work, and doing it all the time will leave you quite exhausted. "It's all right. You have to participate more to have a complete experience," Li Fuxing said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Donglin let Li Fuxing go. First, the floats are tied to the fishing net, and then the crew members stand by the side of the boat and slowly begin to lower the net. Li Fuxing learned quickly and naturally accepted the job. The crew members were eager to do less work, and seeing that someone was doing it for them, they all became hands-off managers and let Li Fuxing do the work for them. When Zhu Donglin saw this scene, he originally wanted to scold the crew, but seeing that Li Fuxing didn't seem to have any complaints, he gave up the idea. Li Fuxing is someone even his cousin has to curry favor with. He can't afford to offend him in the slightest. Yet these people dare to slack off right in front of him. Li Fuxing soon became a fisherman, holding an extremely long wooden stick and standing by the boat, vigorously striking the surface of the sea. This job is extremely physically demanding. The wooden stick is over 3 meters long, and it's already quite strenuous to just hold it, let alone swing it around. If he hadn't been eating well and had good physical strength, Li Fuxing felt he wouldn't have been able to hold on. The sound of wooden sticks striking the sea echoed incessantly beside the boat. Before long, he woke up Section Chief Zhu from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw Li Fuxing standing by the boat herding fish. He was startled, thinking he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, and found that it was indeed Li Fuxing. Wu Xiaodong then walked over and said, "Fuxing, take a break and let me try." He had never been out to sea to fish before, so he was very curious. "Xiaodong, are you feeling better? You can't do strenuous activities if you're seasick, otherwise the symptoms will get worse," Li Fuxing said. He does feel a bit tired now, but it's not like he can't keep going. He doesn't know if it's because he rides a bicycle every day, but he feels that his physical strength is much stronger than in his later years. Section Chief Zhu walked up to Zhu Donglin and whispered, "Cousin, how can we let Expert Li do this job?" He had repeatedly told him before he came to take good care of Li Fuxing. He himself had only dozed off for a while due to seasickness, and Li Fuxing was doing such heavy physical work. How could this be allowed? If he doesn't complete the tasks assigned by the captain, he can forget about getting promoted. Zhu Donglin shrugged and said, "Cousin, Expert Li insisted on trying it himself. What could I do?" Li Fuxing said, "It has nothing to do with Captain Zhu. I insisted on experiencing it myself, and I'm sorry to have worried Section Chief Zhu." Section Chief Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't his cousin who asked Li Fuxing to do it. Otherwise, how would he explain himself? It's good that Li Fuxing did it on his own initiative. It's all right, but I've been working for so long. I need to take a break," Section Chief Zhu said with a smile. A few hours later, Li Fuxing and his team returned with a full catch. They were lucky today, having caught about 700 or 800 pounds of fish. Li Fuxing had a great time, but the others probably weren't as happy as him. Seeing that there were no other major problems at the rice cooker factory, Li Fuxing planned to pack his things and return to Beiping. But before that, He needed to secretly go to the dock and buy some seafood to put in his Pinduoduo backpack. Although hygiene is rich in seafood, it is also short of food, and the situation is even more serious than in Beiping. As the capital, Beiping received priority in food supplies from across the country. Therefore, although Beiping was short of food, there were not many cases of people starving to death. Chapter 239. Exchanging for 10 caddies of rice. It seems we're waiting for food to save our lives. One quiet night, Li Fuxing secretly went to the dock and took out a bag of grain in a secluded spot. These days, food is the most valuable commodity, even more so than money. Comrade, are you here to buy fish or sell fish? A young man quietly approached Li Fuxing and offered him a cigarette. Li Fuxing concealed himself very well and said in a low voice, I don't smoke. I'm here to pick up some goods. Picking up goods at the dock, of course, refers to buying fish, and especially a particularly large quantity of fish. Upon hearing this, the young man quickly asked, What do you want? How much? My uncle is the manager of this dock. He can have anything you want. Although the other person concealed their face, he was already used to it and couldn't be bothered to find out who they were. I want everything, fish, shrimp, crab, shellfish. As long as the quality is up to standard, I'll take as much as I want. Wow, he's got some nerve. I have plenty of goods here, but I don't know if you have enough money and tickets, the young man said. Li Fuxing patted the sack next to him. I'll trade this for it. The young man was puzzled, so he stepped forward and opened the sack. To his surprise, it contained rice, and the aroma of the grain instantly filled his nostrils. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, The rice is very good and can be exchanged, but this bag only weighs 50 or 60 pounds, so it won't be much. What if I said there wasn't just this one bag? What? The young man was shocked and said, My name is Zhou Lian. What should I call you, comrade? As long as you have enough food, whatever you want and how much you want, I can get it for you. Food is a good thing. I still have several hundred kilograms of grain. Just call me Tang Chong, Li Fuxing said casually. Li Fuxing didn't want to buy them little by little anymore, so he decided to do it all at once, which was the easiest way. All right, brother Tang Chong, wait here for a moment. I'll go find my uncle, Zhou Lian said with a smile. He couldn't make the decision on such a big deal. Do as you please. I'll just wander around the area. Zhou Lian hurriedly ran to find his uncle. There was no shortage of seafood at the dock, but it couldn't be eaten as a meal, and you couldn't eat it every day, or you wouldn't be able to stand it. Even though this dock is legitimate, there's still a market at night, like a pigeon market, and the dock management staff just glossed over it. After all, fishermen also need to trade goods and eat. If they can complete the fishing task, the dock will allow them to secretly switch the goods. Li Fuxing walked over to a woman's stall. There weren't many items on the stall, just a few baskets filled with shrimp, crabs, and other things, and a few other baskets containing a few sea fish. In another basket were several large sea cucumbers. Sister, how much is this? Li Fuxing asked. I'm not selling this, but I can exchange it for grain, the woman replied. Simply exchanging items isn't a big problem if you get caught. It doesn't qualify as speculation or profiteering. But if you're selling them for money, getting caught is a different story. And all she wanted was food. Her family had been without food for 2 days. With such a severe food shortage, it was difficult to buy food even with money and coupons, so she simply exchanged it for grain. I have rice here. How much do you want to exchange, sister? Li Fuxing could tell that this woman was waiting for food to save her life. Upon hearing this, the woman was overjoyed and asked, Would 10 caddies be enough? Of course. Do you have any bags? Li Fuxing asked. Yes. The woman quickly took a cloth bag from behind her back and watched Li Fuxing open the large sack, wondering if it was full of rice. Oh my God. It's such a pity she didn't bring much with her this time. She still has plenty of sea cucumbers at home. Li Fuxing opened the sack and filled the woman's cloth bag completely. Anyone could tell that it weighed well over 10 pounds. Comrade, thank you so much. No need to be polite. It's no big deal. How about you give me this basket? Li Fuxing said, pointing to the basket containing the sea cucumbers. Okay, great. You can take it with you. The basket wasn't worth much, so she happily picked up the bag of rice and left. Rice was a refined grain, and it could be exchanged for a lot of coarse grains, enough to feed her family for a long time. She thought to herself, I've met some kind people today, The commotion attracted the attention of people at several nearby stalls, who were all very interested in trading rice for seafood. "Comrade, look at my shrimp, they're huge. My fish is pretty good too." Li Fuxing took a look and thought it was indeed quite good. If it were in later generations, the price would probably not be cheap. Before long, the bag of rice that Li Fuxing was carrying was replaced with a clean one. Just then, Zhou Lian walked over with two people. "Comrade, why are you changing things here? Come with me to the cold storage, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Li Fuxing nodded, and then, without being polite, asked Zhou Lian to bring people to help carry the seafood they had exchanged upstairs. Zhou Lian naturally nodded in agreement and immediately sent someone to do it. Li Fuxing followed him to the cold storage and indeed saw a lot of good goods. All kinds of them. Everything you could want. "Can you arrange a car to deliver it?" Li Fuxing asked. "That's no problem, of course, but the food. After you deliver the goods and unload them, bring the rice back with you." Zhou Lian then smiled and said, "Okay, it's settled then." The two reached a deal, and Zhou Lian brought back several hundred kilograms of rice. His uncle was very satisfied with the comparison, having made a huge profit this time. With grains so expensive these days, they can't be compared to those cheap seafood. Li Fuxing, however, felt that he had made a huge profit. The next day, Li Fuxing resigned and asked the deputy director and others for his permission to stay. The deputy director and others tried their best to persuade him to stay and promised him many benefits. Li Fuxing said that his grandparents were still in Beiping and needed care because of their age. This completely shut down Director Fu and the others. You can't stop others from fulfilling their filial duties. Moreover, Li Fuxing also said that if we encounter any problems in the future, we can go to him for communication. It's not like we've lost contact. Finally, the rice cooker factory gave Li Fuxing a lot of local specialties and, with a heavy heart, sent him back home. Li Fuxing rode in a sedan chair towards Beiping. Cars are different from trucks. They are much more comfortable to ride in. On the way, Li Fuxing and Wu Xiaodong chatted casually, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in Beiping. Wu Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the car had been delivered to its destination. He couldn't believe that the car had broken down on the way. It was so unreliable. He was only able to get it fixed thanks to Li Fuxing's help. Otherwise, it would still be on the road. Seeing that it was getting dark, Li Fuxing said, "Brother Xiaodong, it's too unsafe to drive at night. Why don't you come to my place for the night?" Driving at night is really dangerous these days, especially since the car had already broken down once, which made him a little worried. Wu Xiaodong glanced at the time and realized it was indeed getting late. He had a large family to support and couldn't afford any accidents. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble Fuxing to stay with you for the night." Then, Li Fuxing pointed Wu Xiaodong to the courtyard house. Chapter 240, Director Lin's Resentment. He'll leave the invention to the steel rolling mill. Thankfully, the roads in the courtyards were relatively wide in those days, allowing cars to enter. If they were as narrow as they are in later generations, cars would have to stop at the entrance of the alley. The sound of the car attracted people from several surrounding courtyards to come and see. There are many cars in Beiping, and there are many important people there, but it is rare to see one drive up to their courtyard house. Everyone was very curious about who was sitting in the car. Before long, when they saw Li Fuxing get out of the car, they all had a feeling that they had expected it. In their neighborhood, Li Fuxing was the only one eligible to be driven back in a car. If nothing unexpected happens, those parents will definitely give their children a lecture when they get home. Look at their revival. Li Fuxing and Wu Xiaodong moved all the local specialties given to them by the rice cooker factory into the yard. The residents of the courtyard all ran out to greet them. "Fuxing, you're finally back. How's things going in hygiene?" Qing Yuan asked with a smile. Li Fuxing took out some local specialties and distributed them to everyone. Each family received some. It was all right. After all, I went to hygiene for work, not for fun. But I did get to experience fishing on the sea, Li Fuxing said with a smile. When Qing Yuan and the other young people heard about going out to sea, they were all very envious. They had never seen the sea before, let alone fish at sea. "All right, everyone go home. Let Fuxing go back and rest too," an old man said. Upon entering Li Fuxing's home, Wu Xiaodong was immediately taken aback by the interior decoration. He never imagined that it could be decorated like this. It was truly an eye-opener. Li Fuxing said, "Brother Xiaodong, you can take a shower before going to sleep. That will make you feel more comfortable. It's so late. The bathhouses are probably closed. There's nowhere to shower," Wu Xiaodong said. "Do I have to take a cold shower? Even though the temperature isn't too low right now, it's still a bit chilly at night. Taking a cold shower might make me catch a cold." "I have a shower at home," Li Fuxing said. He then opened the door, revealing a squat toilet and a shower inside. Wu Xiaodong was surprised again. He never expected that Li Fuxing's house had a private bathroom. He was so envious. "Okay, since there's a place to take a shower, I'll take one. After driving for so long and having to repair the car on the way, I'm all dirty and tired. Now that I can take a shower, of course I need to." He took the clothes Li Fuxing handed him and went into the bathroom. Li Fuxing cooked 4 packets of instant noodles and added a few eggs. He had been eating dry food on the road, which he really couldn't get used to. However, he couldn't take anything out of his backpack in front of Wu Xiaodong, so he had to bite the bullet and eat with him. Soon, the aroma of instant noodles filled the room. For those who are too lazy to cook, instant noodles are indeed convenient. In just a few minutes, a delicious bowl of noodles can be cooked. Wu Xiaodong, who was taking a shower, originally wanted to shower a little longer, but after smelling the fragrance, his stomach started growling uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, Li Fuxing's cooking skills were also so good. His stomach really wouldn't allow him to wash for too long, so he quickly finished washing in just over 10 minutes. When Li Fuxing saw Wu Xiaodong come out, he said with a smile, "Brother Xiaodong, let's just have some instant noodles. We don't have time to do anything else." He then brought out 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. Wu Xiaodong originally wanted to be polite, but after smelling the fragrance, he couldn't resist. "Okay, I won't be polite with you then." He then sat down and started eating heartily, not caring whether it was hot or not. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he finished the whole bowl of instant noodles and 2 eggs. After finishing his meal, Wu Xiaodong leaned back comfortably on the sofa and said, "Fuxing, your cooking skills are amazing. I really don't know if there's anything in this world you can't do. My cooking skills aren't actually that good. What I'm cooking is called instant noodles. You can eat it after soaking it in hot water for a while," Li Fuxing said. Wu Xiaodong clearly didn't believe it, saying, "I don't believe it. You don't need to be modest, Fuxing." He had never heard of instant noodles before. Could it be a new product? The instant noodles currently being produced are all for export to earn foreign exchange. So many people have never heard of them, Li Fuxing said. He didn't say that instant noodles were his invention, and he's not the kind of person who likes to pretend. "I never thought I'd get to eat such high-end exported goods," Wu Xiaodong said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the two went to rest. The next day, after having breakfast, Wu Xiaodong drove his car back to Haijin early. It wasn't until he left Beiping that he noticed there was an extra box of instant noodles in the car. This made Wu Xiaodong think that Li Fuxing was really generous and kind. Instant noodles are an export product, after all, and he just gave away a whole case. Bringing this home will not only fill your stomach, but you can also brag about it to others. I doubt even the factory leaders have ever tasted it. He had a whole box of it. Even if he were to give it away as a gift, it would certainly be a prestigious thing to do. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaodong sang a song happily, feeling very pleased with himself. "When we get home, we'll let everyone in the family try it, so they can broaden their horizons." Li Fuxing also rode his bicycle to work. After being away on a business trip for so long, he naturally had to go to the factory to check in. He had just reached the office door and hadn't even had a chance to go in when someone called him away. Shortly after, Li Fuxing walked to Director Lin's office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." Li Fuxing then pushed the door open and strode inside. When Director Lin saw Li Fuxing, his eyes immediately became somewhat resentful. He had heard that Li Fuxing had proposed safety guidelines at the rice cooker factory, which were approved by the higher-ups. Originally, the credit should have gone to the steel rolling mill, but the rice cooker factory took it instead. How could he not feel resentful? When Li Fuxing saw Director Lin's expression, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but say, "Director Lin, I definitely did not disgrace our steel rolling mill during my trip to Haijin." "Fuxing, you certainly didn't disgrace our steel rolling mill, but if there are any more safety regulations to come, you should think about our steel rolling mill first," said Director Lin. Li Fuxing then realized that this was what they were talking about, and quickly nodded in agreement. Director Lin, please rest assured. In the future, if something like this happens, I will definitely think of our steel rolling mill first. Okay, now that you say so, I can finally relax, said Director Lin. After saying that, he picked up 50 yuan and some tickets from the table and handed them to Li Fuxing. Fuxing, these are all rewards from the leaders above. Li Fuxing didn't stand on ceremony and immediately took it. He suddenly remembered that cars didn't have seat belts yet, and immediately said, Director Lin, I suddenly have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Upon hearing this, Director Lin immediately became interested. An inspiration? Who knows, it might be another good thing that can be exported to earn foreign exchange. The gloom in my heart vanished instantly, and I quickly asked, Inspiration? Tell me about revival. Li Fuxing nodded and said, It's something called a seatbelt, but the probability of it being exported is probably not high. Chapter 241. I never expected you to be like this, Master Zhao. Seatbelt, what is this? What is it used for? Director Lin asked in confusion. We need to know exactly what seatbelts are for in order to determine whether they are worth researching and producing. Li Fuxing said, as the name suggests, seatbelts are used to protect the safety of drivers and passengers, and their cost is relatively low. If a car suddenly brakes at high speed, a person might be thrown out due to inertia. I almost had that happen when I came back yesterday. Are you all right, Fuxing? Director Lin asked somewhat nervously. Li Fuxing is extremely valuable to their steel rolling mill. If anything unexpected happens, they will suffer huge losses. The current success of the steel rolling mill is all thanks to Li Fuxing, which makes other factories extremely envious. Many factories offered very generous terms to poach Li Fuxing. In order to keep Li Fuxing, the leaders of their steel rolling mill worked together, went to great lengths, and pulled many strings. I'm fine, factory director, Li Fuxing said. Factory director Lin nodded. That's good. Can we make a sample of the seatbelt now? That way, everyone can see its function more directly. He had a longer-term vision. Currently, there were more foreign cars on the market. So if the effect Li Fuxing mentioned could be achieved, then seat belts could be exported, while the domestic market was very small. If we want to make a sample, we'll need the help of an experienced worker at the factory, Li Fuxing said after thinking for a moment. Seat belts may look simple, but they actually consist of two parts, the belt and the retractor. No problem. As long as it doesn't affect production, you can call upon any of the factory's workers, as long as they can produce samples. Factory director Lin waved his hand and immediately approved. Li Fuxing nodded and said, Okay, I'm relieved to hear the factory manager say that. I will make the sample as soon as possible. He then took his leave and went to the second workshop of the steel rolling mill. Upon seeing Li Fuxing, Director Sun, who was in charge of the workshop, immediately greeted him with a smile. Fuxing, what brings you here today? Director Sun, I need to speak with Master Zhao about something, Li Fuxing said. Master Zhao, Director Sun said somewhat awkwardly. Director Sun, I've reported to the factory manager. As long as production isn't affected, any worker can be mobilized, Li Fuxing said. Seeing that Director Sun was in a difficult position, he brought up Factory Director Lin. Upon hearing that the factory director had approved it, Director Sun immediately agreed. Okay, since the factory director has given his approval, there's nothing more to say. Master Zhao is on the east side. Fuxing, just go and find him. Okay, then I'll head over first. Thank you, Director Sunday. Li Fuxing nodded with a smile and then walked eastward. Before long, he walked up to a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man was of medium build and surrounded by a number of workers who wanted to learn the skills. Hello, Master Zhao. Li Fuxing greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhao, who was busy working, was startled by the sudden sound. Luckily, he was quick enough to save the part. He immediately flew into a rage. Even if the director came, he would have to wait while he processed the parts. He wanted to see who was bolder than the director. Who made a sound? Master Zhao shouted angrily. He turned around and saw Li Fuxing smiling. His angry expression immediately turned into a smile. Oh, it's Comrade Fuxing. Is there something you need? Master Zhao's ability to change his expression in an instant left the workers who knew him familiar with him speechless. I never knew you were like this, Master Zhao. Even when facing Director Sun, Master Zhao's attitude was not very good, but today when he saw Li Fuxing, he completely changed his attitude. However, the workers only dared to think these things in their hearts. They dared not say them aloud. Master Zhao, there's something I'd like you to help me with, Li Fuxing said. Master Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, Comrade Fuxing, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I still have some things to finish, and I'm afraid I'm powerless to do so. If he didn't have any work to do, he would certainly be happy to help Li Fuxing, but he does have work to do now, and by the time he finishes it, he'll probably be off work. It's all right, Master Zhao. I've already spoken to the factory manager, Li Fuxing said. Okay, the factory manager agreed. Then everything's fine. I'll get it done for you first. What does Comrade Fuxing want to do? Master Zhao put down his work and asked with a smile. He still has great confidence in his abilities. Li Fuxing then said, it's a retractor that can roll things up. When you don't use much force, you can pull them out, but once you encounter strong force, you can't pull them out. He briefly explained the use of the retractor, but it was unclear whether Mr. Zhao could understand it. After listening, Master Zhao used all his years of experience, frowned and pondered for more than 10 minutes before saying, Okay, Comrade Fuxing, I'll make one now and see if it's right or wrong. After saying that, he began to work on it. Li Fuxing stood aside and waited. It took about 40 minutes for Master Zhao to finish making the winding machine. As expected, he was the most skilled craftsman in the steel rolling mill. He managed to get the item out using Li Fuxing's somewhat abstract explanation. Master Zhao said, Comrade Fuxing, do you think this is the same as what you're thinking? Li Fuxing observed it for a while, then tried it out with something. Its function was indeed almost the same as the retractor of later generations, only the shape was somewhat different. As expected of Master Zhao, his work is truly excellent, Li Fuxing praised. Master Zhao chuckled and said, Comrade Fuxing, you flatter me. This winding device is not too difficult to make. If it were difficult, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it so quickly. He is absolutely right. If there are blueprints, even some low-skilled workers can make it. Li Fuxing thanked him, then took the retractor and went to the driver's quarters to test whether it would work. Upon arriving at the driver's quarters, Li Dali saw Li Fuxing approaching and hurriedly greeted him. Uncle 21, you're back. Yes, they arrived last night. Where's squad leader Jiang? Li Fuxing asked. Li Dali said, Master Jiang is working. I'll go and call him over. Soon, Li Dali brought Jiang Tao over. Jiang Tao said with a smile, Section Chief Li, what brings you here today? The two have a pretty good relationship, so it's harmless for them to make a joke. Here's the thing. I've invented something new that can increase a driver's survival rate in a car accident, Li Fuxing said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao immediately stopped smiling and asked, Section Chief Li, is that really true? Training a driver these days is quite difficult, and the mortality rate is very high once a car accident occurs. How could it be fake? I brought the items with me. Now we need to use a car to test them. Is that convenient? Li Fuxing said. That's convenient. So convenient. You can use any of the driver's cars you like. Jiang Tao immediately agreed. No matter how important a car is, it's not as important as a driver. Chapter 242. On behalf of the drivers, I thank Comrade Fuxing. Li Fuxing didn't choose a new car, but instead picked a car that looked rather old, saying, This one will do, Squad Leader Jiang. Section Chief Li, how about we choose a newer vehicle? What do you think of this Yellow River truck? Jiang Tao asked. If Li Fuxing's invention really works, then their drivers will be much safer. No driver can say they'll never be in an accident in their lifetime, and for his own safety, he's very willing to cooperate. Li Fuxing waved his hand and laughed. Squad Leader Jiang, it seems you trust me a lot. Aren't you afraid this thing won't work? It was just a test. There was no need to use a new car. The old car would be enough. But since Jiang Tao had brought it up, we would grant his wish and choose his Yellow River truck. Then the installation begins. First, the retractor is installed next to the driver's seat, while leaving enough space to pull out the seat belt. Under Li Fuxing's guidance, Jiang Tao quickly installed the safety belt and then began testing. Section Chief Li, how do we conduct the test? Jiang Tao asked. We can't really cause a car accident to test it, can we? Let's get a dummy first and put it in the passenger seat so we can make a comparison. Then we'll drive the car at top speed and then brake suddenly to see what the difference is between having a seatbelt and not having one, Li Fuxing said. He knew that the truck was very important, and he certainly couldn't deliberately crash into it for the test, and no one would be willing to risk their life for the test. Jiang Tao nodded. Okay. Next, they made a dummy out of some grass, tied some steel to it, and made it weigh about the same as an adult, so that the test results would be accurate. The first thing to test is the situation with seat belts. Jiang Tao drove the truck to an open area in the yard and began to accelerate. Soon, the speed exceeded 70 kilometers per hour, which is the maximum speed limit for a truck. Then Jiang Tao slammed on the brakes, and the truck's braking system went into overdrive. Under intense friction, the tires left 2 deep marks on the road. The force of the braking was evident. Because they were wearing seat belts, Jiang Tao and the dummy were both sitting comfortably in their seats. Apart from leaning forward slightly at the beginning, there were no other issues. Jiang Tao was terrified by the situation and broke out in a cold sweat. At first, he thought he was going to fly out, but he was eventually held in place by the seat belt. Without the seat belt, he probably would have been thrown out. I never imagined that the seat belt would be so useful. Apart from the slight pain from being constricted, I have no other injuries. Section Chiefly, your invention is truly amazing. On behalf of the drivers, thank you very much, Jiang Tao said earnestly. It's nothing, as long as it helps everyone, Li Fuxing said casually. Subsequently, Jiang Tao conducted a second test. This time, only Jiang Tao wore a seatbelt, while the dummy did not. The process is the same as the first time. First accelerate to the limit, then slam on the brakes. The dummy, propelled by inertia, shattered the glass and flew straight out. At the same time, Jiang Tao's seatbelt snapped, and he slammed into the steering wheel. Fortunately, he didn't fly out like the dummy. Li Fuxing and Li Dali were both startled when they saw this. Surprisingly, the dummy actually smashed through the glass and flew off. The truck's glass was exceptionally sturdy, unlike any other. Even if you hit it hard with a hammer, it would take many hits to break it, but it was directly smashed by the dummy, which shows how strong the dummy's inertia is. Jiang Tao was so frightened by the sudden situation that his legs trembled. After taking a deep breath, he said, Section Chiefly, the seat belt you invented is indeed very useful, but its durability is a bit poor. It broke on the second try. If it disconnects in case of an accident, wouldn't it be almost the same as not having one at all? Therefore, we need to strengthen our efforts in the selection of materials. Li Fuxing was equally surprised that the cloth seatbelt would be so unreliable. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Uncle Su had said before that nylon material had been produced in Beiping City. So wouldn't it be perfect to use it to make seat belts? Even in later generations, seat belts were primarily made of nylon. Squad Leader Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely improve the materials. I need to ask the factory manager for help first. After saying that, Li Fuxing turned and left. After Li Fuxing left, Li Dali said, Master Jiang, the car windows are all broken. What should we do? He was heartbroken to see the brand new Yellow River truck with its windows shattered. Even if the car isn't his, it's still a very valuable resource for the factory. Jiang Tao suddenly realized what was happening. Looking at the shattered glass all over the floor, he felt as if his heart had shattered as well. He would be extremely distressed even by the slightest ailment, so it goes without saying that he would be even more distressed by the current situation. It's too broken to repair, so we have to replace the whole thing, Jiang Tao sighed. Fortunately, the factory still had some truck glass in stock. Otherwise, they would have had to be taken from other trucks. Li Fuxing quickly arrived at Director Lin's office. Upon seeing Director Lin, he hurriedly said, Director, the sample of the seat belt is ready. It has just been tested, and its effect is very obvious. However, there are still some problems with the materials used in its production, so it cannot be considered a success. Factory Director Lin naturally understood what Li Fuxing meant and immediately asked, Since you said that, Fuxing, you must have a solution in mind, right? Tell me, and I will definitely help if I can. Well, Factory Director, I heard that the fiber factory in Beiping has developed a new material called nylon. If we use this material to make seat belts, they will definitely be very durable, Li Fuxing said. Upon hearing this, Director Lin frowned slightly. He wasn't very familiar with the leaders of the fiber factory, But if the safety belt really made a difference, he was willing to put aside his pride. He continued, Fuxing, can we test it one more time? I'll take the factory leaders with me to take a look. After all, seeing things with your own eyes is the most convincing thing. How can you ask your former boss for help if you haven't seen any real results yourself? Okay, I'll call squad leader Jiang to prepare right away. Li Fuxing nodded. Director Lin did not take all the leaders with him, but only the party secretary and a deputy director, a total of 3 people, to the driver's quarters. On the way, Director Lin explained the situation to the 2 of them. The secretary was very curious about the seatbelt. This was quite an achievement. Upon arriving at the driver's quarters, they saw Jiang Tao and the mannequin, who were ready to go. Jiang Tao wanted to continue using his car, but Li Fuxing refused. Since the factory leaders had come to see it in person, they should definitely change to a different car so that the effect could be better showcased. Jiang Tao was already heartbroken by the broken glass. If another piece broke, he'd be in deep trouble with his section chief. Chapter 243, Sea Cucumber and Old Duck Soup. But Li Fuxing's words are indeed very reasonable. If you want to achieve better results, you have to change the car. The 2 tests were completed quickly. The factory leaders could all see the enormous role of seat belts. If they could be promoted nationwide, it would be a great boon for truck drivers. The secretary suddenly asked, Fuxing, can these seat belts also be used in sedans and other vehicles? That's right, secretary. It can be installed on any vehicle, even airplanes, Li Fuxing said. He never expected the secretary to be so capable, with such a long-term vision, able to connect the test results to other uses for seat belts. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear Li Fuxing's words. They never imagined that seat belts could be used so extensively, even in airplanes. They also understood the importance of seat belts, and each of them had their own agenda, to install seat belts on all the vehicles in the factory so that their own safety could be guaranteed. Fuxing, I will definitely solve the material problem you mentioned earlier as quickly as possible, said Director Lin. If the material issue is resolved, he will definitely get a share of the credit, that's for sure. Li Fuxing said with a smile, I thank you in advance, factory director. Afterwards, Director Lin took Li Fuxing to his office, leaving Jiang Tao and Li Dali, who were heartbroken and unable to breathe, behind. The 2 had no choice but to start cleaning. Jiang Tao also had to figure out how to deal with the section chief's anger. He had broken 2 pieces of glass, so he was bound to get a scolding. Director Lin and his colleagues then discussed matters related to seat belts with Li Fuxing, such as the difficulty of production, the cost, and what problems might arise if they were to be promoted nationwide. Soon, it was time to leave work. Originally, Director Lin and the others were reluctant to let Li Fuxing leave, but he had been away on business for so many days and hadn't even had a chance to see his grandparents when he returned. Upon hearing this, Director Lin and other leaders, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to let Li Fuxing leave. Immediately afterwards, Director Lin called his former boss and explained the true situation. The old leader was taken aback when he heard his words, and then said, You go to the fiber factory with Li Fuxing tomorrow. I'll pave the way for you in advance. If the seat belts are indeed as good as Director Lin said, then investing in production is definitely worthwhile. Moreover, there are many foreign cars, and foreigners are also more safety conscious. If they can be exported, it will be another source of foreign exchange. Domestically, it's not that we don't use them, it's just that we use them less often. After leaving Director Lin's office, Li Fuxing rode his bicycle back to Lijiazwang. After arriving at a secluded place, Li Fuxing took out many things from his Pinduoduo backpack, some of which were for the villagers and some for his grandparents. Carrying a basket full of shopping items did not slow down Li Fuxing's pace. Before he even entered Lijiazwang, the villagers immediately spotted him. As soon as the old party secretary heard that Li Fuxing had returned, he rushed over and saw Li Fuxing entering the village and gradually heading this way. Fuxing, my business trip is finally over. Li Fuxing's grandfather had told everyone about Li Fuxing's business trip a long time ago, but he didn't specify the destination, which made the young people in the village quite envious. Li Dali and Li Dawei knew, but since Uncle 21 didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't interfere. I'm back, party secretary. It's just in time to run into you. I brought back some local specialties so that everyone in the village can have a taste, Li Fuxing said. Then he took out some dried fish from the shopping basket. Although there were only 5 or 6, they were quite large, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds. Let's share some with the students in the village to supplement their nutrition, Li Fuxing said. He was too lazy to make the trip himself, so since the old party secretary was there, he decided to let him deliver it. The old party secretary was already used to Li Fuxing's generosity and remained calm. These dried fish must have weighed 20 or 30 pounds in total. As he took them, he said, "Fuxing, I thank you on behalf of the village." "What are you saying, party secretary? Aren't I also one of the people from Lijiazwang?" Li Fuxing said with a smile. "I have to go back and see my grandparents, so I'll leave it at that for now." He said this as he hopped on his bicycle and rode away. The villagers around couldn't help but swallow as they looked at the dried fish in the old party secretary's hand. One villager said, "Secretary, let's eat this dried fish tonight. It's been a long time since we've had a good meal. Get out of here. Dried fish should be stored and eaten slowly." "What do you know?" The old party secretary glared at him. "If it's something that can't be stored for long under normal circumstances, it will definitely be eaten immediately to prevent waste. But dried fish can be stored for a long time, so of course it has to be eaten during holidays." Upon hearing this, the villagers all quieted down. Soon, Li Fuxing returned home. When Grandpa Li saw Li Fuxing, he quickly greeted him with a smile. "My dear grandson, you've finally finished your business trip." "Yes, I came back last night. I went to the factory to report for duty today, and then came back," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Li Fuxing didn't mention inventing the seatbelt. Being too high profile is not a good thing. It might attract the attention of enemy agents, which could put your life in danger. Li Fuxing carried the shopping basket directly into the house. Old Master Li originally wanted to help carry it, but Li Fuxing refused, saying that he could carry these things himself. After entering the house, I saw that my third aunt Yang Mei, Fei Fei, and Wang Yi were all there, having come to help with the work. "We're back in Fuxing," Yang Mei said with a smile. "You're back, third aunt." Li Fuxing nodded. He then picked up Fei Fei and asked with a smile, "Did you miss your brother, Fei Fei?" Fei Fei giggled, her 2 chubby little hands moving around. Li Fuxing said, "Third aunt, soak these sea cucumbers for a while. Then we'll have a sea cucumber and old duck soup. Let's call third uncle over too." He had bought a huge amount of seafood at the pier in Hygiene, far more than he could eat, so it was best to share it with his family. Yang Mei looked at Grandpa Li. She wouldn't dare to do it if Grandpa Li didn't agree. "All right, we'll listen to Fuxing," said Old Master Li. Auntie Sen nodded and said, "Wang Ye, go and call your father over for dinner." When Wang Ye heard his mother's words, he had no choice but to get up, even though he didn't want to. Otherwise, he would definitely get a severe scolding. Then he ran out the door. Li Fuxing put Fei Fei down, then took out more than a dozen sea cucumbers from the shopping basket. These sea cucumbers were all very large and would be quite expensive in later generations. Grandma Li Fuxing felt a little sorry for him. "There's no need to make so much, my dear grandson. We can't eat it all." "Don't worry, Grandma. She'll definitely finish it," Li Fuxing said. Seeing that her beloved grandson had said so, Grandma Li said no more. Yang Mei took the sea cucumber and said, "Fuxing, what should we do with this sea cucumber?" After saying that, she felt a little embarrassed. She had never seen such a good thing before, let alone eaten it. Chapter 244, Bringing Local Specialties for Engineer Han's Lunch. Li Fuxing said, "It's all right, third aunt, just do what I tell you to do." "Okay." Yang Mei nodded, having no other choice. Under Li Fuxing's guidance, Yang Mei quickly prepared the sea cucumber and then skillfully prepared the duck. Luckily, it wasn't freshly killed, otherwise it would have taken a lot of effort. Then, the duck was stewed, and the aroma immediately filled the air. When it was almost mushy, the prepared sea cucumber was added in. As soon as Li Dejuan walked in, he sniffed and asked, "What delicious food have you made? It smells so good." "Sea cucumber and old duck soup," said Grandpa Li. Upon hearing that it was sea cucumber and old duck soup, Li Dejuan immediately swallowed, his stomach rumbling, and he stared intently at the kitchen. After simmering for another 20 or 30 minutes, the sea cucumber and old duck soup was finally ready. Although the dishes were served and placed on the table, No one dared to touch their chopsticks unless Grandpa Li gave the order. "All right, everyone, start eating," said Grandpa Li. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly began to eat. Wang Ye, who had been craving it for a long time, immediately picked up a sea cucumber, took a big bite regardless of how hot it was, and exclaimed, "It's so delicious." Wang Kai quickly added another one and began to devour it. After Wang Hua finished one, she wanted to take another, but Yang Mei immediately tapped her chopsticks and said, "One is enough for each person." The young girl looked at Li Fuxing expectantly, hoping that her older brother would stand up and say something. Li Fuxing smiled, then picked one up for Wang Hua and said, "Third aunt, let them eat. There are still plenty left." After saying that, she also put one on each of the Wang Kai and Wang Ye brothers' plates. Pinduoduo still had plenty of sea cucumbers in her backpack, enough to last her a long time. If he hadn't given the bayberries to Wang Kai and his sister, they definitely wouldn't have been allowed to eat them again. When Wang Ye saw his older brother put a sea cucumber on his plate, he immediately smiled. Even though Yang Mei and Li Dejuan really wanted to eat some, they resisted and each ate only one. Children may not understand, but adults must. The rest of the sea cucumbers were eaten by Li Fuxing and his grandparents, but Li Dejuan's family also ate a lot of duck meat. They were very satisfied as long as they could eat meat. The three siblings, Wang Kai and his sister, ate until their bellies were round and full, so much so that they leaned back in their chairs and didn't want to move. After finishing her meal, Yang Mei started clearing the table, something she always did after eating. After cleaning up, Yang Mei and Li Dejuan took Wang Kai and his siblings back home, as it was quite late. Li Fuxing, of course, would not return to Beiping City. He stayed overnight at Lijiazwang. Around 6 a.m. the next morning, the village loudspeakers started blaring, signaling that it was time to go to work in the fields. Li Fuxing was also awakened by this jarring sound. If this were in later generations, he would probably have been complained about for disturbing the peace long ago. After being woken up, Li Fuxing couldn't fall back asleep, so he decided to go directly to the site to check on the progress of the reservoir. After washing up and eating breakfast, Li Fuxing headed to the back mountain. Perhaps because people had been walking around so much lately, the path had become much easier to walk on, and there weren't as many weeds around. It took him more than 10 minutes to reach the back mountain. The scene was very busy, and Han Lun was arranging some villagers to do some work. "Brother Han, you're here so early." Li Fuxing greeted Han Lun with a smile. When Han Lun saw that it was Li Fuxing, he smiled and said, "Fuxing, you're back from your business trip? There are no secrets in the village. Anything that happens will spread like wildfire." Han Lun has been coming to Lijiazwang to keep an eye on things recently, so it's not surprising that he knows Li Fuxing is on a business trip. "Yes, I just got back not long ago," Li Fuxing said. He also invited, "Brother Han, I brought back some local specialties from hygiene. Come to my house for lunch." Upon hearing that there were local specialties, Han Lun swallowed hard, but didn't refuse, nodding and saying, "Okay, I'll go over after I finish work here. We've already been in Lijiazwang for so many days, and we all know each other quite well. Plus, we have a good relationship, and there's delicious food to be had, so of course we had to go." Li Fuxing then joined in the work. The brigade leader told him not to help, saying that Li Fuxing had already helped the village so much, and now he couldn't be asked to do any more work. But Li Fuxing insisted on doing it, and the brigade leader had no choice but to listen to Li Fuxing. Time flies when you're working, and before you know it, it's 11:30. The sun is very strong now, and all the villagers working are covered in sweat. Li Fuxing suddenly shouted, "Look, why is there smoke coming from the east?" The captain frowned slightly and said, "Everyone, keep working. I'll take Xian over to check on the situation. That looks like the location of a makeshift shed. It would be best to go and take a look." That shed was a temporary resting place for the guards at night, and it was built very low. If you hide there and slack off during the day, you'll feel extremely stifled. Li Fuxing was a little worried, so he went along with them. The three of them walked for a short while before they arrived at the shed, where they saw 5 children inside lighting a fire to roast something. The children were so focused on the food that it was baking that they didn't notice the people behind them. But Li Fuxing saw 2 familiar faces, the brothers Wang Kai and Wang Ye. He didn't recognize the other 3. "Wang Ye, Wang Kai, what are you two doing here?" The sudden noise startled the children, and as they turned around, they accidentally kicked the burning wood away. That was bad. The fire quickly spread throughout the shed. Li Fuxing and the captain reacted quickly and rushed over to put out the fire. If it continued to burn like this, it wouldn't be long before the fire got out of control and might even set the entire mountain ablaze. There weren't as many firefighting devices available in the past, so if a fire got too big, you could only let it burn. The children were so frightened by the scene that they froze on the spot. Li Jian rushed forward and pushed the children away, but he himself was crushed by the shed. Li Fuxing and the captain rushed over to move the fallen shed. Luckily, the shed was very light. Otherwise, the two of them would have been helpless. After digging Li Jian out, the two carried him to a safe place and continued to put out the fire. The cloth was very precious and they couldn't bear to use it to cover the fire, so they had to move all the flammable materials around them to control the fire. It took more than 40 minutes to finally put out the fire. The 5 children knew they had caused trouble, so they lowered their heads and remained silent. Li Fuxing was angry and asked, "Wang Kai, Wang Ye, who taught you to play with fire?" This was the first time he had ever been this angry since he transmigrated. If Li Jian hadn't reacted quickly, those 5 children would probably be in grave danger. The brothers Wang Kai and Wang Ye were well aware of the seriousness of the matter, so they didn't dare to hide anything and honestly said, "We just caught a rat," and Taiju said we'd roast it together. Wang Kai and Wang Ye didn't need the rat meat at all, but since their playmates suggested it, they had no choice but to help. Chapter 245. After causing trouble, a beating with bamboo shoots and pork is definitely in order. Upon hearing this, the brigade leader and Li Jian understood that they couldn't entirely blame the 5 children. If it were when they were young, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist such temptations either. They couldn't even imagine how difficult things would be for the village now without Li Fuxing's help. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing was at a loss for words regarding the 5 children. "Quickly thank your Uncle Jian. If he had been any slower, you would have been finished." Upon hearing this, the 5 children immediately looked at Li Jian and said, "Thank you, Uncle Jian." One of the timid children burst into tears after speaking. Of course, this couldn't be kept secret. If their parents found out, they would definitely give them a good beating. Wang Ye whispered, "Big brother, can you take us to the city to hide for a couple of days? My dad will definitely beat us to death if we go back." They never expected things to turn out this way. They only wanted to roast rats to eat, but it almost caused a fire. Li Fuxing said seriously, "Normally, you can stay as long as you want, but if it's to escape, I can't agree to that." He didn't want his 2 younger brothers to become people who wanted to run away from problems. He needed to instill a sense of responsibility in them. Wang Kai and Wang Ye were both very disappointed when they heard this. Afterwards, the brigade leader and Li Fuxing helped the injured Li Jian and took the 5 children back to the village. The news of Li Jian's injury quickly spread throughout the village, along with the glorious deeds of the 5 boys. The brothers Wang Kai and Wang Ye took Yang Mei home and gave her a good scolding. The 2 brothers originally wanted to run to Li Fuxing's house to hide, but they didn't expect to run into their mother halfway there and be taken back. "Brother, come to our house for a visit," Wang Ye said eagerly. If the eldest brother goes back with them, maybe their mother will go easy on them because of him. "I have to go home to entertain my guests, so I can't go," Li Fuxing said with a smile. After saying that, Li Fuxing turned and left quickly without looking back, determined to teach those 2 brats a lesson. Watching Li Fuxing's figure gradually disappear into the distance, the Wang Kai and Wang Ye brothers finally accepted reality and obediently followed Yang Mei home. "As soon as I got to the front door, I saw Li Dajuan and Wang Hua waiting in the yard, with Li Dajuan holding a broom upside down in his hand." Wang Hua whispered, "Big brother, second brother, you told me to roast rats without taking me. Now we're in big trouble." Then she hid to the side so that her father could fully unleash his power. Li Dajuan walked forward with a dark face and kicked Wang Kai and Wang Ye into the yard, one of them each. Then he started whipping their buttocks hard with a broom. "Let's see if you dare to cause trouble again." Before the brothers Wang Kai and Wang Ye could react, they each received several slaps on their buttocks. Feeling the burning pain, they quickly begged for mercy. "Dad, we won't do it again. Please forgive us." If they don't admit their mistakes now, They'll definitely get beaten even harder. That's the lesson they've learned from being beaten so many times. Li Dijuan continued to hit him hard a few more times before stopping. After disciplining his child, he took a bottle of wine from home and went to Li Jian's house. Even this cheap, loose-serving wine, he usually wouldn't drink from, but now he had to take it to give away, and he felt like his heart was being torn apart. There was no other way. Li Jian risked injury to save the guest's 2 sons, so we had to bring something to visit him. This is the only decent liquor we have at home. The other 3 children certainly couldn't escape either, and they were all severely beaten by their families. The village also required the families of these 5 children to rebuild the shed. Apart from that, there were no other punishments. Li Fuxing entered the house and saw that Han Luan was already sitting there. The food must have been prepared, and he was just waiting for Li Fuxing to return. He said, "I'm so sorry, I ran into a little accident and came back late." "Let's eat," said Old Master Li as soon as he saw Li Fuxing return. Today's lunch was very lavish, with sea cucumber stewed with chicken and spinach stir-fried with sliced meat. Han Luan always eats until he's stuffed whenever he eats at Li Fuxing's house, because the food is always excellent. "Brother Han, how much longer will it take to complete the reservoir project?" Li Fuxing asked. Han Luan thought for a moment and said, "If we maintain the current speed, it will take at least 3 months. If it weren't for the abundance of laborers in Lijiazwang and their exceptionally hard work, it wouldn't have been this fast at all." Li Fuxing nodded. This was almost exactly the time frame he had anticipated. After chatting for a while, Han Luan prepared to leave. After all, he was an engineer and had a lot of work to do. It was already very kind of him to be able to take half a day to come to Lijiazwang. Li Fuxing prepared another package for him and handed it to him before leaving. "Brother Han, these are all local specialties of hygiene. Take them back and let your family try them." There were 3 dried fish and some dried sea cucumbers and other things. Han Luan initially wanted to decline, but in the end, he couldn't resist Li Fuxing's enthusiasm and accepted the gifts. Seeing that Han Luan had accepted the gifts, Li Fuxing smiled and said, "Brother Han, drive carefully." Han Luan smiled and nodded, then rode away on his bike. Li Fuxing felt sleepy after lunch and decided to take a nap. But Wang Kai and his 2 companions ran in. When Li Fuxing saw the brothers Wang Kai and Wang Ye, he took out a few pieces of milk candy and said, "Have some milk candy." Upon hearing that they could eat candy, the 2 brothers immediately forgot about their sore bottoms and ran over to Li Fuxing, especially Wang Ye, who kept flattering him. Li Fuxing distributed the candy to the 3 siblings and said, "Would you like to go to the city to play?" Having been here for so long, he hadn't taken the 3 little ones to the city yet. He figured he might as well take advantage of this free time and go to the city for some fun. "Big brother, can we really go to the city?" Wang Ye asked, his eyes wide. "Go to the city? No child from their village has ever been there before." Wang Kai asked, "Big brother, didn't you say we weren't allowed to go to the city?" Li Fuxing said, "I didn't take you before because I didn't want you to avoid things. I'm taking you now because you've already been punished, understand? To go or not to go?" Li Fuxing finally gave up and didn't bother to say anything more. "Yes, we're willing to go. Thank you, brother." The 3 siblings were very excited. "Okay, I'll go tell your mother, and then I'll take you to the city," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Then he pushed his bicycle and walked away, with the 3 little ones quickly following behind. After arriving at Li Dajuan's house, Li Fuxing told Yang Mei about the matter. Yang Mei said, "You 3 siblings should all behave yourselves and listen to your eldest brother. If you cause trouble for him, come back and see how I deal with you." The 3 little ones were clearly quite frightened by these words, and their initial little thoughts vanished instantly. After tidying up, Li Fuxing took the 3 little ones and headed into the city. Wang Kai sat on the back of the bicycle, holding Wang Hua in his arms, while Wang Ye sat on the crossbar in front. Fortunately, bicycles of that era had large back seats and crossbars in the front, otherwise there would definitely not have been enough room to sit on them. Chapter 246, A Big Hat Slapped Backhand. Wang Kai and his 2 companions proudly told everyone they met that they were going to go to the city with their eldest brother, which made many people envious, especially the children. As soon as they entered Beiping, Wang Kai and his friends looked around and kept asking all sorts of questions, appearing very curious. Li Fuxing was very patient, answering their questions one by one. Wang Hua suddenly saw a sugar figurine vendor and said, "Brother, may I have a sugar figurine?" In rural areas, being able to eat sugar is a good thing. Sugar figurines are something that people can't eat at all, and many rural children have never even seen one. Li Fuxing nodded in agreement, and Wang Ye hurriedly jumped off the vehicle. He was sitting on the crossbeam, and his buttocks were sore from the pressure, so he quickly took the opportunity to get off and rest his buttocks. Li Fuxing strode over to the candy vendor's stall. "Comrade, give me 3 sugar figurines." "All right, that's 27 cents in total," said the candy vendor. Li Fuxing gave him 2 cents, and after receiving 3 cents in change, he took the sugar figurine and headed back. He had just turned around when he saw 2 children cornering Wang Hua and her 2 siblings against the wall, pointing at them and laughing from time to time. Li Fuxing frowned slightly and quickly walked over. He stood in front of Wang Hua and her 2 siblings and said coldly, "What are you doing?" When Wang Hua saw her older brother arrive, she felt she had a powerful backer and immediately hugged Li Fuxing's leg and started crying. Li Fuxing patted her little head. Okay, don't cry." Then he glared fiercely at the 2 children. Li Fuxing asked Wang Kai, "What exactly happened just now? Don't be afraid, just tell me everything." He needs to figure out what's going on before he can start dealing with it. "Big brother, those 2 suddenly ran over and called us country bumpkins. We ignored them, and then they ran over and pushed Wang Hua to the ground." Wang Kai described what had happened. Upon hearing this, the shorter child snorted and said, "You're all just country bumpkins. Look at you, your clothes are all tattered. What else could you be but country bumpkins?" This child wasn't afraid of Li Fuxing at all. Normal children would definitely feel fear towards adults. This alone is enough to show that this short child is probably used to being domineering and tyrannical. Moreover, in this day and age, the fact that he can still eat meat suggests that his family is quite well off. Actually, the clothes that Wang Kai and his siblings were wearing weren't tattered, just a bit old. They had new clothes made for them before, but Yang Mei wouldn't let them wear them, saying they had to save them for the new year. Wang Kai even gave out school uniforms. Compared to children in other villages, they were dressed quite well, no worse than those in the city. Li Fuxing raised his hand and slapped the child across the face. The child had never been hit before and was stunned by the slap. After a moment of realizing what was happening, she immediately burst into tears, her cries much louder than Wang Hua's. The loud crying immediately attracted a lot of onlookers, but no one came forward. A short while later, a voice came from over. "Who dares to bully my son?" Then a fat man with a shaved head and a protruding belly walked out from the crowd, holding 2 sugar figurines in his hands. "Son, don't cry. Dad bought you the candy you wanted. Eat it now." "Is this your son? How do you usually educate him? He looks down on farmers." Li Fuxing immediately slapped a huge accusation on the other party as soon as he opened his mouth. The fat man looked flustered and said, "Comrade, you can't say things like that. My son has never looked down on farmers. Saying this in private is fine, but saying it in front of so many people and letting it get out would be disastrous, so he could only stubbornly deny it." "Who's talking nonsense?" So many people around heard it. "Your son called my younger brother and sister-in-law country bumpkins," Li Fuxing said. Li Fuxing was far too adept at labeling people. He was a leader, after all, and compared to the trolls who constantly argued online, this was nothing. Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately sided with Li Fuxing and began to criticize the man's family. "Comrade, I apologize to your younger siblings on behalf of my son. They are just children and don't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." When the 2 arrogant kids saw their father respectfully apologizing to someone, they knew they had caused a lot of trouble, and they lost their appetite for the candy figurines they were holding. Just then, a voice came from the side. "Even if they are children, you can't look down on farmers. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. Obviously, you haven't taught him well." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a shirt came out. The father of the naughty child immediately became frightened upon seeing the middle-aged man and almost lost his footing. He never expected to run into the director of the neighborhood committee here. He quickly said, "Director Wang, my 2 children didn't mean it. Please be lenient and don't hold it against us. I will definitely discipline them properly in the future, and this will never happen again. Li Chang, I never imagined your family would look down on farmers. You won't learn your lesson unless I teach you a lesson. I'm going to have a serious talk with your factory leaders, Director Wang said calmly, giving Li Chang no chance to regret his words. Some people were initially afraid of Li Chang's fierce appearance and dared not speak, but now, after hearing Director Wang's words, they all became bolder and began to criticize him. This scene is a classic example of kicking someone when they're down. They didn't dare to speak up earlier because they felt they couldn't afford to offend Li Chang, but now that the leader is backing them up, they're joining in the criticism. Director Wang reassured everyone, assuring them that the neighborhood committee would handle the matter impartially and would not let those who looked down on farmers get away with it. To be honest, if it weren't for so many people watching, he might have let Li Chang off the hook. But with so many people watching, settling things privately wouldn't work. Otherwise, someone else might report him too, which would be troublesome. Besides, he had long disliked Li Chang. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Li Chang collapsed to the ground, completely losing his previous imposing manner, looking like a dog soaking wet. His two sons realized they had made a terrible mistake and started crying. Hearing his sons crying, Li Chang realized that all his troubles were caused by these two brats. He immediately got up from the ground, slapped each of them, and said, "You two good-for-nothings, you've killed your father today, and you still have the nerve to cry?" Having said that, unable to contain his anger, he slapped one of them again. The two children were no longer as arrogant as before, and kept sobbing. Seeing this scene, Wang Hua and her two siblings were immediately in a good mood and started eating the sugar figurines in their hands. Director Wang then said, "Quickly apologize to this comrade's younger siblings." Upon hearing this, Li Chang quickly said, "I'm sorry, I apologize. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on the farmers." After saying that, he slunk away with his two spendthrift sons. He's already lost all face. What's the point of staying here? Chapter 247, Quanjude Roast Duck. To put it bluntly, city dwellers tend to look down on rural people to some extent, feeling that they are more educated and superior to rural people. Li Fuxing didn't linger any longer. He took Wang Hua and her two siblings and left directly for the department store, where he arranged new clothes for each of them. This made Wang Kai and the other two very happy, especially Wang Hua, who was a little girl who loved pretty clothes. As for what his mother will say when he goes home, he doesn't care about that now. But even if I get scolded, it's worth it, because I got a new set of clothes. It's true that clothes make the man. After putting on their new clothes, the three siblings looked much better. Afterwards, Li Fuxing took them to the zoo. The zoo in Beiping City originated in the late Qing dynasty and is the earliest zoo in China with the most diverse range of animals. After they finished playing, Li Fuxing took them to Quanjude to eat Peking duck. When Wang Hua and his two siblings heard the word roast duck, their eyes immediately lit up. Li Fuxing led Wang Hua and her two siblings into Quanjude, chose a seat by the window, and said, "Bring 2 roast ducks. It's 5 yuan each, that's 10 yuan in total, and we'll need 2 tickets," the waiter said. In this day and age, you have to pay and give a receipt before you can eat. If you don't pay first, how will anyone know if you're dining and dashing? Li Fuxing took out 10 yuan and 2 tickets. He currently had many of these tickets, mostly rewards from the factory and higher-ups. Wang Cai's eyes widened. His family couldn't save much money all year round, and today's meal cost his older brother 10 yuan. If my parents find out, they'll definitely beat me up. "Brother, let's go eat somewhere else." 10 yuan is a bit expensive, Wang Cai whispered to Li Fuxing. Looking at Wang Hua and Wang Ye, the two siblings are still a bit younger and don't quite understand things yet. They are eagerly waiting to eat roast duck. Li Fuxing said, "It's all right. I can still afford to treat you to this meal. Please eat as much as you like." Not to mention the large sums of money he earns from the black market. His salary alone is enough to support him. After receiving the money and ticket, the waiter turned and went to the kitchen. Before long, she returned with a chef pushing a food cart, on which were 2 juicy roast ducks. The 3 siblings, Wang Kai and his sister, all started drooling when they saw the roast duck. Li Fuxing laughed and said, "Quickly wipe it clean. What a mess." The 3 little ones belatedly realized what was happening and quickly wiped away the drool that had spilled out. The chef pushed the food cart to the table and first showed off the roast duck to prove that it was very fresh and had just come out of the oven. Wang Ye reached out to touch it, but the chef quickly stopped him. Little friend, this roast duck is fresh out of the oven and is very hot. You will get burned if you touch it directly. Li Fuxing also said, Wang Ye, just wait to eat obediently, don't be naughty. Upon hearing Li Fuxing say this, Wang Ye quickly sat down obediently. The chef then took out a knife and began slicing. Each roast duck at Quanzhou had to be sliced into 108 pieces for the knife skills to be considered passable. At the same time, the time spent slicing the duck should not be too long, otherwise it would prove that the chef's knife skills are not up to par. Not long after the chef started slicing the roast duck, Li Fuxing picked up a small pancake, took a piece of roast duck that the chef had just sliced, dipped it in sweet bean sauce, added some shredded scallions, and gave it to Wang Hua, who was standing next to him. This was repeated 3 times, and each of the 3 siblings, Wang Kai and his sister, received a rolled-up pancake. It smells so good, Wang Hua exclaimed as she ate. Wang Kai and Wang Ye ate quickly, finishing the pancake almost without tasting it, swallowing it whole. Li Fuxing ate very politely. After all, he had eaten this dish many times in later generations. However, the roast duck here tastes better than in many places in later generations. It smells so good. Wang Kai and his 2 siblings have quite a good appetite. They ate more than half of the 2 roast ducks. Li Fuxing himself only ate about a third of it. As for the leftover duck carcass, it was originally supposed to be thrown away, but given the current food shortage, it would be a waste to throw it away, so it will be packed up for guests to take home. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Fuxing took the 3 little ones to the courtyard house. Upon entering the courtyard, they first went to the Zheng family's house and gave Widow Li a package of duck carcasses. Thank you for reviving us, Widow Li said. Li Fuxing waved his hand. It's nothing, it's all right. Then they gave the remaining duck carcass to Grandpa Zhang, who was even poorer than the Zheng family. Grandpa Zhang was about to decline, but Li Fuxing said he had to go to work the next day and asked Grandma Zhang to come to their house to look after his younger siblings. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, Grandpa Zhang accepted the duck carcass, assuring Li Fuxing that he could rest assured. As soon as Li Fuxing left, Grandpa Zhang said, Fuxing is so generous. There's still a lot of meat left on this duck carcass, and he just gave it to us. His family was also very happy. The duck carcass looked delicious, and there was still some meat left on it. If they made a soup, they could eat several more steamed buns with it. That's right, Fuxing is indeed the most capable in our institute. We all benefit from it. Li Fuxing walked into the intermediate people's court and ran into Qing Yuan. Upon seeing Wang Kai and his 2 siblings, Qing Yuan was surprised. He smiled and said, It's you 3 little guys. Come play with your brother Qing Yuan tomorrow. Have you eaten yet? Come to my place for a quick bite. We've already eaten with brother Qing Yuan. He took us to eat roast duck, Wang Ye said with a chuckle. Okay, then let's go eat hot pot with brother Qing Yuan tomorrow. Are you willing? Yes. Wang Ye and Wang Hua were already very familiar with him, so they didn't stand on ceremony at all. Qing Yuan had plenty of free time, and in the following days, he led the 3 Wang Kai brothers to explore almost the entire city of Beiping. Only after that did Li Fuxing send the 3 little ones back to Lijiazwang. The 3 little ones were reluctant to go back. In the city, they could eat and play well with their older brother, but back in the village, all they could eat were cornbread and the like. It was too hard to go from luxury to frugality. My picky palate has been spoiled these past few days, so I'll have to slowly adjust after I go back to the village. Over the past few days, Director Lin has been running around and finally obtained the nylon. He then produced the final product of the seat belt and quickly began promoting it in Beiping. The leaders of Beiping had the most leaders in the country. As soon as they heard that it would increase the safety of their car rides, they all nodded and installed seat belts in their cars. Today, a very important overseas Chinese is returning to China, so Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Commerce arranged for his driver to go to the Capital International Airport to wait for him. The driver didn't have to wait long before a smartly dressed, sprightly old man came out. His aura clearly indicated that he was no ordinary person. As soon as the driver saw the man, he knew that the old man was the person he was supposed to pick up. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Pan? Minister Zhou arranged for me to come and pick you up. This Mr. Pan is a business tycoon among overseas Chinese. Pan Guang's businesses spanned multiple sectors, and he was already the richest Chinese person by the mid-1930s. Chapter 248. This could definitely earn a fortune in foreign exchange. It's no wonder that Director Zhou specially arranged for his own driver to pick up such an important person from the airport. Hello, comrade. I am Pan Guang. Pan Guang nodded with a smile. Now that he's back in his hometown, he'll use the local name. The driver immediately opened the car door and placed his hand on the door frame to prevent Pan Guang from accidentally bumping his head. Pan Guang was quite satisfied with these small details, nodded in acknowledgement, and then got into the car. The driver immediately closed the door, and after he was seated in the driver's seat, he noticed that Pan Guang was not wearing a seatbelt and reminded him, "Mr. Pan, please fasten your seatbelt." Pan Guang was puzzled when he heard the word seatbelt. What is this? Seeing the confusion on Pan Guang's face, the driver quickly said, "This seatbelt was just invented in our country and can protect the safety of the driver and passengers." After saying that, the driver raised his hand to demonstrate. This was not difficult, so Pan Guang took a look and immediately understood its significance. He was also surprised to find that the seatbelt was the same one that Ford was currently researching. He hadn't expected that his homeland had already put it into use. As expected, our motherland is still powerful. Even under such circumstances, it was able to invent something first. He was well aware that there were very few cars in China, but many abroad. With the global economy developing rapidly and most people's incomes increasing, the demand for cars would only increase in the future. Moreover, the level of automobile manufacturing is constantly improving, which will further reduce costs and, in turn, boost automobile sales. Currently, in foreign countries, especially those with developed economies, car ownership is very high, so people pay great attention to driving and riding in cars. He happened to overhear that Ford was researching a product similar to a seatbelt. After driving for nearly an hour, the driver finally delivered Pan Guang to the Ministry of Commerce. The driver then led Pan Guang into the building, where he saw the secretary who had been waiting. He quickly introduced her. "Secretary Liu, this is Mr. Pan." Secretary Liu smiled and nodded, then extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Pan." Pan Guang smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Secretary Liu. "Hello, Secretary Liu." Secretary Liu knew that Minister Zhou had been waiting for a long time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she hurriedly led Pan Guang to Minister Zhou's office. He knocked on the door. "Please come in." Secretary Liu pushed the door open and let Pan Guang in. A middle-aged man was sitting behind his desk processing documents. When he looked up and saw that the person who came in was Pan Guang, he quickly put down his pen and walked over. "Old Pan, how have you been?" Their last meeting was at the Canton Fair a few years ago. Time flies, which is quite poignant. "Minister Zhou, it's been a long time," Pan Guang said with a smile. Then he tentatively asked, "Minister Zhou, who invented the car seat belt?" He was well aware that seat belts had a vast global market, and if he seized the opportunity, the development prospects were limitless. With the number of cars increasing year by year, the market for seat belts would also rise accordingly. Seeing that Mr. Pan was very interested in the seat belt, Minister Zhou said directly, "This seat belt was invented by a purchasing manager at the steel rolling mill, and it is currently being promoted in Beiping." Mr. Pan seems quite interested in these seat belts. "When you go back, I'll have someone send you some," Minister Zhou said with a smile. Compared to Mr. Pan's contributions to the motherland, what is this seat belt? From the very beginning of the nation's founding until now, Mr. Pan has donated a great deal of money and goods to help the country's development. Now that our country is facing difficulties, we attach even greater importance to these patriotic overseas Chinese. Many people are unaware that a large part of the reason why my country has been able to develop despite Western blockades in recent years is that overseas Chinese have secretly brought back advanced technologies and production equipment from abroad. Otherwise, my country's development would not have been so rapid. Therefore, we must treat Mr. Pan well during his return to China. We cannot neglect him. Pan Guang smiled and said, "This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it." According to his estimate, the market for these seat belts is worth at least tens of millions. If you take some of them, someone can easily copy them, register a patent, and then you can make money without lifting a finger every year. Mr. Pan, this is nothing compared to the contributions you have made to the country, Minister Zhou said. He is not yet clear about the full potential of this seemingly insignificant seatbelt. The country's current dollar reserves are only 30 to 40 million. Yes, that's all. China now has over $1 billion in reserves, while Germany has even more, several times that of my country. From this perspective, my country's foreign exchange reserves are far too low. Pan Guang said, Minister Zhou, I recently heard that Ford is researching a product similar to a seatbelt. Seatbelts don't have much of a market in China right now, but if they were sold abroad, the market potential would be enormous. Minister Zhou paused for a moment after hearing Pan Guang's words, then was somewhat shocked. He really hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary seatbelt could have such great potential. Mr. Pan, is this seatbelt really that valuable? Yes, I can guarantee that very seriously. Pan Guang nodded. He then added, Minister Zhou, conservatively speaking, there are at least several million cars in other countries, and this number will definitely continue to rise as the economy develops. Currently, many countries are focusing on developing their automotive industries. If all these cars were equipped with seat belts, the profits would be immeasurable. Minister Zhou felt a little dizzy when he heard this unexpected good news. He asked incredulously, Mr. Pan, are you really telling the truth? Pan Guang is indeed a model of a Confucian businessman with a strong sense of social responsibility. He was able to tell Minister Zhou about the benefits of seat belts in detail. If it were some wealthy businessmen who prioritize profit, they would most likely rush to register the seatbelt patent first, and then resell it at a high price, possibly fetching an unimaginable price. Of course I'm serious. This is not something to joke about, Pan Guang said earnestly. Minister Zhou quickly asked, Mr. Pan, what do you think we should do to maximize the benefits of seat belts? This is Pan Guang's area of expertise, and of course, he can't compare to Pan Guang. Currently, private business is prohibited in China, so his relevant experience is extremely limited. There are two options. One is to license the patent to other companies, which has the advantage of not requiring additional investment. The second option is for the state to centralize production and export it abroad, Pan Guang analyzed. He thought for a moment and continued. No matter which method we use, we must register the patent first. Otherwise, if Ford invented it and registered the patent first, we will suffer huge losses. Minister Zhou nodded repeatedly. Thanks to Elder Pan's reminder, I will have someone take care of this matter right away. Chapter 249. Guarantee not to disgrace the steel rolling mill. Why don't you let me handle this? The U.S. is still imposing a blockade on China right now, so it will be easier for me to apply, Pan Guang volunteered. Minister Zhou felt that Pan Guang's words made a lot of sense, and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Pan. This comrade Li Fuxing is truly a lucky star, Minister Zhou remarked afterward. Their Ministry of Commerce even specifically listed Li Fuxing's name. Pan Guang was also very interested and immediately asked, this comrade Li Fuxing must be the one who invented the seat belt, right? Minister Zhou said, yes, Comrade Li Fuxing not only invented the seat belt, but also the rice cooker and instant noodles, which have generated a lot of foreign exchange for the country. Moreover, the hand pump well and electric kettle used in China were also invented by him. Upon hearing this, Pan Guang's interest in Li Fuxing grew even stronger, and he asked, Minister Zhou, I am very curious about this comrade Li Fuxing. Would you be so kind as to arrange a meeting for us? He felt that Li Fuxing must be a very capable person, having invented so many things, and wondered if they could collaborate. All right, let's arrange it for tonight, and have dinner together? Minister Zhou said. He then asked, Mr. Pan, which of the two methods you mentioned do you think is more suitable for the country now? I feel that licensing the patent is the best option. The price of the seat belt will definitely not be too high, at most $10 or $20. If it is produced domestically, the cost plus transportation fees may even exceed the value of the seat belt itself. This would inevitably lead to excessively high prices for seat belts, which would force car companies to reinvent a seat belt alternative. When people start a company, making money is definitely their primary goal. If the price is right, then the car company will certainly not invest in developing new products. After listening, Minister Zhou felt that it made a lot of sense. His initial idea was to produce domestically and then export it abroad, because producing domestically would inevitably require building factories, which would also alleviate some of the employment problems. I've really learned a lot. Okay, I'll listen to Elder Pan, Minister Zhou said. Professionals are professionals. They immediately understood the stakes involved. Afterwards, the two discussed it further and determined the plan to maximize profits. Then they submitted it and waited for the leader's approval. After receiving the call from Secretary Liu, Director Lin was filled with envy. He never imagined that seat belts were so important that he had Minister Zhou's secretary personally call Li Fuxing to invite him out for dinner. He also heard that a very important patriotic overseas Chinese had specifically requested to see Li Fuxing. That's incredibly prestigious. If it were possible, he would like to go along, but Minister Zhou did not allow him to go. He also dared not shamelessly follow along, in case he failed to build a relationship and instead made Minister Zhou dislike him, which would be a disaster. Even if Minister Zhou wasn't Director Lin's direct superior, he was still a high-ranking leader, and being able to establish a connection with him was something many people dreamed of. Factory Director Lin then personally went to tell Li Fuxing about this great news. He walked into the purchasing department and saw only a few people, but that was normal. Purchasing staff had to go out to purchase goods, otherwise how could they complete their tasks? He knocked on the door and found Li Fuxing in his office. When Li Fuxing saw that it was Director Lin, he quickly stood up and said, "Director, it's an honor to have you here. Is there anything important you need me to do?" "Fuxing, I have some great news for you. Minister Zhou from the Ministry of Commerce is inviting you to dinner tonight. You'd better behave yourself and refrain from expressing your opinions during dinner," Director Lin instructed. He was afraid that Li Fuxing was young and impetuous, and that he might offend someone again if he was not careful, which would also be a bad thing for the steel rolling mill. When Li Fuxing goes out, he represents their steel rolling mill. Li Fuxing was very puzzled. Why would the Minister of Commerce suddenly invite him to dinner? He suddenly realized, could it be because of the seatbelt? But no matter how hard he racked his brains, it was no use. If he wanted to know the reason, why not just go and find out for himself? "Don't worry, factory manager. I guarantee I won't let our steel rolling mill down," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Factory Director Lin knew that Li Fuxing was usually steady and composed, and that he had just been a little flustered because he was concerned. After offering a few more words of blessing, he left. Li Fuxing went home first to change into more formal clothes. He was going to meet a leader of a very high level, so he had to be serious and not leave a bad impression. After tidying up, he pushed his bicycle away from the courtyard and headed to the restaurant. Halfway there, Li Fuxing suddenly heard a woman's voice calling for help. He couldn't ignore it, so he sped up and rode towards the source of the sound. Hearing the cries for help growing louder, he came to a very secluded alley. Two men were grinning maliciously as they cornered a pretty girl. The girl kept shouting for help. She was filled with regret at that moment, wishing she hadn't taken the shortcut just to save a little bit of time. Two men approached her step by step. The obese man said, "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. We two brothers are really lucky today." "Who says otherwise? This girl is definitely hot," the thinner man chimed in. Li Fuxing frowned slightly. These two guys were really bold. In this day and age, how dare they do such a thing in Beiping? "Hey, what do you want?" The two men were startled by the sudden voice. Fearing it was a patrol, they quickly turned around and found it was just a young man. When the girl saw Li Fuxing, a glimmer of hope immediately rose in her despairing heart. The thinner man pulled a small knife from his pocket and said menacingly, "You blind fool, you'd better not meddle in other people's business, or I won't mind sending you on your way." They weren't afraid at all. They had been living in this area for years and were very familiar with the terrain. Even if they were to face a patrol, they were confident they could escape. Seeing the man's pale complexion, Li Fuxing knew he was weak and therefore not afraid. The only thing to watch out for was the knife in the man's hand. Besides, he also had a gun. However, using a gun was a last resort. There was no need to expose one's gun when facing these two. He then slowly pushed his bicycle closer. The skinny man never expected Li Fuxing to be so bold, not even flinching in the face of a knife, so he could only give the other fat man a meaningful look. The fat man immediately understood and distanced himself from the two men while walking towards Li Fuxing. Both of them gripped knives tightly, the tips of the knives pointing at Li Fuxing's abdomen. The distance between the two sides quickly closed to 3 or 4 meters, but unexpectedly, Li Fuxing suddenly sprang up, picked up a brick, and threw it at the fat man. As the saying goes, even the best kung fu master can be knocked down by a single brick. This time, the fat man was immediately smashed to the ground and couldn't get up. Before the skinny guy could react, he was hit on the head. Chapter 250, Comrade Fuxing, how about coming abroad with me? The skinny man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. That was a very decisive move, without any hesitation. Li Fuxing said, Comrade, you should go to the police station to report the case and let them handle it. I'll keep an eye on them from here. The girl nodded after hearing this and immediately ran towards the police station. The two men became more alert after hearing what Li Fuxing said. Just as they were about to get up and run away separately, Li Fuxing noticed something amiss and stepped forward to give each of them 2 slaps. There's no need to show mercy to this kind of person. You can cripple or kill them without consequence. However, this was in the city and in broad daylight. It wouldn't be good if someone saw them, so Li Fuxing didn't dare to be too ruthless. If this were a remote, uninhabited rural area, he would have already pulled out a gun and taught those two a lesson. These days, a few deaths really aren't a big deal. The two men kept crying and begging for mercy. They knew all too well what would happen to them after being caught. They would most likely be punished. They're both kicking themselves now. About 20 minutes later, the girl finally returned with the police officers from the local police station. The person leading the team was an old acquaintance. Li Fuxing said with a smile, It's been a long time, Director Liao. Upon recognizing Li Fuxing, Director Liao quickly asked, Fuxing, are you all right? I'm fine, Director Liao. But those two might have some issues, Li Fuxing said. Director Liao glanced at the two men and found them lying on the ground, dazed. He was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Li Fuxing, who looked so scholarly, to be so ruthless. But it's not a big problem. The person is still alive. Cuff them all and take them back, Director Liao said. Several patrol officers who had followed immediately stepped forward, grabbed the two men, handcuffed them, and prepared to take them back to the station. Li Fuxing glanced at his watch, suddenly realizing how late it was, and quickly said, Director Liao, I'm having dinner with Minister Zhou from the Ministry of Commerce tonight. Please look at the transcript. When Director Liao heard this, his head was spinning. He quickly said, You should go there now. There's no need to go to the station. Li Fuxing thanked him and left in a hurry. Watching Li Fuxing's retreating figure, the girl asked, Chief, do you recognize the person who just saved me? Of course, he is Li Fuxing from the steel rolling mill, Director Liao said. He then led the team back to the institute. The girl, of course, had to go back with him. She needed to give a statement. After about 10 minutes, Li Fuxing finally arrived at the place where he was going to eat. As soon as he entered, a waiter came over and asked, Hello, are you Comrade Li Fuxing? Yes, it's me. Li Fuxing nodded. The waiter immediately smiled. They finally arrived. They had important guests coming to their restaurant today, so everyone was busy. He was assigned to greet a comrade named Li Fuxing. Before long, the waiter led Li Fuxing to the door of a private room. After pushing the door open and going inside, he found that no one had come yet. Li Fuxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the previous matter had delayed things, and if he made Minister Zhou and the others wait too long, it would seem that he was being inconsiderate. He didn't have to wait long. After only 4 or 5 minutes, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and an elderly man in a suit walked in. Upon seeing him, Li Fuxing immediately recognized the man in the Zhongshan suit as Minister Zhou and quickly stood up to greet him. Hello, Minister Zhou. Hello, comrade. In this day and age, you can't go wrong calling someone you don't know comrade. Minister Zhou nodded and introduced. This is Pan Guang, a patriotic overseas Chinese. Hello, Mr. Pan, Li Fuxing said again. He knew of Pan Guang. He had seen him online in his later years, and it was said that in this day and age, his net worth was over $1 billion. With current wages of only a few dozen dollars a month, this more than $1 billion sounds like a dream come true. Our country's current dollar reserves are probably only enough to cover a tiny fraction of what this person has. Can I call you Fuxing? You won't mind, will you? Pan Guang asked. Li Fuxing quickly replied, Of course not, Mr. Pan. Please feel free to do as you please. Fuxing, how did you come up with the idea of inventing the seat belt? Pan Guang went straight to the point. Li Fuxing said, That's right. There was a truck driver in the courtyard where I live. He died in a car accident. He was thrown out of the truck due to sudden braking and died on the spot. Moreover, I encountered this situation on the road a few days ago when I was on a business trip, so by chance, I invented it. After hearing this, Minister Zhou and Pan Guang couldn't help but sigh that inspiration truly comes from life. The three chatted for a while, and the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed, losing the initial awkwardness. Immediately afterwards, the restaurant manager came over and served the dishes, placing all the signature dishes on the table. After the dishes were served, the manager tactfully left the private room. Once all the dishes were served, the three of them started eating and chatting. During their conversation, Pan Guang discovered that Li Fuxing was indeed a man of genuine talent and ability, able to answer many questions from angles that others would not have considered. At the same time, Li Fuxing's very advanced ideas often made Pan Guang feel enlightened. He was very tempted and wanted to recruit Li Fuxing to his side, since talent is the key to development. Li Fuxing's experience and insight were certainly not as good as Pan Guang's, but he had a lot of perspective from later generations, so there was no barrier between them when they talked. If we could combine airbags with seat belts, safety would definitely be better guaranteed. Li Fuxing couldn't resist and simply brought up the airbag as well. Pan Guang, of course, seized the opportunity and hurriedly asked, Fuxing, what exactly is this airbag you mentioned? Could you elaborate? Airbags deploy when a car crashes. They're round and effectively reduce the impact of a collision. When combined with seat belts, the effect is definitely greater than the sum of its parts, Li Fuxing said. With current technology, whether it is possible to successfully manufacture airbags is uncertain. After listening to Li Fuxing's words, Minister Zhou and Pan Guang gained some understanding of airbags. Minister Zhou now attaches great importance to anything related to automobiles. Old Pan has analyzed for him that in the near future, automobiles will be a key industry for competition among countries. Minister Zhou never expected that a dinner would bring such a pleasant surprise. Comrade Li Fuxing was even more capable than he had heard. Suddenly, Pan Guang asked, Fuxing, do you want to go abroad with me to develop your career? Through their conversation lasting over an hour, he had come to think highly of Li Fuxing and wanted to take him abroad to see the sights and broaden his horizons, which would be of great benefit to Li Fuxing. Old Pan, why are you poaching people right in front of me? Minister Zhou said with a smile. He never expected that Pan Guang would directly poach Li Fuxing. It seems that he must have a very high opinion of him. Otherwise, he would never have proposed to take him abroad to develop his career after only an hour or two of meeting. Pan Guang knew that what he was doing was a bit inappropriate, so he smiled rather embarrassedly. Chapter 251. Li Fuxing gets the spotlight again. Li Fuxing replied, Mr. Pan, thank you very much for your invitation. My grandparents are in Beiping, and I have to stay here to take care of them in their old age. Mr. Pan was quite surprised that Li Fuxing had refused without even thinking. Opportunities to go abroad are extremely rare these days, and many people want to go abroad but can't find a way. But this also demonstrates Li Fuxing's determination. He felt that Li Fuxing's filial piety was a good thing, so he gave up the idea of poaching Li Fuxing. Minister Zhou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Li Fuxing's words. Thinking of easing the tension, he said, Fuxing, could you please get that airbag you mentioned made as soon as possible? Seat belts alone have brought such great benefits to the country. If we add airbags, which complement them perfectly, wouldn't the benefits increase exponentially? Pan Guang chimed in, saying that if the airbags and seat belts were bundled together, the price would be much more competitive. Minister Zhou, Mr. Pan, don't worry, I will do my best to get the airbags working as quickly as possible, Li Fuxing said. He then added his own requirements. However, I need the help of the experienced workers in the factory, and there is a possibility that I will need the cooperation of other factories, so as to shorten the manufacturing time as much as possible. Airbags require much more components than seatbelts, and even with Mr. Zhao's best efforts, it was still extremely difficult. Don't worry, this is Fuxing. I will definitely instruct Director Lin to support you unconditionally. These are not problems. You just need to focus on solving the airbag problem. Minister Zhou gave Li Fuxing a boost of confidence. Li Fuxing smiled and nodded. Okay, I feel relieved to hear Minister Zhou's words. Tonight's dinner went very well. After the meal, Minister Zhou originally wanted the driver to take Li Fuxing home, but Li Fuxing declined, saying that he was a little too full and needed to exercise, and that riding a bicycle home would be fine. Minister Zhou did not insist and sent Pan Guang back to the guest house. The next morning, Li Fuxing went to the steel rolling mill. He had made an agreement with Minister Zhou the night before to get the airbags made as soon as possible and not to be perfunctory. As soon as he entered the factory, he went straight to Director Lin's office. Although Minister Zhou said he would make arrangements, it would be better to inform Director Lin, who is his direct superior. When Director Lin saw that it was Li Fuxing, he smiled and said, Fuxing, Minister Zhou said that you have brought great honor to our steel rolling mill. If you want to use any master craftsman, just tell Director Sun in the workshop. I have already made arrangements in advance. He wouldn't dare not take something seriously if Minister Zhou personally arranged it. Otherwise, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Okay, it would be great if you could support me, factory manager. I'll head over now. Li Fuxing said goodbye and turned to leave. He naturally wanted to get the airbags working as soon as possible. Okay, go ahead and get busy, but take care of yourself, Director Lin instructed. Li Fuxing then went to the workshop. Just as he was about to find Director Sun and ask him to arrange for some experienced workers to help, Qian Duofu ran over quickly and said, Section Chief Li, someone is looking for you. They're waiting outside. Li Fuxing was a little puzzled. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Then he followed Qian Duofu outside. Upon arriving at the factory gate, people were standing there, while many steel rolling mill workers watched the spectacle from the sidelines. The onlookers became even more curious when they heard that the person had come to see Li Fuxing. People with outstanding abilities always attract jealousy, and Li Fuxing was no exception. Even though he is very popular, it is impossible for everyone to like him. In any era, there will always be people who can't stand seeing others doing well. When they saw a young and pretty girl, they wondered if Li Fuxing had wronged her, which was why she had come to the factory. This is going to be interesting, one of the workers watching the spectacle whispered. Another worker who had always disliked Li Fuxing said, Who says otherwise? Li Fuxing doesn't look like a good person at all. This is karma for him. Ever since Li Fuxing joined the factory, he has been regarded as the ideal man by the female colleagues there. Whether it's the propaganda department or the personnel department, so many young girls like Li Fuxing. This caused some of the men in the factory to become extremely jealous. There were already few women in the steel rolling mill, and even fewer of them were of marriageable age. Moreover, these women all had feelings for Li Fuxing, and many of them used him as a reference when going on blind dates, but they couldn't find anyone who could compare to him. Over time, Li Fuxing unknowingly gained many more people who were hostile to him. The pretty girl became excited as soon as she saw Li Fuxing. I've finally found you, comrade. The girl's words completely stunned those who wanted to see Li Fuxing suffer. They never expected that Li Fuxing had saved someone, which was why that person came to thank him. This made them feel instantly disappointed. Not only that, he also stole the spotlight once again. The hero rescuing the damsel in distress, a dream every man has, unfolded in his life. Li Fuxing recognized the girl and paused for a moment before realizing that she was the girl he had rescued on his way to dinner last night. He smiled and said, It's you. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. He didn't take it to heart at all. Comrade, if you hadn't saved me yesterday, I don't know what would have become of me, the girl said, still shaken. In this day and age, reputation is highly valued. If she hadn't been rescued, she might never have been able to get married. After she turned 18, suitors flocked to her house, almost wearing down her doorstep, but none of them caught her eye, so she has remained single ever since. But Li Fuxing, who stepped forward yesterday, left a deep impression on her mind. She felt a kind of excitement in Li Fuxing that she had never felt before, which is why she made a special trip to the steel rolling mill. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be old-fashioned, but it remains relevant in any era. However, there is a difference between being handsome and ugly. Handsome men naturally attract girls' hearts, while ugly men can only get a perfunctory, "I'll repay your kindness in the next life." "Comrade, it's nothing to worry about. Anyone would have helped in this situation," Li Fuxing said with a smile. At this point, Song Yeqian's mother couldn't bear to watch any longer. She glanced helplessly at her infatuated daughter and stepped forward, saying, "I am very grateful to Comrade Li Fuxing for stepping forward and bravely rescuing my daughter yesterday. This banner is our family's way of expressing our gratitude." Li Fuxing was stunned. Why are they sending a banner? Isn't sending banners a trend that only became popular in later generations? As soon as the banner was displayed, the number of onlookers increased, and even Director Lin heard the news. Receiving a banner is a great honor. In this day and age, both collective and individual honors are highly valued. Chapter 252, Second Uncle. Fuxing has been smart since childhood. A banner might just save you in an unexpected situation. What are you all doing standing around here? Aren't you going to work? As soon as Director Lin arrived, he immediately began to disperse the crowd. As soon as the factory manager spoke, the workers immediately dispersed obediently. After the crowd had mostly dispersed, Director Lin asked what had happened. When he heard that the two culprits had knives, he felt a chill of fear. What if something had happened to Li Fuxing? That would have been terrible. Director Lin and the others were very happy that a hero had emerged from their factory, which was quite an honor. However, compared to that, Director Lin valued Li Fuxing's safety even more. "Fuxing, if you encounter something like this again, you should call for help first. It's too dangerous to rush in by yourself," Director Lin instructed. "Okay, factory manager, I've got it." Li Fuxing nodded. "You must listen to what your leader says." After a few pleasantries, Song Yeqian's father, Song Yuan, handed the banner to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing had no choice but to accept it. Director Lin then led the applause, and the other leaders followed suit. "Old Qin, tell the broadcasting room to air Fuxing's act of bravery so that all the factory workers can learn from it," said Factory Director Lin. Qin Yuanfang was the head of the publicity department of the steel rolling mill. After hearing the factory director's words, he immediately nodded in agreement and went to the factory. "This is great news. It should be widely publicized and broadcast. In this day and age, it's perfectly normal to learn from someone. Generally speaking, the people we learn from are role models in various industries. Now that their steel rolling mill has produced a qualified person, Director Lin naturally wants to publicize it widely. Comrades, would you please come to my office for a while? I'll have someone from the radio station interview you later," Director Lin said with a smile. Song Yuan asked, "Comrade, are you the leader of this factory?" "My surname is Lin, and I am the factory manager of the steel rolling mill," Factory Manager Lin said, nodding. Song Yuan and his family of 4 were all employees. They had taken half a day off specifically to deliver the banner, so they were not in a hurry to go back to work. Instead, they followed Director Lin to his office. But Song Yeqian asked, "Isn't Comrade Li Fuxing coming along?" "Well, I have some important things to do, so I won't be going with you," Li Fuxing said. Right now, what he wants to do most is to develop airbags. In this day and age, you can be lazy when you should, but when you should be serious, you have to be serious. I can't be like some other time travelers who just laze around all day and completely treat themselves as outsiders. Song Yeqian was clearly disappointed. She had thought Li Fuxing would go with her. The factory has indeed assigned Comrade Fuxing an important task. Director Lin quickly stepped forward. He knew Li Fuxing's personality well. He wasn't very willing to attend such occasions, especially since Minister Zhou had repeatedly instructed him to complete the task as soon as possible, which was indeed extremely urgent. After Li Fuxing took his leave, he went straight to the workshop, where Director Sun was already waiting. Upon seeing Li Fuxing, Director Sun quickly went over and asked, "Comrade Fuxing, how many people do you need to help?" Factory Director Lin came over early this morning to give instructions, saying that Li Fuxing needed to transfer people to help, and no matter who or how many people were needed, the workshop had to cooperate unconditionally. If he found out that someone was not cooperating, he would get angry. "Director Sun, please arrange for 4 experienced veterans to come first, and Master Zhao must be one of them," Li Fuxing said directly. Actually, if too many steel mill workers came to help with airbag installation, they wouldn't be of much help, since their expertise isn't really relevant. Director Sun immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, let Master Zhao, Master Qi, Master Mao, and Master Wang go over there. Although the other three masters are not as skilled as Master Zhao, they are still the most skilled in our workshop besides Master Zhao. Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll do as Director Sun says. Before long, Director Sun called all four workers over and said, from now on, you four must fully cooperate with Comrade Fuxing. The work in the workshop will be temporarily handed over to others. Greetings, for masters. I hope we can work together as best we can in the future. Li Fuxing smiled and extended his hand. Master Wang said, Comrade Fuxing, just tell me what you need me to do, and I guarantee I will do my best to complete it. He was still very confident in his abilities. Li Fuxing didn't mince words and said directly, what we're going to do this time is something called an airbag. He then explained the function of the airbag and also pointed out its importance. When Master Zhao and his companions heard that they could help the country earn foreign exchange, they were immediately filled with enthusiasm and eager to get started. In Director Lin's office, Song Yuan's family didn't have to wait long before Section Chief Qin arrived with the staff from the broadcasting station. The radio station staff asked about what had happened, and then inquired about the feelings and gratitude of Song Yeqian's family before the matter was considered closed. It was almost noon, and Director Lin originally wanted to invite Song Yuan's family to lunch in the canteen, but Song Yuan politely declined, so he had to see them off. At lunchtime, just as the workers were eating in the canteen, the loudspeaker began broadcasting a story about Li Fuxing's act of bravery and encouraging everyone to learn from him. Hearing the voices coming from the radio, the second uncle was filled with emotion. No one would have imagined that in the past few months, a young man from their courtyard house would be repeatedly commended and has now become a role model for everyone. As the second oldest in the same courtyard, he also felt very proud and honored. Hey Lao Zhang, Li Fuxing from your institute is really something, someone said with a laugh. Anyone can see that Li Fuxing has a bright future. He's currently a section chief, and the next step is department head. He's only been at the factory for a little over 6 months, and isn't even 20 yet. The thought of this always leaves everyone in awe. Master Zhang and Li Fuxing lived in the same courtyard house, and Master Zhang was also the second uncle in charge of the courtyard house. With this relationship, he could definitely get some favors in the future. I watched Fuxing grow up. He was smart from a young age. Uncle Air immediately launched into a long speech. Meanwhile, people like Uncle Yi, Uncle San, and Li Dawei, who had a good relationship with Li Fuxing, also felt very proud. After getting off work in the afternoon, Li Fuxing returned to the courtyard house. When he met the residents, they praised him highly, which made him feel somewhat helpless. The other young people in the courtyard naturally couldn't help but get a lecture from their families. They were all young people of similar age, so how come they couldn't even compare to Fuxing? Qi Shuhua and He Jinhua's family is quite interesting. He Jinhua is currently unable to tutor his godson Hian Kong, which is causing him a great deal of trouble. However, while He Jinhua was troubled, he was also very happy. He was worried because he was afraid of delaying his child's development, but happy because his family had produced a math genius. Chapter 253, Asking Questions about Children. The teacher even called him to school today. He initially thought something had happened, but to his surprise, his teachers and school leaders told him that An Kong had a very high aptitude for mathematics, but his grades in other subjects were only average. If he continued to stay in his current class, it would be very detrimental to his mathematical development, but if he skipped a grade, his other subjects would be affected. Therefore, the school called him in to discuss what to do. Shuhua, tell me your opinion. What should we do? He Jinhua was both happy and conflicted and couldn't decide. Qi Shuhua said, I'm just a woman, and I haven't had much schooling, so I don't understand these things. In my opinion, we should go ask Fuxing and hear his opinion. Fuxing is currently. Li Fuxing is the most outstanding young man in their college. That is an indisputable fact. Therefore, she felt it best to consult Li Fuxing about this matter. He Jinhua felt enlightened upon hearing this. Yes, it would be great to ask Fuxing. Then cook more dishes tonight. Cook the fish that Fuxing gave us, and stir-fry those sausages. I'll call Fuxing over for dinner, He Jinhua said. Good. Afterwards, He Jinhua went to Li Fuxing's house and knocked on the door. Fuxing, are you home? Hearing the knock, Li Fuxing immediately opened the door. Uncle He is here? Is there something you need? You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come to my house, and we can eat together. There's something I want to talk to you about. Li Fuxing didn't refuse and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. After talking to Li Fuxing, He Jinhua didn't go straight home. He had to go out and get some wine, and also invited Teacher Chen from the next courtyard to come over. It is clear from these events that he highly values his godson Ankang's future. Li Fuxing wiped his face, then took a small bag of dried seafood, and left home. This is the most common item in his Pinduoduo backpack right now. Whenever he needs to give something away, he basically gives this. Fuxing's here? Come in and sit down quickly. What brings you these things? Take them back with you later. Qi Shuhua greeted Li Fuxing warmly as soon as she saw him arrive. Aunt Qi, these are all local specialties from hygiene. I brought them back from a business trip a few days ago. These things are good for the brain, so let Ankang and Anning eat more of them. When Qi Shuhua heard that it was good for the child, she stopped refusing. The couple values their child above all else, and they will do everything they can to get anything that is good for the child. Thank you, Fuxing. May you be safe and sound. Come and talk to your brother Fuxing. Qi Shuhua said to the brother and sister who were doing their homework in the room. Ankang and Ning came out of the house and greeted Li Fuxing. Hello, brother Fuxing. Li Fuxing took out a handful of milk candies and said, You two siblings, divide them up and go back to your homework. Study hard and contribute to the country's development in the future. Okay, thank you, brother Fuxing. The brother and sister have always been very grateful to Li Fuxing, ever since he gave them food on the road. Ankang, the eldest brother, is very sensible. He divided the milk candy into 4 equal portions and left some for his godmother and godfather. Before long, He Jinhua arrived with Teacher Chen from next door. Teacher Chen, it's been a long time. Li Fuxing immediately stood up to greet him. Teacher Chen said with a smile, You're the most capable person in our neighborhood right now. He had taught Li Fuxing before, so he was always very happy whenever others praised Li Fuxing for his abilities, feeling that he had also contributed to it. Teacher Chen, please sit here. He Jinhua began arranging seats. After everyone was seated, he took out cigarettes and offered one to each of Li Fuxing and Teacher Chen. You called me over because of Ankang, didn't you? Teacher Chen asked with a smile. What happened in Ankang? Li Fuxing asked. Teacher Chen said, Ankang has a very high talent for mathematics. Keeping him in our class would only be a burden to him. To put it bluntly, letting him stay in our school now would be burying his mathematical talent. A teacher from the affiliated high school of a normal university has taken a liking to Ankang and has come to us to talk to him. This is great news, Li Fuxing said with a smile. He knew Ankang was very talented in mathematics, but he still underestimated him. Being selected by the affiliated high school of the Teachers College proves that Ankang's mathematical talent is already astonishing. Even if it means making an exception for admission, we will still try to get him. Teacher Chen said, This is indeed a good thing, but Ankang is somewhat weak in other subjects. If he goes there to study now, it will not be conducive to his all-round development. That's right. That's exactly what's troubling me, which is why I asked Professor Chun and Fuxing to come over here, hoping they could give me some advice, He Jinhua said. Going to the affiliated high school of the Teachers College and staying at the original school each have their advantages and disadvantages. Teacher Chen said with a wry smile, I can't offer any advice on this matter. Whether to go or not, there are pros and cons, and it depends on how you want to raise your child. If you only want him to excel in mathematics, then he should go to the new school and not stay there. But if you want him to develop more comprehensively, then take it slowly and let him stay at the new school. If he offers any advice and something goes wrong in the future, he'll be the one being complained about. Therefore, he felt it was best not to get involved in such a big event. But he could offer a few options, though he absolutely could not suggest which one to choose. Fuxing, what do you think? He Jinhua asked Li Fuxing again. Actually, what he really wanted to ask tonight was Li Fuxing. Compared to Teacher Chun, Li Fuxing's opinion is more important. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, I think it would be better to send Ankang to the affiliated high school, so that we can focus on cultivating his mathematics skills and fully unleash his talent. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good talent. If you can't keep up with other subjects, try to catch up as much as possible. If you really can't keep up, then so be it. To be honest, you don't need to study those subjects too advancedly. Everyone's energy is limited. It's unrealistic to try to master all subjects. It's enough to be proficient in just one thing. The worst thing is to try to learn everything and end up wasting your talent in one area, which would be a loss. Li Fuxing expressed his thoughts. In later generations, it is not uncommon for someone to specialize in only one subject. If I can't keep up with my grades in other subjects, will it affect my chances of going to university in the future? He Jinhua expressed his concerns. He definitely hopes Ankang can go to university. If he is only strong in math but can't keep up in other subjects, it will be difficult for him to pass the university's admission score. Even if you score very high in math, the maximum score is only 100. How could he not understand what Li Fuxing had just said? This makes things a bit tricky, Teacher Chen said. Li Fuxing said, going to university is not a problem. As long as you are strong enough in math, even if you fail other subjects, there will still be schools that will accept you. After all, if you master math, physics, and chemistry, you can go anywhere in the world without fear. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 254, What are you thinking? This is a gift from Fuxing to its teacher. Li Fuxing sighed inwardly. Now it just slipped out of his mouth again. Uncle He, as long as Ankang can master math, I'll ask my Uncle Su for help so he can definitely go to university, Li Fuxing said to He Jinhua. He had the idea of training in Kong to become a mathematician. After all, it would be a waste not to use such a great talent. There is a saying that mathematics is the mother of science, and that science is based on mathematics. Fuxing, are you serious? He Jinhua was overjoyed to hear Li Fuxing's words. He knew that Li Fuxing had a wide network of connections. Since he had promised to arrange for someone to escort Ankang, it was pretty much a done deal. As for who this Uncle Su that Li Fuxing mentioned was, He Jinhua wisely refrained from asking any further questions. If that's the case, then he would send Ankang to the affiliated high school to specialize in mathematics. Teacher Chen glanced at Li Fuxing and thought to himself, you really are a hidden talent. Li Fuxing had been admitted to university, but he didn't go, which puzzled him greatly. Li Fuxing said, it's not too difficult. In a few years, the winds will pick up and universities will be closed, making it impossible for students to attend. That's why Li Fuxing said this without any pressure. Okay, thank you for your help, Fuxing. At this moment, Qi Shuhua also began to serve the dishes. Peace and tranquility, quickly wash your hands and eat. He Jinhua opened the bottle and poured drinks for Li Fuxing and Teacher Chen. Let's have a drink tonight. Teacher Chen's eyes nearly popped out as she looked at the eggs, fish, and sausages on the table. She thought to herself that He Jinhua was really generous. Many families might not even be able to afford this kind of meal during the Chinese New Year. During the meal, Li Fuxing said, it's a pity that our relationship with the Russians is so bad. Otherwise, with Ankang's mathematical talent, he would definitely have been able to study abroad and become a mathematician in the future. In addition, I heard that many countries held the first International Mathematical Olympiad last year. Maybe Ankang can represent our country in the competition in the future. There's such a competition? Teacher Chen asked curiously. He Jinhua is now excited, hoping that Ankang can also participate in such competitions in the future, bringing glory to the country and to him and his wife. Studying abroad is not realistic. But if Ankang really has the opportunity to study abroad, he will support him no matter what. Li Fuxing said, a friend told me that our relationship with the West is tense right now, but maybe in a few years, when Ankang grows up, our relationship with them will ease, and then we can participate. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to learn math well so that we can seize opportunities when they come. Even by today's standards, the Russians' mathematical abilities would be considered outstanding, thus attracting many exceptionally gifted individuals. Everyone enjoyed the dinner, especially Teacher Chen, who hadn't had such good food in a long time. Although his income is considered high, he has to support a family of 7 or 8 people, so he usually lives a rather tight life. That's why he never refuses gifts from others. He never asks for things on his own initiative, but if someone gives him something, he will never be polite and will accept it directly. However, if he takes something from someone, he will do his best to fulfill his obligations and will never betray that person's trust. No need to see him off. He hasn't drunk much. It's no big deal. Teacher Chen waved his hand with a smile, not letting He Jinhua see him off. He and Li Fuxing left the He family's house and walked outside together. After Li Fuxing arrived at his doorstep, he said, "Teacher Chen, please wait for me. I went to Haijin on a business trip a few days ago and brought back some local specialties. I'd like to bring some for you." "Really? That's great. I won't stand on ceremony with you. As you know, I have a whole family to support," Teacher Chen said with a smile. With his children all at an age where they could eat a lot, he had to find ways to provide them with more food. The residents of number 68 Courtyard had already heard about Li Fuxing's business trip to Haijin. They were quite outspoken and told everyone how good the things Li Fuxing brought back from Haijin were. This drew envy from the residents in the surrounding courtyards. But since Li Fuxing didn't live in his own courtyard, he was too embarrassed to ask for it. "No need to stand on ceremony with me," Li Fuxing said with a smile, then quickly walked through the door. Before long, he came out carrying a large bag containing a very large dried fish. He hadn't even put the bag down yet, and most of its tail was still sticking out. When Teacher Chen saw it, he was immediately taken aback. How can a dried fish be so big? How big must this fish have been when it was still alive? "Wow, such a big dried fish, Fuxing. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself?" Teacher Chen asked, but he was secretly overjoyed. Such a big dried fish would be enough for his family to eat for a long time. "Teacher Chen, I have another one at home. Please take this with you," Li Fuxing said. "Okay, then I'll take it." Teacher Chen's expression was becoming increasingly unsettling. He took the bag from Li Fuxing and saw that there were many other things inside, which together with the dried fish weighed more than 10 kilograms. "Thank you, Fuxing." After exchanging a few more polite words, Teacher Chen happily took her things and left to go home. When I got back, my family had already eaten. Smelling the salty, fishy smell of the dried fish, Teacher Chen's wife asked in surprise, "Honey, did He Jinhua really give you such a big dried fish?" The children stared wide-eyed. Teacher Chen said, "What are you thinking? It's enough that they invited me to dinner. Why would you want their things? I wouldn't even have the face to accept them. This is from Fuxing to my teacher. What did the revival give us?" "That's all right now." Everyone in their compound heard that Fuxing went on a business trip to Haijin and brought back a lot of local specialties. Almost every household in compound number 68 received a little bit. Fuxing is really capable. Teacher Chen's wife couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Of course, he invented so many things and was promoted to section chief at a young age. He'll probably be a department head soon too. Teacher Chen was happy that one of his students had achieved such great success. Then, he took out the dried fish, which was over a meter long, and this made his whole family very happy. The second son was so tempted that he wanted to tear off a piece to eat, but he was immediately scared away by a glare from Teacher Chen. "What are you craving? Let's save it for the holidays." Most Chinese people think this way. Good things should be saved for holidays and festivals. The bag also contained many other local specialties, some of which Teacher Chen did not recognize. "This sea cucumber is very precious. Find me a bottle to store it properly." He had to keep such a valuable item safe for future gift-giving. It would make him look good. Teacher Chen's wife quickly brought the bottle. Teacher Chen first carefully wiped the bottle 3 or 4 times before putting the dried sea cucumbers in, then sealed it and put it away. His wife and mother started discussing where to put the big dried fish. Chapter 255, Father-in-Law. The Research Institute is out of food again. If I put it in the kitchen, I'm afraid mice or my own children will steal it. Teacher Chen remained silent, watching the children drool with envy, and had no choice but to take out a few dried shrimp from the bag and give them to them. These days, shelling is no longer fashionable. You can't let any edible part go to waste. It smells so good, it's delicious. Teacher Chen's youngest son couldn't help but say. His mother glanced at him and said, "You can't eat any more of this. Go to your homework and then go to sleep." She wanted to stop her husband from giving the children dried shrimp, since no one eats dried shrimp as a snack. However, thinking about how the children hadn't eaten meat in a long time, she swallowed her words. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Li Fuxing took a lot of hygiene specialties and went to Su Mingda's house. Fuxing, when did you get back? Su Mingda's family was overjoyed to see Li Fuxing, especially Su Qian, who had missed him terribly after so long. The project they had previously researched has been successfully completed, all thanks to Li Fuxing's solution. Even though Li Fuxing didn't go to university, he has more knowledge in his head than university students. Now, the country's light bulbs have caught up with international standards. They were even rewarded by the school for this. Su Qian was rewarded with 30 yuan, along with a number of daily necessities and receipts. This was the first time Su Qian had received an award, and she was very happy. Right now, her classmates are all praising Li Fuxing, which makes her feel very proud. I came back a few days ago, but the factory has been too busy, so I'm only visiting now. I brought back a lot of local specialties from hygiene this time. Uncle Su, you should all try them. Li Fuxing said, putting down the box. Su Hui immediately ran over, opened the box, and was momentarily overwhelmed by the variety of seafood inside. Brother Fuxing, what kind of fish is this? It looks rather ugly, Su Hui asked, pointing to a fish she had never seen before. This is turbot. It's very fragrant when steamed. I had it when I was in hygiene, and it was quite good, Li Fuxing said. It seems to have a certain smell, Su Hui said quickly. When Li Fuxing received the fish, it was already dead and not very fresh, so it had a slightly off taste. You brat, have you been eating too much these past few days? Aunt Su glared at her youngest daughter. It's so impolite of you to say that when someone brings you something. Hey, that's true for sea fish. Just rinse them several times before eating, Li Fuxing said. Fuxing, why did you bring so much? Take some back for your grandparents to try, Aunt Su said. Li Fuxing waved his hand. Aunt Su, the people from the rice cooker factory gave me a lot, and they also sent a lot to my grandparents. We can't possibly finish them all. You can keep them for yourselves. Hearing Li Fuxing's words, Aunt Su and the others stopped refusing. Aunt Su was going to get Li Fuxing some food, but Li Fuxing stopped her, saying that he had already eaten dinner and would come over for dinner in a few days. When Li Fuxing was about to leave, Su Mingda saw him off. Fuxing, is it still possible to get food? Su Mingda asked. His colleagues became sad again. Even though things have improved a lot now because Li Fuxing's people at the research institute are sending supplies, everyone still has to take care of their families, who are now struggling to get enough to eat. Su Mingda would not have come to ask Li Fuxing unless it was an extremely urgent situation. Right now, things are very difficult in China, and it's not easy for anyone. How about coarse grains and seafood? Li Fuxing asked in a low voice. He saw that Su Mingda had come out with him, and he knew that something was wrong. Li Fuxing knew that disasters would continue for the next 2 years, and the food shortage would persist. Yes, absolutely. Su Mingda nodded quickly. In this day and age, what choices do we have? As long as it's food, we're considered very good. Okay, give me the address, and I'll have Qing Yuan and the others deliver it. Su Mingda still had Li Fuxing take him to Yang Guoqiang's place. The courtyard there was full of family members of the research institute, so it was quite safe. After seeing Li Fuxing off, Su Mingda did not go home, but went straight to the courtyard where Yang Guoqiang was. We need to talk to Lao Yang and the others first, and tell them to prepare the necessary work and money. We can't just give it away for free. Nobody earns their money easily. Old Yang, Fuxing will arrange for someone to deliver the goods later. You should prepare the money. Yang Guoqiang and the others immediately perked up and asked, Old Su, are you serious? That's wonderful. They were able to have enough to eat before because of Lao Li's son, and this time they didn't expect to rely on Lao Li's son again. They are all Li Fuxing's uncles, and now they have to rely on this junior for help, which is really embarrassing. What kind of things are there? Asked a younger person. He really missed the eggs that had been delivered before. It's mostly coarse grains and seafood, Su Mingda said. Yang Guoqiang nodded. Anything is fine, as long as it fills my stomach. What does it matter if it's coarse grains? He'd heard that in many places they'd almost run out of tree bark and grass roots. Compared to that, those of them in Beiping were doing quite well. Before long, Qing Yuan, Gu Chengkai, and Li Dawei arrived. The three of them brought a total of 75 kilograms of sweet potatoes, 75 kilograms of millet, and 30 kilograms of seafood. Yang Guoqiang quickly took out cigarettes and offered them to the three of them. Thank you for your hard work. young comrades. Qing Yuan said, "What's so difficult about this? Just unload it here." "Sure, we can unload it right in the yard." Yang Guiqiang nodded quickly. Then, everyone in the yard came over and helped unload the things into the yard. "Uncle Su, Fuxing said they'll send you some more eggs or something tomorrow," Gu Cheng said to Su Mingde. Su Mingde quickly nodded. "Okay, no rush, it's too much trouble for you. With this food, we should be able to get through this period of time." They then handed the money they had collected to Gu Chengkai. "Take this back to Fuxing." The amount was actually excessive, as Gu Chengkai realized by feeling the thickness of the money. However, since it was for Li Fuxing, he couldn't say much. He put the money away and left with Qing Yuan and Li Dawei. After they had gone some distance, Yang Guiqiang and the others began to divide the items. The person who contributes more money will receive more in return, and no one will object to that. Yang Guiqiang took his share home, divided it into 2 equal parts, and said to his wife, "Send 1 part back to the child's maternal grandparents' house. They must be having a hard time there too. Also, put 15 yuan in the other part." Yang Guiqiang's wife's eyes were red, and she nodded vigorously. The next morning, Li Fuxing rode his bicycle to the steel rolling mill. As soon as he parked, Director Lin called him over. "Fuxing, the Ministry of Commerce's reward for you has arrived," Factory Director Lin said with a smile. When Li Fuxing took a look, he saw that it was a fairly large box. He couldn't see what was inside from his side, but judging from Director Lin's expression, he seemed a little envious, so the contents must be of good quality. "Factory Manager, what were the rewards?" Li Fuxing asked. Chapter 256, Good News Brought by an Old Man. Li Fuxing knew that the seatbelt issue must have gone very smoothly. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. Thanks to Pan Guang's efforts, a foreign car company bought out the patent for seatbelts and earned $6 million. Such a large sum of foreign exchange is quite a lot for our country now. Most importantly, the $6 million in foreign exchange came at virtually no cost. All they did was sell the patent for a small item. This made many domestic leaders realize just how important patents are. Therefore, the leaders were very pleased and directly rewarded Li Fuxing, the inventor of the seatbelt, with a television. Director Lin said, "This television was specially delivered by the hygiene production plant at the request of Minister Zhou." He was incredibly envious. He didn't even have a TV at home, but Li Fuxing got a TV without spending any money or using any coupons after working for less than a year. A television? Li Fuxing was surprised. He went over to take a look and sure enough, there was a television in the box. He'd been in this era for quite some time now, and finally he'd seen a television set of this time. Without a doubt, it was black and white. "All right, you can take it home now," Director Lin said, waving his hand. "Okay. Thank you, Factory Manager," Li Fuxing said with a smile. This TV was an award from higher-ups, so it's okay to be high-profile about it. Once the power supply to Lijiazwang is stable, we'll send it back directly so that Grandpa and Grandma can also take a look. Director Lin nodded. He had heard that such an inconspicuous little invention as the seatbelt had directly earned the country millions of dollars. No wonder the leaders were so generous in rewarding Li Fuxing with a television. Li Fuxing was a lucky charm for their steel rolling mill, so Director Lin was quite lenient with him, not only giving him half a day off, but also not allowing him to come for a long time. However, their factory is currently developing airbags and cannot do without Li Fuxing, which is why they have kept him at the factory. Li Fuxing brought the television back to the purchasing department, where Li Wenbin and the others waited. It was a television. After all, they had only heard of it, but had never seen one before. Section Chief Li, hurry up and open the box to see what the TV looks like, one worker said impatiently. Li Wenbin glanced at the man and said, "Who will be responsible if it breaks?" "Fuxing, I think you should just take it home and open it later." Although he said that, he was also very curious. Li Fuxing was well aware of what everyone was thinking and was ready to open it now so that everyone could see it together. He didn't feel anything at all. He had all kinds of televisions in his previous life, so he had no interest in this black and white television. At most, he was just a little curious. After unpacking, Li Fuxing took out a heavy, square object from the box. The television looked to be around 12 inches in size. Li Fuxing glanced at it and thought it was very rudimentary. Not only is it small, but it's also incredibly heavy. This was Li Fuxing's first impression. But in Li Wenbin's eyes, the television was like a beautiful woman, and they were all staring at it with eyes practically glowing green. Shall we plug in the power and take a look? Someone pressed their luck. Since the TV had already been taken apart, Li Fuxing decided to satisfy everyone's curiosity by carrying it to a power source, plugging it in, and turning it on. A layer of static slowly appeared on the screen, accompanied by intermittent noise. Is it broken? Li Wenbin glared at the man and cursed. What nonsense are you talking about? You can break it, but it can't break. Li Fuxing then changed the channel and soon switched to the Beiping channel, which was currently showing a program. It's showing up on screen. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. Fuxing, could you speak a little louder? Li Fuxing nodded, then turned the adjustment knob next to the switch, and the sound gradually became louder. Suddenly, the television screen changed, and our beloved premier appeared before everyone, delivering an important speech at the meeting. Soon, more than 40 minutes had passed quietly, and Li Wenbin finally managed to shoo everyone away by personally urging them to leave. Li Fuxing then unplugged the power, put the TV back in the box, and left the steel mill to return to his courtyard house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he was immediately surrounded by the women and older women there. Everyone was quite curious about what was in the box. This is a television, a reward from the higher-ups. Li Fuxing said directly that he wasn't afraid at all. This TV came from legitimate sources, and he wasn't afraid of being investigated. He said it outright so that everyone would stop guessing. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned and stared intently at the box in Li Fuxing's arms. There's a TV inside? Fuxing is really something. Auntie Air exclaimed in admiration. This should be the first TV on our street, right? That's probably it. I've never heard of anyone having a TV in their home before. No one in their neighborhood has a television. For ordinary people, this is something they've only heard of. They never imagined that someone in their courtyard would be rewarded with one by their superiors, without spending a single penny. Fuxing is indeed the most capable young man in their department. The neighbors all followed Li Fuxing, eager to see what the television actually looked like. Li Fuxing followed the same steps as in the factory. First, he unpacked the box, moved the TV to the table, then plugged in the power, turned on the TV, and let the neighbors watch it together to broaden their horizons. Second, Aunt, please sit down. There's food on the table. Feel free to take what you like, Li Fuxing said with a smile. The neighbors were used to the house renovated by Li Fuxing, so they were all very calm. They found stools to sit down, and those who didn't have stools stood by the table. Before long, the house was packed with people. Some children clapped and shouted excitedly, but were immediately held down by their parents. Everyone is waiting to watch TV. What are you making a fuss about? If you want to make a fuss, go home and make a fuss. Everyone took only a few peanuts, candy, and other snacks from the table, and no one took more than that. It's out of the picture. It's out of the picture, someone exclaimed excitedly as they turned on the TV. For them, television is a very high-class thing. The arrival of a television in the courtyard greatly surprised the residents. That evening, a large number of people gathered at Li Fuxing's home, and they reluctantly dispersed only after the television program ended. Nowadays, television doesn't have programming 24 hours a day, and the programming is relatively limited. Apart from some documentaries, almost everything else is news. When they left, everyone felt they hadn't had enough. There really aren't many TV programs these days, and they don't air for very long. Fuxing, come to my place for dinner tomorrow, an old man said to Li Fuxing before leaving. Li Fuxing asked, is there something important? An old man said, the Barefoot Doctor's manual you mentioned before has been basically compiled thanks to the efforts of a group of us. It will be published by the end of the month at the latest, and then it will be popularized throughout the country, especially in rural areas. This incident caused a sensation in their medical community and even alarmed the faculty. Chapter 257. The Western engineering team arrives at the steel rolling mill. After hearing the report, the instructor was in high spirits and instructed that a group of qualified barefoot doctors should be trained as quickly as possible to raise the level of medical and healthcare in rural areas and make it more convenient for rural residents to see a doctor. That's too fast, Li Fuxing exclaimed in surprise. You have no idea how many resources were used this time, just to compile this barefoot doctor's manual as soon as possible. The old man knew a lot of details. This time, almost all the experts in the medical field participated, especially the old Chinese medicine doctors. In rural areas, it is easier to obtain Chinese medicine, which can save farmers a lot of money on medical treatment. After the Barefoot Doctor's Manual was completed, the old man was naturally rewarded by his superiors. Some hospitals have even shown interest in him and wanted to recruit him to work there, but the old man hasn't made up his mind yet. Staying at the steel rolling mill has its advantages. Director Lin has already told him that he's planning to promote him. But going to the hospital also has its advantages. If you look at the long term, then going to the hospital is definitely the best choice. It's quite difficult to find a job at a hospital right now. But no matter what it is, he couldn't achieve it without Li Fuxing. Therefore, he had to treat Li Fuxing to a meal, and he wouldn't be able to repay the favor. Amazing, Li Fuxing exclaimed sincerely. It's a pity that we still haven't been able to develop the nitroglycerin pills. An elderly man has been researching heart-saving pills for a long time. He has tried many prescriptions, but all of them have failed. The two chatted about this topic for a long time until late at night, when the old man finally went home. The next morning, Li Fuxing went to the steel rolling mill. If all went well, the sensor could be finished today. The one that was too delicate was beyond the capabilities of their current factory. This sensor is a key component of the airbag, and it comes in two types, trigger type and protective type. Actually, Pinduoduo sells sensors, but Li Fuxing was worried that he wouldn't be able to explain it, so he could only work with the other workers to make it himself. They are making a type of magneto-electric sensor, which has a relatively simple structure and low cost, making it suitable for most drivers. Fuxing, do you think this is okay? Several craftsmen came to Li Fuxing's side with the newly made sensors. Li Fuxing said, I'll try it and see how it goes. Li Fuxing and his colleagues finished the rest of the airbag. As Li Fuxing and his team were installing sensors and preparing for testing, several people suddenly walked in, accompanied by Director Lin and other factory leaders. They must not be ordinary people. Someone saw Li Fuxing and the others fiddling with something and asked, Director Lin, what are they doing? They were all people involved in the country's secret Western project. They came to the steel rolling mill today, mainly to see how well the mill was doing. They had something to work on. A few days ago, the Ministry of Commerce arranged for our steel rolling mill to produce a device called an airbag. Judging from the current situation, they're probably preparing to test its performance. Would you like to take a look? Factory Director Lin asked. Okay, let's go take a look together. As researchers, they were all hearing about airbags for the first time and were very curious. Upon closer inspection, I saw a young man demonstrating and explaining the process. They were taken aback when they heard that an electromagnetic sensor was used in the airbag. Sensors are something they're currently researching. The specific research details were handed over to a research institute a long time ago, but they haven't succeeded yet. Is this something a steel rolling mill can handle? Seeing Li Fuxing's puzzled expression, Director Lin quickly introduced them to each other, but he didn't know much, since he didn't know the specific backgrounds of these people either. He only knew that the leaders of the Ministry of Industry had given orders that the steel rolling mill should unconditionally cooperate with the work of these comrades and could not be neglected. Even though Director Lin's explanation was rather vague, Li Fuxing still managed to guess some of it. He didn't live in vain for so many years. Some things are known to almost everyone in later generations and can no longer be considered secrets. Yes, we've developed the electromagnetic sensor, which means we can now produce airbags, Li Fuxing said. I've been working hard on it for the past few days, and I've finally figured it out. I won't be too busy anymore. The craftsmen were overjoyed to hear Li Fuxing say this. If Li Fuxing hadn't been helping them clarify their thinking, the electromagnetic sensor probably wouldn't have come out so quickly. One of the researchers excitedly asked, Comrade, could you show us the electromagnetic sensor? The research on electromagnetic sensors is extremely difficult. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained undeveloped until now. If the steel mill were to develop one, it would play a very important role in the ongoing projects in the West. Li Fuxing nodded and handed the electromagnetic sensor to the other party. Of course, no problem. The researcher picked it up and examined it carefully, muttering to himself from time to time. This electromagnetic sensor is very good, but it doesn't yet meet the required standards. Upon hearing this, Master Zhao and the others' faces immediately darkened. They had spent several days working on this sensor. only to find that it didn't meet the standards in other people's eyes. Seeing that Master Zhao and the others looked unhappy, another researcher quickly said, "Don't mind him, masters." Old Zhang didn't mean to belittle anyone. He was quite speechless about Lao Zhang's problem. Although Lao Zhang's scientific research ability was beyond doubt, his mouth was terrible. He could shut people up with his words. Even though Master Zhao and the others were still somewhat uncomfortable, they couldn't say anything more since even the factory manager had to treat him with such courtesy. Unaware of what was happening, Old Zhang asked, "Who invented this electromagnetic sensor?" Master Zhao and the others remained silent. They weren't pushovers. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Director Lin quickly stepped forward and said, "This electromagnetic sensor was developed by Comrade Li Fuxing and Master Zhao from our steel rolling mill. Section Chief Li is the #1 contributor. If it weren't for his guidance, the four of us probably wouldn't have been able to develop this electromagnetic sensor," said Master Zhao, without any intention of taking credit. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang immediately developed a strong interest in Li Fuxing and asked, "I would like to meet this section chief Li." "I am Li Fuxing," Li Fuxing said. Old Zhang shifted his gaze to Li Fuxing. He hadn't expected that the young man who had just conducted the experiment was him. Seeing how young Li Fuxing was, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. So he asked, "Section Chief Li, why do you want to study this electromagnetic sensor?" Li Fuxing didn't hide anything and said directly, "It's because the airbag I invented requires this electromagnetic sensor, so I worked with everyone to develop it." Li Fuxing's calm tone left Lao Zhang and the others speechless. Chapter 258, Special Steel Needed. Is this electromagnetic sensor something that's particularly easy to study? It's being mentioned so casually. The research institute they commissioned still hasn't figured it out, which shows just how difficult this thing is. The leader said, "Comrade Li Fuxing, could you explain the principle of electromagnetic induction to us?" Li Fuxing nodded, organized his thoughts, and began to answer. As Lao Zhang listened to Li Fuxing's words, he became increasingly shocked. He then took out his pen and notebook and began to remember the principles Li Fuxing had mentioned. The others were also very shocked. The problem that had been bothering them for so long had unexpectedly been solved today by a young man from the steel mill. If they went back and experimented with this theory, they would be able to make an electromagnetic sensor that met the usage standards. The leader's gaze towards Li Fuxing changed from doubt to admiration, and he asked, "Young comrade, would you like to come with us?" Before Li Fuxing could speak, Director Lin immediately lost his composure. "Comrade, you can't poach people from the wall. The steel mill is doing so well right now, thanks to Li Fuxing. He will never let Li Fuxing be poached, and he will never back down, even when facing his superiors. Comrade, I can only thank you for your kindness. I'm doing very well at the steel rolling mill and don't want to go anywhere else," Li Fuxing said with a smile. But Old Zhang still didn't want to give up. People with such brains are extremely rare. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to find someone like them again. He continued, "Comrade, let's join together in building our motherland. Our motherland urgently needs people like you right now." Many people would likely feel their emotions waver upon hearing this. "Comrade, my current work is also about building our motherland," Li Fuxing said with a smile. If Lao Zhang were to deny Li Fuxing's words at this moment, he would be negating the contributions and efforts of workers across the country. Old Zhang wanted to say something, but the leader, fearing he might say something outrageous, quickly interrupted, "Comrade Fuxing, you are of course building the motherland now, but in our country, you can give fuller play to your talents and make greater contributions to the motherland." Director Lin immediately became anxious. He was afraid of such words, as he knew all too well how powerful they were to young people. He quickly said, "Comrade Fuxing is with us, and his contributions to the country are no less than what we have made. Fuxing has invented many things, and several of them have been promoted nationwide. The recently invented airbag and seatbelt can help the country earn a huge amount of foreign exchange. At the same time, the rice cooker invented earlier is also stabilizing exports and earning foreign exchange for the country." The more Lao Zhang and the others listened, the more they felt that Li Fuxing was a very capable young man, and their determination to recruit him became even stronger. However, what Director Lin said was also true. Everyone was making contributions, just in different directions. It can help the country earn foreign exchange, which is a great contribution. At present, the country's foreign exchange reserves are still too small, and it is difficult to buy some advanced foreign machinery. Even though the blockade by the United States is a large part of the reason, the money in hand is indeed not enough. Director Lin immediately said, "Comrade, let's talk in my office." Seeing that Director Lin had said so, Lao Zhang and the others had no choice but to nod in agreement. Afterwards, Lao Zhang and the others followed Director Lin to his office, where they began to discuss the matter. The leader said, "Director Lin, we've come to the steel rolling mill with a mission. We'd like to ask for your help in producing a batch of special steel that meets our standards." Upon hearing the words special steel, Director Lin immediately understood the importance of the matter. He was very confident in the factory's technology. "Comrade, I'm not just bragging, but our steel rolling mill's technology is the best in the country. You can rest assured that it's in our hands." The leader nodded and continued. Special steel requires two main characteristics: high strength and excellent corrosion resistance. Upon hearing this, Director Lin's shock intensified. He estimated that very few factories in China could produce steel that met these requirements. Actually, he wasn't sure himself and couldn't guarantee that his factory could produce it. "To be honest, our factory can't produce steel that meets these requirements right now, but if we have time to study it, it's still possible." Old Zhang and his colleagues were well aware that producing this kind of steel was extremely difficult. This time, they contacted several steel mills, including some of the top steel mills in the country, and sent people to them. They didn't plan to stay at the steel rolling mill any longer. They had already secured the electromagnetic sensor, so it wasn't a complete loss. When Director Lin heard that they were going back, he was overjoyed. If they stayed to wait for the research on the special steel, Director Lin would be constantly worried that they would poach Li Fuxing. After Li Fuxing finished working on the electromagnetic sensor, he stopped staying at the factory. He'd been there for the past few days and hadn't had time to go back and see his grandparents. Since he wasn't needed much anymore, he decided to take a break and go back to the village to visit them. Upon entering the village, Li Fuxing heard the villagers say that starting tomorrow, the commune would be distributing mung beans for free, and the villagers wouldn't even have to lift a finger. They would send people to each village. Li Fuxing was somewhat puzzled. What's going on? How could this be? They're giving away mung beans for free. These days, everything is very difficult, and the country has no surplus grain. Even though mung beans aren't a staple food, they can still fill your stomach. Mung beans are very high in dietary fiber, which can promote intestinal peristalsis and speed up the elimination of waste from the body. Grandpa Li was also a little puzzled and asked, "Fuxing, why is the commune suddenly distributing mung beans? I don't think they're very useful. It would be more practical to distribute some coarse grains instead. Even though mung beans are edible, they can't replace staple foods. How many mung beans would you have to eat to fill your stomach in one meal?" Li Fuxing said, "I feel that mung beans are quite useful. Mung beans can make bowel movements smoother. Right now, too many people in China are eating guanyin clay. If you eat too much of that stuff, you can't go out at all. It can make people suffocate to death." These were things the old party secretary told him when he first arrived in the village. At first, Li Fuxing was just as puzzled, not understanding the point of doing this at all. However, after the old party secretary explained it to him, he immediately understood. After listening to Li Fuxing's words, old Master Li nodded. Having farmed all his life, he knew the benefits of mung beans. But with the help of his good grandson, the people of Lijiazhuang have been doing quite well these days, and no one is eating guanyin clay anymore. Therefore, he forgot about it for a moment. In fact, none of the villagers in Lijiazhuang were aware of this problem. Since Li Fuxing returned, there has never been a case of hunger in their village. Chapter 259, The Old Party Secretary's Admonition. If Fuxing has an accident, don't come back. The next morning, after Li Fuxing finished washing up and went out, he saw that the villagers were all lining up in a long queue in the village's open space. Upon hearing that they could receive free items, they all brought out whatever was used in their homes, hoping to collect more mung beans. Even if Lijiazhuang didn't lack these mung beans, who wouldn't want more of something that's free? The same applies to other villages. In Wangjia village, which is adjacent to Lijiazhuang, The villagers initially surrounded the commune officials when they arrived. Only after being reprimanded by the officials did they obediently line up. The person who managed to grab the first spot was carrying a bunch of miscellaneous items. The commune official asked, "Name, how many people are in your family?" "Hello, my name is Wang Chong, and there are 5 people in my family." The commune cadre picked up a ladle and scooped 5 scoops from the bag. The ladle wasn't very big, each ladle weighing about half a pound, so the 5 scoops weighed about 2.5 pounds in total. Some villagers, seeing that each person received 250 grams, had other ideas, thinking that they could report more people so they could receive more mung beans. When it was Wang Su's turn, before the commune cadre could even ask, he volunteered, "My name is Wang Su, and there are 10 people in my family." There are only 7 people in his family, and he said this in order to report more people so that he could receive more money. None of the villagers in line exposed Wang Su. They all wanted to know if this method could actually get them more money. If it worked, they wanted to do it too. The commune cadre glanced through the register and saw that Wang Su's family had a total of 7 people. He frowned and said, "Wang Su, didn't your family have 7 people in total? When did 3 more people appear? Could it be that your wife is pregnant with triplets? If this happens again, I won't send it to you." Then, after handing out the mung beans to Wang Su, he said in a deep voice, "Next." When the villagers in line heard what the commune official said, they immediately dismissed all their miscellaneous thoughts. They were afraid that they wouldn't get any mung beans in the end, or that their lies would be discovered, and then they would have none at all. The villagers of Lijiazwang are relatively well-mannered, and there has been no case of falsely reporting the population. However, this may be because Lijiazwang has been doing relatively well recently. The villagers lined up one by one to receive their share of mung beans. Only the situation in Lijiazwang and Zhejiazwang is relatively good. Next was Qingshi village, where the same issue of falsely reporting the population occurred. However, this behavior was understandable, as Qingshi village lacked food and was simply not getting enough to eat. In some villages, looting occurred, but it was quickly stopped by the commune officials. After eating the mung beans distributed by the government, those who ate guanyin clay felt somewhat better. To be honest, even disregarding that use, half a pound of mung beans would be enough to sustain someone for several days. That day, Li Datu and the others made preparations and planned to go hunting in the mountains. With the weather turning cold, hunting will become much more difficult in winter. Many animals will hibernate, and the roads will be much harder to traverse. Therefore, it's essential to hunt as much as possible before winter arrives. After all, autumn is the best time for hunting. Since Li Dali left their hunting team, Li Datu and the others have caught significantly fewer prey. Li Dali is indeed very lucky. Originally, everyone thought that after Li Dali was swindled out of his money, he should just accept his fate and stay quietly in the village. Unexpectedly, not only did he get his money back, but Li Fuxing also arranged for him to work in a steel rolling mill as a truck driver. This made all the young people in the village extremely envious. They all wanted to ask their parents to talk to Li Fuxing and see if they could also be assigned to work in the factory. Even if they couldn't become truck drivers, they could do something else. But as soon as they had this idea, their parents scolded them. It's 2 different things when someone gives it to you and when you ask for it. Everyone was afraid that doing so would annoy Li Fuxing, so no one wanted to cause him any trouble. Seeing Li Datu and the others carrying hunting rifles and about to go hunting in the mountains, Li Fuxing, realizing that he had never gone hunting in the mountains since he transmigrated, couldn't help but ask, "Datu, can I go hunting with you?" If it were just him, he wouldn't dare go. In those days, there were many large wild animals in the mountains, making it quite dangerous, unlike the safer conditions of later generations. However, going to experience it with a group of people shouldn't be a big problem. Li Datu immediately agreed. "That's great, Uncle 21, no problem. Right now, no one in the village would want to avoid getting along with Li Fuxing. If Li Fuxing were happy and arranged for them to work in the factory, they would make a fortune. However, there are still many rules to follow when hunting in the mountains. For example, you cannot hunt pregnant animals or animals with young, and you cannot kill them all during a hunt." When the old party secretary heard that Li Fuxing wanted to go up the mountain with the hunting team to experience it, he hurriedly ran over to give Li Datu and the others some instructions. You absolutely must protect your 21st uncle's safety. If anything happens to him, you don't need to come back, the old party secretary said. Li Datu and the others patted their chests and said, Secretary, don't worry, we guarantee to bring Uncle 21 back to the village safely. Afterwards, the group went up the mountain. Li Datu and his men usually hunted on the outskirts of the mountains, catching small prey like pheasants. To hunt large animals, they had to go deeper into the mountains. Li Datu handed the shotgun to Li Fuxing. Uncle 21, take this with you. No need, I brought it with me. Li Fuxing smiled and then took out a pistol. In Lijiazwang, Li Fuxing had no worries. He could take out whatever he wanted without fear of being reported. That's why he was willing to stay in Lijiazwang, where he would feel much more relaxed and free. When Li Datu and the others saw that Li Fuxing had taken out a pistol, they were all very envious. A pistol was much more convenient and easier to use than their hunting rifles. Because hunting takes a long time, people bring some dry food with them when they go up the mountain. Li Datu and his group brought some wheat cakes and steamed potatoes. Li Fuxing was carrying a bag, but no one knew exactly what was inside. Did Dolly say before that there are tigers in our mountains? Is that true? Li Fuxing asked. Li Datu said irritably. That Dolly guy really just spouts whatever comes to mind. Uncle 21, you can only believe 1/10 of what he says. Even if there really are tigers, they would stay deep in the mountains and forests. You would never see them on the outskirts. Uncle 21, let's go to that pond ahead and see if we can find any animals drinking water there. He had been up the mountain many times and was extremely familiar with the terrain. The others had no objections to Li Datu's suggestion. They all knew that the small pool in front was the only water source in the vicinity. Animals could only drink water there, and if they could catch some wild rabbits or something, they could go down the mountain. This way, it would be best to be able to bring the items back without taking any risks. The pond was quite far from their village. Otherwise, the village would have diverted it back to their village long ago. Chapter 260. The Unlucky Hunter, the Wild Boar Herd. As Li Fuxing and the others were heading towards the pool, several muffled sounds, bang, bang, suddenly came from afar. What's that sound? It sounds a bit like gunshots, but there are some differences, Li Fuxing asked, puzzled. Li Datu frowned and pondered for a moment. It does sound a bit like the sound of an old-fashioned gun. Uncle 21, should we go over and rescue them? Li Fuxing asked. Save people? Who should we save? Li Datu said. The person who fired the shot was probably in trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have fired 2 shots with that old-fashioned gun. Those old-fashioned guns are very slow, and you usually have to move to a different spot after firing 1 shot. Then don't just stand there. Hurry up and go. Li Fuxing said immediately upon hearing this. After all, it involves human lives. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, everyone rushed towards the direction from which the gunshots were coming, fearing that if they were even a step too late, the person would be in danger. Li Fuxing and the others jogged the whole way. During the journey, another gunshot rang out. A few minutes later, Li Fuxing and his men finally arrived at the location where the gunshots had been fired. Li Datu suddenly pointed to the west and said, Uncle 21, there's someone over there. Following the direction Li Datu pointed, everyone looked and saw a middle-aged man lying there, panting heavily. There was a lot of blood around him, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man's or an animal's. Let's go take a look, Li Fuxing said, and took the lead in walking over there. Li Datu and the others realized what was happening and immediately grabbed their hunting rifles and followed. They had all loaded their shotguns, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. As Li Fuxing walked over, he also took out his pistol. He quickly reached the middle-aged man and asked, Comrade, how are you feeling? Li Datu and the others quickly followed, forming a circle around Li Fuxing and the middle-aged man to prevent any unexpected situations from arising. The middle-aged man said weakly, There's a herd of wild boars around here, so please be very careful. Upon hearing this news, everyone immediately became alert. The wild boar herd was scared away by the gunshots, and they probably haven't gone very far. Li Datu asked, Uncle 21, what do we do now? Should we retreat, or take out that wild boar herd? If we could wipe out this herd of wild boars, we'd be rich. Wild boar meat is quite expensive right now. If you can catch this herd of wild boars, you can earn at least several hundred yuan. Aside from Li Fuxing, everyone, including Li Datu, was very tempted. They had never seen so much money, several hundred yuan, before. Li Fuxing pondered for a moment and was about to order everyone to evacuate when he suddenly saw a group of wild boars grunting and panting as they approached from all sides. In this situation, running away was out of the question. They had no choice but to fight it out. In order to conserve bullets, no one fired their guns for the time being, and the wild boar had to be moved to a nearby location. Bullets are quite expensive right now, so we can't afford to waste them. As the wild boar herd drew closer, everyone's hearts were in their throats. At the critical moment, Li Fuxing finally spoke. Fire! Li Datu and the others originally wanted to let the wild boar get closer before shooting, but Li Fuxing gave the order, so they had no choice but to fire. Li Fuxing was the first to fire, and his shot hit the wild boar in the head with great accuracy. However, the wild boar not only did not die, but also became enraged. A pistol is not enough to kill a wild boar. Wild boars have thick, tough skin. Whether the bullet could even penetrate it is uncertain. Li Fuxing did not panic. Instead, he fired several more shots before the wild boar collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Shoot the biggest one over there, Li Fuxing shouted. The largest one was clearly the leader of this wild boar herd, with such long tusks. To deal with these wild beasts that like to travel in packs, you have to kill the leader first, so as to break their fighting spirit. Everyone obeyed Li Fuxing's order and fired at the largest wild boar. This wild boar wasn't too big. If it were one that weighed several hundred kilograms, Li Fuxing would never have provoked it. Those kinds of wild boars are extremely difficult to deal with when they go berserk. After being shot several times, the wild boar leader roared and charged towards Li Fuxing and the others. They quickly get around to his side and attack, Li Datu shouted. Li Dai agreed and immediately darted to the side, firing 2 shots into the wild boar's belly. The lead wild boar finally collapsed, now only 5 or 6 meters away from Li Fuxing and the others. Without their leader, the other wild boars turned tail and ran away. Li Datu and the others weren't about to let them get away so easily, and immediately gave chase. It took almost an hour to wipe out the wild boar herd. All right, we've already done enough. There's no need to go all the way, Li Fuxing said. Li Datu and the others were also desperate. When they heard this, they suddenly realized that they had run out of bullets. Even if they wanted to continue firing, it was impossible. The group carried the dead wild boar back home. After working for a while, they gathered all the more than 10 wild boars they had killed together. Besides the wild boar, they also killed a few wild rabbits. In this day and age, it doesn't matter if they're cute or not. As long as they're meat, they have to be hunted. The middle-aged man lying on the ground had recovered by now. Leaning against the tree, he said, "Thank you so much. I owe you all this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here." He was only gored by the wild boar, and his injuries were not too serious. He was just a little dazed at first from being gored, and his internal organs were slightly displaced, which is why he fell to the ground. After resting for a while, I was able to barely manage to get up, Li Fuxing said with a smile. No need to be so polite, comrade. By the way, which village are you from? Why are you hunting all by yourself? Going up the mountain alone is quite dangerous. The middle-aged man said, I'm from Nanyu village. I was thinking of hunting some game to improve my family's life, but I never expected to almost lose my life. Before going up the mountain, he thought he would hunt some small animals like rabbits. But who would have thought he would encounter a herd of wild boars? He didn't dare provoke the wild boars, but they went berserk and charged at him as soon as they saw him. Even climbing the tree didn't help. The boars even broke the tree in two. He had no way to dodge after falling to the ground and was immediately gored hard by the wild boar. He had no choice but to fire. The gunshots were enough to scare the wild boar herd away temporarily. He couldn't get up at all and felt he was doomed. If the wild boar herd returned, he would have no chance of survival. Fortunately, he was rescued. Can we leave now? Li Fuxing asked. Okay, I don't feel so bad now. Li Fuxing said. That's fine then. Comrade, you can take the wild boar back with you. Having fought so many, and having encountered the wild boar herd thanks to the sound of gunfire, giving them one wouldn't be a problem. The middle-aged man said. I'm too embarrassed to take your things again. It's all right. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have encountered these wild boars. Don't refuse. Take one back with you, comrade, Li Fuxing said. Chapter 261. Going up the mountain or riding a bicycle to the city, the battalion commander's choice. Everyone agreed with Li Fuxing's words. Yes, thank goodness I ran into you. In the end, the middle-aged man couldn't refuse and chose the smallest wild boar to take back with him. Li Dadu was somewhat worried. There are just too many wild boars. There's no way we can handle them all with just a few of us. Especially the largest egg follicle, which must weigh 300 or 400 pounds, and it would take at least 4 or 5 people to lift it. There's no other way. Send someone back to the village quickly to get help. Otherwise, if the smell of blood gets out and attracts predators, it will be bad, Li Fuxing said. By the way, tell the old party secretary to have someone ride my bicycle to the steel mill to find a way, and ask him to tell Section Chief Li to send a truck to pick up the wild boar as soon as possible. I just counted them. There were a total of 16 wild boars. One was taken away, leaving 15. I did a quick calculation, and they add up to at least 2,000 caddies of meat. The village can't possibly eat them all. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, Li Dai immediately volunteered to go back to the village to deliver the message. Li Dadu said, Daluan, you go with Dai. The two people can look out for each other on the road and deal with any unexpected situations that may arise. Li Daluan immediately nodded in agreement. The two then hurried towards Lijiazwang, and when they reached a flatter area, they even started jogging. It took more than 50 minutes to get to the village. As soon as they entered the village, the two hurried to find the old party secretary. The situation was urgent, and they didn't dare to waste a single minute. When the old party secretary saw the two of them running towards him quickly, a flicker of panic crossed his mind. He hurriedly asked, Why are you two in such a hurry? What happened? If something were to happen to Li Fuxing, it would be a devastating blow to Lijiazwang, and the village's current thriving situation would be completely destroyed. They should have stopped Li Fuxing from going up the mountain back then. That way, the accident wouldn't have happened. Secretary, this is good news. We encountered a herd of wild boars on the mountain and killed more than 10 of them. We don't have enough people to bring them back. Quickly, get the villagers to help us, Li Dai said, panting heavily. The old party secretary was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then became excited. What did you say? You shot down more than 10 wild boars. Then he became anxious again. Is anyone injured? He wanted to ask if Li Fuxing was injured. As for the others, they were fine. If there was no danger to their lives, they would just suffer some injuries and need to rest. Secretary, how could I joke about something like this? We cooperated perfectly this time, and no one was injured, Li Dai said. Okay, I'll send someone to help right away, the old party secretary said happily. Wait a minute, party secretary. Uncle 21 also told you to send someone to ride his bicycle to the steel mill and tell Dawei to report to Section Chief Li and ask him to send a truck to pick up the wild boar. Li Daluan suddenly remembered Li Fuxing's words. The old party secretary nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. You all can rest for a while. Currently, most people in Lijiazwang are working on the reservoir construction, so labor needs to be arranged, which means going to the construction site. The old party secretary was afraid of delaying things, so he walked as fast as he could. When the brigade leader saw the old party secretary rushing over, he asked, Secretary, why are you in such a hurry? Has something important happened? Everyone in Lijiazwang, stop what you're doing for a moment and go up the mountain to help bring the wild boar back, the old party secretary said. The captain asked in confusion, What wild boar? Datu and the others encountered a herd of wild boars. They probably killed quite a few. They sent Dahi and Daluan back to report that they can't finish moving everything and asked me to send people to help, the old party secretary hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the brigade leader didn't want to waste a moment and immediately called away the able-bodied men from Lijiazwang, leaving only the villagers from Wangjiakan and the women from Lijiazwang to continue working. No one dared to delay, so they put down their tools and followed the old party secretary to the village. When the villagers of Wangjia village heard about this, they were all incredibly envious. Wang Chun was somewhat shocked and asked, Wang Quan, how many wild boars did Li family village hunt? It took so many people to move them. Although they are currently working in Lijiazwang, they don't have to worry about food at all, and the food is quite good. Most importantly, they can bring their meals home every night to eat with their families, so they are very satisfied. Why worry about all that? We'll definitely get a share when it's time to eat, Wang Quan said. Every time he hunted a game, he could have meat and vegetables added to his meal the next day. He had worked in Lijiazwang for so long, and the contrast was very clear to him. If it were another village, they would never be so generous as to let people from other villages eat meat with them. They would definitely save it for the new year, or only let the villagers of their own village eat it. The Li family's practice of treating everyone the same is almost unheard of. It's up to you to understand it, Wang Chun said with a smile. Wang Quan gave a non-committal and then said, "Get to work quickly and stop chatting." The villagers of Wangjia village continued working. The old party secretary led 20 or 30 people back to the village in a grand procession. Without the old party secretary needing to make any arrangements, Li Dai and the other man led the way. The old party secretary kept the brigade leader on the job. The captain originally wanted to go up the mountain with them, as he was very eager to see how intense the scene was. Get on Fuxing's bicycle and hurry to the steel rolling mill to find Dawei. Explain the situation to him and ask him to tell their section chief to send a truck to pick it up, the old party secretary instructed. Upon hearing that they could ride bicycles into town, the captain immediately abandoned his idea of going up the mountain and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." After saying that, he walked quickly toward Li Fuxing's house. At present, only Li Fuxing in the village had a bicycle. Although he usually wanted to try riding it, he was too embarrassed to ask Li Fuxing to borrow it. Before long, he got on his bicycle and sped off towards Beiping City. Meanwhile, Li Dai and Li Daluan led their 20 or 30 men up the mountain in a great hurry. The animals along the way were so frightened by the large number of people that they all gave way. The closer they got to their destination, the more they could directly feel the intensity of the battle. Many trees around them had been broken by wild boars that had fled in panic, and some trees even had bullet holes in them. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, the group saw a small mountain of wild boars in the distance and were shocked. They hadn't expected to have hunted so many wild boars this time. "If everyone in the village stays, we can probably eat until the new year," Li Jian said with a smile, unconsciously swallowing. "Just think about it. The party secretary definitely won't keep that many. He'll probably keep a few and let Fuxing sell the rest to the steel mill," someone said. Even though everyone craves meat, selling meat is more important right now than eating it. If the meat were replaced with grain, it could feed the village for a very long time. When Li Dadu saw that so many people had arrived, he immediately began to direct the work. Chapter 262. Every household and workplace received meat. The villagers started working in an orderly manner, and Li Datu and his group didn't need to lift a finger. The villagers who came to help had already moved all the wild boars away. Afterwards, the group carried the wild boar and set off in a grand procession back to Lijiazwang. Li Datu and his men stood guard around the villagers. If any animals, unaware of the situation, came trying to get a share of the food, they would show no mercy. When the group returned to the village, it immediately caused a huge sensation. The villagers were very excited to see so many wild boars. It seems that by the end of the year, they can have a prosperous year. Fuxing is indeed a blessing for their village. They have never caught so many prey when they went hunting in the mountains before. However, this is the second time in a row that such a large herd of wild boars has been encountered. Li Dadu asked, "Secretary, how are we going to deal with so many wild boars?" "Keep the 3 big ones in the village, and let Fuxing sell the rest to the steel mill," the old party secretary said after thinking for a moment. It's such a waste that the wild boar blood flowing down the mountain was wasted. To be honest, if he hadn't caught so many wild boars this time, he wouldn't have kept 3. He would have kept 1 or 2 at most to eat. Li Daming nodded. Okay. After that, he led his men to select 3 slightly larger ones, each weighing about 100 kilograms, which together weighed nearly 300 kilograms. Even though the weather is gradually getting cooler, if you want to preserve the meat for a longer time, you can only smoke it into dried meat. Otherwise, it will spoil very quickly. The old party secretary selected a few people and asked them to process the remaining wild boar, keeping some for tomorrow's extra meal and smoking the rest into dried meat. During the Spring Festival, each household in the village receives a small share of meat, which means they can at least eat some. The villagers had no objections to the old party secretary's actions. Apart from Li Dajuan and a few others dealing with the wild boars, the rest of them went back to the back mountain to repair the reservoir. This was the most important matter in the village and could not be delayed at all. While Li Dajuan and others were dealing with the wild boar, Li Dawei and Jiang Tao arrived at Li Jia village. Li Dawei was equally surprised when he heard the captain tell this story. He used to go hunting in the mountains with Li Datu and the others, and he knew how difficult it was. Both skill and luck were required. Otherwise, it was impossible to catch any prey. After the two got out of the car, they were surprised to see more than 10 wild boars piled up together. When I was incredibly lucky, I could only manage to kill 4 or 5 enemies at most, which was already quite impressive. Jiang Tao's eyes widened. These must weigh around 750 kilograms. He had been doing this kind of work for many years, so he could estimate the approximate weight at a glance. Comrade Fuxing, you've given us quite a surprise, Jiang Tao said to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing handed him a cigarette. It's been hard for squad leader Jiang to make this trip. Have a smoke and take a break. Jiang Tao took the cigarette and said with a smile, if I have this much every day, I feel it's all worth it, no matter how hard it is. Are all these wild boars going to be taken back to our factory? No. Taking half back is enough. I have other uses for the rest, Li Fuxing said. The steel rolling mill is large enough to take care of all these wild boars, but the neighborhood committee, the instant noodle factory, and Uncle Sue's research institute also need to be taken care of. We can't favor one over the other. These wild boars, which were obtained through legitimate hunting, could be delivered openly and honestly. Okay. Where should the rest be sent? Jiang Tao felt a little disappointed. He was also thinking of taking them all back to the factory and buying some snacks for his family. I'll go with them in a bit, but I'll have to trouble squad leader Jiang to give me a ride, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Jiang Tao waved his hand. It's nothing. It's a small matter. Thanks to the efforts of Li Datu and others, all the wild boars were quickly loaded onto the vehicle. Afterwards, Li Fuxing and Jiang Tao set off. Our first stop was an instant noodle factory. When the security guard saw the car coming, he immediately ran over and asked, Comrade, who are you looking for at our factory? Hello, comrade. I'm looking for Director Zhou Xiangyang. Just tell him Li Fuxing is looking for him, and he'll understand. Li Fuxing guessed that the gatekeeper was new when he saw him being stopped. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper immediately ran back to the guardhouse and made a phone call. Director Zhou, there is a comrade named Li Fuxing looking for you at the gate. Okay, let them come in directly. Be polite to them. They are an important guest of our factory, Zhou Xiangyang instructed. After hanging up the phone, the security guard quickly let Li Fuxing and his group into the factory. Li Fuxing led Jiang Tao to a spot not far from Zhou Xiangyang's office, where they happened to see Zhou Xiangyang coming down from upstairs. When Zhou Xiangyang saw so many wild boars on the truck, he quickly ran over and asked, Fuxing, are all these wild boars for our instant noodle factory? If we can get this much meat, we won't even need to think about what gifts to give for the holidays. Meat is quite precious right now. Brother Zhou, I definitely can't give them all to you. I'll keep 2 at most, and I have other uses for the rest, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Fuxing, there are so many wild boars. Can you give us one more? Zhou Xiangyang wanted to try again. Li Fuxing said, if Aunt Chun is willing to ask the neighborhood to ask for less, then of course there's no problem. Well, forget it, but I have to choose between the 2 myself, Zhou Xiangyang quickly said. If my mother finds out I'm going to fight with the neighborhood for meat, I'll definitely get a scolding when I get home. Li Fuxing smiled and nodded. Okay, since Brother Zhou has said so, I certainly can't refuse. Zhou Xiangyang quickly picked out 2 large ones, keeping even the biggest one, but Li Fuxing didn't say much. After that came the research institute and the street office, leaving 2 ends in each place. The neighborhood committee originally wanted to use personal connections to keep one more head, but Director Chun was unwilling to make things difficult for Li Fuxing, so in the end, they kept both. The remaining 6 heads belonged to the steel rolling mill. Jiang Tao took the 6 wild boars and Li Dawei back to the steel rolling mill. The large quantity of meat purchased at once even alarmed the factory leaders, who came downstairs to take a look. After unloading the wild boar, the logistics staff immediately weighed and settled the bill. The speed was extremely fast. After receiving the money, Jiang Tao drove his truck to take Li Fuxing back to Lijiazwang. Upon entering the village, they happened to run into the old party secretary, rewarding Li Datu and others. Each of them who had gone hunting received 3 jin of meat, and after receiving the money from selling the meat, each of them would receive an additional 10 yuan as a reward. When the villagers learned about this, they were all very envious, but not jealous. If Li Datu and the others hadn't taken such a big risk to hunt the wild boars, they wouldn't have had a single piece of meat to eat. Li Datu and the others were very happy. Right now, 3 caddies of meat could buy a wife in the countryside, not to mention 10 yuan. Fuxing, you'll get a reward too, the old party secretary said with a smile when he saw Li Fuxing approaching. Li Fuxing said, "Secretary, there's no need to share with me. You can just send mine to the school so the children can eat it." Chapter 263, Patent Application Granted, National Teams Form Negotiations. Okay, then I'll do as you say. The old party secretary nodded. Everyone knew that Li Fuxing's family had good food, so this wild boar meat was really not worth their time. That morning, as soon as Li Fuxing got out of bed, he felt a chill that gave him goosebumps. Winter is almost here. He quickly found some warm clothes and put them on. Then, I slapped my forehead and quickly went to Pinduoduo. Today's special offer for 1 cent includes 10 kilograms of frog oil and 10 kilograms of rice. This frog oil is a truly excellent product, with very high nutritional value and numerous health benefits. Eating this in winter would be truly delightful. Fuxing, Grandma has boiled water. Remember to use it when you wash up. Grandma's voice came from the kitchen. As people get older, they need less sleep, and Grandpa and Grandma always get up earlier than Li Fuxing. Okay, Li Fuxing replied. After washing up, Li Fuxing sat at the table and ate the breakfast his grandmother had prepared, which included eggs, white porridge, and a few steamed buns. "Grandma, does anyone in our village know how to fluff cotton? I'm planning to get some to make you some new clothes and quilts," Li Fuxing said, putting an egg in his mouth and speaking somewhat indistinctly. "I remember your 4th brother used to work in cotton processing. You can ask him for help. But cotton is really hard to come by right now." Old Mrs. Li placed the steamed buns in front of her beloved grandson. She always felt that Li Fuxing hadn't grown up yet. 4th brother? Li Fuxing paused for a moment, and an image of a little old man with gray hair appeared in his mind. I was immediately at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. "If we manage to get some cotton, we'll make a quilt and put it in your house in the city. We can use a heated kong in our village, so it won't get cold," said Grandpa Li. Currently, heating kong, a traditional heated brick bed, and stoves are the most important ways to keep warm in northern China. Almost everyone in rural areas knows how to heat kong, otherwise they would freeze. When the house was built, the kong heated brick bed was also repaired, and now it is both sturdy and easy to use. If you heat up the kong heated brick bed, you certainly won't feel cold. "Grandpa, don't worry, I've taken good care of things. If you don't believe me, you and Grandma can come and stay for a couple of days and you'll see," Li Fuxing said with a smile. "That's good, then we can rest assured." Unless absolutely necessary, the elderly couple were unwilling to trouble their beloved grandson in the city. After finishing breakfast, Li Fuxing went to the back mountain. By now, the reservoir is almost finished. A not too large dam stands across the valley, and it is estimated that it will be completed in another month or so. It should be almost fixed before the cold winter arrives. Not far from the dam, a small hydroelectric power station was built. Once the reservoir is filled with a few heavy rains or snows, it will be ready to operate. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar. Li Fuxing was not surprised. It was probably another detonator. Lately, this kind of sound had been heard several times a day in Lijiazwang. The blasted stones were all broken into long, rectangular blocks. These are the main stones used to build the dam. Nowadays, construction projects rarely use steel reinforcement, yet they are still very sturdy. If a shoddy construction project is undertaken now, the punishment for those responsible is extremely severe. They almost always end up being punished with a beating. Then, a commotion broke out in the area where the explosion came from. Li Fuxing and the others were filled with suspicion and hurried over, secretly hoping that nothing bad had happened. What happened? The old party secretary asked loudly. Make way, everyone, Fuxing is coming. The villagers watching ignored the old party secretary and only had eyes for Li Fuxing. The old party secretary was speechless for a moment. You guys, all you see is revival, right? What's going on? Li Fuxing asked hurriedly. Water has been blasted out, a villager said. What? Li Fuxing and the old party secretary quickly pushed through the crowd and went over. Sure enough, water was gushing out from the spot where the explosion had just occurred. The surrounding villagers were very happy. The drought in China is currently quite severe, especially in the north, where water resources are extremely precious. The discovery of an underground spring, even if the flow isn't large, is still something to be happy about. It's just a little small if. The man was only halfway through his sentence when the spring suddenly became violent, gushing out 7 or 8 meters high in an instant, startling the surrounding villagers. Everyone was stunned. Did the explosion hit groundwater? No. Wait. Could this flow rate be from an underground river? Li Fuxing said. If it's an underground river, that would be perfect. We can just channel it into a reservoir, someone suggested. If it really works, then the Li family village will no longer have to worry about water. The villagers of Wangjia village were so envious they almost popped their eyes out. The reservoir was just about to be completed, and the water was delivered right to their doorstep. Wasn't that just the right time? A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Pan Guang brought back good news. The patent for the airbag had been applied for, and the protection period was quite long. He has also found a car company, but he needs to have someone from China come to negotiate with him. If the patent were his, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths, but since the patent belongs to the state, a representative must be sent. The leaders attached great importance to this matter and sent Minister Zhou to personally lead a team there. Pan Guang was somewhat surprised to see that Minister Zhou had come in person. It seemed that the country attached greater importance to this matter than he had imagined. Minister Zhou originally wanted to bring Li Fuxing along, but Li Fuxing politely declined. Minister Zhou was unwilling to force anyone, so he took his own people and flew abroad. Pan Guang put in a lot of effort and used a lot of personal connections to secure this cooperation. Originally, those big car companies didn't care, but after Pan Guang produced the patent certificate, they lost their temper and had no choice but to send representatives to negotiate. The car companies that came this time are all very famous, including Toyota, Volkswagen, and Ford. Business negotiations began the day after Minister Zhou arrived. Minister Zhou didn't say much. He knew that professional matters should be handled by professionals. He was only here because the higher-ups were worried and wanted him to oversee things to prevent any accidents. Pan Guang warmly led the participants to his company's conference room, and then had tea served to each representative. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they immediately got down to business. The Volkswagen representative spoke first. Mr. Pan, how do you plan to cooperate with us on airbags? He never expected that this person was even more capable than their company, having preemptively registered patents for seatbelts and airbags. Their company's seatbelt research was almost complete, but unexpectedly, someone else registered the patent first. If they wanted to develop something new, the cost would be too high, making it not worthwhile. Therefore, they were willing to accept any conditions offered by the other party as long as they weren't too outrageous. Not long ago, their company spent a high price to buy out the patent for seat belts. Chapter 264, 90 million in foreign exchange per year. Unexpectedly, right after we won the contract, someone else immediately launched an even better product. Mr. Heim, we have prepared 2 cooperation methods. The first is based on quantity. For every vehicle you produce that uses airbags, you will pay us $150. The second is more direct, $50 million per year, Pan Ming said. He intentionally set the price high so that they would have some room to negotiate. Upon hearing the price, the representatives present were all taken aback. A car now costs only a few $1,000s, yet this small airbag is so expensive. Minister Zhou was stunned when he heard the price. He almost spat out his tea. $50 million. That's an astronomical price. How dare they quote such a figure? The country's current foreign exchange reserves do not even reach this amount. If we can reach an agreement, that would be a great achievement. The country's current demand for foreign exchange is far too high. Heim shook his head and said, Mr. Pan, this price is too high. We cannot accept it. $50 million a year is an astronomical sum in this day and age, especially considering there are 3 car companies present, totaling $150 million. Pan Guang smiled and said, Mr. Heim, don't be impatient. Your Volkswagen company produces hundreds of thousands of cars every year. If we use the first method, it probably won't be very cost-effective. Heim's face darkened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Pan Guang to be so capable, having already figured out their company's situation beforehand. That won't work, Mr. Pan. The price is too high. Our company can only offer a maximum of $60 per car. We can't go any higher. Heim shrugged. They had all seen the videotapes Pan Guang sent them and were very clear about the importance of airbags, which is why they traveled all the way from overseas to come here to discuss this. Mr. Heim, $60 is far too low. It should be at least $140 a car, Pan Guang said calmly. Our representative originally wanted to speak, but Minister Zhou glared at him and shut him up. $60 per car was actually a very satisfactory price for everyone, far exceeding expectations. If Volkswagen produces hundreds of thousands of cars every year, the money they have to pay each year is astronomical. They're making a fortune. Earning so much money is so effortless. Are you still not satisfied? Our representative was afraid the other party would change their mind, so they wanted to agree immediately and sign the contract. Fortunately, Minister Zhou remained very calm and immediately stopped the person. Once he was there, he realized that their preparations were insufficient and they were simply not suited to this negotiation-style discussion. Therefore, from this moment on, he handed over all the rights of negotiation to Pan Guang. After all, he's the most professional in this field. At this point, representatives from Toyota and Ford also joined in, saying that Pan Guang's offer was too high and that he had no sincerity in negotiating. Our representatives never expected the negotiations to turn out this way. It was like middle-aged women haggling at a market. After much debate, the two sides finally settled on a price: $30 million in copyright fees annually. The 3 companies combined would receive a total of $90 million, meaning they could earn a net income of $90 million without doing anything. Minister Zhou gasped. He had originally planned to help the country obtain 10 or 20 million US dollars in foreign exchange, but he never expected it to increase several times over. The country's foreign exchange reserves are currently around 30 million, so this 90 million is a timely help. Minister Zhou now fully understands what Pan Guang said earlier. The automotive industry will be a very important industry in the future. Therefore, once he returns to China, he will have to write a detailed report for his superiors, explaining the importance of the automotive industry to them. A single small airbag can generate $90 million in patent fees annually. If this were known in China, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. After discussing the cooperation, Pan Guang saw the representatives off. Minister Zhou still hasn't reacted. In fact, it wasn't just him. The other representatives from our side were also sitting in their seats, stunned. They were all very fortunate. If it had been them instead of Pan Guang who came to negotiate, the loss of US dollars would have been incalculable. They might casually throw around 10 or 20 million US dollars, and they'd be overjoyed, feeling like they'd hit the jackpot after signing the contract. After seeing them off to their car, Pan Guang said to Minister Zhou, "I'm so sorry, Minister Zhou. I talked a bit too much just now." To be honest, he hadn't expected that seat belts and airbags would generate such high profits. Although his net worth had reached hundreds of millions of dollars, it was nothing compared to the income brought by these 2 items. They can earn this money effortlessly without taking any risks. If Li Fuxing were present, he certainly wouldn't think that way. If we release airbags into the market later, we could make hundreds of billions of dollars, earning $100 or $200 million a year for each one, right? Mr. Pan, what are you saying? We're so lucky to have you here this time. If it were us negotiating, the final price would probably be much lower, Minister Zhou said with a smile. He is now very eager to tell the higher-ups about this, hoping it will make them happy. Li Fuxing is indeed a lucky man. Something he casually created has brought the country tens of millions of dollars in foreign exchange. Unable to refuse Pan Guang's warm invitation, Minister Zhou and his group stayed for a few days. As expected, When the news of airbags selling for exorbitant prices reached China, top leaders were shocked and even sought to understand the situation. Meanwhile, news of the discovery of an underground river in Lijiazhuang spread quickly, drawing envy from other villages. With a secure water source, crops could grow well. One day, the old party secretary went to Li Fuxing and asked, "Fuxing, would it be all right if you could help the village buy some corn and millet? Right now, the village has plenty of money." After experiencing hunger once, the old party secretary planned ahead and wanted to exchange all the money he had for grain so that he could feel more at ease. Moreover, the village also raises livestock, which requires a sufficient amount of grain. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "Secretary, how many do you think we need? If the quantity isn't too large, he can still help, but if the quantity exceeds expectations, then he can't do anything about it. Can we buy 1,750 kilograms of each kind?" the old party secretary asked tentatively. Because building the reservoir was physically demanding, he ate a lot of food every day, and he wanted to store more so he could better cope with any unexpected events. "Okay, this amount is fine. I'll send it back in a few days." Li Fuxing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. A total of about 2,500 kilograms of grain is acceptable. When the old party secretary saw Li Fuxing nod in agreement, he finally smiled broadly. 5,000 caddies of grain was not a small amount, especially given the nationwide food shortage. Chapter 265. Children are cared for, and the elderly are provided for. Li Fuxing said, "Secretary, why don't we set up an insurance system in our village?" "Insurance system?" The old party secretary was taken aback. Li Fuxing explained, "The man from that other village we encountered while hunting in the mountains this time would probably have lost his life if we hadn't arrived in time. Men of this age usually have elderly parents to care for and young children to raise. They are the pillars of their families. If something happens to them, the family will not be able to survive." The insurance system that Li Fuxing described was based on insurance systems from later generations. The old party secretary seemed to understand. "What you said makes sense, Fuxing. Please continue." "In this era, men are the pillars of their families. If something unexpected happens to them, the blow to a family would be enormous. If the village can resolve this issue and put everyone at ease, they will definitely be more dedicated to their work in the future, which will be very beneficial to the development of our village. As long as someone does work for the village, whether they lose their life or become permanently disabled, the village will guarantee the livelihood of their family," Li Fuxing said. "Great. Fuxing, your suggestion is excellent." The old party secretary nodded repeatedly as he listened. "It's just about ensuring a livelihood. It's not like I'm not going to stop working and let the village support me for nothing, so it's still acceptable. The villagers will most likely have no objections. It's beneficial for them all." But this was no small matter, and the old party secretary didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Therefore, a village-wide meeting had to be convened to discuss it and see if it could be approved. Now is the time for the people to have the final say, and no one can act arbitrarily. Even if he could make the decisions for the villagers, he still had to put on an act. After lunch, the old party secretary arranged for someone to deliver the meeting notice, requiring each household to send a representative to attend. The villagers were very curious. There was nothing else going on, so why was there a meeting? But despite their doubts, they listened to the old party secretary, and each family sent a representative to attend the meeting. Once everyone had arrived, the old party secretary cleared his throat and said, "I called you all here today because I have something to discuss with you." The villagers' doubts deepened. Usually, the old party secretary made the decisions on his own. Why had he called everyone here today? Could it be something important? "Secretary, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what it is," Li Zhihao asked. The old party secretary said, "Fuxing made a very good suggestion this morning, to establish an insurance system in the village. If anything happens to someone in the village will ensure their family's basic living needs are met." The old party secretary briefly explained the purpose of the insurance system. After hearing this, the villagers started discussing it. "This insurance system is pretty good. Last time, someone from another village was attacked by a wild boar and almost lost his life," Li Dai said. Li Daluan nodded in agreement. "That's right. With this system, we won't have to worry about this kind of thing happening." As expected, No one had any objections. Anyone with a sound mind would understand that this insurance system benefits everyone, who can guarantee that they won't encounter any accidents in the future. If someone dies or becomes disabled, at least they can still rely on the village for food. Let's vote by raising our hands. Everyone who agrees, please raise your hands, the old party secretary said loudly. The necessary processes are definitely required. Unsurprisingly, it passed unanimously, and the insurance system in Lijiazhuang was thus established. Li Fuxing stayed in the village for several days before realizing that he hadn't been to the steel rolling mill in a long time and needed to go there to report for duty. He had just arrived at the office when Director Lin called him away. Having no other choice, he turned around and went to Director Lin's office, knocking on the door. Please come in. Li Fuxing then pushed open the door and entered. When Director Lin saw Li Fuxing approaching, he said, Fuxing, you finally arrived. If you hadn't shown up, I would have called the police to come after you. We've been busy procuring supplies all this time. Otherwise, where would we get so many wild boars to send back? Li Fuxing said with a smile. Director Lin didn't pursue the matter further. He took some things out of his drawer and said, Fuxing, this is a reward the leaders asked me to give you. The airbags you made have earned the country unimaginable foreign exchange. When he first heard about it, he was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. He never imagined that such a small gadget could sell for such a good price and bring in 90 million in foreign exchange for the country. Thank you, factory director, Li Fuxing said, then handed over the goods. At this moment, being too polite would be inappropriate. Then he prepared to turn around and leave. But Director Lin stopped him and said with some envy, Fuxing, don't rush off, there's another letter for you. He then took out the letter and solemnly gave it to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing was very puzzled. What kind of letter was this that made Director Lin so careful? He then solemnly accepted the letter. Director Lin said, Fuxing, there's absolutely no problem with you accepting this letter. The airbag you invented has brought the country 90 million US dollars in foreign exchange, which is nearly 100 million. I understand, Li Fuxing nodded. Compared to this letter, other rewards are irrelevant. Li Fuxing exchanged a few more pleasantries with Director Lin before leaving the office. Director Lin then instructed the publicity department staff to publicize the matter properly. Li Fuxing returned to his office, staring intently at the letter in his hand. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Li Fuxing wondered who would come to see him at this time, so he said, Please come in. The person who arrived was Zhao Hao. Li Fuxing asked, Zhao Hao, why did you suddenly come to see me? Zhao Hao was his purchasing agent, but because Li Fuxing was not in the factory most of the time, they didn't have much contact on a daily basis. Section Chiefly, I need your help, Zhao Hao said somewhat embarrassedly. He hasn't met his targets for almost 3 months now, and if he fails to do so again, he'll be transferred. In order to stay in the purchasing department, he had no choice but to ask Li Fuxing for help. If Li Fuxing couldn't help him, then he would have to accept his fate. Even though the purchasing department's salary is not as high as that of the workshop workers, they still have some under-the-table income, which adds up to more than what the workshop workers earn. Li Fuxing did not agree immediately, but asked, Tell me what it is first. I need to know what it is before I can help, right? If it's not difficult, he'll definitely help, but if it's something important, he'll have to think about it carefully. Section Chiefly, it's like this. I haven't completed my procurement tasks for almost 3 months. If I don't, I'll be transferred, Zhao Hao said, head down. Li Fuxing shook his head. So that's what it was about. He thought it was something serious. He then asked, How much more do you need? It's something that costs 7 yuan less, Zhao Hao said. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, This is the only time. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. After you get off work, go to the small courtyard on the east side of the street from our factory and tell them I sent you. They will help you. Chapter 266. The whole compound makes dumplings. Even though Li Fuxing could complete all the tasks of the purchasing department himself, he would never do it. If he did, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Thank you so much, Section Chiefly. Zhao Hao quickly nodded his thanks. Zhao Hao couldn't contain his excitement. He had come with the intention of giving it a try, but he never expected that Li Fuxing would actually be willing to help. There's no way around it. Supplies are becoming increasingly difficult to find, and the mission is becoming more and more challenging to complete. At lunchtime, the steel rolling mill's loudspeaker would ring out on time. The workers were unmoved when they heard the broadcast praising Li Fuxing again. They were used to it, as Li Fuxing had been the only one receiving praise so many times. Li Fuxing can no longer keep a low profile, even if he wants to. Li Dawei said with a smile, "Congratulations, Uncle 21. I reckon you'll be getting promoted again soon." "How can it be so fast?" Li Fuxing said helplessly. He didn't care much about whether he was promoted or not. As the two were talking, an old man walked over. When Li Fuxing saw that it was an elderly man, he greeted him with a smile. "Grandpa's here. What can I do for you?" After a moment's hesitation, the old man said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's like this, Fuxing. I'd like to ask you to help me buy some meat." Li Fuxing was puzzled. The old man's family didn't seem to be short of food, but this was the first time the old man had asked him for help, so he couldn't refuse. He asked, "How much do you want to buy?" "It must weigh about 10 or 20 kilograms, an old man said. The beginning of winter is just a few days away. The three old men in charge discussed it and decided to gather all the residents in the courtyard together to make dumplings. However, the three old men would pay for the meat together. In northern China, people eat dumplings on the day of Lidong, the beginning of winter. Li Fuxing was a little puzzled and asked, "Uncle, is there something wrong with you buying so much meat?" "Winter is just around the corner, and the three of us old men discussed it and decided to pool our money to buy some meat so that the residents in the courtyard can make dumplings together. It's been a long time since we've had a lively gathering," one of the old men said. Upon hearing that it was about this, Li Fuxing nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take it home with me when I get off work today." "Okay, thank you for your help, Fuxing," the old man said with a smile. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was time to leave work. Li Fuxing maintained his consistent style, leaving work immediately after it ended. At the same time, Zhao Hao quickly rode his bicycle to the place Li Fuxing had mentioned. It wasn't far from the steel rolling mill, and he arrived in about 10 minutes. But when he arrived at the place, he found the gate tightly closed. He had no choice but to go up and knock on the door. After knocking for 2 or 3 minutes, the door finally opened from the inside. Qing Yuan had never met Zhao Hao before, so he was very wary and asked, "Comrade, is there something you need?" "That's right, comrade. Section Chief Li Fuxing sent me here," Zhao Hao quickly said. Upon hearing that Li Fuxing had arranged for him to come, Qing Yuan nodded and asked, "Did Fuxing send you here for something?" "I want to buy 7 yuan's worth of eggs," Zhao Hao said quickly. Qing Yuan was a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything more. He just said to wait a moment, then turned around and went inside. He returned with a small basket of eggs shortly afterward. "These eggs are definitely worth more than 7 yuan, Qing Yuan said. Zhao Hao carefully took out 7 yuan from his pocket and gave it to Qing Yuan, then took the eggs and thanked him repeatedly. With the eggs in hand, Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the factory closing time, he would have been eager to go back and hand in his task right now. After getting off work, Li Fuxing bought 10 kilograms of meat from Pinduoduo on his way back to the hospital, along with some beef and beef bones. When he arrived at the courtyard house, an old man and others were standing at the door waiting for him. Upon seeing Li Fuxing arrive, everyone rushed forward to take the things. An old man asked in confusion, "Fuxing, we didn't need so much stuff." "It's not that we don't have money. It's just that right now many people have money but nowhere to buy meat." This 20 caddies of meat was bought by an old man who asked me to help him. "These 4 caddies of beef and beef bones are my treat for everyone," Li Fuxing said with a smile. "We can't let the 3 gentlemen take full responsibility. I have to contribute something, don't I?" The 3 gentlemen were naturally delighted. They hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the day of Lidong, the beginning of winter. The courtyard house was bustling with activity early in the morning. The children were so excited when they heard they could eat dumplings that they all got up very early. The adults chatted and laughed as they made dumplings. The courtyard hadn't been this lively in a long time. Li Fuxing had originally planned to take advantage of his day off to sleep a little longer, but the noise coming from the courtyard shattered his wish. Since he couldn't sleep anyway in such a noisy environment, he simply got up. Pushing open the door and walking into the courtyard, I saw women gathered around 3 tables, one in charge of rolling out dumpling wrappers, and the other two in charge of wrapping dumplings. Only people in the north make their own dumpling wrappers. In the south, people buy them ready-made, mainly because they only eat them once or twice a year. I made 2 kinds of dumpling fillings today, pork and cabbage, and chives and tofu. An old man saw Li Fuxing coming over and said with a smile, "Just got up, Fuxing?" Having lived in the same courtyard for so long, the old man knew Li Fuxing's daily routine very well. "Yes, I just got up. Grandpa, everyone's busy so early," Li Fuxing asked with a smile. He knew that making dumplings in the north always starts with kneading the dough, and the whole process takes quite a bit of time. It was only a little past 7 o'clock, so he must have gotten up and started working around 5 o'clock. The second aunt skillfully tore a strip of dough into small pieces, then rolled them out into dumpling wrappers with a rolling pin, and handed them to the table behind her. Widow Li picked up the dumpling wrapper, put the filling in, and then slowly pinched the edges to create a decorative pattern, thus completing the dumpling. This process takes a little over half a minute, but the total number of dumplings to be made is quite large, so the task is still quite heavy. However, the women did not complain at all. On the contrary, they were all smiles. Ever since the disaster struck and food shortages began, I haven't had dumplings in ages. In order to be able to eat dumplings for the beginning of winter, the residents of the courtyard house brought out all the white flour they had saved for a month. There was no other way, as each family didn't have much white flour, so they had to pool their resources. Thanks to Li Fuxing's help, the meat was also brought back, along with a lot of beef and beef bones, which were perfect for making soup. Having a bowl of hot soup on the day of Li Dong, the beginning of winter, is comforting and satisfying. Li Fuxing watched the women making dumplings for a while and felt it wasn't difficult. He was itching to try it himself, so he washed his hands and made a few. But once he started, he realized it was much harder than it looked. Widow Li quickly taught Li Fuxing the tricks of the trade, and Li Fuxing finally learned how to make dumplings. Li Fuxing had always lived in the south in his previous life and knew nothing about making dumplings, so he tried it out and found it quite interesting. The children were laughing and playing in the yard. Seeing how happy they were, Li Fuxing's mood improved a lot, and he immediately went back into the house to get a lot of snacks to share with the children. As soon as the children saw the food, they all wanted to run over and grab it. Chapter 267. Secretary Li's Notice. Go buy cabbage and radishes. But Li Fuxing made the children line up to receive them, and the children immediately lined up obediently and went forward one by one to receive them. Each family has at least 3 or 4 children, and there are quite a few households in this courtyard, so there are at least 40 or 50 children in total. After distributing snacks to the children, Li Fuxing suddenly felt that it would be wonderful to have a roasted sweet potato at that moment. Thinking this, he immediately turned around and went inside. He wasn't sure if the people in the yard would eat them, but wanting to avoid wasting food, he took 7 or 8 sweet potatoes out. This bag of sweet potatoes is to keep others in the dark. If people see that there's no food at home, it'll be hard to explain. So I'll put some in there to nip the problem in the bud. When the third uncle saw that Li Fuxing had brought out so many sweet potatoes, he wondered if there wasn't enough dumplings and beef bone soup for them. "Fuxing, why are you taking out sweet potatoes?" When the residents heard the old man ask this question, they were all puzzled. If they could eat dumplings today, who would want to eat sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes are something we only eat when we have no other choice. They're usually either boiled or used in porridge. Li Fuxing, however, felt that roasting was the only correct way to eat sweet potatoes. However, many people also enjoy eating dried sweet potato chips. In later generations, many people would think the same as Li Fuxing, that roasted sweet potatoes are delicious. But in this day and age, no one would think sweet potatoes, being a coarse grain, are delicious. Li Fuxing said, "I was thinking of roasting some sweet potatoes while I'm making dumplings. I haven't had them for a while, and I'm really craving them." Roasted sweet potatoes are a sweet childhood memory for many people. In those days, we couldn't compare to later generations, when there were so many delicious foods available and our wallets were thick enough that we could eat whatever we wanted. In those days, there were many things that you couldn't buy with money. You needed tickets. Even if you have money, there are many times when you can't spend it. The residents were a little confused, but since everyone has different preferences, they didn't say much. They all wondered if Li Fuxing had been eating too much good food, and now wanted to eat some coarse grains to balance things out. Li Fuxing's meals were unique in the courtyard. You could often smell the meat wafting from their house. After wiping the mud off the sweet potatoes, Li Fuxing put them directly into the oven. Roasting sweet potatoes wasn't difficult. You just needed to control the roasting time. There were quite a few dumplings, so several stoves were set up in the courtyard. However, the sweet potatoes that Li Fuxing brought were all large, and each stove could only hold a few, but they could still fit them by squeezing them together. Li Fuxing kept staring at his watch. After the sweet potatoes had been roasting in the oven for 30 minutes, he quickly took them out. If they had been roasted any longer, they would have burned. At this moment, the surface of the sweet potato was charred black. Li Fuxing didn't care about the heat, and picked one up and broke it open. The sweet potato flesh inside had been roasted to a perfect golden brown. Take a bite while it's still hot, and your mouth will instantly be filled with a soft, sweet, and glutinous sensation. Fragrant. After saying that, Li Fuxing took a few more bites. Seeing how much Li Fuxing was enjoying his food, the children couldn't help but swallow. The adults in the yard thought it was too wasteful to roast them like that, as many sweet potatoes were burnt. If their children ate them like that, they would probably be furious and scolding them. Li Fuxing was not stingy and generously said, "Just take whatever you want to eat." As soon as the children heard that Li Fuxing had given permission, they all ran over to grab the remaining sweet potatoes. Seeing the children scrambling for food, Li Fuxing quickly said, "Stop fighting. If you keep fighting, no one will get any. Wait a bit, I'll bake some more." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, the children immediately became obedient, afraid that if they angered Li Fuxing, none of them would get any food. Seeing that the children were behaving themselves, Li Fuxing went home and brought out a lot more sweet potatoes. Seeing how much Li Fuxing was enjoying his food, the adults all wanted to try some, but they were too embarrassed to ask. Given the current food shortage, it's likely that only Li Fuxing would be willing to share so many sweet potatoes with everyone. If an ordinary family were to give away so much food, they would probably go hungry for the next month. Not everyone can have as much food as Li Fuxing. Just then, Officer Li from the neighborhood committee arrived. Seeing that people were making dumplings in the courtyard, and that the scene was very harmonious, I immediately felt that the neighbors in this courtyard must have a good relationship, otherwise they wouldn't be sitting together making dumplings. An elderly man with sharp eyesight spotted Officer Li immediately and quickly went up to greet him. "Officer Li, you're here? Is there anything I can tell you?" The neighborhood officials are usually very busy, and they won't come to the courtyard unless it's something important. "There's something I need to tell everyone. Winter stockpiling starts tomorrow. If you want to buy cabbage or radishes, bring your food ration booklet," Officer Li said directly. There are still many courtyard houses to be notified, so time is very tight. After announcing the news, he turned to leave, but Li Fuxing quickly stepped forward and handed him a sweet potato. "Officer Li, try this roasted sweet potato." Officer Li originally wanted to decline, but seeing Li Fuxing's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to accept it. He dared not offend Li Fuxing, who was a figure valued by many leaders. He was also very capable, having invented so many things and helped the street office develop its own industry. "Okay, thank you very much, Section Chief Li. I still have to go to other courtyards to deliver notices, so I'll take my leave now." Officer Li accepted the roasted sweet potato and said with a smile. Li Fuxing said, "Okay, take care, Officer Li." 20 or 30 minutes later, the second batch of sweet potatoes was finally ready. However, there were too many children, and one sweet potato per person was definitely not enough. At most, each child would get half a sweet potato to taste. After that, there would be dumplings to eat. The men from each household brought out their own tables, and everyone in the courtyard ate together. There weren't enough tables to accommodate everyone. The children saw that they were about to start eating dumplings, but they were still reluctant to part with the roasted sweet potatoes they were holding, so they had to take them to the table to eat. The older woman and others were using large basins to serve dumplings because there were simply too many people. Plates or bowls simply wouldn't be enough to hold all the rice. After everyone was seated, an old man stood up and said, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have a few words to say, but it won't take up much of your time." Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked up at the old man. "Officer Li from the neighborhood committee just came to our compound and said we can start buying cabbages and radishes tomorrow, an old man said loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone began to whisper among themselves. Buying cabbage and radishes is very important. If you can't buy them, you'll have almost no vegetables to eat all winter. It's too cold to grow anything in Beiping in winter. Unlike later generations, there are no greenhouses or other such facilities now. Transportation is also convenient, so even in winter in Beiping, people can eat fresh vegetables. Many people are planning to get up early tomorrow to go and buy it, because if they go late, they'll only find what others have left over. Chapter 268. The reason for asking for leave was to buy groceries, and it was actually approved. The dishes that followed were the ones that people had left over, so their quality was definitely not as good as the ones at the beginning. Seeing the crowd discussing, an old man continued, "Everyone, please be quiet. In order for us to buy good cabbages and radishes, I have come up with a plan. We will arrange for some people to queue up, the women to pick and buy them, and the men to borrow a cart to bring the vegetables back. With the whole hospital working together, we're sure we can buy the best vegetables." After listening to the old man's words, everyone felt that they made a lot of sense. In this way, no one would suffer losses, and with so many people cooperating with each other, buying vegetables would be much easier. Right now, they need to buy more than 100 kilograms of vegetables for the winter. We need to stock up on vegetables for the winter, otherwise we won't be able to eat them until the following spring. The third uncle then said, "If no one has any other ideas, let's do as the first uncle says. All right, let's eat the dumplings first, they'll get cold soon." Everyone then picked up their chopsticks and started eating. The children, who had been craving it for a long time, immediately began to wolf down their food. Perhaps because they hadn't eaten dumplings in a long time, everyone ate with great relish. They finished all the dumplings, and many people still felt they hadn't had enough. The next morning, while it was still dark, the women in the courtyard got up and lined up. They were determined to buy vegetables on the first day. Some women even brought their children along. Even though it wasn't the coldest time of year in Beiping, the cold wind still felt biting, especially in the early morning and evening. The children didn't want to leave their warm beds, but after being scolded by their mothers, they had no choice but to obediently join the queue. In this day and age, children are expected to help with household chores. An older woman and others felt they had arrived early enough, but to their surprise, some people had arrived even earlier. The most outrageous thing was that some people had come to queue up after hearing the news and had been freezing in the cold wind all night, just to be able to buy better vegetables. Everyone used all their tricks, but unfortunately, others were more willing to go all out, so there's nothing to say about them getting better dishes. At the designated vegetable distribution point, a long queue formed. The street office staff tried their best to maintain order, but as the queue grew longer and longer, they had to make the queue turn a corner so as not to affect other people. The delivery truck hadn't arrived yet, and the people queuing up were constantly breathing out warm air and stamping their feet, hoping that the delivery truck would come soon. More than 20 minutes later, amidst the people's anticipation, the vegetable delivery trucks finally arrived, including some trucks and some tractors. The children in line were especially excited because they rarely saw trucks, and they stared at the trucks intently. The adults didn't care about that. They were more concerned about the vegetables being transported in the truck. If they came across a batch of good quality vegetables, they would be happy because they could eat good vegetables in winter. If the quality of the vegetables is poor, people will feel disappointed, and some will even complain about the street office staff, asking why they should stock such vegetables. But after complaining, you still have to buy it. This time, the vegetables are sold at wholesale prices, only a few cents per pound. If you don't buy now, you'll basically never have the chance to buy such a large quantity of vegetables at once again. Seeing that there were too many people at the scene, Director Chen realized that the street office staff alone could not handle the workload. So she had to go out and ask for help. Apart from a few police officers who stayed at the station to be on duty, the rest of the police officers from the police station were called by Director Chen to help. The police officers were responsible for maintaining order at the scene and helping to move the vegetables down. There was no other way, since most of the staff at the neighborhood office were women. Even though women can hold up half the sky, moving vegetables is physical work, and it would be better for men to do it. The queue for buying vegetables was divided into two lines. One line was for those who needed to get receipts. People would show their groceries booklets to the street office staff to check. Once it was confirmed that they were within the area where they could buy vegetables, they would pay the money and receive the corresponding amount of vegetable tickets. Then they would go to the other line to collect their vegetables. Although the line was long, anyone who got a ticket was guaranteed to get their vegetables today because the street office issued tickets based on the number of vegetables that arrived that day. Therefore, buying good vegetables is not an easy task. There were so many people buying groceries that the workload for the street office staff was enormous. Fortunately, the police station helped out. Otherwise, the street office staff probably wouldn't have been able to finish their tasks until evening. They rushed to the trucks or tractors to unload the vegetables. Next to the trucks were scales, and the unloaded vegetables were piled up next to the scales. Soon, the cabbages and radishes piled up into 2 small mountains. After receiving their tickets, people quickly ran to the food distribution area and handed the tickets to the staff. The staff member glanced at the ticket and announced the number loudly: 130 caddies of vegetables. Then other staff members started putting the cabbage and radish on the scale. In order to save time, the weighing was not very precise, just enough to ensure that it was close to the mark. If everyone had to be weighed precisely, it would waste a lot of time, and there wouldn't be enough manpower. The vegetables were weighed quickly, but the staff wouldn't help pack them. That was for the customers to do themselves. Bringing the vegetables home is no easy task. It requires the whole family to pitch in. Those who had bicycles used them to bring the goods home, while those without tools had to carry them home in sacks. Children, being small, could only carry the goods home little by little. Many leave-taking strategies have been passed down through the ages, and they are incredibly diverse and varied. But in this era, all you have to do is say you're going to buy winter cabbages, and your superiors will immediately grant you leave without any hesitation. There were still some people ahead of the older woman and her group, so they would have to wait a while longer. It was unclear whether the vegetables would be sold out by the time they got to the front of the line. Time passed by, and finally, after more than 50 minutes, it was finally the turn of the older woman and the others in line. An older woman immediately said, "Zhang, hurry up and call your uncle and the others, and have them bring the cart over." "Okay, I'll go right away." Zhang agreed, and immediately turned and ran towards the courtyard. About 10 minutes later, he ran back to the yard, panting. An old man and others had already prepared their things, just waiting for the news to arrive so they could bring the vegetables back. Zhang, panting, said, "Uncle, it's our turn. Auntie wants you to push the cart over there." "Good." Upon hearing Zhang's words, the old man and the others immediately began to act. Each of them carried a large basket on their back, and the stronger young men pushed the carts at the same time. Although there were only a few carts, they were the main means of transportation for transporting vegetables this time. The group quickly arrived at the grocery store and were surprised to see such a large queue. There were quite a few people there to buy groceries today. Even though the queue was very long, no one dared to cut in line. Chapter 269. Dawei's mother also delivers vegetables. Regardless of their status, whether they were leaders, workers, or ordinary citizens, they all obediently lined up in the queue with their food ration books and coupons. The street staff didn't dare to do anything underhanded. With so many people watching, if anything happened, it would definitely not escape the sharp eyes of the public. An older woman and others were picking out the better quality vegetables to ensure they could eat the best food in their yard. After another half hour of busy work, the older woman and her group finally finished picking out all the vegetables from the entire courtyard. The vegetables they selected were of impeccable quality. An old man and others were already waiting nearby. Seeing this, they quickly went over to help, carrying the cabbages and radishes onto the cart, making sure they were arranged neatly so they could carry more. The vegetables that couldn't fit on the cart were placed in the baskets they carried, and each basket could hold quite a lot. With more people, the work was done faster. In just over 20 minutes, everyone had put the vegetables away and then prepared to return to the courtyard house. The women weren't idle either. Each of them carried some vegetables in their arms. Those who were empty-handed helped hold the cart. The cart had nothing to shield it from, and it was easy for it to tip over on the uneven road, which would then require time to fix. An elderly man took the lead, exuding a domineering aura, and led the people in the courtyard back. What should have been a walk in just over 10 minutes took a full 40 minutes because of the wait. There was no other way. Although the cart could hold a lot of vegetables, it was difficult to maintain its balance. While crossing a steep slope, due to a mistake, the cart tipped over, and the vegetables on it fell to the ground in disarray. Everyone put the vegetables back on the ground before continuing on their way. Once the goods were transported back to the courtyard house, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But there are more important things to do after that. Bringing the vegetables back is just the first step. The real work is yet to come. This concerns our vegetable supply for the entire winter, so we need to be extra careful. But after working so hard for so long, and doing all the physical labor, I need to rest before I can continue. Now that the groceries are all bought, it won't take much more time. As usual, Li Dawei got up, washed up, and headed out to work. But as soon as he stepped into the yard, he saw many people tending to cabbages and radishes. When the old man in the courtyard saw Li Dawei, he quickly reminded him, "Dawei, aren't you going to buy groceries?" The people in their courtyard tried their best to buy vegetables for winter, but even so, some people still couldn't buy any and had to wait until tomorrow to try again. "Uncle, my hometown is in the countryside. I'll bring some back when I go back to the village in a few days," Li Dawei said with a smile. After saying that, he prepared to go to work, but before he had taken a few steps, he saw a woman carrying a large bag and holding a little girl's hand walk into the yard. When Li Dawei saw that it was his mother, he hurried over and said, "Mom, what brings you here?" "It's nothing. I was just worried you wouldn't have enough vegetables to eat in the winter, so I brought some over for you," his mother, Yuzhen, said. Parents are like that. They always think of their children first, even if it's just a matter of their own well-being. When Li Dawei saw that his mother's forehead was covered in sweat, he immediately understood that she had carried such a large bag of vegetables on foot because she didn't want to spend the money on the bus fare. The second uncle asked, "Dawei, is this your mother?" Although Li Dawei's mother had been here before, her second uncle wasn't there that time, so she didn't recognize him. The steward of a courtyard house has the obligation and the right to ascertain the identity of visitors to prevent enemy agents from taking advantage of the situation to enter. Even though the official in charge didn't have much power, it was still a pretty good experience for those who wanted to become officials but didn't have the connections. Like the second uncle in a certain courtyard, he was obsessed with becoming an official, but he was not well educated and had no way to become one. Later, he became the second uncle in the courtyard and got to enjoy his official career. He was very presumptuous every day, which is why he was disliked by others. "Yes, second uncle, this is my mother," Li Dawei said. "Mother, this is the second uncle in charge of our courtyard." Yuzhen quickly asked, "Hello, second uncle." "Hello," Dawei's mother. Uncle Air smiled and nodded in response. Yuzhen quickly took out a cabbage and a radish from the sack and handed them over. "Second uncle, these are vegetables grown in the village. Please don't mind them. I hope you can take good care of my Dawei in the future. Cabbage and radishes are worthless things. If we can help our son improve his relationships, that would be even better. Then I won't refuse." "Thank you so much," Dawei's mom. "I live close to Dawei, so of course I have to help him out," Uncle Air said with a smile. "These cabbages and radishes look incredibly fresh. They must have just been dug up from the ground. This is much better than the vegetables you just bought after queuing up. Dawei is so lucky. He can eat better food without having to queue up, and he doesn't even have to pay for it himself." Everyone in the courtyard naturally saw this scene, and those who were jealous whispered, "They only gave it to second uncle. It seems they don't respect us neighbors." That's right. All they know is how to curry favor with the manager. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and said, "It's someone else's food. They can give it to whomever they want. Who are you to say that?" However, these words did not reach Yuzhen and Li Dawei's ears, otherwise they would definitely have had a good argument with them. They said that they could do whatever they wanted with the vegetables, and it was none of anyone else's business. Li Dawei snapped out of his daze, quickly unloaded the things from his mother's back, and took her inside. Yuzhen was very satisfied to see that her son had tidied up the house so well. "Mom, have some water." Li Dawei poured a glass of water for his mother and brought it over. "Big brother, I want a drink too," said Li Ting, Li Dawei's younger sister. Li Dawei immediately poured another glass of water and said, Okay, I'll pour it for you. Mother, now that you're here, I'm going to show you around Beiping." Yuzhen frowned and said, "There's nothing worth shopping for. Don't you have to go to work? She was afraid that her son would be reprimanded by his boss because of her. It's all right, Mom. I've already finished my tasks for this month. It doesn't matter whether I go to the factory or not, Li Dawei quickly replied. Hearing this, Yuzhen felt a little relieved, but still said, take these vegetables out and share them with the neighbors first. He pointed to one of the bags, saying that the quality of the vegetables in this bag was not as good as the other bag, and that the good ones should definitely be kept for himself. I just gave some to second uncle in front of the whole courtyard, and the more I think about it, the more I feel it's not right. If I don't give some to others, they will definitely have opinions. Li Dawei immediately nodded in agreement and carried the bag of vegetables into the yard. Starting with the front yard, Li Dawei distributed a cabbage and a radish to each household. Everyone in the yard was all smiles upon receiving the vegetables and thanked Li Dawei repeatedly. Chapter 270. Invite your 21st uncle to come over for dinner too. Many residents in the courtyard were envious. Cabbage and radishes were only 3 cents per pound, and this 100+ pounds would cost more than 3 yuan, which was no small amount. It would be great if they could save the money. After Li Dawei finished distributing the goods, he went back to his room. Li Ting was already getting impatient and quickly asked, Big brother, when are we going to stroll around Beiping? Having toured Beiping City, I'm sure my friends in the village will be envious, and I'll have something to brag about when I get back. Apart from the 3 Wankai brothers, no other child in the village has ever been to Beiping. There's no comparison to Wankai and his 2 siblings. They are Li Fuxing's younger brother and sister. Okay, let's set off right now and show you around Beiping, Li Dawei said with a smile. Li Ting almost jumped for joy. Great, let's go right now. Afterwards, Li Dawei took his mother and sister out. They had only walked a few steps when they saw a very long queue. Yuzhen asked in confusion, Dawei, what are all these people doing in line? Mom, they're lining up to buy vegetables for the winter, Li Dawei explained to his mother. Yuzhen nodded. I didn't expect city people to have to queue for such a long time to buy vegetables. I had previously thought that city dwellers had plenty of supplies, but upon closer inspection, it seems that things are not as I had imagined at all. Although Lijiazwang is not far from Beiping, Yuzhen had never been to the city many times in her life, so it was perfectly normal for her not to know the situation in the city. In fact, many rural women are like her, rarely going to the city in their entire lives, spending most of their lives in that small village. Yes, mother, city people can't farm, so they have to buy whatever they want to eat. There's nothing we can do about it, Li Dawei said. He only needs to cook his own meals. He doesn't need that many dishes at all. He usually eats lunch at the factory canteen. The only meals he needs to prepare are dinner and meals on rest days. As a purchasing agent, he was responsible for finding supplies everywhere and knew the routes in Beiping like the back of his hand, so he would never get lost. Li Dawei spent the morning taking his mother and younger sister on a tour of the surrounding attractions. Just as it was time for lunch, Li Ting clung to Li Dawei's arm and said in a coquettish tone, Big brother, let's go to that place to eat roast duck. Wang Ye said it's delicious. After saying that, she blinked her big eyes and stared at her older brother. Li Dawei scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. He needed a Peking duck ticket to eat at Quanjude, and he didn't have one. He honestly replied, shouting, You need a Peking duck ticket to get Peking duck at Quanjude, and I don't have one. If you really want to eat it, I'll go ask Uncle 21. He might have some. Li Fuxing must have very few things he doesn't have. His colleagues often have to ask him for help when they can't complete their tasks. There's no other way. The supplies are just too scarce right now. Yuzhen glared at her. Why are you eating roast duck? We'll eat at home for lunch. We can't bother your Uncle 21 with everything. She was afraid that her son would owe Li Fuxing too many favors, which would deplete their relationship. What if, when something really serious happened, Li Fuxing was unwilling to help? You can't always ask for favors when you're getting along with others, otherwise you'll eventually become strangers. Shouting, what your mother said is right. Li Dawei nodded. To be honest, he thought Quanjude's roast duck was very expensive. Each duck cost 5 yuan, and you needed a ration coupon. His monthly salary was less than 20 yuan, and he ate a quarter of it. There are still quite a few things left at home from Li Fuxing. If we go back and cook them, it will make a delicious meal. After returning home, Li Dawei originally wanted to show off his cooking skills, but his mother didn't give him the chance. Originally, Yuzhen didn't want to put too much meat in, thinking it would be wasteful, but in the end she couldn't persuade Li Dawei. There was half a cured duck, some dried meat, which weighed about 2 or 3 pounds when put together, along with some potatoes, and they stewed it together. It was incredibly fragrant. When Li Ting saw the delicious-smelling food, she immediately forgot all about going to Quanjude for Peking duck. As the stewing time increased, the aroma became more and more intense, quickly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. The neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but swallow their saliva upon smelling the fragrance. Seeing that it was almost time, Yuzhen said, "Dawei, go and call your uncle 21 over to have dinner together." The 21st brother usually does his best to help his son. Now that the family has made something good, we should think of him. Okay, I'll be right there. Li Dawei nodded in agreement. He then pushed open the door and went out to look for Li Fuxing. He didn't know if Li Fuxing was home. Li Fuxing's whereabouts were unpredictable, and it was hard to guess. He went to courtyard number 68 and greeted the people in the courtyard first. I saw an old man and others busy working, putting the vegetables they bought in the sun to dry, so that they could put them in the cellar sooner. Li Dawei looked up and saw that every house was piled high with cabbages and radishes, all neatly arranged. He walked to Li Fuxing's door and saw that the door was unlocked, so he assumed that Li Fuxing must be home. Then he knocked on the door. "Uncle 21, are you there?" Li Fuxing quickly opened the door. "Dawei, is there something you need?" "Well, Uncle 21, my mother is here and asked me to invite you to dinner," Li Dawei said. "Okay, wait for me." Li Fuxing nodded, then went back into the house to tidy up before following Li Dawei toward him. The two courtyards are not far apart. It only takes 3 or 4 minutes to walk there. Li Fuxing walked into the house and saw Yuzhen carrying dishes to the table. The house is not very old, so the stove is placed next to the door. "Your sister-in-law is here. Why didn't you let Dawei go back and pick you up?" Li Fuxing said with a smile. Yuzhen smiled and replied, "Brother 21 is here. Please sit down. I was just thinking that Dawei has to go to work. Our village isn't exactly close to Beiping City, so I can just walk here. Consider it exercise. Hurry up and eat, or it will get cold. The temperature is getting lower and lower these days. The food that was just cooked seems to lose its heat very quickly after being left out for a short while. 21st brother, I've only made some simple home-cooked food. Please don't find it offensive," Yuzhen said. She knew that Li Fuxing's family ate very well, but this was the best they could offer. Li Fuxing said, "What are you saying, sister-in-law? Home-cooked meals are the best. Under the current circumstances, it's already quite commendable that they're willing to offer so much to entertain us. If we're not satisfied with this, then we're being incredibly inconsiderate." Li Ting had been craving it for a long time, so she immediately picked up a piece of dried meat and put it in her mouth. The dried meat was almost entirely fat, with hardly any lean meat in it. Fatty meat is currently the most popular type of meat among ordinary people, as it can replenish the oil and fat in their stomachs. If your stomach isn't full, it's hard to feel satiated. Even though the villagers could eat their fill and the food wasn't bad, it was still quite difficult to get meat. Li Ting's eyes were practically glowing with greed when she saw the meat. If Yuzhen hadn't been glaring at her, she probably would have eaten all the meat long ago. Chapter 271. Try how delicious a 5 yuan duck is. Li Fuxing only ate lean meat. He couldn't handle the fatty parts. They were too greasy. Everyone enjoyed the lunch, but it was a hardship for the neighbors in the courtyard, especially those living around Li Dawei, who were incredibly tempted by the aroma of the meat. But Li Dawei didn't invite them, and they were too embarrassed to come over on their own initiative, especially after they learned that Li Fuxing had been invited. They were even more afraid to come over, fearing that they would upset Li Fuxing. However, there are also those who find joy in hardship. Chao Sheng said to his family, "Wife, daughter, hurry up and smell the aroma before it dissipates to make your meal more palatable." Right now, every household is either using their meat coupons to exchange for grain or saving them for the new year, because everyone wants to have a good meal during the new year. If you're just entertaining guests, you certainly won't be willing to spend a fortune. You'd have to use up almost all of your meat ration coupons for the year just to prepare a decent meal. After finishing her meal, Li Ting whispered to Li Dawei, "Brother, could you borrow a Peking duck ticket from Uncle 21? I really want to eat Peking duck. I wouldn't dare say that in front of my mother." If you want to eat it, you'll have to ask her yourself, Li Dawei said. He had no doubt that if he opened his mouth, his mother would give him a severe scolding. He didn't want to be reprimanded by his mother for something as trivial as a morsel. Before long, Yuzhen tidied up the table and took the bowls and chopsticks to the yard to wash them. She had been here before and knew where to use the water. Mom, there's hot water here, Li Dawei said quickly. It's not too cold right now, but it's still quite chilly without hot water. It's such a waste not to use hot water. Don't we need coal to boil water? Yuzhen refused outright. If you're burning firewood in the village, it's not a big deal. It's just a matter of making a few more trips to collect more firewood. But in the city, you need money and coupons to buy anything. Seeing Yuzhen leave, Li Ting asked hesitantly, Uncle 21, do you have any Peking duck vouchers? She was willing to risk everything just to get a bite of roast duck, even if it meant getting a beating from her mother. She'd been getting beaten up a lot anyway, so she was pretty used to it. Li Fuxing thought Li Ting had something important to say, but it turned out she just wanted a Peking duck ticket, so he immediately agreed. I have a Peking duck ticket, but I don't have it with me. Dawei, come back with me to get it later. Li Fuxing had plenty of all sorts of tickets, most of which were rewards from his superiors for his inventions, and a small portion were bought from the black market. He was never short of tickets. Upon hearing this, Li Ting immediately smiled happily, finally able to eat the roast duck she had been craving for so long. Li Fuxing took Li Dawei home. As they walked into the courtyard, Yuzhen saw them and asked, 21st brother, won't you stay a little longer? Dawei, where are you going? When Li Dawei heard his mother ask the question, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If Li Fuxing said that he wanted to go with him to get the roast duck tickets, he would be in for a good scolding, even if he didn't get beaten. He's not a child anymore. If he gets beaten in front of the neighbors in the courtyard, it won't be long before the whole courtyard, including the steel mill, will know that he's so old and still gets beaten by his own mother. Life in this era is nothing like that of later generations, where life is full of fun. Life is very dull and boring nowadays, and gossip is one of the few sources of enjoyment. No matter what happens in someone's family, it will spread like wildfire. Li Fuxing said with a smile. It's like this, sister-in-law, my coal is almost used up, and I was thinking of asking Dawei to go and buy some for me. He's coming back with me now to get the coal coupons. Even in Beiping, you needed a ticket to buy coal. Yes, I'll go with Uncle 21 to get the coal coupons. Li Dawei nodded quickly. Yuzhen noticed that Li Dawei seemed a little awkward, but since Li Fuxing had asked him to help, she didn't ask any more questions and instructed him. Dawei, you must do a good job of handling the matter that your 21st uncle arranged. Don't worry, Mother, I will definitely help Uncle 21 get things done. Li Dawei nodded quickly. Soon, the two arrived at Li Fuxing's home. Li Fuxing handed the roast duck tickets and coal tickets to Li Dawei. Li Dawei asked doubtfully, Uncle 21, do you really need to buy coal? Or what? Do you think I'm lying? Li Fuxing said with a smile. It would be a waste not to use the labor that comes to us. Li Dawei was also thinking that he should buy some coal, as it was getting colder every day and they might need more coal at any time. Not only him, but also his younger sister. Li Fuxing pulled out a handful of change and gave it to him. Here, this is for the coal. No need, Uncle 21, I have some on hand, Li Dawei quickly said. Li Fuxing usually takes care of him, and besides, coal isn't that expensive. This amount of money should be 8 or 9 yuan, which is far more than he needs. $1 worth of coal can last a long time, let alone this much. We won't need it at all. Li Fuxing didn't allow him to refuse, and stuffed all the money and tickets into Li Dawei's hand, saying, All right, go ahead, I need to sleep for a while, don't refuse anymore. Li Dawei had no choice but to leave with the money and tickets. As evening approached, Yuzhen was about to cook when Li Dawei stopped her, saying, Mom, there's no need to cook. Let's go eat roast duck. Dawei, did you go to borrow Peking duck tickets from your 21st uncle? Yuzhen glared at Li Dawei with a cold face. While asking the questions, his hands were also busy, picking up a broom from the side, as if he would lash out at Li Dawei if he didn't answer well. Li Ting quickly stepped forward and said, Mom, I got the roast duck tickets from Uncle 21. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. Mom, this roast duck was given to me by Uncle 21. He asked me to help him buy coal, and gave me a roast duck coupon as a thank you, Li Dawei said. It wasn't easy for his mother to come all the way to the city, so he wanted her to have something good to eat. Yuzhen sighed and said, "There can't be a next time, Dawei. You must do your best to fulfill the tasks your 21st uncle arranges for you from now on." Then the mother and her 2 children tidied themselves up and headed towards Quanjude. Li Dawei didn't mention that the roast duck cost 5 yuan each, otherwise Yuzhen definitely wouldn't have wanted to go. After sitting down at Quanjude, Li Dawei ordered a roast duck. Yuzhen was taken aback when she saw the price. A roast duck costs 5 yuan, while a raw duck only costs a little over 1 yuan. It's just roasted in the oven, yet it costs so much. Yuzhen originally wanted to cancel the meal, but Li Dawei and Li Ting stopped her, so she sat down again. Before long, the roast duck was served. After the chef sliced it, Li Ting couldn't resist any longer. She rolled up a lotus leaf pancake and put it in her mouth, exclaiming, "It's so delicious." Yuzhen felt that her youngest daughter was exaggerating. She wanted to see how delicious the 5 yuan duck was, so she rolled up a pancake, took a bite, and couldn't help but say, "I must say, it really is quite delicious." There were 3 people sharing one roast duck, and 2 of them were adults, so it wasn't quite enough. Chapter 272, Making Cotton-Padded Clothes for the Elderly and Children in the Village as well. The mother and her 2 children weren't quite satisfied, but having run out of Peking duck tickets, they had no choice but to leave. "When I go back to the village, I can tell others that I've eaten roast duck," Li Ting said happily. The next morning, Yuzhen took Li Ting back to Lijiazwang, where there was still a lot of work to be done. Li Dawei originally wanted his mother to stay a few more days, but she refused. Seeing that his mother's attitude was firm, Li Dawei knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he stopped insisting. "Take some of the vegetables to your sister," Yuzhen instructed Li Dawei. Li Dawei nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Mom, I know." After sending his mother off, he had to queue up to buy coal. He had promised his 21st uncle yesterday, and since he didn't have much coal left at home, he figured he might as well buy some together. Li Dawei arrived early, thinking he wouldn't have to queue, but when he got there, he found out he did have to queue. Luckily, there weren't many people ahead of him. If it weren't for the fact that people are all queuing up to buy groceries right now, there definitely wouldn't be so few people here. For Northerners, the 2 most important things in winter are winter vegetables and coal. Only by stockpiling enough of both can they get through the long winter. The price of coal is not constant. It changes all the time, and it will definitely be more expensive to buy it in winter. Therefore, many people choose to buy more at once, as it is more cost-effective. After waiting in line for more than half an hour, it was Li Dawei's turn. Li Dawei handed over the coal coupons, and the staff member took them, looked at them, and said, "It's 5 yuan in total. Do you want me to take it back for you? If so, it will cost an extra 3 mao. "Okay, please help me send it back," Li Dawei said. He then handed the money to the staff. After receiving the money, the staff member gave Li Dawei a receipt. Li Dawei took the receipt and went to collect the coal, while the rickshaw driver waited for him. After loading the coal, Li Dawei led the way on his bicycle, not riding too fast for fear that the rickshaw driver wouldn't be able to keep up. The rickshaw driver watched Li Dawei riding his bicycle with envy, for these days only the wealthy could afford to ride bicycles. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Li Dawei asked, "Master, shall we take a break?" The rickshaw driver must have had a tough time carrying several hundred kilograms of coal for so long. "No need to rest. This little job won't tire you out," the rickshaw driver said, waving his hand. For him, this was nothing. Often, the goods he delivered were much heavier than this one. "You're really amazing, master," Li Dawei exclaimed sincerely. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, we finally arrived at the courtyard house. Li Dawei and his foreman carried half of the coal to Li Dawei's house. Because rooms are generally small nowadays, if too much coal is piled up, there won't be much space to move around. Most people would choose to pile it near the entrance. However, some people are petty and afraid that others will take their coal, so they will move it into their homes. Uncle Air asked, "Dawei, why did you buy so much coal all at once?" He glanced at the rickshaw by the door, where there was still a lot of coal, weighing at least several hundred pounds. "Half of them belong to my 21st uncle. I bought them for him when I went to buy them," Li Dawei said. "Master, I'll have to trouble you to move the rest to another courtyard." Li Dawei was also savvy in social interactions. As he spoke, he took out a Dakiamin cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. When the rickshaw driver saw that it was Dakiamin cigarettes, his resentment vanished instantly, as Dakiamin was not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. Then the rickshaw driver and Li Dawei went to Li Fuxing's courtyard. Li Dawei said, "Master, just unload the coal into the house in the middle courtyard." The two of them worked together and finished moving the coal in no time. Li Dawei wasn't a stingy person. After he finished moving the cigarettes, he simply gave the whole pack of Dakiamin cigarettes to the rickshaw driver. When the driver received the cigarettes, he was incredulous. He hadn't expected Li Dawei to be so generous. "Comrade, if you need this kind of work again, just come to me directly." "All right, master, I'll definitely come to you for any work in the future," Li Dawei said with a smile. He could finally rest for a while after moving everything. He went back, washed his face, and went to bed quickly. Li Dawei had been dozing off for an unknown amount of time when he was awakened by a sudden knock on the door. He asked, "Who is it?" "Dawei, has your mother gone back to the village?" Li Fuxing's voice came from outside the door. Li Dawei quickly got out of bed and went to open the door. "Uncle 21, my mother came back to the village early this morning." "What's up?" Li Fuxing said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that if she and your sister haven't left yet, I'll see them off. He needs to go back to the village." The two talked for a while longer before Li Fuxing got on his bicycle and rode away. When he arrived at Lijiazwang, the old man who worked as a cotton fluffer told him that all the cotton quilts had been prepared and there were still quite a few left. He asked Li Fuxing what to do with them. A few days ago, when Li Fuxing came back, he brought cotton over and asked Li Jichao, who was much older than him, to help make a few quilts. Today, they finally finished. The cotton is all from the northwest, and the quality is quite good. In addition, there is a lot of it, so each quilt is very thick and will definitely be very warm in winter. "How much cotton is left?" Li Fuxing asked. He kept some of his own for himself and gave it all to his third aunt, Yangmei. He also gave her some cloth so she could make some cotton clothes for her grandparents and Wang Kai and his siblings. "They're all here, take a look." Li Fuxing glanced at it and saw that there was indeed a lot left. After all, it was a lot of cotton, and he had only made a few quilts, so he certainly wouldn't need much. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "How about this, Brother Jichao? You find some people to help, and I'll get you some cloth. You can take some people to make another cotton padded coat for each of the students at the school. If there's any left, then make some for the elderly in the village." Li Jichao was stunned for a moment. So much good cotton, just given away so easily? He couldn't help but admire. Fuxing is truly generous. "Okay, I'll send someone over." This is great news for the villagers. Every family has elderly people and children, right? Right now, let alone cotton, even coarse cloth is hard to buy. Not only do you need money, but you also need coupons. And even city dwellers don't get much of a cloth ration each year. Li Fuxing hadn't even had a chance to go home before he rode off on his bicycle. He still had to make the necessary appearance. The fabric was all in his Pinduoduo backpack, which he had bought in a flash sale earlier. This is exactly what came in handy. At the same time, Li Jichao first went to find the old party secretary and the school principal, Li Zhiguang. "Jichao, did you come to see me for something?" The old party secretary saw that Li Jichao was panting heavily and thought something serious had happened. Li Jichao took a few breaths before saying, "Secretary, Fuxing asked me to make quilts a few days ago. He had a lot of cotton left over, so he thought of giving it to the children at the school to make cotton clothes. If there was any left over, he would give it to the elderly in the village." "What?" The old party secretary's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 273. The old party secretary asked each household to give 8 yuan so that Fuxing wouldn't suffer a loss. Cotton is so rare right now. He had seen the hundreds of kilograms of cotton that Li Fuxing brought back. Its quality was unparalleled, and it was hard to buy even if you had money and ration coupons. Is that what Revival says? The old party secretary knew perfectly well that this was indeed Fuxing's style of doing things. Everyone knew that he had always taken care of the village school, and now the villagers were racking their brains to get their children into the school. Li Jichao nodded and said, "Yes, that's what Fuxing said. He's gone to find Bu now." The old party secretary frowned and pondered for a while. Finally, he spoke up, saying, We can't let Fuxing handle this on its own. Let's go find Zhiguang and talk to him. We'll ask the students' parents to give 8 yuan for each piece of clothing. At the very least, we need to help Fuxing make up for the cost of cotton and cloth. I feel really bad that I always let Fuxing produce things. They arrived at the school quickly. Even though there were no classes today, Li Zhiguang was still at the school. He usually stayed at the school when he had nothing to do, and he even taught the villagers to read in the evenings. Making cotton-padded clothes for the students? Li Zhiguang was taken aback. As the weather gets colder, many children are still wearing thin school uniforms. Although there are stoves in the classrooms, these students are still shivering from the cold. Yes, Fuxing is a good person, but we can't always let him provide things. You should talk to the students' parents and ask them to each contribute 8 yuan to buy the cotton-padded coats. Buying a cotton-padded coat for 8 yuan is a great deal. Cotton-padded coats outside aren't that cheap. Clothes are quite expensive these days, as fabric and cotton are scarce resources. This is why clothes are often patched and mended, and children often have to wear hand-me-downs from older children. The students at the school were able to wear new school uniforms thanks to Fuxing. Even for working families, buying clothes is a considerable luxury, let alone in rural areas. These kinds of winter cotton-padded coats can't be made for less than 20 or 30 yuan. So no parent would be unhappy about spending 8 yuan to buy their child a cotton-padded coat. The key is that the villagers of Lijiazwang now have some money in their hands, and they have all made some money by participating in the village's projects. Okay, I'll go talk to them right away. Li Zhiguang was very enthusiastic when he heard that Fuxing was taking care of the school again. As the principal, his job is to ensure that the children eat well, dress well, and study well. The old party secretary and Li Jichao then found more than 10 skilled women to make cotton-padded clothes. Soon, word spread throughout the village that Li Fuxing was going to make cotton-padded clothes for the students at the school. When they heard that each coat would only cost 8 yuan, the villagers paid without hesitation. It's such a pity that only students can buy it. Otherwise, I would definitely buy one for my third child too, someone said. An 8 yuan cotton coat, even if it's for a child, is still a profit. If adults could also buy it, they would be happy to pay 20 or 30 yuan. These kids are doing really well now, but back in our day, someone began to reminisce about the past. It's nothing compared to now. Nowadays, students only need to eat, drink, play, and study. They don't need to worry about anything else. Soon, Li Fuxing returned with a lot of fabrics of poor quality. These fabrics were substandard and defective from the fabric factory. Generally speaking, such fabrics were consumed by their own workers. Even flawed fabrics are quite popular. Firstly, no coupons were needed to buy defective fabric, and secondly, the price of defective fabric was relatively low, which is why it was so popular among the people. Li Fuxing was both amused and exasperated when he learned that the old party secretary had collected 8 yuan for a cotton-padded coat for him. But he didn't refuse. His grandparents had told him that he couldn't just give without giving, otherwise people would take it for granted. If he stopped helping in the future, they wouldn't be grateful. Instead, they would blame him. If you don't listen to the elders, you'll suffer the consequences. Li Fuxing understood this principle very well. In many cases, he would even specifically ask his grandparents for their opinions. Okay, I'll take it. Li Fuxing took the money. Once the fabric arrived, the women got busy, taking measurements for the children, cutting fabric, and making clothes. The children were all lined up, their faces beaming with happiness. This made the children who were not yet of school age extremely envious. Whenever they saw their older brothers and sisters eating and dressing well at school, they longed to grow up quickly so they could go to school too. Many people in rural areas believe that studying is useless, as tuition fees are not low. There is no such thing as compulsory education now. You can go to school by paying for books. Even if attending a vocational high school guarantees a job, how many people can actually pass the entrance exam? These days, getting into a vocational high school is quite difficult, let alone getting into university. Looking at the smiles on the children's faces, Li Fuxing couldn't help but feel happy too. He then went to tell the old party secretary that he would bring back all the coarse grains that the village had bought that night. Secretary, once the people from Wangjia village have gone home tonight, I'll have someone deliver the grain over. Please take more people with you and move the grain into the cellar as quickly as possible. After listening to Li Fuxing's words, The old party secretary smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll call all the able-bodied men in the village to go and move it. They will only feel at ease if the grain is moved into the village as soon as possible. Last year really gave me psychological trauma. Having food in hand gives us peace of mind. Nowadays, not only do people need to eat, but the chickens we raise also need to eat. Even if there is feed, we still have to feed them some grain from time to time. So if the villagers run out of food, they will panic. The grain left over from this year's autumn harvest was far from enough to eat, so I bought more. In addition, the corn I planted in the riverbed will be ready for harvest in about another month. Several thousand kilograms of corn will be harvested then, and it is estimated that if we can hold out until next year's grain harvest, it should be about the same. The old party secretary then arranged for someone to check the cellar that had been dug earlier. If everything was normal, then all the food for tonight would be stored there. He arranged for Li Jian to go with the other three. Li Jian led the other three to the cellar and first checked the ventilation inside. After working for a while and finding that there was nothing wrong with the cellar, they went back and told the old party secretary. Secretary, we checked the cellar, and there's nothing wrong with it. Okay. The old party secretary nodded and went on to attend to other matters. Despite the cold weather, things in the village haven't slowed down at all. The good news is that the reservoir is almost finished, and in just a few days, a small generator will be installed at the power station next to the dam. At that time, Lijiazwang will have a stable supply of electricity. The power station and reservoir were built with money paid by Lijiazwang itself, saving them the cost of electricity. By evening, the villagers of Lijiazwang had finished their dinner early, and, seeing that the villagers of Wangjiakan had all gone home, they quietly prepared to take action. Even though Lijiazwang is now completely sealed off, we still need to be wary of outsiders. Better safe than sorry. Around 8 o'clock, Li Fuxing found the old party secretary and said, Secretary, let someone move it. Chapter 274, The Excited Children. Okay, I'll send someone over right away. The old party secretary nodded in agreement. Almost all the able-bodied people in the village have come. It's about feeding everyone, so we can't afford to be careless. To be honest, the villagers had already seen the truck arrive without Li Fuxing even giving any notice. They were overjoyed to see the cart piled high with grain. With so much food added, they were no longer afraid of going hungry. Even though they had worked all day and were exhausted, seeing so much grain immediately energized them. After all, it was about moving grain. How could they say they couldn't do it? If you give me all this grain, I probably won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life, Li Jian said. Someone next to him said, What are you thinking? This is all grain from the village. How can we give it all to you? The villagers started discussing it, and the old party secretary quickly said, All right, stop talking and hurry up and move it. Captain, you and the security team stay here and ensure the safety of this batch of grain, the old party secretary said to the captain. The brigade leader patted his chest and said, Don't worry, party secretary. With me here, I guarantee all this grain will be safely stored away. Hearing the brigade leader say this, the old party secretary was relieved and led the villagers to start moving the grain into the cellar. There was a lot of grain. It couldn't be moved in one trip, so it would take several trips back and forth. The key issue is that the cellar isn't by the road, so trucks can't get there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Li Fuxing did suggest that the road be repaired, but that would take up some farmland, and the villagers were reluctant to do so. Farmers are always like this. They value the land very much and cannot afford to waste a single bit, even though the land does not currently belong to them personally. It took the old party secretary and his men more than 20 minutes to move all the grain into the cellar. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. The old party secretary saw everyone's hard work and said, Thank you all for your hard work. We'll have the canteen give us extra food tomorrow. When the villagers heard that they were going to have an extra meal, they all laughed. In Lijiazwang, an extra meal usually meant meat and vegetables. Much of the wild boar meat was previously made into jerky, which the villagers could eat from time to time. The food here is better than that of many workers in the city. Most factory canteens in Beiping might not get meat even once every 1 or 2 months, so it's no match for Lijiazwang. Compared to other villages, the food in Lijiazwang is much better. With the reservoir nearing completion, the construction of utility poles was put on the agenda. The utility poles need to be repaired before the wires can be connected. The road from the reservoir to the village is not short, and if there is nothing to support it along the way, the power lines are very prone to problems. In the past, utility poles were all made of wood, and even some low-strength high-voltage lines were supported by wood. Later, thanks to industrial development, steel bars and concrete were gradually used, and with the advancement of technology, cement utility poles gradually replaced wooden utility poles. The old party secretary had arranged for people to go up the mountain to cut wood well in advance. This time, a lot of wood was needed, and since there were no chainsaws, cutting wood was not easy at all. Apart from the women making cotton-padded clothes and the elderly, the entire village of Lijiazwang mobilized. The children were very happy. They were not usually allowed to go up the mountain to play. If their parents found out, they would definitely get a severe beating. Therefore, the children did not dare to go secretly. This time, going with the adults meant they wouldn't have to worry about getting a beating. However, for safety's sake, the adults still repeatedly warned the children to stay with them obediently. They warned that if the children secretly slipped away to play, a beating wouldn't be the end of the world. Right now, everyone in the village is busy contributing to the village's development, so there isn't much attention being paid to the children. After everyone reached the mountain, the old party secretary said loudly, "The timber we cut this time must be over 6 meters long. Don't cut anything shorter than 6 meters, understand? The height of utility poles is generally over 4 meters, and with the part buried underground, they need to be at least 6 meters high." "Okay," the villagers replied. The men were the main force in cutting down trees. Each of them carried an axe and worked hard, while the women and children were responsible for clearing the felled trees to ensure that the wood was smooth. "Captain, take the security team and go outside to stand guard," the old party secretary instructed the captain. The captain nodded. "Okay, party secretary, I'll take the men there right away." After saying that, he led the security team out of the woods to prevent any unruly animals from running in and causing trouble. The villagers who cut down trees didn't have guns, so they had no way to defend themselves if they encountered wild animals. "You 3 go over there, 2 of you stay with me, and the rest of you go to the east." The captain began assigning tasks. He also solemnly warned, "If any wild animal rushes in from where we're on guard, don't blame me for turning against you. Be on your guard." The security team members all understood the importance of this timber cutting operation to the village, and they all nodded in agreement. The east side is deep in the mountains, so more people are needed there. Other areas are not large, so 2 or 3 people are enough. The team members had no objections to the captain's arrangements, and quickly went to their respective posts with their guns. They kept their eyes glued to their surroundings, ready to pull the trigger the moment a large, ferocious beast appeared. Li Jian looked up and observed the tree in front of him. Finding it to be over 6 meters tall, he immediately swung his axe and chopped at the tree. The children gathered around playing, and if they saw wild fruits or something, they would pick them, wipe them, and put them directly into their mouths. The younger children couldn't reach it at all, but they were still tempted by it, so they had to ask their older brothers and sisters for help. The season for picking wild fruits is long over, and the remaining wild fruits don't taste very good. The old party secretary stood aside, overseeing the overall situation, but mainly keeping an eye on the children, afraid they might run off to dangerous places. If adults are cutting down trees, they won't be able to see, and if you're not careful, something bad could happen. Originally, I didn't want the children to come along, but they wouldn't leave and insisted on coming. If they left, the children would sneak up the mountain again, which would be even more dangerous. So, I had no choice but to bring the children along. It took Li Jian more than 40 minutes to cut down the big tree. Even though the direction of the cut was slightly off, there was no major problem. Just as the tree was about to fall, Li Wendong, who was only focused on playing, ran straight in the direction the tree was about to fall. The old party secretary was keeping a close eye on the children. Seeing this, he ran over and pulled Li Wendong back, then scolded him. "You kids, I told you not to run around. Why don't you listen?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the tree that Li Jian had cut down fell heavily to the ground, only 2 or 3 meters away from where the old party secretary was standing. If the old party secretary hadn't caught Li Wendong, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 275. A wild boar, watching the commotion, lost its life. If a tree this tall and thick were to fall on someone, it could be fatal. Knowing he had gotten himself into trouble, Li Wendong immediately burst into tears, saying between sobs, "Grandpa Party Secretary, I'll never do it again. Please don't tell my parents, they'll definitely beat me. Now you know you were wrong, but why didn't you do it sooner?" However, seeing how heartbroken Li Wendong was, and how sincerely he admitted his mistake, the old party secretary nodded and agreed to his request not to tell his parents about it. Otherwise, the brat would definitely get a beating. There's no such thing as not hitting children these days. The old party secretary said sternly, "If anyone dares to run around again, I guarantee I'll tell your parents and have them teach you a lesson." Seeing that the old party secretary was angry, the children knew that the matter was serious, and they all nodded in agreement. The old party secretary finally breathed a sigh of relief. The felling of trees never stopped. When the women saw a tree had been cut down, they would first move it to a safe place before clearing it away, as it would be very dangerous to clear it away on the spot. The morning passed quickly, and the villagers cut down a total of 41 trees, which is 14 trees short of the 55 needed. The cleanup work was complicated and not yet finished. After working all morning, everyone needed to rest. The old party secretary had someone distribute the dry rations to everyone so they could have lunch and rest for a while. The villagers, upon receiving their rations, didn't care whether they were clean or not. They all sat on the ground, drinking water and eating their rations. After finishing their meal and resting for another half hour, the villagers were full of energy again. The men split into two groups. One group continued cutting down trees, while the other group transported the cleared timber back to the village. The country is currently in a stage of development, and its transportation infrastructure is still relatively underdeveloped. The chopped timber can only be transported down the mountain by manpower. Although this method has little cost, it is too inefficient and can only be used for short-distance, small-scale transportation. Li Dajun had already brought all the ox carts and donkey carts in the village to transport the timber. Otherwise, relying solely on manpower, they wouldn't have been able to finish transporting it by nightfall. Because the log was thick and long, it must have weighed at least several hundred pounds, and it would take at least 3 people to carry it. A bullock cart or horse-drawn cart can carry 3 or 4 at a time, saving a lot of time. Li Dajun and others began loading wood onto the ox cart, and soon the cart was loaded. Driving an ox cart isn't too difficult. It doesn't require men to do it. Women and some older children can all handle the job. To improve efficiency, the men were assigned to move wood, and the villagers had no objections to this. Even if Li Dajun said he had to catch a train, no one would be unhappy, because he had a nephew named Li Fuxing, and the village's ability to have enough to eat and to have so many development projects was all thanks to Li Fuxing. Besides, Li Dajun didn't slack off at all. He was always working alongside everyone, so no one had any complaints. After the tasks were assigned, the villagers immediately began working. Li Bao was assigned to drive an ox cart back. Although he was only 14, he had driven ox carts many times before and his skills were quite proficient. Although he looked a bit thin, he was very good at working. He originally wanted to move wood, but Li Dajun chased him away, saying that he was too young and that he would have to do it even if he didn't want to when he got older in a few years. Hearing this, Li Bao understood what Li Dajun meant, so he stopped vying to move the wood. With his small frame, he could only walk a few steps while moving the wood and would have to rest, which would seriously slow down the wood moving speed. Before long, Li Dajun and the others loaded the car and headed to the village. Since the road was relatively safe, the old party secretary and the brigade leader did not arrange for security team members to accompany and escort them. There's no way around it. The number of hunting rifles in Lijiazwang is limited, and they can't even add a few more members to the security team. If there aren't enough guns, having a lot of people is useless. We live in the age of firearms. One person with a gun is worth 10 people with knives. After traveling for more than 20 minutes, Li Su accidentally caused the ox cart to get stuck in a mud pit. Li Su whipped the old ox several times, trying to get it to struggle up the mud pit on its own, but the ox was carrying too much weight and couldn't get out of the mud pit at all. Seeing that the road ahead had stopped, Li Dajuan quickly put down the wood and went over to check the situation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was Li Su's ox cart that had gotten stuck in the mud. He didn't blame anyone. The most urgent thing was to find a way to get the ox cart out of the mud. "Let's unload the timber from the ox cart first," Li Dajuan said. There was no other way but to call for help. They had to move the logs down to reduce the overall weight before they could push the ox cart out of the mud. Fortunately, neither the old party secretary nor the brigade leader were there. Otherwise, he would have definitely been scolded. The cows and donkeys are public assets of the village, and they can't be whipped more than once normally. Li Su quickly assured him, "Uncle Dajuan, don't worry, I definitely won't make any more mistakes." If someone else had been leading the team, they would definitely have been scolded, but since they weren't, a huge weight has been lifted off their shoulders. But if the same mistake is made again, even if Li Dajuan has a good temper, he will definitely scold people, and the villagers will point fingers at him, saying that he can't even drive an ox cart properly and is definitely no good at working. After everything was settled, Li Dajuan arranged for everyone to continue on their way. The rest of the journey went smoothly without any further mishaps. Li Dajuan and others delivered the first batch of timber back to the village. The old party secretary and others had already cut down 55 trees and started clearing them. The captain and the security team were still on guard outside. It was unclear whether it was because so many wild boars had been killed last time, but despite the loud sound of trees being cut down today, not a single large wild animal was attracted. Just as things were almost over, a wild boar came running over, probably to check on things, but it ended up losing its life. The captain shot the wild boar in the head, killing it instantly. When the old party secretary heard that a wild boar had been hunted, he was overjoyed. "That means we've got our extra meal for tonight." The villagers worked together and soon finished processing all the timber, just waiting for Li Dajuan and the others to return so they could send the timber back. The villagers worked until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon before they were able to return all 55 logs to the village. Everyone worked hard today. The team leader killed a wild boar, which will be a good extra meal for everyone, the old party secretary said loudly, attracting the attention of the villagers. The villagers were overjoyed to hear what the old party secretary said. They were finally going to be able to eat meat again. After a long day of physical labor, being able to eat something delicious to replenish your energy is something to be overjoyed about. The wild boar was delivered to the village canteen as quickly as possible, and the canteen staff immediately began processing it, keeping all edible parts. "Finally, we can eat meat again. I'm so happy today," a villager said with a smile. The villagers around him chimed in. "That's right. As long as we can eat meat, we don't care how tired we are. Our village is doing very well now, but my wife's village is in a terrible state." Chapter 276. Villagers voluntarily follow the arrangements. They can't even afford coarse grains, let alone meat. There's still a long time until the Lunar New Year, and they've already eaten almost all of the autumn harvest. They will have to wait until next summer at the very least to harvest the grain. Those few months were truly agonizing. That's right, our village hasn't gone hungry, and we can even have a good meal from time to time, all thanks to Fuxing. The conversation then turned to Li Fuxing. The concepts of not going hungry and eating well are not the same. Today, Lijiazwang is quite well off, even compared to other rural areas across the country. People can eat meat every now and then, something that few city dwellers can afford. When the brigade leader and the old party secretary saw the scene before them, they looked at each other and laughed. The two of them were genuinely happy that Lijiazwang was developing better and better. The two walked slowly toward the canteen, a stark contrast to the anxious villagers. After a night's rest, the villagers had mostly recovered their energy and strength. What they need to do today is to turn the wood they cut down yesterday into utility poles. Every 60 meters along the road from the reservoir to the village, a utility pole needs to be erected to support the pressure on the power lines. This project is quite large. About 1/5 of each utility pole needs to be buried in the ground. If we assume a height of 6 meters, each pole needs to be buried more than 1 meter deep. Li Fuxing also got up early today, washed up, and headed to the reservoir. As soon as he arrived at the reservoir, he saw the villagers had already started digging a pit. Several people were holding tools and digging around a group of people. Before long, they had dug out a pit that was more than a meter deep. Once the pit is dug, villagers will put the prepared utility pole in, then backfill and compact the soil, and the utility pole is erected. Li Fuxing suddenly said, "Everyone, stop working for now." The villagers who were working were a little unhappy when they heard this. Why did someone suddenly come out and talk nonsense? But when they saw that it was Li Fuxing, their resentment disappeared. It is estimated that only a handful of people, such as Li Fuxing and the old party secretary, could earn the villagers' trust in the entire Lijiazhuang village. The old party secretary asked in confusion, "Fuxing, is there something wrong with what we've done?" He knew that Li Fuxing was very capable, and if he spoke up, he must have a better method. "This pit isn't deep enough. It needs to be dug to at least 1.3 meters deep. Otherwise it won't be very stable," Li Fuxing explained. Upon hearing this, the villagers dug up the utility pole and carried it away, planning to bury it back later when they dug deeper. They couldn't ignore what Fuxing said. The old party secretary had originally intended to make some arrangements, but he didn't expect the villagers to react so quickly. Before he could even make any arrangements, they had already started working. He was quite satisfied with the villagers' attitude and actions. "Is there anything else we need to pay attention to regarding Fuxing?" the old party secretary quickly asked. They've never done this kind of work before and aren't aware of the precautions, so it's best to ask beforehand. It's best to write down any points that need attention now, otherwise it will be troublesome to redo them after the work is finished. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "The first point is that the part buried underground needs to be carbonized to extend the lifespan of the wood." The villagers, like students eager for knowledge, stood by and listened intently to Li Fuxing's explanation. "Are there any other forms of revival?" Li Fuxing continued, "When erecting utility poles, the direction and angle of the pole's tilt must be the same." The old party secretary said loudly, "Did everyone hear what Fuxing said?" "We heard you." The villagers replied loudly in unison. The group then continued working as Li Fuxing had instructed, dividing themselves into several small teams to speed up their work. The old party secretary whispered to Li Fuxing, "Fuxing, the utility poles are done, but what about the wires? They seem really hard to get. The electrical wires available now are not something ordinary people can get their hands on. The people of Lijiazhuang have no connections whatsoever, so they can only pin their hopes on Li Fuxing." "Don't worry, party secretary, I'll take care of the wiring. I'll definitely bring it back before everyone finishes setting up the utility poles. We'll have to measure the approximate length later to see how much wire we need." Li Fuxing had already thought of this, planning to buy it from Pinduoduo and charge the village a token amount. When the old party secretary heard Li Fuxing say this, he finally felt relieved. He was afraid that without the power line, all the villagers' work these past few days would have been for nothing, and he would have no way to explain that to the villagers. Li Fuxing started measuring from the reservoir towards the village, but of course he didn't use a ruler. There simply wasn't a ruler that long. If this were in a later era, the data could be obtained simply by measuring with a laser. Since we don't have that kind of high technology right now, we have to use the oldest method to measure it. First, we measure out a 1-meter step, and then we see how many steps it takes to walk. That's how many meters it is. However, in order to leave some room for maneuver, we need to calculate more distances. After all, people are not machines and are not so precise that they can maintain a perfect 1-meter distance for every step. We can only get a rough value. If the data is too small and there aren't enough wires, we'll have to buy new ones, which is too much trouble. Seeing that Li Fuxing had started taking measurements, the old party secretary immediately instructed the villagers not to go over, so as not to disturb Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing didn't think much about it. He just needed to get a roughly accurate value and buy more wires later. The villagers listened to the old party secretary and didn't disturb Li Fuxing. If they had been interrupted, even someone as good-tempered as Li Fuxing would probably have gotten angry. He had been counting for so long and forgot it all at once, so he would have to start all over again. Anyone would be angry in that situation. After measuring for nearly 40 minutes, we finally got a rough estimate of the distance. The reservoir is about 2,200 meters from the village. To prevent it from being too short, we just bought 2,300 meters. In this way, the length of the wire will definitely be enough, and there will probably be some left over. This 2,300-meter length of line already includes the electrical wires that go into each household. To make it look real, Li Fuxing deliberately rode a tricycle borrowed from the factory out of the village, first finding a quiet, deserted place to drive around for a while, and then pulling the power lines back into the village when the time was almost up. He wandered around outside for almost an hour before finally taking out the electrical wires he had bought on Pinduoduo, putting them on his tricycle, and then taking out another box. The box contained light bulbs, more than 100 in total, but the wattage was not high. Even so, Li Fuxing still spent a lot of money. This light bulb is the improved version. Previously, Su Qian and others followed Li Fuxing's advice and produced light bulbs that were almost identical, and the country has already begun mass production. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for Li Fuxing to take it out. Afterwards, Li Fuxing rode his tricycle into the village. At this point, the work of installing the utility poles was less than 100% complete. Judging from the speed, it would probably take 2 or 3 days to finish the job. Chapter 277. The villagers of Wangjia village are worried. What will happen after the work is done? If there were machines to help, the job could be finished in less than a day. But right now we can only dig by manpower, so of course the speed can't be fast. When the old party secretary saw Li Fuxing riding his bicycle back to the village, he knew that the power lines had arrived, so he quickly went to meet him. Fuxing, there are so many wires. To be honest, the old party secretary was a little nervous. First, he was afraid that the wires would be difficult to install, and second, he was afraid that the wires would be too expensive and the village couldn't afford them. Yes, we prepared a little extra. Quickly call some people to help move it, party secretary, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Fuxing, how much did these wires cost in total? The old party secretary finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Even though the village has made some money now, they are all terrified of poverty. They won't spend their money lavishly. Instead, they will save it. Li Fuxing said, it's not expensive. It's a total of 2,300 meters of wire and about 100 light bulbs, which cost 170 yuan in total. The original price was 150 yuan, but I'm charging an extra 20 yuan as a token gesture. If these wires and light bulbs were sold on the black market, the price would be several times higher. Unfortunately, the production of these two items is not very high right now. Even Li Fuxing himself doesn't understand whether electrical wires are regulated or available for sale in this day and age. 170 yuan, that's all right. The old party secretary breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought it would cost a lot, and he had been worried for so long for nothing. The brigade leader standing nearby said, Secretary, this pile of stuff is probably worth more than this. Did Fuxing find someone to get it? Li Fuxing waved his hand. That's not true. Although he didn't admit it, the old party secretary and the brigade leader both knew that he must have gotten it by pulling strings and using a lot of personal connections. Just like the water turbine generator before, even if the Li family village went bankrupt, they might still not be able to afford it. I'll get you the money, the old party secretary said. Rural people don't usually carry much money, and the old party secretary was no exception, so he had to go back to get the money. The village is getting better and better now. The vegetables are selling for a decent amount of money. In a while, the village will distribute dividends to the villagers, and each household will receive at least a few yuan. After the old party secretary collected the money, he hurriedly delivered it to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the money directly. Seeing that Li Fuxing hadn't checked the items, the old party secretary quickly said, Fuxing, aren't you going to check them? No need, I trust the party secretary. Li Fuxing said as he stuffed the money into his pocket, but actually secretly put it into his Pinduoduo backpack. The amount was just right. The old party secretary was very happy to see that Li Fuxing trusted him so much. But he was also very busy and didn't have time to chat with Li Fuxing any longer, so he left in a hurry. Upon arriving at the reservoir, we saw that the villagers of Lijiazwang were not slacking off at all, but were working even harder. The old party secretary said loudly, Everyone, take a break. Fuxing has bought electrical wires and over 100 light bulbs. It cost a total of 170 yuan. Each household can get one light bulb. The villagers were quite surprised when they heard the price of the power lines. They hadn't expected them to be so expensive and wondered how long it would take them to save up that much money. Electric wires are really expensive, one villager remarked. Afterwards, the villagers began to discuss among themselves why the electrical wires could be sold for such a high price. For many ordinary families, 170 yuan is indeed a considerable sum. Back when you only earned work points, even if you worked every day at full capacity, it would take several years of not eating or drinking to earn this much. The old party secretary rolled his eyes at the group of short-sighted villagers. He then yelled, "What do you know? There's only a handful of electrical wires in our village, and you've never even touched one. Do you know how much they cost? And you say they're expensive." During the difficult years of the 1960s and 70s, many villages and towns did not have electricity. Even in cities, light bulbs were only used for lighting at night, and there were no other electrical appliances. If this is the case in the city, it goes without saying that it is even worse in the countryside. Therefore, quite a few people really don't understand what electrical wires are, let alone their prices. But the old party secretary was certain of one thing. Anything related to electricity was definitely not easy to obtain, at least not in rural areas, so it was only natural that it was expensive. In fact, this 170 yuan was far lower than the price the old party secretary had estimated. The villagers worked together and spent the whole day to finally complete the installation of all the utility poles. All that was left was to string up the power lines. Even though Li Fuxing knew how to lay the wires, he still asked Han Luan to come and give him some pointers, just to be on the safe side. After being informed by Li Fuxing, Han Luan arrived at Lijiazwang early in the morning. Li Fuxing also got up early and bought all 10 caddies of mutton and 10 geese in the 1-cent flash sale section. These two items are frequent visitors to the flash sale section, so there's nothing special about them. Li Fuxing was about to leave when he saw Han Luan riding over on his bicycle. He immediately went up to him and said, "Brother Han is here. Let's have breakfast together." Han Luan didn't refuse. "Sure, I haven't eaten yet, haha." He was already quite familiar with Li Fuxing's family, and he no longer considered himself an outsider. Li Fuxing had prepared porridge and steamed buns long ago. Han Luan asked, "Wow, you've prepared so well. Grandpa and Grandma have already eaten." Li Fuxing nodded. Although he had gotten up quite early, his grandparents had already eaten even earlier. The two devoured breakfast, and then immediately went to the power station to connect the power lines to the village. When they arrived at the reservoir, the two saw that the villagers of Lijiazwang were already waiting there, while the villagers of Wangjiakan were carrying out the finishing touches on the reservoir. However, the emotions of the villagers in Lijiazwang and Wangjiakan were completely different. The villagers of Lijiazwang are very happy to see that the reservoir is about to be completed. Not only will the village not have to worry about water, but it will also have a stable supply of electricity. At the same time, after finishing these tasks, they won't have to work so hard every day. But the villagers of Wangjia village were worried as they saw that the reservoir was about to be completed, because it meant they were about to lose their stable jobs. A good job that allows you to eat your fill and even bring your own food home to eat with your family is hard to find, even with the lights on. They would go hungry once they finished their work here, and the thought of it made them sigh. They've gotten used to having enough to eat every day, and going back to not having enough to eat 3 times a day is really hard for them to accept. But you can't intentionally procrastinate on your work, or you'll be fired immediately if you're caught. Therefore, they are currently in a very difficult situation. Upon seeing so many electrical wires, Han Luan couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing, Fuxing! You managed to get so many electrical wires all at once." Even if he wanted to get those wires, it would be quite difficult, but Li Fuxing got them without much effort. "It's nothing, I just know a lot of friends," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Seeing that it was almost time, Han Luan immediately gave orders. First, straighten the wires. Chapter 278. Sending 300 caddies of grain, extra meal tonight. After saying that, Han Luan pulled out the wire, then used a tool to cut off a layer of the outer sheath of the wire to expose the 3 wires inside: neutral, live, and ground. He then connected the 3 wires to their respective locations. Li Jian straightened the wire in no time. The bundle of wire was about 400 meters long. Han Luan first demonstrated how to set up the power line along the utility pole and then secure it to prevent it from moving around. Then, Han Luan asked, "Did everyone understand?" "Understood," The villagers of Lijiazwang responded in unison. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. The villagers of Lijiazwang followed suit and soon finished stringing the wire to the other utility pole. It's too loose, it needs to be tightened a bit more, Han Luan said after checking. If it's not pulled tight enough, there could be problems if a strong wind blows. Upon hearing Han Luan's words, Li Zichuan immediately increased the force in his hands, and the wire was quickly pulled taut. Han Luan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. As the power lines were gradually connected, the villagers grew increasingly excited, thinking that they could finally have a stable power supply like city dwellers. Many rural residents believe that electric lights are something only city dwellers can afford. They have access to a stable supply of electric lights, which means they're living a part of city life. With all the power lines connected, the villagers of Lijiazwang couldn't hide their excitement. They were filled with anticipation, knowing that their village would have a stable power supply in the future, which would surely make the surrounding villages extremely envious. Currently, most rural areas do not have electricity, and even if they do, it is unstable. If a village has access to stable electricity, it can certainly boast about it to other villages. Thanks to the joint efforts of all the villagers in Lijiazwang, the reservoir, which originally required 4 or 5 days to complete, was finished in just 2 or 3 days. Because of the underground river, the reservoir has already stored a lot of water, and the vast expanse of water in Lijiazwang is quite magnificent. Surprisingly, the water in the underground river was actually quite warm. Therefore, even if the temperature drops below zero, the underground river will not freeze and will continue to flow out. The completion of the reservoir brought joy to some and sorrow to others. The villagers of Wangjia village felt a pang of sadness. They have essentially lost their jobs completely and will have to go back to the village to do farm work. The little grain the village harvests certainly won't last until next year's harvest. The Han ship also arrived today. The reservoir is now fully completed, and the hydroelectric generator will be installed. The water flow will power the generator, thus providing a continuous supply of electricity to Lijiazwang. With professionals involved, it's not difficult. Under Han Luan's precise and efficient guidance, the villagers installed the generator in just 3 or 4 hours. With a roar, the generator slowly began to generate electricity. Engineer Han, is this all there is to it? The old party secretary asked. Han Luan nodded. That's right, party secretary. It's now completely completed. We can start generating electricity now. When the villagers of Lijiazwang heard Han Luan say this, they cheered with joy. After so much work, the reservoir was finally repaired, and the village could finally have a stable power supply. Looking at the cheering villagers, Han Luan couldn't help but smile. He knew his efforts these past few days hadn't been in vain. Wang Qin couldn't help but say, I don't know when our village will get electricity, and I don't know if our generation will live to see that day. Sai, we need to solve the problem of food first, so that we can keep living and see that day come, Wang Quan said with a sigh. After such a long period of storage, the reservoir is now more than half full. If used for irrigation, it would be enough for Lijiazwang, especially since water is still continuously flowing out of the underground river. As long as the underground river exists, Lijiazwang will never run out of water. Li Fuxing also noticed that ripples frequently appeared on the surface of the reservoir, indicating that there were fish in the reservoir. It must be fish from the underground river that came out with the water. Li Fuxing thought that he could come and fish a few times when he had time. Fishing and drinking tea, enjoying a taste of retirement life in the future, it's quite pleasant. The old party secretary had already arranged for the villagers to prepare 150 kilograms of coarse grains, which the villagers of Wangjia village took back as a token of their gratitude for their hard work during this period. Although the work is now finished, it's unclear whether we'll need their help again in the future, so we still need to maintain good relationships. Besides, the Li family village can afford to produce 150 kilograms of grain. Some villagers will definitely disagree with this, feeling that sending away so much grain would be a waste, and that 150 kilograms of grain would be enough for the village to eat for several days. The old party secretary had no choice but to let all the villagers vote. In the end, the majority of the votes were in favor, so those who opposed the idea had no choice but to submit to the majority. The old party secretary said, Comrades from Wangjia village, Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Our village has prepared 150 kilograms of grain for you to take with you when you leave. I hope you won't find it offensive." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Wangjia village immediately felt their gloom dissipate, never expecting such a good thing to happen. The 300 caddies of grain were distributed to each family, enough to last them for a while. If they ate it sparingly, they could eat it for even longer. Before long, the villagers of Wangjia village had distributed the 150 kilograms of grain. However, they were still a little reluctant to part with it. They could tell the difference between having a full meal and having enough to eat every day, but since the villagers no longer needed their help, there was nothing they could do. If they had a choice, they definitely wouldn't choose grain. They would choose to build reservoirs and hope to continue building them indefinitely. If there had to be a time limit, they would hope it would be hundreds of years, so that their children could take over when they could no longer work. It's just like working in the city, but these are just fantasies. After receiving their grain, the villagers of Wangjia village left Lijia village with great reluctance, knowing full well that they might not return. After the villagers of Wangjia village left, the old party secretary arranged for the canteen to serve extra meals today, and also to set up a separate table for Li Fuxing and Han Lun. Without them, the reservoir could not have been built, so these two are truly great contributors. Even if everyone in the village saw it, they wouldn't say anything. "Everyone, I've arranged the canteen. We'll have an extra meal tonight," the old party secretary said. The villagers were all very happy to hear what the old party secretary said. They felt that these extra meals were even better than what they had eaten during the previous Chinese New Year. During the Lunar New Year, the only good meal is the New Year's Eve dinner. At other times, the food is just a little better than usual. Right now, there is a severe shortage of supplies, which is something we can't do about it, so everyone just accepts it. Li Fuxing and Han Lun were invited by the old party secretary. They originally wanted to decline, saying that there was no need to waste money or make special arrangements, and that they could just eat with everyone. However, they were eventually persuaded by the old party secretary and the brigade leader to accept. They both laughed helplessly. Since there was still some time before dinner, Li Fuxing invited Han Lun to his home for a chat. Chapter 279. The Difference at the Dinner Table. 3 large meat dishes. Han Lun nodded in agreement. He had finished all his work and had nothing else to do anyway. When Li Fuxing took Han Lun back, he saw his grandparents constantly switching light bulbs on and off, adjusting their brightness. When Grandpa Li saw Li Fuxing, he immediately stopped what he was doing and exclaimed, "Fuxing, this electric light is really good, so convenient." Yes, it's convenient. These rhetoric were not only used in Li Fuxing's family, but also in the homes of other villagers. Previously, the village's electrical circuits were unstable, making it impossible to use electric lights. Now, however, they can use them just like city dwellers. Many children found this scene amusing and started playing with it. The lights in every household in Lijiazwang were constantly switching on and off. Luckily, it wasn't dark yet, otherwise, if others saw this, they would probably think it was some kind of supernatural event. The lights in the whole village were flickering on and off. Li Fuxing said, "Brother Han, shouldn't we be careful not to keep switching the light on and off? It will shorten the lifespan of the bulb, right?" "That's true." Han Lun immediately understood what Li Fuxing meant and nodded in agreement. Grandpa Li also realized, how could this happen? Thinking about what he had just done, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Luckily, people in this era had dark skin, so you couldn't tell he was blushing. The three sat down and chatted. Grandma Li Fuxing even made tea and brought out some snacks for them to eat. Meanwhile, the villagers of Wangjia village also returned to their village. When Wang Jinping's wife saw that he had come home so early, she couldn't help but ask, "Honey, why are you home so early today? Are you not feeling well?" "No, the reservoir in Lijiazwang has been repaired, so we don't need to go there to work anymore," Wang Jinping said with a sigh. When his wife heard this, her eyes widened. These days they had been able to eat their fill thanks to working in Lijiazwang. Now that they had no work, it meant they would have to go back to the days of hunger they had before. Wang Jinping said, "But the Li family village was very generous and gave each of us some grain." After saying that, he took out the bag of grain. When Wang Jinping's wife saw the grain, she felt a little relieved. Wang Jinping had been working in Lijiazwang these past few days, saving the family a lot of grain. With this grain he brought back now, their family could probably last for a while. Some villagers even went to Secretary Wang's house, hoping he would ask Li Jiazwang to inquire again whether they still needed to work, and that they could just eat as usual and do any kind of work. They had only been there a short time when they were driven out by Party Secretary Wang, and the villagers had no choice but to go home. After listening to the villagers' words, Secretary Wang was somewhat tempted, but he couldn't just go and ask them right away. That would leave a bad impression on Li Jiazwang, and they might not get another chance like that. This situation has been playing out in Wangjia village for a long time. Most of those who went to work in the commune were happy. It was true that the treatment was not as good as in Li Jiazwang, but the work period was longer. In any case, they could save enough food for one person. When the villagers who were going to the commune first heard about the treatment in Li Jiazwang, they all clamored to go to Li Jiazwang and refused to go to the commune. In the end, they were forcibly suppressed by Secretary Wang and the elders of the village, which prevented the situation from escalating further. The old party secretary walked quickly to Li Fuxing's house and said, "Fuxing, the canteen is all ready. Go eat with Engineer Han." "Okay, let's go." Li Fuxing nodded. As he spoke, he also grabbed a bottle of wine from the side. The old party secretary had originally invited Grandpa Li and Grandma Li to come along, but the two elderly people declined, saying that they hadn't put in enough effort while working and therefore wouldn't go. The old party secretary knew that Li Fuxing's family had the best food, so he didn't insist on it anymore. The three walked toward the cafeteria, passing by the school on the way, and saw students lining up to receive cotton-padded coats. Looking at the scene before him, Han Luan felt that he had underestimated Li Fuxing's abilities. He hadn't expected that Li Fuxing could get so much cloth and cotton and even use it to make cotton-padded clothes for the students. He doesn't even have enough cotton coupons right now, so he can't possibly make enough to make a cotton coat. Seeing Han Luan's expression, Li Fuxing guessed that Han Luan must be short of cloth and cotton, and thought that he could send him some when he left. The old party secretary understood Han Luan's expression, but all the cotton and cloth in the village were brought back by Li Fuxing, and even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the ability. Han Luan stared at it for half a minute before slowly turning his gaze away. The three then headed towards the cafeteria. After arriving at the canteen, the villagers had already started eating. The food was quite good today, with an additional dish of pork stew with potatoes, and the portion was also quite generous. The old party secretary, Li Fuxing, and Han Luan sat down at a table in the south corner. There were 6 dishes served there, 3 of which were meat dishes. This was the best thing that Li family village could offer. "Secretary, the village really went all out this time," Li Fuxing said with a smile when he saw so many vegetables. Each dish was quite large. The meat dishes on the table together probably weighed 2 or 3 pounds. "This is to entertain you and Engineer Han. Please forgive us if the hospitality is inadequate," the old party secretary replied with a smile. Upon seeing so many dishes, Han Luan exclaimed, "Secretary, what are you saying? You've really gone to so much trouble with all these dishes." This table had the most dishes, but the fewest people, only 4 in total. Looking at Li Fuxing and his group's table, Li Wendong said enviously, "How wonderful it would be if I could sit at that table." When he arrived, he saw that there were several meat dishes on the table. If the brigade leader hadn't been sitting there, many people probably would have secretly gone over and taken some to eat. It's just wishful thinking. Uncle 21 and Engineer Han are sitting at that table. It's not something we can join in on, said the villager sitting next to him. The food tonight was indeed much better than usual, but it was still far inferior to the meal at the table where the old party secretary and others sat. Li Fuxing opened the bottle of wine he had brought from home, and Han Luan exclaimed in surprise when he saw the name of the wine. "Fuxing, this wine is really good." Even though he had never tasted Fingio, he had heard of its great reputation. This kind of fine wine is quite hard to find these days. When the old party secretary and the brigade leader heard Han Luan's words, they both knew that this wine was extraordinary. Li Fuxing laughed and said, "Even if it's good, it's still just a bottle of wine. If you like it, drink more." After saying that, he poured a cup for each of them. The captain smelled the aroma of the wine and said, "The aroma is rich. It's really good." Except for Li Fuxing, the other 3 couldn't resist taking a sip first. After taking a sip, Han Lun couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is the aroma of Fungio. Delicious." The old party secretary and the brigade leader also nodded and praised him a few times. Then, the captain couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, how long will this light bulb last?" Light bulbs are quite precious in rural areas, so of course we should try to extend their lifespan as much as possible. Li Fuxing said, "It should be around 1,000 hours. Don't turn it on and off all the time, or you'll burn out the filament." Chapter 280. The factory doesn't have enough New Year's goods. We still need to ask Comrade Fuxing to find a solution. Upon hearing this, the captain blushed slightly. He had also been unable to resist turning the switch on and off, but of course he wouldn't admit it now. The meal was very enjoyable, and the bottle of Fingio that Li Fuxing brought was completely finished. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Lun quickly stood up and said, "Secretary, it's getting late. I'll head back now." The old party secretary knew it was too late and the road was unsafe, so he didn't stay any longer and told Han Lun to be careful on the road. Li Fuxing quickly found a secluded spot, took out the prepared items from his Pinduoduo backpack, and added some extra cotton and cloth. He quickly caught up with Han Lun, who hadn't gone far, and called out, "Brother Han, don't rush off." Han Lun turned around and saw Li Fuxing chasing after him with a large bag of things. He quickly stopped the car and went to meet him. "Brother Han, take this with you, don't mind it," Li Fuxing said, putting the things on Han Lun's bicycle, and then turned around and walked back. They didn't give Han Lun a chance to refuse. Han Lun didn't refuse. After thanking him, he tied the things up with a rope and went home. It took Han Lun over an hour to finally get home. When Grandma Han saw a large bag on her son's bicycle, she asked, "Son, what's all this?" "I don't know either. Let's go inside and check," Han Lun said. This big bag was quite heavy, and it took Han Lun some effort to carry it into the house. He opened the bag and took out the items one by one. He was surprised with each item he took out, let alone when they were all put together. Even if Han Lun wanted to buy these things, he probably couldn't. First came more than 10 kilograms of cotton and about 10 meters of cloth, followed by 2.5 kilograms of meat, a bottle of Fingio liquor, and 2 packs of cigarettes. When Grandma Han saw so many good things, she even suspected that her son had robbed some leader. Otherwise, how could he have so many good things? He quickly asked, "Son, you haven't done anything bad, have you?" "Mother, how could I be that kind of person? I wouldn't dare do such a thing even if you gave me 1,000,000 lives," Han Lun quickly said. He further explained, "These things were given to me by Fuxing. If I had known they were such precious things, I would never have accepted them. I thought they were just ordinary food and meat." When Grandma Han heard that it was a gift from Li Fuxing, she was immediately relieved. Although she had never met Li Fuxing, she had heard Han Lun say that Li Fuxing had invented many things that were useful to the country and the people. If Grandma Han knew that Li Fuxing was helping the country earn foreign exchange, she would probably be very happy. That's how the older generation is. They have a strong spirit of dedication. If Li Fuxing ever needs anything in the future, you'll have to help him out. You owe him a huge favor this time, Grandma Han instructed. When Han Lun's wife saw so much cotton and cloth, she couldn't stop smiling. Now she could finally make a new cotton-padded coat. Having a sewing machine at home means you don't need to ask anyone for help, and you can also keep it a secret. Li Fuxing felt it was time to go back to the factory after staying in the village for so long. He also planned to bring the TV back with him next time he came so that his grandparents could watch it. He quickly finished his breakfast and rode his bicycle towards the steel rolling mill. He rode for about an hour and a half before arriving at the steel rolling mill, greeting his colleagues as he went. By the time I walked into my office, I felt like my face was about to freeze from smiling. Before long, Li Wenbin heard that Li Fuxing had returned to the factory and immediately got up to go find Li Fuxing. Their department has been assigned tasks by their superiors these past few days. With the Chinese New Year approaching, the factory is in a state of chaos over what to distribute to the workers. The steel rolling mill has tens of thousands of workers, and procuring such a huge amount of supplies is no easy task. Ultimately, the factory decided to give each worker half a pound of meat, as well as half a pound of peanuts and sunflower seeds. The peanuts and melon seeds have been purchased, but the large amount of meat is a major problem. Even though the factory leaders reported the issue to their superiors and asked them to allocate more meat, they were only granted 2,050 kilograms of meat in the end. We are short 2,500 gene compared to the required 3,800 kilograms, and the purchasing department is the only one who can fill this gap. There are 5 purchasing departments in total, and each department is required to purchase 250 kilograms of meat. The factory leaders have issued an ultimatum. Whoever's department fails to meet its quota will be in serious trouble. When Li Wenbin heard that so much pork was to be purchased, he felt like his head was about to explode. 500 caddies of pork was equivalent to purchasing 2 large, fat pigs, which was quite a challenge. Seeing Li Wenbin's worried face, Li Fuxing quickly asked, "Section Chief Li, what happened?" He hasn't been back to the factory recently, so he naturally doesn't know what happened. However, he had known Li Wenbin for some time and knew his character well. The fact that he had come to see him in such a hurry meant he must have something to ask of him. "Fuxing, could you help me get 250 kilograms of meat?" Li Wenbin asked directly. Li Fuxing asked in confusion, "Section Chief Li, why do you suddenly need so much meat?" Here's what happened. The factory leaders saw that our workers had been working very hard to meet production targets recently, so they decided to give them some New Year's benefits. They finally agreed that each person would get half a pound of meat and half a pound of peanuts and melon seeds. Li Wenbin explained, "Once the leaders make a decision, we lower-level employees have to run ourselves ragged. The factory is currently short 1,250 kilograms of meat. Director Kai assigned each of our 5 purchasing departments a task of 250 kilograms of meat. I have no choice but to come to you to ask if you can get it." Li Fuxing then realized that a lot had happened during his absence from the factory. Even though he could easily get 250 kilograms of meat, he still pretended to be a little troubled. "Section Chief Li, I have to ask about this." "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Fuxing." Li Wenbin prayed silently in his heart that there would be no problem with Li Fuxing's side. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to find such a large quantity of meat, 250 kilograms. "Oh, right. Director Kai also asked me to ask you something. Could you get some fruit? The factory leaders will be visiting people during the Spring Festival." Li Wenbin asked again. "Okay, I'll ask around. Did Director Kai say what kind of fruit he needs?" Li Fuxing needed to clarify the requirements first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the fruit he brought back didn't meet the leader's expectations. Even if they can be sold no matter what, unexpected problems can always arise. Director Kai didn't have any specific requirements about the types of fruit. "It's good enough that we can get fruit right now. Why would we be picky?" Li Wenbin said. "In the dead of winter, when fruits are so precious, can't we be picky about them?" If it were anyone else, he would definitely think it was bragging, but it was Li Fuxing who said it, so it was different, since Li Fuxing really had that ability. Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll ask them too. Since we're going to ask, we have to go out at least once, and we can't go too fast, otherwise we might give ourselves away." After nearly 2 months of getting to know each other, Jiang Tao had a good understanding of Li Dali's character and personality. Even though he occasionally liked to boast, he was reliable when it mattered. Therefore, Jiang Tao decided to formally take Li Dali as his apprentice. Chapter 281. I want to treat everyone, but I don't have the tickets. As usual, Li Dali brewed Jiang Tao a cup of gaoma, a type of Chinese liquor. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even have the chance to drink gaoma. The so-called high dust is nothing more than the broken pieces produced during the processing of tea leaves. It is not as good as tea, but at least it has some tea flavor. Li Dali carried a mug filled with hot tea leaves and walked up to Jiang Tao, saying, "Master Jiang, please have some tea." Jiang Tao nodded and took the teacup. Afterwards, Li Dali prepared to go out to work. He had been learning to repair cars recently, and whenever he had free time, he would go out with the drivers in the fleet so that he could memorize the routes in advance. These days, there's no such thing as navigation. If you want to go to an unfamiliar place, the only way is to learn how to read a map. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere. "From now on, you can just call me Master," Jiang Tao suddenly said. Li Dali didn't react for a moment and blurted out, "Okay, Master Jiang." Then he immediately realized that he might have misheard and asked again to confirm, "Master Jiang, what did you just say?" It's true that there's only one character difference between Master Jiang and Master, but the meanings of these two words are completely different. Anyone can call him Master Jiang, but only Jiang Tao's apprentices can call him Master. If you didn't hear me, then forget it. Jiang Tao glared at Li Dali. Li Dali quickly grabbed Jiang Tao, as if afraid that Jiang Tao would run away, and said repeatedly, "Don't do this, Master. I was wrong, okay?" He quickly picked up the teacup again, held it with both hands, knelt on the ground, and respectfully said, "Master, your disciple offers you tea." Jiang Tao reached out and helped Li Dali up, took the teacup from him, and said, "Dali, your master doesn't have many rules. As long as you are serious and willing to learn, your master will teach you all the skills. But let me make this clear first. I am very strict with my apprentices. If you continue to be as lax as before, that's absolutely unacceptable. Don't worry, master. If I don't study hard enough, you can beat me up without any problem," Li Dali said with a chuckle. He knew very well that many people in the team wanted to become Jiang Tao's apprentices, but Jiang Tao hadn't accepted any of them. He never expected to be so lucky. When the other people in the team heard about it, they would definitely be extremely envious. Jiang Tao's decision to take Li Dali as his apprentice was undoubtedly influenced by Li Fuxing. Li Dali pondered that he needed to go to Uncle 21 to buy some things. The apprenticeship gift should be a little more expensive to show his sincerity. Seeing that Li Dali was still standing there in a daze, Jiang Tao went up and kicked him in the butt. "What are you still standing there for? Get to work." "All right, master, I'll be right there," Li Dali said with a smile. Then I immediately ran off to work, and I felt my steps were much lighter. He must have been so happy that Li Dali didn't feel tired at all when doing his usual strenuous physical work. On the contrary, he felt very relaxed. After working so hard for so long, he could finally be considered a successful apprentice to Jiang Tao. With his Uncle 21 and his mentor Jiang Tao as his backers at the steel rolling mill, and if he works a little harder, his future will be bright. While they were working, the team members found out that Li Dali had become squad leader Jiang's apprentice. They all congratulated Li Dali and jokingly asked him to treat them to a meal. Overjoyed, Li Dali readily agreed and waved his hand, indicating that they should go eat hot pot. Honestly, he also really wanted to have a meal. After working for a long time, Li Dali saw that it was lunchtime and hurriedly ran to the canteen. He heard from his colleagues that Uncle 21 had gone back to the factory today, so he had to hurry over. He first helped Jiang Tao get his food in line, and while looking around, he couldn't see Li Fuxing anywhere. Even after sitting down to eat with Jiang Tao, Li Dali was still looking around. Seeing this, Jiang Tao couldn't help but ask, "Dali, what are you looking at?" "Master, I want to see if Uncle 21 is here," Li Dali said honestly. He wanted to buy some nice things as a gift for the apprenticeship ceremony, and he also needed to buy some tickets, since he had promised his colleagues to go out for hot pot. He had the money, but not enough tickets. Jiang Tao also thought of this. Li Dali was going to treat everyone to hot pot tomorrow, so he was probably going to ask Li Fuxing for some meat coupons. "Who told you to take on so much responsibility? You just agreed to everything everyone else was doing. Do you have enough money? If not, I have some." He believed that after this lesson, Li Dali would no longer agree to things so easily in the future. As the old saying goes, 100 lectures are not as effective as one experience. That's the point. Inviting someone to dinner these days is quite difficult. Most people can't afford it. Money is not a problem, but the key issue is that everything is rationed nowadays. If you invite someone to dinner, you have to eat less or even nothing yourself. Therefore, when you visit someone's home, you usually bring some food with you. "Master, I have enough money. I just want to exchange some tickets with Uncle 21, Li Dali said hurriedly after hearing Jiang Tao's words. Hearing Li Dali say this, Jiang Tao didn't insist anymore. He knew that Li Dali had made some money hunting before, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then go and ask Section Chief Li." He didn't have many tickets on hand. Otherwise, he would definitely have given them to Li Dali first. Li Dali nodded in agreement, quickly finished the food in his lunchbox, and went to the purchasing department. As soon as he entered the purchasing department office, he saw Li Dawei and hurriedly asked, "Dawei, is Uncle 21 here?" "He's not here. Uncle 21 came by this morning, but he left after chatting with Section Chief Li for a while and hasn't come back yet," Li Dawei said. "What do you need Uncle 21 for?" He knew Li Dali quite well, The fact that he was in such a hurry to come meant he had something to discuss with Li Fuxing. Here's the thing, squad leader Jiang took me on as his apprentice today, and my colleagues in the driver's team said some nice things about me, so I promised to treat them to hot pot. But I don't have enough coupons, so I was thinking of asking Uncle 21 to exchange some coupons. Li Dali scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Even if he wanted to eat himself, inviting all these old people would be a huge expense. If he could choose again, he would definitely choose not to invite them. Even if he did invite them, he would only invite Jiang Tao and Li Fuxing, and maybe Li Dawei at most. Dali, why don't you go and look around Uncle 21's courtyard house? Also, everyone who heard about the treat you mentioned should get a share, right? Li Dawei said with a smile. I still drool over the thought of eating Peking duck at Quanjude last time. Donglishan and Quanjude are equally famous restaurants, and with the weather getting colder, having a hot pot meal would be a wonderful thing. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Seeing Li Dawei's shameless drooling, Li Dali smiled and nodded. Okay, you get a share too. Let's meet at Donglishan after work tomorrow, but I need to borrow your bicycle for a bit. Since I've already treated everyone, I might as well borrow the bicycle to save myself the trouble of walking. Ride it however you like, Li Dawei said, tossing the bicycle keys to Li Dali. Li Dali thanked him, took the keys, and left. Chapter 282. 5 yuan for a carton of Chinese cigarettes. What a bargain. Riding Li Dawei's bicycle, Li Dali soon arrived at Li Fuxing's house. Seeing that the door was unlocked, Li Fuxing should be home, so he immediately knocked on the door. Uncle 21, are you home? Hearing Li Dali's voice, Li Fuxing came over, opened the door, and let Li Dali into the house. Then he asked, Dali, is there something you need from me? Uncle 21, do you have any meat tickets? Li Dali asked somewhat embarrassedly. Li Fuxing casually replied, of course I have some. How much do you need? The factory usually gave out a lot of meat coupons as rewards, and since he didn't need coupons to eat meat, he had accumulated quite a few meat coupons. If the factory knew that Li Fuxing still had so many meat ration coupons, they would probably be envious. Uncle 21, could you give me 10 caddies of meat coupons? Li Dali thought for a moment, and then asked. There are quite a few people in their driver team. Even if each person doesn't have a pound of meat, it can't be too little. This meal is equivalent to his apprenticeship banquet, and they can't let their master lose face. Upon hearing that it would cost 5 kilograms, Li Fuxing couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out all the water. Before Li Dali could react, he was sprayed with water, but he didn't take it to heart. He wiped the water off his face and continued to look at Li Fuxing. Dali, why do you need so many meat tickets? Most people might not even receive 10 caddies of meat coupons a year, so Li Dali's request for so many at once made him somewhat suspicious. While having money doesn't guarantee you can buy meat these days, you definitely can't buy meat without a ration coupon. There is no other way to go but to the black market. Li Fuxing therefore had some suspicions that Li Dali might be planning to sell the meat stamps on the black market. Even if the possibility was low and he had enough meat stamps, he still needed to find out the details before deciding whether to lend them to Li Dali. Li Dali said, Uncle 21, squad leader Jiang has taken me on as his apprentice. When we were working, my colleagues started teasing me. I promised to treat them to hot pot, but I don't have enough meat coupons, so I thought I'd ask you to lend me some. After saying that, he looked at Li Fuxing with a nervous expression, afraid that Li Fuxing would not lend him the money. If he couldn't get it, his colleagues would definitely laugh at him. After hearing Li Dali's words, Li Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief and said, Congratulations, Dali. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to become squad leader Jiang's apprentice. You'd better study hard under squad leader Jiang from now on. Don't worry, Uncle 21, I will definitely study hard. But Uncle 21, the hostage, Li Dali said somewhat awkwardly. It's just 10 caddies of meat coupons, I have them. There's something else I need to tell you. You need to prepare some gifts for squad leader Jiang to become his apprentice. Li Fuxing said as he took out 10 caddies of meat coupons and gave them to Li Dali. Li Dali put away the meat coupons and said, I know this is Uncle 21, but I haven't decided what to give him yet. I was thinking of preparing something more valuable, but I don't have any coupons on hand. Seeing Li Dali's expression, Li Fuxing guessed what the kid was thinking and laughed. I have another pack of cigarettes here. I'll charge you 5 yuan. Currently, a pack of cigarettes should cost around 4 yuan. Of course, this is the price with a ration coupon. If you don't have a coupon, the price will definitely be much higher. Upon hearing this, Li Dali quickly took out 5 yuan from his pocket and gave it to Li Fuxing. Thank you, Uncle 21. He knew in his heart that he had made a profit by buying a pack of cigarettes for 5 yuan. He didn't have any cigarette coupons, and if he went to the black market, he might not be able to buy them for 6 or 7 yuan. Moreover, Huazi itself is the hardest to buy. Uncle 21, I will return the meat ticket to you as soon as possible. Remember to go to Donglishan for dinner tomorrow, Li Dali said. Li Fuxing waved his hand. Go back, don't disturb my sleep. Li Dali picked up his things and left. After returning to the steel rolling mill, he carefully put away Huazi. Before giving it to Jiang Tao, he made sure no one would find out. Otherwise, if someone came over and asked to try one, should he give it to them or not? He first returned the bicycle keys to Li Dawei before returning to the driver's quarters. After looking around and finding no one, Li Dali walked towards Jiang Tao, who was resting against a chair. Master. Li Dali gently shook Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao woke up and opened his eyes to see Li Dali's big face close to his. He frowned and said, You little brat, are you trying to scare your master to death? It's quite startling to wake up to such a huge face right in front of you. I'm too excited to be without a master. Li Dali chuckled, quickly stepped aside, and began to unbuckle his belt. Jiang Tao was startled by this action and quickly said, You brat, what are you doing? Your master is a real man. Even if he couldn't control Li Dali, he himself didn't want to become gay. What are you thinking, master? I have something good to give you. Li Dali said, unbuckling his belt and taking out Huazi from inside. As soon as Jiang Tao saw Huazi, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Dali, did you get this Huazi from Section Chief Li? In his knowledge, among Li Dali's social circle, only Li Fuxing had the ability to get his hands on Huazi. Yes, I bought it from Uncle 21. It cost 5 yuan, Li Dali said honestly. Jiang Tao's eyes widened. How much? 5 yuan? That's too cheap. He bought a pack of cigarettes on the black market a while ago for 90 cents. If he hadn't acted quickly, someone else would have probably snatched it away. You can't buy Huazi cigarettes without connections. Master, after you finish this one, I'll ask Uncle 21 if he has any, Li Dali said with a smile. Jiang Tao waved his hand. No need to ask. I can keep drawing from this one for a long time. He knew that favors were the hardest to repay, and it would be bad if Li Dali couldn't repay them, so it was best not to trouble others as much as possible. After saying that, he impatiently opened the pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, and smelled it. The aroma was indeed much better than the ones he usually smoked. Li Dali was quite perceptive. He immediately took out a match, lit it, and handed it to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao picked up a cigarette and lit it over a flame. After taking a deep breath, I exhaled a smoke ring with great pleasure. Li Dali was also tempted after seeing this, but he had already given the cigarettes to his master, and he could only smoke them if his master gave his permission. So he could only blink and look at Jiang Tao. Seeing Li Dali's longing look, Jiang Tao felt helpless and reluctantly took out a cigarette for Li Dali, saying, Smoke slowly, kid. This is the only one. There won't be any more. Also, you mustn't tell anyone about the cigarette you gave me. If I hear even the slightest hint of it, I'll make sure you regret it. He was afraid that Li Dali, who was not good with words, would spread the news everywhere. If everyone came to him asking for cigarettes, he would feel bad about it, but he would also lose face if he didn't. He would be in a dilemma. It's best to keep such a good cigarette like Huazi for yourself and enjoy it slowly. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's serious tone, Li Dali immediately nodded. Don't worry, master, I definitely won't tell. Chapter 283. The director is working overtime and has to watch things go into the warehouse. By the way, Dali, did you borrow any tickets? If not, I have some more here, you can use them first, Jiang Tao then asked. Li Dali said, Thanks to my master, Uncle 21 lent me 10 caddies of meat coupons, which is enough for a meal at Donglishan tomorrow. Jiang Tao was taken aback again. 10 caddies of meat coupons. He couldn't even come up with 3 or 4 caddies. Looking at it this way, he realized that he had underestimated Li Fuxing's ability. Not only could he get Huazi, but he could also come up with so many meat coupons at once. Li Fuxing slept for a long time and felt it was time to reply to Li Wenbin. Otherwise, Li Wenbin probably wouldn't be able to sleep that night. His idea was indeed correct. Ever since Li Fuxing left, Li Wenbin had been anxiously waiting in the office, worried that Li Fuxing would be helpless. If even Li Fuxing can't complete this task, then no one else in their department will be able to. The longer it went on, the more uneasy Li Wenbin became. He would even run to Li Fuxing's office every 10 minutes or so to peek and see if he had returned. Around 4:30 p.m., Li Wenbin ran into Li Fuxing on his way to Li Fuxing's office for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Li Fuxing, who was about to return to his office, was suddenly stopped by Li Wenbin and pulled into his room. After entering the house, Li Fuxing sat directly on the sofa without saying a word. Seeing this, Li Wenbin became even more anxious and couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, can you get those 250 kilograms of meat?" Seeing how anxious Li Wenbin was, Li Fuxing stopped being coy and said, "Section chiefly, if you can get it, when do you need it? If it's urgent, I'll send it over in a bit." "That's great." Li Wenbin felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders after hearing Li Fuxing's words. "Fuxing, could you please make a trip and bring the meat over later? I'll issue you a note." Even without his note, Li Fuxing could still borrow a truck. In the steel rolling mill, Li Fuxing's name was much more useful than Li Wenbin's. Every worker in the factory knew Li Fuxing. "Okay, I'll bring the meat over in a bit." Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. Li Wenbin then remembered the matter that Director Kai had arranged and quickly asked, "By the way, Fuxing, is there any progress on the fruit that Director Kai mentioned?" "We have fruit, but the quantity is very small. We can get a little over 50 kilograms at most, and a few coconuts too. Does the factory want these?" Li Fuxing asked. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin immediately smiled and nodded. "Yes, I want them all." Then he wrote out the note for Li Fuxing. "Fuxing, I'll go tell Director Kai about this good news." With that, he left without looking back. Upon arriving at Director Kai's office, Li Wenbin was so excited that he forgot to knock and simply pushed the door open and walked in. Director Kai, who was reading documents, was startled by the sudden sound of the door opening. He was about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Li Wenbin, he forcibly suppressed his anger and asked, "Section chiefly, did you bring me good news?" If there's no good news, he'll get angry. But seeing Li Wenbin's smiling face, he figured it must be good news. Sure enough, Li Wenbin said excitedly, "Director Kai, Fuxing said he got more than 50 kilograms of fruit and some coconuts. I took the liberty of agreeing to buy them all on behalf of the factory." "Great. Excellent." Director Kai was also quite excited upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, the fruit problem that had been troubling him for so long was suddenly solved, and he could finally give the factory leaders an explanation. There's nothing you can do. They're the leader, so they can always put you in a superior position. This principle applies anytime, anywhere. "When did Fuxing arrive?" Director Kai asked anxiously. Li Wenbin replied. "Fuxing said he would deliver it right away. I had already told the finance department before I came to stay a little later so they could help Fuxing with the accounting and inventory before leaving get off work. He didn't have the right to do it, but he could leverage his influence." When the head of the finance department heard that Li Fuxing was purchasing something so important, he immediately agreed. No matter what time it was, he had to settle the bill for Li Fuxing before leaving get off work. Some of the finance department staff might have some objections, but there was nothing they could do. The leaders had already agreed, so what could they say? Besides, they might even get a share of the profits from the purchased items. The factory workers already knew that the factory would be distributing welfare benefits during the Chinese New Year. Even if they had opinions about something that was so closely related to their own interests, they wouldn't show them. If workers are passively resisting work right now, to put it more bluntly, that would be hindering the workers from receiving their benefits. Great job, very well done. Director Kai was very satisfied with Li Wenbin's performance. He wasn't planning to leave work yet. He wanted to wait for Li Fuxing to deliver the goods so he could personally watch them being stored before leaving. Li Fuxing arrived at the driver's quarters with the note. As soon as Li Dali saw Li Fuxing, he immediately went over to greet him. "Uncle 21, did you come to see me?" "No, I came to borrow the car." "Dali, where's your driver?" Li Fuxing asked. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's voice, Jiang Tao quickly walked over and said with a smile, "Section chiefly, what brings you to our driver's team today?" Squad leader Jiang, I've come to borrow the car. Here's the slip. Li Fuxing said, handing over the slip written by Li Wenbin. Jiang Tao took the slip of paper, didn't even look at it, and said, Section chiefly, just tell me which one you choose, and drive it away. He was quite confident in Li Fuxing's driving skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let Li Fuxing choose whatever he wanted. Trucks were very valuable these days, and if any problems arose, he, as the squad leader, would be held responsible. However, the two had a deep friendship, and Li Fuxing was an important figure in the factory, so he was not worried. I wish I could drive there and take a drive sometime, Li Dali said with a sigh. He thought it would be really impressive to drive back to Lijiazwang. Jiang Tao said, You can't even walk yet, and you want to start running? Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Li Dali immediately went to help with the car repair work. At present, he had not yet learned the basics of car repair, so he was not qualified to learn to drive at all. This one will do. Li Fuxing randomly selected one. It's just hauling some stuff back. Any vehicle can do it, no difference. Jiang Tao said loudly. Dali, hurry up and fill up the gas tank for Section Chief Li. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's voice, Li Dali quickly ran over with a bucket of oil and a funnel. The oil is quite precious right now, so it must be added using a funnel. Otherwise, some will inevitably be wasted. He quickly filled the gas tank. Li Fuxing drove his truck away from the steel rolling mill. He first drove the truck to a deserted place, got out and loaded 250 kilograms of meat onto the truck, then added 60 kilograms of oranges and 30 coconuts. He bought the coconuts for a single penny each on Pinduoduo over several days, which was just enough to supply the factory. He even covered the fruit with a cloth so that it wouldn't be seen when he returned to the factory, otherwise it would be impossible to keep it. Chapter 284. Hot pot in the courtyard, cotton quilts, and cotton clothes. The factory leaders didn't dare to make exceptions, otherwise they would be in big trouble if the higher-ups found out. Even though this had always been the case, and the leaders and workers had different things, they couldn't show it openly. After tidying up, Li Fuxing drove around for almost an hour before driving back to the steel rolling mill when he saw that it was almost time. Director Kai led a large group of people from the logistics department to wait at the factory gate, occasionally gazing into the distance, hoping for Li Fuxing's return. A short while later, the light of car headlights suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this, Li Wenbin exclaimed excitedly, Director Kai, it's highly likely that Fuxing has returned. A minute or two later, Li Fuxing parked his car at the entrance of the steel rolling mill. Seeing so many people waiting, he prepared to get out of the car. Unexpectedly, Director Kai suddenly said, Fuxing, don't get out of the car, just go directly to the scale. With so many people around, it would be troublesome if others found out about the fruit. Li Fuxing agreed. Okay. The guards didn't even consider searching the place. Seeing so many leaders waiting for this shipment, they knew it wasn't the time to make a scene. Li Fuxing then drove the car to the warehouse to weigh it. The weigher was taken aback when he saw how much meat there was. It must weigh at least 225 kilograms. Before long, the weighing results were obtained. The meat weighed 280 kilograms, the oranges weighed 60 kilograms, and there were 30 coconuts. The total came to 850 yuan. The finance department staff immediately issued a receipt, instructing Li Fuxing to collect the money from the finance office. Director Kai and others arrived quickly. Upon seeing the fresh oranges and coconuts, they were equally surprised and exclaimed, Fuxing, you did a great job. You even managed to get such good oranges and coconuts. Hey, it's all just good luck, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Director Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had accomplished the task assigned by the factory leaders. Although there weren't many oranges, each leader could still get some. At this time of year, it was enough to have a taste. The current transportation conditions were poor, and many things would spoil before they could be transported to Beiping. Even Director Kai had never seen such fresh and beautiful oranges before. After finishing his work, Li Fuxing returned to the courtyard house. Qing Yuan found him and said that they wanted to have hot pot in that separate courtyard tonight. This wasn't the first time they'd had a meal together there. Whenever they wanted to get together, they would go to that courtyard. It's so cold right now. Having hot pot is the most comforting thing to do. The underground storage room has everything, and Li Dagwan and the others are preparing it. Okay, I'll take a shower first, and then I'll go, Li Fuxing said. He had been busy all day and was covered in sweat. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't take a shower. It's so cold. Why do you still want to take a shower? Qing Yuan said helplessly. He was truly speechless at Li Fuxing's habit of taking baths. It's fine when it's warm, but now that the weather is so cold, isn't it troublesome to keep taking showers? What's wrong with taking a shower? By the way, your military overcoat is pretty good. Where did you buy it? Li Fuxing asked, seeing the kid showing off his military overcoat several times. Qing Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking that he had finally found out about the military overcoat he was wearing. These days, military overcoats are very popular all over the country. It is not only practical, but also a source of spiritual sustenance. Isn't that great? Brand new. I also got one for you and one for Chen Kai, Qing Yuan said proudly. The reason he was so proud was that this military overcoat was not an ordinary military overcoat, but an officer's style. The officers' overcoats were basically the same style, differing only in rank and material. Of course, he would remember Li Fuxing and Gu Chengkai if he had such a good thing. Qing Yuan then said, "We have other military uniforms. Do you want one?" Nowadays, people are happy to wear military-style clothing, which can be said to be popular all over the country. Ask Dao Wei and the others. I think I'll pass. Li Fuxing had clothes to wear, so he didn't argue with the others. Okay, I'll ask them. Qing Yuan nodded in agreement. After taking a shower, Li Fuxing rode his bike to the independent courtyard. Li Dogwan was warming his hands by the fire. He had just finished washing vegetables and his hands were almost frozen. The temperature is already below zero, and many places are frozen. But there's no sign of it snowing yet. This has caused a lot of worry for many farmers. The old saying goes that a timely snowfall promises a bumper harvest. The Lunar New Year is almost here, but there hasn't been a single snowfall yet. Without melted snow next spring, it will be very detrimental to the growth of crops. So even though the people were freezing, they still hoped for a heavy snowfall, and they didn't care if the weather got even colder. Qing Yuan showed everyone his military overcoat and blew on it with great enthusiasm. He also told everyone that he insisted on getting them a few new items, and that they just needed to prepare the money. Fuxing's here? Come and warm yourself by the fire. Gu Chengkai greeted Li Fuxing as soon as he saw him arrive. Li Dogwan and Li Dawei both addressed him as Uncle 21. Li Fuxing walked to the stove and took off his gloves and hat. Fuxing, your gloves are great. Where did you get them? Qing Yuan saw Li Fuxing's outfit and immediately felt that his military overcoat didn't look so good anymore. Li Fuxing rolled his eyes at him. Why ask so many questions? Then he asked, the weather is getting colder. Does everyone have a down jacket to wear? He mainly asked Li Dawei and other people from Lijiazwang. Those people didn't want to trouble Li Fuxing, so they all said they did. Qing Yuan said, what do you have? Wearing this outfit, you'll freeze to death sooner or later. Li Fuxing looked at Li Dogwan. Li Dogwan felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Come to my place after you finish eating. Just pay the market price. If you need anything else, just tell me. Don't try to force yourself. If you need a quilt, tell me too. Qing Yuan didn't stand on ceremony at all and said, Fuxing, give me 2 quilts, or 1 if you can't. Seeing this, everyone expressed their needs. Where is there no shortage of cotton-padded clothes and quilts? Li Fuxing noted down how much cotton and cloth he needed and said, whatever you want is fine, but I don't know how to make cotton clothes and quilts. Gu Cheng said, Fuxing, why don't we get the women in the courtyard to help? Even if we don't have sewing machines, there are plenty of people, and it can be done in a few days. Okay, I'll do as you say. Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. But what kind of compensation should we give them? Qing Yuan said, Fuxing, if you don't lack cotton, why not use cotton as payment? They definitely won't be able to refuse. There's no way around it. Cotton is a scarce resource right now, which has led to many people wearing clothes that are full of patches. The older children wear them, and then the younger children wear them. Some cotton-padded clothes are almost completely soaked in cotton, so they don't keep you warm at all. Okay, it's settled then, Li Fuxing decided. The hot pot meal lasted for almost 2 hours before it ended. Everyone was very satisfied, enjoying the food and chatting happily. Chapter 285. The neighborhood committee and noodle factory also helped with New Year's welfare. The next morning, Li Fuxing opened Pinduoduo to check the new day's 1-cent flash sale. Today, he received 10 caddies of pork jerky and 10 caddies of mutton. After buying the items, Li Fuxing went to an old man's house. When the old man saw it was Li Fuxing, he smiled and asked, "Fuxing, did you come here so early in the morning to see me?" "Hey sir, I'd like to ask the ladies in the courtyard to help me make a few cotton-padded clothes and a few cotton-padded quilts," Li Fuxing said directly, stating his purpose. The old man was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and asked, "Fuxing, what did you just say? Did I hear you correctly?" "You heard me right. We're making cotton-padded clothes and quilts," Li Fuxing repeated with a smile. The old man immediately realized that Fuxing could get his hands on cotton, so he hurriedly asked, "Fuxing, do you have any extra cotton? Can you sell me some? Cotton is a precious commodity, and you can never have too much of it. If you have enough cotton, you can replace all the cotton quilts and cotton clothes in your home with new ones. Whether it's a lot or not, we'll know after it's finished," Li Fuxing said, not giving a direct answer. "Fuxing, how many cotton-padded clothes and quilts are you planning to make? If it's not a large quantity, we'll ask one of your older sisters to help us make them. We don't need anything. We just want to sell the leftover cotton to you," said an older man. The cotton-padded clothes and quilts in his home had not been replaced for many years. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but there simply wasn't enough cotton. He hadn't even given up hope, but unexpectedly, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Li Fuxing said, "This old lady can't do it all by herself. I need to make 10 cotton-padded coats and 4 cotton-padded quilts. As long as you help with the work, you can get 1.5 pounds of cotton as payment." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately became excited. He knew that Li Fuxing was generous, but he did not expect him to be so generous. He would give 1.5 pounds of cotton just for helping to make a cotton-padded coat and quilt. 1.5 pounds of cotton, plus the old cotton from before, is enough to make 1 or 2 new cotton-padded coats. "Okay, Fuxing, I'll go and issue the notice for you right away," the old man said excitedly. "By the way, could you ask your aunt to help out too?" he asked again. "Of course, no problem." Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. "It doesn't matter who does it. The best thing is for all the women in the hospital to participate and get the cotton-padded clothes and quilts ready as quickly as possible. It's getting colder and colder now, and if we're not dressed warmly enough, it will be hard to get through the winter." An old man immediately ran out to spread the word, and the women in the courtyard all rushed to sign up. "It's just helping to make cotton-padded clothes and quilts. It's not a difficult task at all. After finishing the job, you can get 1.5 pounds of cotton. Who wouldn't be tempted?" The old man had no choice but to return and ask Li Fuxing to see who should do it, whether to select a few people or have the whole hospital participate. Li Fuxing had anticipated this situation and was not surprised at all. He said, "Let the whole hospital participate. Each household should send one person. However, they must all do it seriously. If I find that they are not doing it seriously or well, they will not be used again in the future." He had to make it clear beforehand that even if he didn't care about the amount of cotton, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, everyone understood the importance of the matter and dared not send anyone out to do it. If they displeased Li Fuxing, they would not be able to gain any benefits in the future. "Don't worry about Fuxing. We will definitely do our job seriously," someone said. Another woman chimed in, "Yes, we'll definitely do a great job for you. I'll keep an eye on Fuxing for you. It'll definitely be fine," an older woman standing nearby said. Li Fuxing was quite satisfied with the situation. "Okay, I'll leave it to everyone." After saying that, he went back into the house and brought out all the cotton and cloth, along with the measurements of Gu Chung and the others taken last night, and gave them to the old lady and the others. After giving all the instructions, Li Fuxing prepared to go to work, but as soon as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he ran into Director Chun and Zhou Xiangyang. "Aunt Chun, Brother Zhou, if you need to find me, just have someone let me know. You don't need to come over yourself," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Zhou Xiangyang asked, "Fuxing, I heard that you got more than 250 kilograms of meat, more than 50 kilograms of oranges, and dozens of coconuts for the steel rolling mill yesterday. Is that true?" Li Fuxing was stunned for a moment, not expecting the news to spread so quickly. He had no choice but to nod and say, "It's true. Fuxing, you have to treat everyone fairly. The steel mill's New Year's goods are so good, our instant noodle factory can't be too bad either." Because you invented instant noodles, that's why the Instant Noodle Factory exists. This Instant Noodle Factory has a great connection with you. You can't just ignore it, can you? Zhou Xiangyang played the emotional card. I don't have any other requirements. Just something similar to a steel rolling mill is fine. Fuxing, the same goes for our street. You can decide what to do, Director Chen said. Hearing their conversation, Li Fuxing felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, he realized that neither approach would work, so he said, Aunt Shun, Brother Zhou, please listen to my plan. If it works, great. If not, I have no other ideas. Aunt Shun, the neighborhood committee gave us 150 caddies of meat and 20 caddies of oranges. Director Chun was immediately tempted by what Li Fuxing said, but she wanted to ask for more, since there were quite a few people in their neighborhood. She said, Fuxing, can you give us a little more? Increase the oranges to 20 kilograms and the meat to 135 kilograms. If it works, the New Year's benefits for their street-level employees will be solved. All right, Aunt Shun, since you've said so, I have no choice but to agree. Li Fuxing nodded helplessly. Director Chen asked, Fuxing, when can we deliver the items to the subdistrict office? With the Chinese New Year fast approaching, Director Chen was getting anxious. Then tomorrow night will do, Li Fuxing said. Zhou Xiangyang, who was standing to the side, was also very anxious and hurriedly asked, Fuxing, the subdistrict office has so much stuff, but our instant noodle factory has tens of thousands of employees. We absolutely cannot have less than this. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I'll give you 280 caddies of meat, 80 caddies of oranges, and 20 coconuts. I don't have much else on me. Li Fuxing pretended to be in a difficult situation. If he doesn't say that, Zhou Xiangyang will probably make more demands, which will cause more trouble. Fuxing, the meat should be at least 250 kilograms, right? And the oranges, even if we don't have to be as big as those from the steel mill, should at least be 50 kilograms, right? Zhou Xiangyang said. He didn't believe that Li Fuxing's bottom line was this low. No one would reveal their bottom line to others right away. Brother Zhou, I really can't agree to your request. We don't have that many supplies. Li Fuxing certainly wouldn't give in so easily. Afterwards, the two argued back and forth for a long time, and finally, with the intervention of Director Chun, they each took a step back. The final solution was for Li Fuxing to provide the instant noodle factory with 180 kilograms of meat, 60 kilograms of oranges, and 20 coconuts. Director Chun and Zhou Xiangyang left satisfied. Li Fuxing also rode his bicycle to the steel rolling mill. Li Fuxing spent the entire morning sitting in his office drinking tea. After lunch, he went back to the factory and strolled around, chatting with acquaintances whenever he saw them. Chapter 286. Master, I can't even bear to drink this wine. Are you going to take it back and drink it? Soon, it was time to leave work. Everyone packed up and got ready to leave work. The drivers should go home and change their clothes before heading to Donglishan. Because apart from the drivers who are on duty, everyone else is inspecting and repairing the vehicles. Last time, when testing the seat belts and airbags, 2 cars were hit. Even though the damage wasn't serious, due to a lack of manpower, it's only now that they're almost finished being repaired. Whenever the driver has free time, he will go and help repair the car. Li Fuxing and Li Dawei also went back for a while. They planned to go to Donglishan later. It was a bit awkward that Li Dali, who was hosting the dinner, hadn't arrived yet, but they had gone first. Around 6 o'clock, Li Dali was waiting for Li Fuxing and the others at the entrance of Donglishan. A few minutes later, Li Fuxing and Li Dawei could be seen in the distance. Li Dali quickly went up to greet them. Uncle 21, Dawei, you've arrived. Please come in and sit down for a while. We'll start eating once my master arrives. There were quite a few people this time, and one table wasn't enough to seat everyone, so they had to split into 2 tables. Li Fuxing didn't come empty-handed either, bringing 2 bottles of good wine to support Li Dali. Here you go. Take it, Li Fuxing said. Even though Li Dali didn't recognize Fingio, he knew that what Li Fuxing brought must be of good quality, so he declined, saying, Uncle 21, just come and eat. Why bring wine? It's too much trouble. If you're too embarrassed, then forget it. I'll just take him home after we finish eating. Li Fuxing thought he was just being polite and decided to tease Li Dali a bit. Li Dali immediately wanted to slap himself. Uncle 21, I was wrong. Please be merciful and forgive me this time." After saying that, she stared at Li Fuxing pitifully, and at the same time reached out and grabbed Li Fuxing's arm and shook it. Okay, don't pull this on me." Li Fuxing quickly waved his hand. Li Dali then smiled and said, "All right, thank you, Uncle 21. After saying that, he hugged the 2 bottles of Finjio to his chest, as if only then could he feel at ease. Not long after Li Fuxing and Li Dawei entered the house, Jiang Tao arrived, carrying 2 bottles of wine. These were the 2 best bottles of wine in his house, and he wouldn't have taken them out if the dinner party wasn't so important. As soon as Li Dali saw Jiang Tao arrive, he quickly went up to him and said, "Master, you've arrived. Everyone else is here, and we're just waiting for you to start. Okay, let's go in. You take these 2 bottles of wine, and we'll open them and let them drink them later," Jiang Tao said, handing over the wine in his hand. But when he looked down, he saw the 2 bottles of liquor in Li Dali's hand, which looked like Finjio, and asked, "Dali, is this Finjio?" "Yes, master. These 2 bottles of Finjio were just brought by Uncle 21, Li Dali said honestly. Then I saw Jiang Tao's expression become a little subtle, as if he was embarrassed because the wine he brought was not as good as the wine brought by Li Fuxing. He quickly said, "Master, I'll take these 2 bottles of wine back with me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao was furious. He gave Li Dali 2 sharp raps on the head and said, "Here, take this back and drink it. Your master has never been willing to drink it." Feeling unsatisfied after saying that, 2 more came. "Oh dear. Master, I know I was wrong. Please take the wine back with you. Or you can take Uncle 21's 2 bottles back with you too," Li Dali hurriedly said. "Section chiefly brought this to give you face, so why don't you stay and drink it? I'll take my 2 bottles back with me later," Jiang Tao said. He wouldn't do such a thing, and besides, doing so would likely make Li Fuxing dislike him. It would be too much of a loss to ruin his relationship with Li Fuxing over 2 bottles of wine. The drivers and Li Dawei kept glancing towards the door, waiting anxiously for Jiang Tao. The room was filled with the aroma of mutton, but they couldn't eat it yet, which was really torturous. Li Fuxing and Qing Yuan would come to Donglishan to eat every now and then. They thought it was very good the first few times, but after eating there many times, they felt that it was just so-so and not so amazing anymore. Soon, Jiang Tao pushed open the door and walked in, with Li Dali following behind him. Upon seeing the main figures arrive, everyone greeted them with smiles. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Dali quickly said, "Let's all get started." The drivers and Li Dawei couldn't wait to put the mutton into the pot. Li Fuxing said, "Everyone, don't rush. The mutton is sliced so thinly that it only needs to be blanched in the pot for about 10 seconds. If it's cooked for too long, the texture won't be good." After listening to Li Fuxing's words, they each picked up a piece and put it in the pot. After blanching it for a dozen seconds, they took it out and found that the taste and texture were indeed very good. Then everyone started eating and drinking. Jiang Tao had long wanted to try Finjio, but he could never buy it. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to drink a few more cups. Lamb is meant to be eaten in large bites. Even though this isn't my first time eating at Donglishan, I've always been reluctant to order too much meat, unlike this time. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and at least a quarter of the 2 bottles of Finjio liquor ended up in Jiang Tao's stomach. Seeing that his master liked Finjio so much, Li Dali thought of a way to buy 2 bottles and give them to him during the Chinese New Year. Time passed, and before we knew it, it was the last day of work before the Lunar New Year. As is customary, the factory would not schedule any production tasks on this day, so that the workers could have time to do a thorough cleaning. After cleaning up, you can collect your New Year's bonus. The steel mill employees were overjoyed. Not only would they get 2 days off, but they would also receive half a pound of meat and half a pound of peanuts and melon seeds, which were factory benefits that didn't require any money or coupons. Therefore, the workers all wanted to clean up quickly so they could collect their loot. Have you heard? The reason we're getting so many benefits this year is because Li Fuxing has invented so many things, and the factory is doing so well. That's why the higher-ups approved so many things, a worker said while working. Yes, we received half a pound of meat, and with the meat coupons we had saved up, our family can finally afford a meal of meat dumplings. Last year, the little bit of meat we received wasn't even enough for a meal of dumplings. My mother didn't eat any of them. She gave them all to my children. The worker next to him replied. By the way, I also heard that the benefits are the same for everyone in the factory this year. I never thought we would have a day when we can be treated equally with senior workers. Another worker sweeping the floor chimed in. In previous years, the benefits given to senior workers were much greater than those given to junior workers, both in terms of quality and quantity. Even if the junior workers have complaints, there's nothing they can do. After all, these senior workers have higher ranks. The factory relies entirely on them to produce precision parts. Without them, the factory's profits would definitely drop significantly. It was lunchtime soon, and the food in the cafeteria was pretty good today. They added a meat dish, and even though there wasn't much meat, it was still much better than usual. Many people are planning to take the food home. In ordinary working-class families, meat is only eaten a few times a year, so whenever they have something good, they will bring it back to share with their families. Chapter 287. Queuing for welfare. Even going home takes a longer stroll. After lunch, each workshop holds its year-end summary meeting. Let's summarize this year's gains and losses, look ahead to next year's plans, correct the shortcomings, and maintain the strengths. But at this point, the workers couldn't listen to any of that. They just let it go in one ear and out the other. The workshop directors had expected this situation and were used to it, but they still had to finish the meeting because of their responsibilities. However, they won't talk for too long, because if it delays the workers from receiving their benefits, the workers will have complaints. Therefore, the workshop directors had agreed in advance that the meeting would not last until 2 o'clock at most. Even if the meeting was not finished by then, it would still end so that the workers could collect their benefits. The debriefing meeting ended quickly, and the workers immediately rushed out like a swarm of bees. At first, not many people started running, but the lagging workers, fearing that all the good meat would be picked over, couldn't hold back any longer and started running towards the logistics department. In the end, almost all the workers in the factory started running, and the scene was quite shocking. Such behavior is contagious, just like students going to the cafeteria for meals after school. Tens of thousands of people flooded into the logistics department like a tide, instantly filling it to capacity. Only a few experienced craftsmen remained, walking slowly behind. The factory had already informed these senior workers that supplies were very difficult to obtain, so everyone's benefits would be the same. However, the best meat had already been prepared in advance and would be distributed to the experienced workers first. Although it was a small gesture, it effectively quelled the resentment of the veteran workers. They all knew that there was indeed a shortage of supplies at the moment, and with the factory providing such a small favor, they couldn't say anything more. Soon, Master Zhao and the others arrived at the canteen, a place in the factory specifically for providing benefits to the veteran workers. All the meat in the canteen was brought back by Li Fuxing. It was all fatty pork belly with hardly any lean meat. Upon seeing these large, fatty pieces of meat, Master Zhao and the others couldn't take their eyes off them. They hadn't eaten such fatty meat in ages. These large pieces of fatty meat can be rendered into a lot of lard. When you use lard to stir-fry vegetables, the aroma will be so enticing it will make your mouth water. When Master Zhao and the others saw that all the pieces of meat were almost identical, they stopped fighting over them. They're all experienced craftsmen. They have to save face. They can't be like those older women who rush up and grab anything they see without a care in the world. The staff distributing the benefits were very polite to the veteran workers. Veteran workers, you've arrived. Let's line up and receive our benefits in order. Don't worry, there's definitely enough for everyone. The experienced workers immediately lined up to receive their benefits, and the workers distributing the benefits breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She was genuinely afraid that the experienced workers would rush up and snatch the benefits, and if that happened, she would be held responsible. If it weren't for Director Kai's instructions that this lucrative portion had to be given to the experienced workers, the logistics staff would have already divided it up. Meanwhile, the logistics department was in complete chaos, and security personnel had to come to maintain order because there were just too many people. Some people tried to cut in line amidst the chaos, but they were immediately pulled out by the security guards, who scolded them. "What are you doing? Get to the back of the line." "Why should I?" the man retorted confidently. But the security personnel didn't give him a chance. They called over 2 people, grabbed him, and were about to throw him to the back of the line. The security personnel were mostly veterans, and ordinary people couldn't resist them. The worker kept shouting, attracting the attention of those around him, but no one offered to help. Seeing this, the man knew that resisting was futile. In order to save face, he lowered his head and kept quiet, obediently being carried to the back by the security guards. With this example set before them, those who wanted to cut in line stopped having such thoughts and stood in line obediently, afraid that if they were discovered, they would be thrown to the back and end up taking what others had left over. Luckily, I didn't cut in line like that person, someone said, still feeling a sense of lingering fear. The worker who was just carried away was someone he got along with fairly well. He had originally asked him to cut in line with him, but he didn't dare agree. In order to distribute the benefits as soon as possible, the logistics department set up more than a dozen distribution points. But the total number of people was too large, and long queues formed at each distribution point. When it was Lu Jinxiang's turn, he immediately spotted a large piece of fatty meat. Just as he was about to ask for it, the staff casually tossed him a piece, and then threw over some weighed peanuts and melon seeds. Lu Jinxiang tried to persuade him. "Comrade, could I have that piece?" He pointed to the large piece of fatty meat as he spoke. But the staff ignored him completely and just pushed the prepared items in front of him. Lu Jinxiang originally wanted to argue, but when he saw the towering security personnel, he immediately gave up the idea. To avoid being forcibly taken away, he reluctantly took the items, signed his name on the form, and turned to leave. The other workers felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this. They originally thought they could choose for themselves, but unexpectedly they had to depend on the staff's mood. If they liked you, they would give you a fatty piece. If they didn't, they might give you a piece of lean meat. Some workers quickly glanced at the person distributing benefits in front of them. If it was someone they had offended, they hurriedly switched to another line. Otherwise, if they took home a piece of lean meat, their families would definitely complain. Li Dali and Li Dawei were also in line. They had arrived early and ran quickly, so it was their turn soon. The staff recognized that the two of them were related to Li Fuxing, so they quickly replaced the lean meat they were holding with a piece of fatty meat, along with peanuts and melon seeds, and handed it to them. This made the other workers extremely envious, all thinking how wonderful it would be if they had such connections and could get the best jobs. At this moment, many people saw the veteran chefs coming out of the canteen, each carrying a large piece of fatty meat, with almost no lean meat in sight. But there's not much to say, they deserve it. After receiving their benefits, the workers couldn't wait to go home and show their families the good things they had been given. The benefits provided by the factory leaders will definitely be better. To avoid complaints from the workers, the factory leaders distributed their welfare benefits at the steel rolling mill warehouse. After receiving their benefits, the workers strode confidently, and the security guards at the gate didn't check them anymore. They just stood there pretending to be at it. The workers received meat, peanuts, and other treats, so of course they were entitled to fill them up. They had heard that only the instant noodle factory's benefits were similar to their steel rolling mills, but still somewhat worse. The other factories didn't even offer meat. Many people who could normally get home in 10 minutes ended up wandering the streets for 30 or 40 minutes. Chapter 288. The fatty meat was too greasy, so Li Dawei was invited to stay for dinner. Even worse, some people pass by their homes several times, but don't go back. This left Li Fuxing speechless, reminding him of those who caught big fish in later generations. At this time, the workers from the surrounding factories were also leaving get off work one after another. They saw that the steel mill workers were carrying meat in their hands. Even if it wasn't much, compared to what their factory gave them, it was too meager. Li Wenbin and Li Fuxing walked together to the warehouse, where welfare benefits were distributed to the leaders. Upon entering the warehouse, I saw that everything was packed up, and the contents were all the same. 3 pounds of meat, 2 pounds of oranges, and a coconut. Li Wenbin was overjoyed after receiving the benefits. This year was a prosperous one for him, as he hadn't eaten oranges in a long time. The most precious of all is the coconut. These days, even with money and ration coupons, it's difficult to buy fruit. The transportation conditions are indeed too backward, which makes many fruits quite common in the south, but extremely precious in the north. Li Fuxing didn't care, but he was a little surprised. He had originally sold these things to the steel mill, but unexpectedly, some more were sent to him. After receiving their items, Li Wenbin and Li Fuxing prepared to go back, as it wouldn't be good if the factory workers saw them staying there. Li Fuxing didn't put the items he received into his Pinduoduo backpack. Instead, he carried them directly in his hand. These were factory benefits, and there was no need to hide them. Even if they are different from other workers, no one would bother to report them. The neighbors in the courtyard all looked on with envy when they saw what Li Fuxing was holding. Everyone is busy preparing things. After all, the Chinese New Year is just around the corner. Li Fuxing exchanged a few pleasantries with his neighbors, then pushed open the door and went back inside. As soon as he entered, he felt a chill in the air, so he quickly lit the stove, shoveled some coal in from the doorway, and stoked the fire. Before long, the house gradually warmed up. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Fuxing recognized Li Dali and said, "Come in." Li Dali and Li Dawei pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing their expressions, Li Fuxing guessed that nothing good was going on between them. "Uncle 21, why are you back so quickly?" Li Dali asked. Li Dawei chimed in. "Yeah, Uncle 21, what kind of benefits did you receive?" He works in the purchasing department and had heard some rumors that the leaders have better benefits, but he didn't know exactly how much better. 3 caddies of meat, 2 caddies of oranges, and a coconut, Li Fuxing said casually. Li Dali and Li Dawei were both stunned when they heard this. Meat is fine. After all, he's a leader, so it's not a problem to give him more. But oranges and coconuts are such rare treats. Li Fuxing knew the two had something to say. Otherwise he wouldn't have come all this way. He asked, "All right, just say what you need to say. No need to beat around the bush." "Hee, I knew I couldn't hide it from Uncle 21. Li Dawei smiled, and then said to Li Dali, "Dali, I told you I couldn't hide it from Uncle 21. Uncle 21 knows exactly what you're thinking." He then told Li Fuxing that Dali wanted to buy 2 bottles of Fingio to give to Jiang Tao, but he didn't have any liquor coupons, so he had to come to his door for help. Li Dali blinked and asked, "Uncle 21, what do you think?" Li Fuxing thought for a moment and felt that since Li Dali had just become his apprentice, he should indeed show his appreciation, but he couldn't just give it to him for free. He said, "All right, since you have the heart to show respect to your master, this bottle of Wuliangye is yours for 2 yuan. Wuliangye is a fine liquor nowadays, but its price is not as high as it would be in later years. Giving Wuliangye liquor as a gift is quite prestigious. There's no need for more expensive wine. Li Dali's salary isn't high right now, so there's no need to force himself to save face. Li Fuxing has a lot of good wine in his possession, just waiting for it to appreciate in value decades later." Li Dali thanked him profusely, accepted the wine, and gave the money to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing glanced at the large piece of fatty meat on the table and felt a little worried. He couldn't get used to such fatty meat. It was too greasy. However, Li Dali and Li Dawei would definitely like it. So he said, "All right, you two can have dinner here tonight." Li Dali originally wanted to agree, but then he thought again that he still had to send gifts to his master. So he said, "Uncle 21, I won't eat here. I still have to send wine to my master. I'm going back to the village for the Chinese New Year tomorrow." It's true that he works in the city, but his home is still in Lijiazwang, and he definitely has to go back for the Spring Festival. Besides, now that I'm a worker, I'll definitely go back home to show off during the New Year. Hearing this, Li Fuxing didn't insist on keeping him any longer and nodded, saying, "Okay, be careful on the road." After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Dawei. Li Dawei quickly agreed. "Uncle 21, I'm sure I'll be fine. Every time I eat at Uncle 21's place, I can eat a lot of meat, and sometimes I can even eat meat until I'm full. I can't miss such a good opportunity." But he couldn't just eat for free. It wasn't too late yet, so he had to help out. He then asked, "Uncle 21, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "Stew these 3 caddies of pork with some sea cucumbers together," Li Fuxing said after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Li Dali couldn't help but swallow hard. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be unable to move when he smelled the aroma. He quickly said goodbye, took the Wuliangye liquor, and left. "Are you going to stew all 3 pounds of meat?" Li Dawei asked. Li Fuxing nodded. "Let's call a few more people later, then we should be able to finish eating." Li Dawei thought to himself, If someone who doesn't know Uncle 21's personality heard this, they would definitely say that Uncle 21 doesn't know how to manage a household. He didn't say anything more and took the meat and sea cucumber to the yard to wash them. Li Fuxing disliked the dishes Li Dawei made because he was reluctant to put anything in them. Once, when he went to Li Dawei's house for dinner, there wasn't even a drop of oil in the dishes, and the taste was really not flattering. After Li Fuxing heated the wok, he first poured in the fatty meat to render the lard. The lard was almost gone, so he took the opportunity to replenish it. Soon, the 3 pounds of fatty meat began to sizzle and release oil. The aroma of lard wafted out, making Li Dawei swallow hard. The entire courtyard was filled with the aroma of meat tonight, but it still couldn't compare to the smell emanating from Li Fuxing's house. The factory gave out a lot of benefits today, and everyone was willing to treat themselves to something nice. After all, they've worked hard all year, so it's understandable that they want to eat well. Seeing that the lard was ready, Li Fuxing scooped out the excess and stored it away to eat slowly later. Next, add spices and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add the meat and sea cucumber and simmer over low heat. Seeing Li Dawei practically glaring into the pot, Li Fuxing laughed and said, "If you're hungry, have some snacks and oranges to tide you over. The vegetables still need to simmer for a while." Hearing Li Fuxing say this, Li Dawei stopped being polite and immediately picked up an orange, peeled it, and started eating. It tastes both sour and sweet, quite delicious. Such good food. Li Dawei can only get this kind of food from Li Fuxing. After eating one, Li Dawei stopped. Chapter 289, The Factory Leader's Invitation and Giving a Gift to My Father-in-Law at the End of the Year. Fruit is very expensive right now, so even if Li Dawei really wants to eat some, one is enough. Thinking of his younger sister, he couldn't help but shamelessly ask, "Uncle 21, can I bring one for Xiao Ran to eat? Take them all later, so they can have some too." "Okay, thank you, Uncle 21. Li Dawei quickly thanked him. After more than half an hour, Li Fuxing saw that the dishes were almost ready, so he added cabbage and mung bean sheets. Now he had both vegetables and rice, so he didn't need to cook rice separately. The stew was ready in no time, and the aroma filled the air the moment the lid was lifted. Not to mention Li Dawei, even the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but salivate at the aroma. They knew that such a wonderful smell was definitely coming from Li Fuxing's house. Only Li Fuxing in the courtyard can eat this well. After the sea cucumber stew was served, Li Dawei was so tempted that he could hardly resist eating it. The fatty meat, stewed for so long, is practically melt in your mouth, tender and incredibly fragrant. Li Fuxing asked Li Dawei to invite Qing Kai, Qing Yuan, and the 3 old men in the courtyard to come and eat together. The 3 gentlemen were all concerned about their image, so none of them came empty-handed. Some brought wine, and others brought food. Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng were more casual. They both knew who Li Fuxing was, and there was no need for any formalities. At the same time, Li Dali arrived at Jiang Tao's house and took out a bottle of Wulianya liquor and some snacks that he had prepared. When Jiang Tao saw the Wulianya liquor in Li Dali's hand, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Dali, you're here. Why did you bring this? You can't do this again." "Okay, master, I promise I'll listen to you from now on." Li Dali nodded with a smile. Jiang Tao's 2 children hid behind him, looking timidly at Li Dali. "This is Li Dali. You can just call him Brother Dali from now on," Jiang Tao said. "Brother Dali," the 2 children said shyly. Li Dali quickly pulled out a few pieces of candy from his pocket and gave them to them. "Here you go." Although both children really wanted to eat it, they didn't dare to take it because their father hadn't agreed. They just looked up at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao said, "Take it. Thank you, Brother Dali." "Thank you, Brother Dali." After thanking him, the brother and sister took the candy from Li Dali's hand. Then they opened it and started eating. Jiang Tao said, "We'll be eating soon, so don't eat too much." "Yes, father." The brother and sister nodded in agreement. A short while later, Jiang Tao's wife came out carrying dishes. When Li Dali saw her, he quickly went over to help. "Hello, master's wife. I am Li Dali. You must be Dali. I've heard your master talk about you a lot these days, praising you as a good apprentice." Jiang Tao's wife said with a smile. Jiang Tao coughed a few times, sounding somewhat awkward. Li Dali helped bring out all the dishes. The dinner was quite impressive, only slightly less elaborate than the New Year's Eve dinner. Jiang Tao took out a bottle of erguotu from the cabinet. Even if it wasn't as good as Wulianya, it was still a very good liquor that ordinary people could buy. Li Dali, with his keen eye, opened the bottle and poured a glass for Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was secretly pleased, thinking that Li Dali was quite clever and that he hadn't misjudged him. As they began eating, Jiang Tao drank while occasionally telling Li Dali some driving tips, reminding him to study diligently and not to embarrass him. His first apprentice was Li Dali. If he didn't teach him well, he would be laughed at. Li Dali sat next to him, nodding repeatedly to show that he understood. Jiang Tao's wife didn't care when she saw this scene. Anyway, it was a holiday tomorrow, so it wouldn't matter if he drank too much. Because he had been drinking and hadn't eaten much food, Jiang Tao quickly became somewhat drunk. The next day, Li Fuxing got up early, opened Pinduoduo, and found that today's 1-cent flash sale offered 10 roast chickens and 10 caddies of mutton. After washing up and packing his things, Li Fuxing planned to go to Uncle Su's house. He figured he wouldn't be back in the city until after the New Year, so he decided to go and take a look. With the prepared gifts in hand, Li Fuxing was about to leave when there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Fuxing was puzzled. Who would come looking for him so early in the morning? When he opened the door, he found that the person who came in was Director Lin's secretary. His doubts grew even stronger. Could it be that Director Lin wanted to see him about something? Secretary Zhang, is it something important that you're calling me so early in the morning? Secretary Zhang said, it's like this, Section Chief Li. Director Lin said he wants to treat you to dinner tonight, in a private room in our factory canteen. Okay, besides Director Lin, which other leaders are going? Li Fuxing asked. He needs to know how many leaders will be there that night, in order to prepare appropriate gifts. Secretary Zhang said, there are 8 leaders in total, the factory secretary, the 2 deputy factory directors, the 4 directors, and Director Lin. Okay, I'll be there on time. Li Fuxing nodded. It seems we won't be able to have dinner at Uncle Su's house now. Secretary Zhang, this is just a small gift for the new year, Li Fuxing said, handing over a bag of oranges. Secretary Zhang initially wanted to decline, but seeing Li Fuxing's sincere expression, he accepted the gift and said, thank you very much, Section Chief Li. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Secretary Zhang turned and left. Even though the factory was on holiday, he was the factory director's secretary and still had a lot of things to handle, so he had to stay by Director Lin's side for the time being. After seeing Secretary Zhang off, Li Fuxing took the gifts and went to Su Mingda's house. Upon seeing that it was Li Fuxing, Su Mingda hurriedly greeted him warmly. Fuxing, what brings you here? Uncle Su, the factory is on holiday, and I have to go back to the village tomorrow. I happen to have some free time today, so I came to visit you and Aunt Su, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Su Mingda said, come inside quickly. Su Qian has been complaining about you not coming to visit her. Li Fuxing agreed and went into the house. As soon as Su Qian saw Li Fuxing, she immediately smiled and said, Fuxing, you have time to come over. Yes, I have to go back to the village tomorrow, so I took the opportunity to come and see you all today, Li Fuxing said. When Aunt Su saw that Li Fuxing had brought a lot of things again, she scolded him. Fuxing, you can't bring so much stuff anymore. We haven't even finished eating what you brought before, and you've brought so much more. It's too much of a waste. Okay, I'll listen to you, Aunt Su. Li Fuxing nodded with a smile. Upon hearing that Li Fuxing had arrived, Su Hui hurriedly ran out of the house, took the things from Li Fuxing's hands, and immediately opened them to look inside. There was mutton, pork, 2 bottles of Wulianya liquor, 2 packs of cigarettes, 4 caddies of oranges, and 5 coconuts. There are oranges. Ignoring the coldness, he immediately took one out, peeled it open, and ate it. It was 9 parts sweet and 1 part sour. He smiled and said, it's so delicious. You little brat, you're so rude. Aunt Su glared at Su Hui. Su Hui chuckled and quickly hid behind Li Fuxing. Aunt Su, let her eat it. There are no outsiders here, Li Fuxing said with a smile, trying to help Su Hui out of the predicament. Aunt Su rolled her eyes at Su Hui and walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 290. Taking the Su sisters shopping for clothes. As soon as Su Hui saw Aunt Su go to the kitchen, she immediately picked up the oranges and started eating them again. Brother Fuxing, do you still have any oranges? Su Hui asked. Li Fuxing smiled and said, "Yes, if you haven't had enough, I'll bring you some more in a few days." "Brother Fuxing, you can't spoil Su Hui like this. You need to save your money. You still need it later," Su Qian said. Su Hui laughed and said, "Sister, you're already thinking about Brother Fuxing before you're even married yet?" After saying that, he made a face at Su Qian. I didn't." Su Qian blushed and quickly protested. Clearly, when it comes to verbal skills alone, several Su Qians combined cannot match Su Hui alone. The group chatted and joked around until lunchtime. "The food is ready. Come and serve it." Upon hearing this, Su Qian and Su Hui hurriedly ran to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. There was no way around it. Aunt Su was the head of their household, and disobeying her would result in being scolded by her. Because she was entertaining Li Fuxing, Aunt Su prepared a very lavish meal, which was no less impressive than the New Year's Eve dinner. Seeing this sumptuous meal, Su Hui said happily, "Brother Fuxing, you must come more often, so my sister and I can enjoy such a sumptuous meal more often." Su Qian rolled her eyes at Su Hui. "I didn't say that. It's you who wants to eat it." Li Fuxing smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll definitely come more often in the future." Before long, the food was served, including 2 meat dishes, and Aunt Su had also specially stewed a duck. Su Hui smelled the aroma and couldn't help but swallow. She reached out to grab a duck leg, but someone beat her to it. Even faster than her was Su Qian. Su Hui was a little unhappy, but then she remembered that there were 2 duck legs, so she immediately cheered up and started looking for them again. She quickly found another duck leg, and just as she reached out with her chopsticks to pick it up, Aunt Su slapped her hand. "That's so rude. This duck leg is for your brother Fuxing." After saying that, he put the duck leg directly into Li Fuxing's bowl. Seeing that all the duck legs were gone, Su Hui immediately pouted. Li Fuxing smiled helplessly, put the duck leg into Su Hui's bowl, and said, "Little sister is still growing. She needs to eat more." Su Hui smiled as soon as she saw the duck leg back in her bowl, proving she's a true foodie. Afraid of being taken away by her mother again, she quickly lowered her head and took a bite. Aunt Su shook her head helplessly. The lunch went very well, except that Aunt Su kept putting food on Li Fuxing's plate, making him feel quite full. Su Hui couldn't help but wonder if Fuxing was her parents' real son, and that the 3 sisters were like adopted children. After dinner, Li Fuxing thought he would ask Su Qian to go out for a walk so they could have some time alone together. However, Su Hui ended up being a third wheel. No matter how Su Qian tried to get rid of her, she wouldn't leave. In the end, he had no choice but to let her come along. Su Hui wouldn't miss this good opportunity to go out with Li Fuxing. Even though her family wasn't poor, they weren't wealthy enough to afford snacks. Before long, the 3 arrived at a food street. The street was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. The workers were all on holiday for the new year and were out buying some goods. The largest department store in Beiping was on this street, and as long as you had ration coupons, you could buy almost anything you needed there. Looking at the crowded street in front of him, Li Fuxing instructed, "Stay close to me for a while, or it will be troublesome if you get lost." "I've got it." Su Qian and Su Hui nodded in agreement. The 3 of them squeezed their way in, finally managing to get into the department store. However, there were even more people inside than outside, which surprised them all. The 3 were swept along by the crowd and ended up at a counter selling women's clothing. Li Fuxing stopped in his tracks as soon as he saw that it was women's clothing. Su Qian asked in confusion, "Fuxing, why aren't we leaving? Let's pick some out here and see if there are any clothes that suit you," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Su Qian felt bad about Li Fuxing's money and said, "Fuxing, I have clothes. There's no need to waste this money. Buying ready-made clothes is quite expensive these days, and even if people want to wear new clothes, most people buy fabric and make them at home. It's all right, let's go inside and take a look." Li Fuxing pulled Su Qian and Su Hui inside. The 2 sisters had no choice but to go in with them. The women's clothing counter was quite crowded, but still less so than other places. Even though it's now advocated that women can hold up half the sky, those old ideas can't be changed overnight. Therefore, people feel that there's no need to buy expensive clothes for women. Women's minds are not completely open yet, and they still prioritize their husbands. Li Fuxing said, "You 2 pick one out. If you like any of them, I'll give them to you as New Year's gifts." "Oh, And remember to pick one out for Su Fong too. Even though she's not here, we can't forget her. Brother Fuxing, can I choose too? Su Hui blinked and looked at Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing nodded. Of course, go and choose one. I've saved up quite a bit of money, so there's nothing wrong with being generous to my future wife and sisters-in-law. Spending a little money to make them happy is definitely a worthwhile deal. Moreover, as long as Pinduoduo exists, I won't lack money. I just can't be too high profile. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's agreement, Su Hui immediately went to choose clothes with great joy. Fuxing can't spoil Su Hui like this. We can't spend too much money on her, Su Qian said. She was well aware of the difficulties of making money right now, and of course, she wanted to save it all in case of emergency. It's all right. Once we're married, you'll be in charge of the family finances, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Su Qian blushed instantly. Who said they wanted to marry you? Really? Since you don't want to marry me, then I'll just have to find someone else. Li Fuxing teased Su Qian. Su Qian quickly said, No, you can't go to someone else. You don't want to marry me, and you won't let me find someone else, so what am I supposed to do? Li Fuxing chuckled. If this were said in later generations, his words would be of no use, but in this era, they are very damaging. Su Qian's face turned as red as an apple, and she huffed. You're so annoying. I'm ignoring you. Then they quickly went to choose clothes. Li Fuxing didn't just wait around. He also helped Su Qian choose clothes. He walked forward and saw Su Qian standing in front of a piece of clothing, looking hesitant. Li Fuxing glanced at the price and figured that Su Qian was probably hesitating because the price was too high. This is a turtleneck sweater, which costs more than 50 yuan, not to mention you need cloth coupons. Su Qian hesitated for a while, then turned around to look at other clothes. Seeing Su Qian walk away, Li Fuxing quickly called the sales clerk over. Hearing Li Fuxing's greeting, the sales clerk walked over somewhat impatiently. Comrade, is there something you need? Hello, comrade. Could you please help me pack this sweater? Li Fuxing said. Chapter 291. I'd be satisfied if I could find someone even half as good as the one who revived the nation. Upon hearing that Li Fuxing wanted to buy the sweater, the sales clerk's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and she instantly became enthusiastic. Comrade, you have excellent taste. This is specially imported by our department store. Your wife will definitely be happy if you buy it for her. The person who can afford such expensive clothes is definitely not someone she can afford to offend. Their bad attitude is only directed at ordinary customers. If you encounter some really capable people, you might lose your sales job. Even if you can't just fire them, you can still be reassigned to a lower-paying job. Li Fuxing was led to the front desk by the sales clerk to pay for the clothes. The salesperson said, Comrade, that's 55 yuan and 10 feet of cloth coupons in total. Li Fuxing nodded and took out the money and cloth coupons from his pocket. Actually, he had taken them from his Pinduoduo backpack, and putting his hand in his pocket was just to cover it up. The sales clerk took the money and tickets, counted them, and seeing that there were no problems, wrapped up the clothes for Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing took the clothes and didn't continue shopping. He simply stood there and waited for Su Qian and Su Hui. It's undeniable that women's love of shopping is innate, regardless of the era. Once they start shopping, their stamina and energy seem inexhaustible, and they never seem to get tired. Li Fuxing waited at the counter for more than 30 minutes before Su Qian and Su Hui returned. Judging from the somewhat reluctant expression on Su Hui's face, one could guess that she hadn't had enough shopping and had been forcibly dragged back by Su Qian. The two sisters each held a piece of clothing in their hands, and they both knew what they were looking for, so they each chose one that wasn't particularly expensive. Li Fuxing said, Why don't you two choose a couple more items? Su Qian quickly replied, One piece is enough. She was afraid that if Su Hui heard this, she would go back to choose clothes. If she hadn't stopped her, Su Hui would have chosen 5 or 6 items, which would have cost more than 130 yuan in total, which was too expensive. Su Hui felt she hadn't had enough of shopping, but she also knew that she had indeed chosen a bit too much. Just then, a voice suddenly came. Su Qian, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Feng Nan, I didn't expect to run into you here, Su Qian said with a smile. This was her best friend at school. In modern terms, she was her best confidant. When Feng Nan saw Li Fuxing and Su Hui beside her, Her eyes widened immediately. She recognized Su Hui, and the young man beside her was probably Su Qian's boyfriend. She asked, "You must be Comrade Li Fuxing?" "Hello, I'm Li Fuxing." Li Fuxing smiled and nodded. "Su Qian, I didn't expect your boyfriend to be so handsome. Are you two going to buy clothes?" Feng Nin asked with a smile. Su Qian nodded. "Yes, are you buying clothes too?" "I'm just browsing. The clothes here are too expensive. I can't afford them," Feng Nin said frankly. Her family's financial situation was not as good as Su Qian's, but she did not feel inferior to others because of this. The reason she studied so hard was to improve her family's conditions. In this day and age, college students are still in high demand. Not only are they assigned jobs after graduation, but most of them are assigned to cadre positions. Su Hui noticed the bag in Li Fuxing's hand and asked, "Brother Fuxing, what are you carrying?" The packaging looked expensive, which piqued her curiosity. Li Fuxing said, "These are clothes for your sister. Can I take a look?" Su Hui asked excitedly, very curious about what kind of clothes Li Fuxing would give her sister. Li Fuxing nodded. "Of course, no problem." Su Hui hurriedly opened the package and found a turtleneck sweater inside. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Her voice drew the attention of Su Qian and Feng Nan, who were both shocked when they saw the turtleneck sweater. Su Qian was stunned. This was the sweater she had just taken a liking to but hadn't been able to bring herself to buy. She quickly said, "Brother Fuxing, this sweater is too expensive. Let's go return it." Even though she really liked the dress, the price was really high, and people in this era valued thrift and frugality. "Once you buy it, you can't return it," Li Fuxing said. The sales clerk chimed in, "Yes, ma'am, once you've paid, you can't get a refund." Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt a pang of heartache. 55 yuan was equivalent to more than a month's salary for Li Fuxing. "Sis, we can't back out now. Why don't you give it a try?" Su Hui quickly added one last piece of support. When Feng Nin saw the clothes, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. If only she could have a partner like that, or even half of Li Fuxing, that would be great. She had heard of Li Fuxing's name many times. Su Qian had no choice but to take the clothes to the changing room and try them on. As soon as she put on the turtleneck sweater, she felt that her whole demeanor had improved significantly. "Su Qian, this dress suits you very well," Feng Nin said. Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's very suitable." Su Qian was very happy to hear Li Fuxing's praise, but when she thought about the price of the clothes, she felt a pang of heartache. Afterwards, Li Fuxing bought all the clothes that Su Qian and Su Hui had chosen. Originally, Su Qian didn't want Li Fuxing to spend any more money, but she couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she had to agree. After buying the clothes, Li Fuxing originally wanted to wander around the department store, but Su Qian was afraid that Li Fuxing would spend more money, so she suggested that they go out shopping. Feng Nin originally didn't want to go together, but Su Qian felt that there was no difference between 1 or 2 light bulbs, so she dragged Feng Nin along. When Su Hui reached the roadside, she saw a vendor selling candied hawthorns and said, "Brother Fuxing, may I have a candied hawthorn?" "No problem, I'll buy it for you." Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. Then he walked quickly to buy candied hawthorns. Seeing Li Fuxing walk away, Feng Nin couldn't help but say, "Su Qian, your boyfriend is so nice. He bought you this expensive dress right away." "Yes, but I think it's a bit wasteful," Su Qian nodded and said. Feng Nin said enviously, "I hope I can find a partner like that in the future." Definitely. Su Qian felt in her heart that no one could compare to Li Fuxing, but she couldn't say it out loud. Before long, Li Fuxing returned with 4 strings of candied hawthorns. The group continued shopping for nearly 2 hours. When Li Fuxing saw that it was almost time, he said, "I have to have dinner with the factory leaders later, so let's stop here for today." "Okay, your work is more important." Su Qian nodded obediently. It's right for a man to prioritize his career. She wouldn't even look at someone who lacks ambition. Li Fuxing then took the 3 of them back. Originally, Aunt Su wanted Li Fuxing to stay for dinner, but when she heard that he was going to have dinner with the factory leaders, she didn't insist. Ordinary people don't have the opportunity to dine with factory leaders, so they certainly can't interfere. Chapter 292. It's all about social etiquette and relationships. Afterwards, Li Fuxing rode his bicycle to the steel rolling mill. After seeing Li Fuxing off, Aunt Su said to Su Qian, "Girl, Fuxing is becoming more and more outstanding. You have to keep a close eye on him. Once a man becomes outstanding, many women will have their eyes on him. This wasn't meant to scare Su Qian. Li Fuxing was so young to be a section chief and had so many inventions. He would definitely continue to rise in rank. Mother, of course I know. I'm trying my best to catch up, but I feel like the gap between us and Fuxing is getting bigger and bigger. Su Qian sighed. Even though she wasn't among the most outstanding students in the school, she was still considered one of the best, but the gap between her and Li Fuxing was widening. We often hear that Li Fuxing invented something that helped the country earn a lot of foreign exchange. Instant noodles and rice cookers alone have been generating substantial foreign exchange earnings for the country. With such an outstanding partner, Su Qian felt a lot of pressure. Li Fuxing rode his bicycle for more than 10 minutes to the steel rolling mill. He had packed the gifts for the leaders in bags in advance, knowing that if he took them out after entering the factory, there was a risk of them being discovered. Upon arriving at the factory gate, I saw that the security personnel were still on duty. There was nothing I could do about it. There were many valuables inside the factory, and it would be bad if thieves stole them without anyone watching. Brother Qian, are you on duty today? Li Fuxing greeted Qian Duofu with a smile. Qian Duofu asked in confusion. Section Chief Li, why are you here today, even though it's a holiday? On second thought, it's probably time to have dinner with the factory director and other leaders. Li Fuxing was very generous. He took out a pack of cigarettes and gave it to Qian Duofu before riding his bicycle into the factory. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he saw Secretary Zhang already waiting at the door. Section Chief Li, why are you carrying so much stuff? Secretary Zhang asked curiously, noticing the large bag on the back of Li Fuxing's bicycle. Li Fuxing feigned mystery. Secretary Zhang, these are all top-quality goods. I got off the car and unloaded the bags from the back seat, but it was a bit difficult because there were so many things. Seeing this, Secretary Zhang quickly stepped forward to help. Feeling its weight, Secretary Zhang asked, Section Chief Li, what exactly is in here? Why is it so heavy? These are all gifts for Director Lin and the others, Li Fuxing said with a smile. Secretary Zhang became increasingly curious, as Director Lin and his team were certainly not lacking in anything. After moving the items into the private room, Li Fuxing took advantage of a moment when no one was around to take some things out of the bag and give them to Secretary Zhang. Li Fuxing certainly understood the importance of secretaries, as they often represented the leader. Secretary Zhang originally wanted to decline, as he didn't want to owe anyone a favor, which would be very troublesome to repay later. However, after seeing what Li Fuxing handed over, he immediately gave up the idea of declining. Li Fuxing gave him a piece of cured meat weighing 5 or 6 pounds, a bag of oranges, a few coconuts, and some fresh vegetables. These things are priceless outside, and he simply couldn't resist them. Li Fuxing was giving him far too much. Secretary Zhang accepted the gifts and would report the matter to Director Lin later. Reporting proactively is completely different from the leader hearing about it. As the director's closest confidant, he couldn't let that happen. Leaders consider their secretaries to be their confidants. If a secretary is found to have concealed something from their leader, the leader will lose trust in the secretary, and the secretary's job will be over. Secretary Zhang packed his things and went to the kitchen. He arrived so early because he wanted to keep an eye on the cooking process. Master Bao, how's the food coming along? Chef Bao said, everything is ready. The leaders have all arrived. I'll just stir-fry it, and it'll be ready to serve. The canteen staff were all on holiday, but for this dinner, Chef Bao specially brought one of his apprentices to help out, and also called a waiter to serve the dishes. That's fine. Secretary Zhang was finally relieved. Seeing that there were still more than 10 minutes left before the appointed time, he immediately went to the cafeteria entrance to wait for the leaders to arrive. Time flies. Director Kai and others arrived first, followed shortly by Factory Director Lin and others. They entered the private room and saw Li Fuxing, who had been waiting for a long time. When Li Fuxing saw that the leaders had arrived, he quickly got up to greet them. Factory Director Lin and the others sat down one by one. Director Kai noticed the items placed to the side and asked, where did these things come from? Li Fuxing said, distinguished leaders, these are gifts I brought specifically for you. As he spoke, he opened the bag and took the items out one by one. The items had already been divided in advance, and each portion was identical. Director Lin and the others readily accepted the gifts, pleased to have built a good relationship with Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to the factory's excellent performance this year. Factory Director Lin carefully examined the gifts Li Fuxing had given him and noticed that there were quite a few out-of-season vegetables among them. She looks quite fresh and lovely. The leaders were all delighted to receive the gifts. Li Fuxing was also very perceptive. He immediately opened the Wulianya liquor he had brought and poured a glass for each of the leaders. "Fuxing, this wine is truly excellent." Director Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Factory Director Lin nodded in agreement. "Wulianya is indeed very good." He then raised his glass and said, "Let's toast Fuxing with our first drink, wishing them to invent more things next year and help our factory improve its efficiency." Director Lin took the lead, and the other leaders quickly raised their glasses as well. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, leaders. I will definitely work harder and live up to your expectations." Li Fuxing stood up and replied. At this time, everyone was chatting, discussing things at the factory or their experiences in other places. It wasn't until after a few drinks that they realized they needed to eat. The standard of this dinner was quite high, with a total of 8 dishes, 4 of which were meat dishes. However, being a leader, he was never short of food, so he ate very politely and never ate incessantly. The meal lasted for nearly 2 hours before it finally ended. After seeing off the other factory leaders, Director Lin called out to Li Fuxing and said, "Fuxing, don't rush off. I have something to tell you." Li Fuxing had some doubts, but he still stood obediently to the side and waited. Director Lin said, "Fuxing, where did you get all these fresh vegetables? Could you get some more? I'm planning to send some to an old leader. He'll definitely like these." What he has, the leader certainly won't lack either. So if you want the leader to remember the gift you give, you have to be original. "We can still get some, but not many," Li Fuxing said after thinking for a moment. "This happens to all kinds of green vegetables, no matter how many there are. Of course, you can't say it out loud. Otherwise, how can you show how precious these green vegetables are?" Chapter 293, Calculating Work Points at the End of the Year in Lijiazwang. Greenhouse vegetables are now available, but due to high costs, they have not been widely adopted, making fresh vegetables in winter very rare. If the leaders asked for it, the subordinates would definitely send it up regardless of the cost. But the leaders have all experienced hardship, so of course they wouldn't ask for it. Besides, they are already doing very well now that they have enough to eat and wear. Factory Director Lin asked, "Fuxing, can we get it tomorrow?" With the Lunar New Year just around the corner, he was eager to get the items ready so he could deliver them to his superiors before the holiday. "Director Lin, I have to go back to the village tomorrow. Why don't you come with me now to get it?" Li Fuxing asked. He didn't want to waste another day. He didn't have much vacation time to begin with, and if it weren't for the dinner party tonight, he probably would have gone back to the village after dinner. Factory Director Lin nodded in agreement. "Okay, no problem." Li Fuxing rode his bicycle ahead to lead the way, while Director Lin followed in his car. Fortunately, the courtyard house where Li Fuxing lived was not far from the steel rolling mill, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Hearing the car, everyone in the yard was immediately alerted, but when they saw that it was with Li Fuxing, they were relieved and shrank back inside. It was too cold, and it was warmer to stay in bed. Li Fuxing went straight back to his room, and soon came out with a bag containing a total of 10 pounds of vegetables. He handed it to Director Lin, who said that it was only for the old leaders, and he hadn't taken any more. When Director Lin took a look, the vegetables inside were indeed fresh, just like they had been picked. Then he slipped some money and tickets to Li Fuxing. He couldn't just take Li Fuxing's things for free. Compared to money and tickets, favors were much harder to repay. Li Fuxing didn't refuse and put it away directly. If he hadn't, Director Lin would probably have thought too much and felt that he had other ideas. As expected, Director Lin smiled when he saw Li Fuxing accept the money and tickets. The next morning, Li Fuxing opened Pinduoduo and found that the 1-cent flash sale section had been updated with 10 roast geese and 10 large Ganoderma lucidum mushrooms. Without any hesitation, he bought them and then started packing his things. At the same time, he didn't forget to install the TV. He had originally planned to send it back to his grandparents, and besides, there weren't many TV programs to watch right now, and most of the programs that were being broadcast were things that older people liked. After he finished preparing, he rode his bicycle to Lijiazwang. Of course, Li Fuxing had bought gloves on Pinduoduo long ago. Otherwise, in such cold weather, he wouldn't be able to ride a bicycle without getting his hands frostbite. Medical conditions at present are far inferior to those of later generations. Many minor illnesses that would be insignificant in later generations would be completely incurable here, and might even pose a life-threatening risk. It should have only taken a little over an hour to get back to Lijiazwang, but the cold wind was howling and the thick clothes made it difficult to move around, so it took longer. When we arrived in the village, we happened to arrive during a village meeting. These village meetings are usually held in the evening, but since it was cold and the daytime was a bit warmer with the sun, they were moved to the daytime. Moreover, it is the dead of winter now. Even without snow, the river is frozen, and there is nothing to do in the fields. Apart from taking care of the chickens on the mountain, there is nothing else to do in Lijiazwang. The old party secretary sat opposite the villagers, summarizing what their village had accomplished this year. This was the happiest time of the year for the villagers, simply because they would calculate their annual labor points at this time. Based on past experience, a family can earn about 2,700 to 2,800 yuan a year from start to finish, which translates to about 200 yuan. It sounds like a lot, but after deducting the cost of meals and some collective expenses in the village, you only get about 50 or 60 yuan. This is why many rural people want to work in the city. The income of one worker can equal the income of an entire rural family. The old party secretary said loudly, "With the help of Fuxing, our village has achieved very good results this year. We have considerable income from selling vegetables and hunting. We can all have a prosperous year." The villagers were very happy to hear what the old party secretary said. "I estimate that the money I'll receive this year will be quite a lot," Li Jian said with a smile. Even the coldest weather couldn't compare to their enthusiasm for sharing the money. Li Lei chimed in. "Yeah, I just want to know exactly how much we'll get. I reckon we won't get too much. It's true we made money this year, but the village's expenses are high. We spent a lot just on grain," Li Dejuan said. Ignoring the murmurs below the stage, the old party secretary continued. "This year, our village's total income was 10,030 yuan. As soon as the old party secretary finished speaking, the villagers below the stage immediately erupted in excitement, never expecting that the village had made so much money this year. "If I had all that money, I'd be a millionaire," Li Jian fantasized. Li Jigua scoffed. "Are you still half asleep? Why don't you go back and go to sleep? You might not only become a 10,000 yuan household, but even a 100,000 yuan household." "Of course, he's already dreaming before it's even dark," someone nearby remarked. However, another villager got excited. "Our village has about 100 households. If we earn more than 10,000 yuan, then each household can get 100 yuan. There won't be that much. We spent a lot of money buying grain, generators, and other things. Fuxing bought many things for the village. Do you think we don't have to pay them back?" Li Dejuan said. After hearing Li Dejuan's words, everyone realized that it was indeed true. The old party secretary cleared his throat and continued. "Our village earns quite a bit of money, but we have to set aside some as working capital for the village, and we also have to pay back some to Fuxing. Only the remainder will be distributed as this year's dividends to everyone." Upon hearing this, the villagers' initial excitement immediately cooled down. If they calculated it this way, they estimated that they would receive less than last year. After deducting this large portion, there wouldn't be much left. This year, each household will receive exactly 60 yuan. The old party secretary announced the final amount directly. This was a plan he had thought about for a long time before deciding on. He left 2,000 yuan in working capital for the village to deal with any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. That way, we won't have to charge the villagers. Some villagers only take money and never give it back. Trying to squeeze any money out of their phones is practically impossible. The villagers were overjoyed to hear that they would receive 60 yuan. They had thought that receiving 20 or 30 yuan, like last year, would be quite good, but they never expected it to double. The old party secretary felt very gratified to see the smiles on the villagers' faces. "We've worked hard all year. Isn't this the moment we've all been waiting for?" The old party secretary continued to drop bombshell news. There's still a lot of wild boar meat left over from the previous hunt, and each family can get 2 pounds of wild boar meat. The villagers were even happier to hear this. Chapter 294. Grandpa and Grandma were so engrossed in watching that they forgot to eat. They never expected that they would not only receive 60 yuan, but also 1 kilogram of wild boar meat. In previous years, they would never have dared to even dream of such a thing. With these 2 pounds of meat, we can finally afford to eat dumplings this year, a villager exclaimed. A villager next to him chimed in. Yes, it's been a long time since we've had dumplings. The old party secretary on the stage said again. All right, those whose names are called later, come up on stage to collect your money and meat. Li Dijuan. When Li Dijuan heard his name called, he quickly ran over to collect it. He first took the 60 yuan, and then went to the side to get 1 kilogram of wild boar meat. The villagers went up on stage in an orderly fashion to receive their money and meat. Because they had all prepared in advance, the process was very quick. In just about 20 minutes, the villagers had received all the money and meat that were rightfully theirs. It's so cold today, I won't say any more, everyone go home. The old party secretary waved his hand. The villagers happily took their money and meat and prepared to go home. Li Dali came here today specifically to listen, wanting to know what the village would actually distribute. At first, he thought it couldn't compare to the steel rolling mill, but the more he listened, the more unbelievable it seemed. The things distributed by the village were even better than those from the steel mill. He felt incredibly embarrassed. He had been quite arrogant when he returned yesterday, and today he figured he would be laughed at. After Li Dali returned to the village yesterday, he made quite a splash. The steel mill gave him half a pound of meat and half a pound of peanuts and melon seeds. This made everyone in the village extremely envious, and their desire to work in the factory grew stronger. But today the situation has taken a dramatic turn. As soon as Li Dali saw Li Fuxing return, he quickly ran over. Uncle 21 is back. Did you bring the TV back too? Can I watch TV at your place later? I saw the TV when I visited Li Fuxing's house before, but I never had time to watch it. Now that I have time during the Chinese New Year, I can finally watch it properly. If you can secure a spot, of course, Li Fuxing shrugged. He didn't even need to think about it. Once the TV was installed at home, a lot of people in the village would definitely come to watch it. Their house was only so big, and there wouldn't be enough room for everyone. After exchanging a few words, Li Fuxing went home. Old Master Li had been waiting at the gate for a long time. When he saw Li Fuxing return, he quickly went over and said, "You're finally back, Fuxing." These past few days, whenever he had time, Old Master Li would wait at the door for a while to see if Li Fuxing would return. Today he finally got to see him. "Grandpa, it's so cold. Hurry back inside," Li Fuxing said as he noticed his grandfather wasn't dressed warmly enough. Grandpa Li smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. Grandpa is in good health." Then he took some of the things that Li Fuxing had brought and carried them into the house. After moving the TV into the house, I plugged it in and started setting it up. Old Master Li asked somewhat anxiously, "When will Fuxing be finished?" Televisions were such rare things. They had never seen one before, only heard of them occasionally. Old Master Li never imagined that his family could have a television. Li Fuxing slowly adjusted the settings, and the picture appeared on the TV screen. Grandpa Li immediately exclaimed excitedly, "It's out of the picture." When Grandma Li Fuxing heard Grandpa Li's voice, she came out of the house. As soon as she saw the scene on the TV, she couldn't move her feet. Seeing this scene, Li Fuxing immediately felt that bringing back the television was the right decision. Although there weren't as many programs on television as there would be in later years, his grandparents still loved it. Soon, news of Li Fuxing bringing back a television spread throughout Lijiazwang. Upon hearing this, the villagers all flocked to Li Fuxing's house to see what was going on. Li Dali was the first to react and rushed to Li Fuxing's house early on. He didn't come empty-handed. He brought the half-pound of meat that the steel mill had given him. Li Fuxing had helped him a lot, so it wouldn't be right not to show his appreciation. Besides, the village had given out 1 kilogram of meat, which was enough for the family to eat. So Li Dali's parents told him to take the meat with him. This half-pound of meat was considered quite valuable. Most of the other villagers went empty-handed, while only a few brought some peanuts or other snacks. Li Dali carried the meat into the house and said, "Uncle 21, I've come to watch TV." He then handed the meat to Li Fuxing. Just come and see. No need to bring anything. You don't need to bring anything in the future. Li Fuxing said, taking the meat and putting it in the kitchen. There would definitely be a lot of people later, so it wouldn't be appropriate to leave it outside. After Li Dali arrived, the villagers also came one after another, quickly filling Li Fuxing's house to the brim. Li Fuxing felt that the people behind him couldn't see anything, but then he thought they probably didn't care and were just joining in the fun, so he didn't say anything more. Those who arrived late couldn't even find a place to stand inside, so they had to squeeze in by the windows outside, standing on tiptoe to look inside. It took more than 20 minutes for the villagers of Lijiazwang to completely surround Li Fuxing's house. Li Fuxing had no choice but to turn the TV volume up to the maximum so that those who couldn't see the picture could hear some sound. Soon, the people's beloved leader appeared on television, being interviewed. The villagers were all excited when they saw it. If it weren't so crowded, they would have jumped up and cheered. Even though they hadn't seen it in person, seeing it on TV was still very exciting. Television is now a truly top-tier luxury item. It is estimated that more than 95% of people in China have never seen one, which shows how precious it is. Time flew by, and soon it was lunchtime, but the villagers were still reluctant to leave, not wanting to eat more. Old Master Li had no choice but to tell everyone to go back to eat and come back to visit after they finished eating. Li Fuxing was also somewhat amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected that he had underestimated the allure of television. Even though the weather was so cold, not a single person watching outside had left. It's astonishing how even the cold weather couldn't extinguish the passion for watching television. After the villagers left, Li Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Fuxing's grandmother was about to get up to cook, but Li Fuxing stopped her. "Grandma, you can stay in the house and watch TV. I'll go cook." Normally, Grandma Li Fuxing would never have let her grandson go into the kitchen, but the allure of television was too strong, and the novelty hadn't worn off yet, so she nodded in agreement. Li Fuxing took the ingredients to the kitchen and, after nearly an hour of hard work, finally managed to make a series of dishes using the simplest cooking methods. "I made 4 dishes in total, 2 of which were meat dishes." Li Fuxing called out, "Grandpa and Grandma, dinner's ready." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's voice, Mr. and Mrs. Li snapped out of their daze, then stared intently at the television while slowly walking toward the table. Seeing this scene, Li Fuxing thought it was very similar to how parents in later generations would call their children to eat, but the children would still be reluctant to leave and continue watching TV. "Grandpa and Grandma, let's finish our meal first before we watch it." Chapter 295. There's a kind of coldness called Grandma Thinks You're Cold. When Grandpa Li and Grandma Li heard what their grandson said, they immediately felt a little embarrassed, so they stopped watching TV and went to the table to sit down and eat. When Grandma Li Fuxing saw so many dishes, she said, "Fuxing, there are only 3 of us, and making 4 dishes is a bit wasteful. You old lady, hurry up and eat. Don't talk too much," Grandpa Li said quickly. "We're all just waiting to eat. We don't have much to say." Tasty. These days, there's no such thing as not being able to finish all the food. No matter how much food there is, we can still eat it all. Li Fuxing's grandparents have been eating much better in the past 6 months, so their appetites have decreased. If it were other villagers in the village, this amount of food wouldn't be enough for them. Hearing his grandparents praise him, Li Fuxing was also very happy and said, "If it's delicious, eat more." Lunch passed amidst the joyful laughter of the grandmother and grandson. The villagers arrived quickly, waiting outside the door long ago, afraid that if they arrived late, they wouldn't be able to get a seat inside, and would have to stand outside in the cold wind listening to the television. Seeing this, Li Fuxing felt it was a good thing. He was usually not in the village and there were hardly any people at home, so this way, many people would come to watch TV, which would indirectly keep his grandparents company. One of the reasons he brought the television back to the village was this. Soon it was evening, but the villagers' enthusiasm for television remained undiminished. Since it's currently the off-season for farming in the dead of winter, there's not much to do, so the old party secretary won't say much. Rural people don't have much of a nightlife. Apart from couples who are busy having children, most people go to bed as soon as it gets dark. Since Li Fuxing returned, the villagers' nightlife has become more vibrant. However, The old party secretary issued a rule that after the spring festival, everyone could watch TV for a maximum of 2 hours each night. It was busy farming season then, and we couldn't let watching TV interfere with the work we had to do the next day. Actually, the old party secretary doesn't need to worry about this. In this day and age, there are very few TV programs available, and he probably only has about 2 hours to watch each night. Seeing the villagers outside shivering from the cold, Li Fuxing had no choice but to take out another unused stove from his house so that they could light their own fires to keep warm. If it weren't for concerns about being too ahead of its time, Li Fuxing would have already installed heating systems. Fuxing, don't worry about them. If they're too cold, they'll just go back to sleep, the old party secretary said. Around 8:30, the villagers began to leave one after another. After everyone had left, Li Fuxing mysteriously took out some things. Old Master Li was curious, so he quietly followed them to take a look. Li Fuxing took out some of the Ganoderma lucidum he had bought for a penny earlier, intending to soak it in some wine. His grandfather loved to drink, and it was difficult for him to quit at his age, so he decided to drink some medicinal wine, which would be good for his health. First, take out a bottle of high-proof liquor, pour it into the prepared glass bottle, and then put the Ganoderma lucidum in. When Grandpa Li saw this, he felt extremely distressed and quickly said, "Fuxing, why are you using Wulianya to soak liquor? Isn't that too wasteful? It would be much better if Grandpa just drank it directly." "Grandpa, don't worry, it definitely won't be wasted. You'll understand once you drink it," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Grandpa Li asked, "How long will it take before we can drink it?" "It won't take long, at most a month, but you can't drink too much, just a small cup each time," Li Fuxing said. Old Master Li was somewhat dissatisfied with the quantity, saying, "Isn't this even a single bite? He has to drink some every day. Otherwise, he feels uncomfortable all over." "You old fool, do you still want to hold your great-grandson? If you do, then you'd better listen to Fuxing." Grandma Li Fuxing hit Grandpa Li right where it hurts. Grandpa Li sighed, then finally nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to Fuxing." "That's more like it, Grandma. When I'm not home, you'd better keep a close eye on Grandpa," Li Fuxing said with a smile. Grandma Li Fuxing nodded. "Okay, don't worry, grandson. If your grandpa drinks too much, I'll break his hand." Left with no other choice, Mr. Li was forced to sign a series of unequal treaties. But he still had to put up a final stand and drink a few more sips tonight. Then he looked at the Wulianya liquor that Li Fuxing had brought back, his purpose obvious. Li Fuxing stopped trying to stop him. He understood that quitting drinking wasn't something that could be done overnight. It had to be done gradually. "Okay." As he spoke, he took out another bottle of Wulianya liquor, along with some snacks to go with it. He planned to have a few drinks with his grandfather. It's unclear whether Li Dajuan had an exceptionally good nose, but he suddenly ran over, saw the good wine, and refused to leave. There was no other way but to add another cup. While drinking, Old Master Li told Li Fuxing and Li Dajuan about his past. As people get older, they tend to reminisce about the past. Uncle Li Dajuan, on the other hand, was used to it and didn't care much, focusing on drinking. Old Master Li scolded him. "How can you drink Wulianya like that? Go drink your lousy liquor." Before long, Li Dajuan had drunk more than 2 cups. No wonder Old Master Li scolded him. Li Dajuan chuckled and then calmed down, but his eyes kept glancing at the bottle of Wulianya, wondering how he could drink a few more cups. The next morning, Li Fuxing was still half asleep when he heard his grandfather exclaim in surprise, "It's snowing." The snow came just in time, giving many people hope. In the north, snowfall in winter is equivalent to irrigation water in spring, hence the saying, "A timely snow promises a bumper harvest." This year's drought is really severe. Lijiazwang is doing all right, but other villages are having a hard time. Everyone is hoping for snow. Therefore, Grandpa Li was always pleasantly surprised when he saw snow. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing immediately perked up. In his previous life, he lived in the south and had hardly ever seen much snow. Therefore, he had a strong fascination with snow, and even a warm bed couldn't attract him as much as snow. He quickly got dressed and ran outside. It had probably been snowing for half the night, and the snow on the ground was at least 6 or 7 centimeters deep, with more snow still falling from the sky. Ignoring the cold, Li Fuxing lay down directly on the snow. The freshly fallen snow was soft and fluffy, like lying on a cloud. Wearing so little and lying on the snow, how cold. Grandma Li Fuxing went out and happened to see Li Fuxing lying on the snow. Li Fuxing was taken aback by his grandmother's words. He was wearing a military overcoat and wasn't cold at all. The military overcoats of today are just as warm as the down jackets of later generations. Grandma, I'm dressed very warmly. I don't feel cold at all. It's amazing how some people feel cold, no matter how many layers you're wearing. The children of Lijiazwang also got up early. They had finally waited for a snowfall, so how could they miss out on the classic game of snowball fight? Children in this era were unlike children in later generations, who had toys to play with and had very limited entertainment options. They simply played with whatever was available. Li Fuxing then went out for a walk. If he had a mobile phone, he would definitely have posted it on WeChat Moments, but unfortunately he didn't have one. Chapter 296. Old Master Li drinks more during the new year. I hadn't walked more than a few steps when I saw the children having a snowball fight. Wang Kai and Wang Ye, the two brothers, were also in the team. A snowball flew out from the side and hit Li Fuxing squarely on the arm. Upon seeing this, the children all stopped what they were doing, afraid of being scolded by Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing wasn't angry. Instead, he grabbed a handful of snow, made a snowball, and gently threw it back at the children as a form of retaliation. Seeing this, the children were relieved and, along with Li Fuxing, immediately started a new round of snowball fight. Everyone had a great time. When the other young people saw Li Fuxing having a snowball fight, they couldn't resist joining in. As time went on, more and more people joined the snowball fight and had a great time. They hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. If they didn't have enough to eat now, they wouldn't dare to play such a physically demanding game. The more vigorous the activity, the more energy is consumed, and the faster you get hungry. Towards the end, Li Fuxing suggested, "We have more people now, let's play duck hunting." The game, known as duck throwing, involves two teams taking turns throwing sandbags. One team splits into two groups and stands on either side of the field, while the other team stands in the middle. Anyone hit by a sandbag has to leave the field. The game continues until no one is left on the field, at which point the teams switch roles. Everyone agreed with Li Fuxing's suggestion, and they quickly split into two teams. According to the result of rock, paper, scissors, Li Fuxing's team threw first, while Li Dali's team was responsible for dodging. As soon as the game started, Li Fuxing threw a sandbag, and a child who couldn't dodge it was eliminated on the spot. As more and more people were eliminated, it's unclear whether Li Dali was lucky or truly talented, but he ended up being one of the four remaining. Li Fuxing chuckled and said, "Let's take down Dali first." "Uncle 21, please don't. Can you leave me until the very end to be eliminated?" Li Dali said urgently. Li Fuxing grinned wickedly. "No way." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, the other team members threw sandbags at Li Dali. At first, Li Dali could dodge them, but he couldn't withstand everyone throwing sandbags at him. As time went on, even though he could still react mentally, his physical strength couldn't keep up, and he was eventually eliminated. Soon, Li Dali's entire team was eliminated. The roles then switched, with Li Dali's team throwing the balls and Li Fuxing's team dodging them. At the start of the game, Li Fuxing displayed terrifying strength and was the first to be eliminated. Li Fuxing himself found it hard to believe that he had been tricked by the unethical Li Dali and was hit by a sandbag on the spot. Happy times always passed too quickly. It seemed like we hadn't played for very long before it was lunchtime, and everyone had to go home for lunch. If we didn't go home soon, our parents would probably come looking for us. Those children will be in trouble then, but Li Dali and the others are all grown men, so they'll be fine. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. A day later, Su Mingda and his family arrived in Lijiazwang to visit Li Fuxing's grandparents. Li Fuxing guessed that Uncle Su must have found some time to come over. Their research institute was extremely busy. He had previously gone to see Su Mingda, but it took him a long time to finally meet him. When Grandpa Li and Grandma Li saw their granddaughter-in-law arrive, they were naturally delighted and brought out all the good food in the house. Seeing how well Li Fuxing was taking care of the elderly couple, Su Mingda and his wife were even more satisfied with him. After having a meal, Su Mingda's family braved the wind and snow to return to the city. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, every household begins to tidy up their homes. After cleaning up, it was New Year's Eve in the blink of an eye. Everyone is busy today, either preparing dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner or making dumplings. Li Fuxing was thinking of making two kinds of dumplings, one with pure beef filling and the other with shrimp and 3 kinds of seafood filling. These 2 dumpling fillings, when considered separately, can be considered quite luxurious. After preparing the filling, Li Fuxing also started wrapping the dumplings. It took him about 50 minutes to finish wrapping them. Then he hurriedly went to prepare other dishes. The New Year's Eve dinner is the last meal of the year, and it holds a very important place. Most families will bring out the best things in their homes to prepare it. This is a way to reward myself for a year of hard work, and it also expresses my hopes for the new year, wishing that things will get better and better next year. Li Fuxing and his wife prepared a meal in no time, and the scale of the meal was quite impressive, even by the standards of Beiping or the whole country. However, compared to some wealthy people, they still pale in comparison. Their families have accumulated such a large amount of wealth and have an extraordinary network of connections, so it's normal that they have things that others can't see. Grandpa Li smelled the aroma emanating from the dishes and exclaimed, "Fuxing, your cooking skills have improved a lot." The aroma was so tempting that he couldn't resist starting to eat right away. "You old man, is it because the food I usually cook is not good?" Old Mrs. Li asked, glaring at him. Upon hearing this, Old Master Li immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If he didn't answer the question well, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy his New Year's Eve dinner properly. "Grandpa and Grandma, let's eat quickly, or the food will get cold." Li Fuxing quickly came to his grandfather's rescue. Old Master Li gave Li Fuxing a grateful look. Grandma Li stopped asking questions and let Grandpa Li off the hook. The 3 of them, grandfather, grandmother, and granddaughter, sat down at the table, while little Fei Fei lay down beside them. "Today is New Year's Eve dinner, so my 3rd uncle and his family didn't come over." Grandpa Li said, "All right, let's eat." "Fuxing, can Grandpa have a couple of drinks from this New Year's Eve dinner?" He had been longing for the taste of Wulianya ever since he tasted it, but he knew that the liquor was expensive, so he had endured it for so long. However, this was the New Year's Eve dinner, and the food was so good that he couldn't resist anymore. Li Fuxing said, "Grandpa, I knew you wanted to drink, but tonight is the last time. Starting tomorrow, you'll have to carry out the plan we discussed earlier." As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of Wulianya liquor and a bottle of red wine. The red wine was for his grandmother, as Wulianya was a bit too strong for her, while the red wine was just right. "I bought 10 bottles of red wine today in the flash sale section." Upon looking at it, Old Master Li remarked, "This red wine must be expensive, right, Fuxing? Grandpa is amazing. He can even tell the price of the wine." Li Fuxing exclaimed in amazement. Grandpa Li laughed and said, "Nothing you bring back is bad." Li Fuxing smiled and said, "Okay, this is for Grandma." After saying that, he opened the Wulianya liquor bottle, and the aroma of the liquor filled the air the moment it was poured into the glass. Old Master Li inhaled the aroma of the wine with relish, as if he had found some treasure. Li Fuxing poured his grandmother a glass of red wine, and then poured himself a glass of Wulianya liquor. "Fuxing, let's raise a glass together. Happy New Year," said Grandpa Li, raising his glass. Li Fuxing raised his glass and clinked it with his grandfather's. "Happy New Year." The New Year's Eve dinner thus ended in a peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 297. Grandson caught me washing things with cold water. After dinner, firecrackers started going off outside. Li Fuxing was intrigued and went out to take a look. After walking for a short while, they saw Wang Kai and his 2 siblings setting off firecrackers. Li Fuxing instructed them, "Wang Kai, Wang Ya, be very careful when setting off firecrackers, especially Wang Hua." The 3 siblings nodded obediently after hearing Li Fuxing's words. "Understood, eldest brother." Li Fuxing smiled with satisfaction and bought some firecrackers on Pinduoduo for Wang Kai and the other 2 to set off. If you don't set off firecrackers during the Chinese New Year, it won't feel like the New Year at all. Wang Kai took the firecrackers from Li Fuxing and immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you, big brother." The 3 siblings divided the firecrackers among themselves and set them off. Each of them held a lit incense stick. Incense was not only cheap but also readily available, and 1 stick could last a long time. Wang Ya lit the firecrackers, and Wang Kai quickly covered his ears, But Wang Hua wasn't afraid at all and just stared at Wang Ye setting off the firecrackers. One by one, the firecrackers exploded, and Wang Hua watched them with delight, showing no fear whatsoever. The sound of firecrackers soon attracted many children from the village. These children had already eaten, and when they heard someone setting off firecrackers, they couldn't help but run over to see who was doing it. If they had the chance, they would try to set off a few themselves and have a go at it. Unlike in later generations, many cities now ban the setting off of fireworks and firecrackers, which has greatly diminished the festive atmosphere of the new year. The children watching saw that it was Wang Kai and his two siblings setting off firecrackers and wanted to ask for a few to set off themselves, but they were a little embarrassed. Just then, a firecracker that Wang Ye threw out failed to explode. Just as he was about to go over and check it, a child ran over and picked it up. Wang Ye was immediately unhappy when he saw it. Even if the firecrackers didn't go off, they were still his, and they had taken them without even asking. "Erden, give me back my firecrackers." He was about to run over and ask for it, but Erden just ran away. Wang Ye's clothes pockets weren't deep, and with the jolting of running, several firecrackers that were stuffed inside spilled out. The children nearby couldn't take their eyes off it. If Li Fuxing hadn't been watching them, they would have all rushed over to pick it up. "Wang Ye, you dropped the firecrackers in your pocket." Wang Kai quickly reminded his younger brother after seeing this. "Otherwise, if I run for a while longer, I'll probably lose all my energy." Upon hearing this, Wang Ye immediately stopped and, without bothering to chase Erden any longer, quickly bent down to pick up the firecrackers that had fallen to the ground. Otherwise, if someone else picked them up later, it would truly be a loss. Before long, he picked up all the firecrackers that had fallen and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Usually, when something like this happened, the firecrackers would have been picked up long ago, but not today. It's just that the children didn't dare to pick it up because Li Fuxing was there. Li Fuxing was pleased to see that the children hadn't grabbed the firecrackers, and then went back into the house to get some more. Then he announced loudly, "Those who want to set off firecrackers, line up." If he did this in later generations, he would definitely be criticized. If a child were to have an accident, he would be held responsible. Upon hearing what Li Fuxing said, the children rushed to line up, quickly forming a neat queue. Li Fuxing distributed firecrackers to each child, with each child receiving 5 or 6. Of course, this was less than what Wang Kai and his two siblings received, but the children were still very satisfied. Who can blame them when the 3 siblings are Li Fuxing's younger brother and sister? Even if they aren't blood siblings, they are still cousins. After receiving the firecrackers, the children thanked Li Fuxing profusely. Seeing this, Erden felt very regretful. If he hadn't grabbed the firecracker on the ground, he could have gotten a few too. But it was too late for regrets now. The children happily ran to one side and started setting off firecrackers. Winter nights always come early. The sky darkened before the firecrackers had even been set off for long. Li Fuxing bought some fireworks from Pinduoduo, ready to have a good time. He hadn't set off fireworks in a long time. There was no way around it, as too many cities had banned them, and if he wanted to, he could only do so in designated areas. Mr. Li and Mrs. Li, who were sitting inside watching TV, were also pulled out by Li Fuxing. Then, Li Fuxing lit the fireworks that were placed in the yard. Before long, streaks of fireworks shot into the sky, bursting forth with dazzling colors. When the villagers of Lijiazwang saw the fireworks in the sky, they all ran outside to look up. They knew without a doubt that it was Li Fuxing who set them off. He was the only one in the village who could afford to set off fireworks. In those days when people couldn't even get enough to eat, who had the money to buy fireworks? But this doesn't stop the villagers of Lijiazwang from watching. They haven't seen someone with glaucoma in a very long time. Only in Lijiazwang did Li Fuxing dare to play so freely. After seeing the fireworks, Mr. and Mrs. Li completely forgot about the television and stood at the door, staring blankly at the fireworks. The fireworks display ended after a short while. When the fireworks stopped, the villagers returned to their warm homes and went to lie down on their Kong-heated brick bed as soon as possible, which was more comfortable than anything else. After returning to the house, Mr. Li and Mrs. Li continued watching TV. Out of boredom, Li Fuxing also sat down to watch. After the TV programs finished, the 3 of them went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Li Fuxing was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. There was no way around it. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, every household had to set off firecrackers to welcome the new year. Those who were doing well set off more firecrackers, while those who were doing poorly set off fewer. In later generations, in many places, people would set off firecrackers all night long, making it impossible for them to sleep. As soon as Li Fuxing stepped out of the house, he saw his grandfather setting off firecrackers and immediately covered his ears. Soon, the firecrackers went off. After the firecrackers were finished, Li Fuxing saw his grandmother washing things with cold water and quickly went over to her, saying, "Grandma, why aren't you washing with hot water?" When the weather wasn't so cold before, Li Fuxing had told his grandmother to use hot water to wash things, and she promised to. But she ended up using cold water to save money. Li Fuxing had seen the hands of the women in the courtyard. Many of their hands were red and swollen beyond recognition. This was all because they washed things with cold water in winter. In this weather, washing things with cold water can easily cause frostbite, damage joints, and leave lasting health problems. Grandma Li Fuxing smiled, not expecting to be caught red-handed by Li Fuxing, and said, "It's not particularly cold now. Using hot water to wash is too wasteful of firewood. Burning coal costs money. Burning firewood requires going up the mountain to cut it. And using an electric kettle also requires electricity. No matter how you look at it, it's not cost-effective. Our family can still afford to cook for Grandma, so we'll have to use hot water to wash things from now on." Li Fuxing pretended to be unhappy. When Grandma Li Fuxing saw that her grandson was unhappy, she knew that this was not something to be discussed, so she quickly nodded and agreed. "Okay, from now on you will listen to my grandson and use hot water to wash things." After saying that, she went inside and brought out a pot of hot water, poured it into a basin, and then continued washing. Chapter 298, Giving Away a Wife All at Once. In northern China, the first meal on the first day of the Lunar New Year is traditionally dumplings. Because of the custom of not using knives on the first day of the new year, the dumplings for the morning of the first day of the new year must be made on New Year's Eve. After washing up, Li Fuxing took the wrapped dumplings to the kitchen to cook. The cold winters in the north turn the outdoors into a natural refrigerator. Leftovers can be wrapped up and stored in the yard, so there's no need to worry about them spoiling. The dumplings were ready in no time, and Li Fuxing sat around the table with his grandparents to eat their first meal of the new year. After finishing his meal, Li Fuxing didn't want to go out to pay New Year's visits, so he stayed at home. Grandpa Li took out a large red envelope from his pocket and said, "Fuxing, this red envelope is from your grandma and me." It wasn't much money, but it represented the heartfelt wishes of the two elderly people. Then, Grandpa Li gave Fei another one. Li Fuxing did not refuse and accepted the red envelope. This was the first red envelope he had received since he transmigrated. He didn't care about the size of the red envelope. What mattered was his grandparents' good intentions. Children in this era really enjoy visiting relatives and friends for the new year because they can receive red envelopes and use the money in them to buy things they like. However, most of them are still kept by the parents. This will not only be true now, but also in future generations. Before long, Wang Kai brought Wang Ye and Wang Hua over to wish them a happy new year. Originally, Li Dajuan didn't want them to come, but the three siblings wouldn't listen to him at all. Having a generous older brother, wouldn't it be a waste not to come and pay a New Year's visit? It's obvious that the red envelope he gives is definitely more than what his parents give. Li Dajuan only gave Wang Kai and his sister 5 cents each. If he hadn't earned more money this year, he wouldn't have been willing to give even 5 cents, and would have given 2 cents at most. The adults felt that a little bit of fun was enough, since these days are tough. "Happy New Year, big brother." Wang Kai and his 2 siblings bowed to Li Fuxing to wish him a happy new year. Before this, they had already wished Grandpa Li and Grandma Li a happy new year. Li Fuxing had already prepared red envelopes for the 3 siblings. He distributed the red envelopes to his 3 siblings, saying, "Study hard so you can serve your country in the future." Each of the 3 red envelopes contained 3 yuan. In rural areas, a 3 yuan red envelope is a considerable sum. It can shock people if they hear about it. These days, it only costs 7 or 8 yuan to marry a wife, so this is practically like giving away a wife. Grandpa Li also gave one to each of Wang Kai and his sister, But of course, it wasn't as big as the one he gave to Li Fuxing. The treatment of one's own grandson will definitely be better. Li Fuxing then gave each of Wang Kai and his two siblings a handful of melon seeds. Soon, many children came to wish Li Fuxing a happy new year. Li Fuxing gave each of them a red envelope, but the amount of money was small, only 1 cent per person. However, for those children, this was already a huge sum of money. Many children's parents don't even give them this much. The children who came to offer New Year's greetings were very happy. They had expected that their visit would not be disappointing. The first day of the Lunar New Year was spent amidst laughter and joy. Soon it was the second day of the Lunar New Year, the last day of the holiday. They would have to go back to work on the third day. Li Dali and the others planned to eat and then head back to Beiping City. Leaving tomorrow morning would be too rushed. After dinner, Li Fuxing prepared to return to the city. Tomorrow was the first day back to work after the New Year, and it would be unreasonable for him not to go. Grandpa Li understood this, so he didn't keep Li Fuxing, not wanting to delay his beloved grandson's career. Even if you're reluctant to part with it, there's nothing you can do. This situation will remain unresolved even in later generations. There is always a conflict between career and time together. It was the third day of the Lunar New Year in 1961, the day the steel rolling mill would resume operations. The first day of the new year should always bring a fresh start. So the first task on the first day of work was to clean up the factory and check the machines to see if there were any malfunctions. If the machine malfunctions, affecting production or endangering worker safety, that would be a real problem. Li Fuxing arrived at the factory early today. As soon as he arrived at the factory gate, he was stopped by Qian Duofu, leaving Li Fuxing somewhat bewildered. "Brother Qian, is something the matter?" "Section Chief Li, our section chief needs to speak with you," Qian Duofu said. Li Fuxing was very puzzled and asked, "Brother Qian, what exactly does Section Chief Lu want to see me about?" "I don't know the specifics, but he seemed to be in a great hurry," Qian Duofu said truthfully. Li Fuxing nodded. "All right, where is Section Chief Lu now?" "He's waiting for you in his office, Section Chief Li," Qian Duofu said. Li Fuxing agreed and went straight to Section Chief Lu's office. After arriving at the door, I knocked. "Please come in." Hearing the sound, Li Fuxing pushed open the door and went in, where he saw Section Chief Lu leisurely reading the newspaper and drinking tea. When Section Chief Lu saw Li Fuxing arrive, he immediately felt like he had found a lifeline and quickly poured Li Fuxing a cup of tea. Seeing this, Li Fuxing's doubts intensified, but despite his doubts, he remained outwardly calm, thanked him, and picked up his teacup to drink. Right now, the security department has considerable power. In the steel rolling mill, you can even offend the factory leaders, but you can't offend the security department. If you offend the security department, you're definitely in for a rough time. Normally, if you do something that violates factory rules, the security department won't say anything, so there's no problem. You probably can't find many people in the whole factory who don't violate any factory rules at all. Section Chief Lu glanced at Li Fuxing, and seeing that he didn't intend to speak, he couldn't help but say, "Fuxing, isn't this tea delicious? I had to shamelessly beg it from the old leader. It does smell very good." Li Fuxing nodded, without saying anything more. Having no other option, Section Chief Lu asked, "Fuxing, do you have a way to get your hands on Ganoderma lucidum?" His former leader had participated in many battles and had sustained hidden injuries, which were now surfacing as he got older, causing many health problems. Section Chief Lu heard from others that medicinal cuisine was effective, so he thought about making some medicinal cuisine and sending it over. However, the person who made the medicinal cuisine said that it was missing a top-quality Ganoderma lucidum, otherwise the effect would be greatly reduced. Upon hearing his words, Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "Section Chief Lu, I can help inquire, but I can't guarantee whether we can actually get it." "Okay, it's good that you're willing to help us, Fuxing. Whether we get it or not, it's up to fate." Section Chief Lu nodded. "Okay, Section Chief Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now," Li Fuxing said, getting up. Section Chief Lu quickly packed some tea and handed it to Li Fuxing. "Fuxing, take this tea back with you." Li Fuxing knew that if he didn't accept the tea, Section Chief Lu would probably think he wasn't trying hard enough, so he had no choice but to accept it. "Okay, thank you, Section Chief Lu." With that, He took the tea leaves and left for his office. Pushing open the door, Li Dawei and others were already cleaning. Chapter 299. The factory says a few words, and the department also has to say a few words. When Li Dawei saw Li Fuxing, he quickly greeted him. Uncle 21, Happy New Year. Happy Chinese New Year, Dawei. Li Fuxing nodded with a smile. Li Dawei, with remarkable foresight, brewed tea for Li Fuxing. Others who saw this secretly envied him, wishing they could help brew tea, but they didn't have the chance. Since they are uncle and nephew, there's no need to worry about tasks at all. In fact, they exceed their targets every month, so they're almost ready for a promotion. Right now, supplies are scarce, and without connections, it's extremely difficult to get anything. Li Fuxing picked up the teacup, but before he could even take a few sips, he was notified that a meeting was to be held. Helpless, he had no choice but to get up and leave. He went to the conference room, and when he opened the door, he saw that almost all the factory leaders were there. He quickly sat down in the empty seat next to Li Wenbin. Section Chief Li, this meeting is quite large today, Li Wenbin said. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Every year on the first day of work, the leaders hold a meeting like this at Fuxing. Before long, Director Lin strode into the conference room, and everyone quieted down and looked at him. As soon as Director Lin sat down, he said, I wish everyone a belated Happy New Year. Happy New Year, comrades. Last year, our factory exceeded the targets set above, and everyone put in a lot of effort. I hope that in the new year, everyone will continue to work hard, because the tasks on our factory's shoulders this year are really not light. Upon hearing Director Lin's words, everyone felt an even greater weight on their shoulders, and while feeling the pressure, they also felt a surge of motivation. The heavier the task, the greater the reward upon completion. Conversely, failure to complete the task will result in even harsher criticism. Director Lin continued, the frontline workers have heavy tasks, so the logistical support must be done well for them. The logistics department has to step up. Don't worry, factory director. Our logistics department will definitely work hard. We will never hold the factory back. Director Kai immediately stood up to express his commitment. Although he said that, he was very troubled. All kinds of supplies were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. He had thought that the situation would improve after the snowfall, but it turned out to be even more serious than last year. This year's task is even more challenging. We need to obtain more eggs, meat, and other supplies, which is no small feat. However, we can only discuss it after the meeting ends, and when we get back. As the meeting progressed, everyone began to discuss in hushed tones what good methods they could use to successfully complete the task. Only Li Fuxing, sitting to the side, remained silent and did not express his thoughts. He felt that as a section chief, it was best to speak less at such an important time. I was just a little bored, and I almost fell asleep listening to it. At this moment, Director Lin suddenly said, Fuxing, what are your thoughts? Li Fuxing didn't expect Director Lin to call him out directly. After thinking for a moment, he said, I feel that we can learn from the safety rules of the rice cooker factory. If our factory can also implement them, it will not only improve production safety, but also motivate the workers. Factory Director Lin had heard of the safety guidelines before, and they had indeed brought great improvements to the rice cooker factory. So he said, okay, then we'll listen to Fuxing's guidelines. And what about the progress on special steel? Director Sun quickly spoke up. Factory manager, after many experiments, the special steel we produced still falls short of the requirements. All the experienced craftsmen in the workshops gathered together, but the results were still unsatisfactory. All right, this matter can't be delayed. We need to speed things up. Director Lin was aware of the difficulties involved, so he only urged them on and didn't say anything more. More than 50 minutes later, after all the matters to be discussed had been discussed, Director Lin got up. All right, meeting adjourned. Then, the group gradually left. Li Fuxing originally wanted to slack off and hide in the office to drink tea and take a nap, but unexpectedly, the factory had just finished a meeting, and their logistics department also had a meeting. It's probably because of the task that Director Lin assigned during the meeting. Li Fuxing walked to Director Kai's office. Luckily, Director Kai's office was large, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough room for so many people. Director Kai said, everyone must have heard what Director Lin said at the meeting just now. Now everyone can speak freely and share any methods you have for procuring more materials. Everyone knew how difficult it was to procure supplies, and for a while, no one had any clue what to do. The office was eerily quiet. Everyone looked at each other, staring blankly. Seeing this, Director Kai had no choice but to call on someone and say, "Section Chief Lee, you tell us." Li Wenbin was stunned for a moment, completely unprepared, and could only say, "Director Kai, I don't have any ideas yet." Director Kai rolled his eyes at him, and then called on several other people, but the answers he received were exactly the same as Li Wenbin's. Helpless, Director Kai could only look at Li Fuxing with hope. "Fuxing, tell me your opinion." Upon hearing what Director Kai said, everyone turned their attention to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing originally thought he was just going through the motions, but unexpectedly the responsibility was placed on him again. After thinking for a while, he said, "I do have a method, but it may not be very mature. Let me tell you, and everyone give their opinions to see if it can be done." "Okay, hurry up and tell us about Fuxing. Let's discuss it together," Director Kai said eagerly. Li Fuxing then said, "Currently, many purchasing agents have their own purchasing channels and can procure supplies. However, since there are no rewards, they only buy a little and just complete the task. They don't buy much at all. If we can motivate these purchasing staff, we can definitely purchase a lot more supplies each month." Everyone present was intelligent, and upon hearing Li Fuxing's idea, they immediately began to refine it. "The revitalization method is excellent," Director Kai praised. "Many purchasing staff see no hope of promotion, which is why they work in a passive, unproductive manner. If these people could see a glimmer of hope for promotion, they would definitely be willing to purchase more supplies. Why don't we implement a ranking system? If someone is number 1 in procurement for 5 consecutive months, they can be promoted 1 level. Procurement staff will definitely work harder to procure goods," Li Fuxing added. Director Kai smiled and said, "Very good, very good." Unexpectedly, Li Fuxing directly proposed the supporting methods as well. Being ranked first in procurement for 5 consecutive months is definitely not easy, and can even be said to be very difficult. At the same time, it will not allow a person to be promoted too quickly. With continuous refinement by everyone, Li Fuxing's method quickly became more comprehensive. To prevent one person from always being number 1, it was specifically proposed that those who have been promoted once should not be considered again in the next selection process, and that opportunities should be given to others. Obviously, this suggestion is aimed at preventing those who can get Li Fuxing's help. Otherwise, if one person always wins first place and others have no hope of competing, then they will fall behind again and return to the current situation. Chapter 300, Li Dawei's Purchasing Diary. Director Kai finally made the decision. "Okay, let's implement this method first, and we'll gradually add more suggestions later." With time pressing and tasks heavy, the first priority is to increase the quantity of supplies procured. Furthermore, Section Chief Lee, you need to cultivate a good relationship with the people at the slaughterhouse and try to get them to allocate more meat to us. Always be prepared for multiple scenarios to avoid being caught off guard. Every slaughterhouse has a portion of meat that is not part of the planned harvest, and this unplanned meat is what each factory covets. "Okay, I will do my best." Li Wenbin nodded in agreement. He knew how difficult it was to secure this meat. Too many factories were eyeing it, and to stand out from the crowd, he had to come up with some unique methods. Whether you can do it or not is one thing. Whether you are willing to do it is another. You must express your attitude to your superiors. As for the result, it is not important. Director Kai nodded in satisfaction after receiving Li Wenbin's assurance. Li Wenbin was considered his confidant. Whenever there was a chance to make a great contribution, he would assign it to Li Wenbin so that he could be promoted. Otherwise, if he didn't get any credit, even if he wanted to help, he would be powerless to do so. All right, meeting adjourned. Everyone, go back and relay today's meeting content to the workers. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even if Director Kai hadn't instructed them, they would have done it anyway. If they exceeded the quota, they would also benefit from it. Therefore, there will absolutely be no situation where people deliberately conceal information or fail to explain it clearly to their subordinates. Moreover, such a major event cannot be concealed even if one wanted to. When Li Fuxing returned to his office, He saw his purchasing staff still cleaning. He said loudly, "Everyone, stop talking for a moment. There's something I need to tell you." Before long, Li Dawei and the others gathered. The group was a little puzzled. They had just finished a meeting. Could it be that the leader had given important instructions? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Fuxing said, "Director Kai just mentioned that our procurement department is going to design a ranking system for procured materials. Those who can rank first for 5 consecutive months will be promoted 1 level." Upon hearing this, Li Dawei and the others immediately became happy. A promotion meant a corresponding increase in salary, so how could they not be happy? However, the others realized that with Li Dawei around, they definitely wouldn't be able to get first place. Zhao Hao asked, "Section Chief Li, if you always get first place, wouldn't you be able to get promotion opportunities indefinitely? If that's the case, then everyone might as well give up. There's a high chance that this opportunity will only go to Li Dawei." Li Fuxing shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Once someone is promoted, they can no longer participate in the next ranking. Everyone can rest assured." Zhao Hao and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Li Fuxing say this. But the difficulty of winning first place for 5 consecutive months was unimaginable. It was probably not something they could do. If it were once or twice, it would be fine, but to do it 5 times in a row was such a high level of difficulty. No wonder the factory would give such a generous reward. Promotion is quite difficult now. Otherwise, Li Fuxing wouldn't still be a lowly section chief despite making so many contributions. If it were someone else, the difficulty would be terrifying. Li Fuxing had said everything he could and should say, leaving the rest to them to decide. "Dawei, come with me." Li Dawei agreed and followed Li Fuxing into the office. As everyone watched the 2 figures disappear, they couldn't help but sigh. Someone said enviously, "I'm so envious of Dawei. With such a powerful backer as Section Chief Li, he'll definitely get a promotion in 5 months. That'll be 2 yuan more each month, which is 24 yuan more a year, equivalent to an extra month's salary. There's nothing they can do. They just don't have an uncle like Li Fuxing, who's a section chief." Zhao Hao didn't go with the others. He rode his bicycle to quickly purchase more supplies. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't be able to get first place, let alone complete the task quota. The others weren't too surprised to see Zhao Hao leave, as he didn't usually hang out with them. In the office, Li Fuxing asked, "Dawei, do you have any thoughts on what I just mentioned?" If Li Dawei has the resources, he can lend a hand. Right now, the last thing he lacks is supplies. If Li Dawei can get first place for 5 consecutive months, it would be a piece of cake. I want to try to get in with Uncle 21, but judging from the procurement channels I have, it's very difficult to get first place for 5 consecutive months. No one can resist the temptation of a promotion and a raise. When Li Fuxing heard Li Dawei's words, he knew that Li Dawei had been working hard these days. Even though he would help out sometimes, his own efforts were more important. Li Dawei would occasionally travel to the countryside, something many purchasing agents would avoid because it's too far and not worthwhile. "Okay, if you want to try your best, just tell me how much you're short and I'll make up the difference." Li Dawei was naturally happy, but he was still a little worried and asked, "Uncle 21, is it not a good idea for us to do this?" He was afraid that doing so would have a negative impact on Li Fuxing, and if that were the case, he would rather not promote him. The most important thing for people is to know how to be grateful. Without Li Fuxing, there would be no worker Li Dawei. "It's all right, there's a rule that restricts me." Li Fuxing waved his hand, not caring at all. Li Dawei was relieved. "Thank you, Uncle 21. He hurriedly prepared to go out to buy supplies, feeling that he couldn't rely too much on Li Fuxing and that he had to work hard himself. He decided to try his luck in a more distant place, so he went to the finance department to collect some things, got on his bicycle, and headed out of the city. The place we're going to is far from the steel mill. It takes more than an hour and a half to cycle there and back, and a round trip takes more than 3 hours. This gives a glimpse into how far and difficult the road is. After riding for a long time, Li Dawei saw a village ahead and hurried over. As soon as he arrived at the village entrance, someone stopped him. "Comrade, what do you do?" The villagers on duty saw that Li Dawei looked unfamiliar and were definitely not from the surrounding villages. "Hello, comrade. I am a purchasing agent from the #1 steel rolling mill in Beiping. This is my identification." Li Dawei was already very familiar with this procedure. If you don't clearly explain your identity, you'll be in big trouble. Getting arrested is a minor issue. If you get a single peanut eaten, you're finished. The villager took Li Dawei's identification, examined it carefully, and seeing that there were no problems, said, "Hello, comrade. Are you looking to make a purchase in our village?" "Yes. Could you two tell me what's going on?" Li Dawei said, handing over 2 cigarettes. Chapter 301. A Deer Whip. The 2 villagers took the cigarettes and glanced at them. They were surprised to find that they were Dakiamin cigarettes, which were only available to cadres in Beiping. Without any hesitation, the 2 lit up their cigarettes and took a few puffs, their faces full of contentment. It was probably those 2 cigarettes that had the effect, because one of the villagers said, "Comrade, you've probably come all this way, and you're likely to go back empty-handed. Last year, the drought was so severe that the township didn't harvest enough grain, and the villagers were eating in the canteen, so most people didn't have much left at home." Li Dawei was well aware of the situation, but having taken so long to get here, he was unwilling to go back just like that. He said, "Comrade, can I go into the village and ask?" "Okay, but I still don't know your name, comrade." Li Dawei said, "My name is Li Dawei. I am Zhao Dong, and this is Zhao Fei." Zhao Dong introduced himself. Afterwards, Zhao Dong took Li Dawei to the village, while Zhao Fei stayed behind to continue guarding the area and prevent suspicious individuals from taking advantage of the situation. Offering a cigarette was a good treatment. Zhao Dong took Li Dawei directly to the village chief's house. The village chief was a middle-aged man with gray hair, somewhat malnourished, but in good spirits. Li Dawei felt a chill run down his spine under the village chief's eagle-like eyes and quickly looked away, no longer daring to look directly at the village chief. Zhao Dong said, "Village chief, this is Li Dawei, the purchasing agent from the steel rolling mill. He's come to our village to buy some things." "Okay." The village chief nodded. "Go to the village and spread a notice that if anyone wants to sell or exchange something, they should bring their items here directly." Zhao Dong agreed, and immediately turned and ran off to deliver the notice. Only Li Dawei and the village chief remained in the courtyard. Li Dawei, quick to notice, offered a cigarette. "Village chief, please have a cigarette." The village chief nodded slightly, took the cigarette, and lit it. "Comrade, the #1 steel rolling mill in Beiping is not close to us. You don't mind coming here to collect things?" "Village chief, you can call me Dawei. It's getting harder and harder to get supplies these days, so I thought I'd go somewhere further away, and that's how I ended up in your village." Li Dawei sighed as he spoke. If he had any other choice, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to travel so far to come here. It would be difficult to secure first place based solely on the places he had previously purchased from, so he had to go further afield to find some new locations. The village chief knew that Li Dawei was telling the truth and kept chatting with him. About half an hour later, Zhao Dong finished issuing the notice. Many villagers came over with their belongings, and he immediately called Li Dawei out. When Li Dawei went outside, he saw that there were quite a few villagers who had come, and they all carried some things with them. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his trip hadn't been in vain. "What would you like to exchange? Money or food coupons are both fine." The villagers were thrilled to hear that they could exchange their food for grain coupons, as grain was extremely precious at the moment. Zhao Dong thought that it would be best to be a purchasing agent at the steel rolling mill who could carry grain coupons with him and use them to buy affordable grain without having to go to the black market to buy those expensive grains. The villagers crowded around Li Dawei, afraid that if they were a moment too late, their grain coupons would be gone. At this moment, the village chief strode out and said loudly, "Line up and come in order." As soon as the village chief spoke, the villagers immediately became obedient and lined up in front of Li Dawei. This scene truly surprised Li Dawei. The village chief's prestige in the village was very strong. With just a few words, he had made the chaotic villagers obediently line up. The villager at the front of the line took out something he had prepared in advance. It was a long, cylindrical object that looked rather strange. He leaned close to Li Dawei and whispered, "Comrade, this thing of mine is a real treasure." He wouldn't have taken this out if his family wasn't so desperate for food. Li Dawei examined it carefully, but still couldn't recognize it. "Comrade, what's this?" "Deer penis." Li Dawei suddenly realized what deer penis looked like. He knew how precious deer penis was, and even if he didn't need it, He could give it as a gift, especially to his superiors. How much do you want to exchange? He didn't know the price of deer antler velvet, so he asked. The villager thought for a moment and said, 10 yuan and 10 kilograms of grain coupons. If it weren't for the current difficulties everywhere, he would have offered an even higher price. However, since only Li Dawei had come to their village to buy their products for so long, he was afraid that a high price would scare Li Dawei away, so he quoted a more conservative figure. Li Dawei readily handed over the money and food coupons to the villager. Many villagers were surprised to find that this unassuming thing was worth so much. However, some villagers who recognized the deer penis felt it was a pity, wishing they could use it. After exchanging the goods, the villager stuffed the money and food coupons into his pocket and went home immediately. He had to tell his family about this great thing as soon as possible. With these money and food coupons, his family could survive a little longer. The second villager brought out something quite ordinary, some eggs, not a large quantity, which couldn't be exchanged for grain coupons. In the end, he only got 7 or 8 cents. The exchange proceeded rapidly, but Li Dawei didn't manage to get anything as good as deer antler again. More than half an hour later, more than half of the villagers had completed the exchange. They were all very happy, as they had finally exchanged some money and food coupons. These items should be enough to meet Li Dawei's monthly sales target. Although deer antler velvet is not on the procurement list, it will definitely be of great use when given to the leaders. When it was Zhao Dong's turn, he took out the dried meat that he had been hiding at home for a long time. He had secretly gone up the mountain to hunt it. The villagers standing nearby couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw the dried meat. They had almost forgotten what meat tasted like. Li Dawei was also somewhat surprised. This large piece of dried meat must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. Brother Zhao, what would you like to exchange? Zhao Dong thought for a moment and said, how about exchanging 1 yuan for 10 kilograms of grain coupons? Li Dawei did the math in his head and, finding the values to be roughly equal, nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem. He then handed 1 yuan and 10 kilograms of grain coupons to Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong couldn't help but laugh when he received the exchanged items. This money and food coupons can save lives. Soon all the villagers had finished exchanging goods, and Li Dawei had made quite a haul in the village. He was very satisfied, and it seemed that coming from afar to purchase goods was indeed the right decision. I will come here every 20 days or so from now on. Just prepare in advance what you want to exchange. Upon hearing this, the villagers all nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Li Dawei sorted everything into the purchasing basket. Fragile items such as eggs were placed separately, otherwise they would all break before they even got back to the factory, given how difficult the journey was. Besides, these things all need to be reconciled and submitted. If the quantities don't match, he'll be in trouble. After everything was packed up, Li Dawei got on his bicycle and left. Chapter 302. The relationship with the security department is stable. After Li Dawei walked away, Zhao Dong asked, Village Chief, now that the purchasing agent has come to our village, can we go up the mountain to hunt and trade for goods? After a year of hard work, they are barely able to afford food. The village's grain reserves are low, and there is no other income. They can't last much longer. If it weren't for the good harvests in the village a few years ago, which allowed them to store some grain, they would have been unable to hold on by now. The village chief was also considering that, given the current situation, the village had to change, otherwise they would be in trouble if they couldn't get enough to eat. Alright, but there's one thing you need to remember. When you go hunting in the mountains, your own safety is the most important thing. Even though many large predators are currently hibernating, we cannot let our guard down. Okay. After riding for more than 2 hours, Li Dawei returned to the steel rolling mill. He went there in the middle of the day and returned when it was almost dark, and it was also close to closing time for the factory. He felt like his legs were about to fall apart, and he rode all the way back relying entirely on his willpower. The security guards at the main gate saw Li Dawei looking exhausted and his bicycle full of shopping baskets. They didn't do a routine check and let him in directly. After entering the factory, Li Dawei quickly took the deer antler velvet to find Li Fuxing. Of course, I knocked on the door first. Please come in. Seeing Li Dawei's anxious expression, Li Fuxing, fearing something might have happened, quickly asked, Dawei, what's wrong? I received something good, Uncle 21. After saying that, he took out the deer penis. Upon seeing the shape of the object, Li Fuxing guessed it was a whip, but he couldn't figure out what animal it belonged to. However, seeing how anxious Li Dawei was, he figured it must be quite valuable, so he tentatively asked, could it be a deer whip? He just made a random guess. Uncle 21, you're amazing. You recognized me right away. I didn't recognize you at all when I was shopping. Someone else had to tell me, Li Dawei said with a smile. Uncle 21, guess how much I traded for this? Seeing Li Dawei's smug expression, Li Fuxing knew it must be a low price and said, what are you guessing? Hurry up and tell me. I used 10 yuan and 10 kilograms of grain coupons, Li Dawei said. The price is indeed not high. Li Fuxing nodded approvingly, then said, very good, but why did you bring me here? Couldn't you just hand it over together? Shouldn't we ask Uncle 21 how to handle this? After saying that, Li Dawei blinked and looked at Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing felt goosebumps rising on his skin and quickly said, don't look at me like that. I'll give you 30 yuan and 15 kilograms of grain coupons to buy this deer penis. Deer penis is a very precious item, and its value will increase over time, especially after the indiscriminate hunting of wild animals is banned, at which point its price will skyrocket. Therefore, this deal is extremely worthwhile. Li Dawei certainly wouldn't take more money or grain coupons from Li Fuxing and hurriedly said, Uncle 21, just give me the original price. That'll be enough for me to get by. No need to refuse, just listen to me. I can make even more money by reselling this deer antler velvet. I can't let you suffer a loss, Li Fuxing said. Seeing that Li Fuxing was very insistent, Li Dawei stopped refusing. Li Fuxing took out a handful of tickets from the drawer, took out a few from inside, and then took out 30 yuan from his pocket, handing them over together. The chickens raised in the village should be ready to be sold soon. You can go back and collect them when the time comes. The old party secretary mentioned this during the spring festival, and he conveniently gave this opportunity to Li Dawei. In this way, no one should be able to surpass Li Dawei this month. Okay, Li Dawei nodded in agreement. Don't take them all back to the steel rolling mill. 200 should be enough. Then send 100 to the instant noodle factory and 50 each to the research institute and the street office, Li Fuxing instructed. Li Dawei nodded, having no objection to Li Fuxing's arrangements. By the way, go find Dolly and ask him to tell squad leader Jiang to send a truck to help haul it away. Li Fuxing specifically reminded Li Dawei, fearing that Li Dawei was too honest and would try to haul it by bicycle and trip after trip, which would take forever. I know, Uncle 21. Afterwards, Li Dawei took the items to the warehouse, settled the account, and put them into storage. When the people around saw that Li Dawei had brought back a lot of things, they were all very envious. It must have been Section Chief Li who helped him. Otherwise, how could someone from the countryside have gotten so much stuff? I think so too. Supplies are so hard to come by right now. I didn't even finish my task last month. If you had such a powerful backer, you wouldn't have to worry about tasks. Such people are purely envious and jealous. There will always be such people in any era. They have no eyes for the efforts of others and only point fingers at the gains of others. Li Fuxing glanced at the time and felt it was about time, so he went out for a casual stroll. When he returned, he had several gift boxes in his hand. These gift boxes were specially bought from Pinduoduo to hold Ganoderma lucidum. Otherwise, they would look very cheap if they were just packed in bags. He carried the gift box to Section Chief Lu's office in the security department and knocked on the door. After receiving permission, I pushed open the door and went inside. Upon seeing that it was Li Fuxing, Section Chief Lu quickly asked, Fuxing, how is it? He looked at Li Fuxing nervously, afraid that Li Fuxing would say he hadn't gotten it. Fortunately, I managed to get 2 Ganoderma lucidum mushrooms. He then showed the gift box. Although Section Chief Lu said he only needed 1, Li Fuxing had quite a few, so he decided to do him a favor and give him an extra 1. Section Chief Lu hurried over, carefully took the box, placed it on the table, and opened it. Inside was the Ganoderma lucidum he had been longing for. Although he didn't know much about Ganoderma lucidum, he knew Li Fuxing's character well. Anything Li Fuxing could produce was definitely of high quality. Fuxing, we really owe you a lot for your help this time. From now on, if you ever need anything, just tell me. I will never refuse to do anything I can. This time I helped my old boss solve a big problem. He'll be so happy that he might give me a promotion. Okay, then Section Chief Liu, don't find me annoying later, Li Fuxing said with a smile. What are you saying? From now on, don't call me Section Chief Liu. Just call me Brother Liu. Section Chief Liu also wanted to get closer to Li Fuxing. Right now, those who can get their hands on all sorts of supplies are highly sought after. All right, Brother Liu. Li Fuxing would certainly not refuse. It would be a great thing to get closer to Section Chief Liu. Although Section Chief Liu's rank was not high, his position carried a lot of power. If he was unhappy, he could even turn away the factory director. On the other side, after Li Dawei put everything into the warehouse, he went to the driver's section to find Li Dali. Right now, Li Dali is listening attentively to Jiang Tao explaining theoretical knowledge. Vigorously, Li Dawei walked over and patted Li Dali on the shoulder. Li Dali turned around but didn't see anyone. At the same time, he felt his right shoulder being patted again. Chapter 303 Transporting Chickens Back to the Factory. It wasn't until he turned around that Li Dali saw it was Li Dawei. Dawei, what brings you here? Li Dali asked in surprise. Uncle 21 told me to go back to the village tomorrow to pick up chickens. The chickens raised in the village are ready to be sold, and he asked me to come and find squad leader Jiang to send a truck to help out, Li Dawei said directly. Oh, master, can you help me? Li Dawei nodded first, then turned to look at Jiang Tao. Upon hearing that Li Fuxing had sent him, and considering it was a minor matter, Jiang Tao nodded and said, since it was Section Chief Li who sent him, then there's definitely no problem. I'm going to take a break, you two chat. Upon hearing this, Li Dali pulled Li Dawei aside. He was a little surprised, as Uncle 21 usually handled these kinds of things himself, but this time he had Li Dawei do it. Dawei, why are you the one collecting it this time? Li Dawei smiled and explained the whole story to Li Dali. After hearing this, Li Dali was filled with envy. When would it be his turn to be promoted? The two chatted for more than 20 minutes. Li Dawei didn't leave until Jiang Tao slowly walked over, so as not to delay Li Dali's study of theoretical knowledge. The next morning, when Li Dawei arrived at the steel rolling mill, Jiang Tao and Li Dali were already waiting for him. I'm so sorry I'm late. Li Dawei actually arrived quite early, but unexpectedly Jiang Tao arrived even earlier than him. It's nothing, we're used to it, Jiang Tao said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group boarded the truck. Although it wasn't his first time riding in a truck, Li Dawei was still very excited. There were no outsiders on the truck, and he couldn't help but curiously explore everything around him. Seeing this, Li Dali laughed and said, Dawei, why do you look like you've never seen the world before? Look at me, it's just a truck, I've ridden in it many times. Li Dawei looked at Li Dali's smirking face, took a few deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed the urge to punch him twice. Jiang Tao immediately exposed Li Dali. Dali, you were much more exaggerated than Dawei before. You practically wanted to kiss the chair a few times. Upon hearing this, Li Dali's face immediately turned red. He never expected that his master would reveal such an embarrassing secret about him. Dali, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. You even dare to eat a chair. Li Dawei laughed and patted Li Dali on the shoulder. Dawei, let me explain. No, I want to make an excuse. Everyone has a youthful past, right? Li Dali explained in a flustered manner. Dali, you're not young at all, Li Dawei said mercilessly. Li Dali, who had been rambling on, was stunned when he heard this and didn't know what to say. Jiang Tao listened while driving. Perhaps because of these two lively characters constantly chatting and laughing, time seemed to fly by. Before we knew it, we had arrived at Lijiazwang. Upon seeing that it was a truck from the steel rolling mill, the security team of Lijiazwang village naturally did not stop it and let the truck enter the village directly. Li Dawei rolled down the car window and tossed a pack of cigarettes to the security team members. Upon seeing that it was Li Dawei, the security team members didn't stand on ceremony and handed out cigarettes to each of them. Before long, the truck arrived at the chicken farm, and Li Dawei and the other two got out of the truck. The old party secretary had been waiting here with his men for a long time. When he saw that Li Fuxing hadn't come, he asked in confusion, Dawei, is it just you guys? Where's your 21st uncle? It's like this, party secretary, Uncle 21. Li Dawei recounted the events to the old party secretary. After listening, The old party secretary didn't say much, just nodded. Okay, then let's load it onto the truck. Upon hearing what the old party secretary said, the villagers nearby immediately began to take action. More than 10 people ran into the chicken coop and started catching the chickens one by one. The chickens scattered and fled, some even trying to fly away, but Li Jian, quick-witted and agile, caught them all with a net. The chickens that are caught will have their claws tied with rope to prevent them from escaping. Jiang Tao, a truck driver, has traveled all over the country, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. Unable to resist, he took out a cigarette and was about to light it when Li Dali saw him and immediately came over to light it for Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was very satisfied. He hadn't taken on this apprentice in vain. The chicken coop was in complete disarray. Li Dajuan reached out and grabbed 2 chickens, immediately tied their claws with a rope, and then threw them aside. Although there were quite a few chickens in the coop, with the cooperation of the villagers of Lijiazwang, and because there were so many of them, it didn't take long to catch most of them. Seeing this, the women who had been waiting went into the chicken coop and began to put the chickens with their claws tied onto the truck. To prevent the truck from getting dirty, the old party secretary specially arranged for someone to lay a layer of burlap sacks on top of it. Jiang Tao was delighted. He had initially declined, saying it wasn't necessary and he could just wash it off when he got home. But the old party secretary insisted, so he went along with it and agreed. At the same time, his goodwill towards Lijiazwang grew even stronger. Every time he came to Lijiazwang to pick up things, he felt very comfortable. You don't have to do anything, just stand aside and watch people smoke. The old party secretary would think of everything for him. Finally, after more than 2 hours, the villagers managed to catch the chickens and load them onto the truck. The loading time was very short, only about 20 minutes. The old party secretary handed Jiang Tao a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes. Squad leader Jiang, thank you for your help again today. Secretary, you're too kind, Jiang Tao said, putting the Dakiamin cigarettes into his pocket. Li Dawei said, Secretary, now that it's all installed, let's head back to the factory. These chickens need to be delivered to several places, so we have to race against time. Jiang Tao knew the route by heart. As long as Li Dawei mentioned a place name, he could find it accurately. After all, he had accompanied Li Fuxing to the Research Institute, the instant noodle factory, and the street office before, so the security guards at these places would not make things difficult for them and would let them through after checking that everything was in order. After delivering to all these places, only the steel rolling mill remains. When Jiang Tao drove his truck back, he happened to catch the workers having their lunch break. When the security guards at the gate saw so many chickens, they were all overjoyed and practically wanted to run over and grab a few. Not only the security personnel, but also the workers who saw so many chickens on their way to register them in the warehouse all had smiles on their faces. The news quickly reached the ears of the factory leaders, and Director Kai even came over to check on the situation. Director Kai and several section chiefs rushed to the warehouse and were very satisfied to see so many chickens. Chapter 304 states that in the commune, one cannot call someone uncle or aunt. Li Fuxing's method seems to be quite effective. It has achieved such amazing results in less than a day. What's the name of the person standing over there? Director Kai asked. Li Wenbin said in a low voice. His name is Li Dawei, and he is the nephew of the Fuxing clan. Upon hearing that he was Li Fuxing's nephew, everyone immediately had a sudden realization. He's Fuxing's nephew, that's good. Director Kai nodded meaningfully. He didn't care about the process, as long as it was the result. He didn't care who it was. As long as someone could get supplies, they were a good comrade. Your subordinates should also learn more from them, Director Kai said to the other section chiefs. The section chiefs nodded in agreement. Director Kai was very satisfied with the good results. After looking at them for a while, he went to the cafeteria. The chickens in Lijiazwang are fat and big, each weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds, and they are purchased for 2.5 yuan each. Of course, Li Fuxing was also partly to blame. Otherwise, the goods could only be sold for about 1.5 yuan at most. The factory leaders didn't have any objections to this. At present, such a large quantity of materials is really too rare, so it is understandable to set a higher price. Li Dawei brought out a total of 400 chickens, each worth 2 yuan and 50 cents, for a total of 1,000 yuan. When he received so much money, his hands trembled with excitement. He then took the money to Li Fuxing and said, "Uncle 21, I've brought all the money with me. Please take it back with you when you return to the village." He dared not carry so much money. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to afford to pay it back even if he sold everything he owned. Seeing that Li Dawei looked nervous and was completely tense, Li Fuxing had no choice but to nod and agree. Okay. Li Dawei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly handed the money to Li Fuxing. After handing over the money, Li Dawei felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and an unprecedented sense of ease. The news of Li Jiazhuang selling chickens spread quickly. Everyone was shocked to learn that they were selling for 2.5 yuan a chicken. At present, the normal price of a chicken is a little over 1 yuan, so 2.5 yuan is quite astonishing. This incident was witnessed by the villagers of Zhao family village, and then the news spread. After hearing about this, village chief Zhao wanted to go to Li Jiazhuang to learn from their experience, hoping to raise the village's chickens better and sell them for a slightly higher price. This way, we can at least give the villagers an explanation. Otherwise, if we invest so much money but don't earn much, the villagers will have complaints, and it will be much more difficult to start any projects later. No matter what, the village's money belongs to the collective, and the villagers' consent is required to use it. The news spread far and wide, and before long, it even alarmed the commune. When Director Wu of the commune heard about this, he planned to arrange for someone to go and learn from it. If they could truly grasp the essence, they could then teach it to the villages below. In this way, every village can raise these good chickens and live a better life. This is a great achievement for him and the commune. Xiao Chun, come here for a second. Upon hearing Director Wu's voice, Chen Guobao quickly pushed open the door and went inside. Uncle, did you call me for something? Even if there are some doubts, you have to do what your leader asks, without any hesitation. I've told you several times, you have to call me director in the commune, Director Wu sighed. Okay, director, what did you call me for? Director Wu stopped arguing with him and said, have you heard about the chicken farming in Li Jiazhuang recently? The chickens they raise there are big and fat. I was thinking of sending you down there to learn how they raise them. He had his own ulterior motives in arranging for Chen Guobao to learn the skills. If Chen Guobao truly mastered the skills and successfully promoted them in the villages below, then Chen Guobao would also have made a contribution. It's easier to get promoted if you have merits. Chen Guobao had stayed in the commune for quite some time and understood his uncle's good intentions. Don't worry, director. I guarantee I'll handle this perfectly. After saying that, he turned to leave and headed straight for Li Jiazhuang. Wait a minute. You didn't bring any documents or anything. What are you going to do? Director Chun was speechless at his wife's nephew, who was always in a rush and wanted to go without any preparation. Upon hearing this, Chen Guobao smiled somewhat awkwardly, obediently stopped, and waited for Director Wu to prepare the documents for him and affix the official seal before taking the certificate and leaving. He naturally wouldn't want to make things difficult for himself, so he simply rode off on Director Wu's bicycle. If he had walked there, it would have taken him a very long time. Even by bicycle, it took more than an hour. Thankfully, the road to Li Jiazhuang was relatively easy to travel and not particularly rugged, otherwise my backside would have been in jeopardy. Finally, after riding his bicycle for more than an hour, Chen Guobao arrived at Li Jiazhuang. As soon as he reached the village entrance, members of the Li Jiazhuang security team on duty stopped him. Comrade, is there something you need here? Chen Guobao got out of the car and took out his identification. Comrade, I'm from the commune. This is my identification. Upon hearing that he was from the commune, the security team member quickly went to Chen Guobao's side, took his identification, and carefully examined it. After confirming that there were no problems, he said, Comrade, the commune sent you here. Is there something important to announce? If there's nothing else going on, ordinary commune personnel wouldn't come to their Li Jiazhuang village. Immediately, the security team sent someone to invite the old party secretary. Upon hearing that people from the commune had arrived, the old party secretary immediately put down his work and rushed to the village entrance, afraid of keeping the commune leaders waiting too long. It used to take about 10 minutes to get to the village entrance, but this time the old party secretary only took 6 or 7 minutes. Upon seeing Chen Guobao, The old party secretary quickly greeted him. "Hello, comrade." "Hello, party secretary." Chen Guobao had previously heard that the old party secretary of Li Jiazwang and Li Fuxing were the two most respected people by the villagers. The old man in front of him was so respected that he must be the old party secretary. "Comrade, is there something important to announce in the commune?" the old party secretary asked. "Secretary, you can just call me Xiao Chun. I didn't come here for anything important. Everyone's been saying that the chickens you raise here are good, so Director Wu arranged for me to come and learn chicken raising techniques to see if we can promote them in the commune." The old party secretary nodded slightly. It turned out he had come for this very reason. In fact, the villagers of Lijiazwang also couldn't understand why the chickens they raised grew so big and fat. However, some clever villagers remembered that this was probably due to the feed Li Fuxing provided. Apart from feeding them more feed, their methods were the same as when they raised chickens before. The old party secretary had specifically instructed that no one should spread this matter, so the villagers kept their mouths shut. "No problem, I'll take you to see our chicken coop." Chapter 305. The hatching rate of the chicks in Lijiazwang exceeded expectations. Afterwards, the old party secretary led Chun Guobao to the chicken coop. "Little Chun, this is our chicken coop," the old party secretary introduced. Chun Guobao looked around but didn't see anything special. However, a small hut caught his attention, and he asked, "Secretary, what's that hut used for?" The old party secretary explained, "That's a chick incubation room, built by Fuxing specifically for incubating chicks." Upon hearing this, Chun Guobao immediately became interested and asked, "Secretary, may I go over and take a look?" He was afraid that there were secrets inside that couldn't be known by outsiders. To his surprise, the old party secretary nodded in agreement. "No problem. There's no secret to this chick hatchery. Anyone who understands the principles and has a basic grasp of its structure can make a similar one." Chen Guobao was caught off guard by the old party secretary's generosity, but he still decided to go and take a look. The two walked to the chick incubation room. From a distance, it looked a bit strange, but upon closer inspection, they couldn't find anything special. However, the pipes installed inside caught Chen Guobao's attention. He walked over and touched it, but immediately pulled his hand back when he was burned. They actually used the temperature of the hot water in the pipes to regulate the temperature of the chick incubation room. When a hen is incubating chicks, it is necessary to maintain a certain temperature, otherwise many eggs will become rotten. I never imagined that no one would have thought of such a simple question before. Chen Guobao muttered to himself. Learning about the structure of this chick incubator makes the trip worthwhile. "Secretary, what is the hatching rate of this chick incubator?" This question stumped the old party secretary. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Xiao Chun, wait a moment, I'll find someone for you to tell you." With that, he went to find Li Jichuan. Li Jichuan was working not far away. The old party secretary found him and said, "Jichuan, come with me to the chicken coop right away." Li Jichuan put down his work and followed the old party secretary to the chick hatchery. From a distance, he saw a stranger standing nearby. This person is probably the reason the party secretary sent him here. After the three met, the old party secretary introduced them, saying, "Xiao Chun, this is Li Jichuan. He's in charge of our chick hatchery. If you have any questions, just ask him. I'm getting old, and there are some things I don't understand." "Jichuan, this is Comrade Chun Guobao from the commune." "Hello, Comrade Chun." Li Jichuan greeted him with a smile. Chun Guobao didn't stand on ceremony and asked, "Hello, Comrade Li Jichuan. I'd like to ask what the hatching rate of this chick incubator is." "More than 85%, Li Jichuan said definitively. When Chun Guobao heard this number, his eyes widened immediately. At present, the best hatching rate of chicks was only 50%. He took a deep breath and continued, "How is the temperature in this incubation room regulated?" As he spoke, he took out paper and pen, preparing to jot it down, since a bad pen is worse than a good memory. Upon hearing this, Li Jichuan simply repeated to Chun Guobao all the things that Li Fuxing had explained to him before. Chun Guobao listened very attentively, like a student eager for knowledge, and took notes carefully, word by word. Even the old party secretary couldn't have imagined that such a small chick hatchery contained so many intricacies. It seems that his decision to let the younger generation do more work was absolutely correct. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to remember so much, let alone memorize it almost verbatim like Li Zichuan. Chen Guobao listened attentively, taking notes and occasionally asking other questions about the incubator. Li Zichuan answered all these questions one by one. Even though Li Fuxing had not taught him some of them, he had learned a lot of new things through his own practice over the past few days. The saying, "practice makes perfect," is still very true. A few days later, Li Fuxing returned to the village with the 1,000 yuan he had earned from selling chickens. He first went to find the old party secretary. When he got closer, he saw that the old party secretary was showing the young man around. Judging from the old party secretary's attitude, the young man must be someone important. He hurried over to greet him. Secretary of the party committee. When the old party secretary saw that it was Li Fuxing, he smiled and said, "Fuxing, you're back? This is Comrade Chen Guobao from the commune." Chen Guobao had long heard of Li Fuxing's reputation and nodded with a smile. "Hello, Comrade Fuxing." "Hello, Comrade Chen." The two greeted each other, thus becoming acquainted. Through several days of observation and learning, Chen Guobao discovered that the chicken-raising methods in Lijiazwang were not much different from those in other villages, except for some minor differences in details. He was puzzled, as there shouldn't be a significant difference. He couldn't figure it out, but with the discovery of the chick incubation room, he could at least report back. However, such a high hatching rate requires strict selection from the eggs themselves. Problematic eggs must be removed so that the hatched chicks will be of good quality. The villagers of Lijiazwang all know the reason behind it, but they won't tell people from other villages. The three chatted for a while longer, but the old party secretary mostly listened and couldn't get a word in edgewise. Before I knew it, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Li Fuxing smiled and invited. "Brother Chen, how about coming to my house for dinner tonight? I'll go again next time if I have the chance. I need to hurry back and report to my superiors." Chen Guobao politely declined Li Fuxing's invitation. Actually, the report wasn't urgent, but he hadn't brought any food with him this time. If he ate other people's food, they would go hungry, which wouldn't be good. His family wasn't short of food, so there was no need to put other people in a difficult position. If he knew the specifications of Li Fuxing's food, he would definitely regret it. Afterwards, Chen Guobao rode his bicycle to the city. It was almost time for the commune to close for the day, so he simply went straight home, as he had been doing for the past few days. He thought he would go back to the commune early the next morning to report the situation to his uncle. If we can promote the chick hatchery to various villages and increase the chick hatching rate, that would be a significant achievement. Seeing Chen Guobao leave, Li Fuxing took out the money from selling the chickens and handed it to the old party secretary. "Secretary, this is the 1,000 yuan repayment for selling the chickens. Please count it." How could the old party secretary not trust Li Fuxing? He originally wanted to pretend to be a secretary, but Li Fuxing said, "Secretary, you should still check it. It wouldn't be good if some villagers had objections." The old party secretary thought this made sense, so he counted out the money. These were large sums of money, so counting them wasn't difficult. They were counted in just a few seconds. "Yes, 1,000 yuan exactly." Li Fuxing nodded and said, "Okay, as long as it matches. Secretary, I'm going home now." Chapter 306. Making Use of the Greenhouse. As soon as Li Fuxing entered the house, he saw his grandmother cooking. As soon as Grandpa Li saw Li Fuxing return, he quickly called out, "Wife, cook more rice. Fuxing is home." When Grandma Li Fuxing heard that her eldest grandson had returned, she quickly looked up and saw that Li Fuxing had indeed come home. She quickly put more rice into the pot, afraid that her eldest grandson would go hungry. Grandpa Li asked, "Fuxing, why are you back so late? If you were any later, we would have been eating." Normally, Li Fuxing would get home earlier than this time, not as late as today. "Actually, I came back a long time ago, Grandpa. I went to deliver the money from selling chickens to the old party secretary, and I happened to run into people from the commune. We chatted for a while," Li Fuxing said. When old Master Li heard what Li Fuxing said, he also began to think about it. He had indeed heard that people from the commune had come, but he hadn't met them. While the grandfather and grandson were talking, Grandma Li finished cooking. Li Fuxing and his grandfather quickly got up and went to the kitchen to help carry the dishes out. Old Master Li put down the dishes and hurriedly went to get the wine. "Old wife, Fuxing is back today. I'm so happy." Let me have a little more to drink, okay? It's been a long time since I've had a drink with Fuxing. Grandpa, we just had a drink together a few days ago. Li Fuxing was unwilling to take sides and immediately exposed his grandfather's words. Old Mrs. Li wasn't so easy to talk to. She glared at him and said, "Did you hear what Fuxing said? You old man, you're still lying? You're not allowed to drink today. If you do this again, you won't be allowed to drink at all." After saying that, he snatched the wine from old Master Li's hand and placed it in front of himself. Grandpa Li looked at his empty hands, sighed helplessly, and cast a pleading look at Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing naturally sided with his grandmother, saying that he should drink less alcohol, and then gave his grandfather a helpless look. Seeing this, old Master Li knew there was nothing he could do, so he picked up his food and ate a lot, even more than usual. The next morning, Li Fuxing's first task after getting up was to buy 10 caddies of soybean oil and 10 caddies of beef from Pinduoduo. After washing up, I sat down to have breakfast with my grandparents. Before long, the old party secretary actually brought Li Zichuan to visit. Seeing that Li Fuxing's family was eating, he originally wanted to go out and come back later, but Li Fuxing stopped him. "Secretary, you and Brother Zichuan came here for something, right?" "Fuxing, I remember you said before that greenhouses can be used to grow vegetables. I was thinking of asking how exactly it is set up." The old party secretary explained the reason. "So that's what it was about. Have you had breakfast yet?" The old party secretary and Li Zichuan nodded. "We ate." Because the old party secretary and the others were waiting, Li Fuxing ate a few bites casually and then went out with them. The three walked to the riverbank, where a large shed had already been built on the riverbed. Stepping inside the greenhouse, the space was not only spacious, but the temperature was also noticeably higher than outside, which explains why so many children love to come and play. "Fuxing, how should we grow vegetables in this greenhouse?" the old party secretary asked. "With the temperature so low outside, it's absolutely impossible to grow vegetables. Since the greenhouses are just sitting idle anyway, we might as well make full use of them. It will at least help increase the village's income." Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "If you want to grow vegetables, the temperature inside this greenhouse is still a bit low, so we need to add some heating equipment." The old party secretary and Li Zichuan both felt that it was already quite warm inside, but since Li Fuxing said so, they naturally had no objections. "How should we proceed with the revitalization?" Li Zichuan asked. "Just from the name, you can tell this heating device is not cheap. If it's too expensive, the village might not even have enough money." Li Fuxing glanced at the old party secretary and Li Zichuan and laughed. "Party secretary, are you worried that the heating equipment is too expensive?" "That's right. It's true that the village made some money last year, but a lot of it was distributed as dividends to the villagers. The village only kept a little for emergencies." After saying this, the old party secretary sighed and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have distributed so many." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Secretary, your worries are unnecessary. Heating equipment is very cheap, and our village is using it now." "Fuxing, I'm so anxious, just tell me already." Seeing that the old party secretary and Li Zichuan were indeed very anxious, Li Fuxing knew he couldn't tease them any longer. "It's very simple, just burn firewood." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, both the old party secretary and Li Zichuan widened their eyes. They never expected that something that sounded so sophisticated was actually burning firewood. The purpose of heating equipment is to raise the temperature, so burning firewood or using electricity will do, as long as the temperature can be raised. The old party secretary and Li Zichuan nodded as if they understood, but not quite. After resolving the issue with the heating equipment, the next step was to discuss what to plant. Li Fuxing said, "It would be great if we grew some tomatoes, eggplants, and other vegetables. These vegetables are very suitable for greenhouse cultivation. We can use methods to control the temperature and humidity to meet their growth needs." The old party secretary and others had originally considered growing fruit, but after careful consideration, they felt it wasn't a good idea. Growing fruit would require a huge amount of time and energy, and the harvest might not be good in the end. Therefore, they finally decided to grow vegetables. Vegetables can be harvested in a short time, but the weather is still very cold right now, and the price of fresh vegetables is very high. Apart from those units that have special supplies, most people don't have the opportunity to eat them at all. Okay, we'll listen to Fuxing. The old party secretary nodded. Chen Guobao went to the commune early in the morning. He had just entered the office and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when Director Wu called him over. Without a doubt, the question is definitely about learning about chicken farming. Chen Guobao walked into the office, closed the door, and plopped down in a chair. Upon seeing Chen Guobao's unseemly posture, Director Wu was furious. If it weren't for his nephew, he would have transferred him long ago. But there was nothing he could do. He had to take care of his wife's nephew. National Security Bureau, how's your training going these past few days? Have you grasped the essence of chicken farming in Lijiazhuang? Director Wu asked. This matter is of great importance, which is why he was so anxious to call Chen Guobao over to ask about the situation. The way chickens are raised in Lijiazhuang is no different from the way chickens are raised in other villages, Chen Guobao said. Director Wu felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. He thought it must be because Lijiazhuang was lucky this time, and the chicks they bought were of good quality, which is why they were raised to be so fat and big. At this moment, Chen Guobao spoke up again. Director Wu, I couldn't find any difference between the breeding methods in Lijiazhuang and other villages, but I have made other important discoveries. Upon hearing this, Director Wu's face immediately lit up with delight. What did you find? Tell us quickly. Chapter 307. Giving the Li family village a quota for waterway repair is quite good. Seeing this, Director Wu hurriedly urged him on, wondering why he hadn't noticed how much of a nephew deserved to be beaten before. Uncle, have you ever heard of Li Fuxing from Lijiazhuang? Chen Guobao asked mysteriously. I've heard of you, but how many times have I told you? In the commune, you have to call me Director. Director Wu rolled his eyes at Chen Guobao. By the way, could this new major discovery of yours be related to Li Fuxing? Chen Guobao finally got to the point. Yes, Li Fuxing created something called a chick hatchery, which increased the chick hatching rate to a full 85%. I think the reason why the chickens raised in Lijiazhuang are so big and fat is probably related to this chick hatchery. Upon hearing the 85% hatching rate, Director Wu gasped and exclaimed, State security, are you kidding me? Of course I know that. I even brought my notes with me. As he spoke, he took out some notes he had made when he was in Lijiazhuang. Director Wu took the notebook and looked at it. He saw that Chen Guobao remembered it very clearly, and that he had indeed not been lazy and had put in a lot of effort. Very good, State Security, you did a great job this time. Promoting this chick hatchery would definitely be a great help to ordinary people. I'll keep this notebook for now. I need to report to my superiors. You'll have to come with me to Lijiazhuang later. We can't let Lijiazhuang make contributions for nothing. We must give them some rewards, and of course, we should arrange for them to receive banners and the like. Director Wu was a bit conflicted about what to give as the remaining reward. If he gave money, Lijiazhuang wouldn't be short of it. Chen Guobao sat in his chair without saying a word, feeling a bit bored, so he picked up a pen and started playing with it. Director Wu thought for a long time, but still couldn't decide what reward to give. Chen Guobao couldn't stand it anymore and said, Director Wu, I think you're really getting stuck on this. There's a food shortage everywhere right now. Aren't we repairing waterways? Why not just give Lijiazhuang a few more slots? Many people are struggling to get enough to eat right now, but by helping the commune repair the waterways, at least they can get something to eat. Great. It has to be my nephew. Young people are so quick-witted. Director Wu immediately realized and nodded with a smile. Chen Guobao was somewhat amused and exasperated. Wasn't he just calling him Director Wu? Why was he calling him his nephew now? Of course, I couldn't say this out loud. I could only complain about it in my heart. It's a small matter. As long as Director Wu thinks it's good, that's fine. When you need him, he's your nephew. When you don't, he's Xiao Chun. How incredibly pragmatic. State security, how many slots do you think would be appropriate for Lijiazhuang? Too many people won't work either. We already have enough people to repair the waterways. Adding too many people all of a sudden would be inappropriate. 15. I think that number is pretty good, Chen Guobao said. Director Wu nodded upon hearing this. 15 people shouldn't be too much trouble. Next, someone was arranged to get the banners. The commune had quite a few banners in its collection, and they could be used after a little work. On their way up the mountain to hunt, Li Datu and his group encountered Li Fuxing and quickly said, Uncle 21, We're on our way up the mountain to hunt. Would you like to come along? Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing immediately nodded. Okay, are we going up the mountain now? Li Dado nodded. Yes, we've prepared everything. Li Fuxing glanced at it and saw that they were indeed well prepared, bringing a lot of animal traps and hunting rifles, so they could easily take care of any large beasts they encountered. Okay, let's go now, Li Fuxing agreed. The group marched in a grand procession up the mountain. Seeing this, the old party secretary knew he couldn't stop Li Fuxing, so he quickly urged, "You must prioritize safety. It's still winter, and many large animals are hibernating, but we still can't let our guard down. Don't worry, party secretary, we will definitely protect Uncle 21. Li Datu assured him. Okay, go ahead. The old party secretary nodded. Then everyone set off up the mountain. Big picture, do you need me to help you carry some things? Li Fuxing asked. He quickly waved his hand, saying, No need, Uncle 21, you can just come along. Li Fuxing nodded upon hearing this, knowing that no matter what he said, Li Datu would resolutely refuse to let him help. Heavy snow was falling from the sky, and the wind was biting cold. Everything around them was a vast expanse of white. Even though Li Fuxing and his group had been walking around, their hands and feet were still freezing. The snow was falling heavily, and the snow on the ground was getting thicker and thicker, making it increasingly difficult for everyone to walk. Only people from Lijiazwang would go into the mountains in this kind of weather. People from other villages would definitely not choose to go hunting in this weather, as the temperature is so low that outdoor activities would consume a lot of calories. If you manage to catch some prey, that's fine. But if you come back empty-handed, it's a huge loss. You'll have to eat a lot to make up for all the calories you've lost. Although Li Fuxing was feeling a bit cold, being on the vast snowfield put him in a great mood. Luckily, his resistance to snow had improved considerably in recent days. Otherwise, he would probably be lying in the snow playing happily right now. Before long, someone discovered rabbit tracks on the snow and exclaimed excitedly, I saw rabbit footprints. Following the footprints in the snow, the group found the rabbit's den. But luck seemed to be against him. Li Dada reached in, only to find nothing. The rabbit had already moved its nest. What a pity, there are no rabbits inside. Everyone was a little disappointed. Li Fuxing encouraged everyone. Don't be discouraged, this is only the first one. We will definitely catch a lot of wild rabbits today. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, everyone was instantly filled with confidence again and continued their journey into the depths of the mountains. At the same time, Director Wu brought Chun Guobao to Lijiazwang. When the security team members on duty at the village entrance saw the unfamiliar tractor, they were about to stop it, but when they suddenly saw Chun Guobao sitting on the tractor, they let it pass. Officer Chun, are you here to see the old party secretary again? Chun Guobao smiled and nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, one of the security team members immediately turned and ran into the village to find the old party secretary. Soon, he found the old party secretary and reported the situation to him. Upon hearing that a tractor had arrived, the old party secretary knew that the commune leaders had come and immediately rushed to the village entrance. Upon reaching the village entrance, he saw a middle-aged man standing next to Chun Guobao, wearing a military overcoat with the collar of a Zhongshan suit showing underneath. The old party secretary then realized that this was Director Wu of the commune. He hurried over and said with a smile, Director Wu, you didn't even give us a heads up before you came, so we could have made some preparations to welcome you. Secretary Li, we don't do that anymore, Director Wu said with a smile. I came here today to thank your village for its contributions, and I even brought a banner to present to you. By the way, is Li Fuxing from your village here? Chapter 308. The Banner of Honor arrives in the village. One of his purposes in coming to Lijiazwang was to get closer to Li Fuxing, since Li Fuxing was the person in charge of his village, and it was very necessary to maintain a good relationship with him. Director Wu, you've come at an inopportune time. Fuxing went hunting in the mountains with some young men from the village, and we don't know when he'll be back, the old party secretary explained. If he had given prior notice, he would have stopped Li Fuxing before he went up the mountain. Now it's too late. Director Chun felt a little disappointed when he heard this. He hadn't expected to come at such an inopportune time, just in time to run into Li Fuxing, who was hunting in the mountains. He didn't have much time to wait here, so he said, Secretary Li, in addition to the banner, can your village send another 15 people to the commune to help repair the waterway? After saying that, he gave Chen Guobao a wink, and the latter understood immediately and quickly went to get the banner from the tractor. Director Wu accepted the banner and solemnly handed it to the old party secretary. The old party secretary unfurled the banner and saw the 4 large characters "Model Chicken Farmer" written on it. He immediately became excited. In this era where reputation is highly valued, a banner is not something easily obtained, let alone one presented by a superior. But when the old party secretary heard that 15 more slots had been allocated for waterway repair, he felt it was a bit of a waste. There were so many things to do in the village that he couldn't possibly spare any manpower to repair the waterways. In the past, he would have been very happy to have these 15 extra spots, but now the village has no shortage of food, so there is no need to go. It would be better to stay in the village and help with the work. Moreover, the food in the village is much better than in the commune, as I had heard from the villagers of Wangjia village before. This made the villagers even less willing to go. However, it is also not feasible to give up these quotas, since they are rewards personally delivered by leaders, and the village cannot be too high profile, otherwise countless villages will come to borrow grain, and then there will be trouble. Thank you so much, Director Wu, the old party secretary said, feigning gratitude. Director Chun was very satisfied with the old party secretary's expression. It was quite nice to listen to his nephew's suggestions occasionally. It's nothing. This is a reward you deserve. Afterwards, the old party secretary took Director Wu to visit the chick hatchery, which was indeed almost exactly as recorded in his notes. Meanwhile, Li Fuxing and his team continued forward and soon discovered a new target: 2 gray rabbits foraging for food not far away. Before the group could even approach, the rabbit had already vanished in a flash. Just as everyone was about to give chase, Li Fuxing stopped them. The rabbits are too fast, we can't catch them at all. Let's be patient and wait a while before following the tracks and trying to wipe out the whole rabbit brood. A hare is so fast that a person can't catch it, let alone in such deep snow. Everyone felt that what Li Fuxing said made a lot of sense, so they all stopped and gave up the idea of going over immediately. While waiting, the group did not remain idle, but continued to search for traces of other wild animals in the surrounding area. Going up the mountain is still quite dangerous right now, so everyone is carrying a hunting rifle so they can protect themselves even if they encounter any large wild animals. Actually, everyone was quite hoping to encounter a large, ferocious beast, which would bring extra rewards. The group searched for more than 10 minutes, but apart from the tracks left by the 2 rabbits, they found no traces of other animals. Li Fuxing felt that the time was almost up. If they didn't follow the footprints soon, the heavy snow would probably cover them up, making it almost impossible to find them again. That's about enough. Let's follow the footprints. Hearing Li Fuxing's words, everyone nodded and followed the footprints. They all tried to remain quiet, afraid of making any noise that might scare the rabbit away, which would make it even harder to catch. The group followed the footprints for 3 or 4 minutes and found a very well-hidden nest at the end of the footprints. If they hadn't looked closely, they probably would have missed it. Just then, in his excitement, Li Dequan accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a crisp cracking sound. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Da's entire body. Li Dequan was equally surprised by his carelessness and quickly nodded apologetically to everyone. Everyone knew that Li Dequan hadn't done it intentionally, so they didn't pursue the matter further. Right now, the most urgent task was to deal with the rabbit burrow. Li Datu and the others turned their attention back to the rabbit's nest. After waiting for a while, they found that no rabbits came out, probably because they were not disturbed by the crisp sound. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't disturbed the rabbit, otherwise they would have wasted their time. Having learned their lesson, the group became even more cautious, tiptoeing slowly toward the rabbit's den. What should have been a short walk took nearly 5 minutes, but their caution paid off. Li Datu was very close to the entrance of the den, but still did not disturb the rabbits inside. Li Datu took a deep breath, rushed to the cave entrance, and put his hand inside. Li Fuxing was startled by Li Datu's sudden action. If it was indeed a wild rabbit, it wouldn't be a problem, but if it was another animal, like a snake, it would be bad news. With the current backward medical conditions, there are very few snake venom antivenoms available. If bitten by a venomous snake, apart from trying folk remedies, one can basically only wait to die. Fortunately, what Li Dadu pulled out of the nest was indeed a wild rabbit. Upon seeing the wild rabbit, Li Daquan and the others immediately reacted, rushed over to catch it, and threw it into a sack. In this way, Li Dadu spent 3 or 4 minutes taking out a total of 11 wild rabbits from the nest. They varied in size, with some even only the size of a palm. Li Dadu and the others planned to take them all back. But Li Fuxing said, "Big two, let's release those smaller ones." Overhunting has a very negative impact on the ecological environment. Hearing Li Fuxing's words, Li Dadu and the others, though reluctant, still released the few palm-sized wild rabbits. They knew Li Fuxing was right, but it was still a little painful to let go of the meat that was practically in their mouths. I had no choice but to turn my head to the side and pretend I couldn't see it. After the rabbits were put down, they quickly disappeared. With the rabbits caught, everyone beamed with joy. At least the trip hadn't been in vain. Li Daquan's stomach suddenly started rumbling. Because the surroundings were quite quiet, the sound seemed unusually abrupt. Li Daquan's face instantly turned red as an apple. Aside from Li Fuxing, this kind of thing is common for everyone else. It's only now that the village has enough food that the situation has improved considerably. Li Fuxing said, "We've caught so many wild rabbits. Let's find a sheltered place to roast some and eat them." He had never tasted roasted wild rabbit before, so he wanted to give it a try. Chapter 309. 2 Gluttonous Badgers. Everyone agreed with Li Fuxing's suggestion and began to look for a place that was sheltered from the wind. Otherwise, with such strong winds, starting a fire would be a hassle. Li Dadu said, "I do know a place that should be sheltered from the wind, and the water hasn't frozen yet." Everyone nodded in agreement and went over. Led by Li Dadu, it took nearly 20 minutes for the group to reach the place Li Dadu had mentioned. The water here was indeed not frozen, which Li Fuxing found somewhat strange. Logically speaking, the water in such a place should have frozen long ago, but the reality is that the water is still flowing and there is no sign of it freezing at all. Li Dadu and the others took 2 wild rabbits out of the bag, killed them with the knives they carried, and then began to process them. Li Fuxing said, "Let's keep the rabbits' entrails for now and see if we can use them as bait to catch some large animals. Then we'll have a big harvest." Upon hearing this, Li Dadu and the others nodded in agreement, surprised that such a thing could be done. "Uncle 21, it has to be you again," Li Dadu said with a smile. Li Daquan picked up the rabbit entrails he had carelessly tossed aside, found a spot he felt was decent, threw the entrails on the ground, and then all that was left was to wait. After dealing with the rabbit, everyone set about starting a fire. Luckily, they had brought matches with them when they went up the mountain. Otherwise, relying solely on rubbing sticks together to start a fire, it would have taken who knows how long. The group gathered some relatively dry leaves and twigs, and Li Dadu struck a match and lit them. Before long, flames burst forth. Li Dadu used a long, sharpened wooden stick to skewer the wild rabbit and roast it over the fire. To prevent it from burning, it needs to be turned and flipped frequently during the roasting process. A wild rabbit is not light, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds. After a while, your arms will definitely not be able to take it. Li Fuxing understood the situation and said, "There's no need to keep holding it by hand to roast it. Go find some wood." Li Daquan was puzzled, but he still did as Li Fuxing said and found a few pieces of wood. "Uncle 21, is this enough?" "That's enough." Li Fuxing nodded, used an axe to chop all the wood into the same length, and inserted the wood into the ground in a crisscross pattern, and a grill was ready. Putting the rabbit on this rack makes roasting it less tiring. Upon hearing this, Li Dadu quickly placed the rabbit on the shelf, and sure enough, it immediately became much lighter and easier to handle with one hand. "Uncle 21, you're amazing. How do you know everything?" Li Daquan said to Li Fuxing with great excitement. When Li Fuxing saw Li Daquan's eyes, he immediately thought of those crazy fans in later generations who would do anything for their idols. Goosebumps immediately rose on my body. As time passed, the aroma of the wild rabbit grew stronger, making everyone swallow hard. Otherwise, it's too cold, and people's drool would probably drip onto the ground. Li Daquan was already hungry, and now he could smell the aroma of meat but couldn't eat it, which made him feel very distressed. My stomach started rumbling again. But Li Daquan didn't blush this time. His attention was entirely on the roasted wild rabbit. Li Dada kept flipping the rabbit over, his desire to eat it almost irresistible, but the rabbit wasn't cooked through yet. Big picture, how much longer until it's done baking? I'm starving, someone asked. Yeah, isn't it ready yet? My mouth is practically watering, Li Dadu said. Everyone, stay calm. It will only take another 7 or 8 minutes. As Li Fuxing smelled the fragrance, he couldn't help but sigh. The original, natural things are the best. Just the smell alone is much better than those things from later generations that have been enhanced with various technologies. Those last 7 or 8 minutes felt like the longest time ever to Li Daquan and the others. Finally, Li Dadu took the rabbit off the grill and said, "All right, we can eat now." Without waiting for the heat, he immediately tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Li Fuxing. "Uncle 21 here." Li Fuxing didn't stand on ceremony. After taking it, he blew on it, and then took a big bite. Seeing Li Fuxing start eating, Li Datu and the others couldn't resist and began to feast as well. "If there were a drink right now, that would be perfect," Li Datu remarked as he ate. Alcohol is a rare commodity these days because reduced grain production has increased the cost of brewing, leading to higher prices and making it even harder for ordinary people who could only afford it a few times to drink. Before long, the group had eaten the 2 rabbits clean, leaving only bones on the ground. If they hadn't been so tough to chew, Li Daquan and the others would probably have chewed up and eaten the bones as well. "Let's go over there and see if those internal organs we put down earlier will bring any unexpected surprises," Li Fuxing said. Everyone nodded in agreement and got up from the ground. Li Daquan led the way, and everyone kept their footsteps very quiet for fear of scaring away any prey that might be attracted. The place wasn't very far. It only took 6 or 7 minutes to walk there. From a distance, people could see animals eating the things on the ground. Li Dada lowered his voice and said, "Let's use our guns. Otherwise, if we get too close, we might scare the prey away." Li Daquan and the others nodded, acquiescing to the proposal. Li Datu whispered, "Daquan, you take the one on the far left. Give the one on the far right to Uncle 21, and I'll take the one in the middle." Li Fuxing and Li Daquan both nodded, and each aimed at their chosen targets. Shot! Li Dada let out a low growl, and Li Fuxing and Li Daquan followed suit and fired their guns. Only Li Fuxing and Li Datu successfully hit the target. Li Daquan's marksmanship was slightly inferior. This greatly annoyed Li Daquan, who never expected that he would miss the target. "Daquan, you always brag about how accurate your marksmanship is. How come you messed up at the crucial moment?" "I would have been better off shooting. I could have definitely hit the target." A person standing next to Li Dada couldn't help but speak up. Li Dada quickly came to Li Daquan's rescue, saying, "All right, everyone, let's all say less. Daquan's marksmanship is still very good. He just made a mistake once. Go quickly and bring that prey back. Let's see what it is." "It's too greedy," someone said. Upon hearing this, Li Daquan quickly ran over to retrieve the prey. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the 2 creatures were none other than badgers. He then took both badgers back with him, one in each hand. They were 2 badgers. Seeing this, everyone felt a little disappointed, thinking it was some kind of larger animal, but it turned out to be a badger. But even though badgers are small, they are still meat, and the thought of this made everyone's disappointment vanish instantly. Li Dadu said, "It's getting late. Let's set the animal traps and then head back to the village." Chapter 310, Fish Discovered in the Reservoir. The days are short now, and it gets dark around 5 p.m. If you're still on the mountain then, it's quite dangerous. Especially with the weather so cold. If you get hypothermia, you'll probably die on the mountain. Li Datu and the others naturally had no objections. Subsequently, under Li Datu's arrangement, they placed animal traps on animal trails that wild animals frequently traveled. After setting all the animal traps, it was already around 3:30 in the afternoon. They packed up their things and set off down the mountain. Although the prey we caught this time wasn't very big, at least we didn't go back empty-handed. On the way, we passed a reservoir that had just been completed in the back mountain. We saw many children playing on the ice. The ice was still quite thick, and even adults could support it. Therefore, the adults in the village felt at ease and did not stop the children from playing on the ice. When Li Fuxing saw Wang Kai and his 2 siblings there, he called out, "Wang Kai, it's getting late. Take your younger siblings home early. Come to my house for dinner tonight." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, Wang Kai and his 2 siblings immediately nodded in agreement. Every time they went to Li Fuxing's house, they could eat a lot of good food. So upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, they forgot about playing with their friends. Playing games is nothing compared to eating meat. The others were taken aback when they saw that Wang Kai and his siblings agreed so readily, and then they felt a pang of envy. Everyone in the village knew that Li Fuxing's family had the best food. No one in the village would refuse to eat at Li Fuxing's house. But since Li Fuxing didn't invite them, they could only watch helplessly. If Li Fuxing invited them to dinner, they would probably be even more excited than Wang Kai and his siblings. Wang Kai and his 2 siblings quickly ran home and told their parents the good news. Just then, Li Fuxing, who was watching the reservoir, suddenly spotted a school of fish. "Look, there looks like a school of fish over there." Li Datu and the others looked in the direction Li Fuxing pointed, and sure enough, a school of fish was faintly visible. They immediately became excited. "Wow, it really is a school of fish, and they all look quite big. Daquan, your eyesight is so good. How can you even tell the size of a fish?" "Hee, I think he's just bragging again. It's still separated by ice, so you can't really see anything." Li Fuxing said, "It's not that Daquan is bragging. I saw it too. Those fish are indeed quite big." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, everyone's attitude immediately underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Daquan's eyesight is really good. It's comparable to Uncle 21's. That means he's got some skills, kid. Li Daquan never expected that Li Fuxing would also see the size of the fish and even vindicate himself. "Uncle 21, should we tell the old party secretary about this?" Li Datu asked. "We still need to ask Li Fuxing what he thinks. If we tell the old party secretary but don't find any fish in the end, he'll definitely be accused of spreading rumors behind his back, and that would ruin his reputation." Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "Let's tell the old party secretary. In the end, it's up to him to decide what to do. If he were to make the decision, there would be nothing to say. He could simply call the villagers together for a winter fishing trip. At most, it would require some manpower, but otherwise, they wouldn't lose anything." Li Datu nodded in agreement and hurried back to the village to find the old party secretary. At this moment, Wang Kai and his 2 siblings also arrived home and saw Yang Mei feeding Fei Fei milk powder. Wang Kai said, "Mom, my older brother invited us to have dinner at his place tonight." Yang Mei was about to refuse when she heard this, but she couldn't resist the persistent pleas of Wang Kai and his siblings and finally nodded in agreement. When Wang Kai and his 2 siblings saw that their mother had agreed, they immediately beamed with joy. Originally, they had planned to go on their own instead of their parents. It has to be said that these 3 siblings are definitely big foodies. Yang Mei handed the baby bottle to Wang Kai so that he could feed Fei Fei, while she went to Li Fuxing's house to help out earlier. If the whole family goes out for a meal, how can it be justifiable not to help with some chores? Wang Kai carefully picked up Fei Fei and then began to breastfeed her. Wang Kai usually helps take care of Fei Fei, so Yang Mei felt relatively at ease and went out to Li Fuxing's house. Before leaving, he added, "Don't forget to tell your father later." "Yes, mother," Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Li Datu and Li Daquan have found the old party secretary and explained the situation to him. After listening, the old party secretary thought for a moment and said, "Datu, take me there to have a look." He has to go and see for himself before he can make a final decision. Hearing about it from others can never compare to seeing it for yourself. Li Datu nodded in agreement and immediately led the old party secretary toward the reservoir, with Li Daquan following behind. The 3 of them walked as fast as they could to get there before dark. It's truly remarkable how physically fit people are these days. They can walk briskly from the village all the way to the back of the mountain without even breaking a sweat. This level of physical fitness surpassed that of the vast majority of people in later generations. Upon arriving at the reservoir behind the mountain, the old party secretary asked, "Where did you see the school of fish just now?" The party secretary is over there to the east, Li Dadu said, pointing in the direction to the old party secretary. The old party secretary walked quickly to the place Li Dadu had mentioned, carefully observed the situation under the ice, and soon discovered the school of fish. The old party secretary was very happy. If all these fish could be caught, it would not only improve the village's meals, but the surplus could also be used to purchase goods for Fuxing, helping the village earn more money. He immediately issued a notice that winter fishing would be carried out at the reservoir the next day. When Yang Mei arrived at Li Fuxing's house, she saw that Li Fuxing was already busy in the kitchen, so she quickly washed her hands and went over to help. Third aunt, you don't need to help. Just go inside and sit down. I can do it myself. Yang Mei quickly said, That won't do, Fuxing. It's already embarrassing enough that you're here to freeload. If you don't let me help you, I won't be able to enjoy my meal. Seeing her say that, Li Fuxing had no choice but to ask Yang Mei to help pick the vegetables. Yang Mei took the vegetables from Li Fuxing's hands and started washing them. She never expected that Li Fuxing's family would use hot water to wash vegetables. Her family always used cold water, and she never even dared to think about hot water. With Yang Mei's help, the ingredients were quickly prepared, and Li Fuxing then prepared to cook the dish. Third aunt continued washing the dishes. When Li Fuxing saw that the water was cold, he quickly said, Third aunt, the water is cold. Pour in some hot water. No need for revival. You can wash it with cold water, Yang Mei quickly said, feeling a little reluctant. Even though the firewood and electricity weren't from their own farm, she still felt bad. Plus, much of the firewood was cut by her husband from the mountains, making her even more reluctant to use it. Chapter 311. Busy chiseling ice and mending nets. Li Fuxing understood that it wouldn't be easy to change Yang Mei and the others' habits formed over decades, so he didn't press them further and started cooking. Before long, Li Dajuan arrived carrying Fei Fei and bringing Wang Kai and his two siblings. Upon seeing Grandpa Li, they quickly greeted him, Uncle. Grandpa Li nodded in agreement and continued to relax in his recliner. Li Dajuan was already used to old Master Li's attitude, so he found it quite normal. When Grandma Li saw that Li Dajuan was so awkward in holding Fei Fei, she quickly took Fei Fei into her arms. Fei Fei, Grandma's here to hug you, aren't you happy? Fei Fei chuckled, making Grandma Li very happy as well. 20 minutes later, Yang Mei came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. The three siblings, Wang Kai and his sister, smelled the aroma and quickly sat down at the table to prepare, as if afraid they would miss out on the food if they were too slow. Go wash your hands. What are you doing sitting here? Upon hearing their mother's words, the three siblings quickly ran to wash their hands. After Li Fuxing finished cooking the last dish, he brought it out. Once everyone was seated, Old Master Li said, All right, let's eat. After saying that, Old Master Li took out a bottle of wine and poured himself about half a glass. There was no other way. This was the most he drank each day. Li Dajuan's eyes never left the wine in Old Master Li's hand, but Old Master Li pretended not to see it. There wasn't even enough wine for him to drink, so how could he bear to let others drink it? Seeing his third uncle's state, Li Fuxing took the wine bottle from Old Master Li's hand and poured most of a glass for Li Dajuan. Seeing this, Old Master Li hurriedly said, Fuxing, that's enough. Why are you dumping so much? Seeing the distressed look on Grandpa Li's face, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Li's usual serious and stern demeanor was a stark contrast to his current appearance. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, and then Li Dajuan's family went home to sleep. Li Fuxing and his grandparents also went to bed early. The next morning, Li Fuxing got up early because he was going to participate in the winter fishing. I habitually opened Pinduoduo and bought 10 pounds of mutton and 10 roast geese from today's 1-cent flash sale section. I wonder if people from the north can get used to roast goose. As for mutton, there's nothing wrong with it. After quickly washing up, Li Fuxing ate a few bites of breakfast haphazardly and rushed towards the reservoir behind the mountain. If I weren't afraid of being seen, I would definitely buy some hot breakfast from Pinduoduo and eat it while walking. After walking for about 20 minutes, Li Fuxing arrived at the reservoir. He thought he had arrived early enough, but the villagers had arrived even earlier than him. Many villagers have already gone onto the ice. They arrived at the reservoir before dawn because they didn't have meters at home and were afraid of being late, so they all arrived early. Some villagers are inspecting the fishing nets that haven't been used for a long time to see if there are any damaged parts so they can be repaired quickly, otherwise the fish will escape through the damaged parts when they go fishing later. It will be difficult to catch them then. These more delicate tasks were mostly done by women, but the men weren't idle either. They all went to the reservoir to observe the location of the fish. The rest of the people were chiseling holes in the ice, with each hole about 10 meters apart. Chiseling a hole in the ice is no easy task. The ice is very thick right now, at least 15 or 16 centimeters thick. Even with tools, the vibrations still make your hands ache. The villagers of Lijiazwang carried tools and kept chiseling on the ice. Some of them carried measuring tools. After chiseling a hole, they would first roughly measure and determine the location before continuing to chisel. Unless the person taking the measurements makes a mistake, the hole will not be drilled incorrectly. Li Fuxing certainly wouldn't just stand around watching. He also joined the winter fishing team to experience the joy of winter fishing. The villagers had a clear division of labor, and the preparations were in full swing. Li Zhixia, carrying a net, arrived at a pre-drilled hole and swiftly scooped up a fish. The surrounding villagers were all astonished to see this scene, never expecting that Li Zhixia could catch a fish so easily. Although fish swim slower when the weather is cold, it is still very difficult to catch them directly with a net. That's amazing. I wish I could be as amazing as Uncle Zhixia. Zhixia, I always heard you say you had this ability, and I thought you were just bragging. I never thought it was true. Seeing this, Li Fuxing gave Li Zhixia a thumbs up to show his approval. Li Zhixia was quite capable. Otherwise, the old party secretary wouldn't have entrusted him with the command of the winter fishing. Hearing the praise from the villagers, Li Zhixia felt a little embarrassed. These are all minor matters. If you study diligently, you can be just like me. He said that just to be polite. Unexpectedly, someone was impolite. Upon hearing this, Li Daong quickly said, Uncle Zhixia, can I recognize you as my master? Will you teach me this skill? You just said that if I study hard, I can be just like you. You wouldn't be lying to us, right? Li Zhixia was stunned. He hadn't expected that someone would take a polite remark seriously. He was now in a dilemma and could only say, there's no need to acknowledge me as your master. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. You're so smart, you'll definitely learn faster than me. Li Daong seemed not to realize that Li Zhixia was just being polite and nodded with a smile. Uncle Zhixia, how long did it take you to learn this skill? You think I'm smart, but do you think it took me a long time to learn it? Li Zhixia was taken aback, not expecting this kid to be so clueless, so he could only say seriously, I can't say a specific time either. The surrounding villagers were speechless, almost bursting out laughing. They hadn't expected Li Daong to be so honest, not realizing that the other person was just being polite. Li Fuxing was also somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected that there were such people in this era who dared to ask any question. If it were him, he would never have asked such a question. Daong, don't worry, I will definitely teach you everything I know. Li Zhixia had no choice but to say this. It's now common knowledge that masters will hold back some skills when teaching their apprentices, but they certainly won't say it out loud. Otherwise, who would want to become their apprentice? Besides, if word got out, their reputation would be ruined. After nearly an hour and a half, the intensive preparations were finally completed. The women of Lijiazwang carefully inspected all 10+ fishing nets, mending any damaged parts to prevent fish from escaping. The work of chiseling the ice cave is also finished. The saying, many hands make light work, is absolutely true. What would have taken more than 2 hours was done in an hour and a half. Chapter 312. The Principle of Using Your Brain. A net of fish weighs 1,150 kilograms. Seeing that all the preparations were complete, the old party secretary said loudly, All right, get on the ice. There were over 100 villagers participating in the winter fishing. They carried nets, bamboo poles, and other tools, and stepped onto the ice. They shouted slogans, and for a moment, there was actually a sense of excitement. A group of people walked to the spot that Li Zhixia had chosen. This spot was special. Li Zhixia had selected it based on various factors. It was the place where the first ice cave would be dug, and the net would be lowered from this cave. Li Fuxing found it quite interesting. He hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved in winter fishing. Starting from the ice cave where the net was set, Li Zhixiao walked several hundred steps to each side, planted the flags, and then walked several hundred steps forward to plant a flag at the point where they met. The area marked by these flags was the net's nest. Li Zhixiao learned this knowledge from his master and continuously improved and refined it through practice, which contains a lot of wisdom. After finishing these tasks, Li Zhixiao waved his hand and said, "Download the net." Upon hearing Li Zhixiao's words, the villagers began to cast their nets. Since there were more than 10 fishing nets, they had to join them together as they were being cast to avoid making a mess. Li Zhixiao was in charge of command, overseeing the overall situation from the sidelines. Before long, all 10+ nets were set. The villager guarding the last ice cave pulled the net out, tied it with a thick hemp rope, and pulled it out with all his might. The fishing net experiences great resistance underwater, and with the weather so cold right now, my hands get so cold as soon as I stick them out that it's hard to exert any force. Seeing this, Li Fuxing couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you use livestock to pull it? If relying solely on manpower, it would take much longer." Upon hearing this, Li Zhixiao was slightly taken aback. Right? Why hadn't he thought of using livestock to pull it? If we use oxen or donkeys to pull it, we can save a lot of time. Li Fuxing thought that the custom of winter fishing was passed down from ancient times. At that time, cattle and other livestock had a very high status, so there was no tradition of using cattle to pull the cart. Seeing that the villagers remained unmoved, the old party secretary hurriedly said, "Why aren't you going to the village to bring the livestock over? What are you standing here for?" Upon hearing what the old party secretary said, the villagers hurried back to the village to herd their livestock. "Zhixia, you need to keep up with the times so that you can better pass on your skills," the old party secretary said to Li Zhixia. "Things are different now than before. Many things that worked before may not work now." Li Zhixiao felt that the old party secretary was right and nodded vigorously. "Fuxing, want to learn how to surf the internet from me? I think with your intelligence, you'll learn it in no time, and you might even surpass me." Upon hearing this, Li Daong immediately became displeased. "Uncle Zhixia, you just said the same thing to me. I think I'll pass. Let's leave the opportunity to people who like these things," Li Fuxing said with a smile, politely declining. Li Zhixiao felt a little disappointed. He hadn't expected that his best skills wouldn't catch Li Fuxing's eye. But then he thought that compared to Li Fuxing's skills, his own were nothing. It was normal for Li Fuxing not to think much of him, so he felt relieved. "All right, I won't insist." Then, Li Fuxing opened a packet of fish bait and scattered it into the ice cave. Li Zhixiao asked, somewhat puzzled, "Fuxing, what are you scattering here?" "The bait is specifically designed to lure fish to bite. I figured that pouring it in would attract even more fish," Li Fuxing said. After hearing the explanation, Li Zhixiao immediately understood. Originally, winter fishing involved throwing food into the ice caves as bait, but given the current food shortage, there was nothing they could do. The practice of baiting is not a recent invention. It has existed for a very long time. Before long, Li Datu and the others brought over 2 donkeys and 2 cows. They tied ropes to the donkeys and oxen, and then drove them forward. With the help of the livestock, the rope-pulling speed was indeed much faster. Meanwhile, the villagers of Lijiazwang did not slack off and helped pull it from the sidelines. What would normally take more than an hour and a half to pull was accomplished in just over 40 minutes with the help of the donkey and the ox. Many villagers learned something from this experience. No matter what you do, you need to use your brain. This confirms what Li Fuxing once told them. Only by using your brain to farm can you grow more grain. As the net was gradually pulled in, the fish were also pulled together. Because there was ice on the surface above, the fish could not jump out and could only wait to be caught. The villagers of Lijiazwang were overjoyed to see so many fish. There must be at least 300 to 400 kilograms of them, and they would soon be able to eat fish. The villagers, spurred on by this scene, felt a surge of energy, and their net hauling speed increased dramatically. They never imagined that there would be fish in the underground river, let alone such a large group of them. The excavated underground river is of great importance to Lijiazwang. Not only can the water from the underground river be stored in the reservoir to generate electricity, but it can also be used for irrigation and subsequent aquaculture. Soon, all the fish struggling in the water were pulled onto the ice. The fish, which were struggling and jumping around, were immediately frozen and motionless once they came onto the ice. Uncle 21, why did this fish die so quickly? Li Daong asked in confusion. Normally, the fish wouldn't die in such a short time. Because it's too cold, they'll freeze to death as soon as they come out of the water, Li Fuxing explained. Great. I've learned something new from Uncle 21 again, Li Daong exclaimed. Li Zhixiao was somewhat dumbfounded. This kid really knows how to flatter. The villagers' hands were frozen red, but they didn't even notice. Looking at the schools of fish on the ice, everyone was filled with excitement. With so many fish, every household in the village could get quite a share. Thinking of this, they became even more excited, and everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. The old party secretary urged, "Don't just stand there like idiots. Hurry up and get on the scale." He was now eager to know exactly how many fish had been caught in that net. Just looking at this densely packed area, it's clear there must be a lot of them. Upon hearing the old party secretary's voice, the villagers snapped out of their daze and quickly divided up the tasks to begin working. Li Zhichuan stood next to the scale, responsible for recording the data. Because the villagers cooperated very well, the fish were weighed in no time. Because there were no calculators, they could only rely on people and abacuses to calculate. Li Zhichuan kept working on the abacus, and a few minutes later, he calculated the total weight of the fish. That's quite a lot. A total of 1,300 caddies of fish. When the villagers heard this number, their eyes widened in disbelief. They hadn't expected to catch so many fish. Li Zhixiao was equally shocked by the number. He originally thought that it would be around 350 or 400 kilograms at most, but he did not expect it to be 200 or 250 kilograms more than he had estimated. Chapter 313. Even if he marries several wives, the villagers of Lijiazwang have no objections. It's probably because of the bait that Li Fuxing scattered that worked. I never expected that such an inconspicuous thing would play such a big role. It was only then that the villagers recovered from their shock and began to cheer loudly. Great! I didn't expect so many fish to come online. All that freezing this morning was worth it. That's not what you said just now. Why have you changed your mind now? The old party secretary was also all smiles and excited. Stop grinning like an idiot. Hurry up and take the fish back to the village. Upon hearing this, the villagers sprang into action. Forget about using donkey carts or ox carts. Everyone scrambled to carry the fish, seemingly eager to get up close and personal with them. Those villagers who were slow to react didn't even manage to grab one. Actually, there should still be quite a few fish left in the reservoir, because the reservoir is connected to an underground river. Even if they are all caught, new fish may replenish them from the underground river. This is truly the best gift that God has given to the Li family village. When the villagers who worked in the village saw that so many fish had been brought back, they rushed out to greet them. Of course, they were even more pleased with the fish that the villagers carried on their shoulders. Many children ran over to join in the fun, wanting to touch the fish with their own hands. Once the fish were all returned to the village, the old party secretary immediately convened a village-wide meeting to discuss how to deal with so many fish. It's cold, so I'm not worried about it getting damaged, but I still need to deal with it as soon as possible. When the villagers heard that it was a discussion about how to handle the fish, they all ran to participate with great excitement. Once everyone had arrived, the old party secretary spoke up. Let's all discuss this. Should we sell the fish, or should we keep it and eat it? Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately began to argue. Some villagers are thinking of selling the fish so they can get a bigger share of the profits at the end of the year. These people are terrified of poverty. They don't care whether they get to eat meat or not, as long as they get a share of the money. However, some villagers wanted to keep the fish, with each household taking some and the rest placed in the village canteen as an extra meal for everyone. They received a considerable amount of money before the Lunar New Year. They didn't value money too much, and they believed that the village would get better and better, and that they would definitely receive more money than last year by the end of the year. Watching the villagers argue fiercely, the old party's secretary frowned slightly. This was the kind of situation he feared most. Sometimes, being too democratic can reduce efficiency. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, they had no choice but to raise their hands to vote. The old party secretary said loudly, "Stop arguing. Let's vote by raising our hands. Raise your hand if you agree to sell the fish." Immediately, Many villagers raised their hands, and some even raised both hands, hoping to get away with cheating and get an extra vote. The old party secretary instructed Li Zichuan to tally the votes so that they could compare whether more people agreed to sell the fish or more disagreed. Li Zichuan counted the number of people who raised their hands one by one and scolded those who raised two hands. Of course, the extra hand raised would not be counted in the vote. Put everything down. Raise your hand if you agree to keep the fish to eat. Upon hearing this, the villagers who disagreed with selling the fish immediately raised their hands. After Li Zichuan's statistics, the final result was finally obtained. The old party secretary glanced at the data and said, "All right, let's go with the majority. These fish will stay and be eaten by our village." As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers who agreed to leave the fish behind burst into cheers. In contrast, the villagers who wanted to sell their fish were all disappointed. The old party secretary said, "There are 1,300 caddies of fish in total. Each household will get a share, and the rest will be kept in the village canteen for everyone to have an extra meal." The villagers had no objections to the old party secretary's proposal. At this moment, Li Fuxing suddenly stood up and said, "Secretary, may I say a few words?" The villagers were stunned. They hadn't expected Li Fuxing to step forward. Li Fuxing held a rather special position in the village. The old party secretary hurriedly asked, "Fuxing, could it be that you've come up with a better method?" If it were anyone else who interrupted him, the old party secretary would have kicked them and sent them home, but Li Fuxing's opinion had to be heard. "Hey, party secretary, could you sell me some?" Li Fuxing asked. The villagers breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, realizing it was nothing serious. "Fuxing, just take as much as you want back with you. No need to buy it," a villager said. "Yes, we owe the village a great debt of gratitude last year. It's just some fish. If it weren't for Fuxing, we wouldn't have built the reservoir, and we wouldn't have been able to dig the underground river, so there wouldn't be these fish." The villagers all know that their lives are getting better and better thanks to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing said, "I'm planning to give it away as a gift. I'll pay whatever the price is. If I'm eating it myself, I won't be polite with everyone." After thinking for a moment, the old party secretary asked, "Fuxing, how many do you plan to buy?" Li Fuxing rarely asks anything of the village, so this time he finally asked, so of course they couldn't refuse. They would even accept a gift, let alone buy something. 100 caddies will do, and we'll charge 4 cents per caddy, Li Fuxing said directly and generously. The fish should be priced at around 2 or 3 cents right now, but he offered 4 cents directly to avoid leaving a bad impression on the villagers. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary quickly said, "This price is too high for Fuxing. The village can't take advantage of you like this." The villagers all agreed with the old party secretary, saying that at 4 cents a pound, the village was indeed getting a good deal. Before, when the village was struggling, it was fine to take advantage of others. But now that the village is doing better, we can't do that anymore, or people will look down on us and say that the people in our village are ungrateful wretches. During the time Li Fuxing was away on a business trip, the village held a special meeting to discuss this matter. When the village prospers in the future, we must repay the kindness shown to us by Fuxing. Right now, Li Fuxing's words carry more weight than those of the old party secretary and others. It's no exaggeration to say that whatever Li Fuxing tells Li Jiazhuang to do, Li Jiazhuang will do it right now. Even if Li Fuxing married several wives in the village at the same time, the villagers would be sure that no one would gossip about it. Li Fuxing's management these days has been quite effective. Let's go with the market price, 3 cents a pound, 100 pounds for a total of 30 yuan. Li Fuxing wanted to decline, but the old party secretary was very firm. If it was more expensive than Sanmao's, he wouldn't sell it. There was no other way but to listen to the old party secretary. Li Fuxing used 30 yuan to buy 50 kilograms of fish from the village. Seeing that it was getting late, he hurried back to say goodbye to his grandparents, then left 10 kilograms of fish and headed to the city with the remaining 40 kilograms of fish. As soon as he left Li Jiazhuang, he put the fish into his Pinduoduo backpack. Li Fuxing is not the kind of person who would endure hardship without facing it. When they were almost in Beiping, he found a secluded spot, took the fish out, and put it in the shopping basket on the back of his bicycle. Only then did they return to the courtyard house. Chapter 314, Sending Fish to My Future Father-in-Law, and Incidentally Asking for a Plastic Film. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard house, they ran into Qing Yuan and Gu Qingkai, who were about to leave. When they saw that Li Fuxing had brought so many things, they quickly went up to help him. "Fuxing, what's inside? Why is it so heavy?" Li Fuxing said, "There are 80 caddies of fish, so it must be heavy." If they hadn't been helping Li Fuxing buy things all this time, they would definitely have been surprised by the 80 caddies of fish. Now that Li Fuxing said it, the 80 caddies of fish were just like the 80 caddies of radishes. But they are very calm now. With more experience, one's mindset naturally changes. With the help of Gu Cheng and Qing Yuan, the fish were quickly moved into the yard. Li Fuxing then went to the old man's house. But the old man had not yet come home from get off work. So he said to the old woman, "Auntie, when the old man gets off work, please tell him that I need to talk to him about something." "Okay, don't worry, Fuxing, I guarantee I'll bring it to you." The older woman nodded in agreement. Only then did Li Fuxing, Qing Yuan, and Gu Cheng carry the fish home. "Do you two want it?" After thinking for a moment, Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng said, 5 caddies, I guess." They knew that these fish were probably going to be sold to the people in the courtyard, and it wouldn't be good for them to have too many. Besides, these days, they had been helping Li Fuxing sell goods, and their family's meals had improved a lot, so the fish no longer held much appeal for them. Li Fuxing nodded and picked out a relatively large one for each of them, which should weigh more than 5 pounds each. Originally, Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng were going to give money, but Li Fuxing kicked them out. He also had to send some to Uncle Su's family and some to Aunt Chen's family at the street office. In the future, we might need to trouble them for something, so maintaining the relationship is quite necessary. Li Fuxing picked out a large fish for each of their families. It looked bigger than the one he had just given to Qing Yuan and his family, and probably weighed more than 6 pounds. Afterwards, he went to Aunt Chen's house, and to his surprise, Aunt Chen was home. "Fuxing, what brings you here?" Director Chen greeted Li Fuxing with a smile as soon as he saw him arrive. "She has been in a really good mood lately. In the second half of last year, she did an excellent job and was especially praised by her superiors. If nothing unexpected happens, she will most likely be promoted to work in the district." This achievement is inseparable from Li Fuxing's help. Ever since they adopted this nephew, their family's life has been getting better and better. Li Fuxing said, "Aunt Chen, we caught some fish during the winter fishing season in our village. I brought some over for you to try." After saying that, he handed over the big fish he was holding. Director Chen said, "I won't stand on ceremony, Fuxing. Please come in and have a seat." As she spoke, she pulled Li Fuxing into the house. Li Fuxing said, "Aunt Chen, I still need to deliver some things to my boyfriend's house, so I won't go inside. I'll come over for dinner next time." Upon hearing that Li Fuxing was going to his girlfriend's house, Director Chen immediately stopped insisting. "Okay, this is more important. Go quickly." Li Fuxing bid farewell to Director Chen and rode his bicycle to the Su family's house. As luck would have it, Su Mingda happened to be home, and he brought the fish inside. "You've come back to life, please have a seat." Su Mingda quickly came over to greet them. Li Fuxing went into the house, handed the fish to Su Mingda, and said, "Uncle Su, this is a fish caught in our village during the winter fishing season. Please have a taste." "Fuxing, let's leave it for your grandparents. We have plenty of food. The meat you sent over for the new year is still not finished," Su Mingda declined. "I saved quite a few for Grandpa and Grandma, and I brought these especially for you." Upon hearing this, Su Mingda finally accepted the fish. "Uncle Su, there's something else I wanted to tell you. Our village wants to make the greenhouses a bit thicker." The villagers wanted to grow vegetables in greenhouses, but with only a single layer of plastic film, they couldn't guarantee the temperature. Su Mingda laughed and said, "You little rascal, you never come here unless you have something to ask." Li Fuxing chuckled. All right, stop laughing. I'll talk to them when I go to work, and we'll deliver the plastic film to your village, either tomorrow or the day after at the latest." Su Mingda agreed. As Li Fuxing realized it was almost time to get off work, he prepared to return to his courtyard house. "Uncle Su, I'm going back now. I still have things to do at the courtyard," Li Fuxing said. Su Mingda originally wanted to invite Li Fuxing to stay for dinner, but upon hearing that Li Fuxing had something to do, he said, "Okay, be careful on the road." Not long after I returned to the courtyard house, an old man came over. Li Fuxing opened the door and said, "Is an old man off work?" "Fuxing, what do you need me for?" The old man nodded. Li Fuxing didn't mince words and said, "Our village caught some fish during the winter fishing season, and I brought some back with me. I was thinking of asking around the neighborhood if anyone wanted some, and I could sell them some." Upon hearing that there was fish, the old man immediately became excited. "Fuxing, is this really true? Although fish can't compare to pork or chicken, it's still meat. How could that be false?" "Of course it's true." An old man quickly said, "Wait for me a moment. I'll call some people, and we'll have a general meeting." After saying that, he turned and left, and in less than 10 minutes, he had gathered everyone in the courtyard. Although the people in the courtyard were somewhat puzzled, they still brought their stools and gathered in the courtyard. This old man is nothing like the old man in a certain TV drama who makes the residents of the courtyard line up to enter, as if he has some kind of high and mighty attitude. The reason for this hasty general meeting is to discuss something. Some fish were caught during the winter fishing in Fuxing village, and every household in our compound can buy some. Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone in the courtyard became excited. They had initially felt a bit cold, but now they couldn't feel it anymore. The old man quickly tried to maintain order. "Everyone is excited, but don't make a fuss. Let's buy the fish first." "Fuxing, what price should we sell this fish for?" he then asked, looking at Li Fuxing. "Even if it's a bit higher than the market price, that's fine, as long as it's not as outrageous as the black market." 6 cents a pound, Li Fuxing said. He could have sold it at the price he paid for it, but selling it cheaper would have been worse. He knew that the residents in the compound were not short of money. They just couldn't buy food. The residents in the courtyard were even happier when they heard the price. They had originally thought the price would definitely be expensive, but they didn't expect it to be only slightly higher than the market price. An old man said, "Anyone who wants to buy, come and register with me." Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard rushed to line up, afraid that they would miss out if they were late. There's no way around it. The temptation of meat is just too strong. Only 3 households in the courtyard, who were in slightly worse shape, did not queue up to register. They also really wanted to buy and had money in hand, but they resisted the temptation because they were afraid that if something happened, they would not have any money. They've heard that this year won't be easy either. Li Fuxing witnessed this entire scene. Before long, the old man finished organizing the list of fish buyers, collected the money along with it, and then handed it all over to Li Fuxing. Chapter 315, The Old Party Secretaries Versailles. After putting the money away, Li Fuxing began distributing the fish according to the list. Although the fish hadn't been weighed, Li Fuxing gave out more than he was entitled to, so no one in the courtyard objected. Before long, everyone happily took the fish home. Many people are in a hurry and plan to eat the fish tonight. The children in the yard were overjoyed. They could finally eat meat. After everyone had left, Li Fuxing took the fish to Granny Zhao's house. Grandma Zhao opened the door and, seeing Li Fuxing, asked in surprise, "Fuxing, what brings you here?" "I'd like to ask you to make some dumplings for me," Li Fuxing said. Hearing this, Granny Zhao understood that Li Fuxing was indirectly helping her and nodded in agreement. "Okay." I couldn't help but praise Fuxing. This child is truly kind-hearted. Jiqian is so foolish. He actually abandoned such a good child and eloped with a widow. I really don't know what he was thinking. If Li Fuxing had known that Granny Zhao would think this way, he would definitely have stood up for his father. He had already guessed what kind of work his father was doing, so he greatly admired his father and hoped that he could return soon after completing his contribution to the country. "All right, I'll trouble you, Granny Zhao. Consider this fish as payment for your work," Li Fuxing said, handing over the fish he had brought. "Fuxing, this fish is too big." When Grandma Zhao saw the fish in Li Fuxing's hand, she realized it weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds. She was just helping to make some dumplings, so she couldn't accept such a large fish. A fish weighing 3 or 4 pounds would cost around 2 yuan. Li Fuxing said, "Grandma Zhao, please accept this. I have nothing else to thank you for." Upon hearing this, Granny Zhao no longer refused and accepted the fish. "Fuxing, when can I make dumplings for you?" Li Fuxing said, "Please wait a moment. I'll bring the dough and filling over." After returning home, I bought mutton and carrots, along with some flour, on Pinduoduo. Then I delivered it to Granny Zhao. The residents in the courtyard all heard it, but it was someone else's business after all. They might be envious, but they weren't jealous. They could buy fish and were very grateful to Li Fuxing. Using the same method, Li Fuxing also sent fish to the other two families, asking them to do some small chores in exchange. Even if you can't finish all those dumplings in a short time, they can be kept for a long time in this cold weather. If that doesn't work, there's always the Pinduoduo backpack, so there's no need to worry about them spoiling. In this way, all 80 caddies of fish that were brought back were sold. I made some money while giving them away. After finishing all his work, Li Fuxing slept in the city for one night and returned to Lijiazwang early the next morning. The person delivering the plastic film might be there today. If he didn't keep an eye on things and just let the villagers set up the greenhouse, he would be quite worried, so he had to go back early. Li Fuxing was waiting in the village for the person who would deliver the plastic film, but unexpectedly, instead of the plastic film, he was greeted by Wang, the village secretary, and Wang Quan. Because they were acquaintances, the security guards at the entrance of Lijiazwang village did not stop the two, and even greeted them with a smile. Secretary Wang, are you here to see our old secretary? Yes. Is the old party secretary here? Yes, I'm here. I should be over at the riverbed greenhouse right now. Secretary Wang thanked him and walked with Wang Quan toward the riverbed. He had been to Lijiazwang many times and knew its exact location. There's no other way. Ever since the reservoir in Lijiazwang was built and the labor force from their village went back, the village has started to run out of food again. If a solution isn't found soon, Wangjia village will be starving again. There is still a long time before the next harvest, and if that happens, some people will definitely starve to death. Especially now that the weather is still very cold, people get hungry quickly. At first, Party Secretary Wang also let the villagers go hunting in the mountains, but it was not very successful. The little meat they caught was dried and stored away, and they would not use it unless absolutely necessary. He thought he could use the dried meat to exchange for some grain with Li Fuxing. He knew that others wouldn't always lend them grain, since they didn't get their grain for free. That's why he brought Wang Quan along. Even though he was a little embarrassed, he had no choice but to do so. Soon, the two arrived at the riverbed, and sure enough, Li Fuxing and the old party secretary were there. Secretary Wang was a little puzzled. Why were all the people in charge of Lijiazwang here? Could it be that something important happened? Li Fuxing saw Secretary Wang and Wang Quan from afar. Old party secretary, come quick. An old acquaintance has arrived. Finally, someone can help solve this problem in our village. The old party secretary turned around and saw that the people who came were Party Secretary Wang and Wang Quan, who were indeed old acquaintances. He could guess the purpose of these two people's visit without even thinking, but he still greeted him with a smile, saying, Secretary Wang, what brings you here? You didn't even tell me beforehand, so I could have met you at the village entrance. Old party secretary, what are you saying? How could I dare to let you greet me? Since he had come to ask for help, he dared not let others come to greet him. The old party secretary didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Secretary Wang, is there something you need today? Even though he already had a general idea in his mind, it was still better to let others say it themselves. Old party secretary, I really have no other choice. That's why I'm shamelessly asking you for grain. Our village is about to collapse, Party Secretary Wang sighed. The old party secretary said, Secretary Wang, I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. Our village doesn't have much grain either. All right, then I'll go ask in other villages. A hint of disappointment flashed across Secretary Wang's face. Just as they were about to take Wang Quan to visit other villages, the old party secretary stopped them. Secretary Wang, don't rush off. I haven't finished speaking yet. The previously disappointed look on Secretary Wang's face immediately brightened, but he didn't speak. Instead, he looked at the old secretary, afraid of interrupting him. The old party secretary said, It's true that we can't lend you grain, but a few days ago the commune awarded our village some quotas for building a reservoir. Our village doesn't need them, so we can give them to your village. Upon hearing this, Party Secretary Wang immediately became happy. Even if they couldn't borrow any grain, with these 20 slots, the village would have 20 fewer people to eat, and the remaining grain could last for a little longer. But then he thought again and asked, Old party secretary, What good thing did your Li family village do that the commune actually rewarded you with? The commune was notoriously stingy. Compared to taking advantage of the commune, even meeting with the Big Brother's experts was no problem. It's our village's chick hatchery. The commune is planning to promote it, so they gave us a small reward. It's nothing at all. The old party secretary waved his hand dismissively, but secretly he was pleased. Everyone recognized the accent. The old party secretary was the old Versailles. Party Secretary Wang said with a smile. Old party secretary, it really is your Li Jiazhuang that has managed to receive an award from the commune. Looking at his sycophantic uncle, Wang Quan suddenly felt a little unfamiliar. He never expected that his usually serious uncle would have this side to him. The more Secretary Wang praised, the more outrageous it became, until even the old secretary blushed. Chapter 316. Party Secretary Wang returns to the village with good news. This time, they'll draw lots to go to Li Jiazhuang. Secretary Wang, our village is preparing to do some work and needs some labor. Could you send some more people to help us? The old secretary asked. Upon hearing this, Party Secretary Wang felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Why were pie-in-the-sky gifts falling from the sky all day? He never imagined that this trip to Li Jiazhuang would yield such great results. The village has more than 100 households. With dozens of people being relocated for the reservoir construction and dozens more coming from Li Jiazhuang, the village's food situation will be greatly improved. Can we send another 30 people? Is that enough? Secretary Wang now wishes he could send everyone in the village to work so that there would be no shortage of food. However, there is also work to be done in their village, and if it is not completed by the time it is finished, it will be troublesome. Therefore, some people must be left in the village to work. At the same time, in order to maintain a good relationship with Li Jiazhuang, they will not let the elderly and children come over, since they can't do any work and would just eat other people's food for free. Okay, it's a bit little, but it's enough. The old party secretary nodded. When Secretary Wang heard this, he was taken aback. 30 people were not enough. It seemed that there was going to be a big project in Li Jiazhuang. They have plenty of people in their village, but they're afraid of sending weak people, which the Li family won't be happy about, so they won't ask them for such good opportunities anymore. Old party secretary, when should I send people over? Party Secretary Wang asked. As he spoke, he looked up at the power lines overhead, feeling envious. Of all the villages around, only Li Jiazhuang had a stable power supply, and their electricity was generated by their own hydroelectric generator, so they didn't have to spend any money. Send someone over tomorrow, with the same treatment as before, the old party secretary said. Party Secretary Wang nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go back to the village and make the arrangements. I'll make sure those 30 people arrive at Li Jiazhuang on time tomorrow. After saying that, he looked at Li Fuxing, appearing hesitant and stammering. Upon seeing this, the old party secretary called on the brigade leader to go and take a look from a distance. The brigade leader was puzzled, but he still went with the old party secretary. Secretary Wang knew perfectly well that the old secretary had pulled the brigade leader away so that he could have a private talk with Li Fuxing, and therefore he was quite grateful to the old secretary. Secretary Wang, just say what's on your mind. There's no need to beat around the bush, Li Fuxing said. Fuxing, is it okay if I call you that? Secretary Wang asked first. If they were afraid that the other party wouldn't be happy, then the grain exchange would fall through. Li Fuxing nodded. No problem. It's just a title, and besides, Secretary Wang is much older than him, so calling him Fuxing is perfectly fine. Fuxing, it's like this. Our village made some dried meat. Could you please help us exchange it for grain? Only then did Secretary Wang reveal his main purpose. He had no other choice but to seek help from Li Fuxing. During this time, he also inquired about Li Fuxing. As he learned more, he realized just how powerful Li Fuxing's abilities were. Li Fuxing feigned a troubled expression and said, Secretary Wang, how much dried meat does your village have, and how much grain do you need to exchange it for? If the amount is too large, then I can't help you. He didn't know Wangjia village very well yet, so to be on the safe side, he couldn't exchange too much grain for them. Otherwise, if any problems arose, it would be troublesome. There's not much dried meat, only about 30 or 35 kilograms. I wonder how much grain we can exchange for it, said Party Secretary Wang. Li Fuxing did the math. 35 kilograms of dried meat, currently priced at around 1 yuan per 0.5 kilograms, would cost 70 yuan. After thinking for a moment, he gave his answer. Would it be okay to exchange it for 1,000 caddies of corn or millet? Upon hearing this, Party Secretary Wang immediately laughed and said, "No problem. Let's switch to corn." The amount of 500 kilograms far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought he would be lucky to get 300 or 350 kilograms, but he didn't expect to get 500 kilograms. "Fuxing, when can we switch?" He didn't want to urge them, but the village's food supplies were running low, and there was nothing he could do. "It will take a few days. I can't get away for the time being," Li Fuxing said. He would have to wait until the greenhouse was completed before he could exchange it for grain, and he didn't want the people of Wangjia village to think that he could get grain easily. "Okay, thank you so much, Fuxing. Without you, our village would have been doomed," said Party Secretary Wang. In the end, even Secretary Wang didn't stay for dinner, eager to tell the villagers about this good news as soon as possible. After Secretary Wang left, the old secretary came over and asked, "Fuxing, did Secretary Wang ask you to buy grain just now?" "There's no need to guess. It's definitely for food." "Yes, he traded 70 caddies of dried meat for 1,000 caddies of corn," Li Fuxing said. 70 caddies of dried meat were exchanged for this much. The Zhao family village exchanged for more before, so the price of grain must have gone up again. The old party secretary even considered buying more grain to prevent prices from rising again. Having learned from last year's experience, he is now very sensitive to food. After returning to the village with Wang Quan, Party Secretary Wang immediately convened a village-wide meeting. "The situation is urgent, and we must quickly finalize the personnel assignments, as construction in Lijiazwang is scheduled to begin tomorrow." When the villagers of Wangjia village heard that a village-wide meeting was to be held, they were somewhat reluctant to go. However, when they heard that it was about food, they immediately became enthusiastic. Braving the cold wind, the villagers of Wangjia village huddled together tightly to minimize the wind and maintain their body temperature. Party Secretary Wang got straight to the point, saying, "Today, I went to Lijiazwang with Wang Quan. We originally wanted to borrow some grain, but Lijiazwang didn't have any surplus. However, Party Secretary Zhou from Lijiazwang gave our village some quotas for building a reservoir. Furthermore, Lijiazwang is preparing to start a new project and needs 30 people to help. We will draw lots to decide the number of people. Those who still have family members working at the reservoir will not be included in the draw. If there were no lottery, all the villagers would definitely want to work in Lijiazwang." Not only did the food in Lijiazwang be better than in the commune, but after the work was finished, each person would also receive some grain. If there are good benefits, who would be foolish enough to choose a place with poor benefits? Some villagers initially had objections, but once they heard the party secretary mention drawing lots, they all quieted down. "I feel this is unfair. Everyone has to draw lots together," a villager shouted. Her husband was building a reservoir in the commune. He had been jealous of those who went to work in Lijiazwang. Now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to seize it. Otherwise, the next opportunity might be a long time coming. Villagers whose families were involved in the commune's reservoir construction all felt this made a lot of sense, and the lottery had to be redrawn. "Why didn't you suggest drawing lots when there was no work to be done in Lijiazwang before?" Now that there are benefits, everyone wants to go to Lijiazwang. The most important thing is that everyone who works in the commune has to sign off. After working there for so long, do you think the commune won't recognize you? Secretary Wang glared and scolded. The villagers had never seen the party secretary so angry before, and they were all too frightened to say anything more. The villagers who had been shouting just moments before all quieted down and lowered their heads. Chapter 317 failed to get a work assignment in Li family village again, instantly defeating the Shrimp Dumpling King. Those whose families don't work on the reservoir construction in the commune, come up and draw lots. Those with writing on their names go to the commune. Those without writing on their names go to Lijiazwang. Upon hearing this, those whose families didn't have anyone working on the commune's reservoir construction all stepped forward to draw lots. They all hoped to be selected to go to Lijiazwang, so they could bring back dinner every night and eat with their families. The villagers drew lots one by one in order. Those who drew lots to go to Lijiazwang were all beaming with joy, as happy as if they had found a lot of money. Those who drew lots to go to the commune were dejected and had lost all their spirits. Before long, it was Wang Quan's turn to draw lots. Currently, there were only 2 spots left for both the commune and Lijiazwang, making it a 50-50 chance. He was very nervous, hoping that he would draw the lot that led to Lijiazwang. This time, it's impossible for anyone to be foolish enough to make an exchange like last time. The villagers now know that the food in Lijiazwang is good, and they would never do something so stupid. Wang Quan took a deep breath, reached out, and drew a lot. When he saw that there were words on it, he was immediately disappointed. He couldn't believe that he hadn't drawn a lot even with a 50% chance. I guess I'm just not destined to go to Lijiazwang. 2 more people then drew lots, and were drawn as the commune and Lijiazwang respectively. In the end, only Wang Xing was left who hadn't drawn a lot, but he only had 1 lot, which was the opportunity to go to Lijiazwang to work. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Wang Xing strode forward and drew a lot. Those who drew the ticket to the commune were very envious of Wang Xing. If they could exchange tickets, they would have rushed over and snatched the ticket long ago. All right, all the lots have been drawn. Wherever you draw a lot, go and work there tomorrow. The commune and Lijiazwang were familiar to the villagers, so this time Secretary Wang didn't need to personally escort them there. Just as they were about to adjourn the meeting, Party Secretary Wang suddenly slapped his forehead. Everyone, wait a minute before you go, there's still something I haven't announced. The villagers of Wangjia village all stopped and looked at Secretary Wang with puzzled expressions. I was so angry with you guys just now that I almost forgot there was something important I hadn't mentioned. I've replaced the cured meat in the village with 500 kilograms of corn. Does everyone agree? The villagers were overjoyed to hear this, as each household would receive some of the abundant grain. How could they possibly disagree? This is great news. The village's food supplies are almost exhausted. In other seasons, if all else fails, you can dig up some grass roots or something, but now it's freezing cold, and there's nothing there. This time we will not distribute grain. We will reopen the village canteen. If we still distribute grain, there will definitely be situations where families with many members will run out of grain, while families with fewer members will still have leftovers. If the village helps those families who have run out of food, other villagers will definitely have objections. So it's better to nip this in the bud at the beginning. Originally, some villagers wanted to object, but when they thought about how angry the party secretary had just been, they didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of angering him further. We had no choice but to follow the party secretary's arrangements. While some people opposed it, others naturally agreed, especially the villagers with large families who couldn't agree more than they could, because that way they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. Okay, if no one has any objections, then it's settled. It wasn't until after 3 p.m. that the person delivering the plastic film arrived at Lijiazwang. If it weren't for Li Fuxing's sake, it wouldn't have been delivered so quickly. Su Mingda pleaded on his behalf, which is why it was sent to Li family village ahead of schedule. Otherwise, it might not have been delivered until the day after tomorrow. Upon seeing the arrival of the plastic film, the old party secretary quickly arranged for the villagers to begin unloading the goods. With more people working together, things get done faster. A task that would normally take more than an hour was finished in just over 40 minutes. However, it was already late after uninstalling, so I could only do it tomorrow. As Li Fuxing said, the first step in greenhouse cultivation is seedling cultivation, and preparations must be made in advance. Otherwise, if the greenhouse is set up but there are no seedlings, wouldn't that be a waste of a lot of time? So the old party secretary had already arranged for people to start cultivating seedlings. The time was a bit tight, but the problem wasn't too serious. The next morning, after Li Fuxing got up and washed up, he knew that the greenhouse construction was starting today, and he had to oversee it personally. I opened Pinduoduo and saw that today's flash sale included 10 jin of shrimp dumplings and 10 jin of beef. Without any hesitation, I bought them immediately. Having not eaten shrimp dumplings for a long time, Li Fuxing didn't care too much and took out 2 to eat. Afterwards, Li Fuxing went to the riverbed. When we arrived at the destination, we found that quite a few people had already gathered there. When the old party secretary saw Li Fuxing coming over, he hurried over and said, "Fuxing, you've finally arrived." Although the village had already built a greenhouse once, they still lacked experience, and plastic film is such a precious material. It would be heartbreaking if it were wasted due to work problems. The best material for building greenhouses is steel, but steel is a precious strategic resource right now, so bamboo has to be used instead. First, have someone cut down some straight trees, then mark out the location of the greenhouse so it will be easier to set it up later. Li Fuxing made arrangements one by one, and the villagers left one by one to complete their assigned tasks. The task of cutting down trees on the mountain was naturally led by the brigade leader. In order to start construction as soon as possible, Li Fuxing also had the brigade leader bring an ox cart so that the trees could be delivered as quickly as possible after they were cut down. Li Fuxing knew that the old party secretary wanted to train Li Zichuan, so he assigned the task of drawing the positions to Li Zichuan. We need to mark where each pillar is placed. Li Zichuan asked with some doubt. Fuxing, how many meters should be spaced between the bamboo? This is the most important project in the village, and we must find out the details. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, he will lose face in the village. The bamboo should be spaced half a meter apart. We must keep the error to a minimum, because the smaller the error, the better the greenhouse will be. It's okay to be a little slower for this. Finally, you need to dig a hole at least 60 centimeters deep in the marked location. If it's easy to dig, you can make it even deeper. After listening, Li Zichuan nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. The old party secretary was very satisfied with this scene. He was getting old and might not be able to continue working for long. If no one took over his position, the development of Lijiazwang might stagnate. Therefore, he must plan ahead for these matters. Judging from the current results, it's quite good. The main reason is that he has Li Fuxing as his backer, so he is not afraid that the person who succeeds him will be indecisive. As long as he can listen to Li Fuxing, he can be competent. As long as Fuxing exists, Lijiazwang can continue to develop. Of course, the premise of development is to follow Li Fuxing's arrangements. The villagers of Lijiazwang were all working with great enthusiasm. Some were cutting down trees, while others were waiting to load the felled trees onto the ox cart. The process on Li Zichuan's side also went very smoothly. Since the ruler wasn't long enough, I had to use a hemp rope instead. I marked the spot half a meter from the end of the rope to avoid making a mistake. Chapter 318, Cutting Bamboo and Building Greenhouses. Seeing Li Zichuan's seriousness, Li Fuxing couldn't help but say to the old party secretary, Secretary, you have a very good eye for people. Brother Zichuan is so serious and responsible. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's praise, the old party secretary laughed and said, You can't praise him to his face, or he'll become arrogant. Li Zichuan arranged for someone to hold one end of the rope while he himself held the other end and walked forward. In order to minimize errors, Li Zichuan did everything himself and was always worried about letting others do it. If a lazy person were to do this, as long as the steps are correct and the data is roughly accurate, that would be fine. There's no such thing as a perfect job. As long as it doesn't exceed the prescribed limits, it's acceptable. Li Zichuan kept running around like this, not feeling tired at all, but rather enjoying his work. After marking the locations, it's time to start digging the holes. Each hole must be at least 60 centimeters deep. Does everyone understand? The villagers agreed in unison, indicating that they understood and that the work was not difficult at all and required no special skills. Then they worked together to start digging a hole. Li Zichuan himself wasn't idle either. He joined the digging team. When you're working, time flies. Most importantly, you get warm when you're working and don't feel cold. Seeing that it was getting late, the old party secretary called out, It's lunchtime. Everyone go to the canteen for lunch. We can continue the rest of the work this afternoon. The villagers were already hungry, and when they heard the old party secretary speak, they all put down their work and headed towards the canteen. Li Zichuan didn't even realize how fast time had passed. Before he knew it, it was noon. Zichuan, go up the mountain and call the brigade leader and the others. Tell them to go back to the village for dinner first, the old party secretary instructed. Okay, I'll be right there. Li Zichuan agreed and ran up the mountain. The intense work of the morning did not make him feel tired at all, and he was still full of energy. Some villagers from Wangjia village were working in Lijiazwang for the first time, so they were quite excited, not for any other reason than to see what the food in Lijiazwang was like. Li Zichuan rushed up the mountain in one breath and saw the team leader and others still working. "Captain, the party secretary wants everyone to go back to the village for lunch first." The team leader nodded. Cutting down trees was very physically demanding, and the villagers must be hungry, so he said, "Comrades, let's go back to the village for a meal." Upon hearing this, the villagers put down their tools and put on the cotton-padded coats hanging nearby. Because they didn't feel cold while working, and many villagers were afraid that working would damage their cotton-padded clothes, they took them off to work. Cotton and fabric are so precious right now that each household can only get a tiny bit each year, so there's no way to get new clothes. Some young people probably prioritized style over warmth, and didn't even put on the cotton-padded coats they had taken off. Seeing this, the captain quickly reminded everyone, "Put on your clothes properly, or you'll catch a cold." "Captain, don't worry, we're all very strong," one of the young men said. After saying that, he even showed off his biceps. Just then, a cold wind blew by, causing the young men to shiver immediately. At this point, no one cared about saving face anymore, and everyone put on their cotton-padded coats. A cotton-padded coat is still warmer. After putting it on, I couldn't help but sigh. The captain chuckled, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He was getting old. He thought back to his younger days. Afterwards, everyone went down the mountain. To celebrate the first day of work, the old party secretary specifically instructed the canteen to add more meat, using the fish they had caught earlier. When the people of Wangjia village entered the canteen and saw bowls and bowls of steamed buns and fish soup, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Forget about talking and chatting, they all rushed over to line up for food. Wang Quan and his men were right. The food in Lijiazwang was really good. Unfortunately, Wang Quan was unlucky. Because he arrived later, he was assigned a bad job, which was a physically demanding job of moving stones. While queuing for food, I realized that the food here was much worse than in Lijiazwang. He could only sigh helplessly. He was starving, and even though the food was bad, he had to bite the bullet and eat it. He could only blame his bad luck for not being chosen to work in Lijiazwang. Being able to eat your fill was probably the only good thing about the commune. If you wanted to eat well, that was basically impossible. After getting their meals, the villagers of Wangjia village would sit together in twos and threes to eat. It was better to sit with acquaintances than with strangers. At least there would be someone to talk to. I never imagined that the food at Li Family Village would be so good. No wonder Wang Quan and the others were reluctant to part with it. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be willing either. Why do you have so much to say? Can't you shut up even with a meal? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the villagers stopped talking and began to eat in silence. Yes, Wang Chun was lucky. He won the opportunity to work in Lijiazwang again. There were quite a few people who came to Lijiazwang twice in a row. After all, there were many more slots available for Lijiazwang than for the commune. Before long, the brigade leader led a large group of villagers into the canteen. Thankfully, the cafeteria is big enough, otherwise it wouldn't be able to seat so many people. But the old party secretary had long ago arranged for the villagers to eat at different times, letting those who were working eat first. Otherwise, if there were too many people, queuing would be a hassle. Some villagers also suggested to the old party secretary that the canteen be expanded. But Li Fuxing felt it was unnecessary to waste the money. They could simply eat at off-peak times. After finishing their meal, the villagers rested for nearly half an hour before returning to their posts to work. In order to start construction as soon as possible, the old party secretary asked the brigade leader to arrange for people to send back the cut trees first. Otherwise, the progress would be too slow if all the trees were cut down and then sent back together. The captain immediately gave the order. Daong, take some men and send some of the felled trees back first. Li Daong nodded in agreement, and then together with more than 10 people, they moved all the trees onto the ox cart. They also found a few experienced drivers to drive the ox cart, because if inexperienced drivers were to drive it, it would be bad if something went wrong. It's fine if we go a little slower, but if we damage the ox cart, it would be a huge loss. It didn't take long for the manpower to be arranged, and the villagers started working according to their assigned tasks. Li Daong led the strong laborers to load all the felled trees onto the cart. After that, he had someone drive the ox cart towards the riverbed. The trees are quite heavy, so the ox cart can't fit many, at most a dozen or so. Just like in the morning, Li Zichuan joined the digging team. He felt uncomfortable just watching others work. He's the kind of person who can't sit still. It took nearly 40 minutes for Li Daong to lead the ox cart to the riverbed. As soon as Li Zichuan saw the ox cart arrive, he quickly led his men over to help. The villager who was helping tried to save time by kicking the log down, but he clearly overestimated himself. The log didn't move, and he ended up injuring his foot. Chapter 319. Delivering Grain to Wangjia Village. Ah! The man suddenly let out a scream. Upon seeing this, the villagers nearby rushed over. Li Zichuan asked anxiously, "Are you all right? I wasn't paying attention, and this happened. I hope it's not a big problem." "It's nothing serious. It's probably just a misalignment." The man was sweating profusely from the pain. His attempt to show off backfired, and he ended up getting injured. Now he can't hold his head up in the village for quite some time. He just hopes that the news won't get out of the village. He's not married yet, and if word gets out, it will affect his reputation and make it harder for him to find a wife. Some women's families might look down on him for this. Li Zichuan frowned slightly, not expecting it to be so serious. His foot had actually been dislocated. "You two take him home," Li Zichuan instructed two villagers. His foot was dislocated, so staying here wouldn't be of any help. It was better to have someone send him back, so as not to keep him here and delay his work. The man, not wanting to trouble others, said, "No need to see me off. I can go back by myself." He then struggled to his feet, but before he could take more than a few steps, he fell to the ground due to the pain. Li Zichuan knew that young people all wanted to show off in front of a lot of people, but they had to be careful not to go too far, otherwise things could go wrong, just like this time. Looking back on my own youth, it was the same. "Don't be stubborn. Someone come and take him back." This time, the villager didn't refuse. Two villagers immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted the man up, carrying him into the village. Having learned their lesson, I'm sure no one will try to show off like that guy did before. This unloading was the most standardized and perfect one in Lijiazhuang recently. Two people carried each load, one in front and one behind, and carried it to where it was needed. Before long, all the wood on the ox cart was unloaded. Once Li Zichuan saw that the unloading was finished, he instructed, "All right, everyone hurry up and get to work, and shape the wood into a usable form." Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately got to work. Processing wood requires a certain level of care. In order to avoid wasting wood, this job should be done by people who are familiar with carpentry. If he weren't unfamiliar with the technology, Li Zichuan would definitely have worked on it as well. Even so, he stayed by the side, personally measuring each piece of wood that had been processed and immediately having it reworked if he found any problems. If a leader encounters an employee like this, they'd probably be laughing in their sleep. With Li Zichuan supervising the work, the processed wood was all of very high standard. After a whole day of work, we've only managed to finish less than half of it, and we haven't cut down enough trees. At this rate, it will probably take another 2 or 3 days to finish. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the old party secretary arranged for the villagers to finish work. The weather was so cold, and it was getting dark quickly. For the safety of the villagers of Wangjia village, they needed to go home as soon as possible. As before, Wang Chun and the others took their meals back home and ate with their families. Even though there were no meat dishes, there was still stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings. Everyone could eat some pork cracklings, and the cabbage was also covered with a layer of pork fat, which looked very delicious. If they hadn't been thinking about eating with their families, they would have finished it all long ago. The villagers of Wangjia village tucked their lunchboxes into their clothes, using their body heat to keep the food warm. Meanwhile, they were walking very fast when they unexpectedly ran into people from the commune returning from work halfway there. The two groups stared at each other in disbelief. Wang Quan said, "I'm not going to look around with you guys. It's so cold today, it's much more comfortable to go home and warm myself by the fire." After saying that, he turned and left. Even though he didn't bring any food home this time, he was full and didn't need his family to cook anymore. The other villagers echoed this sentiment, ignoring those who had returned from work in Lijiazhuang. Many people who went to Lijiazhuang showed off the lunchboxes they were carrying, which made Wang Quan and the others extremely envious, and this was the main reason why they left quickly. There was nothing they could do. They simply weren't lucky enough to be assigned to work in Lijiazwang. Seeing that Wang Quan and his group had left, Wang Xian and the others realized they had no one to show off to. So they packed up their lunchboxes and went home. It's fair to say that some people are happy while others are sad. When Wang Qin got home, he took out the lunchbox from his arms, opened the lid, and saw that although he had been keeping it warm with his body heat, the food was still frozen. "Honey, hurry up and heat it up, then we'll eat." Upon hearing this, Wang Qin's wife quickly grabbed a lunchbox and went into the kitchen. The food was quickly heated up, and Wang Qin's family sat around the table and began to eat. Wang Qin himself ate very little, giving most of the food to his wife and children so they could eat their fill. After all, he would have breakfast when he went to work in Lijiazwang the next day. The work of setting up the greenhouse began on time early the next morning. Because of the wood that had been processed yesterday, Li Zichuan arranged for some villagers to put the wood away first. Their preparations yesterday went very well, so the work today went exceptionally smoothly. Li Fuxing said, "Brother Zichuan, we need to first dig a trench about 20 centimeters deep along the wooden beams on both sides of the greenhouse. Cover the wooden beams with plastic film, and then bury the edges of the plastic film in the soil. At the same time, be careful not to damage the plastic film. Also, we need to put a few logs on both sides of the greenhouse to leave room for a movable door curtain for ventilation and people to enter." "Don't worry, Fuxing, I will definitely pay attention." Li Zichuan nodded in agreement. They then proceeded according to Li Fuxing's instructions, striving to ensure that every step was nearly identical to what Li Fuxing had said. After 3 busy days, the greenhouse was finally set up. As long as the fire is lit, the temperature inside the greenhouse will rise to a suitable level for growing vegetables. Because the greenhouse had no other ventilation except for the door curtain, the carbon dioxide content inside was very high. So Li Fuxing reminded the old party secretary and others not to come inside to heat up in order to save firewood and coal. That could easily lead to carbon dioxide poisoning, which could be life-threatening. When the old party secretary saw that Li Fuxing's expression was very serious when he said this, he also understood the implications. So he told the villagers that apart from working, they should not stay in the greenhouse for too long. Because it concerned their lives, the villagers took it very seriously and all nodded in agreement. After the greenhouse is completed, we need to deliver grain to Wangjia village. Otherwise, Secretary Wang will probably think that he has forgotten about it. Li Fuxing rode his bicycle to Wangjia village. It was almost 6 o'clock, and it was getting dark. Not far from Wangjia village, he made a special effort to make some noise, since it was 1,000 caddies of corn and wouldn't be unloaded silently. He even made some marks in the snow to imitate a truck. Once everything was ready, Li Fuxing walked towards the entrance of Wangjia village. Chapter 320. No need to weigh it. I'm sure Comrade Fuxing gave us enough. As expected, there were also members of the security team on duty in Wangjia village. When they saw Li Fuxing walking over, they immediately stopped him. "Comrade, is there anything I can do for you in our village?" Li Fuxing said, "Comrade, I am Li Fuxing from Lijiazwang. I am looking for your party secretary Wang. Please go in and inform him." Upon hearing the name Li Fuxing, the security team member immediately remembered that the party secretary had previously instructed that if anyone named Li Fuxing came to the village, they must not be neglected. "Okay, I'll take you to our party secretary." Li Fuxing was surprised that he entered Wangjia village so easily. It must have been arranged by party secretary Wang. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, comrade." After saying that, Li Fuxing took out a pack of Dakianmen cigarettes and handed it to the security guard. Wang Zhong was surprised that Li Fuxing would give him a pack of Dakianmen cigarettes, which were only available to cadres and would make him look very prestigious. Their attitude towards Li Fuxing also became more enthusiastic. Because it was dark, there were hardly any people on the village roads. There was practically no nightlife at the moment. The villagers were either at home having babies or just going to sleep. Before long, the two arrived at Secretary Wang's house, and Wang Chong knocked on the door. "Secretary, Li Fuxing from Lijiazwang is here to see you." Upon hearing that Li Fuxing had arrived, Party Secretary Wang rushed out, without even properly putting on his clothes. "Thankfully, the temperature is low now, so I sleep in clothes. If it were hot, I'd probably be naked." "Fuxing, has the grain arrived?" Besides delivering grain, Secretary Wang couldn't think of any other reason why Li Fuxing would come so late. Sure enough, Li Fuxing nodded and said, "Yes, Secretary Wang. The 1,000 caddies of corn have already been delivered to the outskirts of your village. Just send someone to bring it back." Upon hearing this, both Party Secretary Wang and Wang Zhong were overjoyed and almost jumped for joy. "Okay, I'll send someone over right away." "Wang Zhong, stop standing here grinning like an idiot. Go and call some people to go out and move some corn. Otherwise, how long would it take 4 or 5 people to move 1,000 caddies of corn?" Wang Zhong never expected to be scolded for this, so he hurriedly went to inform the villagers. "Wait, have someone drive the ox cart and donkey cart over there," Secretary Wang hurriedly instructed. "Okay." Wang Zhong agreed and hurriedly ran out. Party Secretary Wang hurriedly invited Li Fuxing into the house. "Fuxing, it's cold outside. Come in and warm up." Li Fuxing followed Secretary Wang into the house and saw Secretary Wang's child coming out of the house. Without saying much, Li Fuxing took out a handful of candy and handed it to the child. Seeing this, Party Secretary Wang quickly said, "Fuxing, this sugar is too precious. With food scarce right now, how could they possibly have the money to buy such expensive candy?" Seeing his father blocking him, the child didn't dare to take the candy Li Fuxing offered him and could only watch longingly. "Secretary Wang, it's just for the child to eat. It's nothing," Li Fuxing said helplessly. Seeing that Li Fuxing had already said so, Party Secretary Wang stopped trying to stop him and said, "Quickly thank your brother." Upon hearing his father's agreement, the child immediately smiled and thanked Li Fuxing, saying, "Thank you, brother. I couldn't wait to unwrap a piece of candy, pop it into my mouth, and the sweet taste immediately spread." Li Fuxing sat for nearly 20 minutes before Wang Zhong ran back. Party Secretary Wang immediately stood up. First, they had someone bring over the dried meat and put it into Li Fuxing's shopping basket. Li Fuxing led the group from Wangjia village to the place where they had previously stored the corn. Upon arriving at the location, the sight of corn piled up like small mountains stunned everyone in Wangjia village. "Secretary Wang, please have someone weigh it. If there are no problems, I'll be leaving now. It's getting late," Li Fuxing said to Secretary Wang. "There's no need to weigh it. I believe you're not that kind of person, Fuxing," Secretary Wang said with a smile. "All right, I'm going back to the village then. Secretary Wang, I won't bother you any longer." With that, Li Fuxing turned and left. After Li Fuxing left, a villager asked, "Secretary, are we really not going to weigh it? What if it's short? A few pounds less is no big deal, but if the amount is large, then you've suffered a huge loss." "There's no need to weigh it. This corn is definitely enough for 1,000 jin," Secretary Wang retorted, shutting down the villager. The villagers had no choice but to do as Secretary Wang said, carrying the corn into the village without weighing it. The next morning, Li Zichuan came to the old party secretary's house and said, "Secretary, we're almost out of feed." He had no other choice but to come to the old party secretary so early. He was too embarrassed to ask Li Fuxing directly, so he could only ask the old party secretary to speak to him. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary also felt somewhat troubled, not expecting the feed to run out so quickly. "All right, I'll go tell Fuxing later." Seeing that the old party secretary agreed, Li Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the old party secretary would tell him to talk to Li Fuxing. "Okay, I'm going to get back to work." With that, he turned and left. Li Zichuan still needs to keep an eye on the greenhouse. The temperature inside rose all night last night, and it has now reached about 20 degrees Celsius, so it's ready for planting. If Li Fuxing hadn't specifically instructed them beforehand, many villagers would probably have gone inside to keep warm, which would have caused trouble if problems arose. Now, every few hours, the villagers go to the greenhouse to check on it. If the firewood has burned out, they add more to keep the fire burning. Every time the villagers came to check the firewood, they stayed inside and didn't want to leave. There was no way around it. It was just too warm inside. When we arrived at the greenhouse, a number of villagers had already gathered at the entrance. Li Zichuan said, "All right, everyone, go inside." Li Jijia said with a smile, "Are you really going in? Won't it be dangerous?" The villagers laughed when they heard this. Li Zichuan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He hadn't understood the message properly before, and there had been some errors in conveying it, which ultimately led to the statement that entering the greenhouse would be dangerous. All right, everyone stop laughing. It's definitely my responsibility that the news spread like this. I'll definitely be more careful in the future, Li Zichuan said. He then led the villagers into the greenhouse and hung up the curtains to allow for air circulation. Otherwise, given the carbon dioxide concentration inside, they would all be poisoned in no time. This time we're planting eggplants and some bok choy. These two vegetables have relatively short growth cycles and can be harvested multiple times, making them suitable for cultivation. Growing vegetables is a basic skill that every farmer possesses, so there's no need for Li Zichuan to elaborate further. The villagers began working according to their assigned tasks. If it were a future era with automatic irrigation systems, there would be no need to worry about watering. When the old party secretary arrived at Li Fuxing's house, he found that Li Fuxing had just gotten up. "Secretary, you've come so early. You must have something to discuss with me, right?" Li Fuxing asked with a smile. Chapter 321. The villagers of Lijiazwang love meetings with good news. Li Fuxing knew that the old party secretary wouldn't have come to him so early unless it was something important. The old party secretary cut to the chase, saying, "Fuxing, do you still have the kind of feed you gave to the village before? Zichuan just told me that the feed is almost gone, and if it runs out, we'll have to feed them something else." He knew perfectly well that the reason the chickens in Lijiazwang were so big and fat was because of the feed provided by Li Fuxing. When chickens are big and fat, they'll fetch a better price. At the same time, the former party secretary also wanted to expand the scale of the breeding farm. The village now has some money, and only by investing this money can they make more money. Perhaps influenced by Li Fuxing, he now understands that always cutting costs won't make money. He must find ways to increase revenue. Besides, this deal is too good to pass up. It would be a shame to miss it. Upon hearing the old party secretary's words, Li Fuxing began to make plans in his mind. While animal feed can indeed be purchased from Pinduoduo, failing to provide a source for too long will arouse suspicion. Otherwise, why not set up a small processing plant in the village specifically to process feed? This way, the farm and the livestock farm can support each other's development, which would be the best of both worlds. "Secretary, I have a new idea. Let me tell you about it." When the old party secretary heard that Li Fuxing had a new idea, he quickly nodded and said, "Okay, tell me about it." Li Fuxing said, "I'm thinking of setting up a small processing plant in the village so that the village can produce feed. With more feed, the scale of the farm can also be expanded." "Fuxing, we're on the same page. I've also been thinking about expanding the scale of the farm." The old party secretary laughed, surprised that he had the same idea as Li Fuxing. "Although I am old, I am not out of touch with the thinking of young people." Thinking of this, the smile on his face became even brighter. Li Fuxing really didn't expect that the old party secretary would agree with him. It seems that the old party secretary's thinking has changed a lot. In the past, the old party secretary would not have decided to do something with such high risks so easily. "Secretary, you've really changed a lot." The old party secretary deeply agreed with this statement, probably because he had spent a long time with Li Fuxing and had been subtly changed by him. "Fuxing, your idea is quite good, but can we really produce feed, even if we set up a processing plant?" the old party secretary asked worriedly. He really wanted the village to be able to produce its own feed, so that the village wouldn't have to spend money to buy feed. But if the problem of raw materials couldn't be solved, then all of this could only be wishful thinking. The main problem is the raw materials. Can we solve that? Also, most of the villagers are illiterate. Can they do this work? The old party secretary voiced his concerns. If the processing plant is set up, but the villagers don't know how to operate it, then all their hard work will be for nothing. Li Fuxing said, "You're right. Raw materials are indeed the most crucial point. As for the other issue, I'm not worried. With a little training, the villagers can all learn how to produce feed. The technical requirements aren't as high as you might imagine." Hearing Li Fuxing say this, the old party secretary finally felt a little relieved. "Okay, now that you say so, I feel much more at ease." Li Fuxing continued, "How about this? I'll take care of the raw material issue." He plans to ask for help. He should make use of the connections he has built up over the years. Besides, the raw materials aren't that hard to come by. They're just things like soybean meal and wheat bran. If that doesn't work, you can improve the formula, and use corn or corn on the cob. Therefore, solving the raw material problem on our own should not be too difficult. Okay, I'll find some time today to call the villagers together for a meeting to discuss this matter, the old party secretary said. This is a big deal. He can't decide it on his own. Opening a feed processing plant will inevitably take up some land, and the space will definitely not be small. If the majority of the village disagrees, it cannot proceed. Since the land in the village belongs to the collective, if we don't solicit opinions, it could cause trouble if someone tries to disrupt things later. Okay, thank you for your help, party secretary. Li Fuxing knew that it wouldn't matter if the old party secretary himself agreed. In the evening, the old party secretary would call the villagers up for a meeting on time. The villagers of Lijiazwang were puzzled. In the past, they would only hold a few meetings a year, but recently they were holding meetings every now and then. Then they thought that every meeting seemed to bring good things, and they couldn't help but smile. They thought that if they could have these meetings every day, it wouldn't be bad. They even started to love having meetings. Seeing that all the villagers had arrived, the old party secretary began. The purpose of this meeting tonight is to discuss the new ideas proposed by Fuxing. If everyone is willing, then we will start working on them immediately. Upon hearing that the idea came from Li Fuxing, the villagers of Lijiazwang couldn't help but speak up. Secretary, I think we don't need to vote. I believe everyone will agree with the idea of revival. Yes, the idea of revival is not wrong yet. My family must unanimously support this. The old party secretary was very happy to see that the villagers all agreed. In this way, if Li Fuxing had any new ideas in the future, he could start implementing them in the village as quickly as possible. At the same time, it would also deeply bind Li Fuxing to Lijiazwang. That's true, but the necessary procedures still need to be followed. That's right. Fuxing proposed setting up a feed processing plant in the village so that our village can produce its own feed and the scale of the village's farms can be expanded accordingly. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately raised their hands in agreement. They all understand the importance of feed. If they could produce feed themselves in the village, even if the farms couldn't use it all, they could sell it for profit, and other farms would definitely be eager to buy it. Setting up a feed processing plant will take up some land in the village, so I have to let everyone know, the old party secretary said. Secretary, we all agree. Anyone who objects is going against our Lijiazwang village. The villagers became agitated, as if anyone who dared to stand up and oppose them would become a sinner in the village. Okay, if everyone agrees, then it's settled. Go back, everyone. After the old party secretary finished speaking, the villagers chatted amongst themselves and left. It's so cold right now. If you don't have anything else to do, it's better to go home and be warmer. The next morning, after Li Fuxing got up, he did what he always did. First, he bought the items from the flash sale section. He seems to be having good luck today, getting 2 great items. Before I could even leave the house, the old party secretary had already come looking for me. Judging from the old party secretary's radiant smile, the villagers must have agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be smiling so happily. Fuxing, what exactly do you mean by setting up a feed processing plant that you mentioned yesterday? Chapter 322. Chunguo Bao. I've finally discovered the secret of Lijiazwang. After it was finalized last night, the old party secretary was so excited that he barely slept. As soon as he woke up today, he couldn't wait to run to Li Fuxing to ask him what to do. After all, he had no experience with this matter and could only ask Li Fuxing for advice. Is it okay if I need to occupy land? Li Fuxing asked. He understood the importance of land to farmers, which is why he asked that question. The old party secretary recounted what had happened last night to Li Fuxing. During the meeting last night, the villagers trusted you a lot. I didn't have to explain much, and they readily agreed, even to the land use. Hearing the old party secretary say this, Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that not only the old party secretary, but also the villagers of Lijiazwang had changed a lot. Then let me explain the process. First, we need to build a house. The space must be very large, otherwise there will be nowhere to put the feed after it is produced, because the feed cannot get damp and can only be stored in the house. The old party secretary seemed a bit confused and asked, First, we need to build a big house, right? Besides being big, are there any other requirements for the house? Unless there are special requirements, Building a house won't take very long. Don't seal off all the walls. Leave some room for ventilation, Li Fuxing said. The old party secretary was a little confused and quickly said, Fuxing, speak slowly. You can't remember if you speak too fast. After saying that, he took out a small notebook from his pocket and started taking notes, something he had learned from Li Zichuan. Li Fuxing nodded and continued, saying that he would only continue speaking after the old party secretary had finished taking notes. The old party secretary took about 15 minutes to make such a simple record. There's no way around it. He's getting old. If he were younger, he wouldn't need a notebook to remember things. He could just rely on his memory to keep it mostly accurate. But that's not possible now. Everything has to be written down in a notebook. At this time, Chen Guobao came to Li Jiazwang again. He felt that the secrets of Li Jiazwang were definitely not limited to the chick hatchery. They've even built plastic greenhouses. This isn't something an ordinary village could do. Unable to contain his curiosity, he visited Li family village once again. Originally, his uncle didn't want him to run around outside, but when he heard that he was coming to Li Jiazwang, he readily agreed. Of course, he wanted his nephew to get along well with Li Fuxing. He trusted his judgment of people. The moment he saw Li Fuxing, he knew that this young man was extraordinary. He didn't know much about Li Fuxing before, but after the incident at the chick hatchery, he made a point of learning more about him. Only then did I realize that Li Fuxing had accomplished so many great things quietly, while also being very low-key. Who among ordinary people could do that? If it weren't for the fact that her son was still young, she would have insisted on letting him spend more time with Li Fuxing. The security team members all recognized him, so they didn't stop him. Chen Guobao himself was also very good at dealing with people. He did not look down on others because of his status as a commune cadre. He took out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes and offered them to the security team members. Li Jining took the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. They often received Dakiaman cigarettes from Li Fuxing, so they weren't like the villagers in other villages who couldn't resist buying Dakiaman cigarettes. Upon seeing the reactions of Li Jining and the others, Chen Guobao knew that this wasn't their first time smoking Dakiaman cigarettes. They had even smoked cigarettes better than Dakiaman before, otherwise they wouldn't have been so calm. However, he did not linger and went straight to the breeding farm. When he arrived, he found Li Zichuan there. Li Zichuan is feeding the chickens right now, and the food he's feeding them is rather unusual, something he's never seen before. Could it be that the chickens in Li Jiazwang are so big and fat because they're fed with this stuff? I knew I made the right choice coming here today. Li Zichuan was busy feeding the chickens and didn't notice Chen Guobao coming up behind him. When Li Zichuan turned around after hearing the noise, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Guobao. Comrade Chen Guobao, why do you walk so quietly? You know that can scare people to death, right? Li Zichuan said, patting his chest. Chen Guobao ignored Li Zichuan's words and kept staring at the unfamiliar object in Li Zichuan's hand. He couldn't help but ask, Comrade Li Zichuan, what exactly is that chicken feed you holding? This was originally a secret of Li family village, and it couldn't be told to outsiders. But now that the village is planning to set up a feed processing plant to produce feed, it can no longer be hidden. Therefore, the old party secretary said last night that the feed will be made public. Otherwise, someone would have informed Li Zichuan long before Chen Guobao arrived, telling him to quickly hide the feed. This is feed that Li Fuxing from our village made, especially for feeding poultry. Poultry fed with this are big, fat, and very beautiful, Li Zichuan said with a smile. Really? Could you explain that to me in detail? Chen Guobao asked curiously. When Chen Guobao came to Li Jiazwang to learn chicken farming techniques, he thought about this problem. Relying solely on things like chick hatching rooms, it would definitely be impossible to raise chickens to be big and fat in a short period of time. Therefore, he came to Li Jiazwang again today. As expected, Li family village did indeed hide some things. However, this is understandable. After all, this thing was created by the Li family village themselves, so it's fine if they don't tell others. He had heard that Li Jiazwang had made a lot of money raising chickens, and the villagers had all received a considerable amount for their work. Moreover, because they were doing this collectively, the higher-ups couldn't find anything wrong with it. I don't know the specifics either. You should ask Fuxing, Li Zichuan said. Chen Guobao wasn't in a hurry to find Li Fuxing. He wanted to see what the feed actually looked like first. He reached out, grabbed a small amount, and smelled it. The smell wasn't anything special. He asked, "Comrade Li Jichuan, can people eat this?" Li Jichuan was stunned when he heard this question. "I don't know either." Chen Guobao grabbed a small amount, suddenly put it in his mouth, and tasted it. Judging from his expression, it seemed to taste pretty good. Looking at the chickens happily munching on the ground, he knew that poultry really loved eating these things. After waiting a while longer, Chen Guobao finally set off to find Li Fuxing. Halfway there, he ran into Li Fuxing, who was playing enthusiastically with a group of children. The children's spirit and demeanor were different from those of children in other villages. Some villages can't even afford to eat, so how could they possibly go out and play in this freezing weather? Normally at this time of year, children wouldn't come out easily. They would stay indoors to keep warm. The more he learned about Lijiazwang, the more he could sense the difference between Lijiazwang and other villages. The villagers not only have enough to eat, but they can also earn money. They have also ensured a stable electricity supply for the village through their own labor, which is truly remarkable. However, Chen Guobao also heard that the key to Lijiazwang's improvement was Li Fuxing. Chapter 323. I saw it in an ancient book. Comrade Fuxing, it's been a long time, Chen Guobao greeted with a smile. Li Fuxing was quite famous in the commune. Even though he didn't go to the commune often, his story had been circulating there for a long time. They made several inventions that benefited the country and its people, and were rewarded by the authorities many times. These included things like hand pumps and electric kettles, each of which was closely related to farmers and agriculture. Director Wu had specifically instructed that once you arrived in Lijiazwang, you should try your best to build a good relationship with Li Fuxing, as this would be very beneficial. Actually, even without his uncle's reminder, Chen Guobao knew what he should do. Even if it weren't for the feed issue, he would still have taken the initiative to come and chat with Li Fuxing for a while. Long time no see, Comrade Chen Guobao. How have you been lately? Li Fuxing greeted him with a smile, then took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Chen Guobao. For men to offer each other cigarettes is the highest form of etiquette. Not bad. The chick hatchery has really opened the commune's eyes. Now we're planning to build one at the commune's breeding farm as well, Chen Guobao said. The commune certainly had breeding farms. It was just a matter of size. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but last year the chickens raised by the commune weren't as good as those raised in a small village like Lijiazwang. That's why the commune sent people over specifically to learn from them. Meat is very important to the country and its people, and every commune is trying its best to increase production. Li Fuxing nodded. This is a good thing. It is indeed a good thing to expand the scale of the farm, and the leaders above support it. However, if we expand the scale, we will need to feed more grain, and you know the current situation. There is a serious shortage of grain, Chen Guobao said with a sigh. There were actually some people in the commune who opposed expanding the scale of breeding, feeling that people didn't have enough food to eat, so they couldn't just throw it on chickens. People can live without meat, but they cannot live without grain. That's definitely true. Indeed, Li Fuxing said. I came here today and happened to see that you and Lijiazwang were feeding your chickens a kind of feed. Comrade Li Jichuan said that you made that feed and that it can make the chickens big and fat. I came to see you to learn more about the feed. I just tasted it myself, and it should have beans or something in it, right? Chen Guobao got straight to the point. Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised. Did you take a bite? That's really impressive. But then I thought about how many people eat guanine clay, so it seems like animal feed is acceptable. It's much better than grass roots and guanine clay, right? It's not exactly something I came up with. I read it in an ancient book and added some of my own interpretations. There are indeed beans inside, but they are soybean meal. It would be too wasteful to put real beans in, Li Fuxing said. You read it in an ancient book? Chen Guobao was somewhat surprised. He had heard that Li Fuxing had learned about hand pump wells from ancient books. That's amazing. Yes, back in the old society, there were people who raised birds. In order to raise birds better, many people would make their own bird food. I thought that chickens and birds were similar, so I improved it and made feed. Faced with Chen Guobao's doubts, Li Fuxing's answer was watertight. His words were well-founded, and Chen Guobao nodded and gave him a thumbs up on the spot. Ah, it's true. Why didn't anyone think of this before? Li Fuxing continued. Ancient books record that tree leaves were even used as animal feed. The two chatted while Chen Guobao took notes. The next morning, Li Daxiao arrived at the cowshed early, but as soon as he arrived, he found that the cows were listless and lying on the ground, unwilling to move, and their eyes were not as bright as usual. Li Daxiao fed the cows the grass they usually loved to eat, but the cows wouldn't open their mouths to eat. Instead, they turned their heads to the other side. This greatly worried Li Daxiao. This ox was a treasure of the village, and if anything happened to it, the old party secretary would definitely not let him off the hook. He immediately ran back, thinking he should find the old party secretary and explain the situation. He eventually found the old party secretary at the breeding farm. "Secretary, secretary, something terrible has happened," he shouted as he ran. Seeing Li Daxiao's anxious look, the old party secretary's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Daxiao, is there something wrong with the ox?" Li Daxiao nodded. "Yes, the cow is lying on the ground and not eating, and it's listless." Upon hearing this, the old party secretary became extremely anxious and quickly ran towards the cowshed. Seeing this scene, Li Daxiao was also helpless. He hadn't even caught his breath yet, and now he had to run again. But he had no choice but to follow the old party secretary. Otherwise, if the old party secretary asked him questions and he wasn't there, and the responsibility fell on him, wouldn't that be a loss? The old party secretary ran very fast and arrived at the cowshed in no time. This left Li Daxiao completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the old party secretary could unleash such speed, which he couldn't even keep up with. When the old party secretary walked into the cowshed, he saw the cow lying on the ground and felt extremely distressed. This was the treasure of their Lijiazwang village. They usually took great care of it and wouldn't even let it pull anything heavy. At this moment, the cow was still making low growls from time to time, and its belly was also rising and falling from time to time, looking quite uncomfortable. "Li Daxiao, where are you?" When Li Daxiao heard the old party secretary call him by his full name, he felt a little scared. Usually, the old party secretary would call them by their nicknames or without their surnames, which was enough to show that the old party secretary was very angry. "Secretary, I'm here, Li Daxiao replied and ran into the cowshed. "The village trusted you to let you raise the cattle, but you've raised them like this. Do you think you're worthy of the village's trust in you?" the old party secretary rebuked. Li Daxiao felt wronged and said, "Secretary, I'm innocent. The cow was fine yesterday, but when I came over this morning, it was like this. I don't know what happened in between." The old party secretary knew this wasn't the time to assign blame, so he said, "Go and call the veterinarian right away. Borrow Fuxing's bicycle, it will be faster that way." Li Daxiao felt a little frustrated. He hadn't even caught his breath before he had to run again. Seeing that Li Daxiao still didn't move, the old party secretary was furious and said, "What are you standing there for? Go now." Helpless, Li Daxiao sighed and hurriedly ran to find Li Fuxing. When he arrived, Li Fuxing had just gotten up. He quickly explained the situation to him. "Okay, hurry up and ride off to get the vet." Li Fuxing understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately handed the keys to Li Daxiao. Li Daxiao rode desperately for more than 20 minutes to reach the veterinarian's home. He was lucky. The veterinarian happened to be home. He was the only veterinarian around, and people from any village would usually call on him if their livestock had problems. As soon as Li Daxiao entered the door, he was still out of breath and hurriedly said, "Veterinarian Zhang, there's something wrong with the cattle in our village. They're not eating and are listless. Please come and take a look." Upon hearing this, Veterinarian Zhang realized the situation was extremely serious and immediately stood up. "Okay, I'll go with you to take a look." After saying that, he slung his medicine box over his shoulder and followed Li Daxiao out the door. Chapter 324. It was the old party secretary's grandson who did it. As soon as Zhang the veterinarian stepped out the door, he saw the bicycle parked there. He was stunned. When did Lijiazwang get bicycles? There are no secrets these days. Any major event will spread quickly. But the matter was urgent, and he didn't have time to ask any questions before sitting down on the back of the bicycle. Li Daxiao immediately rode his bicycle straight ahead and took Veterinarian Zhang to Lijiazwang. After riding for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at Lijiazwang. Li Daxiao quickly took Zhang the veterinarian to the cowshed. At this time, a lot of villagers had gathered around the cowshed. If the old party secretary hadn't come out from time to time to drive people away, the cowshed would probably have been completely surrounded by people by now. Veterinarian Zhang, please come and take a look at the condition of our village's cattle. The old party secretary excitedly grabbed Veterinarian Zhang's hand as soon as he arrived. When Li Fuxing saw this scene, he almost couldn't help but laugh. The scene was too familiar, almost like something out of a movie from later generations. However, having been exposed to short videos in later generations, his threshold for laughter has become very high, and he won't laugh so easily anymore. Veterinarian Zhang also felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he could only say, "Old party secretary, don't worry, I'll definitely do my best." He put the medicine box on the ground, then squatted down next to the cow and began to examine its eyes, nose and other organs. Then he put on a stethoscope and began listening to the cow's belly. What were the initial symptoms of this cow? The surrounding villagers all looked at Li Daxiao. If anyone here knew the most about cattle, it would definitely be Li Daxiao. Li Daxiao felt uncomfortable under the stare and quickly described the cow's symptoms again. Veterinarian Zhang listened very carefully, afraid of missing anything. If this led to an incorrect diagnosis, it would be a real problem. How have the cows been eating and defecating lately? Li Daxiao answered them one by one. Upon hearing this, Veterinarian Zhang already knew the cow's condition, but to be on the safe side, he still carefully examined it again to confirm his guess. Judging from the situation, the cow probably ate something unclean, which caused it to have a fever. I'll give it an injection, and it should be fine. He took out a syringe from the medicine box, prepared the medicine, and skillfully gave the cow an injection. The old party secretary looked at Li Daxiao with a serious expression and said, "Daxiao, what did you feed the cow? Did some unclean grass get mixed in?" If it really was Li Daxiao who did it, then we definitely need to find someone else to raise the cattle. Many villagers want to raise cattle. Although it is somewhat difficult, once they get the hang of it, they won't have to do hard work to earn those few work points. The points given for feeding cattle are quite high. Upon hearing that the cow had become sick because it had eaten something unclean, Li Fuxing observed the surrounding area. Before long, he saw a type of grass that was different from the feed he was given, and quickly asked, "Daxiao, did you bring this grass?" Li Daxiao was in charge of the cowshed, and other villagers would not come unless ordered by the old party secretary. Li Daxiao looked in the direction Li Fuxing was pointing and said, "Uncle 21, I didn't bring this grass in. The weather is cold now, so we mainly feed the cattle hay, occasionally mixing in some other things. But we just fed them hay a few days ago, and for the past 2 days we've been feeding them hay." Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing felt a sense of doubt and said, "We didn't bring any grass with us when we came, and you didn't bring any either. Could it be that someone deliberately brought it in to feed the cattle?" "Fuxing, do you mean someone is deliberately poisoning our village's cattle?" The old party secretary understood the deeper meaning in Li Fuxing's words and immediately said. What he couldn't understand was that Li Jiazhuang had a good relationship with the surrounding villages, so how could such a thing have happened? But that's not right either. If people from other villages came, the village's security team would definitely find out. Chen Guobao himself came yesterday. As a commune cadre, he certainly wouldn't do something that harms others and doesn't benefit himself. Could it have been done by someone from the village? Only someone from the village could have done it so discreetly, leaving no trace. Looking at the grass again, I suddenly remembered that it was the kind of grass that grows in plastic greenhouses. Given the current cold weather, only the plastic greenhouses still have fresh grass, so it's highly likely that it was done by the villagers themselves. Daxiao, think carefully. Besides you, who else came to the cowshed yesterday? The old party secretary asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Daxiao immediately began to recall the events. After a moment, he said, "Secretary, it seems your grandson Xiaoping came over yesterday." When the old party secretary heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but in order to get to the bottom of things, he still had someone call his grandson, Xiaopeng, over. Xiaopeng was attending class at the village school when he heard that his grandfather was looking for him. He was puzzled, but he still followed the villagers to the cowshed. The old party secretary asked sternly, "Xiaopeng, did you come to the cowshed yesterday?" "I was here yesterday. What's wrong, Grandpa?" Xiaopeng asked, puzzled, but still answered. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary took a deep breath and continued. Xiao Peng, is this grass the one you fed to the cows? After speaking, he stared at Xiaopeng with a nervous expression, afraid that Xiaopeng would say an answer he didn't want to hear. But reality is cruel, Xiaopeng said. Grandpa, I went through a lot of trouble to find this grass in the greenhouse yesterday. Didn't you say that eating more fresh vegetables will make it grow better? I saw that Uncle Deschao was feeding the cows dry hay, and I was worried that the cows were not getting enough nutrition, so I fed them some green grass. As he spoke, he smiled and looked at the old party secretary, hoping to receive praise from him. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary was at a loss for words. The mastermind behind the murder had been found, but his intentions were good. He was a little annoyed and wanted to find something handy to give his grandson a good beating. Seeing this, Li Fuxing quickly stopped him. Secretary, Xiaopeng meant well, but did something wrong, and the cow wasn't seriously injured. Let's forgive him this time. Xiaopeng, if you want to feed cattle again in the future, you have to ask your Uncle Da Xiao, understand? You have to figure out which ones you can feed and which ones you can't. The cow ate the grass you fed it yesterday, and that's why it got sick. Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng suddenly became frightened and asked in a low voice. Uncle 21, are you telling the truth? He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way, even though he had done as his grandfather had instructed, and he couldn't help but cry. All right, now that we've figured out the whole story, everyone can go home. Chapter 325. The commune leader's shock. Li family village is truly wealthy. Li Fuxing then began to drive away the villagers who were still in the cowshed, leaving only the old party secretary and Xiao Peng and others behind. They were initially worried that people from other villages were jealous of Li Jiazwang, but now the situation is clear. It was a mistake made unintentionally by a child from their own village, and the child's intentions were good, so there's no major problem. The old party secretary scolded Xiao Peng. Why are you crying? This is incredibly embarrassing. I never imagined it was my own grandson who did this. Veterinarian Zhang and Li Fuxing quickly tried to persuade the old party secretary not to be angry anymore. Li Daxiao didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of getting into trouble and being scolded. He couldn't afford to offend any of the people in the cowshed. After listening to Li Fuxing and Zhang the veterinarian, the old party secretary's anger subsided, but he still didn't know how to explain it to the village. Veterinarian Zhang, how much did it cost this time? I'll pay for it. This time it was his own grandson who caused the trouble, so he definitely can't use the village's money. He wouldn't do something like that. 1 yuan and 50 cents, said Veterinarian Zhang. There are still some medications that need to be given for 3 to 5 days in a row, after which there should be no major problems. After saying that, he took out some medicine from the medicine box, explained the precautions to Li Daxiao, and then turned and left. I never expected to have such a fruitful day in Li Jiazwang, uncovering such a shocking juicy story. But he still has strong professional ethics and won't go around spreading these things. But it's not necessarily the case for other villagers. Li Fuxing squatted down next to Xiaopeng and said, Xiaopeng, if you are interested in raising cattle, come to your uncle Li Daxiao to learn after you finish your homework. You can't do what you did this time and feed the cattle grass without understanding anything. Hearing Li Fuxing's words, Xiao Peng gradually stopped crying and said, Uncle 21, can I really do it? If you study hard, you can definitely do it, Li Fuxing said with a smile. After learning about the feed issue, Chen Guobao rushed back to the commune early the next morning and told Director Wu about it. I finally figured out the key factors behind the good quality of the chickens raised in Li Jiazwang. Because he was in such a hurry, he rushed into Director Wu's office without knocking. No manners. You can't do this again, Director Wu said irritably as Chen Guobao entered without knocking. If it were any other leader, they would definitely make things difficult for him. Chen Guobao pretended to be leaving and said, I originally wanted to tell Director Wu some good news. I found out the key secret to raising chickens well in Li Jiazwang, but I didn't expect Director Wu to not want to hear it. So I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he made a move to leave. Upon hearing this, Director Wu quickly said, all right, it's all your uncle's fault. Your uncle apologizes to you. Are you satisfied now? Upon hearing this, Chen Guobao closed the office door, then sat back down in his chair, arms crossed, and remained silent. Hey, State security, why aren't you saying anything yet? Are you trying to drive me crazy with anxiety? Director Wu asked impatiently. My nephew is really infuriating. If we weren't in the office, I would definitely teach him a lesson. The reason why Li Jiazhuang raises such good chickens is all thanks to feed. Chen Guobao finally said slowly. Director Wu frowned slightly. People who only say half of what they mean are the most annoying. They whet other people's appetites and then stop talking. What is animal feed? He recognized both characters, but they seemed so unfamiliar when put together. It's normal that he didn't know. There's no relevant industry in China right now. They might import some, but it's not something their commune can access. Chen Guobao spoke frankly this time. Feed. Then he recounted to Director Wu everything that Li Fuxing had told him. Upon hearing this, Director Wu stood up excitedly from his chair. State security, is what you're saying true? If the feed really has such good effects, it would be a great thing for the country and the people. At the same time, if used properly, my speed and level of promotion would reach a new level. Director Wu, I wouldn't dare joke about something like this, Chen Guobao said with a serious expression. He's used to joking around, but when it comes to important matters, he's never careless. Director Wu was in such a hurry that he momentarily forgot about his nephew's personality. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to Li Family Village. He was about to leave when he said that he needed to see for himself to be at ease. Chen Guobao had no choice but to go along. Before long, the two of them boarded the commune's tractor and headed towards Li Jiazhuang. When the security team of Li Jiazhuang saw the tractor coming, and upon closer inspection, saw Chen Guobao and Director Wu of the commune sitting on it, they immediately sent someone to notify the old party secretary. When the old party secretary heard that Director Wu had arrived, he immediately guessed that he was probably here to check on the feed. They then went to the village entrance to greet them. Director Wu and Chen Guobao got off the tractor and both rubbed their buttocks vigorously. There was no way around it. The journey was so bumpy, my butt was killing me. Director Wu, Officer Chen, you've arrived. The old party secretary greeted them with a smile. Director Wu didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Secretary Li, is this feed genuine? Director Chen, even if you gave me 1,000,000 lives, I wouldn't dare lie about something like this, the old party secretary said. Besides, whether it's real or fake, just look at the chickens we sold before and you'll know for sure. But if you want to know the specifics, you'll have to come back and explain. I'll take you to him. After saying that, he led Director Wu and Chen Guobao toward Li Fuxing's house. As Director Wu walked forward, he looked around and saw that the children were wearing new clothes without a single patch. Li Jiazhuang is so rich. They can afford to make new clothes for so many children, and the children are all running around and playing outside. In other villages, this scene would never happen. People are barely able to get food, so how could they have the energy to go out and do anything? Even if the children wanted to go out, their parents wouldn't agree because it's too physically demanding and they'd get hungry quickly. There's not enough food to feed you right now. Just making sure you don't starve is already a blessing. On the way, the group chatted casually, and Director Wu learned a lot about the current situation in Li Jiazhuang from the old party secretary. He was increasingly shocked as he listened, never imagining that Li Jiazhuang would become so wealthy. Before long, the group arrived at Li Fuxing's home. Uncle, this is Director Wu from the commune, and this is Cadre Chen. The old party secretary introduced each person to Grandpa Li. Upon hearing that the leader was from the commune, Old Master Li quickly stood up to greet him. Oh, it's a leader from the commune. Please come in. When Director Wu entered Li Fuxing's home, he was astonished to find a hidden gem inside. Tea leaves were casually placed on the table, and there was even a television. Even in his home, there was no television. Fuxing, come out here quickly. The commune leaders are here. Old Master Li shouted loudly towards the kitchen. Chapter 326. Even my New Year's Eve dinner as the director isn't this lavish. Li Fuxing was cooking in the kitchen when he heard his grandfather calling him. He immediately came out, but forgot to put down the kitchen knife in his hand. Upon seeing this, both Director Wu and Chen Guobao couldn't help but take a step back. The old party secretary quickly said, Fuxing, put the cleaver back first. Li Fuxing was taken aback when he heard this. He suddenly remembered that he still had a kitchen knife in his hand. He slapped his forehead and quickly put the knife back in the kitchen. Old Master Li stepped forward and said, "The commune leaders have come all this way. Why don't you stay for lunch at my house before you leave?" Chen Guobao was about to decline, but Director Wu stopped him. Director Wu smiled and agreed. "All right, then we'll take our leave." Chen Guobao was puzzled and leaned close to Director Wu's ear to whisper, "Uncle, you always say we shouldn't take advantage of ordinary people. What's going on today?" Director Wu said, "You don't need to worry about it." Li Fuxing put the kitchen knife away and walked over again. Grandpa Li called out, "Wife, cook a few more dishes for lunch. The commune leaders are coming to eat at our house." "Okay," Grandma Li agreed. Afterwards, everyone exchanged pleasantries and took their seats. Old Master Li stopped Li Fuxing and went to make tea. Director Wu thought it was plain water and didn't bother to look at it. He picked up the cup and took a sip, and was immediately surprised to find that it was tea leaves. "Old comrade, is this Longjing tea?" "Yes, it's Longjing tea. Does the leader still enjoy drinking it?" Old Master Li asked with a smile. "I'm used to it, very used to it." Director Wu nodded with a smile. He then looked at Li Fuxing and said, "Comrade Fuxing, we meet again so soon. This is truly a great surprise for us." "Director Wu, you flatter me. I was just lucky," Li Fuxing said modestly. "No need to be modest. Strength speaks for itself," Director Wu said. He then asked Li Fuxing some questions about the role of feed and whether it would be difficult to produce it on a large scale. He needed to understand all of these things. If the difficulty is too great, it will inevitably have a significant impact on the promotion and use of feed. Li Fuxing said, "It's not difficult to produce feed, but the problem of raw materials is more difficult to solve. Our village is thinking of setting up a feed processing plant. Director Wu, you can just let the people from the commune come and learn from it." Li Fuxing was obviously saying this on purpose because he wanted to bring Director Wu along. Any leader who wanted to advance would not let go of such an opportunity. Moreover, feed is beneficial to both the people and the country, requires very little investment, and even if it fails, there will be no serious consequences. It can be said to be a highly profitable venture. Director Wu was a smart man and naturally understood the meaning behind Li Fuxing's words. He then narrowed his eyes and began to think. Fearing to disturb Director Wu, everyone sat quietly in their chairs without saying a word. Chen Guobao held his teacup, occasionally taking a sip, his expression quite satisfied. Even at home, it's rare to get tea. Now that it's free, he has to drink as much as he wants. Li Fuxing was quite generous. Seeing that Chen Guobao's tea was almost gone, he specially added some more tea leaves and brewed more. Seeing so much tea, Chen Guobao felt a pang of pain in his heart. Although the tea wasn't his, seeing Li Fuxing put out so much at once still made him feel quite distressed. I picked it up and took a sip. The aroma of the tea was even stronger than before. The old party secretary was quite moved by the scene, but his position made it difficult for him to speak up. Li Fuxing wasn't stingy. He added tea leaves to everyone's plates, and the quantity was quite generous. After thinking for 5 or 6 minutes, Director Wu finally said slowly, "Fuxing Commune will do its best to support your feed processing plant in Lijiazwang." Upon hearing this answer, both the old party secretary and Li Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief. Since the commune was willing to help, the problem of raw materials would be easily solved. Director Wu then asked, "What raw materials are needed? We don't need grain, do we?" "If grain is needed, then things get tricky. Right now, there's simply not enough grain to eat. If the amount needed isn't much, we can grit our teeth and make do, but the processing plants will definitely need a lot. So naturally, we can't help them. Uncle, generally speaking, we would need to use grain, but Comrade Fuxing has improved the ingredients. He has changed corn to corn cobs and added some soybean meal and other things," Chen Guobao said. Neither the old party secretary nor Li Fuxing expected that Chen Guobao would have this relationship with Director Wu. The old party secretary, in particular, was thankful that he hadn't offended Chen Guobao before. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Lijiazwang to accomplish anything in the future. "I've told you so many times, you need to address people by their job titles when you're at work," Director Wu said in a low voice, frowning slightly. "Oh, uncle." Chen Guobao nodded. Director Wu ignored him and said, "I'm relieved. Don't worry about the raw materials. Also, do you have enough manpower to build the processing plant in Lijiazwang? If not, I'll arrange for some people from the commune to help. Don't worry about food. The commune will take care of all the grain. If he hadn't wanted to get the feed processing plant fixed as soon as possible so he could see if the feed would actually turn out well, he wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. The old party secretary said, Director Wu, our village has enough manpower. We recently borrowed 30 people from Wangjia village. Director Wu was taken aback when he heard this. He hadn't expected that he had underestimated Li Jiazwang. The problem of feeding 30 people was not so easy to solve. Okay. He nodded. He was naturally happy to do so since the commune didn't need to provide manpower, and it would also save him some money. After chatting for a while, Grandma Li Fuxing finished preparing the meal. Li Fuxing hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Grandma Li made a lot of good things. There were 3 or 4 meat dishes alone. When Director Wu saw how lavish the lunch was, he secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. He thought that even the New Year's Eve dinner probably wasn't this good. Fuxing, this is too lavish. There are too many of us to finish all of this. Little problem, Director, if we can't finish our lunch, we can save it for dinner. It's cold now, and we don't have to worry about it spoiling. Old Master Li quickly said before Li Fuxing could speak. He was afraid that such waste would displease the commune leaders and leave a bad impression on them, which would be bad for Li Fuxing. So he quickly took the blame himself before Li Fuxing could. Director Wu didn't say anything more and sat down to eat. When Chen Guobao saw this huge table of dishes, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There was chicken, duck, pork, lamb, and all sorts of other things. Even my family's New Year's Eve dinner, which wasn't exactly extravagant, couldn't compare to this lunch. Even the old party secretary couldn't help but swallow. Everyone was so busy eating that they didn't even have time to talk. Only Li Fuxing, his grandparents, and Director Wu were presentable while eating. The manners of the other people were rather unappealing. Chapter 327, Digging Soil and Making Bricks. Chen Guobao, in particular, wolfed down his food as if he hadn't eaten for days. Admittedly, enjoying the food is the greatest respect one can show to a chef, but Chen Guobao's actions are truly difficult to evaluate. It took Chen Guobao more than 20 minutes to feel full. Then she leaned back in her chair, sticking out her swollen belly. He would occasionally groan, I'm so full. Why are you eating so much? It's like you haven't eaten anything at all. Director Wu couldn't help but scold. This meal was incredibly embarrassing. The table was a mess. Even though Chen Guobao was eating as fast as he could, there was just too much food. At least half of it was left over. Then Director Wu continued to discuss with Li Fuxing and the old party secretary, gradually refining the feed processing plant plan. Fuxing, do you have any extra feed? Could you take some back for me to try? Director Wu asked. If we can bring the samples back, it will save us a lot of trouble. I'm sorry, Director Wu, the village's feed is almost gone, the old party secretary hurriedly said. He was very willing to help, but he was simply powerless to do so. I'll bring some more back in a few days, so you can try them out first, Li Fuxing said. Director Wu laughed upon hearing this, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. That's great, Fuxing. When you bring back the feed, just go directly to the State Security Bureau, Director Wu said, pointing to Chen Guobao. With such a good thing happening, I have to think of my nephew. Okay, Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. Everyone enjoyed the lunch. After sitting for a while, Director Wu took Chen Guobao back to the commune. To be honest, Chen Guobao didn't want to leave and wanted to stay for dinner before leaving, but he couldn't stand Director Wu's stern gaze and reluctantly left with him. The food was so delicious, I don't know when I'll be able to eat again. On the way back to the commune, Director Wu once again instructed Chen Guobao. Guobao, you must handle your relationship with Li Fuxing well. This will be of great help to your future. That's all he could say. As for what to do next, that's up to Chen Guobao himself. Don't worry, Uncle. I'm not stupid. I know exactly what to do, Chen Guobao assured him, patting his chest. Okay, this is the best thing you've done all these years, Director Wu said. Meanwhile, in Li Jiazwang, the old party secretary asked Li Fuxing, Fuxing, where do you think we should build the feed processing plant? He loved the relaxed feeling of not having to think about things himself. He didn't have to do anything. Li Fuxing would arrange everything. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, I feel that it should be built next to the main road in the village, so that transportation will be more convenient. If the repairs are done in some remote corner of the village where vehicles can't reach, it would require manual labor to carry the materials back and forth, which would be too troublesome. Without a second thought, the old party secretary nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll follow your suggestion and build the Fuxing project along the main road. Originally, it was customary to choose an auspicious day for breaking ground and building a house, but time is too tight right now, so there's not much to do with the formalities. Choosing a day that's at least not bad will suffice. After consulting the almanac, the old party secretary set the date for the next day. At the same time, the villagers were notified that, except for those who were to do farm work in the village, everyone else had to participate in the construction of this feed processing plant. We must ensure that the feed processing plant is repaired in the shortest possible time so that feed production can begin. This is the most important thing in Lijiazwang right now, and everything else must give way to it. The day after tomorrow arrived quickly, and about 100 villagers had all gathered in the open space of the village. Building a house doesn't take much time, but the preliminary preparations are quite troublesome. The first step is to fire clay bricks. Therefore, in order to improve efficiency, the old party secretary divided the villagers into two teams. The first team was led by Li Zichuan, who took dozens of people to dig soil. It had to be the kind of soil that was highly sticky and had few impurities. The second team was led by the captain, who built a cave dwelling. In the current weather, they couldn't dry the food, and they didn't have much time, so they had no choice but to fire it. Cave dwellings are places where clay bricks are fired. The fired clay bricks become stronger, but the process is a bit more complicated. However, these mud bricks are for building a feed processing plant, so they need to be of good quality. Otherwise, if an accident happens, the plant will have to be repaired, which will delay feed production. Before long, Li Zichuan led the villagers to the riverbed, where the soil was suitable and the cave dwellings were close, saving them a lot of time. Li Zichuan, of course, was the first to pick up a hoe and start working. Seeing this, the other villagers also picked up their tools and started working. Dozens of people dug soil in the riverbed. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for digging, some for transporting the soil, and there were also donkey carts and ox carts to help pull it. After digging for 3 or 4 hours, they had almost dug out all the soil from the riverbed. Donkey carts and ox carts continuously delivered the excavated soil to the cave dwellings. Seeing that they had dug enough, Li Zichuan led the villagers back to the village to mix mud. It was impossible to dig enough soil in one day, not to mention that they couldn't fire that many mud bricks in one day. The makeshift cave dwellings could only fire a few dozen bricks at most each time. It would take several days to burn all the firewood, so building a house is definitely not as easy as it seems. If it's summer, drying the mud bricks at the same time would be even more efficient. All you need to do is turn over the mud bricks from time to time. You don't need to worry about anything else. The soil that has just been dug out cannot be used directly. It must be turned over first, then water is added to mix the water and soil evenly, forming a sticky mud ball. Next, the clay is placed into a brick mold to fix it in shape, then demolded and fired. The firing process is the most crucial step. If the temperature is not right, the clay bricks will crack, affecting their normal use. The villagers were working hard, and Li Fuxing was not idle either. He rode his bicycle to the outside of the village. He originally wanted to borrow a truck from the steel rolling mill, but then he thought it was too troublesome and decided to use the old method instead. After walking around outside, he placed the 50 bags of feed in a secluded spot not far from Lijiazwang. Then he rode his bicycle back to Lijiazwang. After finding the old party secretary at the construction site, they said, "Secretary, the feed has been delivered." Upon hearing this, the old party secretary immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Fuxing, where is the feed? I'll have someone bring it back right away." Then it suddenly occurred to me that most of the villagers were working, and donkey carts and ox carts were also busy at work. Left with no other choice, the old party secretary had to allocate several ox carts and donkey carts to haul feed. At the same time, he also called on more than a dozen villagers, and they marched in a large group toward the place Li Fuxing had mentioned. Chapter 328, A Near Tractor Accident. When the villagers arrived, they loaded the 50 bags of feed onto donkey carts and ox carts. Several carts came, so they were able to haul them all away in one trip. It took more than half an hour to haul all the feed into Li Jiazhuang. The old party secretary said to Li Jichuan, "Jichuan, hurry up and go to the commune to tell Director Wu that the feed has been delivered to the village." Upon hearing this, Li Jichuan didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately set off for the commune. It took him an hour and a half of jogging to reach the commune. Without even catching his breath, he strode inside, grabbed someone, and asked, "Hello, comrade. Is Director Wu at the commune right now?" Director Wu oversees so many villages, so it's common for him to go down to the villages for inspections. "Comrade, Director Wu is in his office right now. His office is on the far east side at the front." The man pointed out the way to Li Jichuan. "Okay, thank you, comrade." Li Jichuan said his thanks and walked towards Director Wu's office. As he reached the door and was about to knock, the door opened from the inside, and Chun Guobao strode out. The two bumped into each other, and Chun Guobao greeted him with a smile. "Comrade Li, what brings you here?" "Hello, Officer Chun. Our party branch secretary asked me to come and tell Director Wu that Fuxing has returned with the feed." Li Jichuan told Chun Guobao about it directly, and the other party was already aware of the situation, so there was no harm in telling him. Upon hearing this, Chun Guobao quickly brought Li Jichuan into his office. Director Wu was about to reprimand Chun Guobao, but when he saw Li Jichuan following behind him, he immediately swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Hello, comrade Li, has the feed arrived?" Aside from feed, he couldn't think of any other reason why Li Jichuan would come to the commune. "Yes, Director Wu, Li Fuxing has brought the feed back. Our party secretary asked me to tell you," Li Jichuan said. "Great." Upon hearing this, Director Wu immediately slammed his hand on the table in excitement. Then, taking Chun Guobao and Li Jichuan with him, they headed to Li Jiazhuang. He had been waiting so long these past few days that he couldn't eat or sleep, and his wife even suspected him of having an affair. He had no choice but to ask Chun Guobao to go and explain. Otherwise, his family would probably be in an uproar. It's all because of the feed. It was Li Jichuan's first time riding a tractor, and he couldn't help but feel curious. He found everything on the tractor fascinating and reached out to touch it. Director Wu and Chun Guobao were clearly used to this kind of scene. When they first rode in a tractor, they weren't much better off than Li Jichuan. Therefore, he did not feel any disdain for Li Jichuan. Chun Guobao was as enthusiastic as before, explaining the components of the tractor to Li Jichuan. Li Jichuan listened very attentively. If he hadn't been without paper and pen, he would have already started taking notes. Even if there are no tractors in the village now, it doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Director Wu glanced at Chun Guobao, who was eager to show off, but didn't say much. "That's just the nature of young people, I guess." As Chun Guobao spoke, Li Jichuan kept praising him. For a moment, Chun Guobao became a little smug. If Director Wu hadn't spoken up to remind him in time, something unexpected might have happened. Because Chun Guobao was so focused on talking that he didn't look at the road ahead, he almost crashed into a large rock. Startled, Chun Guobao slammed on the brakes. Director Wu had given a warning, so there wasn't much of a problem. But Li Jichuan was in trouble. The sudden inertia almost threw him off, but luckily he reacted quickly and grabbed the handle on the tractor, which helped him regain his balance. Director Wu then slapped Chun Guobao on the head. "If you're not going to die, don't drag us down with you." "I'm sorry, uncle." "Comrade Li, are you all right?" Once he came to his senses, Chun Guobao quickly asked. Li Jichuan rubbed his arm and said, "It's nothing serious. Thanks to years of hard work, I have great strength in my arms. If it were someone with less strength, they would definitely have been sent flying." Hearing that Li Jichuan was all right, Chun Guobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If my carelessness causes any accident to happen to Li Jichuan, then I will be in grave danger." After that, Chun Guobao became serious and dared not speak, afraid that the same accident would happen again. Thus, the three of them finally arrived safely at Li Jiazhuang. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from their worries. The old party secretary had been waiting at the village entrance. As soon as he saw Director Wu and the others arrive, he hurriedly went to greet them. "Director Wu, Officer Chun, you've all come over." Then, seeing Li Jichuan moving his arms around, he couldn't help but ask, Zichuan, what happened to your arm? It's nothing, just a little movement. Li Zichuan did not tell the old party secretary the truth. This deeply moved Chen Guobao, who hadn't expected Li Zichuan to be so loyal. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary didn't ask any further questions and turned to exchange pleasantries with Director Wu. Secretary Li, where's the feed? Director Wu asked anxiously. It's not far from here. I'll take you there to have a look, the old party secretary said. Then he led Director Wu and the others forward. We soon arrived at the place where the feed was stored. When Director Wu saw how shabby the place was, he immediately became worried, thinking it was too easy for theft or robbery to happen there. Secretary Li, isn't this place a bit too rudimentary? Director Wu, the feed processing plant is still under construction and is only temporarily located here, the old party secretary hurriedly explained. I never expected Director Wu to value feeds so much. Even though the place is simple, he still made a special mention of it. Director Wu didn't say much after hearing what the old party secretary said. The place was still under construction, and there was really nothing that could be done. He then squatted down, preparing to unpack a bag of feed to take a look. However, he was not familiar with the packaging and struggled for a long time without being able to unpack it. So he subconsciously took out a match from his pocket, but then he remembered that there was feed in front of him and put the match away. Seeing this scene, Li Zichuan couldn't help but think of himself. At first, he couldn't solve it either, but after Li Fuxing gave him some pointers, he gradually became proficient. Director Wu, shall I solve this? Director Wu nodded and gave his seat to Li Zichuan. As Li Zichuan untied the rope, he said, Director Wu, there's a trick to untying this. You have to pull the rope out first, and then pull from both sides at the same time. Under the watchful eyes of Director Wu and the old party secretary, Li Zichuan casually unwrapped the package. Zichuan, you did a great job, the old party secretary praised. Secretary, Fuxing taught me this. Otherwise, how would I know it? Li Zichuan explained with a smile. When Director Wu saw that the packaging had been opened, he reached into the bag and pulled out a handful of feed. They held it carefully, like a precious treasure. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that the priceless treasure in Director Wu's hand was animal feed, and would never guess that it was actually animal feed. While animal feed may not be a rare commodity in later generations, it is quite precious in the present day. Seeing this, Chen Guobao quickly went over to take a look and found that it was exactly the same as the ones that Li Zichuan had fed before. Chapter 329. Rewarding Li Family Village with a Telephone. Director Wu looked intently at the feed in his hand, as if trying to find something different about it. This stuff could actually produce such good chickens. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, probably no one would have believed it. How should we feed these chickens? Is there a special method? Director Wu asked with a puzzled look. Zichuan, don't just stand there like an idiot. Quickly tell Director Wu, the old party secretary hurriedly said. There's no special method, just feed them the same way as usual and mix the feed in, Li Zichuan quickly said. Also, when feeding chickens feed, you should often give them some green vegetables to eat, so that they can grow faster. But we didn't have much feed on hand before, so we didn't dare to feed them like that. Director Wu became somewhat agitated upon hearing this. Comrade Zichuan, are you serious? If it's true, it would be a huge boon for the entire aquaculture industry. Fuxing had mentioned it to me a few times before, Li Zichuan said. Everyone present knew that Li Fuxing was not the kind of person who made empty boasts, so this matter could be believed. We'll test it out then and find out if it's real or fake. Secretary Li, where is Fuxingren? Director Wu asked. Director Wu, I'm here. The sudden sound startled everyone present. They hadn't seen Li Fuxing, but they had heard his voice. A short while later, Li Fuxing walked out from the side. Fuxing, why are you acting like Chow Chow? My old heart can't take this kind of fright, the old party secretary couldn't help but say. After saying that, he took a few deep breaths and patted his chest. Luckily, he didn't have a heart condition, otherwise that shout would have sent him to his death. Look at what you're saying, party secretary. How could I possibly learn Chow Chow's ability to appear on cue? Li Fuxing, of course, understood the meaning behind the old party secretary's words. Chen Guobao and Li Zichuan were both confused and looked puzzled. Fuxing, What exactly are you talking about with the party secretary? Li Jichuan finally couldn't hold back and asked. Brother Jichuan, the party secretary is saying that I'm like Chow Chow, always on the move, Li Fuxing said with a smile. That means the other party always appears out of nowhere, understand? Chen Guobao and Li Jichuan finally understood after hearing this explanation. So that's what it means. Revival, it really came as soon as it was said. The two of them immediately put it to use. Li Fuxing was both amused and exasperated by the two of them. They were like a pair of clowns. Director Wu asked, Fuxing, how do you plan to distribute these 50 bags of feed? Let's split it in half. Director Wu, you take 25 bags back to the commune, and our village will keep 25 bags. That will be enough to last until the feed processing plant is built and we start producing feed. Li Fuxing announced the distribution method that had been decided long ago. The old party secretary had originally planned to ask Li Fuxing to leave more for the village, but seeing Director Wu's expression, he swallowed his words. Director Wu was naturally very satisfied with this distribution method, but he wouldn't take it for nothing. He would give a reward. Seeing that Li Jiazhuang already had a stable power supply, he said, Fuxing, let's install a telephone in your village so that it will be easier to contact each other. Li Fuxing had not yet had time to react. The old party secretary hurriedly asked, Director Wu, are you serious? As he spoke, he stared at Director Wu with great excitement. When Director Wu saw the old party secretary's expression, he felt goosebumps rising on his skin. How could that be false? He had his own selfish reasons for doing this. Having a telephone would make it much easier to contact Li Fuxing on a daily basis. Upon hearing Director Wu's affirmative answer, the old party secretary immediately became excited. Telephones aren't something you can just install whenever you want. Apart from the commune, there isn't a single village around here with a telephone. He was delighted just thinking about it. Once the telephone was installed, the neighboring villages would be green with envy. Compared to the old party secretary, Li Fuxing was much calmer. He had played with cell phones countless times in his later life and had no interest in this old-fashioned telephone. Thank you, Director Wu. Since it was a gift from a leader, Li Fuxing still expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. I'll have someone come over tomorrow to install it. Director Wu waved his hand. The old party secretary immediately had 25 bags of feed moved to the commune's tractor. It was thanks to Chen Guobao driving the tractor that these 25 bags of feed were brought back to the commune. Afterwards, Director Wu and Chen Guobao returned to the commune with 25 bags of feed. If it were just Chen Guobao on his own, he would have to move until dark. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call someone to help you move it. Chen Guobao then realized what was happening and quickly went to call for help. Soon, 6 or 7 young men arrived. Then they moved all 25 bags of feed to the commune. Director Wu then went to Secretary Zhang of the commune and told him about what he had seen and heard in Li Jiazhuang, as well as the 25 bags of feed he had brought back. Secretary Zhang was also taken aback. Old Wu, you handled this matter exceptionally well. The specific results still need to be tested before we can report to the higher-ups. The feed was really too much of a factor. If we reported it to our superiors immediately, we probably wouldn't be able to keep a single one of those 25 bags of feed. Don't worry, Secretary, I've put Xiao Chun in charge of this matter. He'll report to us immediately if anything happens, Director Wu said. Secretary Zhang squinted at Director Wu. Of course he knew the relationship between Chen Guobao and Director Wu. He also understood the principle of keeping the benefits within the family, so he didn't say much. If the feed was effective, he would get all the credit anyway. Okay, let's do it your way, Lao Wu. Director Wu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the party secretary nod in agreement. Then he called Chen Guobao to his office. He instructed, National Security, I went to great lengths to get this done for you, so you must do it well. Chen Guobao nodded. Don't worry, Director Wu. I guarantee I will complete the task. Seeing how serious his nephew was, Director Wu felt much more at ease, but still reminded him, National Security Bureau, this matter is of utmost importance, and it is imperative to keep it confidential. Enemy agents are still quite rampant, so it's always good to be careful. I see. After leaving his office, Chen Guobao took a bag of feed and went to the commune's chicken-raising area. He mixed the feed with the chicken feed and then fed it to the chickens. After he finished, he didn't leave. He stood there watching and noticed that the chickens were indeed eating more than usual. However, to see the full effect, he would need to feed and observe them for a long time. The next day, the old party secretary was waiting at the village entrance early in the morning because Director Wu had said yesterday that someone would come to the village today to install a telephone. This greatly excited the old party secretary, who barely slept that night, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next day. He even got up early to wait at the village entrance, but after waiting for more than 40 minutes, the person on the phone still hadn't come, which made him a little impatient. Chapter 330. The telephone installer came to the village. At the same time, Li Daxiao went up the mountain. He went up the mountain this time to see if he could find some fresh grass to supplement the nutrition of the village's cattle. The previous time the cattle got sick, it was all due to his carelessness, and this time he wanted to make it up to the old cattle. He originally wanted to look for it in the village, but unfortunately there was nothing there, so he had to go up the mountain. He went up the mountain alone without telling anyone in the village. This time he made ample preparations, wearing a thick cotton coat, a somewhat worn cotton hat, and bringing plenty of dry food. The weather was all right today, at least it was sunny. The woods were quiet, with only the soft rustling of Li Daxiao's footsteps. Li Daxiao walked along the mountain path, and soon saw a series of fresh footprints in the snow. The footprints were large and definitely not from a small animal. He examined the footprints but couldn't identify the animal. After thinking for a while, he decided to try his luck in the deep mountains, since he might not actually encounter anything. Li Daxiao walked along the road, and, after passing through a patch of dry grass, suddenly saw a cave. At the entrance of the cave, he could still see some shallow footprints, just like the ones he had seen before. Driven by curiosity, Li Daxiao slowly walked towards the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he didn't dare to go in rashly. Instead, he peeked out first, and the scene that greeted his eyes made his heart skip a beat. A large bear was seen sitting in the cave, its eerie eyes fixed on him. Li Daxiao was filled with fear. It was the first time he had ever seen such a large wild beast. The bear seemed to be somewhat interested in him as well, taking a few steps forward and getting closer to Li Daxiao. A moment later, the bear suddenly stretched out its claws, trying to drag Li Daxiao into the cave, but fortunately Li Daxiao was quick-witted and dodged it. He then threw his backpack on the ground and ran away as fast as he could. The bear, naturally unwilling to miss out on a feast delivered to its doorstep, immediately gave chase. However, because the cave entrance was somewhat narrow and the bear was in a hurry, it got stuck for a short while, which gave Li Daxiao more time to escape. Soon, the bear came chasing after them. For a moment, Li Daxiao was running ahead, and Xiong was chasing behind. Before this, Li Daxiao had never imagined that he could run so fast. At his current speed, he could probably break a record, but unfortunately no one else saw it. Otherwise, this story would definitely have spread widely. If Li Fuxing sees this, he will definitely apply for a Guinness World Record for Li Daxiao. Help! Li Daxiao shouted as he ran towards the village, hoping to attract attention so he could shoot the damned bear. As the bear drew closer and closer, Li Daxiao grew increasingly desperate. If it weren't for his survival instinct driving him to run forward, he would have collapsed long ago. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Now he was getting closer and closer to the village. As long as he kept going, he was sure he would survive. With this belief, he forced himself to keep running forward. Li Jining heard someone shouting for help from a distance. Filled with doubt, he grabbed his hunting rifle and rushed towards the direction from which the sound came. Soon, he saw Li Daxiao being chased by a bear. He was first taken aback, then overjoyed. It was like meat being delivered to his door for free. Why not take it? Besides, it seemed like Li Daxiao had gone to great lengths to lure the bear over. Daxiao, run to the side quickly and make room for me, Li Jining hurriedly said. Upon seeing that it was Li Jining, Li Daxiao became excited, immediately nodded in agreement, and pounced to the side, flipping over. Seeing that Li Daxiao had stopped, the bear assumed that Li Daxiao had given up on escaping and prepared to go forward for a feast. Seeing his chance, Li Jining quickly aimed and fired. A gunshot rang out. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on the bear's head, and it struggled and collapsed. Seeing the bear fall, Li Daxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. knowing that his life had been saved. Uncle Jining, thank you so much. If you hadn't come, I would have become a bear's meal. Li Jining put away his gun and said, You brat, why aren't you staying in the village feeding the cattle? What are you doing running up the mountain? This, I can't explain it to you in just a sentence or two, Li Daxiao said. Then, changing the subject, he said, Uncle Jining, I'm afraid the two of us alone can't carry this bear. Upon hearing this, Li Jining didn't continue to ask Li Daxiao why he went up the mountain. Instead, he said, There's no other way. I have to hurry back to the village to call for help. The old party secretary, who was waiting at the village entrance, didn't receive a call from him, but instead received good news from Li Jining. Jining, are you serious? The old party secretary asked in disbelief. Secretary, this is not something you can joke about, Li Jining said. The old party secretary knew Li Jining's character. He wasn't one to boast. So he gathered a few more people, and together they carried the bear back to the village. The villagers, seeing the bear, all gathered around curiously to take a look. What are you all looking at? Have you finished your work? The old party secretary shouted. When the villagers heard what the old party secretary said, they all obediently went back to work. When Li Fuxing heard that a bear had been hunted down in the village, he was surprised and curious, so he came over. Shouldn't bears be hibernating right now? Brother Jining, how did you find this bear? Li Fuxing asked. I didn't find it. I heard Da Xiao shouting for help, ran over, and saw a bear chasing him. I was startled at first too, Li Jining said truthfully. Li Fuxing looked around, but didn't find Li Daxiao. He must have run away secretly. There must be something else going on, otherwise he wouldn't be hiding like this. Meanwhile, the person who made the phone call arrived at Lijiazwang. At first, they thought they had misheard. Why would they receive a call from a village security officer? Curiosity aside, they had no choice but to comply because their superiors had given the order. Just as they were about to enter the village, they were stopped by members of the security team. Comrades, is there something you need? Zheng Minghong quickly said, Hello, comrade. We're here to install telephones. At this moment, the old party secretary also returned to the village entrance. He had originally intended to come back and wait for Anne's call, but he did not expect that they had already entered the village. Hello, comrades. I am the party secretary of Lijiazwang village. The old party secretary greeted us with a smile. Zheng Minghong said, Hello, comrade party secretary. The old party secretary waved his hand, and the members of the security team immediately let them pass. Afterwards, the old party secretary led Zheng Minghong and others into Lijiazwang. As soon as they entered the village, Zheng Minghong and his group immediately realized that Lijiazwang was different from other villages. When Zheng Minghong looked up, she saw that Lijiazwang actually had a stable power supply. This village was indeed extraordinary. Before long, the group arrived at the village branch office, which was a small house containing many farm tools used for daily work. There was no other way. After thinking it over, we could only settle it here. If we settled it in any other place, there would be people who would have objections. This place is the fairest option. Chapter 331. Transporting bears to Beiping. Purchasing agents from major factories try to intercept them. After tidying up, Zheng Minghong and the others began installation, while the old party secretary stood by and watched, worried that there might be some safety issues. Even if the arrangement was wrong, the old party secretary wouldn't understand, but he still enjoyed it immensely. If everyone in the village didn't have work to do, there would probably be quite a few people coming to see this right now. It took almost an hour to finally get the phone installed. The old party secretary asked, Comrade, how much does it cost to install a telephone? Zheng Minghong did the math and said, It'll cost at least 200 yuan. If you add things like a phone line, it'll be around 300. The old party secretary was taken aback when he heard this. He hadn't expected that installing a telephone would be so expensive. Thanks to the commune for providing the money, even though the village could have afforded it, he couldn't bear to part with it. It's true that a telephone number can reflect a village's strength to some extent, but spending so much money on it is really not worth it. But it's different when it's free. When Li Fuxing heard that the village's telephone had been installed, he came to find the old party secretary and asked, Secretary, about the bear we just hunted, should we sell it or keep it? Sell it. The village hasn't finished eating the fish we caught last time. There's no need to keep so much meat, the old party secretary said after thinking for a moment. Okay, now that we have a telephone in the village, I'll call the factory directly and ask Dawei to come back and take care of this bear, Li Fuxing said. Then, following the number sequence, he turned the dial on the phone and quickly made the call. Section Chief Li, this is Li Fuxing. Could you please tell Dawei to go back to the village? Li Wenbin was stunned. He never expected that it would be Li Fuxing calling. Could it be that telephones had been installed in Lijiazwang as well? Okay, don't worry, Fuxing, I'll talk to him right away. He then hung up the phone. The old party secretary standing to the side couldn't help but sigh. In the past, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours to send someone into the city to notify them, but now it only takes a few minutes to make a phone call. Revival, is that all? The old party secretary asked incredulously. There was no way around it. He had only heard of telephones before, and this was the first time he had seen the real thing, so it inevitably felt a bit unreal. That's right, party secretary. As long as you know the other party's phone number, calling them is almost like talking to them face to face, Li Fuxing explained. That's amazing. Technology really does have benefits for life, the old party secretary exclaimed again. Meanwhile, inside the steel rolling mill, Li Wenbin hung up the phone and immediately had someone call Li Dawei over. Although Li Dawei had some doubts, he still went to the office. He then knocked on the door, and after hearing come in from inside, he pushed the door open and went in, looking at Li Wenbin and asking, Section Chief, what can I do for you? Here's the thing. Fuxing just called and asked you to come back to the village. He probably caught some game, Li Wenbin said with a smile. Li Dawei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Okay, Section Chief, I'll be right back. Thank you. After saying that, he turned and left, not giving Li Wenbin a chance to speak. He was about to say something, but by the time he realized it, Li Dawei had already left, so he had to give up. Soon, Li Dawei rode his bicycle back to Lijiazwang. After riding for about an hour and a half, we returned to Lijiazwang. Upon entering the village, Li Dawei was immediately shocked by its appearance. It had only been a short time since he had returned, yet such a significant change had occurred. Seeing Li Zichuan leading the villagers in building a house, I couldn't help but wonder. I went up to him and asked, Uncle Zichuan, why are you building such a big house all of a sudden? The sides are all exposed. How will people stay here when it's cold? You don't know this. This is called a feed processing plant. Your 21st uncle made you do it this way, Li Zichuan said. When Li Dawei heard that it was Li Fuxing who arranged it, he didn't ask any more questions. Uncle Zichuan, where did Uncle 21 go? Li Dawei asked. I don't know where Fuxing went either. Li Zichuan shook his head. With no other option, Li Dawei went to wander around the village to see if he could bump into them. He had already completed his task for the month, so he wasn't in a hurry. After wandering around the village for a while, Li Dawei finally found Li Fuxing and hurriedly went over to greet him. Uncle 21, what's the matter that you called me back to the village? Because Li Wenbin didn't tell him what it was about, and he didn't dare to ask, he's still completely confused. He guessed that the village had probably hunted some game and asked him to come back and buy it. Brother Jining beat up a bear. That's why he called you back and had you take him back to the steel rolling mill, Li Fuxing said. Did you come back by bicycle? Li Dawei scratched his head and said embarrassedly. I thought something was wrong, so I rode my bike back without asking any questions. Li Fuxing sighed and said, How about this? You tell the old party secretary to take the village's ox cart back first, drop off the bear, and then come back. Li Dawei nodded. That's the only way, Uncle 21. We've learned our lesson. Next time we come back, we must find out exactly what happened. Before long, Li Dawei borrowed an ox cart from the old party secretary. Since everyone in the village was busy working, he had to drive the ox cart himself to take the bear back to the factory. We encountered many people on the road, all staring longingly at the bear in the car, their drool practically dripping onto the ground. These people haven't eaten meat in a very, very long time. But because of the intimidating presence of the gun Li Dawei carried, none of them dared to do anything out of line. It's highly likely that people from other factories heard the news and came to the road to intercept them. As soon as Li Dawei entered Beiping, he was immediately surrounded by a huge crowd. This really frightened him, and he quickly pulled out his gun. Only when he had it in his hand did he feel safe. The people who surrounded them were frightened by the gun and took a few steps back. Comrade, I work at the second timber factory, and I'm not a bad person. I'm a comrade too. Hearing their explanation, Li Dawei breathed a sigh of relief and said, Your sudden appearance startled me quite a bit. I thought you were here to steal my meat. Hearing his words, everyone smiled awkwardly. There was nothing they could do. The procurement task was heavy, but supplies were scarce, so as soon as they saw meat, they all rushed over. Comrade, how about I offer 1 yuan per pound? Forget about 1 yuan. Comrade, I'll offer 1 yuan and 20 cents. $1.30. More and more people started bidding, and the price rose accordingly. Eventually, it reached $1.50, and then all sorts of tickets were put up for competition. I'm really sorry, I'm not selling this bear, Li Dawei quickly said. Comrade, if you feel the price is too low, I can go back and apply to the leadership for an even higher price, someone shouted urgently. There's no other way. He hasn't completed his task for 2 or 3 months in a row. If he still can't complete it this month, he'll have to be demoted to the workshop. Comrade, I'm a purchasing agent from the steel rolling mill, so this bear isn't for sale. Li Dawei simply revealed his identity. Chapter 332, Li Dawei's Social Skills. Asking the leader first if they want it. Upon hearing that Li Dawei was a purchasing agent for the steel rolling mill, everyone sighed and turned to leave. There's nothing we can do. They're the purchasing agent themselves, so they definitely won't sell it. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Li Dawei continued driving the ox cart toward the steel mill. Despite rushing, I finally made it back to the factory before the end of the workday. There are still more than 20 minutes until the end of the workday. Otherwise, I would definitely be surrounded by the workers leaving get off work. Before long, Li Dawei delivered the bear to the outside of the purchasing department's office. This rare wild game was likely to be wanted by some leader, so he had to ask first. If no leader wanted it, then it would be sent to be weighed. This was one of the unwritten rules of the purchasing department. Li Dawei hurried to Li Wenbin's office and asked directly, Section Chief Li, would you like some wild game? Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin felt that the words sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had heard them before. But he still asked, what kind of wild game? Section Chief Li, our village hunted a bear, and it's just sitting outside. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin quickly said, Dawei, wait for me. I'll go ask Director Kai. After saying that, he jogged to Director Kai's office. The familiar words, Director Kai, would you like some wild game? Li Dawei just bought a bear. Originally, Director Kai wasn't interested, but upon hearing it was a bear, he immediately got up and walked out. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Li Wenbin then came to his senses and followed Director Kai out. The two went outside and saw a large bear lying on the ox cart. It had a bullet hole in its head, but no other injuries on its body. Wow, that's pretty good marksmanship, Director Kai exclaimed. Li Dawei said, Director, Uncle Jining is the best marksman in our village. Director Kai nodded and said, Give me the bear bile and the 2 bear paws. He handed the money to Li Dawei and placed the order directly. Li Wenbin originally wanted to buy a bear paw, but considering his family's financial situation, he gave up the idea. Li Dawei carefully put the money away before taking the bear to the warehouse to weigh it, where a craftsman would need to break it down. The craftsman extracted the bear bile in no time. Although it was a grass bile, the quality was quite good. Director Kai was overjoyed to see that the bear bile was of much better quality than before. Adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of his subordinates, he took out a few more tickets and gave them to Li Dawei. Then he took the things he had ordered and left. After weighing it, the bear was found to weigh approximately 180 kilograms, and it sold for nearly 400 yuan, plus several receipts. Li Dawei carefully put the money away, then drove the ox cart back to Lijiazwang, hoping to get back to the village before dark. Carrying so much money on me always makes me feel uneasy, because it's not my own money after all, and if something happens, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold it. On the way back to the village, the bear that had attracted attention was no longer on the cart, and Li Dawei, who was driving the ox cart, no longer attracted the attention of others. Thus, Li Dawei returned to Lijiazwang smoothly. After entering the village, Li Dawei felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He knew he would be safe once he returned. Li Dawei quickly found the old party secretary and handed him the money and receipts. The old party secretary took it and looked at it, then asked in confusion, "Why are there still a few tickets left?" "Secretary, these were given to us by Director Kai from the steel rolling mill. He saw that the bear bile was of very good quality, so he gave us a few extra tickets," Li Dawei said verbatim. When the old party secretary heard this, he nodded slightly, but at the same time, he was also a little worried. Who should he give the vote to? After much thought, he still couldn't come up with an answer, so he simply called Li Daxiao and Li Jining over to discuss who should receive the receipts. Li Daxiao and Li Jining met outside and were both puzzled. The old party secretary called them over together. Could it be that something important had happened? With some questions in their minds, the two knocked on the door and went inside. After entering the room, Li Daxiao asked, "Secretary, is there something you need us for?" He felt uneasy, fearing that the old party secretary had summoned him to settle scores. "I called you here for nothing major. When the leaders of the steel rolling mill were collecting bears, they gave us a few extra receipts. We were just wondering what you wanted to do with them," the old party secretary said. Hearing this, Li Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't going to settle scores with him, he was fine. He quickly said, "Give this ticket to Uncle Jining. If Uncle Jining hadn't arrived in time, I would have been bare food by now, and I wouldn't even be standing here alive." The old party secretary nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that Li Daxiao was still grateful for the kindness shown to him. "Okay, then these tickets are for Jining." Li Jining was surprised that he could actually get a few tickets, and he immediately became quite happy. "Daxiao, thank you very much." "Uncle Jining, I should be thanking you," Li Daxiao quickly said. "All right, no need for formalities. Take it, Jining," the old party secretary said, handing the receipt to Li Jining. After nearly a week, the feed processing plant in Lijiazwang was finally completed. The old party secretary was overjoyed to see the brand new feed processing plant. "We're so happy today. Our village is having a noodle eating contest tonight. Everyone should participate enthusiastically. Let's take this opportunity to celebrate and have some fun. After all, we've been working hard for so long." Wang Chen asked, "Secretary Li, can the villagers of Wangjia village participate?" "I wish I could participate. That way I could eat more and save some food. Although the village canteen has reopened, everyone still gets very little food and is far from full. However, the situation is much better than before. Although people still can't fill their stomachs, no one is complaining. There's just a food shortage in the general environment, and there's nothing that can be done about it." "Of course you can participate," the old party secretary nodded in agreement. His original intention was to have the villagers of Wangjia village participate together. The villagers of Wangjia village were overjoyed to hear that they could participate, and the fatigue from a day's work seemed to lessen considerably. Soon it was evening. Lijiazwang was quite busy tonight. In order to ensure the supply of noodles for the competition, the women of Lijiazwang went to the village canteen early to help and try to roll out enough noodles in the shortest possible time. After nearly 2 hours of preparation, I finally finished making the noodles needed for the competition. The villagers participating in the competition gathered in the village canteen, where tables were set up with bowls of noodles piled on them. The villagers participating in the competition were all full of confidence and high spirits. Before long, the old party secretary ordered the competition to begin, and the villagers participating in the competition began to wolf down their noodles, all trying to eat as many noodles as possible within the allotted time. The villagers watching the game cheered and shouted encouragement, and the village canteen was filled with joy. Chapter 333. Now that we've received the reward grain, it's almost time to find a wife for my son. Looking at the bustling scene before him, the old party secretary couldn't help but sigh that organizing this event was absolutely the right thing to do. "Revival, your idea is good, but it's a bit of a waste of food," Li Fuxing said. "Secretary, I feel that we should hold such activities from time to time to motivate the villagers to work. Besides, we don't use pure white flour for our noodles, so it's not too wasteful." Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, the old party secretary sighed inwardly. Not everyone is like you, Fuxing, eating refined rice or white flour every meal. Yes, we should hold such events from time to time. But we need to prepare more food. Fuxing, do you think you can buy some more for the village? Li Fuxing was stunned when he heard this. Goodness, so this was what they were waiting for him to do. Secretary, how many would you like to buy? But there was nothing I could do. Since I was the one who suggested the activity, I had no choice but to help out. When the old party secretary heard Li Fuxing say this, he knew that the matter was settled, and he quickly said, "Not too much, just 2,500 caddies of potatoes and 2,500 caddies of millet." Li Fuxing nodded in agreement. "Okay, but it will take some time before it can be sent back." 5,000 caddies of grain was nothing to him, but he couldn't act like he could get it easily. He had to pretend it was difficult so that the village would remember his help. "Okay, no rush. On behalf of the villagers, I thank Fuxing," the old party secretary said. At this moment, Wang Chun, who was participating in the competition, was slowly eating noodles. He wouldn't start by eating like the others, because that would make him too full too easily. Only by eating slowly can you eat more and take longer to eat. As expected, Li Daong started by eating voraciously, but after only 4 bowls of noodles, he couldn't eat anymore. He felt his stomach was getting bloated, and he thought that if he ate any more, his stomach would probably burst. So he had no choice but to leave with regret. After Li Daong came down, many more villagers, unable to eat any more, followed suit. Time ticked by, and more than half of the allotted half-hour match time had passed. Only 3 people remained on the field still eating noodles. They are Wang Chun, Li Dajuan, and Li Zichuan. The villagers of Wangjia village cheered for Wang Chun as he persevered. "Wang Chun, hang in there." Seeing this, the villagers of Lijiazwang also cheered for Li Dajuan and Li Zichuan. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Li Dajuan was about to have another when he felt something rising in his throat. He knew that if he continued eating, he would definitely vomit, which would be a huge waste of food. Food was so precious at the moment, and it couldn't be wasted. Left with no other option, he had to raise his hand and leave. With only 2 players remaining on the field, the cheers from the villagers watching from both sides grew even louder. Like Wang Chun, Li Zichuan didn't eat very fast, but he ate just as much as those who ate quickly. This slow and steady approach allowed them to persevere until the finals. In the end, Wang Chun won the championship in this half-hour noodle eating contest by a narrow margin. Seeing that the outcome was decided, the old party secretary stepped forward and said, "This time, we're not just competing for first place. The top 3 will all receive prizes." Hearing what the old party secretary said, those villagers who had just given up began to regret it. "Oh dear, I should have persevered a little longer. Maybe I could have gotten into the top 3. What are you thinking? Your stomach is so small, you can't even eat as much as I can. There's no way you could get into the top 3. Seeing this scene, the old party secretary admired Li Fuxing's decision even more. If he had told the villagers in advance that there would be a reward, they would have fought desperately to win a place, and it would have been bad if something unexpected had happened. This competition was, after all, for entertainment purposes, just to give the villagers some fun. Wang Chun was overjoyed to hear about the reward. He never expected to get a reward after eating a free bowl of noodles. The Li family was really too generous. Seeing that the villagers were getting increasingly agitated, the old party secretary quickly said loudly, "Don't hold a grudge, everyone. Our village will hold many more competitions like this in the future." Once the villagers quieted down, he continued, "The prizes for the top 3 places this time are, the first place winner will receive 2 jean of grain, and the second and third place winners will each receive 1 jean of grain." Upon hearing that the reward was grain, the villagers of Lijiazwang instantly calmed down from their previous excitement. The village is not short of food right now, so the reward is not very tempting to them. If it were something else, they might grit their teeth and compete again next time. But looking at it this way, there is no need for it. Upon hearing that he could receive a reward of 2 jean of grain, Wang Chun immediately beamed with joy. "With these 2 pounds of grain, and if we save some more, we can get a wife for our son." The old party secretary then took the packed grain over and distributed the rewards to Wang Chun and the other 2. Wang Chun and the other 2 accepted it with smiles on their faces. The villagers of Wangjia village were all envious when they saw Wang Chun receive 2 jean of grain. Many people are still filled with regret. "I should have held on a little longer. Maybe I could have gotten some food. I can usually eat much more than Wang Chun. How dare you say something like that when you can eat more than others?" Upon seeing this, Li Fuxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that if this were in later generations, This scene would definitely be photographed and posted online. Seeing that it was getting late, the old party secretary said, "Comrades from Wangjia village, it's getting late. Please be careful on your way back to the village." The villagers of Wangjia village responded to the old party secretary's words of advice. "Don't worry, Secretary Li. There are many of us. Nothing will happen. Yes, no one will be foolish enough to cause us trouble." The next morning, Li Fuxing got up early as usual, opened Pinduoduo, and saw that today's 1-cent flash sale offered 10 salted geese and 10 caddies of beef. Nothing much to say. I bought them all as usual. Meanwhile, the old party secretary was already waiting at the village entrance, ready to welcome the commune leaders. He specially invited the leaders of the commune to attend the opening ceremony of the village's feed processing plant. After learning about it, Director Wu and Secretary Zhang both agreed to attend. Right now, feed is not only the most important thing for Lijiazwang, but also the most important thing for the commune, so there is nothing wrong with coming to participate in the opening ceremony. The old party secretary heard the sound of the tractor in the distance and knew that the leaders had arrived. Sure enough, a short while later, 2 tractors appeared in front of them. The old party secretary quickly arranged for the villagers to step forward and prepare to welcome the commune leaders. Soon, 2 tractors stopped at the village entrance. Director Wu and Chen Guobao got out of one of them, while Secretary Zhang naturally got out of the other, along with a young man. The old party secretary quickly said, "Welcome, Secretary Zhang and Director Wu. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come." The villagers also gave a warm welcome. Chapter 334, Advance Reminder. Do not send people with connections. Secretary Zhang and Director Wu were already used to this kind of scene and calmly nodded to the villagers. This was Secretary Zhang's first time visiting Lijiazwang, so he asked, "Secretary Li, could you show us the feed processing plant?" "No problem, Secretary Zhang." The old party secretary nodded in agreement, and then led everyone to the feed processing plant. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. The feed processing plant occupies a considerable area, and there are no walls around it. Inside, you can see a huge feed grinder. The raw materials were piled up next to the crusher, and there was nothing else. When Secretary Zhang saw that there was only one machine, he found it hard to believe that feed could be processed with just one machine. He couldn't help but ask, "Secretary Li, could you demonstrate it for us?" "Of course, no problem. Just watch, Secretary Li." The old party secretary agreed very readily. He then searched through the crowd and finally spotted Li Fuxing in an inconspicuous corner. He quickly said, "Fuxing, come here quickly." Li Fuxing was somewhat helpless, not expecting to be discovered so soon after arriving. "There's no other way, let's go for it." When the old party secretary saw Li Fuxing approaching, he was immediately filled with confidence and said loudly, "Fuxing, why don't you demonstrate for the commune leaders?" Li Fuxing nodded in agreement and called over a few younger villagers to help. First, pour the raw materials into the crusher, then start turning the crusher. Upon hearing this, Li Daxiao and the others began to follow the steps. It was relatively easy to spin at first, but as the spinning time increased, my physical strength was depleted, and it became more and more difficult to spin. There was no other way but to go forward one by one. Seeing that Li Daxiao was running out of energy, Li Daong said, "Daxiao, I told you to exercise more often. Let me do it." He then replaced Li Daxiao and continued running the shredder. To show off, Li Daong deliberately spun the toy with one hand. Even after exhausting himself, he still stubbornly insisted, "I can't use this hand. Let me use the other hand." He continued spinning for another 3 or 4 minutes, using both hands, and his breathing became increasingly heavy. It doesn't look like it will last much longer. Seeing this, Li Daxiao couldn't help but laugh. This job seemed simple, but once you started doing it, you'd know it wasn't that easy. It was really too strenuous, and those with little strength simply couldn't turn it. Li Daong continued spinning for a little over a minute before letting go and saying, "Next one, I can't take it anymore." Li Dalong refused to believe it and insisted on going up to try it out to see if it was really that difficult. Ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. Li Dalong persisted for less time than Li Daxiao. Seeing that this thing seemed interesting, Chen Guobao said, "Fuxing, how about I give it a try?" When Li Fuxing saw that someone was offering their labor, he naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen Guobao took over from Li Dalong and continued to operate the pulverizer. At the beginning, Chen Guobao was indeed very strong, but unfortunately, he couldn't last long and ran out of energy after spinning for just over 3 minutes. This thing looks easy, but it's actually too much work. Li Fuxing said helplessly, this thing requires skill. Watch me demonstrate. After saying that, he stepped forward and demonstrated it to everyone. Did everyone understand? Li Daxiao both nodded and shook his head. Li Fuxing was somewhat amused and asked, Daxiao, what's with you nodding first and then shaking your head? I understand some of it, but not much. Why don't you demonstrate it again, Uncle 21? Li Daxiao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Li Fuxing chuckled and said, in that case, Daxiao, you should practice more. I'll leave everything else to you. Grind all the raw materials before you stop. You think I can't handle you, kid? Li Daxiao was startled by these words and quickly begged for mercy. Uncle 21, my little body can't take it. Please spare me. Li Fuxing smiled and ignored him. Left with no other choice, Li Daxiao had to step forward and continue turning the shredder, consciously imitating the actions that Li Fuxing had just demonstrated. Sure enough, using this motion to spin around really saved a lot of effort. He kept turning it for about 10 minutes, grinding all the raw materials into powder. Next, based on the growth needs of livestock, the ground raw materials are mixed in proportion to ensure that the feed can provide poultry with sufficient nutrition so that they can grow fast and fat. Li Fuxing added various ingredients according to the specified proportions. Next, the formulated feed is pressed into pellets. This step is the most crucial in feed production, as it directly affects the quality of the feed. Before long, the feed processing was completed. Secretary Zhang and Director Wu both took a few steps forward. Director Wu reached out and grabbed a little, saying, it's indeed similar to what we got in Lijiazwang before, only the color is a little different. The ones that have just been processed are mainly green, while the ones that were processed before were mainly yellow. Li Fuxing said, because different raw materials are used, there will always be some differences in the products produced. We used corn before, but this time we added green vegetables, so it will be mainly green. Director Wu nodded slightly. That's how it is. Fuxing, the commune can send people to learn from you. Is that true? Secretary Zhang asked. He had only heard it from Director Wu. That's right. The number of people shouldn't be too large. As long as it doesn't interfere with the village's production, it's fine, Li Fuxing said. Whether there are many or few people, you still need to teach them. There's not much difference. Secretary Zhang and Director Wu were both very happy to hear Li Fuxing's agreement. If the feed is indeed highly effective, it will inevitably be promoted nationwide. Then, wouldn't the people they have trained in advance have a chance to be put to good use? The commune wants to send 8 people to learn first. Is that feasible? Secretary Zhang asked. No problem. Even 4 or 5 more would be fine. But the people who come must be serious, Li Fuxing said. The worst thing is that a bunch of people with connections to the leaders will come, and if they don't study hard, they'll end up getting themselves into a lot of trouble. You can rest assured about the revitalization. I will definitely study it diligently, Secretary Zhang said. Hearing Secretary Zhang say this, Li Fuxing finally felt relieved. Anyway, he had already given a heads up, so if any problems arose, it wouldn't be his responsibility. After the tour, Director Wu asked, Fuxing, how much feed can the processing plant produce each day? Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, after all, it's just the beginning, so the speed won't be too fast. If the supply of raw materials is sufficient, producing about 200 caddies a day shouldn't be a problem. Once the villagers are familiar with the process, the output will increase further. Director Wu nodded. The output was indeed not very high, but there were not many places where the feed could be used right now. They would have to wait until the test results came out. If it was as expected, then it would be used on a large scale. At this time, Zhao, the village chief of Zhao Family Village, arrived at Li Family Village. As soon as he arrived at the village entrance, he saw 2 tractors parked there. The more he looked at the 2 tractors, the more familiar they seemed. Then it suddenly dawned on him. Weren't these the 2 from the commune? What were they doing in Lijiazwang? Chapter 335. Work quotas for Zhao family village. As village chief Zhao entered the village, he saw a large crowd gathered on the other side of the riverbed and immediately went over to them. He used all his strength and finally managed to squeeze to the front row. Upon seeing that Secretary Zhang and Director Wu of the commune were chatting and laughing with Li Fuxing, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could it be that Li Jiazhuang has come up with some big project that has attracted even the two top leaders of the commune? It's probably related to the machines in that new house. Director Wu said, Fuxing, now that we've finished visiting the processing plant, Secretary Zhang and I have to head back. The commune still had many things to deal with. They then departed with Secretary Zhang and others. As soon as the leaders left, village chief Zhao hurried over and asked, Secretary Li, what's this big machine for? The old party secretary was startled by the sudden voice. He turned around and saw that it was village chief Zhao. He breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. This is called a feed grinder. The feed invented by Fuxing needs to be processed using this. Upon hearing the word feed, village chief Zhao couldn't help but think of the plump and large chickens that Li family village had previously raised, and hurriedly asked, Secretary Li, is this feed your secret weapon for raising such good chickens? Yes, village chief Zhao is quite quick-witted, the old party secretary said with a smile. He didn't expect village chief Zhao to guess so much just from the word feed. Upon hearing this, village chief Zhao had an idea and said, Secretary Li, now that you can produce feed, can our Wangjia village buy some? We can buy them, but we need to ensure that the commune and our own village have a sufficient supply before we sell them to others, the old party secretary said. Secretary Li, given our relationship, it wouldn't be a problem for you to sell your surplus products to our village first, would it? Village chief Zhao said with a smile, trying to get closer to us. Currently, Zhao family village has also set up a chicken farm, just like Li family village, but perhaps due to a lack of feed, the chickens they raise are not very good. If we can actually buy feed, the chickens we raise will grow big and fat, which might even boost the development of the village. It sounds wonderful. Seeing that village chief Zhao remained silent, the old party secretary asked, Village chief Zhao, what brings you here today? Village chief Zhao then realized what he had done and hurriedly said, Look at my brain, I was looking for Fuxing. Li Fuxing asked in confusion, Village chief Zhao, is there something you need from me? Fuxing, the chickens we raise in our village are almost ready for market. We were thinking of asking you to help us buy them, said village chief Zhao. Li Fuxing thought it was something serious and nodded in agreement. Okay, don't worry, village chief Zhao. I will arrange for someone to collect it. This matter can be resolved with just one phone call. I don't need to make a trip in person at all. Seeing that village chief Zhao hesitated, Li Fuxing guessed that he had other things to say, so he said, Village chief Zhao, we're so familiar with each other. Just say what you need to say directly. There's no need to be so coy. Village chief Zhao then said, Fuxing, our village is thinking of purchasing some grain, as well as eggs or meat. The village was so short of food before, we were really worried, so whenever we had the chance, we thought about storing up more grain. Having food in hand brings peace of mind. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, Village chief Zhao, it's not possible in the short term. We'll have to wait a while. I'll bring the eggs or meat back in a while, and then I'll call you to come and get them. Although it would take a while, at least Li Fuxing had agreed, and village chief Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. Thank you so much, Fuxing. The village's food supply can last for a while longer, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Then village chief Zhao asked, Secretary Li, does your village's feed processing plant need any more workers? If we can let the villagers learn from this, then the village can set one up, and we won't have to ask anyone for help. The feeling of being held hostage is truly unbearable. Taking control of the technology is the only way to succeed. The old party secretary said, Village chief Zhao, our processing plant doesn't lack manpower, but the village is short of workers. You can do what Wangjia village did and send villagers to work. We'll provide 3 meals a day. He had previously discussed with Li Fuxing that, in order to keep the technology a secret, only people from Li Jiazhuang village, excluding those from the commune, could work in the processing plant. People from other villages were not allowed to enter the plant. However, the processing plant still needs a considerable amount of labor. If all the workers are put into the processing plant, there won't be enough manpower for the farm work. The annual grain tax payable is substantial, and the income from growing vegetables is also considerable, so it certainly cannot be interrupted. Therefore, they had to ask people from other villages to do the work, and they were still provided with 3 meals a day, just like before. If word gets out, the surrounding villages will fight tooth and nail to come and work in Lijiazhuang. Many villages had low grain yields, and after paying their grain taxes, there wasn't much left to eat until the next harvest. As long as meals are provided, countless people will be eager to come, because rural people are best at working. When village chief Zhao heard the old party secretary's reply, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He hadn't expected that the old party secretary would block the road so completely. But as soon as they heard that someone was needed to do the work, their eyes immediately lit up. Sending some clever people from the village over would give them a chance to secretly learn something, especially since the processing plant isn't enclosed yet, and the inside is clearly visible. Even if we don't learn anything by stealing, it's not a loss. It can save the village a lot of food. With such a food shortage right now, it's good to save even a little bit. Okay, Secretary Li, how many people do you need? The old party secretary said, 25, I guess. 25 people should be enough. If it's really not enough, we can recruit more. As long as we provide meals, manpower is not a problem at all. Upon hearing that there were 25 people, village chief Zhao immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. When should we have them come over? Let's start tomorrow, the old party secretary said. The processing plant is going to start production today, and it can't stop. Last night they finalized the plan. All men in the village aged 18 to 35 can work in the processing plant. Although there is no salary, work points are recorded, and the points are even higher. At first, some people in the village were against it, since not every family has a man of marriageable age. This way, they will earn significantly fewer work points than others, and their year-end bonus will be less than others. Those who work in the feed processing plant can earn the same amount of work points in 1 day as others do in 2 days. The old party secretary came up with a solution. For those families where no one works in the processing plant, each day, provided they work full hours, one man would receive extra work points, thus making their earnings equal to those who do work in the plant. Besides this plan, the old party secretary patiently persuaded the villagers for a long time before finally getting them to agree. Not only men, but women of suitable age can also work in the processing plant, and they are given more work points than usual. This was a suggestion made by Li Fuxing. Now that women hold up half the sky, they must be treated equally. Chapter 336, The Steel Rolling Mills Dilemma. At the same time, women working can also improve the status of women in Lijiazhuang. This way, fewer people will think that daughters are a financial burden, and they will no longer marry their daughters off too early to get a dowry. In conclusion, Li Fuxing's proposal had a very important and positive effect on improving the status of women in Lijiazhuang. Village Chief Zhao needs to return to the village early to discuss with the villagers and decide on the 25 people who will help with the work. He said goodbye and left, quickly returning to the village to arrange for someone to notify every household to come for a meeting. Once all the villagers had arrived, Village Chief Zhao got straight to the point. The reason I've called everyone here for this meeting is to select 25 people to start working in Lijiazhuang tomorrow. When the villagers heard that they were going to work in Lijiazhuang, they couldn't help but murmur to themselves, "We haven't finished our work in the village yet. What are we going to do in Lijiazhuang?" Village Chief Zhao then gave a brief explanation of the matter, and the villagers finally understood that it was for this purpose. This was certainly a good thing for the village, so none of the villagers objected, nor did they rush to go. After selecting a few clever villagers, Village Chief Zhao decided to draw lots to determine the remaining spots. Before long, the 25 people were selected. Meanwhile, Li Fuxing was training the villagers of Lijiazhuang. He first explained the feed processing procedure and the precautions that needed to be taken into account. Does everyone understand? Few villagers nodded in agreement. Many shook their heads, as it was their first time doing something like this, and they were all afraid of making mistakes. Li Fuxing sighed and had no choice but to explain it all over again. The most important thing is to figure out how to use the machine. Secondly, It's about maintaining and servicing the equipment. Then, you need to learn about quality standards in the feed production process and safety awareness. Only by learning these two things can you improve the yield and quality of feed while ensuring your own safety. This time, he deliberately slowed down his speech to give the villagers some time to understand. This time, there were noticeably fewer villagers shaking their heads. After a period of training, the villagers of Lijiazwang are now able to slowly complete the feed processing process. Li Fuxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, some villagers were as stubborn as mules. No matter how Li Fuxing taught them, they just couldn't understand. There was no other way but to let Li Jichuan teach them. If Li Jichuan still can't teach it, then we'll have to find someone else. The old party secretary stayed by Li Fuxing's side the whole time. He felt that Li Fuxing was just good-tempered. If he had been the one to teach, those villagers would have been scolded several times over. Just as Li Fuxing said, feed processing is not difficult at all. He understood the process almost completely just by listening without actually doing anything. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should go home and rest. The tasks ahead will get increasingly heavier, Li Fuxing said. Li Jichuan was still reluctant to leave, saying, Fuxing, we're not tired at all. We can keep going. Brother Jichuan, we need to balance work and rest. Look at the others, Li Fuxing said vaguely. Li Jichuan turned his head and looked around, and found that not everyone was as he had thought. Most of the villagers came to work in order to earn work points. All right. Li Jichuan nodded and turned to leave. When the villagers saw Li Jichuan leave, they also left. The next morning, the people sent by the commune to learn from them arrived at Lijiazwang. Before they set off, Secretary Zhang specifically instructed Director Wu that the purpose of going to Lijiazwang was to learn, and anyone who dared not study properly or put on airs should not return to the commune. To get a job at the commune, one had to beg and plead with everyone. It would be such a loss to lose one's job because of it. Moreover, the fact that the commune's top two leaders gave a joint speech indicates that this matter was extremely important. They understood what was more important, so they all made guarantees to the leaders. Director Wu even took the time to bring them over. After entering the village, Director Wu found the old party secretary and asked, Secretary Li, is there any place to stay in the village? These people who came to study all lived too far away, so in order to have enough time to rest, we had to arrange for them to stay in Lijiazwang. The old party secretary thought for a moment and said, Yes, there are, but the conditions are a bit poor. It's all right. They're here to learn, not to enjoy themselves. As long as they have a place to stay, it's fine. Director Wu waved his hand, not caring at all. Hearing this, the old party secretary felt relieved and said, Okay, Director Wu, I'll take them to their lodgings and let them put their things down. After saying that, he led everyone to a house that looked very dilapidated. After pushing the door open and going inside, I found that it was a little better inside than outside, but not by much. When Chun Guobao saw the environment, his heart skipped a beat, but there was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and endure it. After putting down their luggage, everyone followed the old party secretary to the feed processing plant. The villagers of Lijiazwang have already started working. Director Wu noticed Li Fuxing watching from the side and walked over to him, saying, Fuxing, I'm entrusting these people to you. Don't give them any face. Teach them a lesson if they need to. If anyone dares to show disrespect or complain, just tell me directly. These words were mainly intended for Chun Guobao and others to hear, hence the loud volume. Don't worry, Director Wu. Li Fuxing nodded with a smile. With Chun Guobao here, there shouldn't be any major problems. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Director Wu, who had to return to the commune to handle some matters, hurriedly left. Meanwhile, inside the steel rolling mill, as soon as Director Lin returned to the factory, he immediately arranged for someone to call all the workshop directors to a meeting. Before long, several directors arrived at Director Lin's office. Director Lin asked directly, Director Sun, how is the progress of the special steel project? The higher-ups were pressing him hard for this, so he had no choice but to urge his subordinates. Although he didn't know exactly what this thing was for, he could easily guess from the attitude of the higher-ups that it must be very important. After a moment's consideration, Director Sun said, Factory Director, to be honest, the progress of special steel production is not ideal at present. Master Zhao and others worked day and night, conducting continuous experiments and research, but the results were still far from meeting the required standards. Upon hearing this, Director Lin frowned. He couldn't believe that even with the entire factory working together, they still couldn't complete the task assigned by their superiors. Let's all talk about it. How much longer will it take to produce special steel? The higher-ups are really pushing us hard right now. Upon hearing this, Director Sun and the others shrank back, not daring to utter a sound. Right now, Master Zhao and his group had no ideas at all, and they dared not make any promises. When Director Lin saw Director Sun and the others lower their heads, he became furious and said, "Let me make this clear. If you can't finish this within the stipulated time, you'll all be going down to the workshop and doing the work. Don't just sit there taking up space and not doing anything." Upon hearing that the consequences were so serious, Director Sun and the others immediately raised their heads. Chapter 337. Factory Director, Comrade Fuxing should be able to help out. Their position as workshop director was hard-won, and it would be a huge loss if they were dismissed because of this. Factory Manager, I have an idea, Director House said. Factory Director Lin glared at him. Just say what you're thinking, don't keep me in suspense. Why don't we ask Fuxing for help? Fuxing is so capable, they might be able to help solve the problem, Director Hao quickly suggested. Upon hearing this, Director Lin's eyes lit up. Li Fuxing was indeed capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to invent so many things. He immediately said, "Okay, let's listen to Director Hao and ask Fuxing for help." The other directors also felt that this method was feasible. Having decided on the plan, everyone hurriedly left Director Lin's office, as if fleeing. After leaving the office, Director Sun said, "I haven't seen Fuxing at the factory these days. Do you know where to look for him?" Director Hao said, "Isn't the guy from Fuxing Village working in our purchasing department? Why don't we just go ask him? Not just people from the same village, but also those living in the same courtyard can be asked." They weren't particularly close to Li Fuxing, so they had no idea where he went when he wasn't at the factory. The group went to the driver's section first, and only then did they learn that Li Dali had gone out with Jiang Tao, and it was unclear when he would return. Left with no other option, they had to go find Li Dawei. If Li Dawei was also not there, then they were at a loss. However, they were lucky. Li Dawei worked at the factory, so they didn't need to waste any more time asking around. Director Sun didn't recognize Li Dawei. Someone whispered a reminder to him, and he stepped forward to ask, "Are you Comrade Li Dawei? Are you from the same village as Fuxing?" Li Dawei was stunned when he heard this. He had just seen so many workshop directors come over together and thought something big had happened. He didn't expect them to come to see him. "Yes, I am from the same village as Section Chief Li." He didn't directly address Li Fuxing as Uncle 21. Since they were in the factory, it would be better to address him by his title. Upon hearing this, Director Sun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Comrade Li Dawei, do you know where Comrade Fuxing is now?" Director Hao asked. Hearing this, Li Dawei breathed a sigh of relief. So they were looking for Uncle 21. He said, "Section Chief Li is in our village now. Is it Lijiazwang? Where exactly is it?" "We have urgent business with Fuxing," Director Sun asked again. Since they needed help, there was nothing wrong with them going to ask for it in person. Li Dawei thought for a moment and said, "Directors, I think I should accompany you. Our village is located in a somewhat remote area, and it might be difficult to find if we don't know the way." He had nothing else to do, so he stayed at the factory to have lunch so he wouldn't have to cook for himself. Furthermore, he has already completed his task, so it doesn't matter whether he stays at the factory or not. Director Sun quickly nodded. "Okay, thank you for your help, Comrade Dawei." All of them were directors and did not have assigned cars, so they had to ride bicycles to Lijiazwang. Li Dawei led the way, and after riding for more than an hour, they finally arrived at Lijiazwang. When the village security team saw Li Dawei, they didn't stop the group and let them pass. Moreover, Dawei said that these were all leaders from the steel rolling mill, and they were too busy welcoming them to possibly stop them. Their Lijiazwang village has many collaborations with the steel rolling mill, so they can't afford to offend their leaders. Li Dawei, along with Director Sun and others, went straight to Li Fuxing's house. Upon seeing Grandpa Li Dawei hurried over and asked, "Uncle, is Uncle 21 home?" When Grandpa Li saw it was Li Dawei, he said, "It's Dawei. Your uncle 21 went to the feed processing plant early this morning to lead the villagers in producing feed. Why aren't you at work? Why have you come back to the village?" Li Dawei scratched his head and said with a smile, "It's like this, Uncle. Our factory leaders needed to see Uncle 21, so I brought them over." Upon hearing that it was a factory leader, Old Master Li immediately glared at him. "You brat, why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly invite the factory leader into the house for a sit-down." After saying that, he followed them out to greet Director Sun and the others. As soon as I stepped out of my house, I saw several people pushing bicycles and wearing Zhongshan suits standing together. These people were obviously not ordinary people. The most noticeable thing was that their clothes had no patches. These days, it's common for a piece of clothing to have 7 or 8 patches. It's still very difficult to get new clothes. You need not only money, but also ration coupons. Li Dawei quickly introduced, "Uncle, these are all workshop directors in our factory." "Directors, this is Section Chief Li's grandfather." Upon hearing that it was Li Fuxing's grandfather, Director Sun quickly said, "Hello, old comrade. We apologize for our intrusion in visiting you." Grandpa Li waved his hand. It's all right. Please come in and have a seat. Dawei, hurry up and go to the feed processing plant to call your Uncle 21 back." After saying that, he pulled Director Sun and the others into the house. Li Dawei originally wanted to go inside and rest for a while. After all, he was quite tired from riding his bicycle for more than an hour, but since Grandpa Li had asked, he had no choice but to comply. After entering the room, Director Sun and the others quietly peeked around and discovered that many of the things inside were difficult for even them to obtain. But they weren't surprised at all, since they all knew that Li Fuxing had received so many rewards recently. Grandpa Li was afraid of neglecting the leaders from his grandson's factory, so he quickly washed some fruit and brought it over. "Leaders, please don't be shy, take this and eat." Director Sun and his colleagues were surprised to see how fresh the fruit was. Fresh fruit was really hard to come by these days. They had only received a little bit from the factory during the Chinese New Year, and each family member had only eaten a little before it was all gone. But then they thought, Li Fuxing is, after all, the head of the procurement department, so it's normal for him to have more connections. Grandpa Li then brewed tea for Director Sun and the others. Director Sun and the others were surprised again. They didn't expect Grandpa Li Fuxing to be so generous, taking out cans of tea leaves to brew. They each drank 2 cups. A cup of hot tea in the cold weather is very comforting. Meanwhile, Li Dawei rushed to the feed processing plant and immediately saw Li Fuxing explaining something to everyone. The listeners were all very attentive, and they didn't even notice Li Dawei running in. Li Fuxing's mouth was dry from talking, so he cleared his throat without realizing it. Chen Guobao, noticing his expression, quickly handed him a water glass. Li Fuxing accepted the drink without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. When I turned my head, I saw Li Dawei standing quietly to the side. He couldn't help but ask, "Dawei, when did you get back?" When Li Dawei saw that Li Fuxing had noticed him, he quickly said, "I just got back. Uncle 21, Director Sun, and others came to see you and are sitting at your house now. Your uncle called me to tell you to go back quickly." Li Fuxing's face darkened. He hadn't even bothered to say something so important. Chapter 338. Whether it works out or not, come back to the factory with us and take a look. You guys organize it yourselves first, exchange ideas with each other, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them when I get back. After giving his instructions, Li Fuxing took Li Dawei home. Following Li Fuxing's instructions, Chen Guobao and the others began to discuss and exchange ideas, first answering each other's questions. When Li Fuxing got home, he saw his grandfather chatting with Director Sun and others. Director Sun looked up and saw Li Fuxing returning. He quickly said, "Fuxing, we've been waiting for you." Li Fuxing was puzzled. What could be so urgent that it had alarmed all the workshop directors in the factory to come looking for him? "Director Sun, what exactly happened? Why is there such a big commotion?" He was a little unsure of himself and needed to figure out what the matter was before he could be sure whether he could help. Director Sun began, "It's a big deal. Our factory was assigned a task by higher authorities to develop a special type of steel, but we still have no clue how to do it. So we would like to ask for your help to get this special steel out as soon as possible. Li Fuxing then realized the reason and thought for a moment before saying, Director Sun, I am willing but unable to do this. I really have no knowledge of the steel industry. He could help with other things, but he had no experience with steel-related matters, so he would just be wasting his time. Hearing this, Director Sun assumed that Li Fuxing was unwilling to help, and quickly prepared to appeal to his emotions. Fuxing. He then went on to explain, leaving Li Fuxing somewhat helpless. Fuxing, go to the site and take a look. If you really can't figure it out, we have nothing to say. When Li Fuxing heard that Director Sun had said so, he couldn't refuse any longer and could only nod in agreement. Okay, it's good that you're willing to help, Fuxing. Director Sun was quite happy to see Li Fuxing agree. Shall we head back to the factory now? Old Master Li said. Gentlemen, why don't you have lunch at home before you leave? Director Sun and his colleagues are now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They can't enjoy any food. As long as they don't get the special steel out in a day, they feel like there's a knife hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. Putting aside personal gains and losses, this special steel is urgently needed by the country and is related to the honor of their entire steel rolling mill. Okay, Director Sun, please wait a moment while I go and inform the people at the feed processing plant, Li Fuxing said. He also had to give some other instructions. Otherwise it would be troublesome if Chun Guobao and the others couldn't find him and something happened at the feed processing plant. Okay, you go ahead with your work, we're not in a hurry. Director Sun nodded in agreement. Although they said they weren't in a hurry, everyone knew they were incredibly anxious. Not long after, Li Fuxing rushed back to the feed processing plant. When Chun Guobao saw Li Fuxing return, he said, Fuxing, you finished the matter so quickly? He just found out that a leader is coming. Shouldn't he spend some quality time with him? It's not finished yet. There are some things at the factory that require me to go back. You all stay here and have a good talk. Think about it yourselves. After giving a few instructions, Li Fuxing turned and left. Everyone in the processing plant was stunned for a moment. But since Li Fuxing had said so, they had no choice but to exchange ideas and think about it. Back home, Li Fuxing rode his bicycle and followed Director Sun and others back to the steel rolling mill without stopping. On the way, Director Sun asked, Fuxing, what is that feed processing plant that your village built for? I've never heard of this thing called feed before. Could it be a new invention by Fuxing? That's quite possible. Li Fuxing did not hide anything, as this matter would have to be made public sooner or later. He nodded and said, I learned about the feed from a book and improved it. It can be used to feed poultry and make them grow faster and fatter. We used this feed to feed our chickens before, and that's why they're so healthy. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, Director Sun immediately understood. No wonder the chickens purchased from Li Jiazwang were so good, and even attracted the attention of the factory leaders. It turned out they were fed this kind of feed. Fuxing, is there any extra feed? They can raise such good chickens. If you buy some and raise your chickens to be like those in Li Jiazwang, it would be excellent whether you give them away or eat them yourself. I'm sorry, Director Sun. The current feed production is still very low, and we are not selling it to the public for the time being, Li Fuxing said. However, our Shurha commune is also going to set up a feed processing plant. At that time, Li Fuxing then revealed this to Director Sun and the others. More than 40 minutes later, the group finally returned to the steel rolling mill. Director Sun immediately called over Master Zhao and the others, and then everyone went to the conference room to discuss the matter. Li Fuxing sat at the end of the table, listening attentively to everyone's thoughts. Director Sun asked directly, Master Zhao, how's the progress these past few days? Master Zhao sighed and said, it's not ideal. Every time we get to the crucial step, a problem always arises. The other senior workers all lowered their heads and sighed, their usual arrogance gone. They were all level 7 or 8 workers, and they usually felt that there was nothing they couldn't make. But this time, despite gathering so many people, they failed one after another on special steel. Director Sun and his colleagues were quite troubled, as they hadn't expected that manufacturing this special steel would be so difficult. Let's all share our thoughts and discuss it together, Director Sun said. Director Lin has issued an ultimatum. If we can't produce the special steel by the deadline, none of us will be able to get away with it. He said these words intentionally, so that the masters would work even harder. As expected, just as Director Sun had predicted, when Master Zhao and the others heard this, their expressions changed, their previous ease vanished, and they all frowned. Master Zhao and the others then began to discuss and analyze the data from the previous experiments. As the discussion grew more heated, everyone lit cigarettes, and the meeting room instantly transformed into a scene resembling a fairyland. Li Fuxing didn't say anything, but quietly looked at the experimental data. Seeing that Li Fuxing was engrossed in reading, Master Zhao said, "Fuxing, there's no point in looking at these things. Why don't you tell me your opinion?" "Master Zhao, I don't quite understand what you're discussing right now. If I speak up, wouldn't that be like showing off my skills in front of Guan Yu?" Li Fuxing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Master Zhao and the others seemed to agree, so they continued their discussion, no longer paying attention to Li Fuxing standing to the side. Director Sun and others quickly joined the discussion. Even though their professional knowledge was not as good as Master Zhao's and others, they were workshop directors after all, and their experience was quite extensive. Sometimes, their opinions might be the key to the outcome. This is what is meant by 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang. Chapter 339, Director Sun bleeds. They eat cafeteria stir-fry together. Director Sun and the others clearly overestimated themselves. They couldn't even get a word in edgewise when Master Zhao and the others talked about their professional knowledge, let alone understand it. But Director Sun and the others couldn't leave yet. They had to accompany them the whole time. During the discussion, Master Zhao and Master He suddenly raised their voices, breaking the previously somewhat dull atmosphere. Everyone was startled by the sudden turn of events and stood frozen in place, not daring to step forward to offer any advice. Both of them were level 8 workers in the factory, and it wouldn't be right for them to help either of them. Besides, if they interrupted, they might only make things worse. Master Zhao's face turned red. He slammed his hand on the table and said loudly, "Old He, let me tell you, this special steel must be processed using traditional methods." Master He was equally unyielding, slamming his fist on the table and angrily saying, "Old Zhao, you're too stubborn. We should try to make special steel using some new things, otherwise we'll never be able to break through." Upon hearing this, Master Zhao's anger erupted completely, and his voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. "Our factory has been using traditional methods for so many years, it's impossible for us to use any other methods. If they used new methods, the cost would increase significantly, so they used more conservative, traditional methods. If we can't build it, it's because our skills aren't up to par." Master He's attitude remained unchanged, and his voice rose a few decibels. "Old Zhao, when are you going to change your mindset? If we don't innovate, we'll never be able to produce special steel that meets the regulations in our lifetime." The atmosphere in the meeting room became tense because of the two arguing, and everyone watched them without daring to say a word. At this point, Master Tan finally couldn't help but persuade him. "Old Zhao, Old He, you two don't get excited. We do need to try a new method. While ensuring the hardness, add some new materials as appropriate, and see if we can make special steel that meets the standards." If he doesn't step in and stop them, these two will probably never stop arguing. After listening to Master Tan's words, Master Zhao and Master He both sat down, admitting that they had indeed gotten a little carried away earlier. Both of them said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sorry, we've disturbed everyone." Director Sun quickly said, "It's all right. Everyone has their temper, and everyone gets angry sometimes." Everyone else echoed this sentiment. They then continued their discussions, as if they wouldn't give up until they reached a conclusion. Li Fuxing was also busy, carefully examining the experimental data and trying to find patterns in the messy numbers. After a long period of observation, he discovered that the data would fluctuate slightly within a certain range. These fluctuations were insignificant to the overall data and were therefore often ignored. His gaze lingered on these subtle fluctuations in the data, and he became increasingly focused. He then began comparing the data with the parameter table next to him, trying to find out the relevant factors. After careful comparison, he finally concluded that these overlooked, subtle fluctuations were likely the key to the successful development of special steel. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, please stop for a moment. I have made a small discovery. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, everyone immediately stopped and turned to look at him. Master Zhao was quite anxious and asked, Section Chief Li, what exactly did you discover? Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us quickly. Li Fuxing nodded and said, it's a subtle change in temperature under specific conditions. Master Zhao and the others were quite disappointed upon hearing this, as they had thought it was some extraordinary discovery. Master Tan said, we had already noticed these changes, but we felt that these minor changes were not enough to affect the overall result, so we didn't pay too much attention to them. Li Fuxing said, since we don't have a direction right now, why don't we just try doing something in this direction? Master He felt that Li Fuxing's words made sense and agreed, saying, Old Zhao, Old Tan, I think Section Chief Li is right. Since we're clueless right now, it wouldn't hurt to try this direction. What if it actually works out in the end? Director Sun was also aware that Li Fuxing was very good at analyzing problems from unexpected angles, and he often achieved very good results. Things like hand pumps and electric kettles are things that other people just can't think of. Thinking of this, he also agreed. I also feel that the idea of revival makes sense, and it's worth a try. Everyone nodded in agreement, but in the end, only Master Zhao remained silent. Seeing that everyone agreed, Master Zhao had no choice but to nod in agreement as well. With a new direction in mind, the next step is to put it into practice. Everyone rushed to the workshop and began hands-on practice. This time, they all listened to Li Fuxing's advice and paid close attention to the temperature changes throughout the process, not missing a single detail. Soon, the steel billet casting was completed, and everyone eagerly awaited the temperature to cool down so they could see if the result met the requirements. About 20 minutes later, the steel billet finally cooled down, and Master Zhao immediately stepped forward to take measurements. Everyone stared intently at Master Zhao, awaiting the outcome. After the measurement was completed, Master Zhao sighed and said, this time it still doesn't meet the requirements, but the values are a bit better than before. Old Zhao, do you mean the steel billet is closer to the required distance this time? Master He asked hurriedly. Master Zhao nodded. That's right. If we can really control the temperature that changes in the blink of an eye, we can make special steel that meets the requirements. After saying that, he burst into excited laughter. Everyone smiled broadly upon hearing this. This is the only good news they've heard since they took on this mission. In order to produce special steel as soon as possible, Master Zhao and others immediately began producing steel billets. At the same time, in order to control the rapidly changing temperature, everyone held their breath and stared at the thermometer. This was quite challenging, and the group still couldn't quite master it. However, this ignited the competitive spirit of Master Zhao and the others. Now that they had a direction to strive for, they refused to believe they couldn't do it well. They can handle anything more difficult than this, so of course they can handle special steel well too. Director Sun checked the time. It was already past noon. He was afraid that the cafeteria staff would be taking a break soon, and they wouldn't even be able to get a meal. Let's go eat first. Now that we have a direction, a little more time won't make a difference. Master Zhao and the others were initially reluctant to go, but their stomachs were rumbling, so they had no choice but to obediently go and eat. Director Sun and others generously led Master Zhao and the others to eat stir-fries, and also ordered several meat dishes. There are pork meatballs and braised pork ribs. Director Sun has really suffered a huge loss this time. These hostages were all gifts from other people, and he usually wouldn't use them. But no matter how precious the hostages are, they can't compare to his position. This wasn't the first time Chef Zhao and the others had eaten stir-fry. Their superiors would occasionally invite them over. But they were still shocked by Director Sun's generosity. Chapter 340. Director Liao comes to express his gratitude. You can't order these 2 meat dishes without meat coupons. Director Sun said, I must first thank Fuxing. Without Fuxing, it would have been virtually impossible for us to complete the task within the stipulated time. Li Fuxing said, Director Sun, you flatter me. Even without me, Master Zhao and the others could have quickly produced steel that met the requirements. When Master Zhao and the others heard what Li Fuxing said, they were a little embarrassed. At first, they all thought it had nothing to do with the change in temperature, but who would have thought that they would be proven wrong so quickly? Section Chief Li, It's fortunate that you found this crucial issue. Otherwise, we would have definitely overlooked it, Master, he said. He wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't admit his mistakes. If no one had noticed this problem, and if everyone present had given their full support, they would never have shifted their focus to temperature. In that case, it would have been an eternity to produce the special steel that met the requirements. After finishing their meal, Mr. Zhao and the others returned to the workshop and got back to work. It took a whole afternoon to finally produce the special steel that met the requirements. This prompted everyone present to applaud excitedly. The problem that had troubled them for so long was finally solved. Director Sun immediately said, "That's great. I will definitely recommend everyone for commendation." After saying that, he set off to leave, as he needed to quickly tell Director Lin about this wonderful news. Upon arriving at the office, he was so excited that he didn't even knock before walking straight in. Factory Director Lin, who was looking at the documents, was startled and was about to start cursing when Director Sun walked in and immediately spoke up. "Factory manager, it's done. We've done it," Director Sun exclaimed excitedly. Factory Director Lin didn't understand at first and asked in confusion, "What did you mean by successful? If you come in without knocking next time." "Wait, what did you say was successful? Did you succeed with the special steel?" Factory Director Lin immediately stood up from his seat, staring wide-eyed at Director Sun, afraid that he had misheard. Director Sun repeated, "Factory Director, we've succeeded. The special steel we produced fully meets the standards." Factory Director Lin now knew he hadn't misheard, and then walked towards the workshop. After all, he needed to see this important matter in person to make a proper judgment. Seeing that Director Sun was still standing there, he urged, "Don't just stand there. Go and take a look." Director Sun snapped out of his daze. "Okay." He immediately ran ahead to lead the way. Before long, the two arrived at the workshop. When Director Lin saw that Master Zhao and the others were still taking measurements, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that the previous data was inaccurate? After taking multiple measurements, Master Zhao and his colleagues concluded that the special steel fully met the standard requirements. Factory Director Lin couldn't help but praise, "You all did a great job. I didn't expect you to complete the task in such a short time. I'll host a banquet in the canteen tonight to celebrate your success." Master Zhao said, "Factory manager, the key contributor is Section Chief Li. If it weren't for Section Chief Li helping us find the crux of the problem, we definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the task." Upon hearing this, Director Lin immediately became interested. He had previously suggested that they seek help from Li Fuxing just to try their luck, but he never expected it to actually work. "Master Zhao, you're too kind. The credit goes to everyone," Li Fuxing said with a smile. After exchanging a few more polite words, Director Lin carefully examined the data and confirmed that it met the standards before leaving excitedly. He had to report this to his superiors immediately. At the same time, he didn't forget to instruct the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the evening, and asked Director Sun to take Chef Zhao and the others to a private room first. As soon as he arrived at the office, he eagerly dialed the phone and said, "Old boss, our steel rolling mill has completed the task of producing special steel." The elderly voice on the other end of the phone became noticeably excited. "Great. I'll send someone over tomorrow to check it out. If it's true, I guarantee you'll be rewarded." This task wasn't just assigned to the steel rolling mill. All the top-ranked steel mills in the country were working on it simultaneously. Now that his mill had completed it first, it was certainly something to be proud of, and he could finally hold his head high in front of his old friends. After asking about the specific details, I hung up the phone. After receiving praise from his former superior, Director Lin felt refreshed and energized. After tidying himself up, he headed towards the private room in the canteen. He also brought a bottle of his own fine wine collection, which he usually couldn't bear to drink, but he was happy today and wanted to share it with everyone. He arrived at the cafeteria soon. When Master Zhao saw the Guojiao liquor in Factory Director Lin's hand, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This Guojiao was specially supplied. You couldn't buy it even if you had money and a ticket. "Factory manager, you've really gone all out this time," Master Tan joked. "Master Tan, what you're saying makes it sound like I'm usually stingy. This wine is specially for everyone to celebrate our success today," Factory Director Lin said, waving his hand. Then the Guojiao liquor was opened, and the rich aroma of the liquor instantly filled the private room. Everyone sniffed hard, their faces filled with rapture. Seeing this, Li Fuxing was speechless. It was just a bottle of Guojiao liquor. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? Director Lin was indeed not a stingy person. After the meal, he privately gave Li Fuxing some tickets as a reward. Li Fuxing did not refuse. After thanking him, he accepted the gift directly. It's getting late, so I'll have to stay in the city for the night and go back to the village tomorrow. Back home, Li Fuxing took out the tickets that Director Lin had given him and looked at them. There were quite a few, including meat tickets. He was sure that his help this time was worthwhile. In this day and age, tickets are always a good thing, and even if you don't need them yourself, giving them away is a great idea. After washing up, Li Fuxing went to bed early. This boring, long night made Li Fuxing miss the colorful nightlife of later generations, which was much more interesting than the current situation where he could only stay at home and make babies. The next morning, before Li Fuxing was fully awake, the knocking on the door woke him up. He frowned, opened the door, and was surprised to see Liao Yongzheng, the police station chief, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He immediately smiled and said, "Director Liao, you've come to see me so early in the morning. Is there something important?" He then ushered Director Liao into the house. Director Liao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly on the sofa. Li Fuxing poured Director Liao a glass of water and said with a smile, "Director Liao, stop keeping me in suspense and just say what you need to say." Director Liao sighed and said, "Fuxing, I still want to invite you to work at the police station." He had been thinking all this time that he absolutely couldn't let a talent like Li Fuxing slip through his fingers. Because of the theories Li Fuxing taught him, he was promoted one rank, and he would feel really bad if he didn't give Li Fuxing something in return. "Chief Liao, I'm really not suited to be in a police station. There are plenty of people in Beiping who are better than me. There's no need to keep an eye on me," Li Fuxing said. Hearing this, Director Liao knew that Li Fuxing was determined not to change his mind, and said with a smile, "Where you go is your freedom, and no one can force you, right? I came here today specifically to thank you." Li Fuxing was taken aback when he heard this. He had been staying in the village all this time, but it seemed that he hadn't been able to help much. Chapter 341. An idea for Zhao family village. Raise insects to feed the chickens. "Director Liao, I don't think I've been of much help lately, have I?" Li Fuxing asked, puzzled. Director Liao chuckled and explained, "The theory you proposed some time ago has been promoted nationwide, and I was promoted because of it. Now I've been transferred to the Xiqing branch as deputy director." Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing quickly offered his congratulations, saying, "Then congratulations, Director Liao. You'll have to change how you address me from now on. I underestimated the power of that theory, but it's good that it can increase the crime-solving rate, which is a great thing for ordinary people." Liao Yongzheng smiled slightly and continued, "For now, I'm still in a deputy position, so let's just call me deputy director." "Oh right, I was so busy talking that I almost forgot the important matter. The higher-ups have awarded us several new motorcycles. The old one at the police station is yours. Consider it a reward." Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, as motorcycles are not so easy to buy. He said, "Director Liao, isn't this reward a bit too valuable?" He naturally wanted it very much, so he wouldn't have to ride his bicycle back and forth anymore, and riding a motorcycle would definitely increase his chances of attracting attention on the street. Liao Yongzheng said, "Compared to the contributions you've made, this motorcycle is nothing. It's practically a drop in the ocean." Since that theory was promoted in China, the crime-solving rate has skyrocketed, and the number of enemy agents arrested has also increased significantly. Therefore, rewarding Li Fuxing with an old motorcycle is not excessive at all. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing nodded. "All right, thank you very much, Director Liao." After exchanging a few more words, Liao Yongzheng took Li Fuxing to collect his award. Looking at the motorcycle in front of him, which was about 60–70% new, Li Fuxing couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, thinking that he no longer needed to ride a bicycle. Liao Yong handed the keys to Li Fuxing and said, "Fuxing, can you ride it? If not, I can teach you." Li Fuxing took the keys, got on the motorcycle, started it, and the motorcycle sped off. For Li Fuxing, Motorcycles were not difficult at all. After all, he had ridden them in later generations, but they were not as easy to ride as they were now. When Liao Yongzheng saw how well Li Fuxing rode, he was quite surprised. This guy was really an all-rounder. He could do everything. Li Fuxing rode around twice before parking the motorcycle in its original spot. "Director Liao, what did you just say?" Li Fuxing asked with a smile. Liao Yongzheng cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed, and said, "I didn't say anything. I just asked if it was easy to ride." Li Fuxing nodded. "Yes, it's fine. It's easy to ride." The two chatted for a few more minutes before Liao Yongzheng left, because he had other things to do. He's just been promoted, so he definitely needs to achieve something to impress his superiors. After saying goodbye to Liao Yongzheng, Li Fuxing also rode his motorcycle towards Lijiazwang. It attracted countless people to stop and watch along the way. Someone said, "If I could just sit here, I could brag about it for half a year. 6 months is nothing. If I could sit here, I could brag about it for 10 years, another person exclaimed. Li Fuxing paid no attention to the envious looks from others and hurried towards Li family village. When they arrived at the entrance of Lijiazwang village, the members of the security team gathered around. They were still guessing who was riding it, but unexpectedly it turned out to be Li Fuxing. "Uncle 21, this motorcycle is so cool. Is it yours?" Li Dalawan said enviously. "Uncle 21, may I touch it?" This is the car of his dreams. He never thought he would actually see it. If he could ride it, he would gladly give up a few years of his life. Li Fuxing said, "It was a reward from the police station today, so I can touch it if I want." Unlike some people who won't even let others touch their products, he ensures that the quality of the products he produces right now is top-notch, with no question of cutting corners. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's agreement, Li Dalawan immediately reached out and slowly touched it, like an old lady caressing a family heirloom ring, his face filled with rapture. Looking at this scene, Li Fuxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the influence of motorcycles could be so great. Li Fuxing waited until Li Dalawan had had his fill of touching before riding his motorcycle home. When Li Dalawan saw Li Fuxing about to ride away, he waved goodbye to the motorcycle with some reluctance. When Li Fuxing arrived home, his grandfather's eyes widened as soon as he saw the motorcycle. It seems that motorcycles are a surefire way to win over men of any age. Grandpa Li hurriedly asked, "Fuxing, where did this motorcycle come from?" He kept staring at the motorcycle as he spoke, not even daring to blink. Li Fuxing smiled and said, "Grandpa, this motorcycle is a reward I received from the police station. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? I'll take you for a walk around." When Grandpa Li heard that it was a reward, he was even happier. It seemed that his grandson had done a great service again, otherwise he wouldn't have given such a valuable reward. Although motorcycles are not as expensive as trucks, they are still not something that ordinary people can afford. Grandpa Li didn't refuse and got on the motorcycle. Li Fuxing also pulled his grandmother, who had just gone out to check on things, onto the motorcycle. Afterwards, Li Fuxing took his grandparents for a walk around the village. The villagers were all astonished by the sight. They never imagined that Li Fuxing could even ride a motorcycle. He was truly amazing. When they reached a crowded area, Grandpa Li whispered, "Fuxing, ride slowly. We're not in a hurry." Li Fuxing, of course, understood what old Master Li was thinking, so he slowed the already slow car down even further, making it slower than a bicycle and only a little faster than walking. Seeing that his grandparents were engrossed in the activity, Li Fuxing decided to take them for a walk outside the village. Soon they arrived at Zhao family village, which was not far from the village. Li Fuxing, riding his motorcycle, quickly attracted the attention of all the villagers in Zhao village. Even village chief, Zhao, came running over upon hearing the commotion. Village chief Zhao's gaze fell on Li Fuxing, who was riding a motorcycle, his face full of envy. "Fuxing, did you buy this motorcycle?" Village chief Zhao asked suspiciously. Li Fuxing said, "No. It's a reward they gave me for helping the police station before." When village chief Zhao heard this, he was immediately taken aback. How much help must he have done to deserve such a direct reward of a motorcycle? But since Li Fuxing didn't elaborate, he wouldn't ask, as that would be too impolite. "Village chief Zhao, what are you all doing here?" Li Fuxing asked. He was puzzled when he saw the villagers of Zhao family village heading up the mountain. Even if we were to go hunting in the mountains, we wouldn't need so many people, would we? Village Chief Zhao sighed and said, "There's nothing left in the village to feed the chickens. I was thinking of taking everyone up the mountain to look for something we can use to feed them." Li Fuxing nodded upon hearing this, and then blurted out, "Village Chief Zhao, you can raise insects yourselves? Then you won't have to find food for the chickens." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhao's eyes widened immediately, and he hurriedly asked, "Fuxing, how do you raise these insects?" He knew in his heart that Li Fuxing wouldn't say anything he wasn't sure of, and if he could resolve the chicken feeding issue, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 342, Straw Infestation. Li Fuxing realized he had let something slip. This was a method of raising chickens from later generations. But since he had already said it, there was no need to hide it anymore. So he said, "It's very simple. Use something to breed insects, and then feed the insects to the chickens." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhao immediately asked anxiously, "Fuxing, tell me in detail what exactly you need to use to attract insects." Li Fuxing said, "You can use thin porridge. Choose a few plots of land, pour the thin porridge on them, cover them with something, and in a few days, worms will appear. Then let the chickens eat them." Upon hearing this idea, Village Chief Zhao sighed. With grain being so precious these days, it would be a waste to use it to feed chickens with live insects. Besides, with this grain, it could be used directly to feed them. Is there any other way to revive the nation? Of course, there are others too. Li Fuxing chuckled and continued. You can also use straw to attract insects. First, dig a pit. Then cut the straw into sections 5 or 6 centimeters long. Boil it for more than an hour. Then pour it into the pit, and cover it with a thick layer of mud. Water it every day, and insects will appear in about a week. Village Chief Zhao was very satisfied with this method, and quickly said, "This method? Thank you so much, Fuxing. It has really solved a big problem for our village." Li Fuxing waved his hand dismissively. "It's a small problem. As long as Village Chief Zhao finds it useful, that's fine. All right, I'll head back to the village now." He then got on his motorcycle and took his grandparents back to the village. After Li Fuxing left, Village Chief Zhao hurriedly called over several villagers, wanting to try the method Li Fuxing had just mentioned. Zhao Zicheng and the others were puzzled, wondering why the village chief had asked them to gather straw, and why it had to be cut into 5 or 6 centimeter lengths. It was really strange. Although they didn't understand, the village chief made the arrangements, so they had to do it. A group of people brought in a batch of straw and cut it into the required length. Then, Village Chief Zhao instructed, boil it in water for an hour and a half. Then pour the boiled straw into the dug pit, and then cover it with a thick layer of mud. Zhao Zicheng nodded in agreement, without asking why they were doing it, and led his men to get to work. At the same time, Li Fuxing took Mr. Li and Mrs. Li back home. Grandpa Li wasn't quite done yet, and wanted to spin around a few more times. But old Mrs. Li stopped her. "Haven't you driven this far enough? Driving it any longer is just a waste of oil." Grandpa Li then realized that the motorcycle needed gas, and immediately said, No, it's so cold outside. I'll catch a cold if I keep going." Li Fuxing chuckled, surprised that his grandfather could change his expression so quickly. "Okay, then I won't turn it around." We parked the motorcycle and went inside together. He wasn't worried at all about his motorcycle being stolen. Even if it's stolen, it won't last long before it runs out of gas. Unlike later generations, you can't just find gas anywhere. The news that Li Fuxing was awarded a motorcycle by the police station quickly spread throughout Lijiazwang. The villagers were very envious and wanted to ride a motorcycle. The girls all dreamed of marrying Li Fuxing, so they could ride motorcycles every day. However, upon further reflection, Li Fuxing's target was a college student, someone they couldn't compare to, so he abandoned this unrealistic fantasy. After Zhao Zicheng and the others finished processing the straw as instructed by Village Chief Zhao, they quickly reported back to him. Village Chief Zhao was very satisfied and said, "From now on, we have to water it every day until insects appear, then we can stop." Zhao Zicheng finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Village Chief, what's the point of us doing this?" Village Chief Zhao said, "This is a method for getting rid of insects that Li Fuxing from Lijiazwang told me. It can be used to feed chickens. You don't need to ask any more questions. Just do as I say. Upon hearing that it was Li Fuxing's idea, Zhao Zicheng felt reassured and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and continued working. The next morning, the old party secretary arranged for everyone to go up the mountain to cut down trees, as the village was running low on firewood. With the weather so cold, a lot of firewood has to be burned every day. Therefore, every 2 weeks or so, the village would arrange for people to go up the mountain to cut firewood. Thankfully, Lijiazwang has no shortage of food and can eat its fill at every meal. Otherwise, the villagers probably wouldn't have been able to endure climbing the mountain. Not to mention that the trees had to be cut down and then sent back to the village. It's cold now, and it's very dangerous to go up the mountain alone to cut down trees. If something happens, the consequences could be disastrous. The Li family village regularly arranges for villagers to go up the mountain together to cut down trees, also to avoid this risk. In this area just up the mountain, the villagers have cut down almost all the trees, but they will sprout again in the spring. Nature's gifts are generous. As long as there is no indiscriminate logging, there is no need to fear that all the trees will be cut down. Li Zichuan led the villagers through the thick snow, heading deeper into the mountains. With each step, the snow crunched underfoot. The villagers of Lijiazwang, some carrying axes and others with saws, followed behind Li Zichuan, walking forward in an orderly fashion. Upon reaching the old forest, Li Zichuan found a lush, wooded spot and had the group stop. The trees were covered with sharp icicles, so you had to be careful when cutting them down. If one of them hit you on the head, it was no joke and could be life-threatening. Everyone be careful. Let's get to work. At Li Zichuan's command, the villagers of Lijiazwang sprang into action. The villagers would first inspect the ice on the trees to make sure there was no danger before they started cutting them down. Li Zichuan swung the axe in a wide arc and chopped it down on the big tree. The force of the impact made his arm go numb. The trees are now frozen over, so they're not as easy to cut down as they were in the summer. Li Zichuan chopped at the tree a few more times before finally bringing it down. His arm was numb from the impact, so he had to put down the axe and wait a while before continuing. Li Dadu chose one that looked relatively thin, and since he was using a saw, it was much easier for him. Some of the villagers who are thin and weak have it a little harder because they have always been hungry and physically weak. Li Dague was like that. Even when using a saw, he had to use all his strength. He was soon covered in sweat and exclaimed, "I never imagined getting firewood would be so difficult." Li Qianggong laughed and said, "Dague, chopping firewood isn't difficult. You're just too weak." When it comes to his reputation, Li Dague wouldn't back down. He retorted defiantly, "You're talking nonsense. If you're so capable, how come you haven't cut down a single tree yet? Anyone can talk a good game." The surrounding villagers chuckled when they heard this. "Chonggang, I think Dague is right. I feel the same way." Chonggang looks strong, but he's actually quite weak inside. Chapter 343, It wasn't a wolf at all. Li Chong was surprised to find himself being laughed at, and his short temper immediately flared up. He swung the axe around and chopped hard at the tree, knocking it down in a few strokes. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the sight, never expecting Li Qianggong to be so formidable. "Dague, see? That's how a man should be," Li Chong said with a smile. Although Li Dague was equally shocked, he still stubbornly said, "Maybe this tree is easy to cut down. If you're so capable, cut down a few more." Upon hearing this, the villagers began to jeer. "Dague is right. Chonggang, you should cut down a few more trees so that Dague will be convinced. I think Dague's whole body is weak. Only his mouth is tough." This is one of the few sources of joy among the villagers. Li Chong chuckled upon hearing this. He knew it was a provocation, but to make Li Dague completely submit, he spat twice into his hand and then swung his axe to chop down the tree. "Dague, you just watch this. A man should work like me." Then he started chopping down the trees with a whooshing sound. No matter how thick these trees were, they couldn't withstand more than a dozen blows from Li Qianggong. Li Dague, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. He never expected that Li Qianggong was actually that capable. He had thought he was just bragging. Li Chong had just finished cutting down several trees and stopped to catch his breath when he saw Li Dague's dumbfounded expression. "Dague, your eyes are about to pop out." As he spoke, He raised his hand and waved it in front of Li Dagui's eyes. Li Dagui then came to his senses and slapped Li Qianggong's hand away. Li Qianggong laughed and said, "How about that? Am I awesome or what? Are you convinced now?" Li Dagui replied, "I didn't see it clearly. It was just average in skill." Then, ignoring Li Qianggong, he started sawing the tree on his own. Li Qiang sighed as he watched Li Dagui sawing the tree. With good intentions, he went over to teach him. "Dagui, that's not how you do it. You have to do it this way." Hearing this, Li Dagui also wanted to learn seriously, but unfortunately, his mind was too slow. No matter how much Li Qiang talked, he still didn't make any progress. Li Qianggong's stubborn temper flared up. He refused to believe that he couldn't even teach Li Dagui, so he snatched the saw from Li Dagui's hand and personally demonstrated it. After demonstrating for another 10 minutes or so, Li Dagui still hadn't made any progress, so Li Qianggong had no choice but to give up. "If my brain and body were even a tenth as good as your mouth, I could definitely chop down trees better than you." Hearing this, Li Dagui scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. He hadn't expected his comprehension to be so poor. He knew it in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat and continued. "Don't give me that. My comprehension and physical condition are not bad at all." Li Qiang realized he couldn't win an argument with Li Dagui, so he simply kept quiet. He picked up the axe and went back to chop down the tree. As the villagers of Lijiazwang were frantically cutting down trees, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Seeing that the snow was falling heavier and heavier, Li Zichuan shouted, "Everyone, speed up. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if the snow gets too heavy." At this point, Li Dagui finally sawed down his first tree. Upon hearing Li Zichuan's words, the villagers quickened their pace. Li Qiang went all out, felling trees wherever he went. Some villagers, who had lost their energy, followed behind and cleaned up the felled trees, cutting off all the long branches, otherwise it would be difficult to carry them down the mountain. Li Zichuan led the villagers to cut down trees for half an hour until they were almost done. They didn't dare to waste any time and quickly cleaned up the trees and moved them onto their homemade sleds. After everything was done, Li Zichuan gave the order, "Let's go back to the village." The villagers of Lijiazwang pulled their carts down the mountain. Snowflakes fell on their heads, and they didn't have time to wipe them off, but no one complained. All they were thinking about was getting the tree back to the village as soon as possible. That way, the villagers would have enough firewood to burn and wouldn't be woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. The able-bodied men can manage, but the elderly and children cannot endure it without enough firewood for warmth. Suddenly, Li Dagui shouted, "Wolves! Wolves ahead!" Upon hearing this, the villagers quickly grabbed axes and saws and cautiously observed their surroundings. Li Dagui even threw away the saw in his hand and ran to the front of the line with a scream. "Dagui, where are the wolves?" Li Zichuan asked hurriedly. "Everyone be careful, stand back to back in a circle." The villagers of Lijiazwang, who were initially in a panic, calmed down upon hearing Li Zichuan's words and began to gather as he instructed. Li Zichuan asked again, "Dagui, where are the wolves?" He was in charge of the team, and it was his duty to ensure the safety of the villagers. It's over there," Li Dagui stammered, pointing to the west. Li Zichuan took a deep breath and cautiously approached the west, but when he got there, he didn't find a single wolf hair. "Dagui, are you sure you saw a wolf? Or are you seeing things?" Li Dagui quickly said, "I definitely saw it. It was staring at me with those green eyes just now." Li Qianggong said, "Dagui, this is not something to joke about." The villagers all nodded in agreement when they heard this. "I bet Dagui is just saying this on purpose to get everyone's attention." "Team leader, it's nothing, let's keep going." Li Dagui was a little frustrated when he saw that the villagers didn't believe him. He was clearly telling the truth, so why didn't they believe him? Li Daong said, "I don't think Dagui is lying. Besides, if there's only one wolf, it's like meat delivered right to our mouths. We can't let it go." Upon hearing this, the villagers' fear gradually disappeared. Exactly. With so many of them, why would they be afraid of just one wolf? If it were a pack of wolves, their fear would be understandable. Then, the group dispersed to try and find the wolf that Li Dagui had mentioned. Li Zichuan said, "Everyone should search for about 10 minutes. If we still can't find it, Then we'll go back to the village. The villagers all nodded in agreement. How could they possibly pass up meat that was being offered to them for free? Even though Li family village could eat meat from time to time now, who would complain about having too much meat? But even though they were searching, they didn't scatter too much, fearing they might encounter wolves and not be able to rescue them in time. Only Li Dagui remained standing in the same spot. Seeing that everyone had gone to look for wolves, Li Dagui felt a little scared to stay where he was, so he quickly followed the group. "Wait for me," he said, his voice trembling. Seeing that no one stopped, he had no choice but to run up quickly. While observing, Li Qianggong suddenly spotted those eerie green eyes in a secluded corner. He stared back at those eyes. After a long while, the wolf couldn't hold back any longer and let out a few weak woof-woof sounds. Chapter 344. Turning Waste into Treasure, Getting Some Farmyard Manure. Li Chang suddenly realized that it was actually a dog. He then took 2 steps forward, grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up. The puppy could only bark helplessly, but the sound wasn't intimidating at all. Instead, it was rather endearing. Li Chang shouted loudly, "I've caught the wolf." His voice immediately attracted the villagers, but they didn't see any wolves. Li Zichuan asked, "Chang Gang, where are the wolves?" Li Chang lifted the puppy in his hand. "Isn't this it?" "Chang Gang, don't joke around. This is just a dog. When did it become a wolf?" a villager said. Li Chang just laughed and said, "Isn't this exactly what Dagui was talking about? Look at those eerie green eyes and that snarling face. Isn't it just like what Dagui described?" The villagers then realized that it was indeed exactly as Dagui had said. Li Daong said, "Dagui, next time could you please make sure you understand before you shout? You're making us all nervous." I actually knew it was a dog. I was just joking with you guys." Li Dagui was still being stubborn. If it weren't for his trembling voice, he would have sounded quite righteous. The villagers were too lazy to argue with him anymore. They all knew what kind of person Li Dagui was. Li Zichuan said, "In short, it's good that everything is all right. Let's go back to the village." Li Chang was carrying the puppy in one hand and pulling the cart with the other, hurrying back with the group. When Li Zichuan and the others arrived in the village, it was already completely dark. After dividing the firewood, they went home. With this firewood, they could last a few more days. The next morning, Li Fuxing checked the flash sale section first thing after getting up. Today they gave us 10 pounds of beef jerky and 10 barrels of soybean oil. After washing up, Li Fuxing was about to eat when he was caught off guard by a sudden stench. "Grandpa, why does it smell so bad? Could it be that some kid misbehaved and blew up the latrine?" Old Master Li was more resistant to the stench. He sniffed and said, "It has nothing to do with the latrine. I guess the villagers are using chicken manure as fertilizer. This is all too common in the countryside." The old man was used to the stench, but Li Fuxing couldn't stand it. But he was still curious, so he got dressed and went to the chicken farm. The chicken farm was bustling with activity, with large flocks of chickens running around on the enclosed hillside, their clucking filling the air. As the number of chickens increases, so does the amount of chicken manure, and how to deal with this manure becomes a big problem. The old party secretary was so troubled by the chicken manure that he finally decided to process it and use it as fertilizer in the fields. This would at least increase the soil's fertility, which was much better than piling it up and making it stink. He gave a notification and asked the villagers to start transporting all the chicken manure to the fields. When Li Fuxing arrived, he happened to see the old party secretary directing the villagers in their work. The villagers used shovels to shovel chicken manure onto donkey carts and ox carts. Seeing this, Li Fuxing asked, "Secretary, why are you just putting chicken manure directly into the fields?" In his mind, animal manure needs to be processed before it can be used as fertilizer. The old party secretary replied, "Just transport it over and spread it directly on the ground." Li Fuxing was taken aback when he heard this. This was such a waste. He then said, "Secretary, isn't this a bit of a waste?" The old party secretary was also taken aback when he heard this, and asked, "Fuxing, isn't this how chicken manure is always disposed of? How come it's being wasted?" Li Fuxing said, "Secretary, if chicken manure is spread directly onto the field without being treated, it will not only fail to replenish fertilizer, but may also burn the crops. If we pile up all this chicken manure in one place, add straw and other things, water it, and let it ferment naturally for a while to make farmyard manure. The effect will be much better. This well-fermented farmyard manure, when spread on the ground, can greatly increase crop yields. After listening to Li Fuxing's explanation, the old party secretary finally understood, but he still frowned. Li Fuxing, of course, understood what the old party secretary was thinking and continued. Secretary, you're worried about the manpower and time required, right? But what we're doing will greatly benefit the crop harvest, and the return will outweigh the investment. The old party secretary had no more doubts. Listening to Li Fuxing was the right thing to do. Okay, then let's do it your way. Let's do it that way. Li Fuxing said with a smile. Secretary, don't worry, there won't be any problem. The old party secretary directed the villagers to shovel all the chicken manure onto ox carts and donkey carts. Then the villagers were instructed to take the chicken manure to a secluded spot on the west side of the village to ferment, so that the stench would not affect the lives of the villagers. No one can stand the stench all the time. The old party secretary was very satisfied with the location Li Fuxing had chosen. After praising it a few times, he asked, Fuxing, what's next? He knew nothing about the farmyard manure that Li Fuxing mentioned, so he could only ask questions. He hoped that Li Fuxing would take charge of this matter, but that was obviously unrealistic. Li Fuxing is currently busy teaching the people from the commune how to make animal feed, and he doesn't have any free time at all. So I had no choice but to find out the truth first and take charge myself. Li Fuxing said, we had some plastic film left over from building the greenhouses, so we can just use it. Fuxing, using plastic film on chicken manure is such a waste, the old party secretary said with a pang of regret. Li Fuxing said, Secretary, we can't waste it. Chicken manure needs to be kept at a constant temperature to ferment properly. It can't be too low. The weather is so cold now. If we don't cover it with plastic film, it will freeze before it can ferment. There was no other way, so the old party secretary had to send someone to bring over the plastic sheeting. What else is needed for revival? Li Fuxing said, we need to prepare some more straw and the like. The old party secretary was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions and just sent someone to get it done. These are all common items in rural areas, and they were prepared quickly. Revival, is this enough? Li Fuxing glanced at the piles of straw and other things and quickly nodded. That's enough. Just mix the straw and other things with the chicken manure and let them ferment fully. The old party secretary immediately arranged for people to mix the chicken manure with the straw and other materials. Li Fuxing originally wanted to help, but he couldn't stand the smell, so he had no choice but to give up and just stand outside and watch. There was a lot of chicken manure, and it took nearly 40 minutes for the old party secretary and others to finish cleaning it up. Revival, is that all? Li Fuxing said, Secretary, we haven't used the plastic film yet. We need to cover it with the plastic film now to complete the task. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary immediately led the villagers to cover the chicken manure with plastic sheeting. Thankfully, there was enough plastic film, otherwise it wouldn't have been enough to cover everything. Chapter 345. Even a dog knows to find itself a good owner. Li Fuxing said from the side, Secretary, come and turn over the chicken manure every few days to make sure there is enough oxygen, which will help with fermentation. The old party secretary nodded in agreement. At first, he thought it would be difficult, but after doing it once, he realized that it was not difficult at all, just a bit troublesome in the process. Afterwards, Li Fuxing gave the old party secretary some more instructions. The old party secretary listened very attentively, even taking out paper and pen to write it down, afraid that he might forget it due to his age and cause problems. Li Fuxing then left. On the way back, Li Fuxing suddenly felt as if he had kicked something. He quickly looked down and saw a small dog lying on the ground, whimpering. Li Fuxing hadn't been paying attention and kicked it. Quickly squat down and pick up the puppy to check if it is injured. After checking it over, I didn't see any major problems, but it was a bit thin, so it wasn't very comfortable to hold, and it was a little rough to the touch. Li Fuxing was puzzled. The situation in his village was much better than in other villages, but he had never heard of anyone keeping a dog. In an era when so many people couldn't even get enough to eat, who would keep a dog? Besides, secrets can't be kept in a village. If something happens to someone, the whole village will know about it the next day. Keeping dogs is something that can't be hidden at all. Since the puppy was all right, Li Fuxing put it back on the ground and then left. Soon, he arrived at the feed processing plant, which was bustling with activity. The villagers were busy with production, while Chen Guobao and others were observing and discussing, chatting enthusiastically. Chen Guobao turned around and saw a small dog following behind Li Fuxing. He couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, when did you get a dog?" Li Fuxing was taken aback when he heard this, and then said, "I own a dog." "I don't." Chen Guobao gestured with his chin, indicating to Li Fuxing to look behind him. Li Fuxing quickly turned around and saw that the little dog from earlier had followed him all the way. Could it be that the little guy was trying to scam him? He had only accidentally kicked him, and now he was trying to pin it on him? When the puppy saw Li Fuxing stop, it trotted over and started rubbing against Li Fuxing's shoes. "Fuxing, this should be a little female dog, right?" Chen Guobao said with a smile. I never imagined that Fuxing's charm was so terrifying. It even captivated the puppy. Upon hearing this, the people around immediately burst into laughter. When the villagers of Lijiazwang saw that it was Li Fuxing, they quickly stopped smiling, afraid of offending him. Having no other option, Li Fuxing asked, "Does anyone know anyone who owns a dog? If we don't help the dog find its owner, it probably won't be able to get rid of the dog." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Lijiazwang began to whisper among themselves. They reasoned that no one in their village should keep dogs, otherwise everyone would have known about it long ago. Chen Guobao walked over to Li Fuxing, picked up the puppy, and said, "Fuxing, this puppy is quite cute. Wouldn't it be great if you adopted it?" If his family had as much food as Li Fuxing, he would definitely adopt this puppy. If you're going to let the puppy go hungry, you might as well not have one at all. Just then, someone suddenly remembered and said, "Uncle 21, this puppy should have been brought back by Chong Gang when he was chopping wood yesterday." "Yes, we saw it all yesterday." Just as he finished speaking, Li Chong ran in and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the puppy in Chen Guobao's arms. He had taken the puppy to work with him, but in the blink of an eye, the puppy disappeared. "Little wolf, come here quickly." Upon hearing Li Qianggong's words, the villagers all burst out laughing. "Chong Gang, this is clearly a dog. Why do you insist on calling it a wolf? You really know how to name things." Li Fuxing and Chen Guobao couldn't help but laugh. When Chen Guobao saw the puppy's owner arrive, he put the puppy back on the ground. I thought the puppy would go to Li Qianggong, but to my surprise, it went straight back to Li Fuxing and lay down next to him. Seeing this, Li Chong was also somewhat helpless. If he hadn't brought the puppy back yesterday, it would probably have frozen to death on the mountain. He quickly came over, picked up the puppy, and said, "You ungrateful wretch. Don't you even remember I saved you yesterday?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Chong picked up the puppy, it immediately started barking and struggling. Li Chong had no choice but to put the puppy down. The puppy immediately ran back to Li Fuxing's feet, rubbing its little head against Li Fuxing's shoes. Chen Guobao laughed and said, "Fuxing, you're so popular. This little dog insists on coming to you and won't even look at its savior." "I don't know what's going on either," Li Fuxing said, shrugging. Li Qianggong hadn't wanted to keep a dog in the first place, but seeing this, he quickly said, "Uncle 21, it seems this puppy has become attached to you. Why don't you just give it to him?" Li Fuxing looked down at the puppy and met its pitiful eyes. His heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. "Okay." When Li Chong heard that Li Fuxing was willing to adopt the puppy, he was also happy for the puppy. Everyone in the village knew that Li Fuxing's family ate very well. When the puppy went to Uncle 21's house, it might even eat better than he did. Without the slightest reluctance, he picked up his hoe and turned to work. If you leave for too long, you might lose all your work points for the day, which would be a huge loss. Li Fuxing asked, "I have time now, so if anyone has any questions, please ask quickly." Chen Guobao hurriedly said, "Fuxing, after the raw materials are put into the crusher." Even though Li Fuxing had already addressed this issue, he still couldn't quite grasp it. Li Fuxing nodded and explained, "As for this, well." After hearing the explanation, Chen Guobao suddenly understood. "No wonder I couldn't figure it out before. It turns out it has to be done this way." With Chen Guobao taking the lead, the people in the commune began to vie to ask questions. Li Fuxing patiently explained to each of them, without holding anything back. He has no intention of making a living from these technologies. He wished all these people would learn it quickly so he could get away and wouldn't have to come to the processing plant every day. Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised that these people had so many questions they didn't understand. I talked non-stop for nearly 30 minutes, and my mouth was dry. I looked down and saw that the puppy was still lying obediently at my feet. Everyone, take a break. I'm going home to get some water, and I'll be right back. I picked up the puppy, and this time it was very docile and didn't struggle at all. Afterwards, Li Fuxing took the puppy home. Upon seeing this, old Master Li asked, "Fuxing, where is this puppy from?" Li Fuxing said, "Chang Gang rescued him from the mountain yesterday. Grandpa Li wasn't keen on keeping a dog. Since Qiangang rescued it, why did you bring it back? Do you want to keep it?" Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Yes, Grandpa. This puppy is quite lovable." The puppy seemed to realize that the old man in front of it didn't like it, and looked at Grandpa Li with pitiful eyes. Chapter 346. Could you help me get some meat? When Grandpa Li saw the puppy looking at him like that, he swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. "Fine. If you like keeping it, then keep it." When Li Fuxing saw old Master Li enter the house, he secretly bought some dog food on Pinduoduo, grabbed a handful, and put it in front of the puppy. The puppy couldn't resist eating it as soon as it smelled so delicious. However, the puppy ate very carefully, as if afraid of biting Li Fuxing's hand. Soon, the puppy finished all the dog food. Seeing that the puppy was still licking his hand, Li Fuxing took out some more dog food. He couldn't feed it too much yet, or the puppy wouldn't be able to handle it. Eating too much food suddenly after not eating for a long time can damage your stomach and intestines. The puppy finished the dog food in no time, then whimpered and looked at Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing patted the puppy's head and said, "Eating too much at once is bad for your stomach." The puppy seemed to understand Li Fuxing's words. Instead of begging for dog food, it went over and rubbed against Li Fuxing's shoes. Li Fuxing carried the puppy into the house, found an old porcelain bowl, and poured some water for the puppy to drink. Grandma Li Fuxing took a liking to the puppy immediately when she saw it, and couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, where did this puppy come from?" Li Fuxing explained it to his grandmother again. He then said, "Grandma, please take care of the puppy. I have to go back to the feed processing plant to teach." Grandma Li Fuxing was happier and happier looking at the puppy. She nodded and agreed. "Go ahead and do as you please, Fuxing. I'll take care of the puppy." After taking it in, they carried the puppy to the Kong a heated brick bed, afraid it would get cold. Seeing this, old Master Li frowned slightly and said, "My dear wife, how can you bring this dog onto the Kong heated brick bed? It's too dirty." Old Mrs. Li glared at her and said, "Cleaner than you." Old Master Li was speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say, and could only let out a long sigh. Li Fuxing drank a glass of water and rushed back to the feed processing plant. When Chen Guobao saw Li Fuxing return but the puppy was gone, he quickly asked, "Fuxing, why didn't you bring the puppy with you?" "No, I left it at home and asked my grandma to take care of it," Li Fuxing said. "We're at work here, we can't bring the puppy." Afterwards, he continued to devote himself to new teaching. Time flies. After 2 weeks of study, Chen Guobao and others have successfully integrated the knowledge. In particular, Chen Guobao has also come up with his own understanding. Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Congratulations, state security officers, you can graduate now." Chen Guobao laughed and said, "Fuxing, you should congratulate yourself. You've finally escaped the sea of suffering and no longer need to explain things to us every day." Li Fuxing was stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Guobao to expose him so directly. He smiled awkwardly and said, "We're celebrating together." After that, the people from the commune left one after another, leaving Chen Guobao alone. Upon seeing this, Li Fuxing immediately understood that Chen Guobao probably had something to say to him privately, which was why he hadn't left. "Brother Chen, please speak your mind." Chen Guobao chuckled and said, "Fuxing, it still has to be you. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could help me get some meat." Li Fuxing asked, "Brother Chen, how many do you want? First, ask how much you need. If it's not much, then I can help you with this." The two had been getting along better and better these days. Chen Guobao almost asked Li Fuxing to become sworn brothers with him, but Li Fuxing stopped him. Chen Guobao smiled and said, 70 jin is not much. Li Fuxing's eyes widened upon hearing this. How much? 70 Jin isn't considered a lot. How much is enough? Chen Guobao was surprised by Li Fuxing's strong reaction and scratched his head awkwardly. It is a bit too much. How about we have it? 40 Jin is what my uncle was thinking of as a reward for the people in the commune, to give them some benefits. If it weren't for his uncle's suggestion, he wouldn't have come to Li Fuxing for help. Their relationship had only just begun to improve. But that's how relationships between people are. As people help each other, their feelings deepen unconsciously. Fine, 70 pounds it is. When do we need it? Li Fuxing thought about it after hearing that it was related to Director Wu, and agreed. There might be many troublesome things in the future that would require Director Wu's help. Chen Guobao was stunned. He had reacted strongly when he said 70 Jin, but when he heard that it was his uncle, Director Wu, who needed it, his attitude completely changed. Revival, aren't you being a bit too opportunistic? Li Fuxing said with a smile. All right, 40 Jin it is then. I'll let Director Wu know when the time comes. Chen Guobao quickly begged for forgiveness. No, Fuxing, it was my fault. If my uncle knew that he could have gotten 35 kilograms, but only halved it because of his own reasons, he probably wouldn't just scold him. He'd probably beat himself up. If, in a fit of anger, I were to transfer myself to a particularly tiring and difficult position, I would truly suffer terribly. Even though Director Wu is the commune director, with resources so scarce right now, he has no way to get so much meat all at once. How long would it take at the fastest? In this kind of thing, it's always best to do it quickly. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, How about this? You stay at my house for dinner, and I'll go get it for you right away. Chen Guobao immediately nodded in agreement. That's great. He had previously eaten a meal at Li Fuxing's house with his uncle, Director Wu, which had been very satisfying. He never expected to have another meal like this before returning to work in the commune. I'm so lucky today. Li Fuxing then took Chen Guobao home. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Grandpa Li playing with the puppy. As soon as Old Master Li saw Li Fuxing and Chen Guobao, he immediately stood up and pretended to be doing nothing. It seems no one can escape the "it smells so good" adage. Li Fuxing gave some instructions, then rode his motorcycle out of the village. Chen Guobao was quite envious when he saw the motorcycle. He hadn't even managed to buy a bicycle, but Li Fuxing was already riding a motorcycle. Not only that, he could even drive a truck. He really couldn't understand why there was such a big difference between people. After sighing, he simply stopped thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more exhausted he became. Li Fuxing rode his motorcycle around outside for a while, then bought 35 kilograms of meat from Pinduoduo and put it on the motorcycle. When it was almost time, I rode my motorcycle home. As soon as he got home, Chen Guobao rushed over. When he saw the meat on the motorcycle, he couldn't help but exclaim, Fuxing, you're amazing. You got 70 pounds of meat in such a short time. Li Fuxing sighed, feigning difficulty, and said, It really wasn't easy. I had to go to several places to get it. He certainly couldn't make it sound too easy, otherwise people wouldn't remember his good deeds. Chen Guobao naturally knew how difficult it was to get meat these days, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Li Fuxing for help. Chapter 347. Riding a motorcycle back to the commune, vanity at its peak. Fuxing, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. Even if I can't help, my uncle can. Chen Guobao said, patting his chest. He's basically treating Li Fuxing like family, saying things like that. Li Fuxing was naturally pleased, as this was exactly the effect he wanted, and said, Okay, don't forget it then. Chen Guohuai said, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of ingrate. I can only settle the cost of the meat after I return to the commune and submit my expense report. Li Fuxing waved his hand. It's okay, no rush, let's eat first. Because guests were coming, Grandma Li Fuxing prepared a sumptuous lunch. Chen Guobao was stunned. This meal was even better than the last one. No wonder the villagers of Lijiazwang all say that Li Fuxing's family has the best food in the village. This is not a rumor at all. During mealtimes, Li Fuxing would occasionally throw some bones to the puppy. The puppy wasn't very big, but it had a huge appetite, which made Li Fuxing suspect that the puppy was abandoned on the mountain because it ate too much. Chen Guobao noticed that there was still some meat on the bone that Li Fuxing threw to the puppy, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it were someone else, they certainly wouldn't have been willing to throw it away. they would have eaten all the meat off the bone before throwing it away. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li had gotten used to this scene. At first, they would talk about it, but later they simply stopped caring. The lunch lasted nearly 40 minutes. Li Fuxing chatted with his grandparents while eating, but Chen Guobao didn't say a word the whole time, only focusing on stuffing food into his mouth, not idle for a single second. Seeing this, Grandma Li Fuxing smiled from ear to ear and kept warmly greeting. National security, you've lost weight these past few days, eat more. Grandpa Li and Li Fuxing were both amused and exasperated. Not only did he not look thinner, but he had even gained some weight during his time in Lijiazwang. Chen Guobao's mouth was stuffed full, so he couldn't speak and could only nod vigorously. This meal left Chen Guobao feeling choked up. He looked at all the leftovers on the table, still wanting to eat, but he couldn't put a single bite in. Grandma Li Fuxing said, National Security Bureau, there's still a lot of food left. Eat some more, make sure you're full. Grandpa Li sighed. Does she look like she hasn't eaten enough? Her belly is so big, like she's pregnant, 5 or 6 months along. Chen Guobao waved his hand. Grandma, I can't eat anymore. If I eat any more, my stomach will burst. Although dying from overeating is better than dying from hunger, he is still so young and doesn't want to be sent away so soon. Besides, he hasn't found a wife yet, so he absolutely can't become a virgin ghost. Therefore, he had no choice but to refuse, and for the first time, he felt that having a small appetite was a bad thing. After resting for a while, Chen Guobao was about to leave when he encountered a problem. 70 pounds of meat is no light load. If it were nearby, he could manage to carry it back. But the commune and Lijiazwang were too far apart. It would take several hours to walk there, so carrying it back was too impractical. Seeing Chen Guobao's troubled expression, Li Fuxing thought he might as well go all the way and do a good deed. He said, Get in, I'll take you back to the commune. Chen Guobao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then grinned. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Ever since he saw this motorcycle, he had wanted to ride in it, but the gas was too expensive, so he hadn't been willing to ask. But today, Li Fuxing had actually brought it up himself. Fuxing, are you really going to give it to me? Li Fuxing smiled and said, If you don't want to sit, I won't see you off. Chen Guobao quickly replied, Yes, I'd love to. If you don't see me off, I really won't be able to get back to the commune. Then he plopped down on the motorcycle and casually put his arm around Li Fuxing's waist. Li Fuxing was startled by this action and quickly said, Hey Chen, why are you putting your arm around my waist? I'm perfectly straight. Chen Guobao blinked, and it took him a while to react. He immediately let go of her hand and said, Fuxing, don't worry, your brother Chen is straight too. I was a little flustered because I didn't have anything to hold on to, so I just grabbed it. Li Fuxing sighed helplessly and said, All right, let's go. I twisted the throttle and rode towards the commune. The motorcycle was very fast, and the ride was a bit bumpy, but otherwise it was fine. Soon, the sound of a motorcycle engine reached the ears of everyone in the commune. Many people came out of curiosity, wanting to see whose motorcycle it was. When everyone came out, they were all surprised to see Chen Guobao sitting on a motorcycle. Motorcycles are very rare, and their value is something most people can hardly imagine. Seeing the envious looks on his colleagues' faces, Chen Guobao was very happy, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Come quickly and help. Those who were on good terms with Chen Guobao, though puzzled by his words, still went over. As soon as I got there, I saw the meat placed to the side. Hey state security, did you get this? They were all somewhat incredulous. Everyone was aware of his capabilities. Even if Chen Guobao's uncle was the commune director, it was impossible for him to obtain so much meat at once. Chen Guobao said, Who else but me could get it? He regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. If it weren't for Li Fuxing's presence, he could have continued pretending. But Li Fuxing was still there, and if he upset Li Fuxing and he was exposed, he would lose face big time. Li Fuxing didn't seem to care and didn't say anything, but instead said, Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. He gave Chen Guobao a lot of face, not only not exposing him, but even calling him brother in front of so many people. Chen Guobao snapped out of his daze, gave Li Fuxing a grateful look, and said, Okay, Fuxing, let's get together again when we have the chance. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and bring the meat down. Fuxing is about to leave. Chen Guobao's colleagues then realized what was happening and hurriedly and haphazardly moved the meat down. Li Fuxing nodded in greeting, then turned the car around and drove away. Having completed his task, Chen Guobao hurried to find Director Wu. Director Wu originally wanted to reprimand Chen Guobao, but seeing the meaningful smile on the latter's face, he knew that a trap had been set for him to fall into. So he asked, "So what do you need me for?" Seeing that his uncle was not fooled, Chen Guobao was somewhat disappointed and could only say, "I have completed the task you assigned me." Director Wu nodded. "If it can be done, then it can be done. Is it really worth coming all the way to see me?" After saying that, he suddenly realized what he was talking about and hurriedly asked, "Wait, are you talking about me asking you to ask Li Fuxing to help you get meat? What other mission could it be? 70 caddies, not a single ounce less." Chen Guobao was most pleased to see the shocked expression on his uncle's face. Director Wu's eyes widened upon hearing this. "National Security Bureau, didn't I ask 40 Jin? How did it become 70 Jin?" He hadn't expected Li Fuxing to be so capable, managing to get 70 pounds of meat. Chapter 348. Spring plowing begins. Xiao family village without seeds. Chen Guobao then recounted the process to Director Wu. Director Wu nodded repeatedly as he listened, saying, "This is probably the best thing you've ever done in your life." Chen Guobao sighed. "What kind of talk is this? What is the most right thing to do in this life? Does that mean you can't do anything more right in the future? But this isn't the time to argue with my uncle." He hurriedly led Director Wu out to check the meat. Upon seeing the meat, Director Wu felt relieved. He originally thought that since the commune had many tasks and everyone was working hard, he should get some meat to supplement their nutrition. Now that we have 70 pounds, we might as well keep 20 pounds for emergencies, give 30 pounds to the staff, and share the remaining 20 pounds with everyone. He shared his idea with the commune staff, who unanimously agreed. It's so rare to find a leader who not only gets to eat meat, but also gets a share of it. After get off work, everyone was supposed to go home for dinner, but since there was meat in the cafeteria tonight, they all stayed to eat. All the commune staff sat in the canteen, eating stewed cabbage and pork, and everyone was all smiles. Old Chen said, "This meat is really delicious. We really owe a lot to Xiao Chen this time. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to eat such fragrant meat." Aunt Lu also said, "That's right, Xiao Chen is really capable. He'll definitely amount to something in the future." Chen Guobao was overjoyed to hear everyone's praise, but he had to pretend to be nonchalant. "Please stop praising me, everyone. This is what I should do." The next morning, the village loudspeaker blared. When the loudspeaker blared, it meant there was an important event to attend to in the village, so the villagers hurriedly left their homes and headed towards the large square in the center of the village. Spring has arrived. As the villagers gathered, Li Fuxing secretly went to the village's seed warehouse. Without these seeds, Lijiazwang would lose its foundation for survival. Without seeds, farming is impossible, which is a devastating blow to rural people. That's why Li Fuxing came here. He replaced all the original seeds in the warehouse with slightly higher yielding seeds that he bought from Pinduoduo. He could buy it even if he were more productive, but it would be hard to explain then. If the yield is ridiculously high, it will inevitably attract the attention of higher authorities. At that time, someone will definitely come to investigate. They will ask, why is the yield in Lijiazwang so much higher when we use the same seeds and the same farming methods? Li Fuxing did not intend to reveal the seed swap to anyone, as this was the only way to ensure that it would not be leaked and to minimize the risk. After replacing the seeds, Li Fuxing left. Even if the villagers saw it, they wouldn't say much. In the entire Lijiazwang village, only Li Fuxing and the old party secretary received this kind of treatment. Meanwhile, in the square, once everyone had arrived, the old party secretary called out loudly, "Now that spring is here, there will be more farm work to do in the village. I hope everyone will work diligently." With the encouragement and support of the old party secretary, the villagers of Lijiazwang became highly motivated. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the old party secretary assigned tasks to the villagers. Li Dalan and several experienced middle-aged villagers were assigned to sowing seeds. The land had already been plowed by villagers with oxen, and it was very soft. Li Dalan followed the others' example, picking up a handful of seeds and examining them closely. Each seed is plump and glistening in the sun, seemingly embodying the hopes of their Li family village. When sowing began, Li Jifeng, who took the lead, dug small pits of uniform depth in the ground. Li Dalan followed behind him, scattering the seeds little by little into the small holes, placing 4 or 5 seeds in each hole, and then gently covering them with soil. A cool spring breeze blew gently by, making Li Dalan feel refreshed. The children and women were also busy, carrying water and watering the places where the seeds had been planted. Dalan, spring planting is different from other things. You have to be quick and efficient, Li Jifeng said, turning to Li Dalan. Li Dalan nodded in agreement and then increased his speed. Soon, the morning passed quickly, and everyone had sown a large plot of land. After finishing work, the villagers of Lijiazwang went to the canteen in 2s and 3s for a meal. Before the village canteen was open, someone would deliver meals, which saved time on the road and allowed people to do more work. Now that there's a large canteen, food delivery isn't as convenient, so we have to eat at the canteen. After the villagers had gotten their food, they all sat together and ate with great relish. Lunch was simple: stir-fried vegetables, steamed buns, and sweet potato soup. Although there was no meat, the villagers ate with great relish. The villagers from Zhao family village and Wang family village who came to work felt the same way. Although they were a little disappointed that they didn't get to eat meat, they thought about how they could occasionally eat meat in Li family village, while they hadn't had meat in their village for a long time. Although it wasn't very often, it was still possible to eat it. The villagers from Zhao family village and Wang family village had been working in Li family village for quite some time and were very familiar with the food there, so they weren't as shocked as they were when they first arrived. After the meal, the villagers went back to work in the fields. The sun grew stronger, making people feel warm and cozy. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic participation, Li Fuxing felt a little itchy to join in and volunteered to do so. In later times, this would be an experience that would cost money. The old party secretary wanted to stop him, but Li Fuxing said, "Only by developing a strong physique can we better serve the world and the people." Hearing this, the old party secretary had no choice but to let Li Fuxing do whatever he wanted. After working for more than an hour, Li Fuxing was soaked in sweat, but he showed no sign of stopping. As he worked longer, his skills became more and more proficient. The surrounding villagers cooperated quite well. After all, they had worked together for so many years, it would have been strange if they weren't. They chatted as they worked, talking about everything from the crops in the fields to the everyday life of the village, their words filled with longing for a better future. At this time, Qiaojia village was completely different from the vibrant Lijiazwang. Secretary Qiao was at his wit's end. He had searched all the surrounding villages but hadn't been able to borrow a single seed. Their harvest was so bad last year that they had no choice but to eat the seeds to barely survive the cold winter. Because of the lack of seeds, the atmosphere in Qiaojia village has become more and more somber since the beginning of spring this year. In previous years, the village would have already started preparing for spring plowing by this time. But this year, looking at the empty seed warehouse, everyone could only sigh helplessly. Seeing the villagers' worried faces, Secretary Qiao thought to himself that he had to find a solution. Chapter 349. Party Secretary, let's try our luck in Lijiazwang. If we can't get the seeds, the consequences could be quite serious. Helpless, Secretary Qiao took all the money in the village and went to the city to try his luck and see if he could buy seeds. He walked and inquired along the way where he could buy seeds, but to no avail. After entering the city, he came across a market and hurriedly squeezed in, hoping to see if there were any seeds for sale. However, the current control over seeds is extremely strict, and there are simply no surplus seeds available to sell to these small villages. He searched all the places in Beijing where he might be able to buy seeds, but still couldn't find any. Left with no other choice, he could only return to the village dejectedly. Upon entering the village, seeing the villagers looking at him with hopeful eyes, he found it hard to bear telling them the cruel truth. There was no way to hide it. It simply couldn't be kept secret forever. Village Chief Qiao sighed deeply and said, "I have let everyone down. I couldn't buy any seeds in the city." Upon hearing this, the villagers all turned ashen-faced. An elderly man shouted, Does God really not want Qiao family village to survive? The villagers were all affected by the old man's grief, and the atmosphere became extremely somber. At this moment, Xiao Guohua suddenly said, "Secretary, why don't we go to Lijiazwang and try our luck?" Upon hearing this, Party Secretary Qiao hurriedly asked, "Guohua, could it be that Lijiazwang could lend us some seeds? And it seems I've never heard of this place before. I don't even know where it is." Xiao Guohua said, "Secretary, I have an older sister who married into Lijiazwang. She brought back a lot of good things during the Spring Festival, and she also said that Lijiazwang hired a lot of people from other villages to help with the work." When the villagers heard Xiao Guohua's words, their eyes were filled with hope again. Having no other choice, Secretary Qiao could only nod and say, "All right, let's go and try our luck. Guohua, come with me." He had no idea how to get to Lijiazwang, and asking for directions along the way would be a huge waste of time. Xiao Guohua immediately nodded in agreement, and the two then set off for Lijiazwang. In fact, Xiao Guohua had never been to Lijiazwang. He had only heard his sister mention the general location of Lijiazwang, so he would occasionally ask people he met on the road for directions. It took Secretary Qiao and Xiao Guohua more than 4 hours to finally reach Lijiazwang. "Guohua, look at the path you've led us down. Don't lead us like that again," Secretary Qiao said, giving Xiao Guohua a disapproving look. It should have taken a little over 3 hours to get there, but it took more than 4 hours, adding almost 2 hours to the journey. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guohua smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, Party Secretary, I only know the general location. I've never been there before. But don't worry, this will definitely not happen again in the future." Secretary Qiao snorted, clearly indicating that he no longer wanted to use him and would rather ask for directions along the way than let Xiao Guohua lead the way again. The two quickly reached the entrance of Lijiazwang village, where they were stopped by the villagers on duty. "Comrades, what brings you here?" Seeing that Xiao Guohua was standing still, Secretary Qiao had no choice but to speak up. "Hello, comrade. I am the secretary of Qiaojia village. I have come to see your village secretary about something." Upon hearing that they were looking for the old party secretary, Li Jining was somewhat puzzled, but he still said, "Okay, please wait a moment." Secretary Qiao immediately took out a pack of Dakianmen cigarettes, opened it, and handed one to each of Li Jining and the others. "Since you're asking for a favor, you should offer a cigarette." Li Jining and the others took the cigarettes and lit them. Before long, they brought the old party secretary over. When the old party secretary arrived, he asked, "Hello, Party Secretary Qiao. I'm the party secretary of Lijiazwang village. What can I do for you?" After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at Secretary Qiao and realized that he did not know him. Secretary Qiao was a little embarrassed, but for the sake of the whole village, he had no choice but to say, "Hello, Secretary Li. I've come to borrow some seeds from you. Our village suffered a severe crop failure last year. In order to survive the winter, we had to eat the seeds we had saved. Now, there's nothing to plant in the spring." Upon hearing this, the old party secretary felt a headache coming on. He had initially thought they were borrowing grain, so he figured they could just send some people to do the same thing as Zhao family village and Wang family village. Unexpectedly, they came to borrow seeds, which were the lifeblood of the entire village. He felt like his head was getting bigger. "You guys go into the village first. I need to get the villagers' opinions on this matter." Secretary Qiao was well aware that seeds were not easy to borrow, but since he was allowed to enter the village, it meant there was still hope. He then led Xiao Guohua and the old party secretary into Lijiazwang. As soon as he entered the village, he saw that the villagers of Lijiazwang were all in good spirits, and they did not look pale and thin like those who had been starving and not eating well for a long time. It seemed that the food in Lijiazwang must be pretty good. He looked up and saw the installed power lines, and was immediately surprised. This kind of electricity was a privilege that only people in the city could enjoy. "Secretary Li, has electricity been connected to your Lijiazwang village?" The old party secretary nodded and said, "Yes, we built a reservoir on the back mountain to generate electricity using hydropower." This shocked Secretary Qiao even more. He never imagined that Lijiazwang was more powerful than he had thought, as it could actually build a reservoir on its own. Even when the commune built a reservoir, It required the help of many villagers from various villages. Yet, Lijiazwang village alone was able to do it. They also set up a hydroelectric power plant, which must have required very strong connections. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get their hands on something like a generator. Suddenly, Xiao Guohua's stomach rumbled. Both Secretary Qiao and Xiao Guohua blushed immediately. Especially Secretary Qiao. If he had known it would be so embarrassing, he would never have brought Xiao Guohua along. But since they were already here, there was no use in regretting it. He could only hope that the people of Lijiazwang hadn't heard it. But the sound is so loud, how could we not hear it? The old party secretary heard everything clearly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "I'm a little hungry, why don't we eat and talk?" Everyone encounters difficulties at some point, but Lijiazwang is very lucky. With Li Fuxing's help, they can not only have enough to eat, but also occasionally have meat. He believed that as long as he listened to Li Fuxing, Lijiazwang would definitely get better and better. Secretary Qiao originally wanted to refuse, but after walking all day, he couldn't bear the hunger any longer, so he nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your trouble." The old party secretary waved his hand with a smile. "What's the trouble? We're all comrades." He then took the two of them to the village canteen. Upon arriving at the canteen, the old party secretary first had the villagers serve some steamed buns mixed with flour and a large plate of stir-fried cabbage. "Secretary Qiao, you all eat first. I'll go ask the villagers for their opinions," the old secretary said before leaving. Soon, villagers brought out the food. Xiao Guohua's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "Secretary, the food in Lijiazwang is just too good." As he spoke, he reached for the steamed buns. Chapter 350. Good news, we've bought grain seeds. Secretary Qiao slapped his hand away and said, "Don't you know any manners? The host hasn't even sat down yet, and you're already thinking of starting to eat." Actually, he was also a little tempted by the aroma of the food in front of him, but he absolutely couldn't do something so rude. If this displeases the Li family and they refuse to lend them seeds, then the two of them will be in grave danger. We must never let a little bit of verbal urges ruin important matters. Therefore, they can only stare at the food in front of them, deceiving themselves that they have already eaten it. At the same time, the old party secretary arrived at Li Fuxing's home. As soon as Li Fuxing saw the old party secretary arrive at this time, he knew that the old secretary must have something to say to him. Once inside, the old party secretary said, "Fuxing, the party secretary of Chaojia village is here. He says he wants to borrow some seeds from us." Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised to hear this, not expecting that Chaojia village would even eat the seeds. But then I thought, if there was really no other way, why would anyone eat the seeds? "Secretary, what do you mean?" The old party secretary said, "I just didn't notice. That's why I came to ask for your opinion." Li Fuxing thought for a moment and realized that the seeds he had replaced could actually be of some help. "Where are they now?" The old party secretary said, "2 people came in total, and they are waiting in the canteen right now. The village is not short of food now, so it is still possible to treat them." If this had happened a year ago, the old party secretary would never have been so generous. At that time, the villagers were starving and had no time to help other villages. The reason for such a big change is entirely due to Li Fuxing. Soon, Li Fuxing followed the old party secretary to the village canteen. Seeing that the food on the table was untouched, Li Fuxing felt that these 2 people from Chaojia village were quite polite. If it were anyone else, they would probably have devoured the food long ago. "Secretary Qiao, why haven't you eaten?" the old secretary asked. Secretary Qiao stubbornly replied, "We're not too hungry either, we'll just wait for you." He had barely finished speaking when another series of cooing sounds came from behind him. Secretary Qiao was stunned for a moment, thinking it was him, but the gurgling sound rang out again. Xiao Guohua blushed and lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to look up at people. If there were a hole right now, he would definitely crawl right in. The old party secretary quickly said, "I'm hungry too. Let's eat and talk." The 4 of them sat down and began to eat. Neither the old party secretary nor Li Fuxing ate much. They just touched their chopsticks a little as a gesture. Xiao Guohua had been itching to eat for a long time, and if the party secretary hadn't stopped him, he would have devoured all the food in front of him long ago. Neither the old party secretary nor Li Fuxing spoke, and they planned to wait until party secretary Qiao and Li Fuxing finished eating before talking. Xiao Guohua wolfed down a steamed bun in a few bites, along with stir-fried cabbage. In comparison, Secretary Qiao ate more politely. Even though he ate quite quickly, he didn't look as rude. In just over 10 minutes, the food on the table was completely devoured. Secretary Qiao looked at the empty plate, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I'm really sorry. Look at this. I hope you'll forgive my poor appearance." The old party secretary waved his hand. "It's all right. Now that we've eaten, let's get down to business." "Okay." Secretary Qiao nodded quickly. Li Fuxing asked, "Secretary Qiao, how many seeds do you estimate your village will need?" Secretary Qiao was a little puzzled as to why such a young man would be bringing this up, but he had no time to think about anything else right now, and replied, "We should need about 500 gene of seeds." He then let out a long sigh. When the old party secretary heard that 500 gene were needed, his brows furrowed slightly. This was a considerable amount, and for their village to raise enough, they would have to give away all the seeds they had saved. Left with no other option, they turned to Li Fuxing to see what his opinion was. Li Fuxing said, "I can sell you 500 caddies of seeds, but there is one condition. You must keep it a secret." The seed shortage is certainly not unique to Qiaojia village, but he can't help so many villages. Otherwise, being too high profile would definitely attract the attention of higher authorities, who would send people down to investigate. If we can't explain the origin of the seeds, and we get arrested as enemy agents, we'll be in big trouble. Even though he invented many things and helped the country, this era is too sensitive. Even if he doesn't eat peanuts, he will probably be imprisoned and may never be able to get out. This kind of thing must never happen. Upon hearing Li Fuxing's words, Party Secretary Qiao immediately became excited and grabbed Li Fuxing's hand. "Comrade, are you serious?" He traveled to many places but couldn't buy a single seed. These kinds of state-controlled things are not easy to get unless you have connections. "Sorry, I got too excited." After realizing what he had done, Secretary Qiao quickly let go of Li Fuxing's hand. The old party secretary knew that Li Fuxing definitely had a way to get the seeds, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed so readily. "If my village ever runs out of seeds again, it seems I can ask Fuxing for help." Party Secretary Qiao took a deep breath and asked, "Comrade, how much does it cost for 500 gene of seeds?" Their village has some savings, but not much. If Li Fuxing offers an exorbitant price, they won't be able to afford it. Li Fuxing thought for a moment and said, 500 caddies of seeds, 150 yuan. When Secretary Qiao heard the price, he breathed a sigh of relief. The price had only increased slightly, and no coupons were needed, so it was a very good deal. "Okay, but we don't have that much money with us. Could we wait until we go back and get the money?" While taking the money, we also had to bring over the village's ox cart. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transport 500 gene of seeds back to the village by manpower alone. He then prepared to get up and leave. But seeing that Xiao Guohua showed no sign of leaving, he quickly pulled him up. "Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass me any further." Upon hearing that the party secretary was about to get angry, Xiao Guohua reluctantly got up from the stool and followed the party secretary away. In order to catch up with the spring plowing, Secretary Qiao led Xiao Guohua at breakneck speed. "Thank goodness I had a good meal earlier, otherwise I really wouldn't have had the energy to run." Xiao Guohua was still savoring the taste of the meal he had just eaten when he said, "Secretary, I wish our village could be like Lijiazwang, where we wouldn't have to worry about food shortages and could eat as much as we wanted." He hadn't eaten such a full meal in a very long time. There wasn't enough food at home, and what he usually ate was barely enough to fill his stomach. Secretary Qiao said, "Guohua, don't worry, as long as we buy the seeds and plant them, we'll have enough to eat when the harvest comes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Guohua immediately perked up. "Secretary, let's hurry." Secretary Qiao didn't have time to argue with him, so he nodded and quickened his pace. They walked and ran all the way, and it took them 2.5 hours to get back to Qiaojia village. When they arrived in the village, it was already quite late, but Secretary Qiao still hurriedly convened a village-wide meeting. Upon receiving the notification, the villagers rushed over to participate. They are also very concerned about whether the party secretary has managed to buy the seeds. Once all the villagers had arrived, Secretary Qiao announced loudly, "Guohua and I have bought the seeds, and we can go pick them up tomorrow morning." Chapter 351. Now we don't need to carry water anymore. The villagers were immediately excited upon hearing this. "Great! It looks like our Qiao family village can weather this storm," someone exclaimed excitedly. "We'll bring the seeds back tomorrow. It won't take too long. We'll be able to catch up with spring planting and won't fall too far behind." The villagers excitedly discussed it among themselves. However, there is still a problem. Even with the seeds, the village's food won't last until the next harvest. Given the current situation, we can only take it one step at a time. If it weren't so late, Secretary Qiao would have even considered taking people to Lijiazwang to bring the seeds back right now. These days, it's not very safe after dark, and unless it's something serious, no one will risk going out. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Secretary Qiao led several tall young men to Lijiazwang. Li Fuxing had also made preparations well in advance, piling the seeds at the village entrance beforehand. As soon as Secretary Qiao and the others arrived, they paid and took the goods. They then happily transported the seeds back to the village. During these days of spring plowing, Li Fuxing noticed that the villagers were carrying water to irrigate their fields before dawn. The carrying poles weighed down their thin shoulders, making them sway and spill a lot of water along the way, which seriously affected their efficiency. He couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if he could create something that could automatically transport water. After thinking it over, he suddenly remembered an ancient tool he had seen in a book. With some adjustments and improvements, he thought he could use it. That way, there would be no need to carry water back and forth. Having come up with a solution, Li Fuxing quickly found the old party secretary and told him his idea. After listening to Li Fuxing's explanation, the old party secretary immediately exclaimed, "Fuxing, your idea is excellent. If we can really make this happen, it will be a great achievement." Since the old party secretary offered unconditional support, Li Fuxing had no more concerns. He first found a few villagers to go up the mountain to cut down trees. Originally, bamboo would have been better for this, but there was hardly any bamboo on the mountain, so he had to use wood as a substitute. Before long, Li Fuxing and his men prepared the necessary materials. Then he broke the wood into thin slices for later use, and found some old wood. He then tinkered around with it for a while, trying to make the frame of the water wheel. The village children were very curious, but out of respect for Li Fuxing, none of them dared to get close enough to look. Wang Kai, however, was not afraid. He stepped forward and asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Li Fuxing said, "I'm making something that can help villagers carry water. Once it's finished, the villagers won't have to carry water back and forth every day." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai immediately perked up. The children in the village also had to do chores, often helping the adults carry water. If they didn't have to carry water anymore, that would be a great thing. Wang Kai exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, really?" Li Fuxing laughed and said, "Wang Kai, when has your big brother ever lied to you? Big brother still has work to do. Go play by yourself." After saying that, he shooed Wang Kai aside. With a joyful heart, Wang Kai ran to tell the other children about this good news. The children were delighted to hear this. Many children even mustered up their courage and ran to Li Fuxing's side to see him. A group of children were chattering in his ear, which annoyed Li Fuxing to no end. He had no choice but to say, "If you don't leave, I'm going to tell your parents." Upon hearing this, the children immediately scattered. Now it's finally peaceful. Unfortunately, the production process was not smooth. Not only could the wooden boards not be pieced together, but the frame was also not very stable. Li Fuxing didn't give up. He kept correcting his mistakes, and even when he cut his hand, he would simply bandage it and continue working. He wasn't like those delicate celebrities of later generations who would wail and scream at the slightest scratch on their hand. We had to go to the hospital, and if we had waited any longer, the wound might have healed on its own. Through his tireless efforts, he finally managed to create a prototype of a simple water wheel. Several more experiments were subsequently conducted, but the results were always unsatisfactory. Li Fuxing couldn't help but ponder, where exactly did things go wrong? "Uncle 21, what do we do now?" Li Dadu asked. He spoke very softly, afraid that his question might disturb Li Fuxing's thinking, and that if the old party secretary got angry about it, it would be troublesome. The news of Li Fuxing building a water wheel quickly spread throughout the village. The villagers all wanted to know if Li Fuxing could actually make one. If he did, it would definitely be a great thing for the village. Even if it fails, there won't be any damage. At worst, we can just keep carrying water. But they still hoped that Li Fuxing could succeed, which would save them a lot of effort. Li Fuxing had no time to worry about anything else at the moment. He was focused on improving the water wheel. To this end, he even sought out the village carpenter for advice and learned some mechanics knowledge, and repeatedly improved the water wheel. Finally, after 2 days of hard work, Li Fuxing successfully improved the water wheel. Now the villagers no longer have to travel back and forth between the fields to fetch water. The villagers watched from the sidelines, their faces beaming with joy. This thing is amazing. Fuxing has done another great service for the village this time. Secretary Qiao and others transported the seeds back to the village and first screened them, removing the bad ones and keeping only the plump ones to improve the germination rate. The seeds that Li Fuxing sold to Qiaojia village were quite good. Although they weren't high-yield seeds, they were all seeds that had been replaced by those from Lijiazwang. As long as the land in Qiaojia village wasn't too barren, the yield wouldn't be a big problem. After the villagers have selected the seeds, they need to soak them for a period of time. This step is to allow the seeds to fully absorb water, which is beneficial for germination. After 2 days of hard work, the seeds were finally ready to be planted. Secretary Qiao immediately arranged for people to go to the fields to work. They were already a few days behind other villages, so they had to make the most of every second. However, the villagers of Qiaojia village were all emaciated due to hunger and had little strength, so they were not very efficient at work and could not compare with the villagers of Lijiazwang village at all. Xiao Guohua said in a low voice, "Secretary, this can't go on. It's true that we bought the seeds, but we don't have enough food. We can't last much longer. Right now, the villagers are eating as little as possible and are not getting enough to eat. Even so, the remaining grain in the village will not last more than a few days." Secretary Qiao was also aware of the importance of this matter and was worried about it. There was really no other way, so I had to go to Lijiazwang again to ask if they could sell me some grain. Life was the best in Lijiazwang. They even hired villagers from other villages to do their work. So Secretary Qiao wondered if they could send some people from their village to do the work. The villagers of Qiaojia village were so weak from hunger that they had no energy to work. What used to be a 4 or 5 day job would now take 8 or 9 days. Chapter 352. We have food, but we can't give it away for free. The search for food was urgent. Before long, Secretary Qiao took Xiao Guohua to Lijiazwang. Since they had been there twice before, the village security team did not stop them. The two hadn't walked far after entering the village when they saw the makeshift water wheel that Li Fuxing had set up. Driven by curiosity, the two went over to take a look. After taking a closer look, the two of them finally understood the purpose of the water wheel. Xiao Guohua exclaimed, "Secretary, this is amazing. If our village could build one too, we wouldn't have to carry water back and forth anymore." Secretary Qiao said irritably, "I saw it. You don't need to tell me. We need to be able to make it ourselves. This simple water wheel looks simple, but it's definitely difficult to actually make. It belongs to the type that looks easy but is difficult to do. Secretary, why don't we just ask him directly?" Xiao Guohua said. Then he stopped a villager from Lijiazwang and asked him a question. "Comrade, what is this big thing?" Li Zhihong looked at Secretary Qiao and Xiao Guohua, and after realizing he didn't recognize them, he asked warily, "Comrades, where are you two from? What are you doing in our village?" There are only 2 possibilities for a stranger entering the village. Either they know the security team, or they sneaked in from somewhere else without going through the village entrance. Secretary Qiao quickly explained, "Comrade, we are from Qiaojia village, and we are here to see your Secretary Li." Upon hearing this, Li Zhihong lowered his guard and said, "This is called a water wheel. It was built by Fuxing in our village." He didn't say anything else. Then he pointed to the west. "Our party secretary is at the chicken farm right now. You can find him if you walk in this direction." After saying that, he turned and left. There's so much work to be done in the village right now, and we don't have enough manpower, so he can't afford to delay. After thanking him, Secretary Qiao led Xiao Guohua westward and soon arrived at the chicken farm. Upon entering, the two were immediately taken aback. They hadn't expected that Li Jiazhuang would raise so many chickens, at least 100 or two. Xiao Guohua looked at the lively chicken in front of him and unconsciously swallowed. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last ate meat, and he could hardly even remember what meat tasted like. Secretary Qiao glanced at Xiao Guohua, whose face looked utterly useless, and sighed deeply. He was disappointed in his son. Guohua, could you please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? Upon hearing this, Xiao Guohua snapped out of his daze and quickly wiped away his drool. Secretary Qiao then stepped forward to greet him. Secretary Li, we've come to bother you again. The old party secretary turned around and saw that it was Party Secretary Qiao and Xiao Guohua. He couldn't help but feel helpless. He had just sold the seeds to them a few days ago, so why were they here again today? Secretary Qiao, what brings you here today? The old secretary greeted him with a smile. Secretary Qiao was a little embarrassed to ask for help. Just a few days ago, they had helped him solve a big problem, and now he was asking them for help again. If he had any other choice, he would never have come. After all, he also had his pride. But he had no choice. For the sake of the villagers, he had to bite the bullet and come. Secretary Li, when we first entered the village, we saw that your village had set up a water wheel. Secretary Qiao said. The old party secretary breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as they weren't here to ask for help. He said, that water wheel was made by Fuxing and can reduce the villagers' workload. Upon hearing this, Secretary Qiao nodded. This young man, named Li Fuxing, was truly remarkable, capable of creating such an impressive device. He said calmly, Secretary Li, we would like to meet Comrade Fuxing and ask him for advice so that we can do something similar in our village. Also, I wanted to thank him in person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guohua became somewhat anxious and said in a low voice, Secretary, didn't we come here to buy grain? How did this turn into a water wheel operation? Secretary Qiao frowned and said, you stay put and don't say anything. Before getting down to business, you have to lay the groundwork a bit. If you just start by saying you're buying grain, you're sure to scare people away. The old party secretary said, Fuxing doesn't have time right now. How about I call someone else to talk to you? When Li Fuxing was making the water wheel, he didn't hold anything back and taught all the villagers everything he knew. Secretary Qiao nodded in agreement, and the old secretary called Li Jichuan over. He had accompanied Li Fuxing the whole time when he was setting up the water wheel, so he was quite clear about the situation. Party Secretary Qiao asked, Comrade, is this water wheel difficult to make? If it's too difficult, then their village will have to give up. After all, the village is in a state where it can't withstand any more setbacks. They can't even get enough to eat, and they can't let the villagers expend any more energy. Li Jichuan said, it's very easy. If there's a carpenter in the village, just explain the principle to him, and he'll be able to make it. Then, regardless of whether Secretary Qiao could understand, he began to explain the production process. Party Secretary Qiao quickly said, Comrade, can you slow down? He wasn't skilled in carpentry, so he didn't quite understand what he was hearing. Li Jichuan seemed to have anticipated this outcome and had prepared his notes in advance. He handed the notebook to Secretary Qiao and said, the process is written very clearly here. Seeing this, Secretary Qiao was both amused and exasperated. Since he had notes, why didn't he just show them at the beginning instead of giving a long lecture first? Could it be that they want to take this opportunity to make a fool of themselves, or perhaps show off? But these ideas should not be shared with outsiders. Comrade, thank you. If it weren't for you. Secretary Qiao took the notebook and said some words of thanks, which made Li Jichuan feel a little embarrassed. Secretary Qiao, it's just a notebook, it's not that outrageous. Afterwards, he talked to Secretary Qiao a lot, and Secretary Qiao gained a basic understanding of the water wheel, which was indeed not too difficult. After clarifying the water wheel issue, we need to get down to business. At the same time, the old party secretary suddenly noticed that Party Secretary Qiao's eyes flickered. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Secretary Qiao said with a smile, Secretary Li, if I may ask, does your village have any surplus grain to sell? Our village is almost out of food. If we can't buy more, Even if we plant seeds, we won't last until the harvest. After saying that, he let out a long sigh. The old party secretary had long suspected that things wouldn't be that simple, but he was powerless to help with the grain issue. The only person from Lijiazwang who could help was Li Fuxing. Our village doesn't have much grain either, so we really can't help. But I can ask for you. Please wait here for a moment. After saying a greeting, the old party secretary turned and left, leaving Li Zichuan behind to keep Secretary Qiao and the others company. When they arrived at Li Fuxing's house, the old party secretary briefly explained the situation. Li Fuxing couldn't just stand by and watch someone die, but he also wouldn't step in himself. So he simply said to the old party secretary, "Secretary, just tell Secretary Qiao to sell him 2,000 caddies of potatoes for 100 yuan. The village will cover the cost of the grain first, and I will return it in a couple of days." Chapter 353. The fertilizer pile is finished. The old party secretary agreed, then turned and left to tell party secretary Qiao the good news. Qiao Guohua waited anxiously, as it concerned the entire village's food supply, and he couldn't help but be in a hurry. The party secretary Qiao next to him was much calmer. He felt that there was a high chance that the matter would be successful. Otherwise, the old party secretary would have just refused directly, and there would have been no need to make them wait here for a letter. Before long, the old party secretary appeared. When Secretary Qiao saw the old secretary smiling, he knew the matter was settled. "Secretary Li, what was the result?" The old party secretary took a breath and said, 100 yuan for 2,000 caddies of potatoes. Upon hearing this, Qiao Guohua was immediately excited. Secretary Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Secretary Li. You've truly saved the lives of our entire village. Whenever it's convenient for you, just send someone to transport the grain." The old party secretary quickly interrupted party secretary Qiao. If he were allowed to continue expressing his gratitude, it would probably go on forever. Secretary Qiao quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll have the villagers come and pick up the grain right away." Although the price is a bit higher than the normal price, it is much lower than the black market price, and besides, it doesn't require food coupons. After thanking him again, Secretary Qiao took Qiao Guohua back to the village. The two hurriedly returned to the village and immediately gathered more than 30 strong laborers, while also catching up with the few ox carts available in the village. Upon hearing the news, the villagers of Chaojia village were overjoyed. Their bodies, which had been weak from hunger, were now full of energy. Their current momentum is unstoppable. Soon, the group of 30 people set off towards Lijiazwang. Immersed in the excitement of having food to eat, no one felt tired at all. To speed things up, everyone got on the ox cart. Normally, the party secretary wouldn't let them ride in the ox cart. They would definitely walk. The cows hold a very important position in the village and cannot be neglected in the slightest. As a result, they were much faster and arrived at Lijiazwang in about an hour and a half. Meanwhile, the old party secretary was also busy, having people move 2,000 caddies of potatoes out of the cellar. This cellar is the most important secret of Lijiazwang village, and it must not be seen by Secretary Qiao and others. When Secretary Qiao and his men arrived, they were all stunned to see the potatoes piled up like a small mountain. It was only after the old party secretary reminded them that they realized what was happening and quickly moved the potatoes onto the ox cart. After the potatoes were moved, the old party secretary even covered them with a straw mat. It's still necessary to hide like this. Now, many villages are like Chaojia village, where the villagers are starving to death. Who knows what they might do if they see food? After traveling for more than 2 hours, the group from Chaojia village finally returned to the village safely. All the villagers were waiting at the village entrance. They originally thought that since they had bought the grain, it would definitely be distributed. However, even after entering the village, Secretary Qiao showed no intention of distributing the grain. The bolder Qiao Liang spoke up and asked, "Secretary, shouldn't we divide this grain among ourselves?" Secretary Qiao said, "There are only 2,000 caddies of grain here. If it were distributed to each household, how much would that be? At most, only 20 caddies. That won't last long. I plan to rebuild the village canteen so we can all eat together there, and each person will have a fixed amount of food to eat every day." The villagers all felt that what Secretary Qiao said made sense, so none of them objected. For them, being able to eat is enough. Party Secretary Qiao waved his hand and said, "All right, bring the potatoes down. We'll eat at the village canteen tonight." Upon hearing this, the villagers grinned, relieved that they could finally eat a little more grain. Afterwards, Secretary Qiao arranged for some villagers to go to the village canteen to light a fire and cook potatoes. However, they could not cook too many. 2 potatoes per person would suffice. If they ate as much as they wanted, the 2,000 kilograms of potatoes would not last long. Before long, the aroma of potatoes wafted from the village canteen, making the villagers of Qiaojia village swallow their saliva with envy. Once the potatoes were cooked, the villagers of Qiaojia village flocked to the village canteen, expecting to have a hearty meal. However, they found that each person only received 2 potatoes. The idea of indulging in a big meal was thus shattered. But the villagers understood that going hungry after a full meal was less important than being able to eat something every day. Afterwards, the villagers lined up to receive the potatoes, and then sat together to eat. They held the potatoes in their hands as if they were holding gold, not even bothering to peel them, and put them directly into their mouths. Some villagers ate very quickly, finishing 2 potatoes in just a few minutes. After they finished eating, they could only watch enviously as others ate. Although they weren't full after the meal, the villagers of Qiaojia village were very satisfied. The next morning, the old party secretary went to the place where the chicken manure was piled up and saw that it seemed to have fermented. So he hurriedly ran to find Li Fuxing. He woke Li Fuxing from his sleep and said, "Fuxing, come and take a look. I think the chicken manure has finished fermenting." The old party secretary had only heard Li Fuxing describe what it looked like after fermentation, so he wasn't sure. Li Fuxing sighed. Couldn't he have waited until he woke up to come back? But since I was already awake, I had no choice but to go and see what was going on. Upon arriving at the place where the chicken manure was fermenting, Li Fuxing noticed a significant reduction in the stench. He squatted down, enduring the discomfort, and began to examine the surface. If it became loose and a lot of white powder appeared, it meant that fermentation had been successful. Li Fuxing stood up and said, "Secretary, to check if it's fermented properly, you can squeeze it with your hand. If it's very dry, then fermentation is complete. Also, you can use a thermometer to determine the fermentation process. If the temperature exceeds 70 degrees Celsius, it means fermentation is complete. If it is below 70 degrees Celsius, it means fermentation is still in progress." The old party secretary nodded and said, "Okay, I've got it. I'll know in the future." He then asked, "Fuxing, now that it's fermented, how exactly do we use it? It took so long to get it set up, so I can't be careless. I have to find out how to use it." Li Fuxing said, "Take it directly to the field, party secretary." "Okay." The old party secretary nodded in agreement, then gathered a group of villagers and asked them to haul the chicken manure to the fields. This is quite a difficult task. Even after fermentation is complete and the stench of the chicken manure has dissipated considerably, its destructive power should not be underestimated. The villagers have to run away to get some fresh air after working for a short while. Seeing this, the old party secretary immediately glared at him. "Look how dramatic you all are. How come I'm fine?" Chapter 354. Li family village becomes a pair again. After saying that, the old party secretary personally demonstrated how to do it, but after only a few shovelfuls, he couldn't stand the stench. But having already uttered those harsh words, abandoning the task now would inevitably damage his prestige as the party secretary, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. After working for 5 or 6 minutes, he finally couldn't take it anymore, threw down the shovel, ran to the side, and leaned against a tree trunk to vomit. The old party secretary couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. When he came to rummage through the chicken manure before, he could stay next to it for 30 or 40 minutes without any problems. Seeing this, Li Datu and the others wanted to laugh, but none of them dared to, fearing that the old party secretary would hold them accountable later. Li Fuxing said, "Secretary, you." After hearing Li Fuxing's words, the old party secretary finally came to his senses. "What are you all standing there for? Get to work." Li Datu and the others had no choice but to continue. However, the process was quite slow, taking almost an hour to shovel all the chicken manure onto the ox cart. Then they drove an ox cart to transport the chicken manure to the field. Li Fuxing directed from the side, saying that all the chicken manure couldn't be piled up in one place, otherwise it would have to be shoveled again, which was too troublesome. We simply unloaded a little bit from each plot of land, enough for that plot. Li Datu and the others looked worried. Not only did they have to do the work, but they also had to endure the stench of chicken manure. However, they had no choice but to accept their fate. After unloading all the chicken manure, they walked up to Li Fuxing. Li Datu asked, "Uncle 21, what do we do now?" Li Fuxing said, "Let me demonstrate, and you'll see how I do it." He picked up a shovel and forcefully plunged it into the chicken manure. As he stirred it continuously, a foul stench with a fermenting smell began to emanate from the surrounding area. Li Datu and the others immediately covered their noses and took a few steps back. Even the old party secretary did the same. The stench was overwhelming, but the old party secretary was secretly delighted because this manure could help the land produce more grain. Li Fuxing said, "Big picture, do you understand it?" Li Datu and the others nodded. It wasn't difficult at all. Then they picked up shovels and started working, following Li Fuxing's demonstration. Li Datu probably wasn't paying much attention, and while working, he accidentally shook some chicken manure onto himself. He immediately tried to shake it off, but because his movements were too large, he ended up shaking the whole shovelful of chicken manure onto himself. He immediately threw down the shovel and began to vomit, while taking off his cotton-padded coat, not wanting to get it dirty. He then hurriedly shook off the chicken droppings, but although the droppings were gone, the stench still lingered around him. If he didn't still have work to do, Li Datu would want to run home right now and take a good shower. The people around him chuckled. Seeing this, Li Datu was furious, his face turning red. He couldn't afford to offend Li Fuxing and the old party secretary, but he could afford to offend the others. He secretly made a note of them, preparing to take revenge in the future. Li Fuxing's smile faded as he said, "Chicken manure is very fertile, but it has to be spread evenly, otherwise the rice will not grow evenly." As he spoke, he shoveled up a shovelful of chicken manure and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Chicken droppings were scattered on the ground like rain. Li Fuxing walked towards the edge of the field while shoveling, spreading the chicken manure evenly on the ground. "Now you understand, right?" Li Datu and the others nodded again, determined not to make a fool of themselves this time. Soon, chicken droppings started flying around in the field. Fortunately, there was some wind today, which dispersed much of the stench. Otherwise, if we keep doing this, we'll end up smelling like chicken manure all over. That evening, Li Fuxing was watching TV in his room when there was a sudden knock on the door. When Li Fuxing opened the door, he was surprised to see Li Dafan. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "Dafan, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something you need?" Li Dafan stammered, "Uncle 21, I'm getting married tomorrow. Could I borrow your bicycle for a bit? It would be a great source of pride to ride a bicycle to pick up the bride." Li Fuxing was somewhat surprised to hear this and asked, "Dafan, you're quite something, kid. Why haven't I heard you mention this before?" Even in this day and age, if two people like each other and their parents agree, they can get married. But it's rather strange that no prior notice was given. Li Dafan said, "I'm not young anymore. My parents asked me to go on a blind date a couple of days ago, and I immediately took a liking to him, so we're getting ready to get married." As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the blind date. The moment he saw Shui Hanqing, he was captivated by the simple yet beautiful girl with a ponytail. During their conversations, the two realized they shared many similar views, and Shui Hanqing gradually developed feelings for Li Dafan. After meeting a few more times, they decided to get married. Li Fuxing said, "No problem. Do you want to ride back tonight, or come back to ride tomorrow morning? Since we got a motorcycle, the bicycle has been gathering dust in the yard. Now that it can help the villagers, it's a good use of our resources. Let's ride tonight, Uncle 21. I'd like to buy some meat, is that okay?" He planned to bring some meat as a betrothal gift, but unfortunately, he didn't have any meat coupons at home. Li Fuxing immediately nodded. "No problem. Wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen to get it for you." Soon, Li Fuxing came over pushing his bicycle, with 3 pounds of meat hanging on the handlebars. "The meat and the bicycle are both here." Li Dafan took the bicycle and quickly said, "Thank you so much, Uncle 21. Don't mention it, go home." Li Fuxing waved his hand. Li Dafan nodded, got on his bicycle, and rode home. When Li Dafan got home, his parents couldn't help but go up and watch him ride his bicycle back. Although they had seen Li Fuxing ride the bicycle countless times, this was the first time they had been able to see and touch it so closely. Dafan, hurry up and let me ride it, his father, Li Jixian, said. He's lived to be in his 40s or 50s and has never ridden a bicycle before. Now that he finally has the chance, of course he has to give it a try. But Li Dafan's mother, Han Xin, said, our son borrowed this to pick up the bride. What are you riding? If you scratch it, we can't afford to pay for it. The bicycle is covered in dust. Hurry up and get a rag to wipe it clean. Upon hearing this, Li Dafan turned around and grabbed a rag, wiping the bicycle clean. He then wiped it with a dry towel, knowing that in this weather, if the moisture wasn't removed, it would soon be covered in dust again. Li Jixian felt a little embarrassed by his wife's scolding and sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Han Xin nodded in satisfaction. All right, go to sleep now. You have to get up early tomorrow. Before dawn the next day, Li Dafan got up, washed up, put on a somewhat old but clean cotton coat, combed his hair meticulously, and brought along several young men from the same village. They even hung the meat in the most conspicuous place on the bicycle. Chapter 355, Too Many Kids, Not Enough Wedding Candy. After getting ready, Li Dafan rode his bicycle slowly towards the woman's house, with his fellow villagers jogging behind him, their laughter echoing all the way. After riding for about 20 minutes, we arrived at the woman's village. At the entrance of the bride's house, relatives and friends gathered, all waiting for Li Dafan to come and pick her up. The sight of Li Dafan appearing on a bicycle drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. Xue Hanqing's parents were also taken aback. They knew perfectly well that Li Dafan's family didn't own a bicycle. Could it be that he borrowed it from someone else? Judging from this, they probably have a very powerful relative and a very good relationship with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lent such a valuable thing as a bicycle to Li Dafan. These days, bicycles are very valuable, and a family that owns a bicycle is quite prestigious, no matter where they are. Xue Hanqing's father, Xue Qingming, couldn't help but walk over and examine the bicycle closely. He exclaimed, "This bicycle is so beautiful." Xue Hanqing's mother whispered to her daughter, "Nizi, Dafan is a really thoughtful child. He specially rode his bicycle to pick you up. If you live a good life with him from now on, things will definitely turn out well." Xue Hanqing blushed and nodded gently, her heart filled with longing for the future. Li Dafan parked his bicycle, then walked up to Xue Qingming and his wife with a smile and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I've come to pick up Hanqing and take her home." Xue Hanqing's mother said with a smile, "Dafan, shouldn't you change how you address her? It's not appropriate to call her uncle and aunt anymore." Li Dafan then realized what was happening and quickly corrected himself. "Father, Mother, I've come to take Hanqing back. Father, this is the betrothal gift I brought." As he spoke, he took the meat off the bicycle handlebars and gave it to Xue Qingming. The onlookers were astonished. These are difficult times, and the practice of bride price has practically disappeared. In the past, people would ask for some dowry, but since the food crisis, no one has asked for it anymore. Marrying off a daughter is like losing a mouth to feed, which saves a lot of food. Upon seeing the bride price, everyone praised Xue Hanqing for marrying into a good family, saying that they valued her so much, and that the bride must have weighed at least 2 or 3 pounds. Xue Qingming said with a smile, "Dafan, you'd better treat our Hanqing well after you get married." Li Dafan smiled and agreed, then gave Li Daong a wink. Li Daong immediately understood and took out the wedding candies he had prepared beforehand, distributing some to everyone present. It's unrealistic to expect everyone to receive a share. There simply won't be enough. Besides, once we return to Lijiazwang, we'll have to distribute it again, so we have to be careful with how we use it. When Xue Hanqing saw Li Dafan spending so much money, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Why buy so much wedding candy? It would be better to save that money to buy something for the new house. But of course, you can't say that today, since they're getting married. Those who managed to grab the wedding candy were quite happy. After a while of commotion, Li Dafan saw that it was almost time and prepared to head back to the village, not wanting to miss the auspicious time. Surrounded by the crowd, Shui Hanqing sat on the back of the bicycle, and Li Dafan rode the bicycle with his new wife on the way home. On the way back, Shui Hanqing gently hugged Li Dafan's waist, feeling sweet and a little shy at the same time. Li Dafan was also very excited. From today onwards, he could finally enjoy a life with a wife, children, and a warm bed. Thinking about this, he felt an inexhaustible energy, and he even rode his bicycle a little faster. Li Daong, who was running behind, said, "Hey Dafan, can you ride a little slower? We've been running to keep up with you the whole time. I wonder if this kid is in a hurry to get back to his bridal chamber. That's why he's riding so fast all of a sudden." Upon hearing this, Li Dafan smiled and said, "Sorry, Daong. Let's have a good drink when we get back." Then they reduced the car's speed. Shui Hanqing asked, "Dafan, whose bicycle did you borrow?" She knew perfectly well that Li Dafan's family couldn't afford a bicycle. Li Dafan said, "It was borrowed from our 21st uncle. He's a leader at the steel rolling mill." Upon hearing this, Shui Hanqing's heart skipped a beat. Why didn't they say so earlier? Then he asked, "Dafan, can he arrange for you to work as a worker in the steel rolling mill?" She had heard that the benefits for steel rolling mill workers were excellent. If she went to work at a steel rolling mill, she would become a city dweller and wouldn't have to work hard every day to earn a few work points, and wouldn't get much money at the end of the year. As workers, they not only received a monthly salary, but also had access to government-subsidized grain rations, eliminating the need to endure hunger. "I guarantee your family will be green with envy," Li Dafan said directly. "I had a chance before, but I didn't get it." Upon hearing this, Shui Hanqing asked, "Dafan is already your 21st uncle, so why bother with drawing lots?" Li Dafan said, "Many people in the village call me Uncle 21 according to seniority, but it's not my own Uncle 21. If Li Fuxing were his own uncle, his family would have been doing well long ago." Hearing this, Shui Hanqing felt somewhat disappointed and didn't say anything more. The entrance to Lijiazwang village was crowded with children. I probably heard it from the adults. There would be wedding candy to eat if you came to the village entrance. To get the wedding candy, the children arrived at the village entrance early. Even though Lijiazwang can eat its fill now, it's still difficult to get candy and meat, especially candy. Adults think it's not worth it and rarely buy it. The village children can only eat some during the Lunar New Year. Li Dafan was very generous and asked Li Daong to give each child a piece of wedding candy. Upon hearing this, Li Daong immediately took out some candy and gave each child a piece. However, as he distributed the candy, he realized that there wasn't enough left. He hurried over to Li Dafan and asked, "Dafan, there's not enough candy to go around. What should we do?" Li Dafan was stunned when he heard this. He had clearly bought a lot of candy, so why wasn't it enough? Just as he was getting anxious, someone suddenly came to mind. Only the all-powerful Uncle 21 could help him. "Daong, could you please ask Uncle 21 to buy some candy?" Li Dafan said, taking out some money and handing it to Li Daong. "If there aren't enough wedding candies to go around, the villagers will laugh at you." Li Daong took the money and then ran quickly towards Li Fuxing's house. Just as Li Fuxing was about to leave, he ran into Li Daong, who was panting heavily from running. He then asked, "Daong, why are you running so fast?" Li Daong, still catching his breath, said, "Uncle 21, Dafan didn't buy enough wedding candy, so he asked me to come to you to buy some more." As he spoke, he took the money out of his pocket. Li Fuxing only then realized what this was about. He nodded in agreement, went inside, and bought some candy from Pinduoduo. After giving the candy to Li Daong, he refused to accept any money, saying, "Consider this candy my congratulatory gift." Li Daong nodded, then hurriedly ran towards the village entrance. Chapter 356, A Grand Feast. After returning to the village entrance, Li Daong distributed the candy to the children who hadn't received any earlier. Li Dafan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the children had received candy. The busy women in the village had no more gossip to share. Li Daong divided the candy, handed the money to Li Dafan, and said, "Uncle 21 didn't take the money, saying it was a congratulatory gift for you." "Okay." Li Dafan nodded and took the money. He then rode his bicycle and took Shui Hanqing home. The old but neatly tidied courtyard was filled with villagers from Lijiazwang. They congratulated Li Dafan on his return. "Dafan, these are 2 eggs we saved at home. Give them to your wife." An elderly woman said, handing the eggs to Li Dafan. Ordinary families would certainly not be willing to take out so many eggs at once. However, Li Jiazwang has a chicken farm, and the eggs that cannot hatch into chicks are distributed to the villagers. Therefore, the villagers can eat eggs from time to time and are willing to give them away to others. Li Dafan quickly thanked her. Thank you, Auntie. These are difficult times, so Li Dafan's family didn't hold a big celebration. They simply set up a few tables and invited relatives and friends from the village to sit down and have a meal. The table was set with vegetables grown in the village, some steamed buns made from mixed flour, and several meat dishes that Li Dafan had exchanged with Li Fuxing in advance. The most eye-catching dish was a large bowl of braised pork, which was even more precious in such a time of food shortage. Everyone sitting at the table glanced at the bowl of braised pork. Xue Hanqing was equally shocked by the dishes on the table in front of her. There are 3 meat dishes alone: braised pork, a steamed fish, and a bowl of meatballs. After everyone was seated, Li Dafan's father, Li Zhixian, said, "Thank you all for coming to congratulate me on my son's big day. Let's all eat as much as we want today." His words completely broke the tension in everyone's hearts. Li Dafan smiled and served food to everyone. "Uncles, aunts, uncles, and grandmas, please eat more and don't be shy." As he spoke, he placed a piece of braised pork on the plates of each of the elders. An old man laughed and said, "Dafan, you've just gotten married, so you and your new wife should eat this meat." Although he said that, his chopsticks betrayed him. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, eating with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Now, people in the village can eat meat from time to time, but who would refuse meat that's been delivered right to their mouth? Li Dafan didn't forget his wife either, and picked up a few pieces of braised pork and meatballs for Xue Hanqing. Of course, you have to cherish your own wife. Those standing nearby laughed and teased him, making Li Dafan blush. Xue Hanqing wasn't shy at all. She picked up a piece of meat and started eating. She hadn't had meat in a long time. Everyone enjoyed the lunch very much. There were at least 3 meat dishes, so the scale of this wedding banquet was quite impressive. After everyone finished their meal, Hanqing, Xue Hanqing, and the village women cleaned up the table. Although there was plenty of food, there was none left because the villagers had such a big appetite. Actually, Hanqing didn't want her daughter-in-law to help with the work, but Xue Hanqing knew that marrying into the family wasn't just about enjoying herself. She had to do chores when it was time to work. Otherwise, if others heard this, they would say that Li Dafan's wife was like a pampered young mistress, living a life of luxury and not doing any work. Many hands make light work, and we finished cleaning everything in just over 20 minutes. Then comes the much-anticipated wedding night pranks. Dafan, you can't be stingy today, groom. Hurry up and bring your bride so we can see her, a young man shouted. Many people had just finished work and hadn't seen Xue Hanqing yet. As soon as he shouted, a lot of people rushed into the room, men and women, young and old, filling the room to capacity. The leader was a tall man who held a broken gong that appeared out of nowhere. He would laugh and tap it every now and then, making a very chaotic noise. Li Dafan was speechless at his group of bad friends, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the situation. But you have to pay for this sooner or later. When they get married, I'll go and make a ruckus in their wedding night. Dafan, tell us, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful new bride? The tall young man said with a smile. Everyone chimed in. Tell us. Li Dafan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, saying that it was nothing, and then said, Hanqing and I met through a blind date, and then we liked each other and got to know each other for a while before getting married. His answer was perfectly reasonable, but the group of people making a ruckus in the wedding night had no intention of letting Li Dafan off so easily. Li Daong stepped forward, holding an apple tied with a rope in his hand. He chuckled and said, Dafan, why don't you and your sister-in-law play a game? You two bite this apple together, without using your hands. If you eat this apple, I guarantee your future days will be sweet. Li Dafan never expected there would be this part. He really underestimated his group of mischievous friends. Then, looking at Xue Hanqing with a questioning expression, he turned to her. Xue Hanqing did not object, blushing as she nodded, and then moved closer to the apple with Li Dafan. The onlookers shouted, Bite it! Bite it! Li Dafan and Xue Hanqing's faces turned bright red. They forced themselves to take a bite of the apple, which made everyone around them burst into laughter. They both thought it should be over now. But Li Daong pulled a handful of peanuts from his pocket, threw them onto the bed, and said, "Dafan, you and your sister-in-law have to crawl on the bed and look for peanuts. The more you find, the more children you'll have in the future." Hearing this, Li Dafan and Xue Hanqing had no choice but to obediently lie on the bed and start looking for peanuts. While everyone watched them search, they also offered their blessings. "May you have both a son and a daughter. Happy wedding." It took the two of them almost 5 minutes to find all the peanuts. Seeing that it was getting late and everyone had had their fill of fun, Li Daong said, "Dafan, we're heading back now. You all should get some rest, and I hope your lives get better and better." Everyone left in a rush, and the noisy room finally became quiet. Seeing that everyone had left, Li Dafan said, "Hanqing, it's getting late, let's rest." Xue Hanqing's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she answered in an almost inaudible voice, Upon hearing this, Li Dafan scooped Xue Hanqing up and carried her to the bed. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Li Dafan rubbed his aching back and reluctantly got out of bed. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. At this moment, Xue Hanqing exuded a more charming, married woman's aura. She said to Li Dafan coquettishly, "You were too much trouble last night. You wouldn't listen to anything I said." Chapter 357, Su Qian's group's new project. Xue Hanqing glared at Li Dafan and continued, "How can I serve tea to my parents in my current state?" After she finished speaking, she reached out and pinched Li Dafan's waist. Li Dafan immediately cried out in pain. "Ouch! Hanqing, don't twist my back, it's a little sore." Xue Hanqing quickly asked, "Dafan, are you all right? It concerns your happiness for the rest of your life, so you can't be careless." Li Dafan laughed and said, "I was just kidding. With my strong body, how could anything happen to me? You stay inside and rest. I'll tell my parents." When it comes to the moment of having a grandchild, the parents certainly won't have any complaints. They'll be overjoyed. Xue Hanqing had no choice but to nod in agreement and then lie down on the bed to rest. Li Dafan got dressed, went out to find his parents, and told them about Xue Hanqing's situation. Upon hearing this, Li Zhixian and Hanqing didn't complain at all. If they could hold their grandson sooner, what was this little thing? They would even be willing to not do any work. Li Dafan then went to the village canteen and wolfed down a bowl of corn porridge and a large steamed bun. Just then, Li Daong suddenly came over and said with a smile, "Dafan, why are you up so early? Don't you need to rest a little longer?" He envied Li Dafan. At least Li Dafan had a wife, while he himself was still a virgin. He couldn't understand why he couldn't find a partner when his family background was similar to Li Dafan's, and he was even more handsome. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. He reached out and patted Li Dafan on the waist, and immediately felt refreshed. Li Dafan gasped and said, "Daong, you rascal, next time I catch you, I'll make you see what I'm capable of." He knew in his heart that he was no match for Li Daong in his current situation, so he decided to behave himself. After saying that, he got up, got a new breakfast, and took it back to his wife, Xue Hanqing. He soon returned home. When Xue Hanqing saw Li Dafan return, she was taken aback and asked, "Dafan, why are you back?" Li Dafan placed the lunchbox on the table. "I brought you breakfast." Xue Hanqing was a little embarrassed and said, "Why don't you let me get up and do it?" It wouldn't sound good if she asked her mother-in-law to make her breakfast on her very first day after getting married. Li Dafan said, "It's not cooked at home. Nowadays, almost no one in our village cooks. They all eat at the village canteen. I'll tell you more about it later." He still has to go to work and can't stay at home for too long. Li Fuxing glanced at the calendar and realized that tomorrow would be the weekend, and Su Qian would be off work. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and they had finished all the work that needed to be done in the village. So he told his grandparents and prepared to ride his bicycle back to Beiping City. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li were naturally very willing. They wished that their grandson could marry Su Qian tomorrow and give them a great grandson the day after. Li Fuxing rode his motorcycle at high speed towards Su Qian's school, the spring breeze blowing along the way, which made him feel happy. He rode his motorcycle into the school, the roar of the engine attracting the attention of many students. In this day and age when even bicycles are rare, the destructive power of motorcycles is unimaginable. The students stopped to watch, some surprised, some envious, and they all discussed it amongst themselves. "Look, what kind of car is that? How come it's going so fast?" a girl who didn't know much about cars asked. "This is a motorcycle. It's very, very expensive. Ordinary people can't afford it at all," a boy explained to the girl. The students were very curious about who Li Fuxing was and how he could ride such a precious thing as a motorcycle. Could he be the son of some high-ranking official? Otherwise, how could someone so young ride such a nice car? Amidst the students' complex expressions, Li Fuxing parked his motorcycle next to the girls' dormitory building. Soon, he saw Su Qian walking out, chatting and laughing with several classmates. Su Qian was wearing a shirt today, with her hair tied in a high ponytail. When she smiled, she revealed 2 cute little tiger teeth. When she saw Li Fuxing, her eyes immediately filled with surprise. "Fuxing, what brings you here?" Su Qian blushed and hurriedly went to Li Fuxing's side. Li Fuxing was about to speak when a student next to him interrupted him. "Su Qian, is this your boyfriend? That motorcycle is really cool. Comrade, are you Li Fuxing?" Li Fuxing smiled and said, "Yes, I am Li Fuxing." The students immediately erupted in excitement when they heard it was Li Fuxing. Xia Mengjia exclaimed excitedly, "It really is Li Fuxing. I never thought I would actually meet the real Li Fuxing." Su Qian retorted playfully, "What are you saying? Of course you must be alive if you can see it." Li Fuxing said, "This shouldn't be the first time we've met, right? I've been to the school twice already." He had been here before, and if he was in the same group as Su Qian, they must have met. "Why is he so excited?" Xia Mengjia said, "When you came last time, I was away from school because of something at home, so this was the first time we met." Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing replied, "Is that so? Hello." Xia Mengjia formally greeted Li Fuxing, then said without ceremony, "Comrade Fuxing, our group has a new research project coming up. Could you please lend us a hand?" The classmates next to her were very happy to hear this. They actually wanted to invite her too, but they were too embarrassed to say so. If Li Fuxing can help, then their research project will definitely be without any problems. Su Qian also said, "Fuxing, our group is encountering some difficulties in our research on a new topic. We've been really worried about it these past few days. Since you're here, could you take a look for us?" She also felt that her partner was so capable that he should be fully utilized. Li Fuxing had no choice but to agree. Then I took them to the school park, where there were some tables and chairs, as well as piles of documents. Su Qian's group has a total of 6 members, and each of them has good grades and is a good student who is eager to learn. Li Fuxing went over to take a look and found that the books on the table were all foreign language books, filled with notes, and the notebook next to it was filled with calculation data, with several complex-looking structural diagrams pressed under the notebook. Their research topic was surprisingly the improvement of looms. Currently, the efficiency of the domestic textile industry urgently needs to be improved to meet the rapidly growing demand from the people. This loom always malfunctions during the weaving process, resulting in a very high defect rate and severely reducing production efficiency. Originally, such a difficult topic shouldn't have been given to Su Qian and her classmates who were in lower grades. However, because Su Qian and her classmates had done an excellent job on the previous project, their advisor decided to make an exception and give this topic to their group. Su Qian and the others cherished this hard-won opportunity. If they could solve this problem, it would surely be a significant achievement in their resumes. Chapter 358. Inviting Su Qian's classmates to dinner. This will make their path after graduation easier. If they can't solve it, it's not a big problem. The difficulty of this topic is not suitable for them. Even if it were done by older students, they might not be able to complete it. The members of Su Qian's group all had good theoretical knowledge, but lacked practical experience, and their control over some details was not very good. They've tried many methods, but none have been very effective, so they've been worried for the past few days. Seeing the worried looks on Su Qian's and the others' faces, Li Fuxing also felt uncertain. Even though he had traveled from the future, his major was not relevant to his studies. However, seeing the expectant look in Su Qian's eyes, he decided to give it a try. It might be of some help, just like when the factory was working on special steel before. Li Fuxing said, let's go through the methods we've tried before and see if there are any details that we've overlooked. The same situation occurred with special steel before, so going through it all again is indeed an effective method. People often overlook the details, but these details are often the key. They all nodded in agreement and began to talk, going through all the things they had been researching over the past few days, one by one. Li Fuxing listened very carefully and took notes. After listening, he looked at the structural diagram and suddenly remembered something. Look, I think the reason for the failure might be related to the resonance during the spindle's rotation. I remember that many machines with similar structures would experience uneven stress on parts due to resonance, which would cause various problems. I feel we should change the material of the spindle, or even its shape, to change its frequency and thus avoid the resonance range. Upon hearing this, Su Qian and the others suddenly realized what was going on and began to discuss it among themselves. Xia Mengjia said, the key is how do we determine if the spindle is currently in the resonance range? And how do we calculate its suitable resonance frequency? Li Fuxing thought for a moment and began to explain to her. We can start with a simple test. As he spoke, he wrote down a formula in his notebook, a formula he had learned from a science video in his previous life, and he never expected to use it today. Looking at it this way, having a strong memory is really a good thing. If you didn't have such a strong memory, you would probably have forgotten this formula long ago. Everyone crowded around, staring at the formula written by Li Fuxing, and then began to calculate and analyze based on the data. Throughout this process, Li Fuxing constantly reminded them to learn to look at problems from multiple perspectives and to combine theory with practice. After several rounds of calculations and discussions, they came up with a brand new spindle design. Theoretically speaking, this new spindle can avoid the previous shortcomings, thereby reducing the defect rate. However, we'll have to test it to see how well it actually works. Quick, let's go to the lab and make a simple model based on this new plan to see how it goes. Su Qian said impatiently. Her suggestion was approved by everyone, and they immediately packed their things and rushed to the laboratory. Li Fuxing also quickly followed them. He was also looking forward to it. If the improvement was successful, he would be contributing his modest efforts to the development of the country. Upon entering the laboratory, everyone began working according to the new plan. Li Fuxing couldn't help at this moment. He was good at theory, but practical operation was not his forte. Therefore, he didn't go over to cause trouble and stood aside to watch Su Qian and the others work. After 2 or 3 hours, Su Qian and her team finally finished the model. They carefully mounted the model onto the testing machine, then turned on the power and pressed the switch. Instantly, the sound of machines turning filled the laboratory. Everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed at the model. The spindle model spun rapidly, the thread winding very evenly without any problems. But it is often at this critical juncture that the most nerve-wracking time is when one is afraid of an unexpected accident that could cause all the hard work to go to waste. The spindle model worked for nearly 20 minutes without any problems with the thread. Su Qian and the others finally shouted excitedly, "Great! We did it! We really did it!" They hugged each other excitedly, each one overwhelmed with emotion. "Fuxing, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would probably still be troubled by this research topic for a long time." Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Qian hugged Li Fuxing tightly. Seeing this, Xia Mengjia and the others laughed and said, "We didn't expect our Qianer to be so proactive." Upon hearing this, Su Qian blushed instantly, quickly released her hand, and then stood silently to the side with her head down. Seeing his girlfriend's shyness, Li Fuxing quickly came to her rescue, saying, "Everyone has worked hard these past few hours." Xia Mengjia and the others stopped teasing them. A joke is fine, but going too far is not good. They all gathered around and gave Li Fuxing a thumbs up. "Comrade Fuxing, your knowledge is so broad. You found the problem at a glance. You have really helped us a lot." "Yes, thanks to you today, we've all learned a lot." Li Fuxing chuckled and said, "No need for such modesty, everyone. The reason for our success is because of everyone's hard work. My thoughts were just random, and I just happened to be lucky." Xia Mengjia said, "Comrade Fuxing, don't be too modest. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have discovered this small detail." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "I can't accept such praise. Su Qian only realized at this moment that she hadn't introduced them yet, and hurriedly said, Fuxing, this is my classmate Xiao Mengjia. Xiao Mengjia also said, calling you comrade is too formal. Since you are Qianer's boyfriend, I will call you Fuxing from now on, and you can just call me Mengjia. Su Qian then introduced the other people, and that was how they all got to know each other. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Fuxing said, It's quite late now. Let's go get some food together. This would be quite common in later generations, but the situation is somewhat different in this era. When Xiao Mengjia and the others heard Li Fuxing's words, they hesitated. Unlike Li Fuxing, they didn't lack anything. Even though they are college students and can receive government subsidies, it only covers their own food and clothing. Their families are still struggling financially. In the current situation, they have to help their families out from time to time. Li Fuxing understood everyone's concerns, so he said, You are all students, so this dinner is on me tonight. He doesn't lack these things, and he can also help his girlfriend get closer to her classmates. Chapter 359. I never thought we'd get to ride a motorcycle. Xiao Mengjia and the others still had some concerns. It was their first time meeting Li Fuxing, and it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to spend money on them. Su Qian felt a little sorry for him, but since Li Fuxing had said so, she wouldn't object. She said, It's okay, let's all get together. Hearing Su Qian say this, Xiao Mengjia and the others nodded in agreement. But now there's another problem. How are we going to get so many people there? Xiao Mengjia asked, So how do we get there? This question stumped everyone. Li Fuxing only had one motorcycle, which was far from enough to seat so many people. Li Fuxing said, That's easy to solve. I'll make a couple more trips and get everyone to the restaurant. Hearing this, everyone was a little excited. They had never ridden a bicycle before, and they never expected to ride a motorcycle directly. Everyone was naturally happy to accept. Li Fuxing's first trip was to drop off Su Qian and a few others. Su Qian held tightly to Li Fuxing's waist, and then 2 more people got on. The rest waited for the next trip. As the sun set, it cast long shadows on everyone. Li Fuxing started his motorcycle and, with Su Qian and her classmates, slowly drove out of the school. The sound of the motorcycle was especially clear at dusk. A gentle spring breeze blew by, and Su Qian pressed her face against Li Fuxing's back, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Su Qian thought to herself that if it weren't for these third wheels, tonight would have been a very romantic date, but it was too late to say anything now, so she would have to wait until next time. Li Fuxing thought to himself that it was fortunate that overloading was not being checked at the moment. If it were in later generations, being caught would mean having one's driver's license revoked. It took Li Fuxing more than 20 minutes to bring everyone to the restaurant. Li Fuxing chose a relatively upscale restaurant. Xiao Mengjia and the others didn't want to go to such a nice place, but Li Fuxing said he had wanted to try it for a long time, so they had no choice but to listen to him. Upon entering the restaurant, one is immediately struck by its refined atmosphere. The restaurant's decor was exquisite and the layout was very reasonable. The waiter warmly greeted us and led us upstairs to a large table. The waiter then handed over 2 menus. Xiao Mengjia and the others were shocked when they saw the prices, and none of them dared to order. They had no choice but to give the menus to Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing was well aware of what everyone was thinking, so he didn't say much. After taking the menu, he quickly ordered several signature dishes. He wanted to order more, but the others stopped him. They had already ordered 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup, which was enough for them. After the waiter made a note, he said, Sir, the total will be 10 yuan, plus 1 jin of grain coupons and 2 jin of meat coupons. When Su Qian and the others heard the price, they all gasped in surprise. They hadn't expected it to be so expensive. Xiao Mengjia and the others even began to worry that if Li Fuxing didn't have enough money to pay the bill, they might have to split the cost, which would be quite a lot. But things turned out to be completely different from what they expected. Upon hearing the offer, Li Fuxing remained calm and pulled out a handful of bills and money from his pocket. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to this thing, and they couldn't look away. After collecting the money and tickets, the waiter turned and left. Li Fuxing and the others also started chatting, but the topic always revolved around Li Fuxing. Seeing this, Su Qian felt very proud. Having such a capable partner was something she could be proud of. Along with pride came worry. Li Fuxing was just too outstanding, and many girls would surely like him. Su Qian became increasingly frightened as she thought about it, so she patted her cheeks to forcefully banish those chaotic thoughts. Soon, dish after dish was served, and everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat, unable to help but murmur their praises. Li Fuxing picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The cooking time and seasoning were just right. So he picked up a piece for Su Qian and said, "Qianer, this dish is very well made. Try it." Su Qian smiled and nodded, then shyly picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Sure enough, Li Fuxing was right. It was delicious. The research team members enjoyed the meal immensely. Shi Weihua exclaimed as he ate, "We never get to eat this kind of good food at school. Today we're really having a feast." Lu Ying chimed in, "Yes, we really should thank Qianer's boyfriend for taking us to such a nice restaurant." Upon hearing this, Su Qian smiled but remained silent. The group ate and chatted, talking about everything from food to life, covering all sorts of topics. They thoroughly enjoyed the meal. After finishing their meal, the group walked out of the restaurant, and it was already getting dark. Li Fuxing had no intention of sending everyone back. He instructed them, "Be careful when you go back to school, look after each other, and don't walk alone." Xiao Mingjia and the others nodded in agreement, adding with a smile, "It seems we've disturbed your time together." After saying that, they walked towards the school. Some of them were whispering excitedly, saying things like they never thought they'd get to ride a motorcycle, and they had to show it off when they got back to school. In fact, most people will continue to boast about it. It's not something that can be stopped after a little showing off. Motorcycles are very expensive these days, so showing them off is no big deal. Seeing that everyone had left, Li Fuxing reached out and took Su Qian's small hand. At first, Su Qian was a little shy, but then she thought to herself, "I've already met such a capable guy, what if I don't take the initiative and he gets snatched away by someone else?" So he also firmly grasped Li Fuxing's hand. The two strolled slowly down the street. After walking for a while, Su Qian said, "I really enjoyed the meal tonight. It was delicious, and I learned a lot." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "If you like, we can come back for another meal tomorrow. Even if he comes to eat every day, it's not a big deal for him. Now, Qing Yuan and others are helping him ship goods every day, and his income is quite considerable." Su Qian quickly said, No, it's too expensive here. It's enough to eat here every now and then. If you eat it every day, no family can afford it." The two unknowingly walked into the park. They stood side by the lake, letting the spring breeze flutter the hem of their clothes. After sending Su Qian back, Li Fuxing returned to the courtyard house, but before he could even enter, Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng blocked his way. "Qing Yuan, what are you two trying to do?" Seeing the two men's wicked smiles, Li Fuxing couldn't help but take a few steps back. Qing Yuan said, "It's been so long since you came back. If we hadn't always had goods, we would have thought something had happened to you." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "There have been a lot of things going on in the village these days, so I haven't had time to come back. Let's come inside and have a drink together." He then pushed open the door and invited Qing Yuan and the other person inside. Chapter 360, Taking My Partner on a Date. Fortunately, Li Fuxing had stocked up on some things at his home in the courtyard house, so he didn't have to take them out of his Pinduoduo backpack. Upon hearing that they could drink, Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng readily agreed. The wine they drank with Li Fuxing was all high quality, far superior to the cheap liquor they usually drank. After entering the house, Li Fuxing took out some peanuts, a bottle of Wulianya liquor, and some pork jerky. These things together represent the pinnacle of drinking in this era. Before Li Fuxing could speak, Qing Yuan couldn't resist opening the Wulianya liquor, and the aroma of the liquor instantly filled the air. Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng couldn't help but sniff it a few times. Li Fuxing said, "Look at the two of you. Is it really that serious?" Qing Yuan said, "Fuxing, you have no idea how I've been getting by these past few days. I'm used to drinking good wine with you on weekdays, so drinking those cheap, low-quality wines is just too unpleasant." As he spoke, he hurriedly poured himself a glass of water. Not to be outdone, Gu Cheng also poured himself a full glass. The two then raised their glasses, clinked them together, and drank them down in one gulp. Li Fuxing said, "Qing Yuan, Qing Kai, if things get really tough lately, let's stop for a while and not take the risk. It wouldn't be worth it if we ended up getting ourselves into trouble." Money can never be fully earned. I was in such a hurry to upgrade my Pinduoduo account before, but now the next level requires so much money that it's impossible to earn enough in a short time. He has already decided to take it slow, so he's not in a hurry these next few days. Qing Yuan and Gu Cheng both nodded in agreement. They both knew that if they were caught doing this, given the number of cases they were involved in, they would either be sentenced to a life of labor reform or be put on the gallows. The three of them drank and chatted until late at night before parting ways. The next morning, Su Qian got up early to wait for Li Fuxing, but she waited for almost an hour without seeing him. She couldn't help but worry, fearing that something had happened to Li Fuxing. So he went directly to Li Fuxing's house and knocked on the door. Li Fuxing was still drunk when he got up and checked the time, and he was stunned. "Oh no, I overslept. I made plans to go out with Su Qian today." He put on his clothes and hurried to open the door. Su Qian immediately smelled alcohol and couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, did you drink when you came back last night?" Li Fuxing said, "I ran into Qing Yuan and Cheng Kai when I came back last night. If I didn't treat them to drinks, they wouldn't let me go home. I had no choice but to drink with them. If we don't shift the blame to them, there's really no way to explain it." If Qing Yuan and Gu Chengkai heard this, they would definitely cry foul, saying that it was clearly Li Fuxing who invited them to drink, not the other way around. Su Qian nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. It's nothing unusual for a man to have a drink with his friends. It's a very normal thing. Her own father was like that. He would drink even when he was alone at home, let alone when he was with his friends. "You smell strongly of alcohol. You must have drunk too much last night. Are you still feeling unwell?" Su Qian asked with concern. Hearing this, Li Fuxing felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, and said with a smile, "Seeing you makes me feel better. Come on, let's go for a walk together." Su Qian nodded obediently. "Okay, I haven't gone out for a stroll in a long time either." In the past, she wouldn't have come knocking on his door directly, but now things are completely different. Ever since she felt a sense of crisis, she told herself that she had to take the initiative. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to cry if her boyfriend was snatched away by someone else. After washing up, Li Fuxing led Su Qian to the motorcycle. Many people watched curiously, but none of them dared to get too close, fearing that if something broke, they wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if they went bankrupt. Li Fuxing was already used to this kind of thing. After unlocking the motorcycle, he pushed it out. When the onlookers saw that it was Li Fuxing, they were not surprised. In their area, only Li Fuxing had the ability to ride a motorcycle. Am I right? This car belongs to Li Fuxing. I'd be happy to give up a few years of my life if I could just ride it. Seeing that the motorcycle was gone, the group sighed a few times and then dispersed. Su Qian, like a lively butterfly, hummed an unknown song as she tiptoed behind Li Fuxing. Li Fuxing climbed onto the motorcycle and said, "All right, get on." Su Qian agreed and sat down behind Li Fuxing, gently hugging his waist. Li Fuxing smiled slightly, stepped on the gas, and the motorcycle sped out of the alley and headed towards the main road. The sight of them drew the attention of their neighbors on the street. Grandpa Zhao from the next courtyard was tinkering with his old stool at the door when he looked up and saw the motorcycle. The piece of wood in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, and his eyes widened immediately. Good heavens, what is that thing? How can it move so fast? Seeing this, several children playing nearby reacted as if they had discovered a new continent, running and shouting, "Come and see." Something ran by incredibly fast. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, Su Qian listened to her neighbor's surprise and admiration. Feeling a little shy but also proud, she leaned lightly on Li Fuxing's shoulder and said, "Fuxing, our motorcycle is really eye-catching." Li Fuxing said with a smile, "Of course, I'll take you out for a lot of fun today." With that, he stepped on the gas, and the motorcycle zoomed off, drawing gasps of admiration. After leaving the courtyard area, we arrived at the main road of the city. The streets are lined with all kinds of shops, with various signs hanging on them, and all kinds of goods displayed inside. Some pedestrians were in a hurry, while others were unhurried. They were all dressed in dark-colored clothes, except for a few 17- or 18-year-old girls wearing shirts, like flowers blooming in the wilderness. A middle-aged man in a shirt was looking at the items inside the shop when he looked up and saw a motorcycle passing by. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, But before he could see clearly, Li Fuxing rode past him on his motorcycle. Further on, we encountered an old man repairing bicycles, busy with his work. Upon seeing the motorcycle, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, young man, your bike is so beautiful." Soon, Li Fuxing rode out of Beiping City and into the suburbs. Looking at the surrounding wheat fields, Su Qian couldn't help but say, "Fuxing, the crops are growing really well this year. It might be a bumper harvest. If it's truly a bumper harvest year, then everyone will be able to eat, and there won't be any more cases of people starving to death." Li Fuxing said, "Yes, I hope so." Although he said that, he knew very well in his heart that this year would be the same as last year, and there would be no bumper harvest at all. This famine lasted for 3 years. In the first 2 years, we had enough surplus food to get by, but this year that won't work. Once the surplus food is gone, many people will probably starve to death. Thinking of this, Li Fuxing felt a little heavy-hearted, but he knew he couldn't help so many people on his own.